My name is Liam, and just as I was about to play Sky Island Survival on a crowded subway, I was startled awake by a voice whispering in my ear. I found myself plunged into the world of the game. Standing on a roughly 3 cubic meter patch of grass, surrounded by a bottomless void and an azure sky, the icy wind at high altitude cuts to the bone. A cold, mechanical female voice sounded in his ear. The new version of the game update is complete. In 30 seconds, all humans on Blue Star will enter. This is a world without land. Countless islands of varying sizes float in the sky. Each island holds opportunities and dangers, and every player will receive a piece of land. That is the core of your development. Players can manipulate the land to move forward, reach the floating islands, explore them, and gather resources. You can also occupy islands. Development base %%. Alternatively, you can wait to collect drifting supplies for utilization %%. Suddenly, a translucent attribute panel and operation interface appeared. Before my eyes, Liam saw in the regional channel that the 100,000 online players were crying out in fear and panic due to the sudden upheaval. Some even leaped into the void to their deaths. Confirming this was no dream, Liam closed the anxiety-filled chat interface. The top priority is survival. He noticed an ordinary fishing rod at his feet, which the description said could be used to hook drifting supplies. Liam sat cross-legged, steering the land beneath him toward the distant, faintly visible floating island. Having gone without food or water for a long time, compounded by mental exhaustion, he felt waves of dizziness and had no choice but to pause his movements. At this moment, a prompt popped up. Current land remaining, 98%. Land is slowly degrading. Players need to replenish mud blocks to restore the land. Note: in a stationary state, soil degradation is 1% per hour, while in motion, it is 2% per hour. Vegetation water deficiency level is 10%. The rate of land depletion accelerated. Liam's heart turned cold as he discovered cracks had already appeared along the land's edges. The soil and grass roots are crumbling and falling away. Continuing towards the unreachable Sky Island would only hasten the depletion. The wisest choice is to seek materials that can replenish the land. He took out the fishing rod and began to anticipate the appearance of a blind box. After about 10 minutes, a black dot of a drifting blind box finally appeared. Liam cautiously hooked the wooden box with his fishing rod. Common supply box description: upon opening, you can randomly obtain some low-level survival supplies. Warning, but anything could appear inside, even unknown risks like wild beasts. Liam suppressed his unease, took a deep breath, and opened the blind box. A pop-up displayed 200 milliliters of drinking water and 2 chunks of soil. Note: 1 chunk of soil can restore 1% of land health. The water and soil were exactly what he needed most at the moment. He carefully poured the water from the bottle cap onto his parched lips. As he was savoring the water, a mechanical voice sounded. The Origin Evolution Furnace is binding. Congratulations, player, on successfully binding the one and only divine tier reward, the Origin Evolution Furnace. The Origin Evolution Furnace can evolve any item. Please select an item for evolution. Liam focused his mind and chose the water bottle. Evolution of drinking water successful. 200 milliliters of drinking water transformed into 20 liters of mineral water. Rich in essential vitamins and minerals for the human body, a plastic water dispenser barrel instantly appeared in Liam's arms, completely filled with water. In an instant, he went from being a thirsty traveler to a king sitting atop a spring of sweet water. Liam drank greedily, wasting quite a bit. Then, he took a photo of the barrel and posted it on the regional channel with the caption, "A bit too much to finish drinking, oh." The chat channel exploded instantly, with players exclaiming, doubting, or begging for water. Liam ignored them, loosening his grip only to discover another piece of land had vanished. He retrieved the soil block and immediately evolved it. Evolution of the soil block successful. 2 soil blocks evolved into 40 soil blocks. Can repair 40% land degradation. Note: each item can only be upgraded once, with each upgrade randomly improving either quantity or quality. Liam checked the system panel. Currently, the land has 97% remaining, and vegetation has a 20% water deficiency. He took out 3 soil blocks for restoration, and the land immediately returned to its original state. Then, he irrigated the vegetation with 1 liter of water. Vegetation irrigation completed, consuming 1 liter of water. Land durability increased. Consumption rate decreased. Liam calculated. There are 37 remaining dirt blocks. Without considering vegetation, he can move them for 37 hours, approximately a day and a half. He positioned the water bucket securely, manipulated the earth, and sailed once more toward the distant floating islands. Chapter 3, Gathering Food, more than enough to eat. Phew! Liam breathed a sigh of relief. 3 hours had passed. 5 liters of mineral water had been consumed, leaving 12 liters remaining. 14 blocks of earth remained, enough to sustain him for 14 hours at full capacity. Fortunately, the floating island was drawing nearer. Liam calculated that he would definitely reach the floating island before the soil blocks were depleted. But just then, Liam suddenly noticed. The fishing rod distributed by the system displayed evolvable when his gaze swept over it. Could it be that everything could be upgraded? Without hesitation, Li Mo confirmed the option. Congratulations on successful evolution. Wooden fishing rod evolved into iron fishing rod. The fishing rod in Li Mo's hands was instantly transformed. He gave it a few vigorous casts, and the rod whistled through the air. Finally, no more worrying about the rod snapping suddenly. Li Mo nodded, satisfied with this upgrade. At the same time, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Could the very ground beneath his feet evolve? Lowering his gaze, reality dealt him a blow. No evolution appeared on the ground itself, but the wild grasses displayed signs of evolution. But what use were evolved weeds? Li Mo dismissed the notion and continued manipulating the land, steering toward the floating island. The land moved slowly. From the wind blowing against him, Li Mo roughly estimated the speed was comparable to riding a bicycle to school. He kept a constant watch for any potential supply blind boxes that might appear. Whether it was the system's design or Lady Luck smiling upon him. After about 10 minutes, a dark speck appeared in the distance, drifting straight toward Li Mo. Drawing on his previous experience, Li Mo executed a seamless sequence. He cast his line, flicked the hook, and reeled in the box. Gripping his fishing rod as he watched the supply blind box approach, Li Mo remained vigilant. You know what? There's something reassuring about cold, hard metal. Its icy touch soothed Li Mo's nerves. This time was different. This time, Li Mo stood well back, swung the rod in a wide arc, and smashed the wooden box to smithereens just in case a beast spawned. After smashing it open, he watched the motionless wood shavings and finally let out a sigh of relief. Stepping forward, Li Mo eagerly began rummaging through the debris. Bread 2 slices. Drinking water 200 milliliters. Food secured. Now he had both food and water. The bread was dry and hard, almost as tough as Bear Country's large rye loaf, with a few scattered nuts embedded in it. Not bad at all. Taking out the bread, Li Mo began upgrading. Honestly, when you upgrade resources, that feeling of being surrounded by supplies is genuinely satisfying. Bread slice evolution successful. 2 slices of bread transformed into 200 slices of bread. The floating island was overrun by bread. And each slice was thoughtfully packaged for Li Mo's convenience. After a busy half-day, Li Mo organized the bread. Surveying the abundance of supplies scattered across the floor, he smiled with satisfaction. This stockpile would easily last him a round trip, provided he didn't encounter any danger. Meanwhile, the sky was gradually darkening. Based on experience, Li Mo judged the current time to be around 6 or 7 in the evening during summer. He wondered what dangers might emerge once night fell. With that thought, Li Mo steeled himself and pushed the airship forward with all his might. He had to reach the floating island before nightfall. 1 hour later. Crunch! Li Mo tore open a bag of bread and began chewing heartily. The bread tasted good, and the nuts inside were the perfect touch, adding a lot of flavor to the plain bread. Eating just 2 slices could easily keep hunger at bay for half a day. But eating the same thing for too long inevitably led to boredom. But in this environment, having anything to eat was already a blessing. The regional chat log was filled with people babbling nonsense from hunger. If Li Mo had said that, it would have infuriated a whole bunch of them. He'd already eaten 3 slices of bread along the way. He'd used up 2 liters of water, leaving only 10 liters remaining. With his water supply nearly depleted, Li Mo couldn't help but feel anxious. Hope there's water on the island. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened, and the floating island ahead grew increasingly blurry. Li Mo could only navigate by memory, heading in a general direction. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath his feet blocked by something solid, preventing him from moving forward even an inch. At the same time, a massive, indistinct shape loomed into view. He had arrived. A new floating island. Unknown floating island detected. Proceed? Li Mo clicked to enter. The barrier before him vanished, and the fresh air of the floating island washed over him. Li Mo gripped his fishing rod and cautiously stepped inside. The island held no luminous substances, plunged into complete darkness. He could barely make out the ground beneath his feet. After taking a few steps, the sound of rushing water suddenly echoed from the distance. Water! Li Mo's heart leapt. The sound was substantial, likely a river or spring, indicating a significant water source. With the divine artifact's evolution, water scarcity wouldn't be an issue in the early stages. Guided by the sound of water, Li Mo cautiously crept closer, trying his best not to make a sound. He roughly estimated the island's area to be no larger than 20 or 30 square meters. It must have been obscured by several tall trees and the deep darkness of night that he hadn't noticed it earlier. Finally, by the faintest glimmer of moonlight, he made out the vague outline of a pool ahead. The sound of trickling water filled his ears, yet the air was thick with a foul, fishy stench. Something's wrong. Li Mo's heart jolted with alarm, his vigilance heightening. He gripped his iron fishing rod tightly, scanning his surroundings warily. Suddenly, 6 eerie green lights flickered in the darkness. 3 starving wolves were slowly closing in from different directions. Damn it! Li Mo's heart clenched, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The wolves formed a triangle, trapping him in the center. Low growls rumbled from their throats, their fangs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Li Mo roared, trying to scare the vicious wolves away. But what good would that do? Once they confirmed he was truly alone, the pack let out a feral howl and charged straight at him. The first wolf lunged forward. Liemo sidestepped, swinging his iron fishing rod hard into the wolf's flank. The wolf howled in pain and staggered backward. But the other two wolves had already pounced simultaneously. Rip! A wolf's claw slashed across Lemo's arm, blood gushing instantly. The searing pain made him grit his teeth, but in this life-or-death moment, adrenaline surged through his veins. He grew strangely calm. Can't fight them head-on, gotta take them down one by one. He jerked backward, pressing his back against a large tree to avoid being caught in a three-sided attack. The second wolf lunged again. Liemo seized the moment, thrusting the iron fishing rod like a spear straight into the wolf's jaws. Snap! The wolf's teeth clamped down on the rod, but the iron shaft didn't budge an inch. Liemo seized the moment, kicking the wolf hard in the belly and sending it flying several meters. The third wolf seized the opening to attack. It lunged from the side. Liemo had no time to pull back the rod and could only brace himself sideways. Thud! The wolf's claws slammed into his shoulder, the searing pain making him grunt in pain. But he grabbed the wolf's leg with his free hand and flung it violently. The wolf crashed to the ground but scrambled back up, snarling and lunging once more. Surrounded by three wolves, Liemo found himself in dire straits. He gasped for breath, blood streaming from his arms and shoulders as his strength rapidly drained. I can't die here. He snatched a rock from the ground and hurled it at the closest wolf. Thud! The stone struck the wolf squarely in the eye, and it howled in pain, retreating. His chance! Liemo lunged forward, thrusting the iron fishing rod like a spear straight through the wolf's throat. Splatter! Blood spurted as the first wolf collapsed, twitching on the ground. Seeing this, the remaining two wolves grew even more ferocious, lunging and biting wildly. Liemo gritted his teeth and fought on, sweeping the rod to repel one, but the other had already sunk its teeth into his calf. Ah! The excruciating pain made his vision darken, but he knew that if he fell, death was certain. He roared with fury, swinging the fishing rod like a battle axe, smashing it down hard onto the wolf's skull. Crack! The sound of shattered bone echoed as the second wolf collapsed to the ground. The last wolf finally showed fear. It growled and retreated, but Liemo wasn't about to let it escape. Dragging his wounded leg, he lunged forward, hurling the fishing rod like a javelin. Thud! The iron rod pierced the wolf's belly, pinning it to the ground. The wolf thrashed a few times before finally stilling. All three wolves were slain. Liemo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, covered in blood, yet a maniacal grin spread across his lips. I won! Ding! Successfully killed 3 starving wolves. Player Liemo has leveled up. Acquired 1-star Beast Hide 3, Wolf Fong 15, Wolf Meat 10. Current level LV2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Class selection unlocked. As the first player to defeat these monsters, you receive Spatial Backpack Common 1, Wolf King Boots Fine 1. Zone announcement: player Liemo becomes the first survivor in this zone to defeat 3 monsters. The profession system is now fully unlocked. The chat channel exploded instantly. Holy! 3 wolves? Is this even human? That name sounds kinda familiar. Hey, Liemo is that big shot who flaunted his mineral water before. Holy crap, that's insane. Got any spare slots on your gear, big shot? I'll be your loyal dog. Liemo daddy. Please take me alone. I'll give up all my supplies. Ignoring the frenzy in the chat, Liemo turned his attention to his loot. Wolf King Boots Fine. Effect: movement speed plus 20%. Space Backpack Common. Capacity: 10 slots, same type item stackable. Awesome. Liemo laughed heartily. Now he'd never have to worry about running out of storage space again. He looked up toward the depths of the floating island, his eyes burning with intensity. This island is mine. Chapter 4, Can Job Selection Evolve Too? Career Choice? Liemo's pupils dilated in shock. He'd assumed this was a post-apocalyptic survival game. He never expected there would be a career choice. Immediately, an interface popped up, clearly displaying 5 career options. Player, please select a profession promptly. You may evolve and change professions upon reaching certain levels. Archer, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Sorcerer. Each class has 2 evolution branches upon reaching level 30. Players should choose carefully. Liemo pondered for a moment. Drawing on years of online gaming experience, he ultimately chose the Warrior class. The reason was simple. Warriors can tank and deal damage, playing a crucial role whether in early game exploration or late game team battles, truly a jack of all trades. When you're unsure what to pick, the warrior is always there to silently shoulder the burden, a solid choice that clears the path for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Liemo clicked confirm on the warrior option. Player class selection successful. Warrior. Strength plus 2, Constitution plus 2. Initial weapon acquired, rusty iron sword. Type, one-handed sword. Description, an ordinary, somewhat rusted short sword, the starting weapon for most warrior apprentices. Obtain starting skill, heavy strike. Though the initial stats aren't high, these 2 points of strength and constitution provide crucial boosts during the early stages of character development. Just as Liam finished his selections, a familiar option appeared before him once more. Can be evolved. Evolve? Ha! Liam froze, stunned. He hadn't expected a class choice to be evolvable. Could it be? Without hesitation, he selected Evolve. Evolution successful, job selection +1. What? Liam was utterly stunned. Was this even possible? Even more unexpectedly, another system prompt sounded immediately afterward. Detected prolonged inactivity in class selection. Please choose a class promptly. The system's cold voice echoed in Liam's ears. But I chose Warrior. I'm still holding the dagger in my hand. Why don't you open your eyes and take a look, system? But having already witnessed the divine artifact's overwhelming power, Liam quickly regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he pressed confirm on Mage. The Mage-Warrior combo had immense potential. Whether in the early or late game, this pairing could unleash terrifying combat power. It perfectly addressed the Warrior's short reach and vulnerability to kiting, as well as the Mage's fragile constitution. It was an almost flawless pairing. Player class selection successful. Mage. Spirit +4. Obtain starting weapon, Apprentice's Staff. Evaluation, crafted by the artificers of Wielding City, the perfect choice for novice apprentices. Acquired starting skill, Fireball. As his attributes surged, Liam felt a wave of warmth wash over his entire body. His physique was steadily strengthening, and the mental fatigue from prolonged manipulation of the earth vanished instantly. After handling these matters, Liam closed the interface. Player, Liam. Class, Warrior Mage. Attributes, Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 5, Spirit 10. Free attribute points, 2. Weapons, Rusty Dagger, Apprentice's Staff. Skills, Heavy Strike, Fireball. Equipment, Dimensional Bag Common 1, Dimensional Bag Blueprint Common 1. Note, the spatial backpack has a capacity of 3 cubic units. Evolvable. Evolve? Liam's eyes lit up as he clicked confirm. Evolve ordinary spatial backpack into fine spatial backpack. Capacity increased by 3 cubic units. Spatial backpack blueprint common evolved into spatial backpack blueprint fine. Superior blueprint. Is this even gear that should appear this early in the game? Liam hurriedly clicked to inspect. Spatial backpack blueprint superior, Spirit Core 0400, 1-star beast hide 010. Capacity, 30 cubic units. He did have some 1-star beast hides, obtainable through artifact evolution. But what exactly was this Spirit Core? He'd never seen one before, let alone knew where to obtain it. But Liam wasn't worried. Since it was listed on the blueprint, this material must exist on some floating island. With his god-tier combat prowess honed through dual cultivation of martial arts and tactics, securing a mere Spirit Core would be child's play. With a satisfied grin, Liam strapped on his spatial backpack and stowed all supplies inside. Instantly, the once slightly cluttered floating island became spotless and tidy, looking much more pleasant. He then walked over to the spring. Sure enough, the familiar prompt appeared once more. Evolve? Evolve. Liam confirmed without hesitation. Spring water evolves into spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water, 1,500 liters. Description: drinking spirit spring water slowly restores injuries. Seeing the description of the spirit spring water, Liam was so shocked he couldn't speak. What did restore injuries even mean? In the early stages, there were no recovery items, nor did they possess the healing skills of holy professions. If you got injured, you either had to rely on your own constitution to heal or simply wait to die. Especially for warriors and assassins like Liam, the casualty rate was even higher. But the emergence of this spirit spring water offered them new hope. Imagine the uproar when spirit spring water appeared on the trading channel. This wasn't just a pool of water, it was liquid gold. Liam was overcome with excitement. He immediately knelt on the ground, scooped up some spring water with his hands, and gulped it down eagerly. The cool water washed down his throat, sending a wave of refreshing chill straight to his brain. So refreshing. The wounds on his hands from the earlier fight were healing rapidly, already forming a thin layer of scab over the injuries. The effect is so obvious. Wiping his mouth, Liam slipped on the Wolf King combat boots and immediately felt his steps grow lighter. These boots are great, I can run faster now. He grinned, his gaze shifting toward the depths of the floating island. The floating island was not flat but composed of several interconnected pieces of drifting land. Gaping canyons, deep caverns, and even several crumbling stone structures dotted the landscape. Looks like people used to live here? Liam narrowed his eyes, gripped his iron fishing rod tightly, and advanced cautiously. After traversing a dense forest, he discovered an abandoned forge beside a protruding rock. Dust covered it, yet faint embers still glowed within the furnace. This place, still usable? Liam reached out to touch it, and a prompt immediately popped up before his eyes. Facility detected, forge damaged. Description: this is a ruin. The forge has lost its former glory and can only craft simple weapons. Currently forgeable items, simple weapons, armor, tools. Perfect. I have wolf teeth. Let's see if I can craft a new weapon. He opened the forging interface and discovered wolf teeth could be used as weapon materials, while animal hides could craft handles. Forgeable weapon, wolf fang fishing rod fine. Materials required, wolf fang 10, animal hide 2, iron ingot 3. Effect, wolf tooth barbs attached to rod tip, increasing attack power. New trait lacerate, attacks have a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. Forged. Whoa, 3 iron ingots? Seeing this prompt, Lee-Mo frowned in confusion. Where on earth would he get iron ingots? Suddenly, an idea struck Lee-Mo. He didn't have any, but he could trade for them in the regional channel. Everyone was running out of water now, nearly dying of thirst. And the supply blind boxes were bound to contain iron ingots. He could trade for them using bottled water. No one would refuse the trade. No time to waste. Lee-Mo opened the regional channel. He typed out a message and sent it. Anyone got iron ingots? I can trade mineral water and bread for them. The moment Lee-Mo's message went out, the entire regional channel erupted. Holy crap! Mineral water? Big shot. Where'd you get that water? I'm dying of thirst. Dude, you don't know the legend of Big Shot Lee-Mo? First kill in the entire server, single-handedly took down 3 wolves. Holy crap, is this even human? I've got iron bars. DM me, boss. Within seconds, Lee-Mo's private chat was flooded with messages as countless players frantically sent trade requests. Lee-Mo opened a few messages, filtering out players who genuinely had iron ingots. Boss. I've got 2 iron ingots. Trade for 1 bottle of water? 3 iron ingots for 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. No haggling. Deal. I'll go find 1 more. Then Lee-Mo tapped another player's avatar. I have 1 iron ingot. Can I trade it for half a bottle of water? Please. Lee-Mo, 1 iron ingot for 1 slice of bread or 400 milliliters mineral water. I'll take the water. Let's trade now. 10 minutes later, Lee-Mo traded 3 bottles of mineral water and 5 slices of bread for 9 iron ingots. Obtained, iron ingot 9. Iron block detected. Evolve? Evolve. Evolution successful. Obtained iron ingot 18. That's enough. Lee-Mo closed the trade interface with satisfaction and returned to the forge. Crafting wolf fang fishing rod fine requirements, wolf fang 10, animal hide 2, iron ingot 3. Forging? Confirm. Boom flames erupted from the forge as the hammer struck automatically, sparks flying everywhere. Ding. Forging successful. Obtained wolf fang fishing rod fine. Name, wolf fang fishing rod fine. Attack power, plus 28 with tier effect. Traits, plus 15% damage against beasts. Durability, 80-80. Lee-Mo gripped the rod handle tightly. The blade gleamed coldly, wolf teeth embedded in its back, radiating a fierce and intimidating aura. This boosts my combat power significantly. He swung it casually, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Lee-Mo organized his gear, stowing the wolf meat and hides into his spatial backpack before venturing deeper into the floating island. Eating nothing but bread, my mouth is getting so bland it's driving me nuts. He muttered, scanning his surroundings in search of new food sources. The island's vegetation was denser than he'd imagined, featuring not only common shrubs but also unfamiliar plants he'd never seen before. After passing through a patch of low-lying trees, Lee-Mo suddenly caught the scent of a sweet, fruity aroma. That scent. He followed the scent, and soon, the view opened up before him. A grove of low-growing fruit trees. The trees were laden with fist-sized fruits, their skin a pale purple with a faint glow, appearing both mysterious and tempting. Unknown plant detected, starlight fruit edible. Effect, restores 20 stamina upon consumption and temporarily increases movement speed by 5%, lasts 10 minutes. This is good stuff. Lee-Mo's eyes lit up. He immediately plucked one and took a gentle bite. The flesh melted in his mouth, a tangy sweetness tinged with coolness that instantly perked him up. Way better than dry bread. He devoured it in a few bites, then picked several more to stash in his backpack. Just as he prepared to continue picking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the ground. Hiss hiss. A giant python slowly slithered out from behind the fruit tree, its vertical pupils fixed on him with icy coldness as its forked tongue flickered in and out. Clearly, it regarded him as an intruder. Warning. Guardian creature encounter emerald-scaled python LV3. It's not that simple after all. Though this python was 1 level higher than him. With his dual-class abilities and superior weaponry, why should he fear it? The giant serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw aiming straight for his throat. Bring it on! Lee-Mo sidestepped, thrusting his fishing rod like a spear. The sharp metal tip stabbed viciously toward the snake's eye. Shoo! The giant python twisted its head to dodge, but the rod tip still grazed its scales, leaving a bloody scratch. Triggered tear effect. Emerald-scaled python bleeding 5 HP SEC. The serpent, stung by the pain, lashed its tail horizontally. Like a blade, it swept up fallen leaves and whipped viciously at Lee-Mo's legs. Trying to bind me? Lee-Mo leapt upward, simultaneously flickering his wrist. The fishing rod whipped out like a whip, the metal shaft cracking against the serpent's head. Crack! The giant python's head jerked sideways, momentarily halting its attack. Seizing the moment, Liemo leapt back 2 steps and flicked his right hand. Fireball technique. A fist-sized fireball roared forth, slamming into the giant serpent's belly. Boom! The acrid smell of burning filled the air as the emerald-scaled serpent writhed in agony, its twisted body momentarily halting its attack. Now! Liemo's eyes flashed with intensity as he gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, charging forward as if wielding a spear. Thud! The metal tip pierced precisely into the giant serpent's vital spot, its serrated barbs snapping into the gaps between its scales as blood spurted forth. The dying serpent lashed out, its body whipping like an iron whip and slamming hard against Liemo's shoulder. Thud! Agonizing pain surged through him, numbing his left arm instantly. But he gritted his teeth and pressed forward instead of retreating. Die! He roared with fury, straining his arms as he violently twisted the fishing rod. Snap! The serpent's spine snapped. The giant python's struggles abruptly ceased and it finally collapsed to the ground, transforming into a pile of glittering dropped items. Ding! Successfully defeated the emerald-scaled python LV3. Experience plus 10. Level 2, 2050. Obtained, python meat 5. Acquired, emerald scales 8. Liemo shook the snake blood off his blade, panting as he chuckled. This fishing rod sure packs a punch. With the guardian's demise, the orchard's glowing fruits seemed to radiate even brighter. Liemo harvested them voraciously until his backpack was stuffed with 30 starlight fruits, then dug up several starlight seeds hidden beneath the tree roots. Plant these back at camp. We'll have a steady food supply. Chapter 5, Big Shot Liemo seeks sponsorship. After a moment of reflection, Liemo glanced back at the chat window. Just then, a message popped up. Damn, what terrible luck. I finally opened a blind box and all I got was a spirit core. What good is that? I need water. Does anyone have water? Instantly, Liemo's eyes lit up. Baby, here comes the water. Liemo had been stuck in a misconception. He'd assumed that at this early stage everyone would be getting supplies like water, dirt, and bread. Turns out some people hit crafting materials right off the bat. Guess everyone's luck varies. This guy says he's lucky? He didn't even get any food. But if you say he's unlucky, he got crafting materials right off the bat. His mood was like a eunuch visiting a brothel, utterly miserable. Neither edible nor drinkable, it was utterly useless compared to even a single sip of water. Fortunately, the trading feature existed. Liemo was confident that if he offered water and food, the other player wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. He'd definitely trade his spirit core for it. Liemo opened the trading platform and studied it for a moment. It wasn't overly complicated, the process was straightforward. He simply needed to select a trading partner. Then list the items for trade on the platform. Once both parties agreed, the transaction would be complete. Without hesitation, Liemo clicked on the man's profile picture and sent a message. Bro, I'm trading water for spirit cores. Interested? The reply came almost instantly, 100 milliliters. Not a drop less. Liemo chuckled inwardly. 100 milliliters? He had a spring right beside him, a 1,500-liter one at that. 100 milliliters wouldn't even cover the evaporation. Sure. Liemo replied. Really? I want clean water, not contaminated water. Liemo didn't hesitate, immediately sending up 100 milliliters of mineral water. Is that okay? Transaction successful. Player Liemo obtained Spirit Core 1. Player Zhang Fan obtained mineral water 100 milliliters. Holy? Before he could even process it, the trade was already complete? That fast? How long has he been single? Dude, you're insane. You can even pull out bottled water. Hearing the praise from the other side, Liemo chuckled inwardly and ignored it. Instead, he posted a trade notice in the chat channel. 100 milliliters mineral water for 1 spirit core. No upper limit. PM me if you have any. Water was currently the least valuable thing to Liemo. After all, he had his own lake. Trading away a portion wouldn't hurt him. The main thing was that it could be used for evolution, so he wasn't worried at all. He needed 400 spirit cores, though Liemo doubted he'd ever use that many. Perhaps acquiring just 4 could evolve into 100. In any case, he'd collect them first. Having extra spirit cores could be used to craft additional backpacks, which wouldn't be a bad thing. In a few days, once everyone got through the initial resource shortage, materials like spirit cores would likely start commanding a market price. Then he could trade his spirit cores and get whatever he wanted. The announcement immediately sparked heated discussion among the crowd. Holy crap, is this real? Who'd be dumb enough to trade water for supplies? Shut up, man. They've got the goods. Damn, I just realized I have neither. What do I do? Big Shot Liemo, can I have a sip of water? I'll give you anything you want. Bro, where did you even find water? The moment this message hit, it sent ripples through the chat. The chat window erupted in chaos. Water was absolutely crucial at this moment. It quenched thirst, sustained life, and slowed the rate of soil depletion. No wonder Li Mo's offer to trade water drew such intense attention. Not to mention that Li Mo was offering mineral water fundamentally different from ordinary water sources. Those holding spirit cores simply couldn't resist such temptation. They would undoubtedly trade their spirit cores with Li Mo. Within minutes, someone approached Li Mo for a private chat. "I have spirit cores." "How many?" Li Mo asked concisely. "Only 2. "Are you sure it's mineral water?" Seeing the message, Li Mo chuckled inwardly. Then he spoke up. "The items I submit will display their details on the system. You can tell right away if I'm lying. Alright, let's exchange." The transaction was simple, a mere thought, and the desired items automatically appeared in the exchange slot. The other party saw that Li Mo had placed a 200 milliliters bottle of mineral water on his side. After confirming it was indeed mineral water, he swiftly placed 2 spirit cores into the exchange slot. Judging by his speed, it seemed as if he feared Li Mo might change his mind. Once the trade was complete, the 2 spirit cores were in his possession. With the spirit cores in hand, Li Mo examined them closely. They resembled peach pits in shape, entirely white with a faint glow surrounding them. Upon seeing the evolve option, Li Mo clicked it with practiced ease. Congratulations on successful evolution. 2 spirit cores evolved into 20 spirit cores. This time, it was another quantitative leap. 2 had become 20. But compared to the required 400, it was still far too little. Trading must continue. Li Mo noticed something: many people wanted water, but few possessed spirit cores. This also explained why, despite opening 2 blind boxes and slaying a beast, Li Mo hadn't obtained any spirit cores. It really takes a stroke of luck. To speed things up and attract more people, Li Mo added a new trading condition. Those with spirit cores could also trade them for bread. 1 spirit core for 1 loaf of bread, no upper limit. This move sparked excitement among many. Is the big shot even willing to trade bread? What exactly is this spirit core for? Could this big shot be the server's first kill player? Upstairs, I agree. I'm practically dying of thirst, and the big shot is already researching gear. Is this the gap? We all started with 1 plot of land. Why is he so much better? Pro, I'm seriously begging for sponsorship this time. No one who's survived this long is a fool. Seeing Li Mo so openly trading food and water, the initial murmurs calling Li Mo a fool gradually faded away. How could a fool possibly acquire so much? Wouldn't that prove they're not even as smart as a fool? And the fact that he dared to bring it out proved he wasn't short on these things at all. After half an hour, Li Mo finally gathered 400 spirit cores. Of course, he only traded for 20 spirit cores. The majority were obtained through evolution. But Li Mo hadn't finished trading. He was still listed on the channel. At least accumulating some materials was better than nothing. He casually evolved a 1-star beast hide, obtaining 10 pieces of beast hide. With that, the required materials were finally complete. Required materials: spirit cores 400, 1-star beast hides 10. With the materials finally sufficient, Li Mo's thoughts flickered, and the blueprint vanished instantly. The materials he had just accumulated vanished in large quantities. Meanwhile, his equipment inventory gained a new item, a spatial backpack. Spatial backpack blue, 30 cubic meters capacity. Chapter 6, The Monster in the Blind Box. With a thought, a blue-tier spatial backpack materialized in Li Mo's hand. Its silver-gray streamlined form emitted a faint blue glow, a high-tech product radiating futuristic sophistication. He equipped it, and instantly, his storage space expanded to 40 cubic meters. Li Mo stowed all his supplies except the fishing rod inside, filling only a small corner. No wonder it was blue tier. This space was enormous. For the early game, it was more than sufficient. Previously, he'd constantly worried his floating island's expansion pace couldn't keep up with his resource acquisition. Now, with this blue-tier spatial backpack, he'd never have to worry about running out of space again. Pulling his thoughts back, Li Mo gazed at the ink-black night sky, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. But he dared not sleep. Who knew what dangers lurked in this world at night? He wouldn't take that gamble. Continuing his journey, he encountered an unexpected incident along the way. One floating island crackled with lightning, another blazed with fire. They appeared right before Li Mo. Li Mo tensed up, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He frantically maneuvered his floating island backward. Despite his current abundance of resources and blue-tier equipment. But when real danger struck, he could only flee. Not a shred of resistance crossed his mind. Fortunately, the 2 airships did not advance further. Instead, they flew straight south. Only when their glow vanished completely and they had pulled far ahead did Li Mo finally relax. Li Mo finally relaxed and resumed his journey forward. This experience made him dare not let his guard down, and he was grateful he hadn't stopped to rest. Otherwise, he might have been sliced to pieces by those 2 floating islands, never even getting the chance to wake up. Relying on the formidable mental fortitude granted by his mage profession, bolstered by an additional 2 points of mental strength, Li Mo endured the night. He continued steering his floating island toward the distant horizon. He now realized a problem. He didn't possess a suitable weapon. Though the warrior's basic weapon was a short sword, when Liemo drew it to test its edge, he discovered it couldn't even cleave through a tree branch. Instead, it chipped off 2 nicks. His face darkened at the thought. Taking such a weapon out into the wild would surely invite ridicule from the monsters. Evolve rusted short sword? As Liemo's thoughts flickered, a brand new weapon materialized in his hand. Sharp blade. Description: a master's work, with greatly enhanced sharpness and durability, can be equipped onto certain weapons. A cold gleam flashed along the blade, instantly revealing its exceptional sharpness. Liemo gripped the hilt firmly and swung it forcefully at a tree branch. Swish! The branch snapped cleanly, its cut surface smooth and perfectly even. Satisfied with its sharpness, Liemo sheathed it. But another question arose. How was he supposed to wield this blade? Swinging it barehanded was clearly impractical without a hilt. His hands would be sliced by the blade. The system prompt indicated it could be equipped onto certain weapons. But where on earth would he find another weapon? Suddenly, Liemo remembered something. He had a workbench. He had discovered it right after arriving, a workbench beside his character panel. But back then, he was nearly starving to death and had no energy to explore its potential. Now that he had supplies, it was time to properly investigate. After pondering, Liemo decided to craft a stone axe and see if he could attach the sword blade to it. No time to waste. First, he selected 2 stones. Then he used the larger one to smash the smaller one. Once the larger stone shattered into several fragments, he carefully selected a sharp fragment. Next, Liemo snapped off a thick branch from a nearby tree. He also tore off a strip of bark and shredded it into several strands. With everything prepared, Liemo opened the workbench. He placed the items he held onto it. Synthesize? Synthesize! A flash of light erupted as the stone and branch in his hands fused together, forming a stone axe in his grasp. But it was extremely crude. The connection between the stone and the branch was weak. When Liemo tried to swing it, the stone nearly flew off. This workbench is pretty useless, Liemo muttered under his breath. The axe's durability was far too low. It cracked open in 2 places upon striking a branch. It would likely shatter after just a few swings. Evolve? The familiar prompt sounded in Liemo's ear. Damn, almost forgot I've got a cheat code. Evolve. Stone axe evolves into refined stone axe. Description: a stone axe with significantly enhanced durability. Liemo's face darkened. Refined stone axe? It sounds impressive, but it's still useless against hard objects. It'll shatter on contact. What he needed now was quality, not quantity. Otherwise, crafting dozens of ordinary stone axes would be pointless. Still, he could try combining it with the sword blade to see what might emerge. He retrieved the blade and placed both the stone axe and the blade on the workbench. Synthesize? Liemo clicked to confirm. A flash of light erupted, and a brand new weapon materialized before him. Sharp axe. Description: forged from refined iron, this axe is exceptionally sharp. Description: attack plus 12, speed 3. Liemo tried swinging it. Though he couldn't wield it with perfect ease yet, it would certainly serve well in battle. All that mental effort was well worth it. This was indeed a satisfying weapon. Had he possessed this axe last night, that ravenous wolf would have been cleaved in 2. Stowing it in his backpack, Liemo resumed his journey, watching the sun grow increasingly scorching overhead. With no other choice, he ducked under the shade of a tree, finally finding some relief. Whether it was a heat allowance or not, Liemo hadn't gone far before a drifting mystery box floated toward him. As before, he grabbed his fishing rod and smashed the wooden box from a distance. With the experience of the previous 2 encounters, Liemo was now quite proficient. He swung the rod and smashed the box in one fluid motion. Whoosh! But the instant the box shattered, a dark shadow flashed before Liemo's eyes, moving as fast as lightning. Fortunately, Liemo's reflexes were sharp. The heightened mental alertness granted by the mage's blessings saved his life. He avoided the attack, but his scalp tingled with fear. In that split second, he felt as if his scalp had nearly been ripped off. It was that close. Staring intently, he saw it was a goblin. It hunched over, its gaunt, dark green body clutching a dagger whose blade glowed with an eerie purple hue, clearly poisoned. Seeing this, Liemo silently thanked his luck for not being slashed. Otherwise, today might have been his last. Assassin Goblin. Only the name above its head was visible. All other information remained unknown. But since it was an assassin, that meant its strength was inferior to his own. Since ancient times, no assassin would ever challenge a warrior in a fair duel. Liemo dared not relax, pulling his battle axe from his backpack. Since they'd crossed paths, he'd have to find a way to deal with it. He felt confident he could handle this one. Chapter 7, New Crisis, the Elite Among Players. Once he identified the creature, Liemo actually calmed down. After all, he'd managed to hold his own against that goblin barely taller than his own legs without any weapons. And with a weapon at his side, defeat was simply not an option. If he'd encountered the monsters from those 2 floating islands earlier, he wouldn't have even considered fighting them. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the dagger in its hand. He didn't know if the spirit spring could neutralize the poison on the blade. Therefore, he must be cautious and avoid being wounded by it. Ha! The goblin across the way let out a shrill cry and lunged toward Liam-o. But its speed was significantly slower than when it had leaped out of the blind box earlier. Liam-o easily dodged it. Seizing the moment as the goblin landed, he swung his battle axe down with all his might. Heavy strike activated. The battle axe slammed into the goblin with immense force. Wah! To Liam-o's surprise, the goblin suddenly burst into action, narrowly evading his attack. However, its right leg was still severed by the battle axe. Now clutching its wounded limb, it let out a shrill cry. This infuriated Liam-o, who raised his hand to end its life. Suddenly, a powerful gust swept in from behind. Without hesitation, Liam-o instinctively hurled a spell backward. Fireball. A soccer ball-sized fireball shot from Liam-o's hand. Immediately, a piercing scream echoed from behind. After dispatching the crippled goblin, Liam-o spun around to investigate. It was another assassin goblin. But its form was much smaller than the previous one. It clutched a stone in its hand, its entire body charred beyond recognition by the fireball. Damn, a blind box actually spawned two goblins. Liam-o stepped forward and ended its life without hesitation. Liam-o understood the situation. The larger one drew fire while the smaller one launched surprise attacks. Truly cunning, most people might have fallen for it. But Liam-o was dual-classed, with combat prowess far surpassing ordinary people. Such petty tricks were useless against him. Objectively speaking, these two goblins would be considered minor boss encounters for ordinary players, posing a significant challenge. Too bad they ran into Liam-o, the overpowered player. You have slain one adult assassin goblin. Experience plus 10. You have killed one juvenile assassin goblin. Experience plus 5. Experience points 15-20. Current level, LV1. Poison dagger, attacks inflict poison damage, dealing 10 poison damage per second. Equipment bonus, plus 4 damage. Pick up? Liam-o confirmed, and the dagger appeared in his hand. Wiping the blood from the blade, he found himself quite satisfied with this weapon. It served well as a stealth weapon. Wonder what it would look like after evolving. Evolve. The familiar glow appeared. Venomous dagger, attacks inflict poison, reducing the target's attack power by 10% and dealing 20 poison damage per second. Seeing the new weapon's description, Liam-o's eyes lit up. It actually reduces attack power. This effect was pretty powerful. When facing monsters with thick, tough hides, he could slowly wear them down with this dagger. Liam-o tucked the dagger away with satisfaction. Then, with disgust, he tossed the two goblin corpses into the void. Thank goodness it didn't contaminate my spiritual spring water. Seeing the blood that nearly spilled into the spring, Liam-o hurriedly cleaned it up. He didn't mind the faint, metallic stench. After all, combat would be inevitable in the future, and he'd have to get used to it eventually. He gazed at the axe as the last droplet of blood slid off its surface, leaving it as good as new. Truly the work of a master craftsman, it doesn't even hold blood. Without this weapon, Liam-o felt he wouldn't have made it through this encounter so easily. Relying solely on that fishing rod, he would have sustained injuries for sure. Bread slices 3. Red bricks 5. Liam-o tidied up the wooden crate, surprised to find supplies inside. Evolve? 3 slices of bread evolve into 300 slices of bread. 5 red bricks evolve into 50 red bricks. We're set for life. Liam-o was overjoyed. Now he truly had no worries about food or drink. Hundreds of slices of bread plus an entire spring of water, enough to feed 10 people easily. He glanced at the neatly stacked red bricks in his backpack. What were these for? Could he possibly build a house on the island? Well, you never know. The more Liam-o thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The thought of potentially living in a sturdy house sheltered from wind and rain made the corners of his mouth curl upward. While others were still starving and searching for food, he was already preparing to build a house. Who would believe that if word got out? But 500 bricks definitely wouldn't be enough to build a house. Plus, he didn't have any blueprints, so there was no rush to start building. Liam-o first opened the chat channel. The trade he'd posted earlier was still active. He had accumulated 10 spirit cores through exchanges. Liam-o casually evolved the items, stowed them in his backpack, then posted another trade offer. Anyone have red bricks, glass, or other building materials? I'll trade bottled water and bread. All offers welcome, the more, the better. The moment the message went out, the chat channel erupted again. Holy crap, is big shot Liam-o actually starting to build a house already? Is he even in the same world as us? Finally. Last time I didn't have spirit cores, but this time I've got glass shards. I'll finally get to drink water. Brother Liam-o, I'm a dance student, my body's super flexible. As the messages flooded the screen, Liam-o tugged at the corner of his mouth, about to leave the channel when a private message caught his attention. Sender, Chen Feng. Brotherly, I have a basic house blueprint. Seeing this message, Liam-o's pupils instantly contracted, and his breathing grew rapid. This person actually had basic construction blueprints? Based on his own experience and previous system hints, blueprints, such rare and high-tier items, simply couldn't spawn in supply blind boxes. After all, the blueprint for his spatial backpack was a reward for being the first player to defeat a boss in the entire server. At this stage, everyone was still in the early phase of anxiety, fear, and scrambling for survival. Yet this Chen Feng was actively exploring the world and had the capability to acquire and present rare items like blueprints for trade. He must be well stocked with supplies. Li Mo chose not to speculate on the other players' motives for now. After all, everyone was scattered far apart in the early game. There was no chance of encountering each other, nor any need to worry about exposing coordinates and attracting other players' covetousness or attacks. Li Mo replied, "What do you want?" "Chen Feng, I want you." Li Mo froze. This guy was way too blunt. Was this something you just blurted out casually? Before Li Mo could formulate a response, Chen Feng sent several more messages in rapid succession. "Brotherly, a new world has dawned. All old rules and order have been shattered. Don't you want to rise above the rest and become the true ruler of this world?" Only then did Li Mo realize that Chen Feng had set his sights on Li Mo's abilities. "Sorry, I have no interest in that," Li Mo replied. "I'm only interested in your blueprints." Ha! The fact that he possessed a golden finger absolutely couldn't be known by a second person. Chapter 8, Building a Power Base? Not interested. Chen Feng grew anxious at Li Mo's bluntness. "Brotherly, securing such abundant resources early on and achieving the server's first kill, you're destined to become a formidable figure in the future. I'm the eldest son of the Chen family from Jiang province. In this region, I've already connected with 5 of our clan members. Through mutual support, each of us has secured essential supplies and chosen our professions. Without our clan's mutual support, we couldn't have developed this quickly. Brotherly, this is a cooperative game. You..." Before Chen Feng could finish, Li Mo impatiently cut him off. "Are you going to trade the blueprint or not?" He'd had enough of these vague platitudes. If they were truly that powerful, why would they need to band together for warmth? True masters always walk alone. Only the weak herd together. "Brotherly, you..." Seeing Li Mo's reaction, Chen Feng found it hard to say anything more. "No. Why didn't you just say so earlier? You're wasting my time." Li Mo frowned, about to close the chat window. Chen Feng sent another private message. "I'll give it to you." Ha! This time, it was Li Mo's turn to freeze in shock. Because Chen Feng had actually sent over the basic construction blueprint. As long as Li Mo nodded to confirm, that blueprint would be his. "What are you?" "Brotherly possesses great talent and will surely achieve great things in the future. This small token is nothing to mention." Even through the screen, Li Mo could sense Chen Feng's generosity and character. Truly the eldest son of a distinguished family, this gesture left Li Mo hesitating. Accepting it would mean owing Chen Feng a favor. Should the Chen family ever face hardship, he couldn't turn a blind eye. But refusing it wasn't an issue either. With Li Mo's current combat prowess, aside from the particularly dangerous floating islands, finding basic building blueprints wouldn't be too difficult. Finding basic blueprints wasn't particularly difficult. But the effort required was anything but ordinary. The importance of blueprints goes without saying. A spatial backpack brought him immense convenience. It would greatly accelerate his establishment and development in this new world. Li Mo stood there pondering for a moment. He truly believed in the strength of the lone wolf and disliked being bound by others. Yet he was also a pragmatic man. The immense time and effort saved by this blueprint would free him to pursue greater, more crucial objectives. While owing a favor was undoubtedly troublesome, if he became sufficiently powerful, repaying it later would place him in a position of advantage. The Chen family wouldn't dare make excessive demands. "You have accepted the basic construction blueprint." He clicked confirm without hesitation. Then he replied, "I accept your kindness. I will repay this debt in due time." On the other side of the screen, it was none other than Chen Feng, a woman with long hair. Watching the blueprint vanish from her backpack, she sighed. "I hope you won't go back on your word." With that, she glided gracefully across her floating island. Her floating island was twice as large as Li Mo's. A tree bearing crimson fruits grew there, its presence mystical and extraordinary. She leaned against the tree, murmuring something softly. Only the profile glimpsed through her hair. If Li Mo had seen it, he would have surely exclaimed, "A fairy descended from heaven." At that moment, Li Mo's attention was entirely focused on the newly acquired blueprint. He opened his backpack, where the parchment labeled Basic House Blueprint lay quietly. Upon using the blueprint, a 3-dimensional structural diagram of a simple house and a list of required materials appeared before his eyes. Required materials: 2,000 wood, 1,500 stone, 1,000 red bricks, 600 glass. Li Mo raised an eyebrow as he studied the list. These materials were simply impossible to gather in the early stages. No wonder he'd been so generous in giving it to him. Besides Li Mo, who else could possibly have that much material in the early stages? But none of that mattered now. With the blueprint in hand, gathering materials had a clear purpose. Li Mo listed the 3 newly acquired resources for trade. He continued exchanging them for bread and spring water. Li Mo knew few people would gather these items early on. Who would abandon exploring the floating islands to chop down trees? Thus, Liemo didn't expect to directly trade for many supplies. But where there's a will, there's a way. He was certain many would venture into the woods for food. Sure enough, the moment these 3 trade offers went live, messages flooded the screen. Holy crap, big shot Liemo wants stones now? 3 stones for a slice of bread? Am I crazy, or is big shot Liemo crazy? Hey, I already traded stones for water and bread, hahaha. I'm off to chop some trees. Liemo had tasted success. In just a moment, he received 12 pieces of wood and 16 stones. After revolving them separately, his inventory now held an additional 120 pieces of wood and 160 stones. He was getting closer and closer to the blueprint's requirements. There really is strength in numbers. Liemo mused to himself. He then cancelled the Spirit Core transaction. He focused primarily on gathering building materials and similar items. Players were going crazy now. Everyone knew they could trade stones and wood for food and water from him. His stockpile of mineral water was nearly depleted. Liemo didn't want to reveal the spirit spring water so soon. Most players had only explored one floating island so far. In fact, the vast majority haven't even chosen their professions yet. He wanted to wait until players started battling before selling the spirit spring water so he could trade it for the most profitable supplies. At the same time, Liemo posted another trade offer. He offered to trade any blueprint for supplies. He added, "I've got pure water, bread, and dirt blocks and spades, take whatever you want." It was a bit of clickbait after all. Take whatever you want wasn't realistic. Liemo wasn't stupid. Besides, his purified water was nearly depleted, only 3 liters remained. But he wasn't particularly anxious. If water really ran out, he could just trade bread and dirt bricks for some. Surely someone would trade for water in exchange for bread and dirt blocks. As long as he got one portion, he could evolve once more, which would keep him going for another stretch. No need to panic at all. The next morning, the faint glow of dawn touched Liemo's face as he slowly opened his eyes. After waking, Liemo shook his head. Somehow, a fierce wind had picked up during the night, leaving him restless all night long. He had to build a shelter immediately. The weather changed faster than his ex-girlfriend, and who knew when hail might start falling? Then it would truly be a case of crying out to heaven and getting no answer, crying out to earth and getting no response. Last night, he had resolved to stay vigilant, determined not to let the events of the 2 previous floating islands repeat themselves. But for some reason, he'd fallen into a deep sleep by the middle of the night. After all, he'd only been living like this for 2 days. He couldn't keep one eye open while sleeping like a seasoned hunter. It just goes to show that adapting to new environments takes time. It can't happen overnight. The first night, he'd been too tense to sleep. Now that he possessed the means to protect himself and his mindset had improved, he naturally slept soundly until dawn. Liemo rose and stretched his limbs. I checked the trading market. No new wood or stone had come in. It seemed last night's cold wind had left everyone feeling weak and too exhausted to chop trees. Taking a breath of fresh air, Liemo manipulated the land and continued driving forward. Chapter 9, Encountering Players. He ate a bite of bread, drank some water, and took care of his personal needs in the woods. Liemo continued on his way. Back when he played Sky Island Survival, he already found this kind of endless driving incredibly tedious. Now that he'd been transported here, that boredom had intensified, nearly driving Liemo mad. The monotony felt ingrained in his very bones, yet survival demanded he endure it. Honestly, he wouldn't mind having another person around. After all, surviving alone was hard enough. Adding another person to the mix was unthinkable. With no time display on the system, Liemo could only gauge how long they'd been traveling by the land they'd covered. After 3 hours of this, he had completely lost track of time. His sole focus was reaching the next floating island. But these floating islands appeared close only to be far apart in reality. Moreover, the speed of the floating islands didn't slow down as their area increased, nor did it accelerate. Along the way, Liemo did come across a supply blind box. Opening it revealed 500 milliliters of water and 6 earth blocks, all of which he gladly accepted. Thus, his backpack gained an additional 50 liters of water and 60 earth blocks. Enough to sustain him for a while. Moreover, with the discovery of the spring, the plants on the floating island no longer needed to worry about withering. The island's depletion rate remained stable at 1% per hour. This at least provided some assurance for the journey ahead. No longer did he need to fear the land's depletion and plummeting into the void. Continuing his journey, Liemo kept a close eye on the chat channel as he moved forward slowly. You can't just wait for others to come to you, you have to take the initiative. You might just stumble upon something valuable. After scanning for a while, nothing caught his eye. Though he hadn't traded much wood, he managed to acquire 5 more stones and even snagged a piece of glass shard. But the blueprint he longed for remained elusive. Not even a trace of it had surfaced. It seemed everyone understood the importance of blueprints. Plus, you could trade basic supplies like wood and stone with Liemo for food. Only a fool would part with such precious blueprints. Why bother when you could secretly craft weapons instead? The workbench could only craft basic tools like stone axes. Anything more advanced required blueprints. Moreover, with Liemo continuously supplying food and soil blocks, everyone regained their strength and no longer worried about land depletion. Many have already begun attempting monster hunts. Several players in the chat channel successfully hunted monsters, unlocking their class options. They were excitedly asking in the chat which profession they should choose. Others sent Liemo private messages, seeking his advice on class choices. To all inquiries, Liemo consistently replied, "Choose warrior. It'll make the early grinding phase more comfortable." Some who had already made up their minds, seeing Liemo didn't endorse their choices, angrily accused him of misleading others. When confronted by such individuals, Liemo didn't get angry, he simply blocked them. They wouldn't be doing business with him again. Thinking that gaining supernatural powers would make them so arrogant they could escape me? Hope you don't get hurt then, or you'll regret it. Liemo didn't dwell on it. He closed the chat window and continued piloting the floating island forward. Wait, what's that? He'd been chatting and relaxing, staring at the screen for ages. He looked up and saw a new floating island appear to his right front. If it were just that, Liemo wouldn't have been so shocked, but there was a dark figure on that floating island. He squinted closer. The shadow seemed to have spotted him too, steadily heading straight for him. Liemo was startled and prepared to flee. Something felt off. That shadow seemed to be a player? He halted, quietly drawing his battle axe while readying his fireball spell ready to unleash it if things went south. As the floating island drew nearer, Liemo could see clearly it really was a player. And a female one at that, the kind with ample curves and long legs. His first encounter with a human. A certain equilibrium within Liemo shattered. He just hadn't expected to encounter a player this way. He had assumed all players were sealed off, requiring a new notification to unlock them. Though he confirmed she was a player, Liemo remained vigilant, his weapon still raised. This woman was the only person on the island, and her floating island was small enough to survey at a glance. There was no possibility of anyone hiding, so he finally stopped. If anyone else had been present, Liemo would have turned and left without a word, tossing a fireball as a parting gift. But just a girl? Nothing to be afraid of. Big bro, got any dirt blocks? I'm about to fall. Her voice was urgent, tinged with a hint of whine. Liemo shouted, "Stop. Stay right there." His voice startled her so much she nearly fell. Even though she was a girl, he couldn't afford to be careless. It was only in the early stages, when everyone's combat strength was weak and they were all struggling to find food and drink. Otherwise, Liemo wouldn't have stopped, he'd have avoided trouble altogether. "Hey, handsome, can you give me a rock? I'm about to fall." She seemed like the ditzy type, but her sharp, alert eyes gave her away. As she spoke, she kept sizing up Liemo. Perhaps it was Liemo's ruggedly handsome appearance that made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Her reaction showed insecurity, which also put Liemo at ease. The land beneath her feet had indeed shrunk considerably, with most of the wild grass withered. No wonder she'd risked coming to find him. Before he could speak, the girl continued, "Wow, your island has a lake. Quick, give me some water to drink. I'm dying of thirst." Liemo felt irritated. She actually wanted something for free? How naive. Her predicament had nothing to do with him. In this environment, everyone was out for themselves. What did someone else's situation matter to him? Getting something for free was out of the question, even if Liemo wasn't short on supplies right now. Liemo shot her a cold glance. "Want water? Trade me for supplies. If you don't have any, don't waste my time." The girl didn't look like she had any supplies, so Liemo didn't hold out much hope. If she could actually produce something, giving her some food or soil wouldn't be a big deal. Seeing Liemo wasn't joking, her hopes instantly shattered. "If I had anything, would I need to beg you?" The girl grew a bit annoyed. Looks like even handsome guys aren't always willing to help. Hearing this, Liemo immediately turned to leave. A sharp cry came from behind him. Wait. She'd finally encountered a player. If she let him leave, wouldn't that mean slow death for her? Gritting her teeth, she said, "I don't have any supplies, but I do have a warrior skill book." "What kind of skill book?" Liemo halted, intrigued. An unexpected windfall? Was his luck really this good? Chapter 10, New Skill Thrust Ready. The woman wasn't exactly dumb. Seeing his interest piqued, she cautiously backed up a few steps. "What do you think you're doing?" Liemo's heart raced. A warrior's skill book was incredibly valuable. Remember, in the early stages, you could only unlock your class's second skill after reaching level 5. Each level requires progressively more experience points. Therefore, without team coordination in the early stages, it's extremely difficult for a solo player to reach level 5. Unless you grind slowly, relying on the meager experience points from killing low-level monsters to level up. But this approach inevitably creates a significant gap between you and other players. But things change entirely once you acquire 2 skills. By combining skills, players can execute impressive maneuvers and hold their own against monsters. No matter how powerful your early game weapon is, it can't compare to a new skill. This unexpected windfall was truly massive. Liemo snapped back to reality and said gently, "Sure, let's just trade directly on the platform." He did this partly because he feared the girl might be uneasy using the trading platform would put her mind at ease and ensure a degree of fairness. Truthfully, when the girl mentioned possessing a skill book, Liemo could have simply hurled a fireball at her and snatched it directly from her grasp. Then her floating island would become his, expanding his territory. But Liemo didn't want to do that. He wasn't short on resources. There was no need to cross moral boundaries or resort to such ruthless tactics. Playing by the rules was perfectly fine. He wanted the skill book, she wanted food and soil blocks. So why not just trade? No need for violence. Either way, Liemo would come out ahead. If things ever reached a point where everyone was struggling to survive, no one would have time for such niceties. The weak would suffer just like the universal logic in the apocalypse. While my neighbor hoards grain, I stockpile guns. My neighbor is my granary. Seeing Liemo actively suggest using the trading platform, the girl's guard dropped considerably. Mainly because he looked so bright and handsome, not the type to burn, kill, or plunder. She spoke up first. This item is quite valuable. You'll need to give me more food and soil blocks. Liemo nodded in understanding. Haggling was understandable, but if she asked for an exorbitant price, that would be problematic. In that case, Liemo would have no choice but to crush the flower. Her demands were insignificant to Liemo. He should even thank her for helping clear out the excess. Lately, his spatial pocket had been overflowing with wood and stones. It was nearly overflowing. Liemo opened the trading platform and asked curiously, "Why not trade something so precious on the platform? Are you planning to keep it for yourself?" Everyone knows how valuable skill books are, especially now that many players have unlocked their professions. This skill book was worth more than gold itself. If it hit the market, it would be snapped up in an instant. Hearing this, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "No, I haven't unlocked my class yet. I'd love to sell it, but the supplies they give are so meager they won't last long. There's this big shot in the channel named Liemo. He's got tons of supplies, but unfortunately, he only wants building materials and blueprints, not skill books." Liemo's mouth twitched instantly. Damn, I never imagined someone could get a skill book from a supply blind box just 3 days after launch. Is this the power of a lucky bastard? But even the best luck is useless if you can't hold on to it. That skill book is useless in this girl's hands. She might not even get to use it before she dies. She'd be better off trading it for something useful while she still could. Liemo wasn't stingy either. Since he'd taken advantage of her, he couldn't shortchange the girl. 90 dirt blocks, 5 liters of mineral water, plus 20 slices of bread. This offer was hard to refuse. It should last the lucky girl a few days as long as she used it sparingly and avoided showering. Since soil blocks were her most critical need, Liemo deliberately gave her the most of those. Frankly, these items meant little to Liemo, easily obtainable, no need to be stingy. Haggling with a woman was just too beneath him. The main reason was to avoid wasting time. Getting that skill book as soon as possible was the real priority. Then he'd see what he could evolve into. "Your big shot, Liemo?" The girl looked up and screamed, staring at Liemo with wild excitement. Upon entering the trading platform, real names appear by default, though users can opt to change them. But Liemo hadn't chosen to change his, so he'd always used his real name. Nodding, Liemo responded indifferently, saying little else. Denying it wouldn't make much sense. One could claim it was just a coincidence, since the name Liemo wasn't exactly rare. But the problem was, there was only one person named Liemo who could produce this many resources. The transaction concluded smoothly. Liemo's spatial backpack lost some resources. In exchange, he obtained an incredibly precious skill book. Warrior Skill Book Thrust. Description: consumes stamina to charge toward a target enemy or designated direction, briefly stunning the first enemy hit. Movement control skill. Glancing at the skill book in his hands, Liemo habitually scanned its details. Evolve? Sure enough. Skill books can evolve too. Liemo was overjoyed and clicked to confirm. Mage Skill Book Arcane Shield. Description: consumes mana to generate a damage-absorbing shield that lasts for a period of time. Type: Survival Protection Skill. 2 skills. And both were exactly what he needed most right now. The warrior skills offer mobility and crowd control, while the mage's skills provide shields. Combined with his existing 2 offensive skills, he'd be practically unstoppable. If he encountered that assassin goblin again, Liemo wouldn't have to fear its daggers. He could just activate his shield and slaughter it. Alright, if you have anything else worthwhile, you can contact me next time. Liemo offered the standard international closing line. After all, you never know when luck might strike again. With that, Liemo prepared to pilot the floating island forward. The moment the transaction concluded, the supplies instantly appeared in the girl's hands. Liemo couldn't wait to study these 2 new skill books. He definitely couldn't do it in front of this girl. That would just expose himself. Hold on, boss. Before Liemo could take 2 steps, the girl grabbed his wrist. Liemo frowned involuntarily and turned around. His expression froze completely. Where the hell was that jacket you were wearing earlier? Now her entire shoulders, collarbone, and most of her chest were exposed. The pale expanse was certainly a sight to behold. The girl leaned in close. "Big guy, I found something else good. You want it?" Liemo instantly understood her intentions. She was looking for someone to lean on.
He was a renowned big shot, the server's first kill champion, and handsome to boot.
It was only natural this girl wanted to throw herself at him.
But damn it, I don't want her. Chapter 11, Basic Building Molds Real Estate Windfall.
The girl jumped in surprise, her voice finally returning to normal. Bro, surviving on this floating island is way too dangerous.
There are countless threats along the way.
Look at the people in the channel, many have merged their floating islands together.
We could be companions. Liemo laughed bitterly in exasperation.
This girl was clearly after his resources. Yet she was spouting all this nonsense as if she genuinely had his best interests at heart.
He said no more, glancing at her before replying flatly. No need.
You won't be much help and you'll just waste my resources.
That's all. With that, Liemo steered the floating island toward its destination without looking back,
leaving the girl alone, flustered in the wind.
Is this guy even a man? He has a gorgeous woman by his side and he doesn't want her?
She looked down again. It was still quite large.
Why wasn't that man interested in her?
Under her puzzled gaze, Liemo's figure grew increasingly distant until it vanished.
After leaving, Liemo shook his head.
Though he certainly wasn't short on resources, he could easily support 2 people. And the woman had a point, traveling was tedious, and they'd constantly face threats from resource shortages and monsters. But this wasn't about resources.
What if they encountered danger, monsters, or the like?
Someone without combat ability would be dead weight, regardless of gender.
Moreover, Liemo harbored the secret of his golden finger. He didn't want to expose it to anyone. Only after confirming the woman hadn't secretly followed him did Liemo relax. He immediately pulled up his attribute panel and began studying his skills. Player, Liemo. Race, human.
Attributes, Strength 5, Spirit 12, Agility 5, Constitution 5.
Skills, Heavy Strike mana cost 5, Thrust mana cost 7. Fireball costs 10 mana, Arcane Shield costs 8 mana. Mana, 20 mages start with 15 mana, warriors start with 5. Mana regeneration, 2 per minute. Equipment, Battle Axe, Venom Dagger, Apprentice's Staff. Liemo noticed one piece of equipment remained unevolved, still in its initial state. Evolve? Evolution successful. Apprentice's Staff evolved into Mage's Wand.
Description: a fine weapon crafted by skilled magical artisans, the preferred choice of many mages.
Mana plus 10, Spirit plus 20, Mana regeneration speed plus 2. A smile spread across Liemo's face.
He hadn't expected this staff's upgraded effects to be so formidable.
A direct plus 10 to mana pool meant he could cast one more fireball spell during combat.
As the most potent offensive spell for early game players, Fireball held no equal.
Its destructive power was undeniably immense. Liemo had once slain an assassin goblin with a single fireball spell.
This alone demonstrated the spell's devastating potential.
However, this came with the limitation of mana. Even the mage with the most mana could only cast Fireball once in the early game. To cast it again, one must wait 5 minutes for mana to fully regenerate. This weapon perfectly solves that problem. Not only does it grant substantial mana pool bonuses and spirit enhancements, it even doubles the mana regeneration rate. Liemo had been worried that despite his many skills, insufficient mana would leave him blindly fumbling. But with this weapon, his worries vanished. After all, few monsters could withstand 2 fireballs in the early stages. After reviewing the skills, Liemo had several combat strategies in mind. For instance, against assassin-type monsters, first activate Arcane Shield, then stun with charge, and finish with a heavy strike. This approach was safe, its only drawback being mana consumption. But with the new weapons boost, that was no longer an issue. Liemo calculated that he could now equip up to 2 weapons.
If he equipped both the battle axe and the staff,
his stats would become Strength 17, Agility 2, Spirit 32, Constitution 5.
These were truly terrifying stats.
Remember, each point of Spirit increases skill damage by 2 points.
With Fireball's base damage at 100, equipping a weapon would push its damage to 164 points.
Nearly doubling the damage. If Liemo were to unleash 2 fireballs in succession,
then against early game monsters with virtually no magic resistance, it would deal a terrifying 328 damage. He could essentially kill anyone he encountered. At this point, Liemo is likely the only player capable of achieving such feats. Paired with Arcane Shield, he could take on 3 or more monsters solo.
Is this really the same frail, delicate mage Liemo once knew? Which warrior could possibly take on a mage like Liemo in a one-on-one fight? Answer me. After reviewing his stats panel, Liemo noticed a red dot nearby and clicked to open it.
He'd traded for quite a bit of supplies again. Wood, red bricks, stone blocks, and glass shards.
After completing the enhancement, Liemo confirmed the blueprint's required resources were sufficient. He retrieved the basic building blueprint from his backpack and selected Evolve directly. Past experience had taught him that only blueprints could be evolved. Items crafted from blueprints couldn't be evolved again. Just like his blue spatial backpack, it was obtained by evolving the basic blueprint.
Liemo speculated internally that it should be possible to upgrade it into an advanced building.
He just didn't know whether it would be a two-story Western-style house or a standalone villa. But his floating island wasn't large enough to accommodate a villa. Evolution successful. Basic building blueprint evolved into basic building mold. Description: use this mold to repeatedly craft basic structures. Li Mo's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing this. It seemed molds were far superior to blueprints. Blueprints are single-use items. Once used, they're gone. If you want to keep crafting equipment, sorry, you'll have to find new blueprints. But molds are different, they're reusable. This meant Li Mo could easily exploit players, having them gather materials for him. Then he could use the materials they gathered to build houses and sell them back to the players. He wouldn't have to invest a single resource himself and could still rake in a fortune. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't in a rush to buy a house just yet. Many players would find sleeping on the ground perfectly acceptable and wouldn't buy Li Mo's houses. But what if it rained? What if hail fell? Li Mo had only played the game for a short time before being transported here, so his knowledge was limited. But he was aware of the weather system. Though Li Mo didn't know why that mysterious force hadn't added weather yet, he believed it would be implemented later. And it definitely wouldn't follow Earth's seasonal patterns of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Otherwise, the attribute bonuses from professions could easily counteract it. It would be chaotic and unpredictable, forcing players to build structures and develop their settlements. By then, his business would be booming. You could sleep on the ground, but the dampness and cold would bring colds, stamina depletion, and more. You won't be able to resist them. Therefore, a shelter that protects against wind and rain is absolutely essential. Chapter 12, Game Version Update: New Challenges. Li Mo had made up his mind. Since he had enough building materials, continuing would only waste time and energy. He decisively opened the trading platform. In an instant, a tidal wave of messages flooded in, with nearly every discussion centered on him. Some players, overcome with gratitude, saw him as their lifeline. Others were filled with suspicion, wondering what secrets he might be hiding. Others, pure envy and jealousy, dripped with bitterness between the lines. There was no other reason. As the only guild in the entire server to achieve the first kill, there's no need to continue trading. Opening the trading platform, a flood of messages poured in. And the vast majority of them were about Li Mo. Damn, who the hell is this Li Mo guy? I see him trading supplies non-stop. Is he pulling some secret move we don't know about? Give it a rest, man. The big shots moves aren't something you or I could possibly understand. I found several stones and traded them for a bunch of supplies. This feels so good. Man, I found 4 or 5 blind boxes and even killed a monster, but I barely have enough supplies to survive. Why does he have so much? Li Mo had become the center of everyone's discussions. No mystery there. The server's first kill and seemingly endless resources made him the undisputed center of attention. Without Li Mo, most players wouldn't have survived the brutal early stages, let alone defeating monsters and unlocking their professions. And regardless of what Li Mo intended to do with the building materials, trading unnecessary items for survival supplies, players were clearly getting the better end of the deal. Thus, Li Mo commanded immense respect in the players' eyes. But Li Mo doesn't care. If he wanted such a high-profile transaction, flaunting his wealth was inevitable, and it served as effective publicity. By creating a resounding impact when people see it's Li Mo, and naturally feel more at ease. This would also significantly increase the supplies he could trade for. After handling the matter, Li Mo successfully concluded the transaction for construction materials. However, the transactions for blueprints and skill manuals remained intact. After all, those 2 items were crucial. Damn it, is the system glitching? Why did the stone transactions disappear? Mine's gone too. Big shot Li Mo cancelled it. I just finished my trade when the system showed it was cancelled. Messages flooded the screen instantly, with many sighing in frustration their exchanges cancelled before they could complete them. Meanwhile, Li Mo's inbox was flooded with private messages. Some players asked if it was a system bug and if they could trade privately. Others came to curse Li Mo. They claimed that because of the trade he posted, they had given up on grinding monsters to level up, so Li Mo had to trade food with them. Seeing such fools, Li Mo showed no mercy, immediately blocking them. They wouldn't get a single resource from him in the future. Li Mo then issued a statement announcing he no longer needed building materials for the time being. Many players in the comments section expressed understanding, while others hurled insults at Li Mo. They mocked him for pretending to be something he wasn't when he clearly couldn't afford it. Li Mo couldn't be bothered to engage with them, blocking them all. These people wag their tails at you when you have meat, trying to make you happy. But the moment you have nothing left, they bare their fangs and howl viciously at you. After scanning through the comments without finding anything useful, Li Mo closed the chat window. He pulled out the basic building template and measured it. He finally decided to build it beside the spring. Build? Build! Almost instantly, a small brick and tile house rose from the ground. It resembled the flat-roofed houses commonly seen in northern rural villages. Li Mo stepped inside, where the space was divided into 3 distinct areas. It's actually a 2-bedroom apartment. He thought to himself. However, there was no furniture inside, so Liam-o would have to furnish it himself. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Liam-o's ear. Primary structure detected. Territory options activated. Within the territory, you will receive some damage reduction and health regeneration. Current territory, basic structure. Provides 2% damage reduction and 0.1% health regeneration. Liam-o was stunned. There's actually such a feature. 0.1% health regeneration might be minimal, but it has no cooldown. This thing is basically a mini fountain. Short-lived, but persistent. Quantity leads to quality, that saying isn't just empty words. But he quickly regained his composure and assessed the situation. This thing is gonna be a huge hit. No blueprints or skill books, absolutely no trades. Liam-o also noticed 2 new stat icons beside his character portrait. They were damage reduction and health regeneration. Just then, a cold, electronic female voice sounded. Attention all players, the newbie protection period has ended. Sky Island Survival officially enters Phase 1. The following are the update details. All players are advised to listen carefully. 1. Resource spawn rate reduced, supply blind boxes removed, increased resource spawns on the resource floating island. Note, monsters may spawn randomly on resource islands. 2. Weather system activated, extreme weather events like torrential rain, hurricanes, and extreme cold will occur randomly. Prepare protective measures in advance. 4. Monster enhancement, all creatures' aggression increased by 200%, with potential appearance of elite-level monsters. 5. Dungeon exploration feature unlocked. Players may form parties to enter randomly generated dungeon spaces. Completing challenges yields rare resources, gear, and skill books. Dungeons feature 4 difficulty tiers: easy, normal, hard, and hell. Higher difficulty offers richer rewards. 6. Guild system activated. Players can create or join guilds. Guild members share resources and unlock exclusive guild skills. Requirements for founding a guild: at least 3 players be possession of a guild token obtainable via dungeons or special events. See payment of 1,000 Sky Island coins. 7. Currency system reform. Sky Island coins can be exchanged in the trading channel. Players may list items for sale and purchase goods using Sky Island coins. The system generates a server-wide ranking based on survival days, resource reserves, combat power, and other factors. Players ranked within the top 1,000 receive daily rewards. The scrolling text on the light screen halted, revealing a final line in blood red letters. Wishing all players a pleasant survival journey. The electronic voice faded, restoring silence to the surroundings. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind remained. Liam-o swallowed hard. This was a lot to process. Currency system? Following the instructions, Liam-o opened the trading system. It displayed all his supplies and their corresponding values. He glanced at the list. 1 slice of bread was worth 3 empty island coins. 300 milliliters of water was 5 empty island coins. The rest of the construction materials weren't priced very high. Liam-o selected all his remaining construction materials for sale. In the end, he only managed to get a little over 200 empty island coins. So little? Liam-o frowned, then suddenly remembered something. He bought a loaf of bread for 3 Sky Island coins in the trading channel. Ha! Liam-o froze. The words evolve were nowhere to be seen. His plan had fallen through. He'd been counting on exploiting a loophole to profit from the price difference. But it wasn't a big deal, he wasn't short on supplies anyway. You can still exchange them for supplies, then sell those to the system for Sky Island coins. The introduction of Sky Island coins saved him a lot of trouble. Bartering used to be tricky to balance, but now with a unified currency, trading is much easier. Chapter 13, What the heck is dual cultivation of combat and magic? After closing the system panel, Liam-o was about to rise and pilot the floating island forward when a flurry of messages suddenly flashed across the regional chat. Curious, he clicked to view them only to witness a scene that could only be described as utterly heartbreaking. Some female players, while exploring the floating island, encountered animals like rabbits and decided to adopt them. This wasn't unusual in such a perilous world. Having a cute pet by your side was certainly a blessing. But after the system update, everything changed. Those creatures became aggressive, showing no regard for the affection they'd received. They went berserk, attacking anyone they saw. Many players were killed by their own pets, pleading for help in the chat channel as they died. Seeing these messages, Liam-o sneered coldly. These people were fools. Even with their professions unlocked, they still got killed by their own pets. Besides, the pets only had heightened aggression, nothing else changed. Getting killed by this? Liam-o shook his head. Hopelessly stupid. He thought yesterday that once players unlocked their professions, the game's difficulty would plummet. Supplies could be obtained through blind boxes, and land depletion could be mitigated by exploring minor floating islands. Subsequent exploration was merely about improving quality of life. It was entirely optional. There wasn't a shred of urgency to be felt. But Liam-o had underestimated the mastermind behind it all. Today's update was nothing short of hellish. First, the disappearance of the supply blind boxes meant that obtaining food would now require exploring the floating islands, or exchange them for the exorbitantly priced Sky Island currency. The difficulty had undoubtedly increased significantly. Then there was the change in floating island types. Resource islands now spawn monsters too, and elite monsters have a small chance to appear as well. It practically forced players to grow stronger, leaving no room for respite. Liam watched the chat log filled with players sighing in despair, their spirits crushed. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These players who'd survived on luck until now could previously trade their labor for food. But after this update, they must either resolve to change and take control of their own fate, or face certain death, becoming mere dust in the vast world. Liam scanned the chat log, where many players still refused to accept reality. They wished this were all a dream, clamoring for the return of the blind box loot system. What a bunch of fools, he thought. The bloody truth is right before their eyes, yet they bury their heads like ostriches, refusing to face reality. Shaking his head, he knew such people wouldn't last long. The version update was designed to weed out such individuals. The wise, however, would adapt and profit from it. After 2 hours of travel, Liam finally arrived before the new floating island. A scorching power simmers within. Proceed? A scorching force? Could it be fire attribute or? It could also be a fire attribute monster. Liam pondered. If it truly was a fire attribute monster, his fireball spell would undoubtedly be weakened. In that case, he'd have to rely solely on his warrior skills. But regardless, fire remained crucial. Whether for kindling fires or providing warmth, it served a vital purpose. Especially now with the extreme weather added, fire sources would undoubtedly become even more vital. With that thought, Liam clicked to enter. The next instant, a foul-smelling gale slammed into his face. With his 32 points of mental strength, Liam dodged the attack almost instantly. He focused his gaze and saw a bird entirely crimson, radiating searing flames. Flamingo 1-star creature. Level 2. Strength 5, Agility 20, Spirit 6, Constitution 5. Skill, Flame Charge. A level 2 creature, and it even possesses elemental attributes. Compared to the vicious wolf Liam killed earlier, the pressure this flamingo exudes rivals that of 100 starving wolves. Its attack drive was even more intense. The moment it spotted Liam, it spread its wings and charged toward him once more. Its speed was so blindingly fast that Liam, who had just regained his footing, couldn't dodge in time. He had no choice but to draw his battle axe and brace for impact. Arcane Shield, activate. Countless tiny runes surfaced beneath his skin, spiraling upward along his arms. A hexagonal light barrier formed in an instant, its surface shimmering with a liquid metal-like sheen. It enveloped Liam completely, leaving no blind spots. The flamingo's claws were mere inches away, emitting a teeth-grinding shriek. Just as the claws were about to tear into Liam's throat, the arcane shield erupted in a blinding flash of light. Buzz! The flamingo's talons scraped against the light barrier, sparking a series of sparks. Ripples spread across the shield's surface, yet the rune structure remained unshaken. Seeing this, Liam's heart leapt with joy. This second skill was truly formidable. The flamingo's full power strike left not even a mark on the shield. Seeing this strange thing block its attack, the flamingo let out a shrill screech and dove toward Liam once more. But Liam wasn't about to stand there like a fool. Fireball. A fireball larger and darker than before formed in Liam's palm. It collided violently with the flamingo. Arg! The firebird roared, its entire body engulfed in flames. It rolled frantically on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. Clearly badly injured, Liam rejoiced. Strike while the iron is hot. He drew his battle axe, channeling immense power. Liam unleashed his full power, activating Heavy Strike. The firebird sensed the impending danger and tried to rise to evade the blow. But its body was already torn apart by flames, rendering it utterly immobile. It could only watch helplessly as the axe drew ever closer. You have defeated Firebird LV2, gained 20 EXP. Level up successful. Current EXP, 3550. Strength plus 5, Constitution plus 5, Spirit plus 15, gain 10 free attribute points. Finally took this thing down. Liam nearly lost his life just now. Staring at the flamingo's corpse, a wave of dread washed over him. If not for his high spirit stat, he wouldn't have dodged that first strike. With that thought, he quickly opened his attribute panel. Strength 10, Spirit 27, Agility 5, Constitution 10. His agility was still too low. If it had been higher, he could have outmaneuvered the flamingo entirely. Therefore, Liam allocated all 10 points of free attribute points to agility. After feeling the changes in his body, he tentatively took a step forward. His left foot remained rooted to the spot, while his right leg surged forward uncontrollably, propelling him over 10 meters away. His body clearly hadn't adapted to the sudden surge in neural transmission speed. Thud! Liam took a faceplant. He'd need time to adjust to the benefits of his newfound agility. Struggling to his feet, he cautiously shuffled over to where the flamingo lay dead. Flamingo corpse detected. Proceed with decomposition? Note: decomposition may result in some resource loss. Proceed? Decompose. Lee Mo chuckled inwardly. Consumption? Is my cheat code just for show? Decomposition successful. Obtained flamingo fur 1, flamingo meat 2, flamingo claws 2. Just then, Lee Mo spotted some red stones. As he picked one up, a searing heat shot through his palm. If his physique hadn't been boosted to level 10, he might have actually been burned. Firestone, a mineral imbued with scorching energy. Seems usable for crafting certain special devices or as flint for ignition. Chapter 14, Frozen Wastes roasting meat inside the house. Ha! Lee Mo looked down and realized the ground beneath him was covered in dark red ore. Flint ore, a mineral imbued with fire elemental energy, the dwarf's favorite forging material. The familiar evolution prompt appeared once more. Evolve? Evolve. Lee Mo clicked to confirm. Instantly, a burst of light erupted. All the land on the floating island transformed into fire ore. The island's area expanded by a full 3 times. The floating island itself wasn't very large, which is why it only housed one monster. But now that Lee Mo had increased the fire ore content, it was possible that 2 or more fire flamingos might emerge. But that was impossible. Fuse? After clicking confirm, this floating island rich in ore was fused by Lee Mo, becoming part of his own floating island. From now on, I'm a man with minds. Lee Mo stowed the flamingo meat and feathers into his backpack. Evolve? Evolution successful. Obtained flamingo meat 200, flamingo fur 10, flamingo claws 20. Great. Finally, he could eat meat instead of chewing on dry bread. Just thinking about the pile of bread in his spatial backpack gave Lee Mo a headache. Who in their right mind eats bread every day? Finally, some meat. Hiss. Why did it suddenly feel so cold? Lee Mo hugged himself tighter, his body shivering involuntarily. The weather sure changes on a dime. After all, Lee Mo was standing on fire attribute ore, and his constitution had increased to 10. In theory, ordinary cold shouldn't affect him at all, but this was just too cold. Lee Mo dared not linger outside any longer and hurried back into the house. Crackle crackle. The crackling sound of burning wood echoed through the room, the firelight casting a warm glow on Lee Mo's flushed face. The bird meat was roasted to a golden brown, its surface glistening with crispy fat. Only then did he remove the meat, lifting the branch holding it to his mouth. The rich aroma of meat filled his nostrils, and Lee Mo took a deep breath. Whoa, that smells amazing. He immediately began to devour it with gusto. The bird meat was exceptionally tender, especially for a fire attribute bird. Lee Mo took a bite, pressing it with just the tip of his tongue caused the meat to shred into delicate strands, incredibly tender. It would have been perfect with a little salt. Lee Mo chewed the bird meat in big bites, gazing out the window at the snowy landscape. From the moment he dashed into the house, a blinding blizzard had buried the world. Extreme weather, severe cold duration, 6 days 20 hours. A full 7 days. He himself was only comfortable thanks to the 4 layers of warmth provided by the firestone or the campfire, the furs, and the house itself. Under these conditions, those without shelter. Lee Mo dared not imagine their fate. But this was precisely the perfect time to strike it rich. Lee Mo opened the trading channel. I'm freezing to death. Does anyone have wood? Big shot Lee Mo, come save us. That bastard Lee Mo knew this day would come. He's probably roasting our wood by the fire right now. Yeah, Lee Mo's a total jerk. He stole all our supplies. Hold on, if it weren't for Big Shot Lee Mo, you wouldn't have survived until the update. Hey, upstairs, are you Lee Mo's lapdog? Seeing these comments, Lee Mo's eyes narrowed. He had kindly traded precious resources like food with them, allowing these survivors to live until now. He didn't expect gratitude, but now they were turning on him? Even someone as indifferent as Lee Mo couldn't help but feel his temper flare. Even clay figures have their limits, let alone Lee Mo. Suddenly, an idea struck Lee Mo, and a smile spread across his lips. He casually dragged all those who had insulted him into a group chat. Who the hell dragged me into this? Don't you know I'm freezing my ass off? Looks like it was Lee Mo. Check the group owner's name. Ha! It really is him. Lee Mo, you bastard, got your defenses broken by me, huh? Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, even if you have a house, it's useless. In this freezing weather, a house is just a decoration. Watching these people spew hysterical insults, Lee Mo found it amusing. Is a house really useless? Probably not yours, huh? Just sour grapes from those who can't have it. Lee Mo didn't bother with small talk. He just sent them a video of himself eating bird meat and roasting by the fire. Seize the day, everyone smiley face. At that moment, on the other side of the screen, an overweight man with glasses was curled up in his cave, facing a pile of fire. Though he was a mage whose first spell was Ice Spike, granting him some cold resistance. But even he couldn't withstand this kind of cold. The rocks were frozen solid. He shivered uncontrollably, grateful for the layer of fat keeping him somewhat warm. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death long ago. Only 70,000 players remained in the regional channel now, enduring the bitter cold. In just 4 hours, it had ruthlessly claimed the lives of over 20,000 players. Damn it, what gives that Liamo? How does he have so much loot? And he's stealing my wood too. And he dares to pull me into his group? Ha! What the hell?
The fatso stared at the screen where golden brown, dripping juice grilled meat sizzled. His face nearly pressed against the screen. He couldn't believe it. In this freezing weather, Liamo was actually eating grilled meat, lying comfortably on a fur blanket, enjoying his meal.
We all crossed over together, didn't we? Why? Why? You have grilled meat, why won't you trade it?
He traded my precious timber for dry, stale bread that even dogs wouldn't touch. Endless jealousy drowned his reason.
He immediately sent a message.
But the group owner had already muted him, so he could only watch as Liamo kept posting videos of grilled meat.
Boom! 3 ice spikes shot out, tearing apart a massive boulder. Liamo, don't let me find you. The fat man's face looked terrifying in the firelight.
Just then, Liamo posted several new trade listings.
The fat man hurriedly clicked to view them.
Roasted flamingo meat 500G, trade for 100 Sky Island coins or blueprints skill books.
Wood, 3 Sky Island coins or blueprints skill books.
Fire ore, exchange for 1 Sky Island coin.
Flamingo feathers, trade for 2 Sky Island coins, or accept building materials like red bricks. Holy crap, Liamo, you're the man. I love you.
Wah, finally saved. Seeing the flood of grateful messages, Liamo's lips curved upward.
He had his reasons for doing this.
To him, these players were no different from chives. The only difference was that scapegoats could be replaced, while players were truly gone once they were gone. That was precisely why Liamo had set the price of fire ore so low. He even allowed it to be exchanged for building materials.
Sustainable development, that was the key.
But Liamo's gaze locked onto the 100+ people in the group chat. Forget about these people, let the bitter cold freeze their pig brains solid. They think they're so tough, believing Liamo stole their resources. Well, let them fend for themselves and prove their worth. The fat man stared at the system's cold notification.
You have been locked out by the transaction initiator. Trading is unavailable. Damn it!
He hurled a nearby rock with all his might. He'd worked his ass off to haul it in from outside. It nearly froze his fingers off.
Liamo, I'll kill you.
His face was contorted with rage, his flab trembling violently.
Just then, a private message appeared in his backend.
I know Liamo's floating island coordinates.
Chapter 15, Coordinates leaked, targeted. Are you serious?
The fat man replied swiftly. I only know the approximate coordinates of his floating island.
Whether we can find it depends on luck. Then what the hell are you talking about?
This damn place can sustain 100,000 people at once, it's huge.
Off by a little in the coordinates and you're a million miles away. What an idiot.
The fat man cursed under his breath, angrily closing the private chat window.
Hunger was steadily eroding his sanity.
As an ice mage, he feared not the so-called extreme cold. But his body burned through food at an alarming rate, making his hunger grow ever more intense.
Why? Why?
His fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into the fleshy pads of his palms. His mind replayed the warm room and the golden, dripping with fat grilled meat from Liamo's video. He wanted meat too, but now that Liamo had blocked him, he couldn't even afford the bread he'd once looked down upon.
Just then, the private chat window flashed again.
Anonymous user, don't worry, he's got even better stuff up his sleeve, stuff you couldn't even dream of.
Fatso's body trembled. More good stuff?
His heartbeat surged, greed blazing fiercely in his chest, shattering the last remnants of his reason.
What do you know?
Anonymous user, I know where he is, and I know there are others who hate him as much as you do.
If you want the supplies he's holding, I can tell you a gathering point. Go there, and you'll find like-minded people. And I guarantee you'll have Liamo's precise coordinates within 3 days. A gathering point? And you can get precise coordinates within 3 days? After pondering for a moment, he asked again, even if I know his coordinates, what good would that do? This place is so vast. By the time I find him, he might have already left.
Ha!
Don't worry about that. If I can find you, it proves you and Liamo aren't far apart, you just can't locate him. The fat man hesitated.
Being alone in the cave was dangerous, but at least it was a known danger.
But gathering with a group of people equally desperate? Who knew what might happen? He was about to refuse.
But for some reason, his hatred for Liamo grew deeper by the moment. Before, it had been mere jealousy, so why did he now feel this urge to kill him? The fat man hugged his head as he crouched down.
No, Liamo is a bastard. He stole the opportunity that should have been mine. Yes, that's right. Liamo destroyed everything I had.
His eyes glowed crimson. The aura he'd carried before vanished, replaced by a man consumed by hatred.
The fat man asked. Anonymous user, remember these coordinates XXX, XXX, XXX. Go there, and you'll find others. Hurry, time is running out. Coordinates.
The fat man took a deep breath, the icy air slicing through his throat like a knife.
He glanced at the cave entrance.
Outside, the blizzard still raged, the cold wind galloping like iron horses, the world shrouded in a vast, desolate whiteness. He closed the private chat, vigorously rubbing his already stiff hands, then stood up.
Liamo. I'm coming. On the other end of the private chat, a slender, white finger closed the chat window. She stood tall and straight, her posture perfect. Yet she stood silently in the open field, letting the blizzard rage around her as if it didn't exist. Another one down. Liam-o, it's finally your turn. If Liam-o were here now, every hair on his body would stand on end. Wasn't this the ditzy girl with the big chest who'd begged him for help? Player, Li Zihan. Race, human demon parasite host. Class, fallen mage. Skill, Eye of Corruption can be cast by sacrificing human eyeballs. Each casting consumes one eyeball, revealing partial information about the target. Accuracy depends on the quality and quantity of sacrificed eyeballs. Fireball Inferno, a fireball spell enhanced by demonic power, vastly surpassing the standard fireball in potency. Attributes: Strength 2, Spirit 25 120 extremely unstable, Agility 3, Constitution 1060 extremely unstable. Li Zihan rose, her movements flowing with grace like drifting clouds. She moved silently, her footsteps soundless as she slowly advanced deeper into the cavern. In the darkness, a male body lay immobilized, its lower half encased in ice. He heard footsteps and snapped his eyes open. As the footsteps drew nearer, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, his stomach churning with acid reflux. Awake, are we? Li Zihan's voice remained as soft and sweet as ever, enough to make anyone feel kindly disposed. But to men, it was the hiss of a venomous snake. Such a sweet voice, paired with the dancing black flames in her hands, sent a chill down one's spine. I'm sorry. Spare me. I beg you. Ancestors. Grandmother. Let me go. Just end it. The man's voice cracked as he screamed, his head banging frantically against the cold floor with a series of thuds. But his lower body was frozen solid, making him look as ridiculous as a snake with its tail cut off to Li Zihan. Witnessing his grotesque spectacle, Li Zihan first let a cold, sharp curve lift the corners of her mouth, followed by a series of guttural sounds from her throat. The laughter scraped against the man's eardrums like knives, then abruptly ceased. She leaned forward abruptly, her face strikingly beautiful in the firelight, almost touching the man's tear-streaked face. Her voice dropped low. When you exploited my kindness and lured me into this hellhole, did you ever imagine you'd one day be begging me on your knees? I was wrong, I was truly wrong. Li Zihan's eyes instantly turned icy cold as she cut him off. Shut up. You don't know you're wrong. You only know you're going to die. The man's eyes dimmed. He had long known Li Zihan would never spare him. His current groveling was merely to beg her to grant him a swift end. His voice raspy, he snarled, if you've got the guts, kill me now. The way you were possessed by that demon back then, it was truly. The rest of his words were forcibly swallowed back. Li Zihan's gaze turned icy in an instant, all trace of amusement vanished. The black flames in her hands shot out violently, wrapping around the man's upper body. No screams followed, only the hissing sound of flesh rapidly carbonizing under extreme heat. His eyes widened in the flames, a faint smile of release playing across his face. The flames died out. Only a pile of charred remains remained where he had stood. Li Zihan slowly straightened up. Bending down, she carefully picked out the man's eyeballs from the charred remains with her fingertips, eyeballs that hadn't yet been completely consumed by the fire. She placed the eyeballs into a leather pouch at her waist, engraved with black runes. The pouch bulged, seemingly filled with many things. She stood up, her gaze piercing through the cave to the world beyond the entrance, ravaged by the blizzard. Yes, you're not the first, nor will you be the last. She murmured. None of you escape. Come to think of it, I really should thank you. If not for you, where would I have obtained such immense power? Li Zihan smiled foolishly, and behind her, a crimson dragon silhouette slowly materialized. Chapter 16, Mad Trading Rankings appear. Liam-o lay on the blanket, watching the transactions complete one after another, a wide grin spreading across his face. He had posted 3 deals. The firestones yielded the highest profit, a whopping 2,000 Sky Island coins plus various other supplies. Only over 20 portions of grilled meat were sold, yet the profits surpassed those from the firestones. A whopping 2,500 Sky Island coins. This couldn't help but make Liam-o sigh inwardly. It really paid to cater to the wealthy. It had always been this way throughout history. The top 20% of society controlled 80% of its resources. Too bad I don't have any blueprints or skill books. Liam-o sighed, though he understood that treasures wouldn't be traded lightly these days. Unless it came down to life or death, only then would they willingly part with their treasures. Life or death situations. Liam-o suddenly realized that when facing death, people would undoubtedly offer everything they had to prolong their lives. In his past life, he'd seen many elderly people who constantly complained about wanting to die, yet when illness struck, they'd fight tooth and nail to get their children to treat them. Faced with death, no one could remain calm. Unless they possess an unshakable faith. Now, as players explored the floating islands and encountered monsters, injuries were inevitable. Compounded by the extreme cold, cellular activity slows, delaying wound recovery. Early game mages cannot transition into priests, nor can warriors become holy knights. Thus, healing options remain extremely limited. Only through special means can it be achieved. They must desperately crave items that restore health points. But as luck would have it, Liam-o had a solution too, in fact. How could I have forgotten these two treasures? He examined the supplies he'd traded for in his backpack. After organizing them, he realized they were just enough to build 2 houses. With a thought, consumed several materials, obtained 2 sets of basic buildings. Liemo immediately opened the trading channel and listed both houses. He added a note: within the house's boundaries, health regenerates continuously and damage reduction is provided. Price: 10,000 Sky Island coins or 2 warrior skill books or 3 basic blueprints. Liemo had a cunning plan. He deliberately set the price high in Sky Island coins to entice players to trade with skill books or blueprints instead. I bet no one has 10,000 Sky Island coins. Come on, flood me with blueprints and skill books. Liemo rubbed his hands together excitedly. He knew the sustained health regeneration feature would draw a flood of players eager to trade. These 2 houses would sell like hotcakes. Your basic building 1 has been purchased by player Chen Feng for 10,000 Sky Island coins. Your basic building 1 purchased by anonymous player for 1 skill book and 1 basic blueprint. Holy crap, big shot. Liemo's listing items again. HP regeneration. And it's continuous. This is basically a fountain. 10,000 Sky Island coins? That's way too expensive. You idiot upstairs, big shot. Liemo clearly wants the skill book and blueprint. Who even has 10,000 Sky Island coins these days? Talk about eating your words, OP. Just because you don't have it doesn't mean Chen Feng the big spender doesn't. Big shot Chen Feng, please sponsor me. Holy crap. Liemo's pupils contracted as he stared in shock at the string of numbers in his account. Over 10,000 Sky Island coins. Before he could recover, Liemo saw the sender's name and frowned deeply. Why him again? This Chen Feng had gifted him blueprints before, and now he was selling his own items for 10,000 Sky Island coins. This was clearly a losing deal. Why would he buy it? Was it just to return a favor again? Fine. Chen Feng's avatar glowed brightly, indicating he was online. But no private message came. Liemo decided to leave it be. Maybe this time he genuinely wanted to buy it. Shaking his head, Liemo pushed the thoughts aside. He opened the marketplace and browsed the supplies he needed. After the version update, the system added a new mall feature. It sold all basic supplies, entry-level equipment blueprints, and beginner skill books. To upgrade the store and access higher tier supplies, one must spend Sky Island coins. It wasn't expensive, just 1 million Sky Island coins. Liemo had reviewed the skill books and blueprints. He already possessed all the skills, and none of the blueprints were particularly useful to him. What he needed now were weapon and armor blueprints, nothing else mattered. Moreover, Liemo noticed something else: meat products were not available. Presumably, this falls under intermediate tier food, hence its omission. That meant he wouldn't have to worry about selling his bird meat. This was indeed a piece of good news. His fingers scrolled down until he finally found the supplies he needed. Red bricks 3-1 Sky Island coin. Stone blocks 5-1.5 Sky Island coins. Having spent every last Sky Island coin he owned, Liemo purchased the supplies needed for 10 houses. What a rip-off merchant. Liemo couldn't help but gasp. This money just doesn't last. It was gone before he even started spending it. He pondered further. The cost price for 1 house was 1,000 Sky Island coins. So how much should he sell them for? He had set the price at 10,000 Sky Island coins earlier merely to comply with the system rules. His goal was to acquire skill books and blueprints. But now he realized that relying solely on trading was unlikely to secure high-tier supplies. Players who possessed valuable items were undoubtedly resourceful themselves, likely owning houses or other means of warmth. Extracting blueprints and skill books from them was unrealistic. Thus, Liemo shifted his focus to Sky Island coins in the in-game store. Once the mall was upgraded, the skill books and blueprints he needed would become available. 1 million coins seemed like a lot, but Liemo was doing business with the entire server and without any costs. 1 million was merely a matter of time. Ultimately, Liemo repriced the house at 1,500 Sky Island coins. This made it affordable for everyone, allowing him to help more people survive, ensuring he could keep reaping the rewards indefinitely. After setting the price, a pale blue light screen suddenly appeared. Yesterday you killed 1 flamingo, earning 20 points. Current regional ranking, 5,602. The pale blue light screen appeared before Liemo's eyes. Liemo suddenly remembered the system update had added a ranking board. He glanced at his position. 5,602? That low? Liemo's eyes narrowed. It seemed there were still plenty of skilled players in the area. He scrolled to the top. 234? Liemo paused mid-bite of his grilled meat. What did 234 points even mean? He had only earned 20 points for killing a 2-star monster earlier. That meant the top player had likely slain at least 10 2-star monsters. Liemo clicked his tongue. 10 monsters? That was nothing. Given how effortlessly he dispatched the flamingo, 10 would be a breeze. Plus, after the version update, floating islands spawn more frequently. It wasn't like before, where you could walk for ages without finding a single floating island. Now, floating islands spawned frequently. Just around Liamo, he could see 3 or 4 floating islands. And if he actively searched, he'd probably find a whole cluster. But the leaderboard feature had only been out for a day. Where would the top player even find the energy to search for so many floating islands? Liamo frowned in confusion, his fingers rubbing his chin. Suddenly, it hit him. Could it be players count as monsters too? Liamo snapped his head up, leaning out the window. Outside, the blizzard still raged, as if intent on burying the world. No. Liamo's gaze hardened. He couldn't let others leave him behind. The top 1,000 on the leaderboard received daily system rewards at dawn. The higher the rank, the richer the rewards. If this continued, he would inevitably fall behind. If he couldn't dominate, wouldn't his transmigration and golden opportunity have been wasted? Chapter 17, New Adventures Weapon Blueprints. Manipulating the airship, Liamo steered it forward. The floating island's speed was significantly faster than before, likely due to Liamo's level increase. Combined with the increased refresh rate of the floating island, distances shrank. Soon, Liamo arrived at the floating island. Enter? Liamo didn't rush in, the lesson from his last reckless attempt still fresh in his mind. Arcane shield activated. Tiny runes flickered into existence, coalescing into a shield. Liamo held the shield in his left hand and the axe in his right, ready for battle. Enter. He focused intently, daring not to relax even for a moment in this critical situation. The slightest misstep could mean certain death. The barrier dissipated, revealing an endless rainforest stretching as far as the eye could see. Endless miasma clouded Liamo's vision. Protecting himself with his shield, he cautiously felt his way forward. Thank goodness for the shield. Otherwise, a single breath of that miasma would be unbearable. Liamo scanned his surroundings with caution, towering trees that blocked out the sky, vines sprawling everywhere. And a treasure chest in the middle of the rainforest. His eyes lit up, but he made no sudden movements, continuing to advance cautiously, his guard never lowered. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, several stones tore through the air, whistling shrilly as they hurtled toward Liamo. Boom! 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 His shield flared with a blinding light, rippling with waves of energy as it barely withstood the sudden, fierce assault. The shockwave still sent a jolt through Liamo's body, causing a dull ache in his chest. His pupils contracted sharply as terror gripped him. He whirled around, scanning his surroundings frantically for the ambushing foe. Yet this primeval forest resembled a vast green labyrinth. Twisted trees and tangled vines could conceal an entire elite regiment. Unless the monster revealed itself, Liamo could strain his eyes until they popped out and still find no trace beneath the layers of concealment. Whoosh! 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 A second wave of stone rain followed swiftly. Clang! The axe blade deflected a stone aimed precisely at his temple. Sparks flew as Liamo felt a tingling numbness in his palm. The oak tree to his left suddenly shook violently, showering him with a cascade of dry leaves. Playing hide and seek with me, huh? A savage grin twisted Liamo's lips as flames churned in his palm, coalescing into a fireball the size of a basketball. Fireball! With a roar, the fireball slammed into the dense forest. In an instant, towering flames erupted, instantly igniting the dry branches and leaves with a crackling roar. Thick black smoke billowed upward, obscuring the sky. Choking smoke and scorching heat swept toward him, forcing Liamo to retreat hastily to the edge of his floating island to escape the inferno. Squeak! 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 Piercing screeches tore through the roar of the inferno as 3 massive black figures emerged from the flames and smoke. 3 enormous apes, charred black with singed fur, leapt clumsily from a scorched ancient tree, baring their teeth in fury. Their eyes blazed crimson, their faces twisted in fury as they fixed Liamo with a gaze thick with hatred. Jungle Ape 2 Star Creature. Level 2. Strength 18, Agility 12, Spirit 2, Constitution 15. Roar! Roar! 3 apes let out deafening roars. Each grabbed a thick branch from the ground, then leaped forward with lightning speed, charging toward Liamo. Perfect timing. Liamo's eyes flashed with intensity. Far from fear, an indescribable excitement surged within him. Having been in this perilous world for so long, the pent-up frustration and aggression in his heart had nowhere to vent. Now, these reckless monkeys had arrived at the perfect moment, offering him the chance to vent his pent-up rage. The apes moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 frenzied figures closed in on the edge of Liamo's floating island. Thrust! Liamo launched his attack. Leaning forward, his form vanished abruptly as he instantly materialized before the lead ape. Under the paralyzing effect of the thrust, the ape's pupils dilated, its raised wooden club suspended mid-air. A savage grin spread across Liamo's lips as he braced his hips and hips, his arms surging with force. The sharp sound of blade meeting flesh echoed, followed by the dull crack of shattered bone. The massive monkey head fell to the ground, blood gushing profusely from its severed neck. The 2 remaining apes witnessed this scene. Fear flickered in their eyes before being replaced by fury. They screeched and lunged at Liamo. Without glancing at the fallen corpse, he seized the momentum, twisted his waist, and swung the axe through the air in a graceful arc. The axe traced a graceful arc through the air, effortlessly cleaving open the second ape's chest. A deep gash exposed bone, spewing a torrent of blood. The ape froze in shock, unable to react before the axe struck again. Thud! The second monkey's head flew skyward. Lee Mo paid it no mind, spinning to face the third ape. Heavy strike. His form soared high, raising the battle axe overhead. His arm muscles bulged like mountains as he swung down with unstoppable force. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the axe blade cleaved the ape clean in two from head to toe, extinguishing all signs of life. Liamo gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Killed Jungle Ape 2-star creature, gained EXP, 20. Killed Jungle Ape 2-star creature, gained EXP, 20. Killed Jungle Ape 2-star creature, gained EXP, 20. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 3, 95 150. Gain 20 free attribute points, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 20. Blue mana increased to 30. Allocate all 10 free attribute points to agility. A warm surge of power instantly coursed through his entire body, washing away all traces of fatigue. Liamo felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips. Player, Liamo. Attributes, strength, 30, spirit, 47, agility, 15, constitution, 30. He straightened up and walked over to the treasure chest he had spotted earlier. Wooden treasure chest common. A flicker of anticipation crossed Liamo's eyes. This was his first treasure chest since arriving in this world. He crouched down, reached out, and with a hint of excitement, slowly opened the chest. Acquired Dragon Fawn Cleaver Blueprint. The system notification chimed in his ears, making Liamo's heart skip a beat. Finally, the blueprint. Description: a curved single-edged blade modeled after a dragon's fawn. Triggers the bite effect on critical hits, inflicting bleeding damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum health. Required materials: Refined Iron 050, Dragon Blood Steel 03, 2-star Beast Hide 05, Spirit Core 0100. Refined Iron. 2-star Beast Hide. Spirit Cores. Liamo muttered to himself. He had all these materials. Even if quantities fell short, he could acquire them through trade. But upon seeing the second ingredient, his eyes widened in surprise. Dragon Blood Steel? What was this? Could it be a higher tier material? Effect: attack plus 22, critical hit rate plus 10%, agility 2. Special effect: inflicts an additional 50% critical hit chance against bleeding targets. Chapter 18, Trading Spirit Spring Water, Frenzied Wealth Accumulation. He turned his attention to the most crucial attribute list. Effect: attack plus 22, critical hit rate plus 20%, agility 2. Attack plus 22. Liamo sucked in a sharp breath. This attack bonus was astonishing, far surpassing his current battle axe. The 10% critical strike rate boost significantly increased the chance of triggering the bite effect. The only slight drawback was the agility 2. But Liamo didn't care. Was this really the weapon's fault? This is my own problem, okay? Finally, he spotted the line on the blueprint that thrilled him most. Special effect: inflicts an additional 50% critical hit chance against bleeding targets. Whoa! Liamo was utterly stunned, his pupils suddenly contracting as a sharp intake of breath echoed clearly. An additional 50% critical strike chance against bleeding targets? This meant that once an enemy was hit by the bite effect and began bleeding, every subsequent attack would have an extra 50% chance to trigger a critical hit. Combined with the weapon's inherent 10% critical strike chance and his own potential critical strike attributes, this stat was absolutely explosive. This Dragon Fawn Cleaver was practically born for combos and burst damage. First, land a critical hit to inflict bleed. Then unleash relentless critical damage on the bleeding target, creating a perfect damage cycle. High attack power, sustained bleeding damage, and massive critical strike bonuses against bleeding targets. It's the perfect weapon, born for sheer brutality. A great blade. Absolutely a great blade. Liamo clutched the blueprint tightly, his smile spreading uncontrollably across his face. He could already envision himself wielding this blade against formidable creatures, feeling utterly at home in the fray. Though the materials would be difficult to obtain, especially the Dragon Blood Steel. The sheer attributes and unique effects of this blade alone were worth any cost to collect them. Killed 3 jungle apes. Earned 60 points. Ranked up to 3,256th place. 60 points let me leapfrog over 1,000 others? Looks like cracking the top 1,000 isn't so impossible after all. Liamo clenched his fists. The reward system for the top 1,000 hadn't been revealed yet. Perhaps it contained the refined iron and Dragon Blood Steel he desperately needed. Exhaling a cloud of stale breath, Liamo realized the blaze had nearly consumed the entire forest. My lumber. Liamo disassembled the 3 monkey corpses. Dismantling jungle ape corpses yields the following. 2-star animal hides 3, monkey meat 30. That's all we got? Liamo frowned. That was far too little, just hides and meat, nothing else. Oh well, the hides are exactly what I need. After revolving all the supplies, Liamo obtained 32-star animal hides and 300 pieces of monkey meat. Opening the trading channel, he was about to sell the monkey meat when he noticed his private messages had exploded. Big shot, do you have any more houses for sale? Please restock, I'm dying here. Big shot, sell me a house. I got mauled by wolves and am dying. I can trade skill books for it. Countless messages flooded in, all pleading for Liemo to restock. Looks like my earlier assessment was mostly correct. Most people don't have any life recovery methods in the early game. Liemo smiled as he opened the marketplace. The 10 houses he'd listed earlier had long since been snapped up. After purchasing more building materials and spending every last coin he'd earned, Liemo crafted another 15 houses which sold out instantly upon listing. Ha, I snagged a house. I'm saved. I got one too. DM me if you want one. I'll DM you, upstairs. Big shot Liemo, can you restock? Me too. Me too. Reading these comments, Liemo nodded with satisfaction. His place was still pretty popular after all. But this way of making money is too slow, only 5,000 at a time. Even if I eventually have more properties and make more per transaction, it still takes too much time and effort. How could he possibly waste his time on something like this? Liemo walked toward the house, lost in thought. Suddenly, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling forward uncontrollably. Thud! In the nick of time, Liemo drew his battle axe and slammed it into the ground. Using the axe as support, he managed to steady himself. Why is there ice everywhere? Liemo stared at the ice before him and suddenly remembered. Wasn't this his spirit spring? Right. How could he have forgotten about this? The spirit spring could heal his injuries too. He could easily sell off part of the spirit spring first. Using the money earned from selling it, then he could freeload a place to stay and eventually make a fortune. Would $1 million be far off? And the most crucial part of this plan, Liemo's eyes burned with intensity as he stared at his feet. The spirit spring. Yes, the spirit spring. This was the real treasure that could restore health. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This spirit spring offered direct, instantaneous life restoration. He looked down at the ice beneath his feet and raised his battle axe once more. With a series of crisp cracks, the thick ice shattered, revealing the crystal clear spring water beneath. A faint warm current instantly washed over him, invigorating his spirit. What should we use to collect it? Liemo scratched his head. A plastic bottle will do. I remember seeing them sold in the mall. Liemo opened the mall and found the plastic bottle section. 3 empty island coins for 50 bottles. Not bad. Liemo tapped his finger and bought 500 directly. Let's test the waters first and see how the market responds. With a thought, 10 bottles instantly filled with spirit spring water. Pretty convenient. Liemo nodded in satisfaction. But how should he price this stuff? Liemo's mind raced. The house sold for 1,500, so the life-saving potions couldn't be too expensive either. After all, those players didn't have much money to spare. He needed to take it slow and steady, gradually harvesting their Sky Island coins. Let's set it at 1,000. Liemo finally decided. He opened the shop, selected list item, and listed 10 500 milliliters bottles of spirit spring water. Spiritual spring water 500 milliliters, life-saving elixir that rapidly restores health and mana. Price, 1,000 Sky Island coins per bottle. Liemo nodded in satisfaction. He considered this price fair. After all, a life was worth far more than that. The moment he clicked the listing button, the world chat exploded. Holy crap! Spirit spring water? Is this for real? Big shot Liemo has new goods. This time it's potions. 1,000 Sky Island coins per bottle? That's robbery. Way too expensive. Expensive? My ass. I almost got torn apart by a bear just now. I was on the brink of death. Who cares about the price? Yeah, the guy above is right. I missed out on snagging that house last time, but I'm grabbing a bottle of this to save my ass this time. In less than 5 seconds, all 10 bottles of spirit spring water displayed sold out once more. Ha 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 ha. Just as I thought. My judgment was spot on. Liemo stared at the instantly emptied inventory, laughing so hard tears nearly streamed down his face. He hurriedly checked his income. A staggering 10,000 gold coins had appeared in his account. 10,000. Liemo trembled with excitement. This was exponentially more profitable than selling the house. Big shot. Restock already. Please. I pawned my underwear just waiting for this stuff. Not quite that dramatic, but I really need it too. Please, big shot, have mercy. One more. One more. One more. I'll buy whatever you have. Seeing the players near frenzied pleas, Liemo didn't hesitate. He bottled another 20 bottles of spirit spring water and raised the price by another 300 Sky Island coins. Spiritual spring water 500 milliliters, life-saving elixir that rapidly restores health and mana. Price, 1,300 Sky Island coins per bottle. Listed again. Ding. System notice, item, spiritual spring water 500 milliliters, sold out. This time, players didn't even have time to react. The listing notification barely flashed before the sold out alert followed immediately. Put. Liemo nearly choked on his own blood, not from anger, but sheer exhilaration. Holy. That was fast. I didn't even see it.
In just a few minutes, his gold coin balance had already surpassed 70,000.
70,000. Just 93,000 more to reach 1 million. Chapter 19, Asset Breakthrough. Intermediate Mall. I'm rich. I'm rich.
Watching the ever-rising number of Sky Island coins in his backpack, Liam was so excited his hands were shaking. After all, this was just from selling a few hundred bottles, netting him 70,000 Sky Island coins. If he sold all the spring water, reaching 1 million would be a breeze.
Once the mall upgraded, new skill books, blueprints. Liam could already picture that scene.
After selling all the spiritual spring water he had, he glanced at the chat channel. It was still filled with players begging him to sell them more spirit spring water.
Looks like I can raise the price even higher. Liam rubbed his chin, but he wasn't planning to raise the price just yet.
First, the version update had only just rolled out, and most players didn't have much floating island currency yet. Raising the price recklessly would backfire, leading to players unable to afford it and him stuck with unsold inventory. After some consideration, Liam decided to maintain the original price and continue selling. He also converted all the money earned from selling water into building materials. He kept building houses using basic construction templates to sell. Seeing the water and houses still sitting unsold on the shelves, Liam exchanged another 1,000 plastic bottles and got back to work. His savings grew rapidly.
10,000. 30,000. The plastic bottles were being consumed at an equally rapid pace. 100,000. 200,000. 500,000. 1 million.
Finally, after selling over 700 bottles of spirit spring water and more than a dozen houses, Liam's savings reached 1 million. His face was practically beaming with joy.
I'm rich. I'm finally rich. Liam rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice trembling. How many days has it even been? I've got 1 million already.
The materials from the flamingo he'd hunted earlier had only fetched a few hundred Sky Island coins.
Not even enough to cover the tip of his savings.
And now, he'd earned 1 million so easily, paying only a few dozen liters of spirit spring water. He still had over 1,000 liters of spirit spring water left in reserve.
Is this the perk of a monopoly? This is too awesome. Liam was astonished.
Currently, he was the sole vendor of life-restoring items in the entire 13313 region, with no competitors in sight. If he kept this up and sold every last drop of the spirit spring water, his assets would soar past 10 million and reach the 100 million mark. Liam could even consolidate all the gains made by these 70,000 plus players over the past 2 days into his own hands. It was as if these players had been working for him these past 2 days.
Let's start by hitting a small target. This wasn't just talk.
At this moment, Liam genuinely possessed the capability to earn 100 million Sky Island coins.
After all, raking in 1 million in just 2 minutes would likely leave the system stunned. Who could amass 1 million that swiftly?
Watching his balance continue to rise, though at a significantly slower pace,
Liam thought for a moment and decided to temporarily halt sales of the spirit spring water. He kept only the house listings active. After all, the spirit spring water was a non-renewable resource. Who knew what the next encounter with a water pool might evolve into? He needed to keep some funds to counter unknown risks. Once a new spirit spring appeared, he could resume trading. A little delay wouldn't hurt.
The bustling trading activity in the channel abruptly halted after several minutes. The players still watching were stunned.
What's going on? The spirit spring water sold out? What's going on? Why did it suddenly go offline? I didn't get any yet. Many players beat their chests in frustration.
They had been hesitating, thinking they could tough it out using their class abilities.
But now that Liam had taken the spirit spring water off the market, they couldn't buy it even if they wanted to.
Naturally, they were filled with regret, sighing deeply to the heavens. Big shot, please relist some spirit spring water.
I haven't managed to get any yet. Ha, what a bunch of fools. Don't they know to buy houses?
That's where the real smart play is. What are you trying to pull, upstairs?
In the chat channel, countless players bombarded Liam with private messages.
But at that moment, Liam had already opened the shop interface, preparing to upgrade.
Confirm spending 1 million Sky Island coins to upgrade the shop to intermediate level? Confirm. Liam excitedly confirmed the upgrade option.
With a system notification chime, the shop interface transformed completely. The once Spartan layout became lavishly adorned, instantly displaying a dazzling array of new items before his eyes.
The previously sparse sections now boasted greater variety. Equipment section, skill book section, blueprints, recipes section, consumables section, special items section.
Liam's eyes greedily scanned the new store, every item radiating an alluring glow. But when he glanced at his Sky Island coin balance, his smile froze. 0 Sky Island coins.
Ugh.
I blew it all in one go, Liam scratched his head. Though he'd braced himself for this, seeing the empty balance still stung.
1 million Sky Island coins, gone in an instant, all for this brand new mall. But it was worth it. Liam quickly regained his excitement.
The money was gone, but the potential unlocked by the intermediate shop was limitless.
Those high-level gear, powerful skills, and rare blueprints all pointed to a brighter future. The urgent task now is to earn that money back. Liamo took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Liamo glanced at the chat channel, where players were still clamoring for spirit spring water. Looks like the price could still go up. An idea formed in Liamo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, relentlessly raising prices will backfire, creating a situation where players can't afford it and he can't sell it. The priority now is to accumulate capital, not squeeze them dry. He decided to keep the original price, but this time, his strategy changed. He listed the remaining spirit spring water again, but this time, the quantity was larger than before. Previously, it was to test market response and create scarcity. This time, he wanted to quickly recoup his investment. Attention all players. Due to overwhelming demand, spirit spring water is back in stock. Limited quantities available, act fast. Liamo posted an announcement in the trading channel. The moment the message appeared, the chat channel erupted once more. Wow! The big shot finally restocked. I've been waiting forever. This time I'm definitely grabbing some. Go go go. Can't miss out again after failing last time. The moment spirit spring water hit the shelves, it was snatched up in seconds. A flood of Sky Island coins poured into Liamo's backpack once more. 10,000. 30,000. 100,000. 200,000. In just half an hour, Liamo's savings once again surpassed 200,000 Sky Island coins. Excellent. Liamo nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't stop. He knew this was the perfect time to cash in. He kept listing spirit spring water, and players kept snapping it up. 500,000. 700,000. Soon, his Sky Island currency balance surged past the 700,000 mark. That should be enough. Liamo watched his steadily rising balance and felt confident. He temporarily took the spirit spring water off the shelves once more. Though he still had several hundred liters in reserve, spirit spring water was a non-renewable resource that must be used cautiously. Liamo turned his attention to skill books. As a player, raw power was the ultimate currency. Even though I have spirit spring water as capital now, I can't neglect my own combat strength. What if I encounter other players later, or new PvE content opens up? I can't just rely on selling water forever, right? After a moment's thought, he selected 2 universal skill books. Universal Basic Life Recovery Passive, restores a small amount of health every 5 seconds. Price, 50,000 Sky Island coins. Universal Basic Mana Regeneration Passive, restores a small amount of mana every 5 seconds. Price, 45,000 Sky Island coins. Passive skills are the best, they don't take up active skill slots and steadily boost endurance. Liamo calculated in his mind that this was money well spent. He opened his attribute panel and found a small green icon had indeed appeared beneath his HP and MP bars, displaying the passive recovery effect. He opened the shop and glanced once more at the expensive skill books and blueprints. Now that I'm flush with cash, it's time to consider boosting my combat power. Liamo began contemplating his career path. As a warrior, he needed formidable melee prowess and survivability. Warrior Shockwave. Description: releases a shockwave in a forward cone-shaped area, dealing damage to enemies within range and stunning them for 1 second. Price: 80,000 Sky Island coins. Warrior Block Counter. Description: briefly increases block chance. After a successful block, the next attack deals 50% increased damage. Price: 75,000 Sky Island coins. Chapter 20, Insane Spending emptying the store. Your current level is insufficient to make this purchase. The cold system prompt sounded, freezing Liamo's hand mid-air. His gaze instinctively fell upon the screen, and a chill crept up from the pit of his stomach. Not high enough level? He hurriedly opened his attribute panel and examined it carefully. Sure enough, the system message was displayed clearly before his eyes. Before level 10, a class can only possess 2 skills. Must I reach level 10 to unlock the next skill slot? He glanced at the skill slot unlock description, his brow furrowing deeply. This was not good news. He was only level 3 right now, and the pace of leveling up was frustratingly slow. Killing a 2-star monster yielded a mere 20 experience points. At this rate, reaching level 10 would take forever. He reluctantly gave up on buying the skill book. Upon reflection, acquiring more skills might not necessarily be beneficial for him at this stage. His mana pool was now a mere 30 points. Each of his 4 existing skills consumed a significant amount of mana upon casting. Adding another skill would be impossible to sustain with his current mana reserves. Adding another skill slot would only trap him in the awkward predicament of perpetual mana shortage. It seemed the sensible path forward was to focus on leveling up for now, prioritizing the enhancement of his base attributes and maximum mana pool. The purchase of skill books would have to be put on hold for now. Liamo exited the skill book section and clicked on the equipment tab. He thought to himself, this time, nothing can stop me. After all, he was still wearing nothing but plain white gear, even his socks were the ones he'd worn before his transmigration. Naturally, there were no equipment restrictions. Tough leather armor set, universal, includes helmet, chestplate, leggings, gloves, and boots. Total, plus 20 defense, plus 10 agility, plus 5 constitution. Price, 12,000 Sky Island coins per set. Chainmail set, warrior exclusive, includes helmet, chestplate, greaves, gloves, and war boots. Total, plus 35 defense, plus 15 strength, plus 10 constitution. Price, 18,000 Sky Island coins per set. Arcane robe set, mage exclusive, includes crown, robe, leg guards, gloves, boots. Total, plus 15 magic resistance, plus 20 mana, plus 10 spirit. Price, 15,000 Sky Island coins per set. A dazzling array of gear filled his vision, leaving Limo's eyes spinning. For a moment, he didn't know which to choose. Only children make choices, adults take it all. You spent 15,000 Sky Island coins and successfully purchased the arcane robe set. You spent 18,000 Sky Island coins and successfully purchased the chainmail set. Seeing the 2 new sets of gear in his inventory, Limo was thrilled. He could equip both sets. Unlike weapons, which could only be equipped one at a time. This meant he'd have double the stats compared to other players. Combined with his own double skills, he'd be practically unstoppable. Evolve? The familiar prompt appeared before him. Limo was so overcome with excitement he could barely utter the word evolution. Evolve. Evolution successful. Arcane robe evolved into Starry Mage robe set. Total attribute increases, plus 40 magic resistance, plus 50 mana, plus 40 spirit. New passive skill, mana affinity, casting spells has a 30% chance to consume no mana. Chainmail set evolved into Tough Chainmail set. Total attribute increase, plus 70 defense, plus 40 strength, plus 45 constitution. New passive ability, Resilient Armor, 10% chance to negate damage from physical attacks. Holy crap! Limo's pupils dilated. This equipment evolution didn't bring significant stat boosts, but instead introduced a brand new passive skill. 10% chance to not consume mana. With Limo's current mana pool, if luck favored him and the no mana cost mechanism triggered, he could cast 5 fireballs instantly. The damage immunity granted by the warrior gear was also highly practical. It would be a huge help when fighting monsters. Equip? Equip! With a thought, Limo had both sets of brand new gear slung over his shoulders. He glanced at his current stats. Strength 70, Constitution 85, Agility 15, Spirit 72, Mana 70. Physical defense 70, Magic resistance 40. Whoa! These stats were practically unbeatable. After all, the 3 Limo had slain earlier were all 2-star creatures. But compared to Limo's stats, theirs were like father and son. In other words, unless he encountered an exceptionally powerful control-type monster, Limo was now virtually unstoppable against 2-star creatures. Otherwise, no one could touch him. Swarm tactics might work to some extent. But his fireball wasn't something to be taken lightly either. After all, with a whopping 72 points in spirit, a single blast deals 240 damage. 5 of them deal 1,200 damage. Who could withstand that? Only elite monsters with enhanced health could survive. And these stats are before equipping any weapons. Once he arms himself, it'll be downright godlike. Right. Thinking of weapons, Limo hurriedly opened the shop. Must have one. Limo's finger scrolled down endlessly as a dazzling array of items appeared. But he still couldn't find what he was looking for. Even after scouring the entire store, he still hadn't found what he was looking for. Refined iron. Does that mean I have to get it from a treasure chest? Frowning, Limo opened the trading channel and posted a message. Looking for refined iron. Will trade for spirit spring water or specific class skill books. The moment the words appeared, a flurry of replies followed. What exactly is refined iron? Big shot Limo's ahead of us again. Holy crap, class-specific skill books? Does that mean Big Shot Limo has every single class's skill book? Holy crap, that's insane. But how come he's only ranked in the thousands on the leaderboard? You don't know. The boss just doesn't want to. He could easily break into the top 100 anytime he wants. The top player Wang Yu already has 756 points, while Limo's still stuck at 80. Don't embarrass yourself. Limo paid no mind to these comments. What they said was undeniably true. If he wanted to, with his current strength, taking down a 2-star monster would be a piece of cake. But his immediate priority was securing some refined iron. After a short wait, a private message appeared in his back end. Chen Feng, hey, I've got 4 pieces of refined iron. Looking to trade for warrior and sorcerer skill books. This guy, asking for an exorbitant price. Limo raised an eyebrow. Though rare, 4 pieces of refined iron demanded 2 specific class skill books, no small price. But considering how crucial the refined iron was to him, and the skill books being practically free, Limo decided to agree. He opened the marketplace and navigated to the skill book section. After some browsing, Limo purchased Curse Magic and Shield Block. Since these were both basic skills, they weren't as valuable as the intermediate skill books he'd considered earlier. Thus, they were considerably cheaper, costing him only 40,000 Sky Island coins. Chapter 21, Continuing the Exploration. Transaction successful. Obtained 4 pieces of refined iron. Evolve? Evolution successful. Obtained 20 pieces of refined iron. Seeing the 20 extra pieces of refined iron in his backpack, Liam was taken aback. Only 20 pieces? Before, he wouldn't have said 400, but at least 40 pieces should have been there. But now there were only 20. Could it be that the rarer the material, the less you get after evolution? Chen Feng, all done, buddy. Liam's voice chimed in, where'd you find that refined iron?
Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, oh, it's a ranking reward.
Upon seeing this message, Liam was completely stunned.
He never imagined the leaderboard would offer such a valuable reward. He mused silently to himself. It seemed that rare resources like refined iron and other precious materials couldn't be purchased in the marketplace. They could only be obtained by opening treasure chests or through other means. His dream of unlimited purchases in the shop was shattered. But this person asked me for 2 skill books for different classes. Could it be that he was also a dual-class character? Upon second thought, Liam dismissed the idea as unlikely. His dual-class status came from a cheat code evolution. It was essentially exploiting a loophole. No one else could possibly have dual professions. Or perhaps Chen Feng had a guild, and these skill books were intended for his guild members. Sure enough, to the right of Chen Feng's avatar, Liam saw what he'd hoped to find: the Tianfeng Guild. It already has 3 members? He nodded, lightly tapped his finger, and closed the chat interface. Just as he was about to rise and leave the trading area, his gaze inadvertently caught the right side of the trading interface. That area usually displayed the player ranking list for the current zone or the entire server. His gaze swept over the list, suddenly pausing on a name: Chen Feng. 132nd place. That ranking caused Liam's pupils to contract slightly. 132nd place was no small feat. Considering the game had only been live for a short time, reaching this rank proved Chen Feng was genuinely formidable. Looks like the top players on the leaderboard are all pretty strong. Liam thought to himself. He needed to push his ranking immediately. Otherwise, the supplies that didn't respawn in the shops would be snatched up by others. Liam stepped into the room, the searing flames making his face flush red. He retrieved 3 pieces of bird meat from his spatial backpack and sprinkled them with seasoning purchased from the marketplace. The pungent scent of pepper filled his nostrils, making him sneeze repeatedly. The golden bird meat sizzled over the flames, making Liam swallow hard. He couldn't wait to dig in. After eating his fill, Liam prepared to set off. Suddenly, an indescribable sensation rose in his throat, as if someone had clamped their hand around his neck. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, and his scalp tingled violently. But the sensation lasted only an instant before receding like a tide. Having just escaped the suffocating terror, Liam immediately activated his shield, dashed out the door, and scanned his surroundings with eyes like lightning. Could someone have infiltrated the island to ambush us? But when the shield dissipated, Liam found not a single living soul on the island. Was I overthinking this? Climbing to the top of an ancient tree, he scanned the horizon before murmuring the question to himself. Looking up, the island was blanketed in snow and trees, with no other human presence in sight. Whether anyone had landed or not, that suffocating sensation moments ago had been very real. Could it be my body reacting to the excitement of finally eating salted grilled meat after so long? Liam took a deep breath. He had to stay vigilant, always prepared for a surprise attack. Once prepared, Liam sat inside the house and set off toward the large, faintly visible floating island to the left. He had a hunch that elite monsters lurked on that floating island, perhaps even the dragon bloodsteel and the remaining refined iron he sought. Above, a crimson eye watched Liam's departure with a cold, sinister gaze before slowly closing. Inside the cave, Li Zihan's eyes snapped open, her exquisite face now etched with icy coldness. Her slender fingers brushed across her cheek as a faint smile curved her lips. She murmured softly. Finally found you, big shot Liam. Ha 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 ha. The shrill laughter echoed relentlessly through the cave. Only after a full 5 minutes did Li Zihan finally stop. Her face was now covered in black patterns, which were beginning to turn red. Player, Li Zihan. Race, human half-demonized. Class, fallen mage. Skill, corrupted sight can be cast by sacrificing living eyeballs. Each casting consumes 1 eyeball, revealing partial information about the target. Accuracy depends on the quality and quantity of sacrificed eyeballs. Dragon Breath expels a powerful blast of dragon's breath, inflicting heavy slow on enemies within range. Can be amplified by absorbing others' negative emotions. Fireball, Inferno, a fireball spell enhanced by demonic power, far surpassing the potency of a standard fireball spell. Attributes: Strength 2, Spirit 5140, Agility 3, Constitution 3090. Equipment: Corrupted Staff Enhanced 2. Description: Spirit plus 40, Mana plus 40, Magic Armor Penetration plus 10. Points: 720, Rank 96. The reward enhancement stones finally came in handy. The woman stepped out of the cave, gazing at the floating island now 4 times its original size, and exclaimed excitedly.
She paid no heed to the raging blizzard that descended from the sky, snarling and howling, as if these were nothing but soft, fluffy willow catkins. Monster corpses piled up beside her like icebergs. Li Zihan sat calmly atop the ice mountain, opening her private chat interface. She sent Li Mo's floating island coordinates and direction of travel to a group chat. That group chat contained over 30 members. These individuals had gathered together, driven by their greed for Li Mo's abundant resources and their hatred for him. 34 players? That should be enough to handle Li Mo. Li Zihan remarked indifferently as she observed the numbers dwindle by half. She activated her skill, locating all players closest to Li Mo and inciting them to attack him. Originally, there had been over 100 players. After a series of fierce battles and eliminations, only these 34 players remained. Each of them ranked within the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. Taking down Li Mo should be a piece of cake, yet a lingering concern remained in Li Zihan's mind. A player who had dominated since the server launched, a player with nearly limitless resources. How could he possibly not even rank in the top 1,000? There was only one possibility: Li Mo had been deliberately holding back. He clearly didn't care about the system rewards. He must have a deeper secret. Li Zihan's fingernails lightly scraped against the cold staff, a fleeting look of inexplicable excitement and sickening greed flashing across her face. Behind her, a crimson dragon silhouette materialized, its roar echoing relentlessly. I will find you, and then I will. Chapter 22, Arrival at the Sky Island. Elite monsters are this week? The floating island was far grander than Li Mo had imagined. Rather than an island, it resembled a continent suspended in the sky. Thick snow blanketed the island, the silver-clad world sparkling with fine glints under the sunlight, yet radiating a biting chill. As Li Mo pushed the door open from the inside, a howling blast of cold wind rushed in. Frowning, Li Mo instinctively pulled his clothes tighter around himself. He had checked his reflection earlier. The warrior gear was visible on the outside. Though the mage gear remained invisible, its buffs were very real. He stepped outside, the snow beneath his feet crunching with each step. An unusual stillness hung in the air, as if the entire floating island lay dormant beneath the ice and snow. It's too quiet. Li Mo scanned his surroundings with suspicion. He had already activated his shield before stepping outside. At the same time, he had a fireball charged in his hand. But now he found himself striking out at thin air. There was no monster for him to attack. Could this be a pure resource island? Li Mo couldn't help but consider a possibility. Though the truth seemed unlikely, it was the only reasonable explanation at the moment. Even so, Li Mo's vigilance didn't waver in the slightest. This floating island was vast, stretching endlessly beyond sight. He decided to press forward anyway. Perhaps the monsters lay ahead. Gripping his battle axe tightly, Li Mo lifted his leg and pushed forward through the thick snow. Squeak, squeak. The sound of his feet sinking into the snow echoed around him. The pristine white snow glowed with an almost sacred purity under the sunlight. All Li Mo could see was a vast expanse of white, nothing else. He blinked hard, the prolonged exposure to the monotonous landscape causing his vision to blur, snow blindness threatening to take hold. Just as dizziness overwhelmed him, compelling him to halt for rest. A massive fireball streaked toward him like a streak of light. Li Mo reacted instantly. Instead of using his shield to block it head-on, he immediately executed a thrust to dodge to the right. Boom! Li Mo's gaze barely registered the sight before his heart clenched violently. An indescribable wave of nausea surged up his throat, nearly making him vomit on the spot. The thick layer of snow had been like a fig leaf, concealing the most horrifying truth of this floating island. Now, the snow layer instantly vaporized by the fireball exposed the revolting sight completely before Li Mo's eyes. The ground was covered in tree roots. They densely covered the entire ground. Like countless living, writhing giant serpents as thick as a baby's forearm, they were tangled and coiled together. They glowed with an eerie, sticky sheen of dark red, as if soaked in blood. Some roots even displayed minute, vein-like protrusions on their surfaces. They twisted and squeezed each other, forming suffocating whirlpools that made one dizzy at a glance. More terrifying still, these roots were not motionless. Instead, they rubbed and writhed against each other at an excruciatingly slow, yet bone-chilling pace. They emitted faint, inaudible squeaks, like countless giant insects writhing underground. His hair stood on end, every nerve in his body sounding a shrill alarm. This sight was more unsettling than any monster he had ever encountered. Before Li Mo could fully regain his composure, two blazing fireballs tore through the air once more. His eyes narrowed, and a cold smile curved his lips. Such petty tricks were utterly insignificant in his eyes. Fireball technique. A colossal surge of energy rapidly expanded and condensed within his palm. It materialized as a massive fireball, deep crimson, almost pitch black. The terrifying heat it emitted instantly seared the thick snow beneath his feet, causing it to sizzle and melt into vast pools of water, billowing white mist into the air. Break! The colossal fireball surged forward with overwhelming force, crushing down upon the two insignificant flames with unstoppable might. There was no roar, no explosion, only a faint, barely audible hiss. The two small fireballs vanished without a trace the moment they touched Li Mo's colossal fireball. The pitch-black fireball, its momentum unabated, carried the residual power of total annihilation as it slammed directly into the towering snowdrift ahead. Boom! The snow vaporized instantly under the terrifying heat, sending a sky-filling cloud of steam into the air and forming a massive hollow void. Through the billowing white mist, a squad of hideously twisted figures slowly materialized, radiating a terrifying aura. Dark Elf Squad Elite. The moment they spotted Liam-O, they instantly drew their varied weapons. Wands, bows, long swords. The leading warrior Dark Elf stood towering at 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like mountains. The snow beneath his feet offered him no hindrance whatsoever. He charged toward Liam-O with double strides, moving so swiftly that Liam-O couldn't react in time. Its longsword already swung down with unparalleled force. Boom! The warrior Dark Elf grinned savagely. He was certain this human before him wouldn't survive. This strike had truly cut through to the very core. Heavy strike. Liam-O sneered coldly as terrifying strength attributes erupted instantly. Before the Dark Elf could react, Liam-O tore a gaping wound across its chest. Green blood gushed forth in torrents. Clutching his chest, the Dark Elf stared in disbelief at the unscathed human before him. How on earth did he survive? With confusion etched on its face, its head flew high into the air, heading toward death. 10% chance of physical damage immunity triggered. 1, 2, 4. Counting the one Liam-O just killed, this squad consisted of 5 Dark Elves. 2 mages, 2 warriors, and 1 Dark Elf clad in peculiar attire. Liam-O gave them no chance to breathe. Moving like the wind, he lunged forward in an instant, appearing before another warrior Dark Elf. The warrior raised his sword in terror to block, but Liam-O's fist, carrying terrifying force, slammed into its fragile joints. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the warrior's sword flew from its grasp. Seizing the moment, Liam-O delivered a crushing blow that shattered its sternum, sending it crashing to the ground. 2 beams of magic shot from the tip of the mage Dark Elf's staff, hurtling straight toward Liam-O. Arcane Shield. A flash of blue light flickered in Liam-O's eyes. The beam struck the shield, nearly creating ripples before being completely nullified. Fireball. Liam-O raised his hand, and a fireball screeched through the air, striking one of the Dark Elf mages with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The mage screamed in agony as flames engulfed his body. After a few desperate struggles, he was reduced to charcoal. The last remaining mage and the Dark Elf in the strange attire were utterly panicked. The mage desperately cast his final spell, attempting to inflict damage on Liam-O. Fireball. Liam-O showed no mercy, unleashing another fiery orb that shattered the mage's incantation and incinerated him completely. Only the Dark Elf in the strange attire remained. Its eyes filled with despair as it prepared to perform some bizarre ritual. A piercing arrow flew from afar, instantly claiming its life. Liam-O froze. Who the hell stole my monster? Chapter 23, New Players Sub-Lord Level Monsters. Oh, sorry, Uncle. I didn't see you coming. A voice as clear as a Yellowhammer's song bounced into Liam-O's ears. He was still fuming who the hell had stolen his experience and points? Hearing the culprit's voice, Liam-O turned his head toward the source. A graceful young girl, carrying a bow taller than herself. She was running swiftly toward him, and behind her Liam-O shifted his gaze to look. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. If the girl in front was the playful and adorable Huang Ying, then the one behind was the noble and icy little dragon girl. In his 20 years of life, Liam-O had never witnessed such breathtaking beauty. But compared to the lost points and experience, that was nothing. You have slain Mage Dark Elves 2, gaining 200 EXP and 150 points. You defeated Warrior Dark Elves 2, gaining 200 EXP and 150 points. Note, since you did not complete the Dark Elf Squadron solo, experience and points are halved. Level, 4,160,210. Strength increased by 20, Constitution increased by 20, Spirit increased by 30, Mana increased by 20. Reward, 20 free attribute points, 4,000 Sky Island coins. Evolve? Evolution successful, 4,000 Sky Island coins evolved into 400,000 Sky Island coins. Player, Liam-O. Attributes, Strength, 90, Constitution, 105, Agility, 15, Spirit, 92, Mana, 90. Allocate 20 free attribute points to Agility. The euphoria of leveling up felt so blissful that Liam-O didn't even notice the girl had approached him. Hey, old man. A sharp cry rang out beside his ear. Liam-O snapped to attention, reflexively activating his arcane shield before hurling a fireball toward the source of the voice. What's wrong with you? You just start attacking without warning. The girl's indignant voice drifted away as she rolled gracefully, dodging the fireball. A deathly green light shot toward him from the distance. Liam-O didn't dare confront it head-on and dodged with a lunge. But the green beam seemed alive. Mid-air, it executed a sharp turn, locked onto Liam-O, and charged toward him once more. Damn it, is this never going to end? Liam-O gathered flames in his palm once more, the intense heat warping the air around him. Yet the green light remained utterly unaffected, piercing straight through the flames and slamming into his shield. As his spirit grew, the shield's durability thickened. From its initial 100 HP, it had now swelled to 382 HP. Nearly quadrupled. Li Mo felt confident in the protection his shield provided. Neither the warrior dark elf's full power strike nor the mage dark elf's combined assault had ever breached it. At most, they could barely chip away at half its health. Yet now, this green beam was relentlessly eroding the arcane shield at an alarming rate. The pale blue runes were steadily fading away. As Li Mo prepared to unleash his full power in response, the girl with the longbow suddenly cried out. "Stop fighting! Sister Cinny, this man means no harm. It was all a misunderstanding earlier, stop now."
Sir, I sincerely apologize.
I shouldn't have taken your monster.
The girl bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Sister Cinny, now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, you see Uncle is truly a good person. The tall, cold-eyed woman beside her glared at Li Mo with utter disdain. Hearing the girl's words, she finally broke into a smile and spoke gently. All right, Xiao Jun. As you wish." Her expression quickly turned cold again as she murmured, "Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, to show my apology, I'll give you the fusion rights to this floating island." Just as she moved to pull the girl away, her wrist was seized by a warm, large hand. Dai Xena instantly felt a chill run through her body, an indescribable sense of dread rising in her heart.
"Hey, thinking you can just leave without compensating me? That's a bit much, don't you think?" Li Mo said calmly. Diana violently jerked her hand away, only to find she couldn't break free. Li Mo's grip was simply too powerful. As a sorceress, she couldn't possibly break free. "I've already compensated you with the fusion rights to Sky Island. What the hell do you want?" Hearing those words, an inexplicable rage surged through Li Mo's veins. What did he mean, given to him? "If you two hadn't interfered, I would have finished off the monsters and completed the fusion of the Sky Island long ago. Then I'd be happily exploring other Sky Islands." Now they were spouting this nonsense, leaving Li Mo seething with rage. "What do you want?" "Simple. Pay me back over 100,000 Sky Island coins or hand over a few intermediate skill books." Li Mo stared at the two women with a hint of amusement, deliberately making an outrageous demand. "You should know that defeating an entire elite monster squad grants double rewards both in experience points and credits. But because of your sister's single arrow, I lost out on that double reward. And over 100,000 Sky Island coins is a bargain, don't be ungrateful." Li Mo could guarantee that in the entire region, there were absolutely no more than 5 people wealthier than him. And these two women clearly didn't fall into that category. Sure enough, upon hearing Li Mo's terms, a flush of color instantly spread across Daisina's cheeks. She even momentarily forgot that her wrist was being held by that bastard Li Mo. "Over 100,000 Sky Island coins? Do you think I'm Li Mo? Why not just ask for 1,000,000? Xiao Jun, standing beside her, stared at Li Mo pitifully. "Uncle, we really don't have any money. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stolen your monster. Please spare us." For some reason, this girl seemed to possess a special kind of charm. Every time she spoke, neither Li Mo nor Daisina could refuse her requests. But this time, Li Mo wasn't falling for her tricks. He flashed his right hand out, grabbed Xiao Jun, and hurled her away like a cannonball to prevent her from interfering. Li Mo intended to teach Daisina, that arrogant woman, a lesson. "What are you doing?" Seeing Li Mo treat her younger sister Xiao Jun this way, Daisina was visibly enraged, black runes erupting from her body. But before she could react, Li Mo released the grip on her wrist. Daisina's contempt deepened. She despised men who bullied the weak and cowered before the strong. See? He'd already backed down at her first show of anger. Just as she prepared to sneer coldly and teach him a lesson to show him the power of a spellcaster. A searing, aggressive force struck her buttocks like a precision-guided missile. Smack! The sharp crack echoed crisply through the silent air, like thunderclaps exploding in Daishina's mind. Her body jerked violently as the searing sensation tore through the thin fabric, exploding directly on her most private and sensitive spot. An unprecedented wave of tingling numbness and shame instantly swept through her entire body. Li Mo's lips curved into a wicked smile, his fingertips still seeming to retain the astonishing elasticity and softness. Feels pretty good, huh? Go to hell. Daishina felt her blood rush to her head. Her usual coldness and pride shattered completely, replaced by overwhelming rage and endless humiliation. She had endured this bastard grabbing her wrist. She had endured his verbal insults. But he actually dared to slap her butt. And then to comment on it so lewdly, with such satisfaction, saying feels nice? Like that's your call to make. Was it any of his business to judge whether her ass felt good? Daisina's eyes instantly flushed crimson. The sorceress's runes flared wildly around her body. An unprecedented killing intent nearly solidified into tangible form. Just as she prepared to unleash her most powerful attack, the ground beneath her feet suddenly shook violently. The violent tremors knocked her off balance, sending her hurtling forward uncontrollably. Stop fighting! What is that? Xiao Jun's startled cry echoed from behind. Chapter 24, Overwhelming Despair. The two followed the direction Xiao Jun's finger pointed. The dark elf Xiao Jun had slain had risen into the air at some point, now soaring upward. Even in death, it still causes trouble. Li Mo snorted coldly. A fiery orb instantly formed in his hand and shot toward the dark elf. Boom! A branch shot out like lightning, effortlessly piercing the fireball. It shattered into sparks that scattered across the snow. How is this possible? Lee Mo was stunned. How could these branches be so fire-resistant? Humph, useless fool. I'll handle this. Dai Xena snapped, soul drain. A green beam shot forth, and only then did Lee Mo hear clearly, so that's what it's called. He nodded. The skill's damage output was impressive. It had nearly shattered his shield moments ago. Yet something felt distinctly off about this scene, an eerie atmosphere permeating the air. Dark elves resurrected from death, branches suddenly imbued with consciousness. These sudden changes cast a shadow of unease over Lee Mo's heart. We can only wait and see. The green beam proved largely ineffective, intercepted mid-air by the branches. It was utterly useless. Oh no! Lee Mo and Dai Xina both snapped to attention simultaneously. The scene unfolding before them clearly exceeded their understanding. When faced with fear, the best approach is often to avoid confrontation. There was an old saying from his past life: a wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Thus, Lee Mo made an instant decision, driven by a single word: run. Thrust. 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 Lee Mo frantically activated his skills, paying no heed to the rapid depletion of his mana. In an instant, he vanished dozens of meters from his original position. Dai Xena clearly had her own escape tactics as well. Her body shot upward, speed greatly enhanced, covering over 10 meters in a single breath. Under normal circumstances on the floating islands, the three would have already departed and returned to their respective islands by now. Unfortunately, this floating island was simply too vast, and the knee-deep snow made escape painfully slow. Having spent considerable time reaching the center, it was utterly impossible for them to return to their respective floating islands in such a short span. As Lee Mo sprinted desperately toward his own floating island, a branch suddenly shot up from beneath his feet. It instantly wrapped around his ankle. Momentum carried him forward, sending him tumbling uncontrollably. Thrust. He activated his skill once more. The immense kinetic force snapped the branch binding his ankle. But Lee Mo remembered that this floating island was formed from intertwined branches. So, one after another, branches shot out from beneath his feet. Countless twigs rapidly coalesced, twisting and binding. Then, a branch fist large enough to block out the sky appeared before Lee Mo. Instantly, cold sweat poured down Lee Mo's forehead as a suffocating pressure gripped his throat. He gasped for breath, yet the suffocating pressure remained relentless. Fireball. Lee Mo held nothing back, draining all his mana to condense 5 massive, crimson-black fireballs. Go! Carrying Lee Mo's last hope, the 5 fireballs roared forward, as if intent on tearing everything before them to shreds. Boom! The massive flames instantly engulfed the fist, billowing black smoke rising as crackling sounds echoed continuously. Lee Mo's heart leapt with joy. It seemed his attack was effective after all. These branches weren't invincible. But Lee Mo's expression froze instantly. The branches were rapidly repairing themselves, with new limbs constantly filling the gaps, using their own bodies to extinguish the flames. Soon, the flames were extinguished, while Lee Mo's mana gauge hit 0. Not a single drop remained. He could only watch helplessly as the fist, darkening the sky, slammed toward him. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. I'm not afraid of you wooden bastards. Lee Mo drew his battle axe, preparing for a desperate last stand. The fist suddenly halted mid-air, then shot backward at breakneck speed. Ha! Lee Mo froze. Why had the branch abandoned its pursuit? But this was naturally excellent news. Hope surged within him, and he resolved he must escape immediately. With that thought, he struggled to his feet and forced his head to turn, glancing toward the equally battered Dai Xina nearby. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with unprecedented terror. Xiao Jun lay sprawled on the ground, her body still trembling slightly, clearly shaken to the core. Thud! Lee Mo suddenly collided with something, only then realizing an invisible barrier had appeared before him at some point. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't advance an inch. At the same time, Dai Xina and Xiao Jun behind him encountered the same fate. The three of them were like fleas trapped inside a glass dome. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Dai Xina! How are you over there? Lee Mo shouted hoarsely. There's a barrier here. I can't get out. Dai Xina and Xiao Jun then reached Lee Mo's side, gasping for breath as their chests heaved violently. High above, the dark elves' murmurs suddenly grew shrill and urgent, as if some ritual had reached its climax. Damn it! Lee Mo suddenly felt a colossal suction force emanating from deep within the earth. Immediately, the surrounding snow began to melt, revealing the black earth beneath. But this was no ordinary soil. It writhed and pulsed, emanating a thick, pungent stench of blood. It's blood! The blood of those corpses! Dai Xina screamed. Lee Mo whipped his head around and saw the corpses of the dark elves and other creatures they had encountered along their path, as well as those slain by Xiao Jun. They were now shriveling at a visible pace, their blood drawn by some invisible force, gathering toward the dark elf suspended midair. The dark elf's body began to swell, its skin marked by eerie crimson patterns. Its murmurs were no longer indistinct syllables, but clear and ancient incantations. With the blood of all things, with the body of the floating island, awaken, ancient heart of the forest. As the final incantation fell, the void beneath the dark elf's feet abruptly tore apart. Thick, monstrous branches erupted from the fissure, twisting and writhing. These branches grew wildly, intertwining to swiftly form a massive and terrifying body. Its head resembled a twisted ancient tree heart, pulsing with a dark crimson glow. Its limbs were thick trunks, each bearing the scarred, lifeless marks of countless wounds. Its torso was formed from countless corpses of hollow island creatures whose flesh had been devoured, their remains now twisted into its very being. Among them, familiar faces of dark elves could be glimpsed. An unprecedented oppressive force struck Liemo and Dai Shinna's hearts like a tangible hammer blow. This aura surpassed any creature they had ever encountered. Warning, semi-lords tier monster detected. Evacuate immediately. The cold system alert sounded, but escape was already impossible. It's a semi-lord level treant. Dai Shinna's voice trembled uncontrollably. Didn't the announcement say lord tier monsters only spawn after level 50? The colossal treant slowly rose to its feet, its towering form casting a shadow that engulfed nearly the entire center of the floating island. Chapter 25, A Desperate Battle, A Glimmer of Hope. Before the trio could recover from their shock, the dark elf above them stirred in the void, opening its eyes to stare at them. Fury blazed in its eyes, as if fire might erupt from them. Its mouth opened and closed, muttering incessantly. Its expression grew increasingly agitated, its hands gesturing wildly. Ah! Liemo nudged Daisina's arm, earning a furious glare in return. She remembered every detail of Liemo slapping her but earlier. Damn it, you hit me so hard. Her mind was still reeling from that slap, and she hadn't even heard what Liemo had said. Sis, what's wrong? Xiao Jun stared at Dai Shinna curiously, waving her little hand in front of her face. Hearing her sister's call, Dai Shinna snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson. What was I thinking? How embarrassing. She touched her flushed cheeks, cleared her throat, and said seriously, I don't know either. Liemo didn't quite grasp why Dai Shinna was blushing. Muttering under his breath that women were truly strange, he nodded sullenly, drew his battle axe, and prepared for a desperate fight. Listen! Xiao Jun suddenly shouted, drawing both their attention. They could actually understand the dark elf's words. Hovering mid-air, the dark elf prince's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bleeding, as he roared. Our ancestor once obtained the tree heart, gaining the power of life. Alas, the elven race set their sights upon it. After a desperate escape, he entrusted this object to me before meeting his end. It should have been cultivated for 100 years, and the tree core would have reached its full potential, achieving immortality. But the elven clan hunted us down relentlessly. My people were all slaughtered, leaving only a few of us. I intended to endure humiliation and bear the burden, waiting until the tree's core was complete, but damn those outsiders. They disrupted our century-long plan, and it wasn't even complete. Damn them! Now Liemo understood they had stumbled into the dark elves' home turf. The tree monsters were the culmination of their century-long scheme, poised to reach maturity. The trio, driven by points, had stumbled into this place by accident. After Xiao Jun slew the last dark elf, their scheme was utterly destroyed, severing their century-long ambition. With no other choice, the dark elf prince forcibly awakened the tree golem. No wonder it's a semi-lord level creature. Now it all made sense why the snow was littered with roots, and why the path was strewn with desiccated corpses. Turns out the dark elves were breeding poisonous insects here. Well, that's that. The dark elves' century-long scheme had failed at the last moment. The very creatures meant to exact revenge on the elves. Now it would be used against the three of them. Liemo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. According to the system prompt, Overlord-level monsters required a level of 50 to defeat. What level was he now? Not even halfway there. How was he supposed to fight this? He looked up, staring at the nearly pitch-black health bar. That's a color I can't beat. Whoa, he looks so pitiful. Xiao Jun, slung with a longbow half a head taller than herself, stared blankly. Hey, wasn't that headshot you fired, sis? What's with the crocodile tears now? Xiao Jun wiped away a fake tear and said softly, well, guess we'll just have to send him to meet his ancestors. Liemo, Daizina? Where'd you get the confidence to say that? Kill. The dark elf prince wasted no more words, commanding the treant to charge at the trio. Branches thick as trees' trunks descended upon them. Bolstered by his gear and passive skills, Liemo's mana had already recovered by more than half. He swiftly conjured 3 fireballs and hurled them at the branches. Boom! The branches ignited the moment they touched the fireballs, crackling and popping incessantly. Yet it was futile. Countless branches continued to assault the trio relentlessly. Scatter! Liemo shouted, then leapt away from his position. Xiao Jun drew her bow, aimed at the dark elf prince mid-air, and released an arrow. Useless. The prince snorted coldly as a branch flicked the arrow away like lightning. He stared at the 3 of them with icy eyes. He was determined to drain their blood dry and offer it as a sacrifice to his ancestors. Uncle, break through to the tree monster's base. Its core is there. Once we damage it, we can escape. Xiao Jun shouted toward Liemo. Got it. In desperation, Liemo didn't question whether it was true or not after all, it was their only hope now. Dragging this out would surely mean death for the three of them. With that, Liemo relied on his agility to dodge the tree's branches as he charged toward the center. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun kept firing arrows to draw the prince's attention. This forced the prince to rely on branches for defense, reducing his attacks on Liemo. A bunch of ants. How utterly annoying. The prince screeched. These three intruders must die. The tree monster roared deafeningly, whipping up a blizzard of ice and snow. The shockwave forced all three to halt their actions, leaving them dazed for a moment. Smash them. Several branches as thick as truck cabs lashed out like giant serpents toward the trio. With a violent whistling sound, they slammed into Liemo. No! Liemo's expression darkened. The branch was too massive, and the distance was too short. His thrust attack was already too late to unleash. Arcane Shield, activate. Simultaneously, he raised his battle axe to block. Pale blue runes instantly materialized, enveloping Liemo in seamless protection. Boom! Liemo's palms split open, his legs trembled violently, and the ground beneath his feet caved in slightly. That single blow shattered the shield like it was made of paper. Fortunately, his upgraded gear had intervened, otherwise, Liemo would have been instantly crushed by the sheer force. No, I must stay calm. Earlier, Liemo had advanced a considerable distance by thrusting forward. He could now clearly see the base of the tree monster. Xiao Jun must have discovered something to say that. As the branches lifted, Liemo forced himself to regain his composure through sheer mental willpower, staring intently at the tree monster's base. Countless thick branches were intertwined, blood-red soil constantly writhing, and the base was littered with the corpses of various creatures. Uncle, I can see its energy flow and know where its core is. Go break its defenses for me. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Liemo's gaze pierced through the swirling snow and branches, finally locking onto its position. Hearing the whistling sounds above his head, he lunged forward, instantly leaving his original position. Half a second later, a massive hole erupted where Liemo had stood. The Dark Elf Prince let out an even sharper shriek, and the Trent's attacks grew more frenzied. What had been thick branches now split into countless slender vines, coiling toward Liemo like venomous snakes. Liemo's brow furrowed. Not only were the vines astonishingly numerous, but their speed was astonishingly fast, leaving him overwhelmed. He swung his battle axe, severing the vines that coiled around him. Yet more vines surged forward relentlessly, like maggots clinging to bone, wave after wave. Chapter 26, Deadly Combat: The Ingenious Use of Tools. The battle axe in Liemo's hands became a whistling afterimage. Wherever its cold gleam reached, attacking branches snapped cleanly, sending wood chips flying. Yet the sheer number of branches threatened to overwhelm him. After all, this was the core territory of the tree demon. The entire continent was its branches. Had the tree monster not been awakened prematurely, essentially like a premature infant, still unsteady in command of its own power, the three of them would have been smashed into Chaozhou beefballs long ago. Fireball! The fireball screeched through the air, obliterating the thin branches before them into splinters. Liemo seized the moment to charge forward, relying on his 90 strength and 105 constitution to move swiftly through the snow. In the sky. The Dark Elf Prince detected Liemo's movement, his expression darkening instantly. Had he not possessed low affinity with the Treant, his control over it weak, unable to unleash even a quarter of its power. Plus, the tree monster had awakened prematurely, leaving it extremely weak and far from its peak power. These ants would have been crushed long ago. Even so, the Dark Elf Prince remained supremely confident. With this immense power at his command, dealing with these three would be child's play. Recalling how Liemo had sliced through his kin like cutting through melons and vegetables, and the ease with which he himself had been killed. A flame of fury ignited within the Dark Elf Prince's heart, elevating his hatred for Liemo and his companions to a new level. He would kill these three. Otherwise, how could he face his people's protection? Seeing that the branches caused Liemo little harm, the prince immediately abandoned his attacks on Daesina and Xiao Jun. Instead, he directed the large branches toward Liemo, leaving only the smaller ones to harass the two women. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Jun rolled again, dodging the large branch attack with her sister. Just as she prepared to strike back, the branches suddenly changed direction, flying off toward another spot. Xiao Jun knew that was the direction Liemo was in. Uncle, you have to make it. Only if Liemo reached the tree roots could the plan proceed to its next phase, giving the three of them a chance to escape. After silently praying for Liemo, Xiao Jun drew her bowstring taut. Multi-arrow. A single arrowhead instantly split into 4 identical projectiles, streaking through the branches like streaks of light. Damn it, Xiao Jun muttered under her breath. As an archer, she was at a distinct disadvantage against these branches. Each arrow could only pierce one branch, and those branches seemed endless. Her sister was even more disadvantaged. Her spellcaster skills only worked on living targets. Yet for some reason, these branches proved completely immune to her abilities. Otherwise, given her prowess, no number of branches could harm her. Ugh! A wave of dizziness washed over Xiao Jun's mind, and the strength drained from the hand holding the bow. Her mana was completely depleted. Holding on this long had been pushing her to the absolute limit. Xiao Jun, are you okay? Dai Xina cried out urgently, her sister clearly at the end of her rope. Should I just? These branches were impossible to kill. If this continued, they would simply be worn down, drained of all their blood by these branches, and turned into desiccated corpses like those dark elves. The thought sent a chill down Diana's spine. She cursed her own skills for being useless against these damned branches. Otherwise, she would have shown them what a sorceress was capable of. No! Xiao Jun whipped her head around, her expression grave. She looked at her sister, whose face was filled with worry. Xiao Jun knew her sister was worried about her, wondering why she wouldn't let her unleash her ultimate attack, why she insisted on fighting so hard here. But she understood the time wasn't right yet. Besides, she looked up toward Li Mo's position. He hadn't reached them yet. For now, they couldn't afford to slow him down or distract him. Only when he reached the base of the tree monster would it be their moment to strike. I can hold on. Don't worry, sister. Dai Xina found herself utterly speechless. Throughout their adventures, Xiao Jun had always been the one making decisions and strategizing. This time was no exception, though she didn't understand why Xiao Jun kept urging her to conserve her strength. But the trust built over time made Dai Xina choose to believe her sister. Watch out! Dai Xina warned. The branches began to creep toward them once more. Xiao Jun quickly turned her head away. Upon closer inspection, the branches were covered in dense, backward-pointing thorns. If caught by this thing, the outcome would likely be being sucked dry like a desiccated corpse. Boom! Li Mo dodged another branch attack, glancing at the massive trunk-like branch beside him. Before he could think, dozens of branches simultaneously crashed toward him. From front, back, left, and right, every possible escape route was sealed off. There was no chance for Li Mo to survive. Gazing up at the branches overhead, Li Mo's mind raced. He reached into his backpack, pulled something out, and clenched it tightly in his hand. Arcane shield. Boom! 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 A dozen deafening explosions echoed, sending countless snowflakes flying. Ha 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 ha. Seeing no movement there, the prince laughed maniacally. I let you run, but you still died. Ha 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 ha. Next up are those two. I told you all you're all going to die. With that, the prince moved aside the branches. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted through the branches, hurtling straight for the tree roots. Tough chainmail, 10% immunity to one physical attack. The prince roared with rage. Li Mo had clearly been struck by the branch just now, so what the hell was going on? How could he still be alive and kicking, crawling out like that? Just as he prepared to manipulate the branches to strike Li Mo down before he reached the roots, a wave of weakness suddenly washed over his body. Venomous dagger, attacks inflict poison, reducing the target's attack power by 10%. What the hell is this? How could it inflict such a terrifying effect on him? Manipulating the slender branches, the prince finally managed to pull out the dagger, then crushed it into dust. The prince seethed with rage. This human was clearly weak, yet he couldn't overcome him. Why? A wave of helplessness washed over the prince. He felt like an obese dark elf, constantly taunted by Li Mo, a frail yet ferocious wild wolf. Every so often, the wolf would charge forward and bite off a chunk of flesh. Yet, unable to fully control his own body, the prince could only watch helplessly as Li Mo retreated unscathed. He could do nothing. Damn this time limit, the prince cursed under his breath. Li Mo pushed his horse to its limits, expending every last bit of mana on a lance charge. He pierced through the snowdrifts and the branches blocking his path. He finally reached the deepest roots of the tree monster. He saw it. A massive, dark red node. It pulsed like a heart, undoubtedly the area where the tree monster's core energy was most concentrated. He raised his battle axe and brought it down with all his might, but the resilient roots only emitted a dull thud. Chapter 27, Dai Xina's Sacrifice. Damn it! Li Mo swung his battle axe in a wide arc and brought it crashing down on the node once more. A shrill clang echoed across the land, the numbing shock through his knuckles sending a chill through Li Mo. This root was far too hard, his attacks couldn't break through its defense. Fireball. Refusing to accept defeat, Li Mo conjured another fireball and hurled it at the root with blinding speed. Boom! The fireball exploded the instant it struck the root, sending billowing smoke into the air. When the smoke finally cleared, Li Mo stared intently at the roots. Aside from a few black scorch marks, there was nothing else. None of his attacks had worked. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans rolled down his forehead. His heart sank to the depths. Am I to perish here? Meanwhile, Xiao Jun shot another arrow through the branches, clearing the path ahead. He then swiftly moved toward Li Mo with his sister. He's here! Xiao Jun shouted to Dai Xina behind her. I see him! Flying mid-air, Dai Xina had a clear view of the situation below. He really survived that? How did he manage it? Dai Xina's red lips parted slightly in disbelief. When Li Mo had been surrounded by over a dozen branches, she had been certain he was about to die. Yet the guy had survived and made it to the base of the roots. Who exactly is he? Is he ranked in the top 10? Dai Xina couldn't help but feel increasingly curious about Li Mo. Sis, are you ready? Just like I told you. Below, Xiao Jun's clear voice rang out, snapping her back to reality. Hearing her sister's reminder, Dai Xinna snapped back to reality. She replied, "Yes, I'm ready." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she instantly felt embarrassed. The activation condition for her second skill was simply too embarrassing. Still, her gaze lifted, settling on Liu Mo, who was still locked in fierce combat over there. Using it on this jerk wouldn't be so bad. Boom! Another attack struck. Leaning against the tree roots, Liu Mo felt snowflakes pelting his face. A thick branch beside him lifted, extending countless slender twigs that lunged toward Liu Mo. Swinging his battle axe, Liu Mo whirled it with such force it created a wind, and with a series of thuds, all the extending branches were severed. But above his head, the whistling sound of branches cutting through the air echoed once more. He looked up to see 5 more branches crashing down. Just as he prepared to dodge, a cluster of branches suddenly shot out from beneath his feet, binding him tightly. This time, there was truly no way to evade. He raised his shield, forced to endure the impact head-on. Crash! Snowflakes scattered as Liu Mo lay crushed beneath the branches, unable to rise, blood spilling from his mouth in great gulps. His shield had only blocked one branch's strike, the remaining 4 blows had struck him squarely. Fortunately, their sheer bulk caused some of the force to cancel each other out during the impact, combined with his dagger reducing the damage by 10%. Otherwise, he would have been crushed to a pulp long ago. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, Liu Mo braced himself with his left hand and gritted his teeth to rise. But the damage to his body left him unable to move for the time being. Standing up was already pushing his limits. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Liu Mo in this state, the prince finally vented his pent-up rage, his heart brimming with delight. "Finally caught you, you bastard." The prince's face twisted into a hideous grimace. After the battle, his control over the tree monster had reached new heights. He could now unleash even greater power, and the branches sprouting from the ground were a testament to this enhanced strength. The prince manipulated the branches, binding Liu Mo tightly like a mummy. Watching Liu Mo, utterly helpless and unable to move, the prince gave a cold laugh, about to raise his hand to command the branches and finish Liu Mo off. An arrow shot toward him like a streak of light, carrying unparalleled force. The prince's cold eyes remained unflinching as he slowly raised a branch to block it. Piercing arrow. Thud. The arrow had pierced through the branch effortlessly, retaining its full force as it shot straight toward the prince. No! The prince whipped his head around, but the arrow still grazed his face, leaving a bloody trail. Damn scum! Stung by the blood, the prince's rage ignited. He manipulated another branch to attack Xiao Jun. Meanwhile, Daisina seized the opportunity to reach Li Mo's side, severing the branches with her weapon to free him. "Do you have a way to break through the tree core's defenses?" Liu Mo asked as he tore the branches from his body. Daisina remained silent, her face flushed, which only made Liu Mo more irritated. "Speak up. What are you staring at? Say something." Liu Mo had already risen and was preparing to attack the tree core again when Dai Xinna suddenly grabbed his wrist. Then, under his puzzled gaze, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his forehead. Soul Link. A blinding burst of black light erupted, enveloping them both. Liu Mo tried to speak, but Diana covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Their foreheads pressed tightly together. As Diana chanted continuously, Liu Mo felt a power not his own surging into his body. What's happening? Though puzzled, Liu Mo wisely refrained from resisting, passively accepting the process. Soul Link channels the caster's own soul energy to establish a resonant bond with an ally. This bond could channel all attributes: strength, agility, constitution, spirit into the target, elevating their capabilities across the board. Diana's lips parted from Liu Mo's forehead. Her body swayed slightly, her face instantly turning pale as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Clearly, this skill demanded immense energy. But Liu Mo felt like a machine whose potential had been fully unleashed. His strength, speed, perception, even his brain's processing speed had multiplied several times over. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, celebrating this immense power. What is this? Liu Mo asked in shock, his voice tinged with excitement. Daisina's face flushed crimson, her breathing uneven. Clearly, casting this skill had taken a heavy toll on her. Her eyes flickered, unable to meet Liu Mo's gaze. She only murmured softly, my second skill, Soul Bond. It can temporarily transfer all my attributes to you." Liu Mo froze. All attributes? Didn't that mean he now temporarily possessed all of Dai Xinna's power? No wonder he felt powerful enough to tear through anything. This skill is just two. He was momentarily at a loss for words. You must hurry. Daisina urged urgently, afraid he'd ask more questions. Liu Mo stared at the undamaged defensive layer on the tree roots, his battle intent blazing. Fireball. The enhanced spell's power surged to a new level, its scorching heatwave melting the surrounding snow. Boom. But when the smoke cleared, the base of the tree roots remained completely intact, not a single scratch to show for it. Seeing this, the prince roared with laughter. That's a semi-lord level defense. Do you really think concentrating your power on one person will do the trick? Ants are just ants, no matter how many there are, it's useless. Daisina's body went limp, nearly collapsing as she swayed to one side. Suddenly, a warm, strong hand caught her slender waist and a firm voice rang out beside her ear. Then let's see how it goes. Chapter 28, Money Can't Fix You? Li Mo's gaze locked onto the tree roots. He knew that although Daisina had transferred all her attributes to him through her skill, it was true, as the prince had said, that Li Mo still couldn't break through the tree roots' defenses. Ordinary attacks, even amplified, couldn't pierce this semi-lord level defense. He needed something extraordinary. The prince's voice still echoed in Li Mo's ears, answer just ants. No matter how many there are, they're useless. Suddenly, Li Mo's eyes lit up as an idea struck him, then shifted to intense confidence and resolve. Then let's see if ants can bite this elephant to death. He pulled out the flint he had obtained earlier from his spatial backpack and placed it beside the tree roots. Feeling the warmth radiating from it, Li Mo nodded with satisfaction. Beside him, Daisina had been nervously gripping her staff, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. But when she saw what Li Mo was doing, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. What are you doing? Her voice shot up an octave. Li Mo adjusted the flint's angle with solemn concentration. This is a tactic. Tactics my ass. Daisina anxiously glanced at her sister locked in combat nearby. The younger girl was currently relying on an archer's agility to roll between dozens of tree roots. But slender branches sprouting from the main trunk had already left numerous scratches on her body, sending a chill through Daisina's heart. She thought channeling all her power to Li Mo was the smart move, but never imagined he'd be doing something like this. What the hell are you doing? Daisina watched helplessly as Li Mo pulled out a huge pile of flint stones from his backpack, so many that there wasn't even room for her to stand. After arranging them at the base of the roots. All set. Li Mo's eyes lit up. He then scooped up the still chattering Daisina and carried her away from the area. He flung a fireball, igniting the flintstones in an instant. Boom! A fiercer burst of flame erupted than any before, its searing shockwave instantly sweeping the surroundings. It violently tore through the sky-high branches and accumulated snow, filling the air with scorched wood shavings and icy snow dust. Even the prince controlling the tree monsters was drawn toward the explosion. His pupils contracted sharply. What the hell is this guy up to now? Li Mo stared at the roots after the blasted chunk of bark had been blown off. This is promising. Li Mo suddenly leaned forward, ignoring Daisina's gasp as he planted a hard kiss on her cheek. Amid her murderous glare, he produced another handful of flint stones. But, Li Mo thought to himself, the flint stones were too bulky, and the explosive damage was too dispersed, lacking focus. His gaze shifted to the flint stones, and suddenly a bold idea struck him. What if I fuse all these fire stones together? Li Mo hastily summoned the evolution furnace. He had tested it before, only he could see this furnace. Thus, he had no fear of Daisina discovering his secret. To her, he merely appeared to be standing there, lost in thought. Li Mo tossed the several hundred remaining firestones into the furnace. Evolve? Evolve! A flash of light followed. Congratulations on successful evolution. Firestone 541. Description: an enhanced firestone with the effects of 540 base firestones stacked, delivering super doubled effects. It actually worked. Li Mo was thrilled, dancing excitedly in place. Then his eyes lit up. It was time to show this half-lord monster the power of money. He swiftly opened the shop, his finger scrolling rapidly down the items until he found firestones. Confirm purchase for 300,000 Sky Island coins? The system's cold prompt sounded, but Li Mo didn't hesitate, confirming the purchase immediately. After all, he had no shortage of Sky Island coins. If they could be used to buy experience, he would have maxed out his level long ago. Why bother grinding monsters to death? He tossed all the purchased firestones into the primordial furnace, including the one he had acquired earlier. A flash of golden light erupted. Congratulations! You have obtained Firestone 9999X1. The prince's heart trembled at the earth-shattering explosion. He stared in disbelief at the gap torn in the tree roots, his pride and joy, a semi-lord level defense. What the hell did that human do? The prince's reason told him something was terribly wrong. Destruction of this magnitude was beyond what mere ants could achieve. Li Mo could now damage the core. Without a moment to spare, he swung his arm violently. Several thick roots shot forth like arrows, tearing through the air with a howling wind, hurtling straight toward Li Mo. Watch out! Daisina cried out, but Li Mo neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the roots to slam into him. Arcane Shield, activate! Azure runes erupted instantly, forming a shield twice as large and far more solid than before. Boom! An indestructible counterforce erupted, halting the roots as if they'd struck an invisible iron wall. They thudded against the barrier, unable to advance an inch. The prince's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. How could this be? Even though his power had been weakened by that damn dagger, this bastard shouldn't be able to resist it. I refuse to believe it. Gritting his teeth, the prince abandoned his attack on Xiao Jun. Countless thick tree roots hurled themselves toward Li Mo. Li Mo still didn't dodge, only relentlessly activating his shield. After Deasina had transferred all her attributes to him, his mana pool and shield capacity had reached terrifying levels. Combined with passive skills and gear-based mana regeneration, it was practically inexhaustible. Limeau's defense and health had reached astonishing levels. The prince's current attacks were nothing more than a mere tickle to him. Damn it! How can his defense be this strong? The prince's heart pounded wildly as he gritted his teeth and channeled the roots once more. Yet no matter how ferocious the assault, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea before Limeau, failing to make even the slightest ripple. Limeau, meanwhile, completely ignored the prince's storm of attacks. He calmly walked over to the tree roots and gently placed the dazzling red firestone 9999-1 in his hand upon them. No, don't. The prince finally grasped Limeau's intent. He frantically manipulated the roots, charging toward Limeau like a madman. But the shield remained impenetrable. He could only watch helplessly as Limeau placed the firestone between the roots. Then, with grace, he scooped up Deasina, teleported hundreds of meters away, and casually flicked a fireball. No! The prince frantically urged the branches to intercept the fireball. But it was all too late. The fireball struck the reinforced firestone lying quietly beside the tree roots with pinpoint accuracy. Boom 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 boom. This time, it was no mere explosion. The sound echoed like the earth splitting apart, like the apocalypse itself descending. An indescribable, searing energy erupted from the firestone, spreading wildly in all directions. Snow evaporated in an instant, the ground scorched into charcoal. Blinding white light engulfed everything, drowning even the prince's terrified roar in the apocalyptic radiance and deafening roar. Chapter 29, Escape to Freedom. Life core fragments secured. When the smoke finally cleared, Limeau, shield active, guided the sisters from a distance to the base of the tree roots. The base of the tree roots lay utterly shattered, debris scattered everywhere. The snow beneath had vaporized, leaving only pitch-black soil. My goodness, that was incredibly powerful. Xiao Jun gaped at the scene in astonishment, her small mouth agape. Beside her, Dai Xinna was even more shocked. She hadn't understood what Limeau was up to before, but now she couldn't believe he possessed such a thing. The thought made Deasina glance involuntarily toward Limeau, only to meet his smiling eyes. Two crimson clouds instantly bloomed on her cheeks. Dai Xinna hastily turned her head away, refusing to look at Limeau again. You scum, how dare you, how dare you? The prince spoke weakly from midair. After all, he was now fused with the monster. Simply put, he was now the tree monster's brain. Any discomfort or pain in his body was immediately felt by his mind. That explosion earlier nearly killed him. While it didn't gravely wound him, it certainly gave him a run for his money. Those three damned humans had driven him to this point. And the prince's gaze locked onto the scene, his eyes involuntarily widening with horror as his body leaned forward slightly, a body language that screamed utter concern. The life core is exposed. This was the very core of the tree demon's development. Though it had awakened prematurely and its power hadn't yet reached its peak. But as long as the life core remained intact, with careful cultivation afterward, the tree demon could still recover to its complete form. But if the life core were lost, even a great immortal descending from heaven couldn't save it. Gritting his teeth to steady his mind, the prince once again manipulated the roots, hurling them down upon Limeau and his companions. An emerald green glow seeped from the pitch-black tree hollow, where a cluster of essence, roughly the size of an infant's head, floated silently. Drawn by this strange force, the trio leaned in, their faces inches away, and curiously touched it. A surge of potent life force then flooded their bodies, healing every wound they had sustained and restoring them to peak combat strength. Is this the life core? Limeau was the first to comprehend. After sensing this immense power, he glanced at his passive skill. The psychological gap was so immense it defied description. Dai Xinna also froze, her red lips parting slightly, unable to utter a word. Earlier, when she activated her second skill on Limeau, she could transfer all her attributes to him. Though this skill was incredibly powerful, capable of turning the tide of battle. But its side effect was equally obvious: she would be left in a state of absolute weakness for the next 5 minutes. During this period, all her stats plummeted to ordinary human levels, and she incurred a debilitating debuff. Yet now, all her injuries and weakness vanished completely. The reason? She had touched this life core. How could this not excite them? Is this the power of a lord-level being? Xiao Jun murmured softly, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, several swift attacks crashed down from above. Limeau remained unruffled. Not only had he fully recovered his peak combat strength, but he also benefited from Daisina's attribute bonuses. Dealing with a few weakened tree roots posed no challenge at all. With a wave of his hand, a massive shield materialized above the trio. The roots struck the shield, rebounding backward instead of penetrating, sent flying by the force of the impact. Trivial tricks, Limeau snorted coldly. Seizing the opening, he swung his battle axe with all his might, bringing it down hard on the life core. He would obtain this thing at any cost. Boom! Violent ripples spread out as a pale green shield materialized, somehow withstanding Limeau's strike. But judging by the look of it, it wouldn't last much longer. You're asking for death. The prince roared with fury. He had been reluctant to overdraw upon the power of his life core, as he still needed it to restore the tree demon to its full form. But if he didn't unleash the core's power now, and let this human produce that world-destroying thing again, the prince dared not contemplate the consequences. He also dared not gamble on whether Liemo still possessed that artifact. Thus, activating the core power early to utterly annihilate these three was undoubtedly the best choice. Die. The prince steeled his resolve, channeling every ounce of hatred and power into the attack. Emerald light erupted from the pitch-black tree hollow. Die. You vile humans. You shall all perish alongside my hatred. Accompanying his roar, countless thick tree roots burst from the depths of the earth like sharp arrows. Watch out. Deicina cried out in alarm. Without hesitation, she formed seals with both hands and chanted an obscure incantation. The black light enveloped them once more, but this time it did not touch their skin. Liemo instantly felt a surging power flood his entire body. Deicina gave a sharp command, then paled. But unlike before, she didn't collapse into weakness. The residual power of the life core still sustained her. Well done. Seizing the moment, Liemo maintained his shield with his left hand while gripping his battle axe in the right. He lunged forward in a single stride. He swung his battle axe in a wide arc and brought it crashing down upon the life core. Heavy strike. With a thunderous crash, the emerald shield enveloping the life core finally shattered, cracking apart. No! The prince roared, his eyes bulging in fury at the sight. He accelerated the life core's speed even further, but it was already too late. Liemo forcibly shattered the shield. Then, under the prince's horrified gaze, the axe slowly descended, chipping off a small corner of the life core. He swiftly stowed it in his backpack, grabbed the Deicina's sisters, and dashed toward the exit. Having drained the core's power to confront Liemo, the prince had left the outer shield completely vulnerable. You damned, despicable humans! The prince roared. Watching the life core, the essence of a millennia-old treant shattered before his eyes, felt no different than having his own heart ripped out. The ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Countless thick roots, like raging serpents, coiled from all directions, slithering toward the trio to strangle them. Without a moment's hesitation, Liemo expanded his left-hand shield to its maximum size, enveloping all three completely. There was no need to worry about mana depletion after all. A portable spring lay dormant in his backpack. This was far more powerful than any spirit spring water or house. Daizina and Dai Xiaojun stayed close behind him. Run! Liemo barked, hurling 10 reinforced fireballs backward. The immense destructive force instantly wiped out all the pursuers behind them. He knew the prince was fighting a desperate battle. Such an all-out assault couldn't last long. Like arrows, they sped away from the floating island. Ripples constantly rippled across the shield's surface, but Dai Xinna's power, enhanced by her attribute transfer, made it impenetrable. Countless tree roots were shattered and hurled aside. Finally, just as the shield began to lose its luster, Liemo set foot on his own land. They had escaped. Chapter 30, The Limitations of the Cheat Code. Phew, we finally made it out. The three lay sprawled on the ground, letting the blizzard rage around them. At that moment, Liemo found the snowflakes strangely endearing. It even made him feel a bit dazed. He had truly escaped from that world-ending monster, and even managed to loot something from it. Liemo silently opened his backpack, gazing at the life core fragment resting quietly inside. Life core fragment. Quality, epic. Effect, while equipped, your HP and MP regeneration rates increase by 100%. Description, it appears incomplete. If restored to wholeness, it might attain a different tier of quality. Can this thing evolve? Liemo's heart skipped a beat. If it could evolve, the effects would be beyond imagination. With that thought, he ignored Deicina and Xiaojun sprawled out beside him. He quietly rose and made his way to the room. After all, with their abilities, a blizzard was nothing but a fart, utterly useless. Squeak! Liemo pushed open the door. Seeing the familiar layout and the leftover bird meat he'd eaten, an indescribable feeling welled up inside him. This must be what home feels like. Suddenly, he understood why some people in his past life would shoulder a lifetime of mortgage payments just to own a home. The sense of security a house provides was something no ordinary thing could compare to. Imagine this: after a grueling day, enduring the subway stench of feet and sweat, you finally arrive at your warm little home. No need to read your boss's mood swings, no need to navigate the office politics. All you need to do is relax in your cozy bed. Binge watching shows while snacking, what a blissful thing. Liemo lay comfortably on the blanket, so comfortable he almost cried out. Home is still the best place. No need to deal with those life-threatening things. But he knew deep down that without solid financial backing or combat strength, true stability was impossible anywhere. This was an eternal truth, no matter where you were. His eyes burned with intensity as he retrieved the life core fragment from his backpack, the very thing he'd fought so hard to obtain. This single fragment alone could double his life recovery rate. Combined with the shield, he'd become practically indestructible. Not to mention the doubled mana pool. Now fireballs were practically free, ready to unleash at will. Don't be fooled by how much effort Liemo had put into defeating the treant earlier. That was a monster of the sublord tier. What level was he, after all? Not even half that level. Landing such a huge advantage was pure, unadulterated luck. First, encountering the Daisina sisters without Xiao Jun's tactical planning and Daisina's attribute boosts, they would have died under those reinforced roots for sure. Then there was the fact that Treyant hadn't fully awakened, preventing the Dark Elf Prince from deploying his underground roots. By the time he tried to use them later, it was already too late. Had he unleashed the subterranean roots from the start, all three of them would have been bound like mummies, then crushed to pulp by the roots. So, this time, their luck was truly extraordinary. After reflecting on this, Liemo shifted his gaze back to the life core fragment in his hand. Its base attributes alone were already absurdly powerful. He dared not imagine how utterly insane it would become after fully evolving. With that thought, Liemo hesitated no longer. He summoned the evolution furnace. He tossed the life core fragment inside. Life core fragment detected 1. Evolve? Evolve. Liemo clicked confirm with overwhelming excitement. He couldn't wait to see what the evolved form would be. Life core fragment enhanced. Quality, epic. Effect, while equipped, your mana and health regeneration rates increase by 150%, while your maximum health and mana pools increase by 10%. Special effect, when your health drops below 10%, unleashes astonishing vitality to dispel most standard debuffs freeze, slow, burn, etc., then restores 50% health. Cooldown, 5 days. Whoa, this effect is insane. Liemo stared at the fragment in his hand, now a deeper emerald green and radiating a pulsing vitality, and couldn't help but exclaim. 150% restoration speed for both health and mana. That's a full 50% increase over before, and it scales with your stats as they grow. It even thoughtfully added a 10% bonus to both HP and MP regeneration, significantly boosting his survivability and offensive capabilities. This single stat boost alone made Liemo considerably stronger than before. After all, even disregarding the health regeneration, the mana regeneration alone meant he could cast several more fireballs and activate multiple shields. His combat effectiveness had effectively doubled. Not to mention the health regeneration bonus, combined with the arcane shield, he's practically an indestructible cockroach. And then there was that passive skill. At the brink of death, instantly restore 50% health and remove most debuffs. This is practically a name blade. And it's a life-stealing blade with built-in regeneration. If I'd had this back at the Tree Hollow, I could have slashed the life core one more time and snatched an extra fragment. A quantum leap in combat power. After equipping it with delight, a colossal surge of power instantly coursed through Lemo's body. Not the kind of overbearing power, but a subtle, soothing comfort. It felt as blissful as getting a foot massage in his past life. Every cell in his body rejoiced, and even old injuries began to heal. His body had truly reached peak condition. Liemo pulled the battle axe from his backpack and tested it by slashing his own arm. The cut was deep, blood flowing freely. But within 3 or 4 seconds, the wound scabbed over and began to heal. His arm returned to its original state, showing almost no trace of the cut. Seeing the effect, Lemo's breath caught in his throat, and he nearly shouted in excitement. This was beyond incredible. And this was merely a minuscule fragment. The effect was already beyond belief. Liemo dared not imagine what kind of mind-blowing effect it would have if he truly obtained the entire life core. As this thought struck him, a plan suddenly formed in his mind. He could keep synthesizing firestones and just blow the tree monsters to smithereens. If raw power wasn't enough, he'd overwhelm it with firepower. Liemo hurriedly opened the shop, bought more firestones, and was about to synthesize them when synthesis failed. Ha! Liemo froze. This was the first time his cheat code had failed since his transmigration. Insufficient synthesis energy. Could it be the evolutionary firestones and life core fragments drained the evolutionary furnace's energy? Lemo's heart sank. This seemed like the only explanation. Liemo tried clicking the synthesis interface again. Sure enough, beneath the firestone synthesis option, a grayed out prompt appeared. Current synthesis energy, 0-1000. Common item synthesis, no energy required. Synthesizing epic or higher items consumes significant synthesis energy. Acquire synthesis energy, defeat powerful monsters, explore special energy sources, or wait for gradual recovery. Chapter 31, The Sister's Secret. Hiss. Liemo frowned, staring at the brand new interface before him. Evolving items above epic requires energy consumption? But the firestone was just a common item. Refusing to believe it, Liemo opened the shop again to check the firestone's classification. Flint, a mineral that provides heat. Quality, common. Could it be that the enhanced firestone had reached or surpassed epic tier? At this thought, Liemo nodded, increasingly convinced this was the case. After all, he had possessed all the attributes of the sorceress Daisina at the time, and his fireball spell had reached an entirely new level of damage. Yet it still couldn't damage the tree roots, only leaving behind a layer of charred bark. Yet that 9999 plus enhanced firestone instantly shattered the root's defenses. It was proof enough of its terrifying destructive power. It was practically identical to the missile explosion effects he'd witnessed during military exercises in his previous life. After confirming this, Liemo nodded helplessly. It seemed the path of enhanced firestones was a dead end. He'd better stick to grinding monsters and leveling up, slowly accumulating power. Just then, Xiao Jun's clear voice rang out from the doorway. "Uncle, can you take us back to Sky Island?" Liemo looked over to see Xiao Jun's pure, adorable face pressed against the glass window. Due to the extreme temperature difference between inside and outside, a layer of fog had formed on the window. Xiao Jun traced a smiling face on the window with her finger, beaming happily at Liemo. "Are you sure this is the right direction?" Liemo gazed at the endless blizzard and couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Jun. The little one was now shyly nestled in her sister's arms, meeting Liemo's gaze. She playfully stuck out her tongue. "Uncle, with this heavy snow and after being on that floating island adventure for so long, it's only natural I'd forget." All three silently agreed not to mention the life core fragment. In Liemo's view, this was the prize he'd fought desperately to obtain, even with the assistance of Daesina and Xiao Jun. But he had also helped them escape, so it balanced out. Therefore, the notion of finders keepers simply didn't apply here. Seeing that they were still unable to locate the floating island, Xiao Jun spoke up. "Uncle, we've been through life and death together for so long, and I still don't know your name. Why don't we add each other as friends?" As she spoke, Xiao Jun blinked her big eyes, afraid Liemo might refuse. "Sure." Liemo didn't even turn his head. He was constantly scanning the surroundings for any signs of the floating island. He still needed to hunt monsters for points and evolution energy. "All right." Xiao Jun's eyes curved into crescent moons as she grinned and opened her friend list. Then her expression froze. She stood rooted to the spot, speechless for a long moment. Seeing her sister like this, Daesina couldn't help but feel curious. She leaned in and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sis, look at Uncle's name." Xiao Jun only replied blankly, making Daisina even more curious. "Oh, let me see who it is that's got you so flustered." Daisina chuckled inwardly, certain this lecture ranked among the top 100. She just didn't know which one. Her gaze then fell upon her friend's interface. Liemo. Instantly, Daishina's breath caught. He was Liemo? This lecture was none other than the notorious Liemo? Liemo, who shot ahead of all players during the beginner phase? Is this the Liemo who's been snatching up countless Sky Island coins? Daisina stared at him in disbelief, her gaze lingering so long it made Liemo squirm. "What's wrong with you two? Are you intimidated by my legendary reputation?" Seeing the sisters' stunned reactions, Liemo couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Especially Daisina's ghost-stricken look, it felt incredibly satisfying. "Takes that back for looking down on me earlier," Liemo said with feigned mockery. "I truly never imagined you were Liemo." Daishina replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "The real deal." Liemo raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Xiao Jun finally snapped out of it, shouting excitedly. "You're the Demon King Liemo who left everyone in the dust back in the newbie village." "Ahem, what Demon King? I'm a hero." Liemo raised an eyebrow, speaking the truth. Earlier, he'd traded large quantities of food and dirt blocks with other players. He had indeed saved a large number of players. He deserved that title of hero. Daisina watched the scene unfold. Though the shock in her heart hadn't completely faded, Xiao Jun's words had softened it somewhat. "You seem to relish this adoration, don't you?" Daisina snorted coldly, her tone still laced with barbs, yet devoid of the earlier contempt and disdain. After all, he was Liemo. Of course, Liemo arched an eyebrow, looking perfectly self-assured. Who doesn't like being admired? Especially when it comes from a proud sorceress like you, it feels even better. "Who worships you?" Daishina's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at Liemo in annoyance. Then she changed the subject. "Enough chatter. Are you sure you can find the floating island in this weather? We've been circling for ages, and this blizzard is only getting worse." "Don't worry." Liemo waved dismissively. After all this talking, he'd already spotted a faint trace of the floating island. "Uncle, are you a dual class?" Xiao Jun, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly blurted out this question. Liemo's heart skipped a beat. His earlier battle had undoubtedly exposed the secret of his dual professions. Xiao Jun and Daishina were both sharp, they'd surely catch on. Even if they hadn't caught on yet, they would surely figure it out once they returned to the floating island. "Yes, I'm a dual-class mage and warrior." Liemo nodded, no longer hiding it. After all, it was practically an open secret. Hiding it further would be futile. "Frog Fun, you're so amazing." Xiao Jun's eyes practically sparkled as she propped her chin on her hands. Liemo clearly didn't want to elaborate further on this topic, it was his biggest secret, after all. Liemo accelerated the floating island, carving a straight path through the blizzard. "I see it. It's the old man." Xiao Jun pointed excitedly ahead, her voice brimming with delight. She saw the patch of land flickering in and out of view amidst the swirling snow. Daisina's face also relaxed with a look of relief. Though she trusted Liemo, the pressure of searching for an uncertain target in this vast blizzard had been immense. Liemo skillfully brought the floating island to a steady halt. Phew! Xiao Jun exhaled deeply. Seeing the familiar surroundings, she instantly perked up. "Uncle, thank you." She ran to Li Mo's side, tilting her head back with a sweet smile. Dai Xinna approached as well, her gaze settling once more on Li Mo, the complexity in her eyes growing even deeper. "Thank you, Li Mo." Her usually cool voice now carried a hint of sincerity that was almost imperceptible. Li Mo waved his hand, gesturing for them not to be so formal. "Uncle, won't you come in for a while? We have hot tea and snacks on Sky Island." Xiao Jun invited warmly. "No, thank you," Li Mo shook his head. His primary mission was to accumulate evolution energy. He had no choice but to diligently hunt monsters to earn points and energy. Daisina seemed to sense his thoughts. She nodded silently, saying nothing more. Watching Li Mo depart until he vanished into the blizzard. "Sis. He should be able to help us, right?" Xiao Jun leaned against Daisina's shoulder, her eyes no longer holding the innocence of before but instead a sharp, piercing gaze. "He's so powerful, and a dual class at that. I can't quite figure him out." Chapter 32, Unbelievable Recovery Ability. Dai Xinna murmured blankly. This man was impossible to fathom. But the enemy they faced was simply too formidable. Could Li Mo possibly? "Achoo!" Li Mo rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who's secretly thinking about me?" The blizzard intensified. He opened the panel to check. 25.50.34. With just over a day left, Li Mo didn't dwell on it further. He and the Dai Xina sisters had only crossed paths briefly, though they'd faced life and death situations together. But that was all in the past. He had no intention of forming a guild. After all, true strength lay in individual prowess. He had always believed in this principle. Achoo! Li Mo sneezed again, this time more violently than before. "Who on earth is thinking about me?" He wiped his nose. "Too bad you can't find me." "I've finally found you, Li Mo." Li Zihan stood before a crowd of players, her foot planted on a gruesomely mangled skull, shouting excitedly. Strangely, despite the crowd behind him, not a single player dared to speak. The air carried only the howl of the cold wind and Li Zihan's maniacal laughter. Looking closely at the crowd, everyone's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, with a large crimson cross floating above their foreheads. Though silent, their eyes were fixed intently on Li Zihan. Their gazes were filled with fervor and adoration. Not a trace of lustful desire or vulgarity toward a beautiful woman. They looked exactly like fanatical devotees. Li Zihan turned around, saw the crowd in this state, and nodded with satisfaction. These people were already under her control. As she scanned the surrounding players with a sidelong glance, their eyes were hollow and fervent, like brainwashed puppets. This was precisely the effect she desired. She raised the staff in her hand, its red gemstone head glowing with an eerie light. An unsettling sense of oppression filled the air. "Are you all ready?" She surveyed the fervent followers. "For the Queen! For the Queen!" A low, guttural roar erupted from the crowd. Though hoarse, the fervor within it sent shivers down the spine. They were an army utterly under her command, fighting solely for Li Zihan. "Excellent! Then..." Li Zihan's voice shifted as she pointed her staff forward. "Let's go!" Li Mo remained unaware that he was being targeted, and that a fanatical group was already closing in on him. He had already arrived at a small floating island. He drew his battle axe from his spatial storage and, with a thought, enveloped his body in deep blue runes. Li Mo focused intently. At a time like this, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. After all, who could predict that another semi-lord level boss wouldn't spawn on this floating island? However, Li Mo also knew that such an occurrence was an extremely low probability event. The odds of it happening again were slim. And even if another powerful monster spawned, even if he couldn't defeat it, he could still escape using the effects of the legendary blade. Traveling fully armed like this was purely a warrior's instinct. After all, it would be foolish to recklessly roam just because he possessed a legendary blade. Upon entering the floating island, 3 green figures suddenly appeared. Each stood over 3 meters tall, with trunks as thick as the tree roots of the arboreals. Jungle Python 2 Star Creature. Level 2. Strength 10, Agility 12, Spirit 6, Constitution 10. Skills, Charge, Toxic Corrosion. A 2-star creature with 2 skills, and 3 of them appeared at once. But they still pale in comparison to the previous Dark Elf squad. Li Mo was confident he could eliminate them all in a single strike. This time, however, the primary goal was to test his own recovery abilities. These 3 pythons made excellent test subjects. The moment the 3 pythons spotted Li Mo, they immediately coiled their bodies, muscles taut. Then they launched themselves forward like cannonballs. Li Mo sneered coldly. In the beginning, he would indeed have had to dodge. But now, things had changed. With his formidable mental prowess, Li Mo saw the pythons' attack trajectories and every movement of their bodies with crystal clarity. His right hand seized the venomous snake in a flash. Twisting his body, he evaded the second python's strike. Then, planting his foot and twisting his waist, he unleashed a whipping kick like a thunderclap. The fierce force ripped the third python's body clean in 2. Killed Jungle Green Python 1, gained 100 EXP. Current EXP, 260-280. Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 30, Mana plus 30. Gained 30 free attribute points.
Liam-o ignored the notifications, forcefully prying open the snake's head in his hand.
The slender, sharp fangs were now exposed to the air. Without hesitation, he placed his hand before the venomous snake. The sharp fangs sank viciously into his palm.
A piercing, excruciating pain instantly surged through him, accompanied by a wave of numbness. Liam-o's face instantly turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He could distinctly feel the icy venom spreading rapidly through his veins, permeating his entire body.
Toxic corrosion severe, you are suffering intense toxin damage. Health 50 per second.
The system alert sounded in his ears, but Liam-o remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on his own palm. The punctured wound was turning black at a visible pace, venom oozing from the wound.
Yet, in less than 2 seconds, Liam-o's pupils suddenly contracted.
He saw the darkened area on his palm visibly lightening. The numbness began to recede, and the stinging pain significantly lessened.
This. Liam-o's face betrayed utter disbelief. He felt a gentle yet powerful life force surging within his body.
It relentlessly counteracted the toxin's erosion, even repairing damaged cells. Within just 5 seconds, Liam-o's palm had fully recovered, not a trace of the venomous bite remaining.
The numbness and discomfort within his body vanished completely.
Toxin corrosion status removed.
Ha 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 ha. Liam-o couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. This regenerative power is even stronger than I imagined.
He clenched his fist tightly, feeling the abundant vitality surging within him. This was nothing short of a god-defying ability. From now on, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could practically become immune to most sustained damage. He looked again at the jungle python he held in his hand. The poor 2-star creature lay barely alive under Liam-o's immense strength, only its head twitching faintly. With a slight squeeze of his hand, the triangular skull crumbled into powder.
Liam-o released his grip, letting the lifeless body fall limply to the ground.
His gaze then locked onto the other python that had been flung away. He strode forward, growling low as his axe blade sliced through the air, striking the struggling serpent.
Killed Jungle Green Python 1, gained 100 EXP. Current EXP, 360-450. Level up. Your current level is 6. Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Spirit plus 40, Mana plus 40. Gained 30 free attribute points. Chapter 33, Trouble Knocks. After allocating all 50 attribute points to agility, Liam-o opened the interface. Player, Liam-o. Race, human. Class, warrior mage. Attributes, Strength 140, Constitution 155, Agility 65, Spirit 162, Mana 180. I need to find Dragon Blood Steel soon. Liam-o murmured under his breath. He had previously asked Xiao Jun about this item. Though Xiao Jun didn't have any, she had pointed Liam-o in the right direction. Either level up to 20 and run dungeons, where rare materials like Dragon Blood Steel might drop. Or hunt elite level monsters, the least efficient method, but currently his only option. Still gotta grind monsters to level up. Liam-o stretched lazily, his enhanced body cracking like beans spilling from a sack. After disassembling the 3 python corpses, Liam-o obtained 3 snake skins and a large pile of snake meat. These items were useless to Liam-o now, yet discarding them felt wasteful after all. He could still sell them in the marketplace for some Sky Island currency. Evolve? Detected snake skin and snake meat. Evolution successful. Without a second glance, Liam-o flicked his wrist, selling all the evolved materials instantly. Acquired Sky Island coins 300. 300 Sky Island coins meant no more to Liam-o than a penny.
A single basic building mold alone brought him countless profits. These basic materials, unless they were essential items like water or soil blocks, weren't worth much. They were only treasured in the early stages of the game. Molds are truly the best.
Liam-o sighed deeply. Tools that bypassed crafting success rates were simply overpowered.
Unfortunately, the drop rate was low, and players who obtained blueprints clung to them tightly, afraid others would snatch them away. The blueprints that do make it to the market are mostly useless ones. So he had to rely on his own expeditions to keep acquiring new blueprints. While at it, he'd replenish the furnace's evolution energy. Then, when he synthesized a dozen 9999 plus firestones, he'd blast the Dark Elf Prince to smithereens. That life core would then be his for the taking. With that thought, Liam-o made up his mind. He had already memorized the coordinates of that floating island. Moreover, judging by the prince's pitiful state when he left, he wouldn't recover much strength anytime soon. By accelerating his energy collection, he might just make it back before the tree monster recovered. Beep. A message suddenly popped up in the private chat interface.
Liam-o tapped to open it. It was from Xiao Jun. Li Xiangjuan, Uncle Liam-o, wanna join the guild my sister and I started?
Seeing the message, Liam-o froze for a moment before realizing the sisters had taken notice of his combat prowess and were trying to build connections with him. A smile touched his lips as he prepared his next move. A piercing cold wind cut through the blizzard, rushing straight toward his forehead.
Li Mo reacted instantly, tilting his head slightly to narrowly dodge the attack. Who's there? He bellowed, then activated his shield and hurled a fireball in that direction. Amid the blizzard, several figures broke through the snowy curtain, their footsteps echoing with a sharp, grating sound in the silence. The leader was a burly figure clad in pale blue armor. As the fireball approached, a crimson cross of blood glowed on his forehead. His blood-red eyes flashed, and he roared. Dragon Blood Shield. A crimson dragon silhouette materialized from his body, forming a dark red shield that enveloped and protected the trio. The fireball slammed into the crimson barrier with undiminished force. A miraculous sight unfolded, the impossibly thin shield bizarrely absorbed the entire fireball. It then transformed into energy that flowed across the shield, absorbed entirely by the trio. What the hell is this? Li Mo gasped in shock. The three figures before him bore no resemblance to living beings. The leader's hands had long since transformed into scythe-like black claws, while dark red dragon scales spread from his ankles across his entire body. The one on the left had severely mutated arms, with bone-spiked wings sprouting from his shoulders. His face was twisted, fangs protruding from his mouth. The one on the right was covered in thick, coarse dragon scales, his body resembling an inflated meatball. His head was nearly entirely encased in scales, topped with two short horns. An inhuman dragonic presence radiated from the trio, their dark red scales starkly visible against the blinding snowstorm. Li Mo. You're damned. The leader bellowed, his speech slurred, eyes burning with madness. Then, with a violent stomp that kicked up a cloud of snow, his body vanished from the spot in an instant, darting toward Li Mo like a bolt of lightning. The creature on the left vanished silently, creeping toward Li Mo. The remaining figure let out a growl, icicles forming continuously on its head. These guys, are they all players? Li Mo's heart raced with shock, but his formidable mental fortitude allowed him to swiftly track the attacker's trajectory. He shifted his feet at the last moment, narrowly evading the scythe-like black blade. Simultaneously, a faint whistling sound cut through the air behind him. Thrust. Li Mo vanished in an instant, leaving the left monster's claws snapping at empty air. However, before Li Mo could steady himself, icicles rained down from above like a storm, sealing off all his escape routes. Trivial tricks. Li Mo neither dodged nor retreated. His entire body surged with magical energy as an even larger fireball than before coalesced in his palm. He hurled it toward the ice shards slanting down from above. Boom! Fire and ice collided violently in midair, erupting in a deafening explosion. The icicles vaporized instantly, filling the air with steam that shrouded everything in a white haze. Perfect opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mo seized the smoke-filled chaos to unleash another thrust. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he charged toward the lead mutated player. To catch the thief, catch the king first. That fat guy was clearly tough as nails and wouldn't go down easily. The tall one was the prime target. Die. Li Mo drew his battle axe and swung it down with all his might. The tall one didn't dodge but met the blow head-on, snarling as he raised his black blade to strike back at Li Mo. Arcane Shield. Heavy Strike. Li Mo instantly activated two skills, colliding violently with the mutant. Boom! A spray of dark red blood spurted from the tall man's mouth as his body flew backward like a crashing violently into the snow and plowing a long trench into the ground. He tried to struggle to his feet, but the gaping wound on his chest, bone clearly visible, proved it was nothing but a delusion. Li Mo gave him no chance, hurling 3 fireballs that incinerated him alive. Hiss. He touched the horrific wound on his chest, which was now rapidly healing as new cells continuously regenerated. This monster was truly formidable. Though clearly weaker than himself, it had still managed to shatter his shield with that black blade. It had dealt a vicious blow to his chest, but thankfully he had the life core fragment. This injury was nothing. You have killed player, Wang Feng half-dragon form. Gained 100 EXP, 200 points. Current EXP, 46550. Current level, 7. Strength and constitution increased by 20, spirit and mana increased by 30. Gained 30 free attribute points. Current attributes, strength, 160, constitution, 175, agility, 65, spirit, 192, mana, 210. Chapter 34, Fierce Beast Deathmatch. Take them down one by one. Killing Wang Feng appeared straightforward, yet it was fraught with mortal peril. Without the life core fragment, the bone-deep gash across his chest would have claimed his life. Roar! Witnessing his comrade's death, the concealed assassin could no longer hold back. With a piercing shriek, he materialized from Li Mo's rear flank. He abandoned stealth, charging toward Li Mo at blinding speed. His speed far surpassed what it had been moments before. Simultaneously, the fleshball mage let out a thunderous roar. Boom! A violent blast of frost energy erupted in a ring around it. The ground instantly froze solid, the ice spreading rapidly, closing in on Li Mo's feet. Freezing. Li Mo's pupils contracted. The assassin's explosive ambush combined with the mage's crowd control, the timing was impeccable. Their coordination was flawless. No choice. Li Mo instantly devised a countermeasure. This was his only option now. Deep Blue, boost my stats. Boost my spirit. The 30 free attribute points gained from leveling up were instantly poured into spirit. His spirit attribute skyrocketed to 232. Mana capacity simultaneously increased to 250. Higher spirit brought sharper perception and increased spell damage. Arcane shield. Liamo growled, and a denser, deep blue shield instantly materialized. Simultaneously, he thrust his feet against the ground, propelling himself upward with the recoil. Clang! The Fleshwing assassin's claws slammed into the reinforced arcane shield, producing a bone-chilling screech of friction. The shield trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface, yet it did not shatter. Good. Li Mo's eyes lit up. Earlier, his shield had been shattered in one blow by the first monster. Now, facing an assassin player with far greater offensive power, the shield had withstood a direct hit without shattering. This stat allocation was spot on. Liamo hung suspended in midair, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the rapidly approaching ice surface below. Fireball. He once again condensed and compressed a fireball in his palm, but this time his target wasn't the assassin, it was the ice surface he was about to land on. Boom! The fireball struck the ice precisely where Liamo was about to land. Boom! Freezing cold and intense heat collided in an instant. Melting ice water mixed with steam billowed upward, forming a fleeting patch of white mist. Liamo landed steadily, his figure temporarily obscured by the mist. The mage's scaled head turned toward the mist. Liamo. Locked. He drew a deep breath, then raised both arms high, preparing a more powerful spell. The fat mage clearly believed Liamo was already frozen in place. Now! Liamo's eyes flashed with intense light. He had been waiting for this moment, the brief window of vulnerability when the opponent channels their spell. Lance! His figure vanished once more, reappearing beside the mage as if teleported. Right at the moment when the mage's arms were raised high, his attention completely focused on channeling the spell. Heavy strike. Liamo gripped his battle axe with both hands, the blade carrying the force to cleave mountains and shatter rocks as it swung viciously toward the junction where the mage's thick dragon scales met his neck. Clang! A deafening clang of metal on metal erupted. Sparks flew everywhere. The mage's massive frame staggered from the savage blow, his gathered power shattered. A deep gash tore through the dragon scales at his throat, spewing a mixture of dark red blood and ice shards. Roar! The excruciating pain made it roar earth-shatteringly, plunging into a frenzied rage. It lunged forward, sweeping straight at Liamo. Having landed his strike, Liamo didn't pause, immediately thrusting forward again and retreating from his original position. Die! A shrill screech echoed once more. The winged assassin seized the moment Liamo dodged the attack, reappearing from his right rear. A sweeping giant arm from the front, a deadly claw strike from behind. Life hung by a thread. Liamo's focus was razor sharp. His 232 spirit attribute allowed his mind to race at its absolute peak. He didn't attempt to defend both sides simultaneously. Instead, he chose the most direct way to break the stalemate: offense instead of defense. Psychic shock. Liamo roared inwardly. His immense psychic energy instantly condensed into a concentrated blast, piercing toward the flesh-winged assassin's blood-red eyes. Gah! The flesh-winged assassin's lunging motion froze abruptly, followed by a short, agonized scream. The mental shock instantly caused excruciating headaches and blurred vision. A fatal pause in its movement. That was enough. Liamo's body darted left with uncanny speed, evading the mage's sweeping arm. Simultaneously, he twisted his waist with force, swinging his right battle axe to cleave through the assassin's wing at its base. Splatter! The flesh-covered wing, studded with bone spines, flew off, trailing a trail of foul blood. Arg! The assassin let out a wail, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Liamo showed no mercy. Magic surged wildly through his left hand. Fireball! Puff! 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 For fireballs, compressed to the point of being almost blinding, shot out like a volley of cannon fire. They exploded with a thunderous roar upon the winged assassin's body before he could even scramble to his feet. Boom! 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 The violent explosions completely engulfed the assassin. The assassin's charred remains burned in the flames, eventually reduced to cinders, leaving only a pungent, acrid smell behind. You have killed player, Lin Xiao half-dragon form. Gained 100 EXP, 200 points. Current EXP, 550. Congratulations! You have leveled up to 8. Strength and Constitution increased by 20, Spirit and Mana increased by 30. Gained 30 free attribute points. Current attributes: Strength 180, Constitution 195, Agility 65, Spirit 222, Mana 280. Gained 30 free attribute points. The radiance of the level up instantly enveloped Liamo, instantly replenishing his depleted mana. The wound on his chest accelerated its healing under the dual effects of the upgrade energy and the life core fragment. The stamina and mana depleted during the battle were instantly replenished. You're the only one left, you fat bastard. Liamo's gaze sharpened like blades, locking onto the blood-drenched mage, now consumed by madness. Roar! Kill! The frost mage went completely berserk, ignoring the wound on its neck and the burns covering its body as its thick arms slammed the ground once more. Boom! Centered on him, countless sharp, massive ice spikes burst through the ice like thorns, spreading outward wildly. They nearly sealed off all of Limo's escape routes. Playing with ice? Tell that to my fireballs. Not a trace of fear flickered in Limo's eyes. Instead, he was eager for the fight. He allocated all 60 points of his newly acquired free attributes without hesitation. Spirit points. All of it. His spirit skyrocketed like a rocket, surging by 282 points. His mana pool simultaneously surged to 340 points. Facing the encroaching ice spikes, Limo didn't retreat, he stepped forward instead. Fireball. Limo raised his hand, and over 100 blazing fireballs erupted into existence. Enough to blot out the sky and bury the world. Bring it on! The fierce fireballs collided violently with the spreading ice spikes. Sizzle! 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 The sound of vaporization echoed through the blizzard-shrouded forest. Though sharp and hard, the ice spikes vaporized at a visible speed under the fireball's scorching heat. The mage desperately channeled his power, trying to sustain the ice spikes. But to his horror, he realized the opponent's flames far surpassed his own icy might in sheer intensity. His power drained rapidly. Impossible! It roared in despair and refusal. Nothing is impossible. Burn everything to ashes. Limo's eyes seemed to burn with flames. His 280+ spirit attribute had elevated his control over fire elements to a new level. Boom! Fireballs relentlessly pounded the ice spikes. In an instant, they completely engulfed the ice spikes and, like a ferocious giant serpent, slammed into the mage's massive form. No! The frost mage only had time to raise his arms in a crossblock before being utterly engulfed by the searing fireball. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The shrill sound of melting mingled with its agonized roar, sending chills down the spine. You have killed player, Wangshur half-dragon form. Gain 150 EXP, 300 points. Current EXP, 710 840. Congratulations on reaching level 9. Strength and Constitution increased by 20, Spirit and Mana increased by 30. Gained 30 free attribute points. Current attributes: Strength 200, Constitution 215, Agility 65, Spirit 312, Mana 370. Gained 30 free attribute points. Level 9 reward. Target residue contains trace amounts of dragon blood. Chapter 35, Epic Grade Weapon. Huff, puff. Limo gasped heavily. The successive bursts of high-intensity spells had left him mentally exhausted, despite the level-up replenishment. Yet his eyes shone with excitement. Dragon blood steel. This was the first time in ages he'd encountered any mention of dragon blood steel. And it was right before his eyes. He approached the massive charred mass, crouched down, and prodded the completely carbonized corpse with his battle axe. Wang Feng. Lin Xiao. Wang Shur. Their names sound like players, but why did they turn into these monsters? Those three had worked together seamlessly, with clear objectives. They were clearly prepared. And Wang Shur's dying words. They seemed to know me and attacked me the moment we met, but I haven't interacted with anyone besides those two. What the hell is going on? Limo frowned in deep thought. And what the hell is this queen business? The only person Limo had ever encountered who could be called a queen was Dai Xinna. But why would Daisina come to kill him? Could it be because of the life core fragment? His brow furrowed deeply as his thoughts grew increasingly tangled, like a knot. Xiao Jun's invitation message still flashed on his screen. He temporarily pushed aside his doubts and scanned his surroundings. 3 bizarre corpses lay scattered across the snow, the scene a mess. Limo approached, enduring the acrid smell, and began dissecting the bodies. Dismantling successful. Obtained, damaged blue armor. Obtained, charred meat. Staring at these bizarre materials in his backpack, bearing distinct dragon-like characteristics, Limo fell deep in thought. Could it be that they were controlled by dragon-like monsters? Limo found this increasingly plausible. After all, he hadn't provoked anyone. He then retrieved the damaged blue armor chestplate. The armor itself was made of ordinary materials, but at its very center was embedded a dark red crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, covered in cracks. A faint, unsettling aura of dragon might and a blood-soaked stench seeped from the crystal's fissures. Item: Broken Dragon Blood Crystal Core. Type: Energy Core severely damaged. Quality: Rare. Description: A crystal core containing a trace of the violent dragon bloodline's power. It can serve as the core for certain specialized equipment or as potent spellcasting material. Due to severe damage, its contained energy and properties have significantly diminished, reducing its value. Possible uses: Decompose to obtain primordial essence, which can be used to evolve items, imbuing them with dragon blood power. Limo's pupils dilated instantly. Decompose it to obtain primordial essence, which can be used to evolve items. If fused with refined iron, wouldn't this become dragon blood steel? Limo sprang into action immediately, paying no heed to the 3 charred corpses beside him. He opened the workbench and attempted to place the crystal core inside. Decompose it for me. Limo was filled with excitement, hoping to extract dragon blood. But reality proved far harsher than his dreams. The workbench didn't break down a single thing, not even registering a flicker of reaction. Hiss. Liemo sucked in a sharp breath. The system prompt couldn't be wrong, which meant the workbench was simply too low grade. It couldn't break down this substance. If the workbench won't do, what about my golden finger? With that thought, Liemo summoned the evolution furnace and placed the shattered crystal core inside. A flash of golden light followed, and Liemo's eyes lit up. This might work. Evolution furnace operation complete. Perfect refining, obtained pure dragon blood essence 1. Liemo eagerly lifted the furnace lid. At the furnace's core, the shattered crystal core had vanished. In its place lay a single drop of crimson gold liquid, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. Pure dragon blood essence. Liemo's eyes flashed with wild delight. Pure dragon blood essence, a remnant bearing a faint imprint of dragon will, usable to enhance weapons. A valuable find, but at this moment, only one thing occupied his thoughts. Dragon blood steel, right before my eyes. Without hesitation, Liemo dumped both the pure dragon blood essence and the refined iron stored in his backpack into the evolution furnace. Fuse. Evolution complete. Acquired, dragon blood steel ingot epic 1. Liemo's heart pounded violently. Epic quality. Far surpassing any equipment material he had crafted before. Item, dragon blood steel ingot. Quality, epic. Description, forged by fusing pure dragon blood essence with refined iron ingots, it combines the toughness and malleability of refined iron while seamlessly integrating dragon blood power. This grants it astonishing energy conductivity, physical strength, elemental resistance, and a natural aura of intimidation against wyverns and dragon-blooded creatures. It is the dream material for crafting top-tier weapons and armor. Trait 1, Dragon's Might passive, gear crafted with this material exerts a mild mental suppression effect on dragon-blooded creatures, reducing their defensive capabilities. Property 2, Energy Affinity passive, significantly enhances enchantment capacity and spell energy channeling efficiency. Property 3, Unbreakable Dragon Scale passive, grants equipment exceptional physical defense and superior fire resistance. It worked! Dragon Blood Steel. Liemo was so excited he nearly shouted. He could finally forge a brand new weapon. He decisively pulled out the weapon blueprint he had obtained earlier. Dragon Fang Cleaver Blueprint. Description, a curved single-edged blade modeled after a dragon's fang. Critical hits trigger a bite effect, inflicting bleed damage equal to 5% of the target's maximum HP. Special effect, inflicts an additional 50% critical strike chance against bleeding targets. Required materials, refined iron 50-50, dragon blood steel 1-1, 2-star beast hide 5-5, spirit core 100-100. Sigh. Liemo suddenly realized he hadn't evolved the weapon blueprint yet. After evolving the most crucial materials, he gained 4 skills in one go. If he evolved this blueprint now, wouldn't the effects become even more god tier? Besides, an ordinary blueprint was no match for epic tier dragon blood steel. Without hesitation, he tossed the blueprint into the evolution furnace. Evolve it. Blueprint evolution successful. Acquired, Dragon Fury Cleaver Epic Blueprint. Liemo scanned the core attribute predictions of the new blueprint, his heart pounding. Critical strike on every hit passive, when attacking bleeding targets, critical strike chance skyrockets to 100%. True tier passive, triggers bite on critical hits, dealing true damage equal to 10% of the target's maximum health bleeds for 10 seconds and reducing their healing effectiveness. Vampiric sustain passive, critical hits against bleeding targets restore 5% of your maximum health. Rage mode active, consumes 10% mana to activate a 15-second rage state, attack speed and movement speed surge dramatically. Inflicts additional fire damage. 20 damage per second. Hiss. Liemo sucked in a sharp breath. 100% critical hit rate? Lifesteal on every strike? Plus an active berserk and a screen-clearing ultimate? These stats are absurdly overpowered. Critical strike lifesteal paired with high attack speed is practically a perpetual motion machine. This blade was a divine weapon born for slaughter. Seeing this, he couldn't wait any longer. Forge. Liemo tossed all the materials into the forge. Boom! A deafening dragon's roar erupted from within the furnace. Forging complete. The furnace lid opened, revealing a menacing blade suspended within dark red as congealed blood, its edge shimmering with a cold, flowing light. The blade was covered in intricate patterns, culminating in a roaring dragon's head at its tip. Item, Dragon Fury Cleaver. Quality, epic. Attack power, 100-600 scales with strength. Description, touch the dragoness and bear its wrath. Chapter 36, Weapons Extraordinary Effect Enemy Approaching. Liemo gripped the hilt and a surge of primal power instantly coursed through his body. What a blade! He couldn't help but let out a long, piercing cry. His right foot lunged forward, his hips and waist driving the momentum of his entire body. He swung the blade like thunder. Boom! The jungle erupted with the sound of crashing trees. That single strike had severed every tree in sight. Huff! Liemo gasped for breath, not from exhaustion, but from the overwhelming, surging power coursing through the blade. That single strike had nearly slipped from his grasp. The sheer power felt overwhelming. Is this what an epic weapon feels like? It completely outclasses a battle axe. Liemo gripped the Dragon Fury blade, examining it closely before fondling it repeatedly, unable to put it down. A faint, shimmering dragon soul danced along the blade's edge, while the dragon head at the hilt snarled with fury, lending the entire blade an overwhelming aura of dominance. With a thought, Liemo stored the blade in his spatial pocket. He then strode over to the three corpses. He bent down, his fingers lightly touching Wang Shi's corpse. Though the scales were sharp, they couldn't pierce Lime's defenses with his 195 constitution. What kind of power could possibly mutate a normal human body like this? Liemo frowned, murmuring to himself. The queen is about to arrive. You won't escape. Wang Shi's deathly grimace kept haunting his vision. It wasn't that Liemo was frightened by him, but when faced with the unknown, fear was inevitable. And this half-dragon monstrous player was even more baffling, fear clinging to him. However, since arriving in this world, Liemo had been on a relentless rampage, virtually unstoppable. Even when confronting a semi-lord level monster earlier, he'd narrowly escaped death using the evolution furnace and even managed to bite off a chunk of raw flesh from that creature. How could he possibly fear these dragon-transformed players? Even if they were backed by a lord-level monster, Liemo could still escape death with his current gear. Besides, lord-level monsters weren't exactly commonplace. The system had made it clear, they only spawned after level 50. His encounter was pure coincidence. The Dark Elves had schemed for a century, yet they stumbled upon the lord-level monster before it had fully matured. That was just the worst luck imaginable. Liemo refused to believe his luck was so good that he'd keep running into lord-level monsters. But judging by the tactics employed, he could make a rough guess. The player's mutations were clearly linked to some powerful source of energy, and it was highly likely organized and premeditated. That phrase, "the queen has arrived," unmistakably pointed to the identity of the mastermind behind it all. The queen, who could it be? Liemo fell deep in thought. He reviewed all the female players he'd encountered since his transmigration. Only 3, Xiao Jun, Daixina, and that girl who traded skill books with him. Could it be her? Liemo narrowed his focus and opened the trade channel. They had traded supplies before, so they were friends. His fingers swiped frantically through the long list of trade records. Found it. His eyes darted, then locked onto an avatar. Li Zihan. Trading skill book, thrust, that's her for sure. Liemo confirmed and tapped her profile. After the version update, Liemo discovered a new feature. By clicking on another player's avatar, he could now access their profile page to view their information. For instance, their profession, guild affiliation, points, ranking, and so on. After adding Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna as friends, Liemo immediately checked their profiles. Some people just love snooping on others' stuff. It reminded Liemo of his past life whenever he joined a new group chat. His first instinct was to open the group members list, then click through each profile picture to browse their social feeds one by one. Some users set their moment's visibility to allow strangers to view 10 posts. Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna were like that. Both of their profiles were public, with rankings of 231 and 246 respectively. Their career choices were also transparently displayed. But some prefer to keep their moments private, setting them to be invisible to strangers. Take Li Zihan right here, for instance. Liemo could only access minimal information. Ranking, 61 points, 2412. Liemo furrowed his brow slightly. The information was too sparse. Strange. Liemo was puzzled. Logically, players near the top of the rankings would typically choose to share some information, whether to showcase their strength or attract guild recruitment. Li Zihan's near-total concealment seemed rather unusual. Still, 61st place. Liemo murmured the number under his breath, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Players within the top 100 of the rankings were undoubtedly the absolute elite at this stage, each possessing extraordinary opportunities or strength. The Dice Sisters were already formidable, yet their ranking hovered around the 200s. This might be because they weren't actively grinding for points. The players in the top 100, however, possessed undeniable prowess, otherwise, they wouldn't have pushed the sisters down to the 200s. But this woman. Rank 61. 2,412 points. These numbers hit him like two heavy blows, smashing into his heart. Though he hadn't actively tracked the rankings before, he had a clear impression of Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna's positions. They were already among the top ranks, a testament to their skill and standing within the player community. Yet Li Zihan, this ordinary female player he'd only crossed paths with over a single skill book, was ranked 61st? And with over 2,000 points? That score was more than double the combined total of Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna. Lime's mind instantly flashed back to the bloody battles he'd fought along his journey. From the brutal battles in the newbie village, to narrowly escaping death in the evolution forge, all the way to now wielding an epic tier weapon to crush half-dragon players. He considered himself to be at the pinnacle of both efficiency and capability, yet even so, he himself had failed to achieve such a high ranking. The number before him now instilled a vague sense of pressure. He instinctively tapped on Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna's avatars again. Their scores were over 800 and over 700 respectively. Li Zihan's score surpassed the combined total of both of them. How is that possible? Li Mo muttered to himself. He clearly remembered that woman begging him for help over a piece of dirt earlier. Yet now she had transformed into a player ranked within the top 70 on the leaderboard? This was far beyond what an ordinary player could achieve. Unless she possessed some kind of god-defying opportunity, like he did. He abruptly tore his gaze away from Li Zihan's profile and fixed it once more on Wang Shi's half-dragonized corpse. A bold hypothesis instantly took shape in Li Mo's mind. This Li Zihan, ranked 61st with over 2,000 points, was highly likely to be that queen herself, or at the very least, one of her core members. Chapter 37, Assessing the Situation, Preparing for Battle. Li Mo grew increasingly certain that this woman was inextricably linked to the so-called queen. She might even be the queen herself. He clearly remembered how she had once sought to be his kept woman. After being ruthlessly rejected, it was only natural for her to turn dark. Though such twisted individuals were rare, he'd encountered quite a few in his previous life. They took others' kindness for granted, failing to show even basic respect to their own parents. They spent their days ranting about everything under the sun, convinced the entire world owed them something. Such people, once their demands go unmet, instantly turn on you, pouring all their resentment and bitterness onto those who deprive them. In their worldview, there's no room for self-reflection, only blame. They are perpetually victims, perpetually innocent. The slightest inconvenience triggers volcanic eruptions of rage and complaints, as if the entire world has conspired to bully them. If this Li Zihan truly is the queen, then it's no wonder she's capable of any utterly depraved act. Earlier, I had traded basic supplies for Li Zihan's skill book, basically snagging a bargain. Then I refused her offer to support me. But could these actions really fuel such deep hatred toward me? Li Mo couldn't be sure, but he steeled himself to face the impending danger. He had once tried to understand her, to help her, but ultimately realized that dealing with someone like her only drained him of energy and proved utterly pointless. Because you could never fill a bottomless pit of desire, nor awaken a soul that never believed it had done wrong. Since Li Zihan was highly likely to be that queen, then Li Mo had to be prepared. With that thought, he opened his profile page and reviewed his current stats. Current attributes: Strength 200, Constitution 215, Agility 65, Spirit 312, Mana 370. After careful deliberation, Li Mo decided to allocate his attribute points to agility. The reason was simple: agility wouldn't increase with level progression. By the time other attributes reached the thousands, agility would remain stagnant. Not by a single point. Therefore, Li Mo couldn't afford to abandon this attribute. After making his choice, Li Mo clicked confirm. A wave of warmth surged through his body, further enhancing his physique. After expending the excess attribute points, Li Mo glanced at his points and ranking once more. Points 1600, rank 1021. Not even in the top 1000? Li Mo frowned. He had slain countless monsters during this period, including a number of elite beasts. His points had reached 1600, yet even so, he hadn't cracked the top 1000? The players at the top of these leaderboards were just too competitive. Li Mo stubbornly opened the points leaderboard. Wang Yu, 30,500. Wang Chen, 24,000. Xijia Chen, 16,000. Lu Hang, 15,288. The gap between the top 2 and 3rd place is surprisingly huge. The leader is nearly double the 2nd place. How on earth did they find so many monsters? Li Mo was utterly baffled. Although the update had removed the supply blind boxes, it also made the floating islands spawn more frequently. The probability of encountering monsters had increased significantly. But the points gap between 1st and 2nd place is downright terrifying. If each elite monster was worth 200 points, the top player must have slain at least 150 of them. Li Mo didn't think the top player was particularly impressive, he was just curious how they managed to find so many monsters. After all, he was confident there were no more than 2 players who could truly challenge him right now. The top 2 might be able to land a few hits on him, but they certainly weren't his true rivals. No mystery here: dual classes, dual gear sets, plus an epic weapon. He could practically walk all over the place. Without extraordinary luck, even finding the blueprint for an epic weapon was difficult. Forget gathering materials to craft it, the forging process itself carried a high failure rate. You need to find a high-tier workbench to reduce the failure rate. But that's easier said than done. To find higher-level workbenches, you must either tackle dungeons or explore higher-tier floating islands. Take those 2 floating islands Li Mo encountered during his early days, the ones crackling with lightning and engulfed in flames. Such freely moving floating islands inevitably harbored lord-level monsters. Though Li Mo now possessed an epic weapon and epic accessories, he wasn't arrogant enough to solo a lord-level monster. After all, he'd only managed to gain a slight advantage from a sub-lord level monster. Yet he could solo 3 exceptionally powerful draconic players. He was certain all 3 ranked within the top 1000 players on the leaderboard. Yet he had dispatched them with remarkable ease. The life core fragment played a major role in this, giving him the confidence to disregard his injuries and clash head-on with the warrior. And this was merely a fragment from a sub-lord level monster. If a mere fragment could boost his combat power this dramatically, imagine the potential of fragments from true lord level monsters. A single sneeze could wipe him out, no joke. Therefore, at this stage, absolutely no player could possess an epic tier weapon. Except for Lee Mo, the outlier. That's why he didn't give Lee Zihan, a player ranked in the 60s, a second thought. Even though she was significantly higher level than him and possessed a third skill, the combat power boost couldn't compare to his epic weapon. They weren't even in the same league. Having dismissed Lee Zihan's threat with contempt, Lee Mo no longer dwelled on it. What he needed most now was to level up further. His current mana reserves and regeneration rate allowed for near-endless skill usage. All he needed to do was level up, unlock the third skill slot, and unleash new abilities. That was the priority. Climbing the leaderboard rankings would be a side effect of that. The fastest way to level up is undoubtedly by seeking out higher-level floating islands or dungeons. But the problem now is that discovering new floating islands takes time. The top players likely spend every waking moment exploring them. That's why they have so many points. Lee Mo had previously stumbled into the Dark Elf's lair by accident and was trapped there for a period. He couldn't explore new floating islands, which left him lacking in experience and leveling up. Otherwise, given his combat prowess, he could have one-shot nearly every monster he encountered. He would have long since accumulated enough experience to reach level 15 and unlock new skills. But he was trapped by time, unable to hunt monsters and level up. But Wang Shi's dying words suddenly echoed in Lee Mo's ears. You can't escape. The queen has found you. You're going to die soon. If these three could be infected and dragonized by that so-called queen, then surely many other players must have been assimilated by her as well. When they all come running, there'll be no shortage of experience points. All these experience babies delivered right to him. Lee Zihan sure was thoughtful. Lee Mo's lips curled into a smirk, nearly breaking into laughter. Chapter 38, New factions emerged. 2 major guilds. Pulling his thoughts back, Lee Mo began preparing other things. Lately, he'd been preoccupied with the Life Core and the Dragon Fury Blade. He hadn't even glanced at the World Chat channel. Wonder how things have progressed over there? Thinking about it, he realized he hadn't checked the World channel in nearly 4 days. Feels like I've missed an entire century. Lee Mo opened the World Chat channel, only to be overwhelmed by the flood of messages. Even his mental fortitude, rated over 300 points, struggled to keep up. Trading Swiftwind wolf pelts for Spirit Spring water. Join our Gale Guild. Our leader is a top-tier player ranked in the top 1000 on the leaderboard. Plenty of perks. We'll help you grind monsters and level up. Warning, player ID 52131 scammed me with a fake polluted spirit core. Seeking a no-damage Dark Elf clear guide. Reading the chat logs, Lee Mo felt deeply moved. Just 6 days after the version update, so many players had already chosen their classes and were developing their characters with such detail and purpose. But at the same time, he glanced at the online player count. From the initial 100,000, it had now dropped to 50,000. A full 50% fewer players. Just 10 days ago, those people were vibrant lives, loved by others and loving others in return. But now, Lee Mo couldn't help but sigh deeply at this goddamn world. He kept scrolling through the chat logs, noticing that besides routine transactions, recruitment posts, and requests for help, there were also discussions about skill combinations and newly encountered monsters. Some even began sharing their expedition experiences, their words brimming with both terror and exhilaration. The leader of Galewind Guild is such a hardcore grinder. He's already cracked the top 1000 on the leaderboard in just a few days. That's insane. Dude, you just found out? Swiftwind Guild has been dominating the scene these past few days. Holy crap, is that real? What dungeon? Need a guide. I've been stuck on an elite monster forever. You two above are hilarious. The big-name guilds like Ren Tianfeng and Jiang Chen haven't even spoken up yet, and this little Swiftwind Guild has you guys scared out of your wits. Who are you? So impressive? Sorry, but I'm Big Ice from Tianfeng Guild at number 182 on the leaderboard and I've got the skills to back it up. Big shot, I'm sorry. I bow down. Prostrate. Lee Mo raised an eyebrow slightly upon reading this. He recognized the Skyblade Guild. He'd even traded refined iron with their guild leader before. His name was Chen Feng. He tapped on the Skyblade Guild's profile icon. Pretty impressive, this kid. Lee Mo raised an eyebrow. The guild currently had only 5 members. But every single member ranked within the top 300 players. Especially the guild leader, Chen Feng. He had already reached 58th place on the rankings, significantly higher than Lee Zihan. And the player spouting off in the chat channel? He was the weakest member of the guild. It proved the saying true: those who shout the loudest are usually the weakest. Lee Mo shook his head and closed the page. Scrolling further, he noticed other guilds emerging alongside Swiftwind Guild, such as Glory Alliance and Dragon Soul Temple. These guilds all had players ranked near the top of the leaderboard. By organizing members and sharing resources, they were gradually establishing a foothold in the Sky Island world. Looks like everyone's progressing pretty fast, Liam thought to himself. Though he'd spent most of his time focused on his own affairs, not deliberately chasing rankings or joining guilds. He knew this pace was already quite impressive for ordinary players. Of course, he also saw some players complaining about scarce supplies and powerful monsters. Some even sought help, claiming they were trapped somewhere and urgently needed rescue. If you don't put in the effort, you'd better be prepared to get left behind. He shook his head, then clicked open the Jiangchen Guild's homepage. This guild stood on equal footing with Chunfeng's Tianfeng Guild. Both possessed extraordinary strength, but unlike Tianfeng's elite strategy, Jiangchen adopted a policy of welcoming all talents. The guild boasted a membership of over 3,300. Li Yimou merely remarked, just a bunch of low-level grunts. None of them are particularly strong. He skimmed through the list. Only about 100 players ranked within the top 1,000, while the rest hovered around the 2,000 to 3,000 mark. Li Yimou merely chuckled at this. A bunch of low-level grunts wouldn't be much use. When combat strength was low, a human wave tactic might still hold some value. But once combat power was upgraded, anyone still relying on that tactic could only be described as brainless. The gap between elite players and ordinary ones was like the difference between a fully equipped modern army and a bunch of street thugs. It wasn't something that could be solved with a few slogans, it required real combat strength to speak for itself. Let me see who this guild leader is. Li Yimou genuinely wanted to gauge the guild leader's true strength first. Didn't he understand this principle? Why recruit so many members? The system isn't a charity, it won't reward you just for increasing your guild's membership. Even if you plan to level up your members and then raid dungeons together. That only works against simple monsters. Relying on sheer numbers to wear down top-tier bosses is unrealistic. You absolutely need an elite squad or top-tier gear. Otherwise, one AoE skill from the boss wipes out all the low-level players, dealing a massive blow to morale. It's better to funnel all resources to your trusted allies from the start. Build an unbeatable team. This is the approach Li Yimou endorses, not the one championed by this Jiangchen guild leader. What's the point of recruiting so many players? Curious and puzzled, Li Yimou tapped the guild leader's avatar. Guild leader, Chen Feng. Class, sorcerer. Ranking, 89 points, 10,500. Whoa. The moment he saw that name, Li Yimou instantly recalled, wasn't this the very person who had traded blueprints with him before? Back then, he'd said some strange things to me, and I hadn't taken them seriously. And now she's already ranked 89th? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Never underestimate anyone with dreams. You never know, they might be quietly working hard, saving up a big surprise. Then the one left feeling awkward would be me. After leaving the Jiangchen Guild, Li Yimou scanned the world chat for a while. Finding nothing useful, he was about to exit the player interface when suddenly, he noticed Xiao Jun had sent him a chat message at some point, which he hadn't checked yet. He opened it to find it had been sent several hours earlier. He figured it must have been sent while he was fighting those 3 advanced scouts, so it made sense he hadn't seen it. Wonder what she's messaging me about. Li Yimou muttered under his breath, his mind involuntarily drifting to Xiao Jun's innocent and adorable face. Uncle, would you like to join my sister and my guild? Chapter 39, Founding Your Own Guild. After seeing Xiao Jun's message, Li Yimou didn't rush to reply. Instead, he turned his head and began to ponder. He and the sisters had been through life and death situations together, and a basic level of trust had already been established. Under these circumstances, joining the guild they created didn't seem like a bad idea. After all, the guild system introduced in the latest update was designed to encourage group activities. Surviving alone on this floating island would inevitably be less effective than teamwork. It was like needing a spirit core, but after searching for ages, all you found were wood and red bricks. That's where the guild's value comes into play. Members can support each other with resources, free from the scheming and backstabbing that plague the outside world. After all, when members grow stronger, it benefits the guild too. It's a mutually beneficial symbiosis. But every advantage comes with its drawbacks. Joining a guild inevitably brings certain constraints, such as having to follow the main group. Commands issued by the guild leader must be followed, or else you risk being expelled. But all of this assumes you're actually a member. Does Li Yimou lack supplies? Of course not. While players across Sky Island were starving, he wouldn't go without a single bite of food. His quality of life wouldn't diminish in the slightest. What's the point of having it cheat if it's disabled? If I'm cheating, why should I follow your rules? That'd make my cheating pointless. So he doesn't need to use the guild platform to trade supplies or anything. He only trades outward, never inward. And with his current combat strength, he's definitely in the top 10, maybe even the top 3. The best option is for him to establish his own guild. With his formidable strength and nearly limitless resources, wouldn't it be a breeze to build this guild into the top guild in the region? With that thought, Li Yimou hesitated no longer and sent Xiao Jun a message. I can join your guild, but only if I become its leader. The message was instantly marked as read on Xiao Jun's end. Li Yimou wasn't in a rush.
It didn't matter to him anyway. If necessary, he could just buy a token from the marketplace and establish his own guild.
Meanwhile, on the other side. Sis, how are you feeling?
Dai Xinna, whom he hadn't seen in ages, was still tall and slender, but that once proud demeanor had changed somewhat. Li Xiangjuan twitched her small, straight nose, her face expressionless and cold. Seeing this, Dai Xinna knew her sister had begun to think again. At such moments, she wisely remained silent, allowing her sister to contemplate their next move. Her sister always arrived at the most perfect solution, and Dai Xinna was confident this time would be no exception.
A flicker of emotion finally crossed Xiao Jun's serene face before she spoke. All right. Let him be the president. Dai Xinna's expression flickered with surprise. Really? But we'd already planned for you to be president.
Li Xiangjuan interrupted her softly. Plans are rigid, but people are flexible.
Li Mo's capabilities are evident to all of us.
She paused, her gaze deepening.
More importantly, he possesses an absolute confidence we lack.
If he becomes president, with his strength and resources, our guild will rise at the fastest pace possible, perhaps even becoming the strongest guild in the entire region.
Then taking down the Chen family would be a piece of cake, sis.
Xiao Jun turned her head, her eyes blazing like lions ready to pounce.
Dai Xinna fell silent.
She knew her sister spoke the truth.
Li Mo's power exceeded their wildest expectations. But Dai Xinna still hesitated. If we let him become president, won't we lose control? And might he impose restrictions on us? Li Xiangjuan shook her head. Restrictions are inevitable, but what we gain will far outweigh them.
Think about it, as joining our guild means we gain the most solid backing imaginable. We'd never have to worry about supplies. Though we don't know what extraordinary experiences he's had, during the game's toughest early stages, he barely lacked any basic resources.
As for control,
Li Xiangjuan's lips curved into a faint smile.
We can distribute key decision-making authority. Besides, given our relationship, he won't act entirely autocratically.
She walked to the window, gazing at the scattered flickering lights on the floating island below, and murmured softly, besides, we have no real choice. If we refuse, he could easily form his own guild. With his strength, he'll surpass us sooner or later. Then, we'll truly be at a disadvantage.
Dai Xinna was finally persuaded. She too saw the pros and cons, and indeed, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. All right, sister, you're right, Daesign aside. Let him be the guild leader.
Go reply to him.
Li Xiangjuan nodded and prepared to send Li Mo a message.
Just then, Li Mo's message arrived.
So? Made up your mind?
The message contained only a single sentence. A faint smile touched Li Xiangjuan's lips as she replied, agreed, guild leader. After sending it, she looked up at Dai Xinna and said, next, we need to fully support him and help the guild grow as quickly as possible. At the same time, we must find ways to uncover his background. After all, knowing both ourselves and our enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Dai Xinna's eyes flashed with determination.
Understood, sister. We'll be the strongest support. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes communicating everything.
Meanwhile, Li Mo smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Li Xiangjuan's reply.
Guild leader, he murmured softly, finding the title surprisingly pleasing to the ear.
He wasn't worried the sisters would pull any tricks.
First, he believed the shared life and death experiences had forged a solid foundation of trust between them.
Second, with his current overwhelming power, even if they harbored any ulterior motives, they couldn't make much of a splash. In that case, let's begin preparations for the guild. Li Mo murmured to himself, first, we need to name the guild. He pulled out the Sky Island handbook and began studying the guild system. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Li Mo finally settled on the name 9 Provinces. This name carried too much weight, ordinary people couldn't possibly handle it, and forcing its use would inevitably backfire. But who was Li Mo? A transmigrator plus orphan plus equipped with the standard plot device.
The quintessential protagonist template, this name was practically tailor-made for him.
After finalizing the guild name, Li Mo accepted the guild token delivered by Xiao Jun. He then confirmed the guild's establishment. Change guild name to 9 Provinces? Confirm. Li Mo clicked confirm without hesitation, then invited Daixina and Xiao Jun to join. Chapter 40, Can Guilds Evolve Too? Brand new feature. Evolve?
The familiar upgrade prompt appeared before Li Mo's eyes once more.
His pupils contracted in disbelief at what he saw. Guilds can evolve?
That's ridiculous. But if it could evolve, that would be ideal, especially since it seemed to require no evolution energy this time.
Li Mo clicked confirm.
The screen refreshed once more and a new prompt jumped into view.
Evolution successful.
The 9 Provinces Guild gains a new feature, the Forge of Conviction.
Please select your guild's foundational core creed.
This creed will form the foundation of your guild's belief forge and influence the guild's skill tree.
Choose carefully. Available initial creeds. Oath of Conquest venerates force, plunder, and territorial expansion. Selecting this creed allows members' combat power to gradually accumulate with each enemy kill.
Quest for discovery dedicated to uncovering the unknown, solving mysteries, and gathering intelligence. After selecting this entry, the more members explore floating islands and dungeons, the deeper their progress, allowing the guild to unlock more hidden information and treasure locations. Orders code, uphold peace, foster stability, and build community. Selecting this entry, the more NPCs and other players guild members assist, the greater their resilience and resistance become. Craftsmanship focus on production, research, and artistic creation. The more production and crafting guild members engage in, the higher the guild's manufacturing success rate and the greater the output of high-quality items. Shadows bond mastery in infiltration, intelligence gathering, assassination, and covert operations. The more covert missions guild members undertake, the broader the guild's intelligence network becomes, increasing members' stealth and critical strike damage. Holy crap! Liam O was dazzled by the dazzling array of entries before him. The benefits granted by this evolution were simply off the charts. The first one, the more kills, the higher the damage. If the guild had enough members, couldn't they just stand around and boost their damage to unimaginable levels? As Liam O scanned the subsequent entries, his heart sank further with each line. Only one can be chosen. Liam O's gaze swept across the creeds, a faint smile curling his lips. The very name 9 provinces signified conquest and unification. His path had always been to crush all obstacles and ascend to the pinnacle. Without hesitation, he tapped the first option, Oath of Conquest. The moment his choice was confirmed, the guild token in his hand suddenly erupted with blinding light. Within the radiance, an ancient rhombic crystal emerged from the token, slowly ascending into the air. This was the embryonic form of the Forge of Conviction, now absorbing his will and the colossal destiny bound within the name Jojo. System notice, Guild Jojo successfully established. A grand system announcement, though heard only by Liam O, seemed to reverberate across the heavens and earth. Accompanying the establishment notification, an intangible aura of authority radiated outward from the rhombic crystal, enveloping Liam O's floating island, now 5 or 6 times larger than before. With the guild successfully established, Liam O wasted no time. He immediately opened the guild interface and sent an invitation to the Dai Shinna sisters. You have sent an invitation to join the Jojo Guild to player Dai Shinna. You have sent an invitation to join the Kyushu Guild to player Li Shangjuan. System notice, member Daisina has joined the Jojo Guild. System notice, member Li Shangjuan has joined the Jojo Guild. As both joined, the light of the rhombic crystal suspended midair seemed to brighten for an instant. The crucible of Jojo has begun gathering its first sparks of flame. After exchanging a few words with the sisters, Liam O exited the chat interface. Since he now knew Li Zihan could strike at any moment, he couldn't afford to sit idle. After all, isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? This was a truth the sages had imparted to the people 5,000 years ago. As a model young man of the modern era, Liam O was determined to treat his distant guest with the utmost respect. Make sure they never return. The fierce blizzard raged on, the sky filled with snow that threatened to bury Liam O. Yet he stood firm like an unmatched warrior, letting the blizzard rage against him. Creak creak. Roar. From the distance, a roar more thunderous and deafening than any before tore through the blizzard. Immediately, the earth trembled. Snow slid down in avalanches as the ground shook. The distant snow curtain parted like a plowed wave, revealing massive black silhouettes surging forth like a tidal wave. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. Dense and overwhelming, covering the sky and earth. A full 30 terrifying, monstrous figures, radiating a fearsome dragon's might, closed in around Liam O. Their forms varied wildly, some towered like mountains, their bodies covered in thick dragon scales, arms mutated into massive hammers. Others were agile, bearing a pair of broken flesh wings, their claws and fangs razor-sharp. Others resembled the obese mage from before, obese bodies encircled by frost, emitting low, guttural growls. Liam O, your time is up. One figure stood particularly towering, a blood-red cross pulsing on its forehead. Its crimson eyes locked onto Liam O, emitting a hoarse, venomous growl. Very well. A bloodthirsty curve lifted the corners of his mouth as a fierce light flared in his eyes. You've all come? Then none of you shall leave. Liam O drew a deep breath. His 232 points of mental attribute allowed him to remain lucid even under the assault of 30 frenzied dragon auras. 30? His gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. It now radiated crimson light, its dragon form steadily solidifying, as if it were coming to life. Had ha. A haunting laugh echoed from behind Liam O. Instinctively, Liam O hurled a fireball backward, then tensed his body as he lunged forward in a swift thrust. Boom! The explosion sent snowflakes and mist flying, obscuring the scene. As the mist cleared, a tall figure emerged, stepping out with grace. Her figure was graceful, though her black cloak couldn't conceal her delicate curves. Her face was shrouded in the shadow of her hood, save for the playful smile playing at the corners of her lips. Heh, so it is the renowned big shot Liam O after all. Your sense of smell is quite keen. The woman chuckled softly, her voice carrying a hint of enchanting magic yet remaining bone-chillingly cold. But even so, where could you possibly run, Liam O? Liam O's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He stared intently at the shadowed face, his mind racing. That face was merging with the image of the pitiful young woman from before.
You're Li Zihan? He tried to speak, but his words were cut off by her next sentence. Yes, Li Zihan. The woman's lips parted softly. Do you know why I've come to kill you, Liemo? Contrary to Li Zihan's expectation, Liemo didn't respond. Instead, he gave her a silent, mocking smile. I don't care why you came to kill me. Since you're here, you're not leaving today. Liemo, you don't think I only fight alone, do you? Li Zihan grinned savagely, the blood-red crossmark pulsing on his forehead, emitting an eerie glow. Today, I've prepared the grandest welcome ceremony for you. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Liemo licked his parched lips, his mouth curling into an even more bloodthirsty grin. He clenched the blade in his hand with a sudden force, its red glow intensifying. The dragon's shadow roared, as if it were about to burst forth from the blade. Today, I'll make sure you never return. He growled low, the blade emitting a shrill hum as its tip pointed directly at Li Zihan. Behind him, 30 ferocious dragonkin launched their final assault. The blizzard was torn apart by the frenzied dragon might, the earth trembled, and a true encirclement and annihilation campaign commenced. Chapter 41, 30 half-dragon players? 1/away. The swirling blizzard seemed to sense this murderous intent, instantly growing more violent. The entire floating island was engulfed in a chaotic maelstrom. In Lemo's vision, 30 half-dragon players charged forward like a moving mountain range, carrying an apocalyptic momentum. The one at the forefront was clearly far more dragon-like than the rest. Dragon horns, dragon claws, everything had sprouted, making Liemo feel utterly sick to his stomach. Half-human, half-dragon, utterly revolting. He roared, gripping his blade tightly with his backhand. His right foot slammed into the ground, propelling his entire body forward like a cannonball. Lemo's form flickered. Though his agility was only 65 child's play compared to his other stats. But that depended on who he was comparing himself to. Xiao Jun, the archer, naturally possessed agility far surpassing the other three classes, yet even her agility was only 70. Not much higher than Lemo's, and these half-human, half-ghost creatures naturally couldn't compare to Lemo's agility. His form flickered, leaving only an afterimage as he charged toward the dragon-transformed players. The blade in his hand seemed to come alive. The dragon's shadow on its surface solidified completely, transforming into a vivid miniature red dragon. It coiled around his hand, emitting a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Skill, Berserk activate. A crimson mist instantly engulfed Liemo as the dragon's soul shot skyward before diving into his Baihui acupoint. Ah! Liemo stomped his foot hard, causing the snow beneath him to explode as his body launched forward like a cannonball. His first target was the towering, mountain-like hammer-wielding dragon-transformed player. The dragon arm of this dragon-transformed player came crashing down, tearing through the air with terrifying force. But Liemo was faster. He planted his right foot firmly on the ground for support, then twisted his body in an unnatural contortion, narrowly evading the strike. Boom! A flicker of delight crossed the player's crimson eyes. That hit was going to make that kid pay. No! His expression darkened. The strike had been too smooth, met with no resistance whatsoever. Could it be? Liemo crouched low to dodge the massive hammer. His blade, driven by unstoppable momentum, swept upward from below, aiming straight for the man's jaw. Splash! The shrill sound of metal tearing through flesh echoed as the hammer-wielding player's jaw was sliced open, revealing bone beneath the gaping wound. Dark green dragon blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding snow red. You, disgusting! Liemo nearly retched at the sight of the bubbling green blood before him. The dragonborn let out a deafening howl of pain as its massive frame staggered backward. Seizing the advantage, Liemo lunged forward, swinging his blade again with overwhelming force. Splatter! Blood spurted wildly. One of the twin hammer dragonkin's claws, along with a chunk of its forearm, was severed cleanly by Liemo's blade. Arg! A piercing scream echoed across the snowy plains. Before it could react, Liemo summoned his battle axe, crouched low, and hurled it with all his might, aiming straight for the dragonkin's head. Empowered by over 200 strength points, the battle axe sliced through with unstoppable momentum, cleaving the player's head clean in two like cutting through melon. Enemy slain. Oath of Conquest activated. Your attack power has slightly increased. A faint yet distinct surge of power flowed from the Forge of Conviction into Liemo's body. He could feel the blade in his hand grow sharper, swinging with unprecedented ease and precision. The first one. Liemo licked the warm dragon blood splattered on his lips, his eyes blazing with savagery. Having landed his first strike, he paused not a moment. He thrust his feet into the snow, sending it flying as he darted forward like lightning. He lunged once more toward the dragon mage, attempting to strike him with frost magic. The dragon blood mage chanted urgently, cold air gathering around him as icicles began to form. But Liemo was too fast. His blade, amplified by the first kill and imbued with the dragon's might, became a crimson streak of terror. Crack! The frost shield the dragonborn mage had conjured shattered instantly, utterly unable to withstand this savage strike. The blade's momentum carried on, cleaving straight through the center of its bloated skull, splitting it clean in two. Foul-smelling brain matter mixed with icy blood splattered across the ground. Enemy slain. Oath of Conquest activated. Your attack power has increased. A surge of greater power washed over him. Liam O could even see the crimson glow of his blade grow brighter. The dragon's shadow grew more agile, as if poised to burst from the blade at any moment and devour its prey. Kill him. All of you, charge. Tear him apart. The dragon-blooded leader, his forehead marked by a flickering blood cross, roared with fury. It clearly hadn't expected that in such a desperate situation, Liam O showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he charged like a tiger among sheep, instantly slaying 2 of its companions. Roar! 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 The remaining 28 dragonkin were utterly enraged. Abandoning their formation, they surged toward Liam O like a raging tide of beasts from all directions. Ice spikes, fireballs, poisonous mist, a barrage of ranged attacks descended from all directions. Liam O drew a deep breath. The blizzard rushed into his lungs, bringing a bone-chilling cold that only sharpened his mind. Arcane Shield. Activate. A shield, bluer than before, materialized, deflecting every ranged attack with only a ripple. This was the shield value bonus granted by his over 300 spirit points. Taking another deep breath, Limo's eyes grew even brighter. You wanna play magic with me? Let me show you what ING dual element mastery looks like. Fireball. As Limo's thoughts raced, his blue mana depleted rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 30. Numerous fireballs coalesced behind Liam O, their intense heat instantly vaporizing the snow around him. Even with his over 300 spirit points, controlling so many fireballs was proving difficult. Impossible. Li Zihan's calm expression instantly filled with shock. Hadn't the blade Liam O drew just now proven he was a warrior? Then what the hell were those 30 fireballs? Go! Liam O barked the command. 30 fireballs the size of human heads erupted from his back like a volley of guided shells. Trailing searing flames, they fanned out in a sweeping arc, engulfing the dragonkin surging in from all directions. Boom! 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 A deafening series of explosions nearly ripped the entire floating island apart. Scorching waves of fire rolled across the landscape, instantly vaporizing the surrounding blizzard and creating a brief vacuum zone. Giant, charred craters pockmarked the snowy ground, while shards of ice and mud flew in all directions. The dragonkin, who had been charging with such ferocity moments before, were torn to shreds under the relentless barrage of fireballs, barely managing a few agonized screams before being obliterated. Ice armor and earth shields shattered like paper before the sheer explosive force, torn apart in an instant. Even their resilient dragon-enhanced flesh ignited in the searing flames, charred black, or shattered into fragments by the sheer force of the shockwaves. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning flesh. Of the original 28 dragonkin, 15 or 16 were wiped out outright by this saturation barrage of fireballs. The dozen or so survivors were mostly charred black, their armor shattered, their aura weakened, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. They couldn't fathom how a brute who seemed built for close combat could unleash such terrifying magic. Enemy slain. Conquest Oath activated. Your attack power increased. Enemy slain. Oath of Conquest effect activated. Your attack power increased. A series of notifications echoed in Limo's mind, accompanied by a surge of power more overwhelming than when he had slain individual foes. The crimson glow on his blade intensified, the dragon's shadow etched upon it nearly bursting free, roaring toward the heavens. This is what true dual cultivation of physical and magical arts feels like. This is the combo move that makes my blood boil. Liam O let out a savage laugh. The mental strain left him slightly fatigued, but the surge of power from the Oath of Conquest only heightened his exhilaration. He leapt forward again, his form slicing through the remaining dragonkin like a ghostly apparition. The blade in his grasp seemed to come alive, fusing with Liam O as one. He charged fearlessly, slashing at his attackers. Put! A nimble dragonkin attempting a sneak attack from behind was decapitated with a backhand slash, its scalding dragon blood spraying over him. Clang! He blocked a bone hammer with his blade, the immense force sending a numbing shock through his arm. But he used the momentum to step back, evading a bone spear thrust from the other side. In a swift spin, his blade whirled into a crimson whirlwind, cleaving 2 charging dragonkin clean in half. Enemy slain. Conquest Oath effect activated. Your attack power increased. Enemy slain. Oath of Conquest effect activated. Your attack power increased. The notification tones echoed incessantly in Limo's mind as he felt his strength surging at a visible pace. Each swing of his blade felt heavier and more ferocious than the last. The snow-covered ground grew littered with more and more severed limbs and shattered bones. Crimson dragon blood stained the pristine snow into a shocking, blood-red expanse. Liam O, like a blood-soaked demon, slaughtered wildly amidst the dragonkin's encirclement. Several fresh wounds had appeared on his body, blood seeping through the dragon claw-torn fabric of his clothing. But empowered by the core fragments of life, they healed instantly, as if these wounds had never existed. Only the torn clothing bore witness that this was no illusion, but real, tangible wounds. The dragonborn leader, whose blood-crossed forehead glowed, barely survived the barrage of fireballs through sheer strength and the cover provided by several subordinates. Watching Liam O slaughter his men as easily as slicing through melons, his eyes burned with fury and a deepening terror. Monster! You monster! It roared, charging recklessly at Li Mo, its remaining dragon claws glowing a sickly green. Finally decided to show yourself? Li Mo sneered coldly, facing the leader's desperate last stand. He neither dodged nor retreated, gripping his cleaver tightly. The crimson dragon's phantom coiled around the blade let out a piercing dragon's roar as it swung down to meet the attack. Clang! A deafening clang echoed as the dragonkin leader's claw collided with the blade, sparks flying in a blinding burst. Its claws, capable of tearing through steel, were cleaved clean through by Li Mo's blade enhanced by multiple layers of the Oath of Conquest. Arg! The dragonkin leader let out a piercing scream, but Li Mo's assault did not cease. He closed the distance, his blade blurring into multiple afterimages as it instantly carved dozens of bone-deep gashes into the dragonkin leader's body. Thud! With the final strike, Li Mo pierced straight through its heart. The colossal body of the dragonborn chieftain crashed to the ground, the blood-red cross on its forehead fading into darkness. Enemy slain. Conquest Oath activated. Your attack power has increased. Killed dragon transformed player Lu Hu. Gained 100 EXP, 200 points. Current EXP, 400 660. Gained 100 EXP, 200 points. Gained 200 EXP, 300 points. Current level 11, 3000 6000. Strength increased to 500, Constitution increased to 500, Agility 65, Spirit increased to 700, Mana increased to 650. Gained 400 free attribute points. Oath of Conquest, 30 cumulative 30 layers. Damage increase, 0.3%. An unprecedented surge of immense power coursed through Li Mo's entire body. He felt as though he could crush steel with a single clenched fist. Li Mo, you. Li Zihan, watching from afar, finally saw the playful smile on her lips freeze. It was followed by utter coldness and disbelief. She had anticipated Li Mo's resistance, but never imagined it would be this ferocious. Worse than a tiger among sheep, this was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Her dragon blood army, meticulously cultivated and nourished with dragon blood over many days. In such a short span, they were utterly annihilated in the blink of an eye, not a single soul left alive. His strength in close combat was one thing, but they could have worn him down with sheer numbers. But what the hell were those dozens of fireballs? How the hell is one supposed to play when the screen gets wiped clean in an instant? What the hell class are you? How can you wield a greatsword and fireballs at the same time? Li Mo slowly turned, his gaze piercing like lightning, locking onto Li Zihan in the distance. Blood dripped from his body and the blade he held. Behind him lay a mountain of dragonkin corpses. Now, it's your turn. Li Mo's tone was casual, showing no regard for this woman ranked 60-something on the leaderboard. You think this is over? Li Zihan's voice suddenly turned sharp and icy, her earlier shock replaced by a frenzied ferocity. It's only just begun. Let me show you what a true dragon is. Her hands shot upward, fingers curling like claws as a fierce aura erupted from her body. Black-red light swirled around her fingertips, while countless tiny veins pulsed beneath her pale skin. With my blood, I summon the ancient souls of vengeance. Blood Dragon Curse Rage. As her shrill chant echoed, a terrifying crimson energy storm erupted from her center, sweeping across the land. Chapter 42, Can't Win? Merge? Or 1/. As her shrill chant echoed, a terrifying crimson energy storm erupted violently around her, engulfing the surrounding area. On the ground, the remains of the dragonkin slain by Li Mo began to tremble, drawn by the crimson energy. Severed limbs, shattered skulls, and spattered dragon blood transformed into streaks of crimson light, rushing toward Li Zihan with relentless urgency. Roar! A hybrid roar, neither human nor purely dragon, echoed across the heavens. Under Li Mo's stunned gaze, countless dragon descendants' flesh and bone fragments rapidly converged upon Li Zihan under her incantation. They began to frantically coalesce, twist, and deform. Finally, encompassing Li Zihan herself, they coalesced into a monstrous, grotesque entity over 10 meters tall, a colossal, stitched-together abomination. This monstrosity possessed several pairs of thick dragon arms, with several pairs of powerful dragon wings growing haphazardly from its back. Fanged human heads protruded from its entire body, and at its very center sat Li Zihan's own crazed head. Wrath Dragon High-Level Boss. Level 20. Skills, Multi-Bite, Vicious Dragon Breath, Flesh Trample. Traits, Flesh Cohesion, Attack Power and Speed increase as HP decreases, Undying Wrath, significantly enhanced physical resistance. What the hell? It fuses with others? Li Mo was speechless. What a classic trope merge when you can't win. Even in this alternate world, they couldn't escape the same old cliché. But Li Mo's brow furrowed deeply. This monster's oppressive presence far surpassed any dragonkin he'd faced before, dozens of times stronger than even the dragonkin leader. If Li Mo had approached the earlier battles with a child's play mentality, he finally shifted into high-stakes exam mode. Li Mo. Come and die. Li Zihan's voice echoed from within the creature, now hoarse and distorted, dripping with venomous hatred. Roar. The wrathful dragon stomped the ground violently, causing the entire floating island to tremble. Its multiple pairs of dragon arms swung simultaneously, tearing through the air with a vicious wind, crashing down toward Li Mo like several small mountains. Bring it on! Instead of retreating, Liemo advanced. The effects of rage still active, the 30 layers of attack power stacked from the Oath of Conquest filled him with overwhelming confidence. He crouched low, narrowly evading a crashing claw that left a deep crater in the snow. In the next instant, he shot upward like a crimson lightning bolt, racing along the colossal beast's thick arm. Break it! The crimson blade flashed with a blinding red light. The illusory red dragon on the blade roared as Liemo swung, striking the giant's arm joint with brutal force. Splash snap! Tough dragon scales and muscles were torn apart, exposing bone deep within. The sound of cracking bones could even be heard. Blood, a mix of dark green and crimson, spurted forth. Arg! The giant monster cried out in pain, several heads simultaneously letting out agonized shrieks. 3 heads whipped toward Liemo, gaping maws unleashing a torrent of dragonfire, a toxic blend of frost, flame, and venom. Arcane shield. Liemo was prepared, and a sapphire blue shield instantly materialized. Boom! The combined dragon breath slammed into the shield, erupting in a violent explosion and corrosive roar. The shield rippled violently, its color visibly fading as cracks spread across its surface, clearly strained to its limits. What immense power! Liemo's heart skipped a beat. The monster's attack power far exceeded his expectations. He used the recoil to step back, simultaneously swinging his blade repeatedly to parry several lashing flesh tentacles. The colossal creature's massive frame displayed an agility incongruous with its size. Multiple pairs of dragon-like arms, coordinated with tentacles extending from its body, sealed off most of Liemo's evasion space. For a moment, Liemo found himself struggling to keep up, his body bearing several fresh gashes from the lashing tentacles. Fortunately, the life core fragments swiftly repaired his wounds. This can't go on. I need to find a way to unleash burst damage. Liemo's eyes narrowed as he pulled back to create some distance. The ancient flesh-bound specter seemed to sense Liemo's intent. All its heads roared simultaneously toward the sky. The flesh on its chest and abdomen began to writhe violently as an energy far more terrifying than before started to gather. Holy crap! Is it about to start a wave attack? Liemo was stunned. All the monsters' heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously. Frost, flames, poisonous mist, and dragon's breath merged into a torrent of energy several meters wide. With an aura capable of piercing through anything, it slammed toward Liemo. This strike seemed poised to tear through the entire floating island. You wanna trade blows with me, huh? Liemo didn't grow angry, he grinned instead, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Don't forget, I'm right here on your left. Having just leveled up, his strength, spirit, and mana had all surged dramatically. Coupled with the life core fragment's extraordinary regenerative power, he had the confidence to go all out. Fireball! Liemo's thoughts raced as his mana burned at an unprecedented rate. Behind him, scattered fireballs coalesced into a single, colossal pillar of flame thick as a tree trunk and dense as molten lava. The flame's color shifted from crimson to a deep, ominous dark red, radiating a terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. This was his second time casting a fireball spell, but its power was incomparable to the first. Kill it for me! The crimson torrent of flame roared like an awakened dragon, charging headlong into the monster's dark, destructive dragon's breath. Boom 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 boom! 2 terrifying energies collided violently midair, erupting in a deafening roar and blinding light. The terrifying shockwave nearly sent Liemo flying, while his mental energy and mana reserves drained like a floodgate bursting open. Yet the restorative effect of the life core fragment allowed him to grit his teeth and withstand the pressure. Liemo's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging across his body as he channeled every ounce of strength into this strike. After several seconds of stalemate, the balance finally snapped. In the end, Liemo proved superior. A torrent of pure, savage crimson flames tore through the chaotic dragon breath of destruction, its momentum unabated as it slammed into the colossal form of the eternal blood-flesh wraith. Boom! The monster's massive form was blown apart, flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Several heads exploded instantly, charred fragments flying in all directions, accompanied by a series of piercing, agonized wails. Now! Seizing the moment while the monster reeled from the devastating blow, its movements sluggish, Liemo's eyes flashed with savage intent. He stomped his foot down, causing the snow beneath him to explode. His entire body transformed into a crimson lightning bolt. Ignoring the several wounds torn open by the clashing energies. With the rapid healing of his life core fragment, he charged like a cannonball toward the withering, ancient flesh-bound specter. The power of rage and Oath of Conquest surged to its peak. The crimson blade in his hand blazed with intense red light. The illusory red dragon etched upon its surface roared toward the heavens, as if striving to break free from the blade itself. Dragon slash! Liemo channeled every ounce of his strength and will into the blade, transforming it into a crimson rainbow that pierced the heavens and earth. With unmatched sharpness, it struck viciously at the core of Li Zihan's will, lodged within the monster's chest. PSSSHHH. The crimson blade sliced through the monster's layers of flesh like cutting through rotten wood, striking the twisted core of will with pinpoint accuracy. Ga-no! A shrill scream, piercing to the extreme, erupted from the monster's core before abruptly halting. The colossal form of the eternal blood-flesh wraith stiffened violently. Then, as if all support had vanished, it began to rapidly collapse and disintegrate, dissolving into pools of foul-smelling blood and flesh fragments scattered across the snowy ground. Monster slain. Conquest Oath effect activated. Your attack power has increased. Conquest Oath, level 35. Gained 5000 EXP, 1000 points. Current EXP, level 12, 7000, 8000. Strength increased to 550, Constitution increased to 550, Agility 65, Spirit increased to 750, Mana increased to 700. Gained 100 free attribute points. Total free attribute points gained, 500. Chapter 43, New Skill Puppetry. Huff. Li Mo sheathed his blade and strode over to Li Zihan's corpse. The monster had originally possessed 31 distinct heads, but Li Mo's torrent of flames had obliterated the majority of them. The subsequent Dragon Slayer strike had obliterated its core. Now, only Li Zihan's mangled, barely recognizable human form remained, lying motionless amidst pools of blood and scattered flesh. Her face still bore the madness and venom of her final moments, though the eyes that once burned with hatred now stared back, hollow and lifeless. Li Mo stared at her expressionlessly. It was laughable, really. He and this woman had met only once, during an unpleasant transaction. Yet the moment she gained her opportunity and boosted her combat strength, she had rushed to kill him. This made Li Mo sigh inwardly. Some people in this world were truly peculiar. Taking such petty matters to the extreme of taking someone's life, couldn't people just enjoy themselves peacefully? But then he reconsidered. What Li Zihan had demonstrated afterward clearly wasn't legitimate means. She was probably just another pitiful soul, and besides, she had brought him so much experience, points, and layers of the Oath of Conquest. Li Mo felt a pang of pity for her. He cremated her remains and scattered the ashes into the boundless void. Consider it a cremation. Li Mo sighed, then summoned several fireballs. With a flick of his thoughts, the fireballs shot forth, instantly engulfing Li Zihan's body. The flames crackled and popped, fueled by the fat, but the corpse was too large to burn completely in a short time. So Li Mo began to recall the battle, reviewing his mistakes. My sword technique is still too sloppy. When those tentacles attacked, I just swung wildly. Luckily, this monster was weaker than me. Otherwise, getting tangled up by those tentacles would have been a real mess. Li Mo summoned Dragon Fury, ran his fingers along its blade, and sighed. Though he possessed a divine weapon and the strength to wield it, he lamented the lack of proper sword techniques to fully unleash Long Nu's true power. But such skills were honed through years of accumulated combat experience. Through future battles, Li Mo could refine his own sword techniques. Reassuring himself with this thought, Li Mo turned his gaze to the burning corpse. Fierce flames engulfed the massive corpse, its crimson glow blanketing the entire area. Just as the corpse seemed poised to be consumed entirely, an extremely tiny black shadow silently emerged from Li Zihan's skull. It then shot straight toward Li Mo. Li Mo's exceptional 750 spirit instantly alerted him to the danger. He raised his hand abruptly, unleashing a torrent of searing flames from his palm. Like a fiery dragon, it surged toward the dark shadow. Clearly caught off guard by Li Mo's lightning-fast reaction, the shadow emitted a shrill, piercing screech as it attempted to evade the flames. But the fire was faster, instantly engulfing it. Sizzle! The shadow writhed and twisted within the flames, emitting waves of scorched odor before finally dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the air. Li Mo's brow furrowed slightly. The shadow's speed and stealth were utterly bizarre. Had his psychic perception not been extraordinary, he might well have fallen victim to its trickery. Killed Wrath Dragon Spirit Fragment 1. Obtained special item, Dragon Soul Fragment Epic. Description: a core forged from extreme resentment and the essence of dragonkin flesh, containing immense negative energy and vitality. Can upgrade player skills and equipment. Single-use item. Acquired skill book, Flesh Aggregation. Description: upon learning, masters the skill Flesh Aggregation. Consumes large amounts of flesh to create a flesh puppet under one's control. The puppet's strength correlates with the quality and quantity of materials used. The puppet inherits only 20% of its master's attributes. Only 3 puppets can exist simultaneously. Seeing this series of system prompts, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed Li Mo's eyes. Fragments of the wrathful dragon spirit? It seemed that Li Zihan had fused with a dragon imbued with extreme resentment and distortion. No wonder she harbored such inexplicable hatred toward him. What surprised him even more was that 2 items had dropped and both were valuable. Dragon Soul Fragment. With a thought, Li Mo summoned the Dragon Soul Fragment into his hand. A black crystal the size of a fingernail, cold to the touch. Wow, this thing can upgrade equipment and skills. It's got some potential. Next, Li Mo opened the skill book to examine it. Flesh Aggregation. Consumes vast amounts of flesh to create a flesh puppet under one's control. Li Mo's eyes narrowed as he read the skill description. The skill sounded downright sinister, yet its practicality was undeniable. The image of Li Zihan manipulating 30 dragonborn corpses into that colossal monster flashed through his mind. If he'd known this skill back then, couldn't he have instantly conjured a super puppet on the spot? though the skill's nature clashed somewhat with his sunny, handsome image. But power was power, it knew no morality, only how the wielder chose to use it. Moreover, in certain situations like needing sacrificial pawns or a massive wave of cannon fodder, this skill could prove remarkably effective. Just a bit of frost and snow. Liemo summoned the evolution furnace once more. Evolution energy has reached 30,000. He stared in shock at the notification beside the furnace. Keep in mind, a single evolution currently only requires 1,000 energy. Li Zihan had just gifted him 30,000 energy points. What a good person. This time, Liemo was genuinely grateful to Li Zihan. He didn't have the ability to compete with those on the leaderboard. He didn't have the time to hunt monsters. He couldn't find that many monsters either. But Li Zihan had brought a whole bunch of experience-boosting pets all the way here just to deliver experience and energy to him. How could Liemo not be moved? Filled with gratitude toward Li Zihan, Liemo placed the 2 items into the evolution furnace and initiated the process. Evolution successful. Dragon Soul Fragment Epic. Effect: can enhance skills or equipment twice. Skill book: Flesh Convergence. Effect: increases the number of puppets to 5, with a 50% chance to inherit attributes. Evolving 1 epic item consumes 1,000 energy. Remaining energy, 29,000. Next epic item evolution consumes 10,000 energy. Puppet count increased to 5, attribute inheritance rate boosted to 50%. Liemo's eyes flashed with excitement. This upgrade was undeniably massive. Originally, only 3 puppets could exist simultaneously, inheriting just 20% of attributes, their practicality severely limited. Now, with 5 puppets, he could create stronger tactical advantages when facing sieges or needing to distract enemies. Moreover, the inherited attributes had doubled from 20% to 50%, granting the puppets a qualitative leap in combat effectiveness. 50% attributes meant these puppets were no longer mere cannon fodder but possessed considerable combat strength. This will greatly improve my efficiency in clearing groups of monsters or delaying powerful foes. Liemo calculated in his mind, the practicality of this skill skyrocketing instantly. He began envisioning future battles where 5 flesh puppets, each inheriting half his attributes, charged together, a sight that promised to be spectacular. Essentially, it was like 3.5 versions of himself charging into battle. What the hell is the enemy even fighting for? A wide grin spread across Liemo's face. Chapter 44, 2 Upgrades: Fireball and Puppetry. After careful consideration, Liemo thoroughly studied the evolved puppet summoning skill book. He finally gained a clear understanding of its detailed functions. The so-called flesh and blood referred to the physical bodies of all living creatures except plants. First, he needed to gather sufficient flesh to forge the puppet's base physical form. Only then could he enhance various aspects of the puppet by investing different materials. For instance, infusing large quantities of spirit cores would allow the puppet to channel magical energy more smoothly, significantly increasing its spellcasting speed. This skill is truly extraordinary. Liemo rubbed his chin excitedly, already envisioning the spectacular side of himself fighting alongside 5 puppet clones, all 6 figures simultaneously unleashing fireball spells. Fireballs would blanket the sky like a fiery rain, leaving no one able to escape unscathed. However, when he turned his gaze to the nearby area, he discovered that Li Zihan's corpse had already been reduced to charcoal in the earlier flames, leaving only a charred skeleton. There wasn't a shred of flesh or blood left to use. What a pity, Liemo shook his head regretfully. I had hoped to use her body to skip gathering materials and forge my first puppet directly. Yet this minor disappointment was quickly cast aside as his gaze fixed intently on another prize, the Dragon Soul Fragment. This treasure granted him the power to grant any chosen equipment or spell a full 2 opportunities for evolution. Each evolution held the potential for a qualitative leap, and 2 such opportunities were exceptionally precious. He must deliberate carefully, ensuring this precious opportunity was spent where it mattered most. Liemo furrowed his sword-like brows, deep in thought. His current possessions weren't numerous, but each held significant potential. First, there's Fireball. A sharp gleam flashed in Liemo's eyes. This Fireball spell was the most powerful offensive technique he currently mastered, and also the spell he wielded with the greatest proficiency. If it could be further evolved, its power would undoubtedly reach new heights, and it might even develop new properties. Imagine if the fireballs gained tracking capabilities or expanded their blast radius combined with puppets for saturation attacks, the results would be terrifying. Decided. I'm giving the fireball spell 1 shot. Liemo made up his mind. Then, the second opportunity. His gaze swept over several items. First was his own Dragon Fury blade, but when Liemo clicked to use it, he discovered it couldn't evolve. Seems this blade's grade surpasses the Dragon Soul Fragment. He shook his head, then fixed his gaze on the skill book he had just acquired. Although the skill book itself was merely a vessel for recording skills and couldn't be directly evolved using Dragon Soul Fragments, the spell it represented, puppet summoning, was undoubtedly eligible. Puppet summoning has already been evolved once in the evolution furnace. If it were to be enhanced once more with Dragon Soul Fragments, Liemo's heart began to race. Moreover, this puppet summon would form the core of his future combat system. Enhancing it would yield immense, long-term benefits. Seriously, imagine 5 Lemos inheriting half your attributes, wielding weapons and hurling fireballs at you. Wouldn't that freak you out? In comparison, while other equipment or skills also had room for improvement, their ceilings were nowhere near as high as those of Fireball and Puppet Summon. While Arcane Shield was a valuable skill that had saved Lemo from peril countless times. But with the enhanced Puppet now in hand, deploying 5 shields simultaneously still can't match the power of a single shield. It's settled. Lemo hesitated no longer. He took a deep breath, cradling the dragon soul fragment in his palm. The crystalline shard radiated a faint dragon's aura. He first focused his intent on the fireball spell he knew best. Evolve, Fireball. The dragon soul fragment instantly blazed with intense light. A strand of pure dragon soul energy split off, transforming into a searing streak of light that plunged into Lemo's brow. Lemo felt a thunderous roar within his mind as countless insights about fire surged into his consciousness. Moments later, the light faded. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of fire dancing within his gaze. At that moment, he sensed his perception and control over the element of fire had advanced significantly. During my previous clash with the wrathful dragon, I focused my mind intensely, transforming the fireball into a torrent of flame that broke free from its spherical constraints. This evolution preserved that very trait. I could now shape the fireball into any form, and the incantation and hand seals for fireball technique had become more refined and concise, increasing its power by at least 30%. Moreover, it seemed to have gained a hint of explosive properties. Excellent. Lemo nodded with satisfaction, suppressing the urge to test it immediately. He then turned his attention to the skill book. Evolve. The dragon soul fragment glowed once more, unleashing another surge of colossal dragon soul energy that poured directly into the skill book. The dragon soul fragment then dissolved, scattering into dust that vanished into the air. But Lemo was too preoccupied to notice such things. He eagerly sensed the puppet's summoning skill once more. This time, joy instantly lit up his face. New feature: when subjected to a fatal attack, if a puppet is nearby, you may choose to sacrifice one. The sacrificed puppet would instantly transfer part of its defense and vitality to Lemo, helping him withstand the fatal blow. This ability completely destroys the puppet and inflicts significant mental backlash on the caster. Cooldown: 12 hours increases by 6 hours per puppet sacrificed. Though the cooldown is a bit long, holy cow, this basically gives you 5 extra lives. Moreover, these 5 lives can be continuously refreshed, albeit with a slightly increased cooldown, a minor inconvenience. Compared to life itself, what are 6 hours? Lemo nearly jumped for joy. Though it came at a cost, this brand new ability was undoubtedly a life-saving skill. From now on, when facing formidable foes, as long as his puppets remained intact, he possessed the confidence to stage a comeback from the brink of defeat. Combined with the passive effect of his life core fragment, he could now trigger the famous blade twice in quick succession. How could anyone defeat him now? How could he possibly die? Lemo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The most urgent task now was to find a new floating island. No. A new monster. That was the real priority. He desperately wanted to grab the first and second ones and ask them, "How the hell did you find so many floating islands and kill so many monsters? Can't I just trade you supplies and Sky Island coins for them?" Lemo felt like crying. If other players found out about this, they'd be furious. Man, we're the ones dodging monsters like the plague, terrified of running into them. But you? You go looking for them on purpose. And if you isn't enough for you, you specifically seek out places swarming with monsters. Is this the gap between a pro and an ordinary player? Chapter 45, The Great President Lemo. If Lemo had heard that remark, he'd have just chuckled dryly, spreading his hands in resignation. What can I say? I've got the skills for it. But that was just him talking to himself. Given Lemo's low-key nature, he'd never boast like that. He'd just quietly climbed to the top of the server rankings. Shaking his head, Lemo dismissed these frivolous thoughts. First things first, I need to find that floating island. Sighing, Lemo pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping his forehead. I still have my guild. Might as well use it. He was now the esteemed guild leader, after all. Getting members to do some work for him, like finding a few corpses? Piece of cake. With that thought, Lemo wasted no time and opened the guild interface. Locating the avatars of Daesina and Xiaojun, he clicked to post a quest. Quest: assist the guild leader in locating monster corpses. No quantity limit. Reward: 5,000 Sky Island coins per corpse. Ding ding ding. The moment the quest was posted, Xiaojun's avatar lit up instantly. She had clearly opened the guild interface. Guild leader Lemo, what kind of task have you assigned my sisters this time? On the other side of the screen, Xiaojun took a bite of grilled meat as her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Simple enough: hunt enough monster corpses and send them to me. Lemo replied from the other end. He didn't explain the purpose of the corpses, nor did he need to. After all, he was the guild leader. When had members ever questioned the leader's orders? Xiaojun saw Lemo's reply, glanced at the task details listing 5,000 Sky Island coins per corpse, and nearly spit his grilled meat onto the screen. Cough cough cough. She quickly set down her grilled meat, gulped down a large mouthful of water, and stared wide-eyed. At 5,000? Per corpse? Xiao Jun double-checked, terrified she'd misread the decimal point. To players, ordinary monster corpses were basically trash good for scraping a few materials off, and selling for a few dozen Sky Island coins was already decent. And now Liamo was offering 5,000 Sky Island coins per corpse? This guild leader was ridiculously wealthy. While stunned, Xiao Jun felt even more curious and puzzled about Liamo. He had some idea about Liamo's source of Sky Island coins. He practically monopolized the basic construction needs of players, and had previously sold large quantities of precious spirit spring water. So it was only natural he had amassed a large amount of Sky Island coins. But what puzzled Xiao Jun was this: during the early stages when everyone was struggling with scarce resources, how had Liamo managed to amass so many supplies, leaving most if not all players far behind? Moreover, the sisters had traded supplies with Liamo in the early stages, which was what allowed them to survive. This was precisely why the sisters were so shocked upon learning Liamo's true identity. The name Liamo was legendary throughout the 13,313 region. Every player who had survived knew his name. President, are you absolutely sure you didn't make a mistake? Xiao Jun asked slyly, fearing Liamo might blurt out, "Oops, my fingers slipped, it should be 500. Liamo's lips curved upward slightly as he typed his reply, "What? Think it's too little? No. It's definitely not too little. It's too much. Guild Master, you're being far too generous." Xiao Jun hurriedly pledged his loyalty, his heart already bursting with joy. 5,000 per corpse? This was like manna from heaven. She and Deicina usually toiled away grinding monsters, barely scraping together a few thousand Sky Island coins in a day. If they could find more corpses, wouldn't they be rolling in riches in no time? Good. There's no limit on quantity or quality, just bring me monster corpses. Once you find them, use the guild warehouse's special teleportation function to transfer them to me. Sky Island coins will be credited instantly. Liamo added. He had set up automatic payment. As long as qualifying items were deposited and designated for him, the system would automatically transfer the reward. Got it. Mission accomplished. Xiao Jun's fingers flew across the keyboard, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She immediately turned and called out to Deicina, who was organizing her gear nearby. "Sis, come quick. Liamo posted a quest. It's a huge perk." Hearing this, Deicina set aside her work and walked over. Seeing the mission details in chat logs, even the usually composed Deicina raised an eyebrow slightly. 5,000 for a monster corpse? What does he need so many corpses for? Xiao Jun rubbed her hands together excitedly as she replied. Who cares why? When Liamo gives orders, we just follow through. He must have his reasons. All we need to worry about is getting rich. 5,000. Sis, let's go grind monsters right now. We're going to slaughter every monster around here today, no matter what. After all, the sisters had only managed to save a little over 600,000 Sky Island coins so far, not even enough to upgrade to the intermediate level marketplace. But now that Liamo had made his request, all they needed to do was slay over 80 monsters, then bundle their corpses and deliver them to Liamo. They could save up 1,000,000 Sky Island coins, unlock the intermediate shop, and buy new gear and skill books. That's the perk of following a god-tier guild leader. At this thought, Deicina nodded, a flicker of eagerness in her eyes. 5,000 for a monster corpse, and they'll take anyone who comes? That really is quite good. Got it. Xiao Jun said, immediately opening the map to plan the most efficient monster killing route, humming a tune as he worked. She could already picture the flood of Sky Island coins pouring into her account. Meanwhile, Liamo on the other side spread his hands in relief. Now that the task was assigned, and the members were so enthusiastic, he could picture the piles of monster corpses piling up in their accounts. Now we just wait for the corpses to come to us. Liamo smiled faintly and closed the guild interface. He wasn't worried that Xiao Jun and the others wouldn't find monsters. After all, at this stage, monsters spawn quickly on the outer edges of the floating island. For ordinary players, however, the efficiency of killing them didn't justify the meager rewards, so few bothered to hunt monsters for those scant materials. But now, with Liamo's hefty bounty, the situation was entirely different. Meanwhile, on another floating island in zone 13313. Sis. Let's go. If we don't clear every monster in this area today, I'll spell my name backwards. Xiao Jun donned a lightweight leather armor set, gripping an enchanted shortbow with fierce determination. Dai Shinna was also fully geared up, wielding a slender magic wand. Hearing this, she merely smiled faintly. Stay safe. Don't charge in too recklessly. Got it. Xiao Jun waved her hand, summoning Earth to carry them toward the nearest floating island. The sisters worked in perfect sync. Xiao Jun handled monster kiting and long-range sniping, while Deicina used her curses for area control. Whoosh! An arrow pierced the eye socket of a windblade wolf with deadly precision. The beast let out a wail and slowed dramatically. Death Ray! Deicina tapped her staff lightly, unleashing a green beam carrying the aura of death. It froze another stone beetle attempting a sneak attack in its tracks. Within moments, 7 or 8 low-level monsters met their end, turning into cold corpses. Quick, quick, quick! Sister, collect the loot! Xiao Jun excitedly ran over, gathering each monster corpse into her storage space. Daisina followed suit, watching her sister's excited expression and couldn't help but curve her lips upward. This rate of earning money was something they had never even dared to dream of before. 8 in total. Let's teleport them to the guild leader first for testing. Xiao Jun eagerly opened the guild interface, located the special teleportation function for the guild warehouse, selected Liemo as the recipient, and then stuffed all 8 monster corpses into it at once. Teleport! Almost simultaneously, Liemo, who was busy planning something on his floating island, heard a series of notification chimes ringing in his ears. Ding! Member Xiao Jun has transferred Windblade Wolf Corpse X3 to you. Rewards have been automatically distributed. Ding! Member Xiao Jun has transferred Stone Beetle Corpse X5 to you. Rewards have been automatically distributed. Ding! 40,000 Sky Island coins deposited into your account. 300 Sky Island coins deducted for transmission fees. Liemo glanced at the 8 additional corpses in his guild warehouse and nodded with satisfaction. But the flesh of these low-level monsters wouldn't be enough. He still needed more monster corpses. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun and Daixina were stunned by the barrage of deposit notifications. Ding! Your account has received 5,000 Sky Island coins. Ding! Your account has received 5,000 Sky Island coins. 8 consecutive notifications sent their account balances skyrocketing by 40,000. Wow! 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 Sis! 40,000! Just like that, 40,000 Sky Island coins. Xiao Jun nearly jumped up in excitement, hugging Daixina's arm and shaking it vigorously. It really hit instantly. The guild leader is amazing. Daixina's eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. Stop shaking me, I'm getting dizzy. Keep grinding, monsters. Right. Keep grinding. Let's charge toward 1,000,000 Sky Island coins and the intermediate shop. Xiao Jun was once again brimming with boundless energy. Chapter 46, the entire server explodes in chaos. The wealthy player strikes again. Seeing the 8 additional corpses in the warehouse, Liemo's thoughts shifted. Why limit my thinking to just the guild? With so many players across the entire channel, this could be traded to anyone. His reputation in the channel was already well established, making it easy to post a trade. With that thought, Liemo wasted no time. He was confident his fame and this groundbreaking price would send shockwaves throughout the entire 13,313 region. After all, he was offering 5,000 credits per monster corpse, including those low-level ones with barely any flesh left. To players, this was practically giving away money. After all, who didn't have a few monster corpses they couldn't handle? Now that Liemo was practically begging them to take his money, hordes of players would surely go mad hunting monsters to exchange for Sky Island coins. Moreover, after the version update, precious items like skill books and equipment blueprints could only be obtained by defeating elite monsters or running dungeons. For powerhouse players like Liemo, elite monsters were no challenge, just famous names. A single slasher fireball was all it took to dispatch them. But ordinary players faced a different reality. Many in the chat channels relied on guild parties to hunt elite monsters. Even then, a single misstep could lead to being counter-killed or wiped out by the elite monster. Thus, ordinary players found it extremely difficult to obtain skill books and similar items, let alone hard currency like Sky Island coins. With that thought, Liemo hesitated no longer. He deftly opened the regional channel. Taking a deep breath, Liemo began composing his message. He avoided fancy rhetoric. Simple and direct was most impactful. Regional announcement, paid for by player Liemo at 1,000 Sky Island coins for 1 hour. I, Liemo, am offering unlimited purchases of all types of monster corpses to all players in region 13313. Price, 5,000 Sky Island coins per monster corpse, regardless of species or level. No quantity limit, I'll take whatever you have. Until my Sky Island coins run out. After editing the message, Liemo reviewed it carefully. Satisfied it was error-free, he clicked send and selected the option to pay for a 1-hour top placement. He knew this message would inevitably cause a huge stir once posted. And sure enough, the moment Liemo's announcement went live, the once bustling regional chat channel fell eerily silent for 3 seconds. As if time had frozen, every player chatting, joking, or trading was stunned by the bright red, bolded pinned announcement. 3 seconds later, the regional channel exploded like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Holy? Am I seeing this right? Big shot Liemo? Buying monster corpses? 5,000 Sky Island coins per corpse? This has to be fake. Absolutely fake. Who would spend 5,000 Sky Island coins on a useless monster corpse? It's a scam. Hey, look at the poster. It's Liemo. That big shot who made a killing selling spirit spring water. Whoa. If it's big shot Liemo, then maybe it's not impossible? He's always been that ridiculously rich, right? 5,000? I worked my ass off yesterday to take down an elite monster. Sold the materials for 300, then tossed the corpse because it was taking up space. Now you tell me it's worth 5 grand? My heart is bleeding. Quick! Quick! Go check if I have any left in my inventory. I remember keeping a few weird-looking corpses when I cleaned out the floating island earlier, couldn't bring myself to toss them. Forget it, upstairs. They're definitely gone. Who'd keep them at that price? The real question is this even real? Big shot Liam O, speak up. All rise. Bow down to the almighty dollar. Big shot Liam O, are you in need of any leg accessories? The kind that warms your bed, you know. Just yesterday I saw old Wang from next door dragging a wild boar carcass, saying he'd have a feast tonight. I gotta rush over to see if I can salvage anything. In an instant, the entire regional chat channel was flooded with this acquisition announcement. Countless players went from shock and skepticism to gradual acceptance, and finally to frenzied excitement. After all, the name Liam O was a gold standard in the 13313 region. His previous extravagant moves had already given players a vague yet terrifying sense of his wealth. In the guild channel, 2 sisters who had been diligently slaying monsters for profit also spotted the notice. Xiao Jun had just shot down a jumping rabbit with an arrow and was about to approach the corpse when the corner of her eye caught the unusually prominent pinned announcement in the regional channel. Ha! She clicked it out of curiosity. The next second, Xiao Jun's shortbow clattered to the ground. Sis! Look at the zone channel. Xiao Jun's voice cracked slightly as she pointed at her screen, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. Dai Xinna frowned upon hearing this and opened the regional channel as well. Even with her usual composure, her pupils contracted at the sight. Regional announcement, paid by player Liam O for 1000 Sky Island coins to pin for 1 hour. I, Liam O, am offering unlimited purchases of all types of monster corpses to all players in region 13313. Price, 5000 Sky Island coins per monster corpse, regardless of species or level. No quantity limit, will take whatever you have. Offer valid indefinitely. This. Daisina glanced at Xiao Jun, her voice tinged with disbelief. He made the quest public? And the price is the same as what he offered us? Xiao Jun picked up her bow, her little face falling momentarily as she muttered, I thought it was an exclusive perk for us sisters. Turns out Liam O is casting a wide net. Her little mind raced, oh my. Sis, this is huge. Players across the entire region are going to go wild. She could picture the reaction of ordinary players still scrambling for a few dozen or 100 Sky Island coins once this announcement hit. Then what are you waiting for? Go hunt monsters and earn coins. Dai Xina tapped her younger sister's head as she spoke. Meanwhile, on Limo's end, the moment he posted the zone announcement, his system mail notification began bombarding him with a relentless barrage of beeps almost instantly. Ding! Player Old Wang next door has mailed you 1 wild boar corpse, payment 5000 Sky Island coins. Accept? Ding! Player I'm a noob but I'm not afraid has mailed you 3 goblin corpses, payment 15,000 Sky Island coins. Accept? Ding! Player Wind Chaser has mailed you Windblade Wolf Carcass X1, payment 5,000 Sky Island coins. Accept? As he scanned the stream of mail notifications, Limo's lips curled into a confident smile. Excellent! Seems everyone's eager to participate. He had set the system to automatically review and process payments. As long as the mailed items fell under the broad category of monster carcasses, the system would complete the transaction regardless of condition or level. A massive flood of monster carcasses surged from all directions of Zone 13313, ceaselessly converging toward Limo's Sky Island. His Sky Island currency was being depleted at an astonishing rate. But this was precisely what Liam O desired. His goal was to accumulate sufficient flesh and blood in the shortest possible time. Chapter 47, The First Puppet. Within mere minutes, Liam O received over 1,000 emails meaning at least 1,000 monster corpses were either en route or had already arrived. His Sky Island coins, meanwhile, were flowing away like water, decreasing by a staggering 5 million. Thank goodness I sold all the Spirit Spring water. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to afford this much. Liam O watched his rapidly dwindling savings with a wince. After obtaining the life core fragment, the healing effects of the Spirit Spring water had become rather useless to him. He decided not to hold on to any more and sold the entire stock in one go. In the end, he made a solid 10 million Sky Island coins. But now, a third of that was gone in the blink of an eye. How could Liam O not feel the sting? Looks like I need to find some new resources. Otherwise, my reputation as a big spender is in jeopardy. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But the immediate priority was crafting the puppet. Finding new essential resources could wait. Let's check my inventory first. Liam O stood in a corner of the floating island, watching as the system automatically stacked the monster corpses delivered via mail. A foul stench began to permeate the air, but Liam O paid it no mind. With a flick of his thoughts, crimson runes shot from his hands, expanding relentlessly. Finally, like a fishing net, they enveloped all the corpses. Decompose. At Liam O's command, the mountain of monster corpses, regardless of size, were drawn by an invisible force. Like melting snow, they vanished rapidly.
Gurgle, gurgle. Streams of pure flesh and blood energy were extracted, condensing into a thick crimson mist.
On Lemo's personal interface, a resource reserve labeled Flesh Essence surged upward at a visible pace. 100 points. 1,000 points. 10,000 points.
Each monster corpse yielded varying amounts of flesh essence based on its flesh content.
But Lemo made no distinctions during acquisition, compensating for quality with quantity.
Lower-level monsters with little flesh might yield only a few points, or even just 1 point, of blood essence.
Elite monsters with thick, tough hides could yield hundreds of points.
But now, faced with sheer volume, none of that mattered.
This is only the beginning. Lemo's eyes flashed with excitement.
Most players were merely testing the waters now. Once they truly tasted the rewards, they would go mad hunting monsters.
They'd be terrified Lemo would take this trade off the market.
So all he needed to do now was lie quietly in his room, silently awaiting an endless stream of corpses. Meanwhile, the entire 13,313 region erupted in chaos.
Holy crap! My rotten zombie corpse actually sold for 5,000 Sky Island coins. Big shot, Lemo is a god. Guys, stop chatting. Log in and grind monsters. Every monster is money.
I just killed a slime, something I used to ignore, and now it's worth 5,000 Sky Island coins.
Looking for a party. Anyone up for monster farming? Efficiency first. Loot split evenly. Stay away from dangerous zones. Just farm low-level monsters near the newbie village.
Used to get a few copper coins per kill, now it's 5,000 Sky Island coins straight up.
This deal is insane. Ha ha ha.
I used to bury dozens of goblin corpses in my vegetable patch as fertilizer because they took up space.
Now I've dug them all up. I'm rich.
Countless players, pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, dropped everything they were doing. Their sole objective now was clear hunt monsters, collect corpses, and mail them to Lemo.
The entire region's monster respawn rate could barely keep up with the players' hunting fervor. In the guild chat, Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna were relentlessly hunting monsters. Sis, look how many we've killed. We've mailed Lemo nearly 30 corpses already.
Xiao Jun shouted excitedly while drawing her bow, her cheeks flushed from the thrill and exertion.
Dai Xinna cleanly sliced down a charging wild wolf with a single stroke, her voice deep and steady. Yeah, we've already made 150,000 Sky Island coins. She glanced at the regional chat channel, filled with players wildly celebrating and coordinating monster hunting parties. Dai Xinna couldn't help but wonder, what on earth does he want with all these corpses?
She recalled how Lemo had once used a strange flint to blow a sub-lord-level Treant to smithereens, nearly killing it.
Now collecting so many corpses again. Lemo was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Sis. Xiao Jun sensed his sister's unease and spoke up. Dai Xinna turned to look at her.
Whatever secrets Lemo may have, for now, the three of us are still on the same side.
Xiao Jun casually uploaded the wolf demon corpse. Then let's not worry about what Lemo is doing.
He must have his reasons, and it only benefits us, not harms us. So, who cares?
The big shot's handing out cash, we just pick it up. Go for it, sis. Let's hit that million today. Alright. Dai Xinna responded with a laugh to her sister.
After uploading the corpse, the two rushed without pause to the next floating island.
Lemo watched the reserves of blood essence surge upward, a smile spreading wider across his lips. Time to craft a puppet. He steadied his mind. Following the method described in the skill book,
he attempted to manipulate this fleshly energy according to his inner vision. He roughly formed a humanoid object.
Consumed flesh essence 10,000, created puppet 1.
As the system notification sounded, the writhing mass of flesh before Lemo jolted violently before slowly straightening into an upright posture. This was a roughly 2-meter-tall puppet, its entire body a dull, blood-red hue, resembling congealed blood.
Its form was somewhat crude, with uneven muscle lines and even a few unnatural bulges in places. Clearly, this was Lemo's first attempt, and his control over the flesh energy was still lacking in precision. The puppet possessed no facial features, its head was merely a rough outline.
Yet where eyes should have been, 2 faint red points flickered, radiating a deathly stillness and coldness. It stood motionless, exuding a faint scent of blood and an unsettling sense of oppression.
Notice, successfully crafted substandard puppet X1.
Substandard flesh puppet common grade.
Level, scaling with master's level. Attributes, unfinished.
After completion, scales with master's attribute growth.
Skills, basic/tough skin. Loyalty, absolute. Notes, a resource wasting experiment. Am I really that bad?
Lemo frowned slightly as he examined the stats of his first creation. He'd spent 10,000 points of flesh essence just to create this thing. It was significantly weaker than even average players.
Seems like just piling on massive amounts of low-grade flesh essence doesn't do much good. Lemo mused thoughtfully. Chapter 48, Triggering a Buying Frenzy. Lemo scrutinized the description in his mental skill book once more before it clicked.
He had merely created a mold akin to raw iron in blacksmithing. Additional materials needed to be incorporated for secondary processing to fully unlock the iron's potential.
The knowledge in his mind clearly told Liamo that if he wanted to maximize the puppet's physical form and cultivate it into a warrior-type being, he must incorporate substantial quantities of refined iron and similar materials before the puppet's formation was complete. The higher the quality and the greater the quantity, the better the effect. However, adding only refined iron would drastically reduce the puppet's flexibility. Flexible materials like monster tendons and bones must also be incorporated to unlock the puppet's full potential. Looks like I'll have to keep acquiring materials. Liamo nodded, then opened his warehouse to find his Sky Island currency nearly depleted, a mere 50-odd thousand left. 15 million Sky Island coins gone in mere minutes. Whoa! Even with mental preparation, Liamo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at the sight of his balance, his lips twitching slightly. My money! All for this worthless thing. Liamo turned to the lifeless puppet standing beside him and sighed helplessly. Acquiring monster corpses consumed Sky Island coins like a bottomless pit, and the other materials needed to craft the puppet were also exorbitantly priced. Moreover, he had a significant need for them, as he intended to craft 5 puppets representing different professions. This inevitably meant requiring a wider variety of materials, leading to even greater consumption of Sky Island coins. Essentials like refined iron, monster tendons and bones, and spirit cores each demanded vast sums of Sky Island coins to procure. Money's always tight when you need it most. Liamo lamented. He promptly removed the monster carcasses from his trading list, ignoring the players' cries of despair. Gazing at the flesh essence on his personal panel, which had now surpassed the 100,000 mark, a surge of pride welled up within him. Money may be gone, but this flesh essence is solid, tangible resources. This amount was enough to craft 10 more puppets. Combined with the one he just made, he now had 11. Too bad I can only control 5 puppets at most. Otherwise, I'd definitely build an army of them. Liamo fantasized about what it would be like if he truly had an army of puppets inheriting 50% of his attributes. Then he would truly be invincible. Never mind anything else. The mere fact that these puppets could take his place in battle meant he had countless extra lives. Looks like I have to explore new floating islands now. Liamo sighed. It was hard to go from luxury to frugality. Having tasted the benefits of Sky Island coins, how could he possibly go back to the drudgery of mining? Or, I need a way to make those players cough up their Sky Island coins and keep serving me. He had become a top spender because everyone started out with rudimentary gear and scarce resources. Moreover, in the bitter cold, injuries healed slowly. His monopoly on the basic structures that restored health and the spirit spring water had allowed him to rake in a fortune. But now, Liamo opened the system panel, which showed the extreme cold weather would last only one more day. Moreover, players who had survived this long undoubtedly had their own methods to withstand the cold. It was no longer realistic for Liamo to continue profiting solely from basic structures. Spiritual spring water, however, remained in high demand. Even after Liamo sold out his stock and removed it from the marketplace, many players kept privately messaging him, asking if he still had any left. But now that he possessed the life core fragment, the spirit spring water was practically useless. Moreover, the basic recovery potions sold in the mall were more effective than the spring water, which was why Liamo had sold every last drop without hesitation. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Liamo. He suddenly remembered that basic recovery potions were only available in the intermediate level store. Yet the vast majority of players only had access to the basic shop, completely missing out on the valuable items available in the intermediate shop. Liamo's mind cleared instantly. He possessed an intermediate mall, and everything within it was useful to him. Not to mention ordinary players like these. The dazzling array of goods in the shop was nothing short of a treasure trove for those still stuck at the beginner level. Reselling is the answer to this version. He swiftly opened the intermediate shop. Basic recovery potions, minor attribute enhancement scrolls, fine-grade weapon blueprints, basic skill books, special consumables, the dazzling array of goods made his heart leap with excitement. Buying these items and reselling them at a markup to other players offered enormous profit potential. This is how it's done. Liamo first counted his dwindling supply of Sky Island coins, still over 100,000. That should be more than enough as start-up capital. He first set his sights on the basic recovery potions and several types of attribute enhancement scrolls. These consumables had high demand, delivered instant results, and were easily accepted by players. He spent 100,000 Sky Island coins to purchase 150 bottles of basic recovery potions and 20 strength enhancement scrolls. Then, he opened the regional channel and drafted a new announcement. Brothers, thank you all for your unwavering support over the years. To repay your loyalty and help you level up faster for better survival in this apocalypse, I'm listing a batch of special goods, limited quantities available, first come, first served. Potent recovery potion, instantly restores moderate health, essential for combat. Price, 1,000 Sky Island coins per bottle. Blessing of the Brave scroll strength temporarily boosts the user's strength by 10%. Price, 2,000 Sky Island coins per scroll. Eagle Eye Scouting Scroll, reveals monster locations and resource points within a small area upon use. Essential for exploration. Price, 1,500 Sky Island coins per scroll. I am also purchasing large quantities of high-quality monster materials and ores. The moment this announcement hit the zone chat, an eerie silence fell for a few seconds before erupting into chaos. Holy crap! Potent recovery potion? Hero's blessing scroll? Eagle Eye scouting scroll? I've never even heard of these things. 1,000 Sky Island coins per potion? 2,000 per scroll? A bit pricey, but the names sound legit. Holy crap, instantly restores moderate HP. Even better than that Spirit Spring Water the big shot sold earlier. Buying. Gotta have it. Strength blessing. Holy crap, I'm stuck on this elite monster, my DPS is just a bit too low. With this scroll, I should be able to clear it. Eagle Eye Scouting Scroll. This is great. When exploring new Sky Islands, I won't have to worry about running into unexpected dangers around corners anymore. Where did Big Shot Liam-O even get all this good stuff? Does he have some shady source? Who cares where he got them? I just sold him a few corpses and made 30k off him. First up, 10 potions and 5 strength scrolls. A player named Whale God immediately shouted. That guy upstairs is loaded. These items are way too useful, anyone would be tempted. I've already placed my order, bros. Hey, upstairs. The thing is, quantities are limited. This is basically forcing us to buy fast. Big Shot Liam-O totally gets it. Oh no, oh no. The money I just made off Big Shot Liam-O hasn't even cooled yet, and now I have to give it back to him. But I'm totally willing. Chapter 49, Auctioning Skill Books 100-fold Return. Liam-O's announcement in the regional channel sent shockwaves through the community. Players flooded the trading platform, instantly snapping up every item Liam-O had listed. Ding! Powerful recovery potion has sold 150 units. Sold out. Ding! Blessing Scroll of the Brave Strength has sold 20 copies. Sold out. A series of system notifications exploded in Liam-O's ears like heavenly music. Is this what scalping feels like? Holy crap, this is awesome. Liam-O scanned the regional chat filled with players' comments, easily picturing the regretful expressions of those who missed out. He checked his Sky Island coin balance. In less than a minute, Liam-O had netted 90,000 Sky Island coins. This efficiency. It's so much faster than selling houses the hard way. Liam-O's eyes lit up. Selling houses had been a no-cost transaction too, but back then, he'd kept prices low to accommodate regular players, barely scraping by on the profits. But now, flipping supplies and exploiting system loopholes? It was like sitting on a pile of cash. No wonder they say when the wind blows, even pigs can fly. Liam-O couldn't help but chuckle smugly. He was sure there were other players like him who had unlocked the intermediate marketplace. But they'd never dream of pulling off this kind of move. Liam-O sold supplies from the intermediate store at double the price to players who couldn't afford to upgrade their stores. It was like a dimension-lowering attack and outright daylight robbery. Yet they couldn't do anything about it after all, these items were genuine necessities. In a way, Liam-O was helping them. The chance to boost combat power with money was such a blessing that countless players thanked him. Still, this was just exploiting information asymmetry. Once high-level players or major guild leaders caught on and started reselling intermediate shop items themselves, Liam-O wouldn't make much profit. So this was just a quick cash grab, no way to sustain long-term profits. But while everyone was still oblivious, he'd grab as much as he could. With a sweeping gesture, Liam-O bought another 300 bottles of basic recovery potion and 30 Hero's Blessing Scroll Strength. Considering the practicality of the Eagle Eye Scouting Scroll, he also grabbed 50 of those. This round of purchases drained another 210,000 Sky Island coins from his coffers. But Liam-O was confident the players wouldn't let him down. After all, this was a market of over 70,000 people. Their spending power was terrifying. Numerous smaller guilds would also seize this opportunity to stockpile supplies for upcoming elite monster encounters. After this round of purchases, Liam-O's Sky Island currency balance plummeted back to a paltry 20,000. But this was only temporary. His balance would rebound swiftly and grow ever larger. After some thought, he drafted an announcement to show his sincerity. Given the unprecedented enthusiasm for these items, I've urgently restocked a new batch. Quantities remain limited. First come, first served. Don't miss this golden opportunity to boost your strength. Potent Recovery Potion instantly restores moderate health, essential for combat. Price, 1,000 Sky Island coins per bottle. Hero's Blessing Scroll Strength temporarily boosts the user's strength by 10%. Price, 2,000 Sky Island coins per scroll. Eagle Eye Scouting Scroll reveals monster locations and resource points within a small area upon use. Essential for exploration. Price, 1,500 Sky Island coins per scroll. This time, players learned their lesson. Announcements barely went out before items sold out instantly. Here it comes. I've been waiting for this. Holy crap, I only got one health potion. What's up with you guys? I snagged 3 bottles. Holy crap, Eagle Eye Scouting Scrolls too. I snagged 5. DM me if you want one. Damn it, slow down, you guys. This isn't restocking, it's another cash grab. But I just want to buy it. What do I do? I'm already looking like a big shot OVO. As Sky Island coins flooded in like a tidal wave once more, Lemo's smile grew wider and wider. No wonder they say 100 years of farming can't match a single year of trading. Holy crap, this is seriously satisfying. This batch had twice the quantity of the last one, yet it still sold out in seconds. No worries about selling them, right? Liemo calculated in his mind that his next move could be selling some fine-grade weapon blueprints or basic skill books. Though pricier, these items offered permanent power-ups guaranteed to spark even bigger frenzy and sellouts. But selling them at these prices feels like a loss. Players who unlocked the intermediate shop might have already caught on. I need a way to make a killing. Got it. Liemo opened the intermediate shop, fine-grade weapon blueprints, and basic skill books. Fine-grade Swift Dagger blueprint, 8,000 Sky Island coins. Fine-grade Guardian Shield blueprint, 9,000 Sky Island coins. Fine-grade Demon Hunter Shortbow blueprint, 8,500 Sky Island coins. Basic skill book, Heavy Strike, 12,000 Sky Island coins. Basic skill book, Swift Footwork, 12,000 Sky Island coins. Intermediate skill book, Healing, 25,000 Sky Island coins. Let them drive up the price themselves through an auction. He glanced at the last item, the Soul Intermediate skill book. This skill is incredibly practical. It'll definitely sell like hotcakes. After all, which guild or player wouldn't want healing? In this environment, it's absolutely crucial, right? Liemo took a deep breath and began drafting a new announcement. Brothers, seeing your enthusiasm for healing potions and warrior scrolls has truly moved me. To further aid your growth, I'm now releasing a batch of precious equipment blueprints and skill books. Due to their immense value, this auction will be conducted via bidding. Lot 1, Fine-grade Swift Dagger Blueprint X1, starting bid, 4,000 Sky Island coins. Lot 2, Fine-grade Guardian Shield Blueprint X1, starting bid, 6,000 Sky Island coins. Lot 3, Fine-grade Demon Hunter Shortbow Blueprint X1, starting bid, 8,000 Sky Island coins. Lot 4, Basic Skill Book Heavy Strike X1, starting bid, 8,000 Sky Island coins. Lot 5, Beginner Skill Book Swift Footwork X1, starting bid, 8,000 Sky Island coins. Lot 6, Beginner Skill Book Healing X1, starting bid, 22,000 Sky Island coins. Bidding rules, each item has a starting bid. Bids must increase by at least 500 Sky Island coins. Highest bidder wins. Simultaneously, I am actively purchasing large quantities of high-quality monster materials and ores at competitive prices. This announcement felt like pouring a bucket of cold water into boiling oil, instantly setting the entire regional chat ablaze. Holy! 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 What the hell is this? A fine-grade weapon blueprint? And a basic skill book. Heavy Strike. The starting bid is already nearing 10,000. Healing Technique. Holy crap! Starting bid at 22,000. Having someone who knows healing technique in your party would drastically increase safety when exploring new areas. Big Shot Liemo is trying to bleed us dry. Just sold us potion scrolls, now he's dumping blueprints and skill books. This starting bid, it's pricey, but compared to the per item cost of those potion scrolls, it feels like better value, a more level-headed player analyzed. After all, it's a permanent upgrade. Who cares? I'm getting that Heavy Strike skill book. No one's taking it from me. The whales made their presence known again, their tone brimming with certainty. The big spending warrior god is at it again. But this time, you won't be the only one wanting it. Healing Technique is mine. Our team desperately needs a healer. Shouted a player named Miracle Healer. Oomph, an intermediate skill book? Think you're worthy? Glory Guild has it reserved. See who dares refuse us. Archer Blueprint. Awesome. My black iron bow is long overdue for an upgrade. The regional chat erupted. While potions and scrolls were valuable, they were consumables after all. Weapon blueprints and skill books were an entirely different matter. Once crafted, they provided permanent power boosts. Even if they became obsolete as one's strength grew, they could be passed down to new guild members. Liemo watched the heated discussions in the channel with satisfaction. The rest depended on the players' enthusiasm. He only needed to quietly watch them compete. After all, these items were nothing but trash to Liemo. Soon, the first round of bidding for the fine-grade Swift Dagger blueprint commenced. 12,500. 13,000. Whale God bids, 15,000. ID Windrunner bids, 16,000. The price climbed steadily, breaking the 10,000 mark within just 2 minutes. Ultimately, the fine-grade Swift Dagger blueprint was snapped up by the player with the ID 10 steps, 1 kill for 16,000 Sky Island coins. The competition for the next set of blueprints was equally fierce. After several rounds of competitive bidding, the blueprints were ultimately acquired by different guilds. Liemo calculated that the profit amounted to a whopping 50,000 gold coins. If blueprints are this profitable, skill books will be even crazier. Liemo's breathing grew slightly ragged. He calmed himself before diving into the skill book auction. Basic skill book, Heavy Strike, starting bid, 18,000. Whale God bids, 20,000. ID, Berserker bids, 21,000. Whale God bids, 25,000. In the end, the Heavy Strike skill book was successfully secured by Whale God for 35,000 Sky Island coins. Ha ha ha, thanks for giving me face, brothers. Next up was the highly anticipated Intermediate skill book, Healing Arts, starting bid 22,000. The moment this skill book hit the auction block, bidding intensity far surpassed all previous items. Our Rose Knights bid 32,000. An ID with a guild prefix appeared. Oomph, Glory Guild bids 35,000. Another guild joined the fray. The price skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 40,000. Liam watched the rapidly changing numbers, his heart racing in sync. Finally, after a fierce 10-minute bidding war, the basic skill book, Healing, was snapped up by Glory Guild for a staggering 52,000 Sky Island coins. We're rich. We're rich. This is practically money grabbing. Liam nearly jumped for joy. A single healing technique skill book had netted him over 30,000 in pure profit. All bidding concluded. Liam tallied up his earnings from this round. Whoa, over 900,000. Staring at the numbers on his personal panel, he felt a momentary daze. From his initial startup capital of over 500,000 in just a few short hours, not only had he recouped his investment, but his funds were now approaching the million mark. Chapter 50, Deal closed. Materials never run out. Monopoly really is the way to make money. Liam was stunned. How much time had passed? Not even 10 minutes. His balance had skyrocketed from over 50,000 to nearly a million. This pace surpassed even selling Spirit Spring water, because this transaction required absolutely zero costs. Big Shot Liam was awesome. Thanks to Big Shot Liam for bringing us such an amazing thing. Even though my wallet's empty, I've gotten stronger. The pay-to-win warrior flaunted his newly acquired Heavy Strike in the channel. Glory Guild recruiting powerful mages and sorcerers. Led by a top-tier healer, safety guaranteed. The Glory Guild began advertising. I'm joining. Intermediate healing magic. Now I won't fear injuries during expeditions. Big Shot Liam, will there be more good stuff next time? Please stock up more. The channel remained feverishly excited, players' eyes gleaming with desire for skill books and blueprints. Market demand remained robust. Seeing this frenzy, Liam figured scalping could easily last another week. Keep selling later. We need to drain the market before those guys catch on. Liam made up his mind and was about to buy more supplies for resale when, "Boss, you buying materials? Got some fresh, hard-shelled turtle carapace and wind wolf tendons here." Suddenly, an inconspicuous message in the channel caught his attention. Buy? Hell yeah. His ultimate goal in making money was to craft puppets. What else would he need it for? It wasn't exactly edible. Now that he had money, acquiring materials was his top priority. He replied instantly, "Yeah, I'll take it, bro." The other side replied instantly, "Big Shot, can I trade for a strength scroll instead?" Liam considered it. The other party had hardened turtle shell and wind wolf tendons, which would greatly enhance the puppet's defense and agility. Without higher grade materials available, this was the best option. Plus, he had the evolution furnace. With good luck, he could even upgrade their grade, providing even greater benefits to the puppets. Bad luck would only yield a 100-fold return. In the past, Liam would have been overjoyed. But now that he could make big money without relying on the evolution furnace, he didn't want a 100-fold return effect. He only wanted the grade upgrade bonus. He replied immediately, "Sure thing, bro. How many do you have?" 3 turtle shells and 6 wind wolf tendons. Liam didn't really care how much he had. After all, there were over 70,000 people in the area. If this buyer didn't take it, another would surely come along. After a moment's thought, he offered, "How about 3? He wasn't trying to haggle or anything. After all, in the intermediate marketplace, a single strength blessing scroll cost 1,000 Sky Island coins. These materials were definitely not worth 1,000 Sky Island coins. He was clearly selling at a loss. Perfect. The other party instantly agreed, immediately transferring the materials over to exchange for Liam's 3 strength blessing scrolls. Judging by their urgency, they seemed terrified Liam might change his mind. Watching the other party's frantic actions, Liam couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He wasn't the type to pull any tricks. After all, he wasn't short on funds. Liam's reputation as a big spender wasn't just for show. Besides, this had its perks. It helped build his reputation. Eventually, the information gap in the intermediate marketplace would be leveled out. But Liam had the evolution furnace. He had zero costs, okay? At the same price point, players would still choose to buy from him. After all, Liam was willing to offer competitive pricing. After closing the deal, Liam retrieved the materials from his spatial backpack. Gazing at the massive turtle shell and thick, powerful wolf sinew in his hands, he didn't hesitate. He tossed them straight into the evolution furnace for processing. Detecting hard-shelled turtle carapace and wind wolf tendons. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Evolution successful. Obtained Mystic Iron Turtle Shell X3, Storm Wolf Tendons X6. The evolution furnace flashed and the ordinary materials instantly transformed. The hard-shell turtle shell transformed into a mystic iron turtle shell. The earth-toned shell now emitted a faint metallic sheen. When struck, it produced a metallic ring, its hardness elevated by more than 1 tier. The wind wolf tendons evolved into storm wolf tendons, their resilient fibers now shimmering with faint azure light. Beautiful. Li Mo's eyes lit up. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Compared to a simple doubling of quantity, this leap in quality offered far greater value for crafting his puppets. Mystic iron turtle shell, high-grade material, evolved from a hard-shelled turtle absorbing the essence of the Earth's golden spirit. Possesses exceptional physical defense capabilities. Storm wolf tendons, high-grade material, evolved from wind wolf tendons bathed in storm essence. Possesses extraordinary flexibility and conductivity, slightly enhancing speed. High-grade materials. The best materials below epic tier. This will absolutely boost the puppet's defense and agility tremendously. Liemo stored the materials in his spatial backpack with satisfaction. He then reopened the trading channel and announced, "Attention all. I am consistently seeking to purchase large quantities of monster tendons and bones, high-grade ores, and special materials at premium prices. Interested parties, please message me directly. Prices are negotiable. Additionally, potions and scrolls will be restocked regularly at unchanged prices. Rare items like blueprints and skill books will be auctioned periodically based on my acquisition. Stay tuned for announcements." Liemo had successfully piqued the player's curiosity. He knew that while such practices yielded staggering profits, they couldn't be taken too far. The auction prices this time were already pushing many players to their limits. Maintaining stable profits on regular goods while occasionally cashing in big on rare items that steady stream was the way to go. This batch of flesh essence is enough to craft 10 more puppets. Combined with the one I already have, that makes 11. He pondered that although he now possessed this batch of high-grade materials, the quantity was too small to make a significant impact. He needed to gather another batch of materials and then strengthen the puppets in one decisive push. Just as he pondered this, his private chat pinged again. This time, it was a somewhat familiar name, Glory Tian, the leader of the Glory Guild. Big shot Liemo, are you there? I'd like to discuss something with you. Liemo's lips curved into a faint smile upon seeing the message. Glory Guild. This guild had been very active in the regional channel, recruiting members and expanding their ranks. It reminded him a bit of Chun Fong, whom he had encountered earlier. Both were striving to carve out a place for themselves in this apocalyptic world. He replied, "Sure, bro, go ahead." Glory Sky replied almost instantly. Big shot Liemo, here's the deal. Our Glory Guild now has nearly 100 brothers. We farm monsters and explore daily, yielding a decent amount of materials. I noticed you're buying up materials in bulk, so I was wondering if we could establish a long-term partnership? Our guild can prioritize supplying you with most of the monster tendons, hides, ores, and other materials we gather daily. We don't demand the highest market price, just a stable, fair purchase rate. In return, we hope Big Shot Liemo could grant Glory Guild priority purchasing rights for skill books, blueprints, and items like the potions and scrolls you previously sold, or offer us some price discounts. If you have specific material needs, we can even organize guild members to collect them exclusively for you. Glory Heavenly Creation delivered this lengthy proposal in one breath, its core message clear: we trade materials for your rare goods and purchasing priority. Liemo fell into deep thought. This was undoubtedly a favorable proposition for him. A guild's output would undoubtedly far exceed that of a solo player. If he could establish a partnership with Glory Guild, his efficiency in acquiring materials would skyrocket. Though he could easily ignore the guild leader and continue trading on the market. But establishing a stable partnership with a guild would be beneficial without any drawbacks. Moreover, with his evolution furnace, even ordinary materials could be transformed into valuable resources if obtained in sufficient quantities. The honored guild leader's proposal is sincere. Liemo replied slowly. Long-term cooperation is fine by me. Regarding materials, I primarily need high-quality tendons, shells, and rare ores, especially those with inherent special properties, like the hard-shell turtle carapace and wind wolf tendons I acquired earlier. He paused briefly before continuing. As for compensation, I can offer priority purchasing rights. Regarding pricing, if you can supply truly rare materials I need, I'm even willing to trade finished goods directly, like skill books or blueprints. For bulk exchanges of common materials for standard consumables, I can offer you an internal guild discount, like 10% off. However, exceptionally rare skill books and core blueprints may still require auctioning or exchanging items of comparable rarity. Liemo couldn't possibly bundle all the best items for a single guild. That would provoke resentment among other players and cost him some market leverage. But establishing a cooperative framework targeted acquisitions, mutual benefit that was feasible. The Glory Heaven side was clearly very satisfied with this outcome. Great. Big shot Liemo, you're a man of your word. We'll proceed as you suggested. Our main team just explored a new floating island today, took down a few elite monsters, and got some decent quality ice silkworm silk and black iron ore. I'll have them sorted out and send it over right away. What can we trade for them? Our guild is currently in urgent need of enchanted weapon blueprints and skill books for warriors and mages. A red dot appeared in Lemo's mailbox. He casually clicked it open. Ice silkworm silk, fine-grade material, resilient with faint cold properties. Black iron ore, a common mineral, but in large quantities or when refined into black iron ingots, it makes excellent material for puppet skeletons. Lemo's interest piqued. Ice silkworm thread would be perfect for crafting flexible joints or internal wiring for puppets, enhancing durability and granting minor ice resistance. I'll take the ice silk. How much do you have? Black iron ore is also acceptable if the quantity is substantial. As for specific trade options, I'll decide after assessing the material's quality and quantity. Lemo replied, unwilling to commit to anything just yet. Got it. I'll have them tally it up and send you the details right away. Glory Tion sounded highly enthusiastic. After concluding his conversation with Glory Tion, Lemo felt quite pleased. Chapter 51, Reinforcement Materials Puppet Evolution. Before long, a trade request arrived from Glory Tion. Lemo promptly accepted. The mail contained 20 bundles of ice silkworm silk and 50 black iron ingots. Ice silk, fine-grade material, tough silk infused with frost power, ideal for crafting light armor and robes. Also used for flexible connections in puppets. Black iron ingots, common grade material, refined from black iron ore. These hard ingots serve as a foundational forging material for crafting puppet skeletons. Not bad. All good stuff. Lemo nodded with satisfaction. Though the black iron ingots were only common grade, their quantity was substantial. Evolving them might yield a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he tossed both the ice silkworm thread and black iron ingots into the evolution furnace. Detecting ice silkworm thread and black iron ingot. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. A brilliant light flared once more. Evolution successful. Obtained, frigid ice soul thread, X20, tempered mystic iron ingots, X50. Lemo's eyes lit up as he hurriedly checked the properties of the new materials. Ice soul silk, high-grade material. Significantly enhances ice resistance and boosts the potency of ice-based skills. A rare material used in crafting top-tier robes or specialized puppet components. Mystic iron ingot, fine-grade material. An excellent material for crafting fine weapons and puppet skeletons. Another high-grade material. And ice attributed. Lemo was both surprised and delighted. If this ice soul thread were used to create a special protective layer for a golem, it wouldn't just increase the golem's toughness, it could also grant it some ice elemental defense. Its effects were truly remarkable. He quickly shifted his gaze to the next material. The mystic iron ingot was also decent, a fine-grade item. Though it ranked one tier below the previous mystic iron turtle shell and storm wolf tendons. But its strength lies in its abundance, perfect for reinforcing the puppet skeleton and primary load-bearing structures, making it more robust and durable. It seems partnering with the guild to bulk source materials for evolution was indeed the right path. Lemo's spirits soared. With this new batch of materials, his puppet army was within reach. He immediately sent a message back to Glory Sky. Materials received. Quality is excellent. I can provide the enchanted weapon blueprints and warrior mage skill books your guild needs. For warrior skill books, heavy strike, cleave. For mage skill books, fireball, ice spike. Let me know which ones you need, exchange them for equivalent materials or Sky Island coins. He offered relatively basic yet practical skills and blueprints highly cost-effective for a guild in its early stages of development. Glory Sky's reply came almost instantly, his tone brimming with excitement and gratitude. Big bro Lemo. Thank you so much. After brief pleasantries, Glory Sky's message arrived again, clearly following a swift internal discussion. Bro, our guild desperately needs to boost combat power right now. We need everything you offered. We'll take 10 copies each of the warrior skill books, heavy strike, and cleave. We also need 10 copies each of the mage skill books, fireball, and ice spike. How much in materials or Sky Island coins would all this cost? We'll start gathering them immediately. Glory Sky rattled off their demands in one breath. Clearly these were their most pressing needs right now. Without exceptional luck or extraordinary skill, most players today possess only a single skill. This explains why a single intermediate healing spellbook commanded such a high price earlier. Beyond its game-changing utility, its high price also stemmed from players' widespread lack of skills. Lemo glanced at Glory Sky's reply and smiled faintly. Each skill book is 3,000 Sky Island coins, totaling 60,000 Sky Island coins. If you have sufficient materials, we can also accept them as payment. This price was already extremely fair for skill books. Lemo only made 1,000 Sky Island coins per book, really not much, just the hard-earned profit from reselling. Glory Sky showed almost no hesitation. No problem. Big shot Lemo, we'll transfer the Sky Island coins to you right away. Soon after, Lemo received the 60,000 Sky Island coins transferred by Glory Tion. Without delay, he mailed all the requested items to the other party. Pleasure doing business, Lemo replied. Great business. Big shot Lemo, we'll contact you first whenever we have quality materials. Glory Sky was deeply grateful. After handling these matters, Liamo turned his attention back to the basic golem before him. Now I have both the core skeleton and protective materials, and they're fine and high grade too. I can't even imagine what kind of monster this will create when combined with half my attributes. Liamo grinned widely, gathering all the materials before getting to work. First, he reinforced the puppet skeleton with mystic iron ingots, then fortified its outer defenses with mystic iron turtle shells. He optimized power transmission using storm wolf tendons, and finally attempted to integrate ice soul threads into its joints. This was Liamo's initial plan. Let's get to work. Following the method in his mind, he first gathered a pile of mystic iron ingots and summoned a ball of flame. Under temperatures reaching thousands of degrees, the ingots swiftly melted into molten iron. Seizing the moment, Liamo enveloped the molten iron within the flesh essence before slowly feeding it into the puppet's body. After the process was complete, the puppet visibly grew stronger. After the process concluded, the puppet visibly grew stronger. Its previously somewhat frail frame now radiated a solid, grounded presence, infused with the essence of black iron. Liamo wasted no time, immediately beginning to reinforce the puppet with other materials. After all, he understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. Following the same procedure, he melted the mystic iron turtle shell and coated it over the puppet's surface, forming a thick layer of armor. Next, he implanted storm wolf tendons into the puppet's joints and finally fused ice soul threads into the joint connections. As all materials fused perfectly, the puppet trembled violently. A faint frost crystallized on its surface, its eyes blazing crimson as a formidable aura radiated outward. Ding! Puppet creation complete. Player, please name it. After a moment's thought, Liamo settled on Puppet 1. That's a good name. That's what I'll call you from now on. He then noticed a new item had appeared on his personal interface. Puppet panel. He opened it to find Puppet 1 Fine Grade Puppet Scalable. Level 1 inherits 50% of Master's attributes. HP 2000. Mana 380. Strength 225. Agility 30. Stamina 230. Spirit 380. Passive skill. Mystic Tortoise Heavy Armor, covered in Mystic Iron Tortoise Shell, providing substantial physical defense and minor magic resistance. Stormheart, optimized Storm Wolf Tendons boost attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Frost Forged Body, infused with frigid ice essence, substantially increases resistance to ice-based attacks. Puppet trait, no pain perception, no fear, absolute obedience. Whoa, Liamo sucked in a sharp breath. These base stats were absolutely insane. But upon seeing the agility stat, Liamo frowned, suddenly remembering. Though he cultivated both warrior and mage paths, leveling up never boosted his agility. This meant that, in a sense, Liamo was like a top-heavy doll all head and no legs. After all, his strength had already reached 550, yet his agility was only in the low 60s. This presented significant disadvantages in combat. During his previous battle against the dragon-transformed player, he had distinctly felt his reaction speed lagging far behind his strength. Fortunately, he still had 600 free attribute points. Liamo dumped them all into agility. Ding! Free attribute points successfully allocated. As the system notification sounded, Liamo felt an immediate lightness wash over him, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Every bone and muscle in his body surged with an unprecedented agility and vitality. On his personal panel, his agility attribute shot up from 60 points to a staggering 660 points. Holy crap! Liamo couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As for Puppet 1, which inherited 50% of his attributes, its agility also underwent a dramatic transformation. Its original agility of 30 points had now skyrocketed to 330 points. This value now even surpassed its strength of 225 points and constitution of 230 points. Liamo glanced at Puppet 1's stats panel again, his smile widening. Puppet 1, Fine Grade Puppet. Level, inherits 50% of Master's attributes. Health points, 2000. Mana, 380. Strength, 225. Agility, 330. Stamina, 230. Spirit, 380. Passive skill. Mystic Tortoise Heavy Armor, covered in Mystic Iron Tortoise Shell, providing substantial physical defense and minor magic resistance. Stormheart, optimized Storm Wolf Tendons boost attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Frost Forged Body, infused with frigid ice essence, drastically increases resistance to ice-based attacks. Puppet traits, no pain perception, no fear, absolute obedience. Chapter 52, Puppet Mastery. A new power. Holy crap! Liamo grinned widely at the stats, his heart swelling with pride. With 330 points of agility, plus the 20% speed boost from Heart of the Storm, Puppet 1 was practically a cheetah clad in heavy armor. Excellent! Puppet 1, familiarize yourself with your new body. Liamo thought to himself, issuing the command. A red light flashed in Puppet 1's eyes, and its previously somewhat heavy frame suddenly became light and agile. It took a few steps in place, its heavy metal feet landing on the floating island's surface with only a faint sound. At over 2 meters tall, its frame now appeared exceptionally imposing. Liemo nodded with satisfaction. He commanded again, move fast. Whoosh!
Puppet One's massive form blurred into a trail of afterimages, instantly surging dozens of meters forward. It executed sharp turns and abrupt stops across the open ground with fluid grace, showing no sign of clumsiness despite its heavy armor plating. Its speed surpassed even Limeau's own full power burst by several degrees.
Good! 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 Liemo exclaimed 3 times in succession.
This agility, this speed, combined with the defense of the Mystic Turtle heavy armor, it was practically a mobile fortress. Witnessing this, he could hardly wait to test Puppet One's combat capabilities.
Puppet One, follow me.
Liemo led Puppet One to a corner of the floating island, the jungle, where he had previously obtained the blueprint for the cleaving blade.
Though no monsters remained, the dense stand of ancient trees provided perfect targets.
Soon, Puppet One was ready, poised and waiting.
Liemo nodded, then sent the attack command to the puppet with a thought.
Receiving the command, Puppet One's eyes flashed with an even brighter red light as it charged toward an ancient tree so massive it would take 10 men to encircle it. Its speed, amplified by the heart of the storm, made it streak forward like a streak of light, the whirlwind it generated snapping some smaller branches clean off.
Crash! Puppet One's fist, reinforced with mystical iron, slammed viciously into the ancient tree. Thud! A deafening roar echoed, causing the entire floating island to tremble.
The ancient tree, requiring 10 men to encircle its trunk, had its hard bark instantly shatter under Puppet One's terrifying blow, sending splinters flying everywhere. Radiating outward from the point of impact like the legs of a monstrous centipede, thick cracks rapidly spread across the trunk.
Puppet One's fist was driven deep into the trunk, sinking over half a foot.
What devastating destructive power! Liemo stared in disbelief, then his face lit up with wild excitement. The force of this single punch surpassed even the elite Dark Elf warriors he had encountered before.
Crack, crack! The ancient tree groaned under the unbearable strain.
A flash of red light flickered in Puppet One's eyes as its arms suddenly tensed, attempting to pull its fist free.
Wait! Liemo hurriedly called out. Keep attacking! Destroy it completely!
Receiving the new command, Puppet One's other fist followed suit, smashing viciously into the already cracked trunk once more.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
Like the most primitive battering ram, Puppet One's fist struck relentlessly, one after another, pounding the same spot on the ancient tree with the force of golden arhuts. Leaves rained down from the canopy like a shower of green. The surrounding ground began to tremble slightly under the relentless barrage. Finally, after Puppet One unleashed dozens of punches in rapid succession, like a raging storm.
Squeak crash!
A bone-chilling crack echoed through the jungle. The ancient, towering tree, weathered by untold centuries of wind and frost, had its trunk violently shattered by Puppet One, leaving a gaping hole where the trunk once stood. Only a few strands of fiber connected the upper and lower sections.
The next instant, the ancient tree's massive trunk shook violently, then began to tilt inexorably in one direction.
Thud, thud, thud. Its massive crown scraped against the branches of surrounding trees with a deafening rustle. Finally, it crashed heavily to the ground, sending branches, leaves, and dust flying everywhere. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust, and the earth itself seemed to tremble. Puppet One paid no heed. It merely brushed wood shavings from its arm and stood silently before Liemo, awaiting the next command.
Nice! Liemo couldn't help but cheer. 225 strength points were no joke. Even though it's only half my strength, that's still pretty impressive. Liemo examined the severed tree trunk once more, offering his appraisal. Lifting his gaze to the towering figure of Puppet One, he grew increasingly satisfied. This was merely its warrior-oriented development. If massive amounts of spirit cores had been infused during its forging, it would have been a mage. But now that the mystical iron had been infused, it was too late to change course. The next one will be a mage. Liemo currently possessed 40 ingots of mystic iron and 18 bundles of ice soul thread. The mystic iron turtle shells and storm wolf tendons acquired earlier were limited in quantity. After enhancing Puppet One, they were nearly depleted. Mages may have fragile bodies, but what does that matter for my puppets? Just add more materials to the core.
Imagine a mage puppet with maxed out defense, capable of unleashing world-ending spells with a single gesture that's thrilling. But the materials are indeed insufficient.
Still, I could make 4 molds using flesh essence first. Liemo calculated.
He immediately opened the crafting interface, using the flesh essence and basic materials to create 4 rudimentary puppet shells.
These basic puppets possessed only rudimentary mobility and low attributes.
Then, following the same method, he infused the remaining mystic iron ingots and ice soul threads into each of the 4 base puppets.
A flash of light erupted, and 4 brand new puppets materialized before Liemo.
Their forms resembled Puppet One, though lacking the armor formed by mystic iron shells or the powerful drive provided by storm wolf tendons.
Puppet number 2, fine grade puppet. Level, inherits 50% of master's attributes.
Health, 1000.
Mana, 380. Strength, 225. Agility, 330. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 380. Passive skill. Frost-forged body, infused with frigid ice essence, significantly enhances resistance to ice-based attacks.
Puppet traits: no sense of pain, no fear, absolute obedience. Attributes of puppet number 3, number 4, and number 5 are identical to number 2. Liam O gazed at the 4 newly created puppets, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Though the new puppets lack 2 passive abilities, they could still be enhanced through additional materials. Moreover, Liam O had no intention of building these puppets as defense-focused warriors this time, so the absence of the turtle shell black iron was no issue. What he desired was a puppet squad with maxed-out attributes and functionality. 5 identical puppets, each with subtle variations, stood in a row before Liam O, radiating a cold aura. The prototype for my puppet army is finally here. Liam O took a deep breath, his heart brimming with accomplishment. Next step, keep gathering rare materials and keep upgrading. He glanced at his Sky Island coin balance. After trading with Glory Heaven, subtracting the cost of crafting skill books, he had netted tens of thousands, bringing his total to a rather substantial sum. Puppet 1, Puppet 2. While these names are simple and direct, they somehow feel lacking. He thought of his newly formed guild 9 provinces. Since these are forces forged for the 9 provinces guild, their names should also connect to the 9 provinces. Liam O pondered for a moment. From now on, you are the Iron Hooves of the guild. He pointed to the first puppet completed, the one with the most comprehensive configuration. You shall be called Jojo 1. Ding. Puppet 1 has been renamed Jojo 1. The system notification sounded. Liam O nodded with satisfaction, then pointed to the remaining 4 puppets in sequence. You shall be designated Jojo number 2, Jojo number 3, Jojo number 4, and Jojo number 5. Ding, Puppet 2 has been renamed Jojo 2. Ding, Puppet 3 has been renamed Jojo 3. Ding, Puppet 4 has been renamed Jojo 4. Ding, Puppet 5 has been renamed Jojo 5. After a series of notification sounds, the names of the 5 puppets were refreshed. Liam O glanced back at the interface for Jojo number 1, his smile widening. Jojo number 1 fine-grade puppet scalable. Level 1 inherits 50% of master's attributes. Health 2000. Mana 380. Strength 225. Agility 330. Stamina 230. Spirit 380. Passive skill. Mystic Tortoise heavy armor, covered in mystic iron tortoise shell, providing substantial physical defense and minor magic resistance. Stormheart, optimized storm wolf tendons boost attack speed and movement speed by 20%. Frost-forged body, infused with frigid ice essence, substantially increases resistance to ice-based attacks. Puppet traits: no pain perception, no fear, absolute obedience. The stats for Jojo number 2 to Jojo number 5 have also been updated accordingly. Jojo number 2 fine-grade puppet scalable. Level 1 inherits 50% of master's attributes. HP 1000. Mana 380. Strength 225. Agility 330. Constitution 100. Spirit 380. Passive skill. Frost-forged body, infused with frigid ice essence, significantly enhances resistance to ice-based attacks. Puppet traits: no pain perception, no fear, absolute obedience. Chapter 53, Elite Monster? One punch from the puppet. Excellent. Jojo Squad, assemble. Liam O stood radiant with pride. 5 puppets stood in perfect formation before him, their metallic bodies reflecting a cold, eerie glow under the sunlight, emanating an intangible sense of pressure. Let's go. See if there are any new floating islands nearby. After all, battle is the ultimate test of truth. Otherwise, getting crushed by a monster with a single punch would be downright embarrassing. Now brimming with confidence, Liam O led his puppet squadron to explore the unknown skies surrounding the floating island. The floating island drifted slowly as Liam O stood at its edge, gazing into the distance. The tiny floating islands barely registered in his sight. After about half a day, the outline of an island vastly different from his own appeared on the horizon. This floating island was considerably larger than Liam O's own, presenting an overall rugged, grayish-black appearance. Vegetation was sparse, dominated by bizarrely shaped rocks and exposed mountain slopes. Finally found a new floating island. Liam O perked up. Jojo 1, proceed to reconnaissance. Command acknowledged. A red light flashed in Jojo number 1's eyes. Empowered by the part of the storm, its heavily armored frame, over 2 meters tall, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. It streaked through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, and in just a few leaps, covered nearly 100 meters of sky, landing steadily at the edge of the new floating island. Where it landed, the hard rock surface bore a shallow indentation, revealing its immense weight and the tremendous force of its impact. Jojo number 1 swiftly relayed the situation at the island's edge to Liam O through their mental link. Active energy signatures at the island's edge. Suspected rock-type elemental creatures. Rock-type elemental creature? Liam O raised an eyebrow. Perfect, let's see if your fists are tough enough. He immediately ordered, Jojo 1, engage freely. Units 2 through 5, prepare to support.
Receiving the command, Kyushu-1's massive frame, clad in Mystic Turtle heavy armor, surged forward like a tank toward the area with the strongest energy signature. Roar! Just as Jojo-1 penetrated dozens of meters deep, a deep, muffled roar echoed. 3 monsters, each nearly 2 meters tall and composed entirely of gray-black rock, erupted from the ground. They possess thick limbs and indistinct features, radiating a heavy aura of earth elemental energy. Rock Guardians Elite Class Monsters. Level 10. HP 1800. Traits: high physical defense, slow movement. Elite monsters? Perfect for practice. If other players heard that, they'd definitely call Lee Mo a pretentious jerk. Monsters we worked hard to team up and fight tooth and nail to defeat, you treat them like practice fodder? Lee Mo observed through the shared perspective of Jojo number 1. Facing the pincer attack of 3 rock guards, Jojo number 1 showed no fear. A fierce red light blazed in its eyes. Instead of retreating, it charged forward. Meeting the first rock guardian to rush at it, its fist, infused with mystical iron and carrying the wind pressure unleashed by Heart of the Storm, slammed down with devastating force. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Jojo number 1's iron fist collided head-on with the rock guardian's thick, stone arm. Sparks flew everywhere. The seemingly indestructible arm of the rock guard was covered in cracks from Jojo number 1's single punch, with tiny fragments of stone falling in a shower. Meanwhile, protected by the Mystic Turtle heavy armor, Jojo number 1 remained unmoved. Good! Lee Mo silently praised. Seizing the advantage, Jojo number 1 unleashed another iron fist, striking the rock guardian's head with even greater speed. Crack! The rock guardian's head shattered instantly. Its massive body swayed, then crashed to the ground, crumbling into a pile of rubble. Instant kill! The other 2 rock guardians seemed enraged, simultaneously swinging their heavy stone fists at Jojo number 1. Thud! Thud! 2 dull thuds echoed, like giant hammers striking iron plates. Sparks flew from Jojo number 1's Mystic Turtle heavy armor, but its massive frame merely swayed slightly, unscathed. Instead, the 2 rock guards suffered from the recoil force, causing chunks of rock to shatter off their arms. Such was the terrifying defensive power of the Mystic Turtle heavy armor. Jojo number 1 gave them no chance to recover, crouching low before launching a ferocious charge. Crash! As if struck head-on by a battering ram, 1 rock guardian was sent flying. It tumbled several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, its body shattered in multiple places. The other guard was seized by Jojo number 1, who seized its leg and swung it upward, slamming it violently into the ground. Crash! The ground trembled as the rock guardian was crushed into a pile of rubble, its life completely extinguished. Nice! Lee Mo watched, his blood boiling. Jojo number 1's perfect blend of strength, speed, and defense made it an unstoppable killing machine. Units 2, 3, 4, and 5 deploy and eliminate the remaining threats. Still eager for more, Lee Mo issued new orders. Whoosh! 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 4 figures shot out from Lee Mo's floating island almost simultaneously. Though lacking the imposing presence of the Mystic Turtle heavy armor, or the extreme speed boost of the Stormheart, the simultaneous action of 4 puppets still created a formidable spectacle. Landing on the new floating island, they swiftly dispersed, commencing the purge of the numerous, slightly smaller, small rock monsters that had just emerged from underground. Under the iron fists of the 9 provinces puppets 2 to 5, each packing 225 points of strength, the small rock monsters fell almost instantly, 1 punch per creature. The scene resembled slicing through melons and vegetables. The 5 puppets, like 5 killing gods, embarked on a frenzied slaughter. Lee Mo's experience points steadily climbed. He soon reached level 13. Level 13. Experience 8,000 10,000. Excellent! Lee Mo exclaimed in satisfaction. He then received several attribute boosts and a small amount of free attribute points. Lee Mo swept his hand, allocating all the points to Spirit to further leverage his advantage. Not far away, the puppets paused momentarily before erupting with an aura even more formidable than before. 5 puppets stood like war gods, utterly motionless. Seeing this, Lee Mo rejoiced. This is only the beginning. My puppet army will sweep away all obstacles. Lee Mo was overjoyed at the sight. The puppets inherited 50% of their master's attributes. The enhancement of his own strength directly propelled the entire puppet army to a leap in power. The enhancement of my spiritual attributes not only amplified the potency of my spells but also made controlling the puppets far more intuitive. My range of perception seems to have expanded considerably as well. Lee Mo carefully savored the changes. At this moment, he could clearly sense every minute movement of the 5 puppets, as if they were an extension of his own body. His connection with the 5 puppets was growing stronger by the moment. This was largely thanks to his high spiritual attribute. Otherwise, simultaneously controlling all 5 puppets would have been quite challenging. Chapter 54, One-Hit Kill. Is that all a high-level monster can do? Just as Lee Mo was reveling in the joy of his rapidly increasing power, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. The entire gray-black floating island suddenly shook violently, the tremors several times stronger than any previous monster appearance. Rocks tumbled down distant mountainsides, thudding heavily as they struck the ground. Liamo furrowed his brow and swiftly scanned the surroundings through his puppet's vision. At the island's center, the relatively flat ground suddenly arched upward into a massive mound. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface, followed by a thunderous boom as earth and rock exploded outward in a shower of debris. A colossal entity, towering 2 heads taller than JoJo number 1 and composed entirely of deeper, more profound obsidian, slowly crawled out from beneath the earth. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of elite-level rock guardians radiated outward. Obsidian Tyrant High-Level Monster. Level, 19. HP, 15,000. Traits, exceptionally high physical defense, mastery of earth elements, crushing pressure aura. Skills, Earthshaker, Rock Cage, Obsidian Fury. High-level monster. Liamo's pupils suddenly contracted. This was no joke. A level 19 high-level monster boasting 15,000 HP and the trait extremely high physical defense was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. He himself could handle it with ease, but Liamo glanced at puppet number 1. Could the puppet, inheriting half his attributes, defeat this high-level monster? This was a monster several times more powerful than an elite monster. In an instant, Liamo made his decision. Attack! This monster presented the perfect opportunity to hone his puppet handling skills. Its strength was neither too weak nor too strong, just right. Unit 1, lead the assault. Units 2 and 3, flank and harass. Units 4 and 5, seek opportunities to strike its weak points. Liamo swiftly issued his commands, his focus razor-sharp. Roar! The Obsidian Tyrant unleashed a deafening roar, its eyes locking onto the nearest target JoJo 1. It raised a massive, rock-hard arm and with a howling wind, slammed it down toward Kyushu number 1. Storm Core full power. Liamo barked. A crimson light flared in JoJo number 1's eyes. Instead of retreating, it advanced, its right fist clad in the Mystic Turtle heavy armor, meeting the crushing blow head-on. Clang! A deafening clang of metal colliding erupted, accompanied by blinding sparks. JoJo number 1's heavy punch, powerful enough to obliterate a stone guardian, seemed feeble against the Obsidian Tyrant's colossal arm. The colossal form of JoJo number 1 was sent sliding backward several meters by the immense force, its feet plowing 2 deep gullies into the hard rock ground. The point of impact on the Mystic Turtle heavy armor even showed a slight dent. What immense power! Liamo's heart sank. JoJo number 1 possessed formidable strength, yet under the crushing weight of absolute level and rank disparity, it still suffered defeat. Unit 2, Unit 3, target its lower body. Upon receiving the command, JoJo Unit 2 and 3 immediately flanked from both sides, their iron fists smashing viciously into the relatively slender legs of the Obsidian Tyrant. Boom! Boom! 2 dull thuds echoed, as if striking an indestructible city wall. Only a few sparks flew as the Obsidian Tyrant's legs merely wobbled slightly, its movements unaffected. Alright, high-tier tank-type monsters do have solid defense. Just then, the Obsidian Tyrant's other arm swept out, targeting Kyushu number 2. Watch out! Under Liamo's precise control, JoJo number 2 managed to lean back just in time, narrowly evading the sweeping blow. But the gust of wind it generated still made its metallic body hum. Units 4 and 5, use your momentum to disrupt its attack rhythm. JoJo number 4 and number 5 simultaneously charged forward, colliding violently with the Obsidian Tyrant's torso from different angles. Boom! Boom! The Obsidian Tyrant staggered, its attack interrupted, but it seemed utterly enraged. Roar! It stomped its foot violently, unleashing a ground-shattering slam. A deep fissure radiated outward in a fan shape from its center toward JoJo Units 1 and 2, spewing sharp stone spikes from the cracks. JoJo 1 weathered the blow with its Mystic Turtle heavy armor, sparks flying as the spikes scraped its surface, yet it remained unimpeded. When the sparks faded, Unit 1 was covered in gashes, clearly badly injured. JoJo number 2, controlled by Liamo, narrowly evaded the attack but was still forced back several steps. These puppets are proving a bit of a handful, Liamo remarked casually. Though the 5 puppets launched relentless assaults, the damage inflicted upon the Obsidian Tyrant was negligible. Conversely, under the brute force of its attacks, the puppets themselves began showing subtle signs of wear. The Mystic Turtle heavy armor was formidable, but each direct hit accumulated impact damage. The other 4 puppets, lacking such armor, had to tread even more carefully to avoid direct hits. The battle reached a stalemate, or more accurately, the 9 provinces team was barely holding their ground. The Obsidian Tyrant's health bar decreased at an agonizingly slow pace, while each of its attacks carried devastating force, forcing Liamo to expend enormous energy dodging them. This seemed to be the absolute limit of what the puppets could currently achieve. After all, aside from Puppet 1, the other 4 were practically blank slates. Without effective damage output, they couldn't breach the Obsidian Tyrant's defenses. If the team had a mage puppet, even one with only half of Liamo's spirit bonus, the squad could have easily and effortlessly taken down this high-level monster through coordinated teamwork. Unfortunately, materials were scarce. But when he glanced at his mailbox, it was already overflowing with countless trade requests. Thoughts raced through Liamo's mind. Admittedly, this battle was an excellent test of his puppet control skills. But continuing would likely result in number 2 becoming completely unusable, and number 1's Mystic Turtle heavy armor might suffer permanent damage. The other 3 puppets wouldn't withstand even a few heavy blows from high-level monsters. After slaying this monster, I must trade for materials immediately and forge a mage puppet first. Liam-o resolved silently. In that split second of distraction, the obsidian tyrant suddenly erupted. Ignoring Kyushu number 3 charging head-on to draw fire, its massive body twisted violently. With an unnatural angle, it slammed toward Kyushu number 4, which was attacking its knee joint. No! Liam-o's pupils contracted sharply. The strike was both swift and vicious, completely unexpected. Kyushu number 4 had no time to execute a full evasion maneuver. Under Liam-o's extreme control, it could only barely shift its body slightly. Snap! A bone-chilling sound of metal twisting echoed. Half of Jojo number 4's body was struck by the massive claw, as if hit head-on by a battering ram. The entire puppet was sent flying sideways, crashing into a distant rock wall and leaving a deep dent. Damn it! Liam-o's eyes turned bloodshot. That was real money, damn it! You little bastard wiped it out with one damn swipe. Chapter 55, Unit 1 Learned Skill, Cage of Invincibility. Damn it! Liam-o's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. The image of Jojo number 4 being slapped away felt like a knife stabbing deep into his heart. A torrent of fury erupted from the depths of his being. You beast, you've pushed me too far. With a flick of his thoughts, he recalled all the remaining puppets, refusing to let them sacrifice themselves in vain. The obsidian tyrant clearly hadn't anticipated the sudden appearance of this commander who had been lurking in the distance. Its massive form paused slightly, its blood-red eyes instantly locking onto Liam-o. To it, this insignificant human before its eyes radiated a threat far surpassing any puppet it had faced before. Roar! The tyrant unleashed a deafening roar, its thick, rock-like arms swinging with the force to split mountains and shatter stones, crashing down toward Liam-o. Yet to Liam-o's eyes, this force that had once made even Jojo number 1 retreat now seemed sluggish and clumsy. Liam-o's lips curled into a grim smile as his right hand clenched at the air. Hum! A fearsome, domineering blade materialized from thin air, its dark red blade covered in intricate dragon scale patterns, the edge flashing with a blood-red, icy glint. It was none other than the Dragon Fury Cleaver. The dragon's eye gem embedded at the pommel seemed to come alive, flickering with a bloodthirsty glow. An arcane shield instantly enveloped him, a pale blue magical aura swirling around his form. Roar! The obsidian tyrant paid no heed to what Liam-o had drawn. Its massive stone arm swung upward once more, crashing down with overwhelming force toward Liam-o. Bring it on! Let me show you what true power looks like. Instead of retreating, Liam-o advanced, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground as his blade drew a streak of sparks across the earth. Facing the crushing arm like a mountain, Liam-o neither dodged nor retreated. Holding his blade with both hands, he executed a fierce upward slash from below. His target was the obsidian tyrant's seemingly indestructible stone arm. True tier. Clang sizzle. A bizarre scene unfolded. The obsidian arm, which had previously only sustained shallow scratches even from the heavy fists of Jojo number 1, was now sliced open effortlessly by the Dragon Fury blade, as if it were rotten wood. No, it wasn't merely sliced. The moment the blade struck the rock, blinding sparks erupted. Immediately afterward, a dark crimson energy spread from the blade's edge, like a living thing gnawing at the obsidian tyrant's wound. 1,500. A massive crimson damage number floated above the obsidian tyrant's head. Simultaneously, a visible black mist seeped from the wound, a sign of vitality draining away. Bleeding status. What? For the first time, the obsidian tyrant's movements faltered. It felt excruciating pain in its arm and the uncontrollable drain of its life force. This was nothing like those previous attacks from the iron lumps that had barely scratched it. It's not over yet. Liam-o's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Bleeding status applied. Now, it was time for a slaughter feast. Critical strike passive triggered with every strike. Liam-o stamped his foot, his figure darting like a ghostly shadow to the obsidian tyrant's flank. Seizing the moment its attention wavered from the excruciating pain in its arm, his blade transformed into a series of crimson afterimages, slashing madly at its torso and joints. Thud. 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 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. A series of spine-chilling true damage numbers erupted wildly from the obsidian tyrant's head. True damage equal to 10% of its maximum health, completely ignoring its formidable physical defense. The obsidian tyrant's body, as hard as iron, proved as fragile as paper before the cleaver, repeatedly sliced and torn apart as black stone shards and fragments flew everywhere. Simultaneously, his lifesteal sustain activated. Each critical strike converted 5% of the damage dealt into health for Liam-o, allowing him to almost completely ignore the minor damage inflicted by the obsidian tyrant's occasional counterattacks. Roar, roar. The obsidian tyrant roared in agony and defiance, attempting to strike back. Yet Liam-o, empowered by Dragon's Fury, effortlessly dodged the beast's clumsy attacks. Its health plummeted at a visible rate. 15,000, 13,500. 12,000, 9,000. 6,000.
In mere moments, this high-level monster that had previously overwhelmed 5 puppets was now on the brink of collapse.
That's enough. Time to send you on your way. Li Mo's eyes sharpened as he decided to end the game. Rage mode. He growled, instantly depleting 10% of his mana. The blade erupted in a blazing crimson inferno. Li Mo's attack speed and movement speed surged to an unimaginable level in that instant. His entire body transformed into a burning crimson whirlwind, sweeping toward the obsidian tyrant. Die! Li Mo leapt high into the air, gripping the blazing dragon fury blade with both hands. With every ounce of strength, he brought the blade crashing down from above, aiming for the obsidian tyrant's massive head. Where the blade passed, the air itself seemed to ignite, crackling with a sizzling roar. There was no suspense. The obsidian tyrant's monstrous head, along with its extremely high physical defense trait and remaining health, was cleanly cleaved in two by this savage, deadly blow. Scarlet flames spread along the blade's edge, instantly incinerating the creature's internal structure. 3,000. A final, colossal damage number floated upward. Boom! The massive, headless body could no longer support itself, crashing down with a thunderous roar that kicked up a cloud of dust. System notice: defeated high-level monster Obsidian Tyrant, experience plus 2,000. System notice: obtained Shattered Obsidian Core X1. System notice: acquired Obsidian Chunks X30. System notice: acquired Earth Element Essence Intermediate X5. System notice: obtained Skilled Book Rock Cage X1. Li Mo slowly sheathed his blade as the flames on its surface gradually faded. He surveyed the remains of the Obsidian Tyrant on the ground, then glanced at the blade in his hand, still gleaming with a fierce, menacing light. A satisfied smile curved his lips. High-level monsters were no match for this blade, as fragile as paper. Still, it was sheer luck. This Obsidian Tyrant specialized in defense. Most players would end up like Unit 1 and the others crushed alive before they could even breach its defenses. But Li Mo was different. For one, his weapon possessed true damage properties, completely ignoring the Tyrant's vaunted physical defense. Combined with his high agility stat, the Tyrant couldn't inflict significant damage on him. That's why the battle had looked so one-sided. Experience points: 10,000, 11,000. 2,000 EXP. Better than nothing. Li Mo didn't pay much attention to the experience points. After all, his current level progression relied more on completing special quests or defeating true Lord-level entities. After all, this was just a single monster, offering only limited experience. What he valued more was the loot. A shattered obsidian core, obsidian shards, earth element essence. These are all decent materials. They can be used to repair and enhance puppets, or craft new equipment. His gaze settled on the skill book Rock Cage. Rock Cage, earth element control skill. Consumes a certain amount of mana to summon rock spikes within a designated area, forming a temporary enclosed cage that traps enemies and deals minor sustained damage. Effect is weakened against targets immune to earth magic or those of excessive size. A control skill? Li Mo raised an eyebrow. Not bad. It's not very useful for me personally, but equipping it to a future mage puppet or adding a control option to a tank puppet like number 1 could significantly boost the team's combat efficiency. Chapter 56, Advanced Materials, Unit 1's Quantum Leap. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Mo absorbed all the items dropped by the Obsidian Tyrant into his inventory. He examined the shattered obsidian core in his hand, along with the scattered obsidian shards and earth element essence on the ground, a faint smile curling his lips. Truly, heaven is on my side. Although Unit 4 had sustained severe damage in this battle, the materials obtained were undeniably rare and practical. The shattered obsidian core and earth element essence are all solid enhancement materials. Not to mention, just one obsidian core fused with Unit 1 could forge something monstrous. Li Mo dared not even imagine it. The thought alone made his heart leap with excitement. This expedition was originally meant to test the puppets' strength and refine their coordination. Yet they'd unexpectedly encountered a high-level monster, and one renowned for its defense, no less, the Obsidian Tyrant. This was truly icing on the cake, delivering high-grade defensive materials to Li Mo. Not to mention the even higher-grade materials he'd obtain after processing them in the evolution furnace. With that thought, Li Mo hesitated no longer. He summoned the evolution furnace directly. Detected, shattered obsidian core. Proceed with evolution? System notice: evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining Obsidian Heart X1. Obsidian Heart, a rare treasure formed when a shattered obsidian core undergoes a qualitative transformation. Attribute 1, Earth Resonance passive, greatly enhances the wearer puppet's affinity with the earth element. Increases earth-type skill damage by 30% and reduces earth-type skill mana cost by 20%. Attribute 2, Rock Guardian passive, physical defense is greatly enhanced, and the wearer gains the resilience trait when receiving fatal damage, has a chance to lock 1 HP point, granting temporary immunity to partial damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. Attribute 3, Earth Vein Surge active, consumes substantial energy to channel Earth's power for a brief duration, enhancing the caster or an ally's defense and recovery capabilities. Attribute 4, Core Potential Unactivated? Whoosh. Obsidian Heart. Liemo sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes blazing with disbelieving ecstasy. These attributes were utterly game-changing. Especially Rock Guardian and Earth Pulse, equipping them on Unit 1 would turn it into a mobile fortress that could also function as support. Moreover, the third active skill could restore health to allied units. Paired with Liemo's life core fragment, it would be utterly unstoppable. If the puppet squad challenged that Obsidian Tyrant with their current strength, Liemo estimated that even if they couldn't win, they could at least force a draw thanks to the Obsidian Heart's god-tier attributes. Suppressing his excitement, Liemo carefully stowed the Obsidian Heart into his spatial backpack. His gaze fell upon the remaining 25 obsidian blocks. Evolve these obsidian fragments for me too. System notice, detected obsidian blocks X25. The evolution furnace activated once more as the 25 obsidian fragments were fed into it. Moments later, the glow faded. Resting quietly within the furnace were 15 special stones. Their color was deeper than ordinary obsidian, and their surfaces bore naturally formed patterns resembling the veins of the earth. System notice, evolution successful. Obtained Earth Vein Obsidian X15. Earth Vein Obsidian possesses exceptionally stable structure and resonates well with Earth elemental energy. An excellent material for crafting advanced Earth elemental golem shells and enhancing Earth attribute equipment. Can also serve as the foundation for small Earth elemental arrays. Attributes, significantly enhances physical defense, exhibits excellent Earth element conductivity, and slightly boosts Earth element skill effects. Earth Vein Obsidian? Liemo's eyes narrowed. This property seems directly linked to that skill book I alluded earlier. It enhances defense and possesses innate affinity with formations. Isn't this precisely the auxiliary material evolved specifically for that skill book? And although the quantity had decreased by 10 pieces, the quality had greatly improved. Liemo had no intention of using these materials for other puppets anyway. What he intended to forge was no mere rabble of puppet warriors. But it's a super puppet that can breeze into the top 5 of any leaderboard. This is precisely why, even after establishing the 9 provinces, his guild still only had 3 members. This was the principle. Liemo had always upheld quality over quantity. 15 pieces of Earth Vein Obsidian, enough to completely overhaul Unit 1's outer shell. He was thoroughly satisfied. Finally, his gaze fell upon the remaining 4 Earth Element Essences in his backpack. System notice, detected 4x Earth Element Essence. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. The evolution furnace glowed as the 4 intermediate Earth Element Essences converged, compressed, and purified within. A purer, denser Earth yellow light shone brighter than before. System notice, evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining Earth Element Essence Advanced X2. Advanced Earth Element Essence can be used to unlock the potential of special items, significantly enhance Earth attribute equipment or golems, or serve as a precious medium for casting high-tier Earth Element spells. 2 pieces of Advanced Earth Element Essence. Liemo's heart swelled with delight. Obsidian Heart, Earth Vein Obsidian, high-grade Earth Element Essence. This evolution had multiplied the value of the Obsidian Tyrant's loot several times over. Liemo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his surging emotions. He opened his palm, gazing at the 3 new treasures resting quietly in his backpack space. Perfect. These 3 items complemented each other perfectly, forming a tailor-made package for crafting a top-tier Earth elemental defensive golem. With these, Unit 1's power will skyrocket by more than 10 levels. Number 1, come forth. At Liemo's command, the slightly battered yet still imposing form of Jojo Number 1 materialized before him. The battle against the Obsidian Tyrant had left numerous vicious claw marks and dents on its thick ally shell, and its energy core now appeared noticeably dimmed. Liemo stared at the scars on Unit 1 with heartache. Damn it, I should have just incinerated that bastard with a fireball. This is killing me. Fortunately, the Tyrant had dropped such valuable loot. Otherwise, Liemo would have been truly devastated. First, he retrieved the Obsidian Heart. Then, he carefully wrapped the Obsidian Heart in flesh essence. He gently placed it inside Unit 1's body. The moment the two made contact, a rich, earthy yellow light, far more intense than anything seen before, erupted from the body of Unit 1. The once dull chassis was instantly illuminated, and the minute cracks across its surface began to slowly repair themselves under the nourishment of this energy. The colossal metallic frame of Unit 1 trembled slightly, emitting a series of deep, rumbling booms. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile touched Liemo's lips. He then retrieved the 15 pieces of Earth Vein Obsidian. Following the same procedure, he summoned flames in his palm. Under extreme heat, the obsidian began to melt, transforming into a liquid state. Liemo swiftly channeled the molten obsidian into Unit 1's body. Once cooled, he extracted the high-grade Earth Element Essence and infused it into Unit 1. The essence acted like a catalyst, instantly activating the latent potential of the Obsidian Heart and smoothing the energy transmission between the Earth Vein Obsidian and the core. Unit 1's aura surged steadily, its metallic skeleton creaking under the immense energy surge. Oh, and this. Liemo recalled the Rock Cage skill book. The Earth Vein Obsidian has a natural affinity for formations. After equipping the Obsidian Heart, Unit 1's control over earth elements has greatly improved. Teaching it this skill book now will yield absolutely outstanding results. He tapped the skill book against Jojo No. 1's head. The skill book dissolved into a beam of light and merged into it. System notice, Unit 1 has successfully learned the skill Rock Cage. System notice, enhanced by the core Obsidian Heart and the outer shell Earth Vein Obsidian, the Rock Cage skill's effectiveness has increased, its duration extended, and its structural integrity strengthened. Awesome! Lee Mo pumped his fist in excitement. Unit 1 now possessed not only terrifying defense and the life-saving toughness trait, but also a powerful crowd control skill. Moreover, the active skill Earth Vein Surge boosts allies' defense and recovery capabilities. Combined with its own life core fragment, Lee Mo could almost envision the future. Unit 1 would undoubtedly become a mobile fortress and super healer that would drive all enemies to despair. This is what a true super puppet should be. Lee Mo nodded with satisfaction, surveying the transformed Unit 1 before him. Its stature had grown noticeably taller, radiating an aura as solid and imposing as a mountain. Its shell was no longer a simple metallic sheen, but a deep, obsidian-like texture. Chapter 57, The Emergence of the Magic-type Puppet. Unit 1, Deploy Rock Cage. Lee Mo issued the command impatiently. Rumble. The earth responded to the command. Countless rocks erupted from the ground, coalescing at astonishing speed into a massive stone cage, its surface shimmering with a black luster. Excellent. Lee Mo nodded in satisfaction. He was thoroughly pleased with the effect. On the battlefield, combining this technique with his fireball spell would be nothing short of a devastating blow. He stepped before the cage, pressing his palm lightly against its surface. Instantly, an incredibly hard sensation met his touch. Ha! Refusing to believe it, Lee Mo increased the pressure on his hand, but the cage remained utterly unmoved. This is something else. Lee Mo murmured his admiration, his satisfaction rising another notch. He took 2 steps back, drew a deep breath, and then slammed his fist into the stone cage. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Lee Mo felt his fist strike what seemed like a shock-absorbing steel plate. The immense recoil sent a tingling numbness through his arm. A fine crack instantly appeared on the cage's surface. Whoa damn, that's tough. Lee Mo shook out his hand and grinned. This physical defense was astonishing. Though he wasn't at peak strength, that punch alone would have been enough to kill an elite monster known for its defense. And yet, this punch had only cracked the surface of the cage? Time to try Fireball. With a thought, a crimson fireball the size of a baby's head rapidly coalesced in his palm. This was his first time using Fireball since his skills had been enhanced last time. Whoosh! The fireball, accompanied by a scorching gust of wind, slammed violently into the same spot on the stone cage. Boom! The fire erupted in a blinding flash, sending waves of heat rolling outward. Several smaller fireballs split off from the main blast, slamming into the opposite side of the cage. When the flames finally died down, Lee Mo stared intently at the impact points. Spiderweb thin cracks had appeared where the fireballs struck. Yet it remained solid, showing no signs of collapse. Impressive! Lee Mo's eyes lit up. This far exceeded his expectations. He knew that even when facing monsters 2 or 3 levels higher than himself, he could effortlessly crush them with overwhelming power. Yet after 2 strikes, he hadn't even shattered a single cage. And number 1 only possessed half his attributes. For the cages it summoned to achieve this level of effectiveness. This wasn't simple addition or subtraction. A comprehensive enhancement of attributes yielded exponential gains, not merely double the effect. The advanced Earth Element Essence and Obsidian Heart were indispensable to achieving this level of power. And if even Lee Mo needed 2 strikes, other players facing Unit 1 could only feel utter despair. Imagine a tank charging at you, its physical resistance twice as high as your physical attack. Most people would just choose to reincarnate. The more Lee Mo thought about it, the more excited he became, a smile spreading across his face. This advanced Earth Element Essence and Obsidian Heart were money well spent. He'd only expected Unit 1's overall stats to improve, but never imagined a single support control skill could deliver such a massive surprise. Suddenly, Lee Mo remembered something and turned to ask Unit 1 beside him. Are there any other additional functions? Like, can it attack trap enemies from within? He rubbed his hands together. If it only trapped them, enemies might still find a chance to breathe. But if it could attack from both inside and out? Sure. Unit 1's response was concise and clear. The interior of the cage can generate rock spikes from the floor or walls to launch indiscriminate piercing attacks on targets. The internal space can also be adjusted to apply crushing pressure. Ha ha ha, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Lee Mo slapped his thigh. Internal rock spikes and compression too. This is an absolute lethal combo. Trap them, unleash a barrage of spikes, then slowly shrink the space while my fireballs bombard them from outside. It sounds brutal, but I love it. Unit 1, release the cage. Command confirmed. Rumble. The sturdy rock cage dissolved into countless fragments, sinking slowly into the ground. The surface smoothed back into place, only faint cracks and scorched marks hinting at its recent presence. Lee Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement surging within him. And this was merely an enhanced puppet. He still had 4 initial puppets and countless materials, all quietly waiting in his mailbox. At this thought, Limo's smile vanished as he swiftly opened his mailbox. As the list of emails unfolded, the dazzling array of item icons and descriptions nearly blinded him. Materials traded frantically by players were nearly filling his inbox to capacity. He skimmed through them, his heart racing at the sheer variety of materials. Refined serpentine ingot, wine serpent feather, deep sea night pearl, corrupted spider silk, frostwolf fawn, ancient tree fragment, black iron ore, glowing mushroom spore. These were merely the tip of the iceberg. Limo's cursory glance already sparked preliminary ideas for enhancing his next few golems. However, the immediate priority was preparing for Unit 1 spell module. He dismissed the irrelevant materials and began meticulously sifting through the spell-related items in his mailbox. Soon, several items caught his attention. Flame Core Common, a mineral core imbued with pure fire elemental energy, usable to enhance the potency of fire-based spells or as a core material for fire elemental magical artifacts. Quantity, 10. Dragon Breath Embers Common, essential powder residue left behind after a mature fire dragon's breath attack, possessing potent flame penetration and explosive properties. Quantity, 10 grams. Stellar Dust Common, particles dispersed when stars fall, possessing the effect of stabilizing and amplifying magical structures. Quantity, 10 portions. These were materials Limo had carefully selected to enhance his spell-casting golem. Each one promises to bring a qualitative leap to Unit 2. And these materials hadn't even been evolved in the evolution furnace yet. Limo summoned the evolution furnace and dumped all the materials inside at once, initiating the evolution process. Detected, Flame Core, Dragon Breath Embers, Stardust. Proceed with evolution? Without hesitation, Limo clicked to confirm. Flame Core Fine, contains fire elemental powers several times purer than the previous Flame Core. Quantity, 10. Dragon Flame Essence Fine, highly purified and condensed from Dragon's Breath Embers, it contains purer and more potent dragon fire power. It grants spells ultimate penetration and explosive effects, with additional suppression against creatures possessing dragon bloodlines. Quantity, 3. Stellar Tears Fine, evolved and sublimated from starlight dust, significantly enhancing magical energy transmission and amplification. Greatly increases the stability and potency of spell models. Quantity, 10 pieces. Whoa! You truly didn't disappoint me. Limo sucked in a sharp breath, his face betraying uncontrollable elation. Chapter 58, Arcane Missile. Explosive Power. Ordinary grade materials, after undergoing the baptism of the Evolution Forge, had been directly elevated to fine quality. Though still falling short of the high-grade materials like the Advanced Earth Element Essence and Obsidian Heart used by Unit 1, this represented a massive leap for a brand new, initial stage golem. The boost from these 3 materials was undoubtedly massive and practical for Puppet Number 2. Alright, next up is the evolution of Puppet Number 2. Limo's mind raced as he sifted through the numerous materials in his mailbox, selecting those to fortify Puppet Number 2's frame. After half an hour of searching, he finally found suitable magical materials. Serene Silver Ingot Enchanted Spider Silk Black Iron Ore were retrieved from the mailbox. Limo summoned the Evolution Furnace once more and added the 3 materials one by one. Evolution successful. The furnace door opened, revealing 3 masses of substance with distinct luster, suspended quietly within. Starfall Serpentine Fine Grade, its magic conductivity and toughness far surpass ordinary serpentine, reaching the upper echelon of fine-grade materials. Rainbow Light Magic Spider Silk Fine Grade, its resilience has been greatly enhanced, and the magic it contains is more vibrant, making it an excellent magical medium. Refined Black Iron Ingot Fine Grade, density and hardness have both seen significant improvement. Excellent. Limo's eyes flashed with delight. Stellar Silver serves as the primary framework and energy conduit, Rainbow Spider Silk connects components and fills gaps to enhance energy flow, while Refined Black Iron acts as secondary reinforcement and external armor perfect. Though its defense still couldn't match Unit 1, they weren't the same type to begin with. Each puppet had its own specialized focus, so there was no need to nitpick. Without further hesitation, Limo concentrated his mental energy intensely, beginning to manipulate these materials and integrate them into the somewhat rudimentary frame of Unit 2. Under Limo's guidance, the originally thin frame seemed to be dismantled and reshaped by an invisible giant hand. Stellar Falling Serpent Silver transformed into streams of blue light, covering the original skeletal structure and replacing it. This formed a more robust internal framework. Rainbow Spider Silk weaved through the skeletal framework, forming a dense energy network that connected all critical nodes of energy circulation. Finally, the refined black iron ingots were molded into precise shapes, covering critical areas to form sturdy external armor. The entire process took nearly an hour, almost twice as long as the enhancement of Unit 1. Even with Limo's mental stamina running in the hundreds, beads of sweat now glistened on his forehead. After all, these materials were extremely fragile and couldn't be melted directly with fire like the previous ones. They were precious indeed. Once all materials fused perfectly, Unit 2's body trembled lightly. Its previously somewhat rigid form became more balanced and fluid. The blue Starfall Seraphim's silver skeleton glimmered faintly at its crucial joints, emitting a subtle radiance. The surface was covered in refined black iron armor, gleaming with a steady metallic sheen. Through certain gaps, one could glimpse the multicolored rainbow-hued magic spider silk pulsing faintly within, like veins. Hum. A flash of crimson light flickered in Unit 2's single eye, appearing far more responsive than before. It tentatively flexed its arm, the sound of metal scraping becoming almost inaudible, replaced by a fluid, powerful sensation. This was a completely different path from Unit 1, emphasizing agility. Seeing this, Liamo rejoiced and swiftly injected all the prepared spirit cores into Unit 2. A full 1,000. Colossal energy surged through Unit 2's body. The energy network woven from spider silk spun rapidly, swiftly distributing this immense power throughout its entire frame. Unit 2, attempt to channel the energy within your body. Liamo issued the command. Unit 2 gave a slight nod. Within its body, the energy circuits, synergized by the rainbow light spider silk and starfall serpentine silver, began to operate at an unprecedented speed. Threads of pure magic energy began to flow across its surface. Success! A satisfied smile spread across Liamo's face. At this moment, Unit 2's physical strength, energy transmission efficiency, and overall coordination had all undergone a qualitative leap. Now, it could finally be considered a qualified spellcasting combat golem. Though its material quality still fell short of Unit 1, the potential Unit 2 now displayed allowed Liamo to glimpse its boundless future possibilities. But it still lacks a skill book. Liamo slapped his forehead. He'd been so preoccupied with enhancing the body and energy core that he'd completely forgotten about this crucial element. As a spellcaster puppet, Unit 2 without skills was nothing more than a high-level target, despite its formidable energy reserves and agile frame. He swiftly opened the intermediate shop interface, its dazzling array of skill books overwhelming to the eye. From the very beginning, Liamo had envisioned Unit 2 not merely as a stationary artillery mage, but as a nimble spellcaster. Magic damage dealer, Liamo mused inwardly. Ideally, skills with instant cast or short casting times perfect for leveraging its high mobility to kite enemies and deal damage. Otherwise, while Unit 2 stood still channeling spells, the enemy assassin would sneak up silently and dispatch it with a single strike. Soon, rows of spellbooks appeared before him. Fireball, Ice Beam, Chain Lightning, Arcane Missile Cluster, Shadow Bolt, Windslash. Exploding Fireball packs a decent punch, but its casting animation is a bit long, not ideal for Unit 2's agile positioning. Frostbolt has a slowing effect, but channeling it restricts movement. Chain Lightning excels against clustered targets, but its single target damage falls short. His gaze finally settled on two spellbooks. One was Arcane Missile Cluster Fine Grade, condenses pure arcane energy to launch multiple homing missiles at once. Individual damage is moderate, but the sheer volume delivers substantial overall damage. Casting is swift with moderate mana cost. Arcane Missile Cluster, its tracking capability compensates for potential aiming inaccuracies. The volley ensures coverage and consistent output. Fast casting perfectly suited. Liamo purchased the skill book without hesitation. Arcane Missile Cluster cost 8,000 Sky Island coins. A skill book glowing faintly with arcane light appeared in Liamo's hand. He approached Unit 2 and pressed the Arcane Missile Cluster skill book against the core position on its chest. The book transformed into a stream of blue-purple light, slowly merging into Unit 2's body. The red glow in its single eye flickered rapidly. Moments later, Unit 2 raised its arm, fingers splayed. Hum. 3 fist-sized projectiles, radiating pure arcane energy, materialized in his palm. Trailing faint flames from their tails, they hovered slightly. Fire! Liamo commanded. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arcane projectiles shot forward at incredible speed, tracing 3 elegant arcs through the air before striking the ancient tree beside them with pinpoint accuracy. The 3 precise strikes tore a massive gash into the ancient tree. Creak! A bone-chilling sound echoed as the ancient tree crashed to the ground. Excellent! Casting speed is fast, trajectory is stable, and the power meets expectations. Liamo was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 59, The Blizzard Vanishes, The Blood Moon Descends. Seeing both puppets now perfected, Liamo resolved to temporarily halt their upgrades. Currently, both Unit 1 and Unit 2 had maxed out their defenses, damage output, and even recovery and control capabilities. Further upgrades would merely be icing on the cake, offering little significant boost to combat effectiveness. After all, with dual classes, an epic weapon, and epic accessories were more than enough for Liamo to dominate at this stage. Not to mention the 2 puppets with maxed out attributes. In comparison, the new attack puppet seems rather redundant. Liamo's primary goal in upgrading the puppets was their game-changing ability to take damage in his place. If he upgraded all 5 puppets now, he'd feel heartbroken over the loss of any single one later. Though he wasn't short on funds, crafting another puppet would consume significant time and effort. Suddenly, Liamo frowned. The blizzard ceased abruptly, and the snow beneath his feet vanished instantly, not melted, but erased. It was as if an invisible giant hand had wiped it all away. Notice, extreme cold weather ended. Liamo froze. The 7-day extreme cold spell had finally ended. But it had claimed the lives of over 30,000 players. At that moment, a second system notification arrived. System, attention all players, the player protection zone mechanism has been deactivated. All regional maps have been reset to open status. Players may now merge their floating islands with others for joint development. You may choose to cooperate, compete, or draw your blades against one another to seize each other's territories. Note, when excessive players gather in the same area, high-level monsters will spawn nearby with high probability, and you will suffer active attacks from monster floating islands. A long string of prompts, each packed with information. Guys, did you see that? We can finally merge our floating islands. Yeah, I see it too. Phew, finally don't have to fight alone anymore. We can finally protect the goddess and her boyfriend. Turtle guy upstairs. Then, someone kindly reminded them, everyone, be careful. Don't gather too many people together, or you might attract high-level monsters. Didn't you see the system alert? Monsters on the floating islands are now actively attacking us. Watch your backs or you'll get wiped out. Ha, didn't the guy above join a guild? With this many people, what's there to fear? Notice, extreme weather update. Current extreme weather event blood moon night. The system notification had barely appeared when Liemo abruptly looked up. The once gray sky was suddenly dyed in eerie crimson. A blood moon slowly rose, suspended high in the heavens. Blood moon night? Liemo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Blood moon night lasts 7 days. During this period, all monsters enter a berserk state, with attack power increased by 100%, all attributes boosted by 50%, and a chance to revive after death. Note, rewards for defeating monsters during the blood moon period are doubled. Whoa, this is insane. Liemo was stunned. The previous extreme cold had already eliminated many players. This extreme weather event promised to be even more brutal. Monsters' attack power skyrocketed, and all attributes increased by half. Most players already struggled against elite monsters, and now, amplified by the blood moon, the challenge would be even more daunting. Sure enough. When Liemo opened the regional chat channel, a deluge of messages flooded in. Monsters are attacking my floating island. Even regular monsters are acting like bosses. Their eyes are glowing red. Help! The goblins keep getting back up after I kill them. What the hell are these things? They're unkillable. Any high-level players willing to take me in? I can barely hold out. They're looting all my resources. Looking for a party. Looking to merge. We need to band together to survive. Damn it! You dare target my floating island? I'll fight you to the death. Someone save me. My neighbor stabbed me in the back, he's trying to seize my territory. My defense towers are all destroyed. Blood moon. This game is driving me insane. The thing behind it, your whole family. Wails, pleas for help, curses, despair, and even voices of surrender instantly flooded the entire regional channel. Liemo's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He had believed himself invincible at this stage. He had crushed high-level monsters with ease before. But now, after the Crimson Moon's enhancement, Liemo sensed that if he encountered the Obsidian Tyrant again, he'd have to resort to Fireball to crush it, otherwise, it would be a bit of a hassle. This is trouble. In his original plan, Liemo had intended to first craft several puppets to drastically enhance his survivability. Hunt monsters to accumulate evolution energy, craft several 999 firestones. He planned to return to the Dark Elf Sky Island, kill the prince, and obtain the complete life core. But now, with the Crimson Moon active, not only had the Trent's attributes increased across the board, but its attack power had doubled. Moreover, the system announcement revealed that slain monsters now had a chance to resurrect. Already, reports in the chat channel described players being killed by resurrected monsters. Liemo couldn't determine whether resurrected monsters retained their peak strength or not. But this undoubtedly poses a serious disruption to his plan to obtain the life core. Guild leaders coordinates XXXXXX, brothers, gather up quickly. Big boss, I submitted my application, please approve my guild request ASAP. Ding. A crisp notification sound snapped Liemo back to reality. Xiaojun, guild leader, here are the coordinates for my sister and my floating island. Want to come live with us? Blushing. Seeing the message, Liemo chuckled silently. Looks like the sisters had mistaken him for their bodyguard. Liemo replied, it's possible, but... Seeing the message, Liemo chuckled to himself. Looks like the sisters think they're hiring me as their bodyguard. Liemo replied, sure, but living together is a big deal. You better be mentally prepared, I'll have you all, haha. Xiaojun's reply came almost instantly, tinged with annoyance yet laced with playful pouting, Liemo. You're the one who'll be eaten up. We've got plenty of resources. A pouty emoji followed. Liemo chuckled softly. Oh? Looks like our little rich girl's got some serious confidence. Fine, since you don't mind the hassle, I'll gladly oblige. Since the sisters had invited him, he sent them his floating island coordinates and set the merge permissions. Send me your coordinates so I can adjust the floating island route. Upon receiving Limo's affirmative reply, Xiao Jun sent a jubilant emoji, followed immediately by her and her sister's floating island coordinates. Limo glanced at the coordinates. They weren't too far from his location. Adjusting the route, he estimated he'd arrive in under half an hour. With everything prepared, Limo adjusted the floating island's course and slowly moved toward the coordinates Xiao Jun had provided. Just then, a piercing sonic boom ripped through the air, exploding in Limo's ears. Chapter 60, Evolutionary Furnace Anomaly. Immediately, a dark shadow plummeted from the sky, carrying a foul stench that assaulted his senses. Limo reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping to evade the sudden attack. It was a colossal firebird, its entire body of fiery crimson, its wingspan stretching several jang. It glowed with a blinding light in the darkness. A pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Limo, filled with savagery and frenzy. A firebird? Limo's heart sank. This strange bird looked eerily familiar. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the firebird he had encountered during his first exploration of the Sky Island. But the aura emanating from this creature far surpassed that of its predecessor. And now, beneath the blood moon, its attack power had doubled. Missing its strike, the beast circled once in the air, letting out a shrill screech before diving downward again. Its speed was lightning fast, nearly tearing through the air. Instead of retreating, Limo advanced, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Gripping Dragon's Fury tightly in both hands, he met the attack with a slash that carried a fierce gust of wind. Clang! The clash of metal erupted, sparks flying everywhere. The creature's sharp beak collided with Limo's weapon, producing a shrill, grinding friction. Limo felt immense force surge through his weapon, numbing his arm, yet he stubbornly weathered the impact. Simultaneously, his other hand swiftly conjured several fireballs. Go! The fireball shot forth in rapid succession, striking the strange bird's body with pinpoint accuracy. The creature let out a mournful cry as the force of the fireballs sent it flying backward, several charred feathers drifting down from the sky. Its massive frame crashed down onto the muddy ground where ice and snow had melted, kicking up a cloud of dust. What immense strength that actually made my arm go numb. His expression grew grave. This was definitely not good news. The strange bird before him had not triggered any system notification. And beneath such a frail form lay such immense power. It seemed the crimson moon was truly bizarre. Limo looked up at the eerie crimson moon on the horizon, now radiating an unsettling red glow. Just as Limo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something suddenly occurred to him. Oh no! No experience points appeared after the monster died. It's still alive. Sure enough, barely 2 seconds later, a sudden change occurred. The fallen phoenix corpse began to tremble faintly. The charred, blackened head flickered with red light once more within its eye sockets. Eerie crimson mist began seeping from its wounds, writhing like a living thing. Just as I suspected. Limo's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip on his weapon. The crimson mist rapidly contracted. Within mere seconds, the phoenix rose to its feet, seemingly unharmed. Its wounds vanished completely, its eyes turning an even deeper crimson. The red mist enveloping its body grew denser, emanating a suffocating aura. It had been reborn. And it was stronger than before. Screech! The resurrected firebird let out a cry sharper and more filled with hatred than before. With a violent flap of its wings, it charged toward Limo once more, carrying a foul wind. Its speed was faster, its attacks more frenzied, completely devoid of the hesitation it had shown when slain before. It was like a walking corpse. Oomph! Back from the dead? Limo snorted coldly, his eyes showing no trace of fear but instead igniting with fierce battle intent. His form flickered like a ghostly apparition, evading the Shadow Crow's initial onslaught while simultaneously activating the Rage skill. His muscles bulged, his strength and speed surging instantly. Come again! Limo swung his weapon, its blade flashing with icy light. Though the phoenix had regained its speed and strength after revival, it now moved like a puppet, charging blindly. Limo barely needed to move to evade its attacks with ease. Though it can be reborn, there is always a price. Limo breathed a sigh of relief. 100-fold increase in physical strength could never match extraordinary mental prowess. Finally, seizing an opening, he brought down Dragon's Fury with a piercing whistle, slashing viciously into the Shadow Crow's newly healed chest before flicking upward with a fierce thrust. Splatter! The Shadow Crow's heart was ripped out, trailing a cloud of crimson mist, which Limo instantly crushed in his hand. Screech! This time, the firebird let out a shrill, more desperate wail. Its body froze midair for a moment before losing all signs of life. Notice, you have slain the Blood Moon Rage giant firebird once more. Kill reward enhanced, you gained 1000 EXP. Current EXP 1100011000. Leveled up to level 13. Rewarded attribute points. You obtain materials, Giant Firebird Feathers X5, Sharp Claws X3, Firebird Magic Cores X2, Firebird Fragmented Soul X1. Watching the firebird vanish completely, Limo's taut nerves finally relaxed a little. But when he saw the EXP gain, he lost all composure. 1000 experience points. The obsidian tyrant he'd worked so hard to slay was a high-level monster. It had only yielded 2000 EXP. This firebird, barely half its size. Yet the experience it granted was nearly on par with the tyrant. Is this a special mechanism unique to the Blood Moon? Lee Mo frowned. He recalled the system prompt from earlier: monsters slain during the Blood Moon granted double rewards. This inevitably led to one outcome. The strong grow stronger, the weak grow weaker. For players at the top of the leaderboard, the so-called doubled attack and half increased attributes. For them, it was merely the cost of one extra strike or one additional skill. A single miniature firebird could yield nearly half the experience of an obsidian tyrant, proving that experience gain during the Blood Moon far surpassed normal rates. For players like him, who could effortlessly perform double kills on monsters in Blood Moon mode, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Their levels and power would skyrocket at an astonishing rate. He could envision it, while the vast majority of players struggled for survival, even driven to the brink by monsters that became more ferocious after revival. Top players like him could seize this chance to widen the gap with others, turning their advantage into an overwhelming lead. For ordinary players wailing for help in the zone chat or even betrayed by neighbors, facing such mechanics offered almost no chance of a comeback. They'll be eliminated by monsters like harvested scallions, or swallowed up by other players. For guilds, merging territories became their only way out. Lee Mo didn't dwell on it further. He knew now wasn't the time to ponder such grand schemes. The immediate priority was to reach the Xiao Jun sisters' floating island as quickly as possible and ensure their safety. He glanced up at the eerie blood moon, its crimson glow tangible enough to dye the entire sky an ominous scarlet. Lee Mo immediately lowered his gaze to the newly acquired Phoenix Soul Fragment in his hand, likely a unique drop from the resurrected monsters. Detected: Phoenix Soul Fragment. Can be decomposed to yield unique materials. Requires 500 evolution energy. Decompose? Lee Mo froze. This was the first time the evolution furnace had displayed a different prompt. Chapter 61, Skirmish Soul Crystal. Detected: Phoenix Soul Fragment. Can be decomposed to yield unique materials. Requires 500 evolution energy. Decompose? Lee Mo froze. This was the first time the evolution furnace had ever displayed a different prompt. Up until now, the evolution furnace's function had been purely focused on evolving various materials through either quantity or quality paths. Now, this entirely new prompt piqued his curiosity. Decompose? Lee Mo repeated the word, his gaze fixed on the crimson mist in his hand. Phoenix Soul Fragment. The name itself carried an air of mystery. Unique material, consumes 500 evolution energy. Lee Mo weighed the cost in his mind. 500 evolution energy was no small amount, but his current reserves were still ample. Moreover, the phrase unique material piqued his curiosity. Something capable of resurrecting monsters in Blood Moon mode and making them stronger must possess an extraordinary core. Since the Evolution Forge offered a decomposition option, this item was far from worthless. It might even be priceless. Decompose. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Mo decisively selected Confirm. Decomposition successful. Obtained unique material, Soul Crystal X1. Soul Crystal, an energy crystal containing faint life essence. Can be used for various special crafting or directly infused into equipment, structures, or even living beings to enhance them at the soul level. Lee Mo's eyebrows arched slightly. Soul Crystal. The name and description alone sounded incredibly advanced. Enhancing the soul level and even merging with living beings? This sounded like a treasure from a fantasy novel capable of strengthening divine souls. Though there was only one crystal, Lee Mo could guarantee its benefits were absolutely no less than dual classing. With a flick of his thoughts, he retrieved the soul crystal from the evolution furnace. It resembled a red amber, no larger than a fingernail, with a faint glow swirling within. How the heck do you use this thing? Lee Mo fell deep in thought. According to the system description, it could be used to enhance weapons or infuse armor to boost mental resistance. Could it even fortify the floating island itself? Lee Mo dared to speculate. Then he shook his head and stowed the soul crystal back into his backpack. He quickly organized his backpack. The immediate priority was to reach Xiao Jun and her sister's floating island as quickly as possible to ensure their safety. He glanced up at the eerie blood moon, its crimson glow seeming almost tangible. Let's go! Lee Mo took a deep breath, hesitation gone, and commanded the floating island. He sped toward the sisters' floating island. After traveling for some time, he encountered no more monsters, but he did come across numerous floating islands. Lee Mo had no time to explore them, focusing solely on pressing forward. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a modest-sized floating island ahead on the left. Upon it, a miniature fortress-like structure flickered with a faint defensive aura, though the shield was already faltering. Dozens of enormous insects, their bodies covered in rock-like shells, were violently ramming the fortress. Each impact caused the shield to flicker violently, emitting strained, creaking sounds. Help! Is anyone out there? We can't hold on much longer. Our shield is shattering. A desperate distress call echoed through the regional channel. Lee Mo glanced over and recognized the owner of this floating island. His gaze sharpened as he noticed several figures within the fortress. One of them was unmistakably a female player clad in a mage's robe. She was frantically waving her staff, attempting to cast spells to block the stone beetle's attacks, but to little effect. Li Mo didn't act immediately. He could sense that the aura emanating from those reanimated stone beetles far surpassed that of ordinary ones. Moreover, under the influence of the blood moon, their carapace defenses were likely further enhanced. Still, he decided to lend a hand. Not for any noble reason, but simply out of a shred of compassion for fellow humans and to gain experience. Besides, what he needed most now was to slay more monsters and gather soul crystals. Though not gigantic, these beetles' sheer numbers and strength were sufficient to yield him some crystals. Boom! Just as Li Mo observed, the fortress's defensive shield finally shattered. The stone beetles let out excited roars and swarmed forward, charging into the fortress's interior. It's over! Players inside the fortress let out desperate cries. Oomph! Li Mo hesitated no longer. His right foot slammed into the ground, sending dirt cracking like a spider web beneath him. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, landing before the fortress in the blink of an eye. He accelerated instantly, dodging several charging stone beetles as he plunged straight into the fortress's core area. Heavy strike! Gripping Dragon's Fury with both hands, he slammed it into the carapace of the nearest stone beetle. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the colossal beetle's massive body was sent flying sideways by the blow, crashing heavily into the other stone beetles. Its shell instantly crumbled to dust, scattered by the wind. The players inside the fortress stared in stunned silence. The stone beetles seemed momentarily stunned, pausing briefly. Li Mo gave them no chance to react. With a flick of his mind, dozens of fireballs the size of infant heads coalesced behind him. Then, like shooting stars, they crashed into the swarm. Crack! One after another, the stone beetles had their shells shattered, emitting agonized screeches as they fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Reinforcements! The mages inside the fortress finally reacted, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. Quick! Help him! Fireball! Ice Spike, she frantically commanded her companions. But her companions were already frozen in shock by Li Mo, unable to move. They could only stare blankly and say, "Guild leader, he's incredible." Chenihan, seeing her subordinates like this, stomped her foot in anger, her ample bosom jiggling violently. Li Mo paid them no mind. His target was those few resurrected stone beetles. These monsters, corrupted by the blood moon's energy, were the true reason for his intervention. He noticed one resurrected stone beetle whose eye sockets glowed with an especially intense red light, clearly their leader. Roar! The stone beetle leader let out a furious roar, charging headlong at Li Mo with flames blazing from its body. Its speed and power far surpassed those of ordinary stone beetles. Instead of retreating, Li Mo advanced, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He raised Dragon's Wrath, abandoning brute force for a sinister arc as he slashed toward the leader's abdomen. There, where their shells are most vulnerable. Squish! The sound of blades slicing through flesh echoed as Dragon Fury plunged deep into the stone beetle leader's body. Li Mo twisted violently, unleashing a surge of immense energy that erupted within the stone beetle's body alongside the blade's flash. Boom! The colossal body of the stone beetle leader shook violently before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 62, Dragon Fury Enhanced. It twitched a few times, the red glow in its eyes rapidly fading until all life vanished. Notice, you have defeated Blood Moonstone Beetle Leader Reborn. This kill's reward is enhanced. You gain 1500 EXP. You obtain materials, Giant Stone Carapace X1, Stone Beetle Magic Core X1, Stone Beetle Residual Soul X1. A residual soul, as expected. Li Mo's heart leapt with joy. This meant he could obtain another soul crystal. With the leader vanquished, the remaining stone beetles instantly lost their leader and descended into chaos. Li Mo seized the opportunity to unleash a killing spree, slaughtering every last stone beetle. His movements were lightning fast. Under his overwhelming power, these normally troublesome monsters couldn't put up any resistance. The players inside the fortress watched in stunned silence. They had never witnessed such overwhelming combat prowess. That figure descending from the heavens seemed like a war god incarnate, single-handedly quelling the crisis. Only when the last stone beetle was completely incinerated, reduced to charcoal, did Li Mo sheath his blade and stand at attention. Thank you for your help, sir." Chenihan stepped out of the fortress, her voice trembling with emotion. The two little white rabbits were also overcome with excitement, nearly leaping out at once. Even Li Mo, with his immense cultivation, couldn't help but linger his gaze upon such a beautiful sight. Beside her stood two other male players, one wielding an iron sword, the other a wooden bow, both looking thoroughly battered, clearly having endured a fierce battle. "Glad to see you're both okay." Li Mo replied indifferently, saying no more. He had no time for pleasantries. "And you are?" Just as Chenihan was about to inquire further about Li Mo's identity, he had already turned away, preparing to continue on his way. "No need to ask." Li Mo waved his hand dismissively. With that, his figure flickered. Power surged from his feet, sending dirt flying as he effortlessly leapt back to his floating island. leaving 3 stunned players behind. Who is he? Muttered the sword-wielding male player. No idea, but he's incredibly strong. Shanihan's eyes were filled with awe. Staring at the direction Liemo vanished, her heart held not only relief at surviving the ordeal but also a hint of longing. Liemo recalibrated his course and continued racing toward the floating island of the Xiaojun sisters. Then his gaze fell upon the stone beetle fragment. Decompose, he chose decisively. Decomposition successful. Obtained unique material, Soul Crystal Miniature X1. Another Soul Crystal in hand. Liemo felt a flicker of satisfaction. In such a short time, he had already obtained 2 Soul Crystals. It seemed that during the Blood Moon period, defeating those reborn monsters would inevitably yield Soul Crystals. The 3 people earlier must have already killed the stone beetle once, which is why it didn't drop a Soul Crystal after he killed it. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace, drawing ever closer to the floating island of the Xiaojun sisters. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind. Since it's a soul level enhancement, could it be used to strengthen my own soul? If he could fortify his own soul, it would mean a quantum leap in both his psychic power and perception. But he quickly dismissed the notion. The soul was the most fundamental component of life. Infusing unknown materials directly into it carried immense risk. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then what about enhancing equipment? Liemo thought of the dragon's wrath in his hand. This weapon had been his most reliable companion in battle thus far. If he could enhance it with soul crystals, it would be the perfect finishing touch. With a flick of his thoughts, he tossed a soul crystal and dragon fury into the evolution furnace. Detected enhancement target, Dragon's Wrath Epic Tier. Detected enhancement material, Soul Crystal Miniature X1. This enhancement involves soul level enchantment, granting Dragon Fury special attributes. There is a chance of failure. Error. Success rate for this enhancement, 100%. Proceed with enhancement? Soul level enchantment. Liemo's eyes lit up. It really works. And judging by this, there's still a chance of failure when enhancing equipment with soul crystals? Good thing I have the evolution furnace. Without hesitation, he selected yes. The evolution forge glowed faintly red once more. The soul crystal slowly melted beside Dragon Fury, transforming into a pool of crimson energy that was gradually absorbed into the blade. Enhancement successful. Dragon's Wrath Epic has gained soul enchantment. He checked Dragon's Wrath's attributes. Dragon's Wrath Epic? Quality, Epic seems to possess deeper level power. Attack power, 210-230. Soul enchantment, Soul Siphon. Each hit drains 1% of the target's soul energy, converting it into your own attack power. Cap, 20 points per hit. Effect diminishes against elite and higher tier targets. Soul Siphon. Liemo stared in astonishment at this newly appeared attribute. This effect was utterly game-changing. Every hit drained soul energy from the target and converted it into his own attack power. This meant that as long as he kept attacking in battle, his attack power would continuously increase. Though its effectiveness diminished against elite and higher tier targets, even the weakened version was more than sufficient. This is incredible. Liemo's heart raced with excitement. The value of this soul crystal far exceeded his expectations. He now possessed 5 soul crystals. Aside from the one already consumed, 4 remained. Without hesitation, he used the remaining 3 to further enhance Dragon Fury. Detected upgradable target, Dragon's Wrath Epic Tier? Enhancement materials detected, Soul Crystals Miniature X3. Proceed with enhancement? Yes. Liemo didn't hesitate. Enhancement successful. Dragon's Wrath Epic Tier? Has acquired Soul Enchantment Type 2. Dragon's Wrath Epic Grade? Quality, Epic? Attack power, 210-230. Additional stats, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 8, Attack speed plus 10%. Soul Enchantment Type 2, Soul Siphon. Each hit drains 2% of the target's soul energy, converting it into your own attack power. Cap, 20 points hit. Effect diminishes against elite and higher tier targets. Soul Enchantment Type 2, Bloodlust. Each target kill drains all soul energy, converting it into HP. Cap, 50 points kill. Effect diminishes against elite and higher targets. Bloodlust. Liemo's eyes widened at the second soul enchantment effect. Soul Siphon boosts attack power, Bloodlust restores health. This Dragon's Fury was practically tailor-made for Blood Moon mode. Under the Blood Moon, monsters were endless. Liemo now possessed Soul Siphon and Bloodlust. Theoretically, as long as he could slay monsters, he could keep fighting indefinitely. This is insane. Liemo's heart surged with wild excitement. He still possessed a soul crystal, but he wasn't in a rush to enhance Dragon Fury just yet. Chapter 64, the trio reunites and discovers a secret. The immediate priority was to reunite with the sisters. Liemo stowed the soul crystal in his backpack, then guided the floating island toward the sisters' floating island. After about half an hour, a massive floating island came into view. We're here. Spotting their destination, he immediately accelerated to full power and reached the floating island. President. The moment Li Mo's right foot touched the floating island, a clear, nightingale-like cry from a young girl drifted into his ears. As he looked up, a faint, fragrant breeze drifted into his nostrils. Then, a soft, young body burrowed into his embrace. "Why did you take so long? Sister and I were scared to death, wah." Xiao Jun forced out a sob, but Li Mo wasn't falling for her act. He grabbed her by the collar. He set her aside and tugged at his clothes. "Talk if you're going to talk. Don't get handsy." Xiao Jun froze at his sudden action, then pouted in protest. "Oh, Chairman. Really? I just missed you so much." She rubbed her nose, adopting a pouty, aggrieved expression. "Enough with the act." Li Mo saw right through her act and said irritably. At that moment, another figure emerged from a rather imposing fortress nearby, none other than Deasina. Her face bore obvious signs of exhaustion and worry. Yet her breathtaking beauty still sent a shiver through Li Mo's heart. These sisters were truly masterpieces meticulously crafted by the heavens. Dai Xinna spotted Li Mo and visibly relaxed her tense nerves. But she quickly resumed her aloof demeanor. Li Mo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She hadn't been like this when she kissed him earlier, but he knew better than to say so. Given Daisina's temperament, a flurry of dainty fists would be inevitable if he dared mention it. "You finally showed up." Dai Xinna hurried over. "We were just attacked by a huge swarm of slimes. There were so many, we nearly couldn't hold them off." Li Mo scanned the floating island and noticed battle scars scattered across the ground. Charred, corroded marks dotted the landscape, scattered pools of slime. How did you handle them?" Li Mo asked, primarily to gauge the sisters' current strength. After all, since their last battle together, his own power had skyrocketed. He was undoubtedly among the top 3 on the rankings now. Not exactly a walk in the park. Slimes naturally multiply by splitting after death, and under the blood moon's influence, they're even tougher to deal with. Dai Xina pressed her forehead and sighed. The moment the system alert appeared, she and her sister were immediately attacked by slimes. Though they endured considerable hardship, both sisters sustained injuries of varying severity. Fortunately, they managed to eliminate them all and hold out until Li Mo arrived. "I have no idea how these slimes appeared on the floating island." Dai Xinna frowned in confusion. Hearing this, Li Mo also fell into deep thought. Earlier, a firebird had mysteriously appeared on his own floating island. The system announcement stated that monsters within those floating islands would launch attacks proactively. But he hadn't seen any floating islands approaching before. Could these monsters be auto-generated? He had indeed fused with an air island brimming with firestones. A bold thought suddenly struck him. With that thought, Li Mo hurriedly asked. "Deasina, do you have any materials about slimes on your floating island?" Daisina's eyebrows knotted into a tight knot, clearly puzzled by Li Mo's abrupt shift in topic. But she patiently replied, "Slime materials? Of course. Our floating island has some crystallized slime cores and solidified slime mucus, all fused into the island itself." Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. Just as he suspected. He immediately pressed, "Where? Take me there now." Deasina pointed toward a section near the island's edge. "Over there." "What for?" Li Mo didn't answer her, simply grabbing her hand and running toward the spot. Daisina's cheeks flushed as she obediently followed Li Mo toward the indicated area. Guided by Dai Xina, Li Mo quickly reached the area Xiao Jun had mentioned. The place was piled high with crystallized slime cores glowing with a faint, eerie green light and solidified mucus. However, before Li Mo could get closer, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Wait!" He abruptly halted, his gaze locking onto one particular pile of mucus. Before Dai Xina and Xiao Jun could comprehend what was happening, they watched as the pile of pale green solidified slime began to violently pulsate at a visible speed. Numerous bubbles rose to the surface, and within the viscous liquid, something seemed to be rapidly taking shape. A corrosive, sour stench spread through the air. "What is that?" Xiao Jun gasped, instinctively taking a step back. "It's forming!" Li Mo growled, without a moment's hesitation. The dragon fury blade in his hand flashed, its searing flame-like blade instantly slicing through the night sky, striking precisely at the writhing, morphing mass of slime. Pop! A faint tearing sound echoed. Before the slime could fully solidify or even utter a growl, it was instantly vaporized by the dragon fury's flames. It dissolved into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air, leaving only a small, scorched black mark on the ground. Deasina and Xiao Jun stared in stunned silence at the scene. They had been so close a living slime would have materialized right before their eyes. This slime just materialized directly from the ingredients? Daisina's voice carried a hint of bewilderment. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Exactly. Li Mo clapped his hands, his eyes flashing with sudden understanding. He explained in a solemn tone, "My hypothesis is that during the blood moon, those monsters weren't entirely launched from other floating islands, at least not all of them. They were likely activated and hatched by the power of the blood moon from specific materials on your own floating island that match their attributes." Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun froze, utterly stunned by this unprecedented theory. Xiao Jun asked curiously, "President, are you saying those slimes emerged from the materials we normally collect?" "Exactly," Li Mo nodded firmly. My floating island also inexplicably spawned a firebird once, and my island happened to be merged with another floating island rich in firestone resources. I'd been puzzled by its sudden appearance, but now it seems this is likely a special mechanism during the blood moon period. At this thought, Liemo angrily flipped the sky the middle finger. He still didn't know who the hell was behind this, but if he ever grew powerful enough, he would definitely track down the bastard pulling the strings behind the scenes. President, hurry up and sell all this stuff. Xiao Jun asked urgently. Chapter 65, Monster Generation Slime King. Liemo shook his head, a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. No, we can't sell them now. Why not? Xiao Jun asked, puzzled. Dai Xina also looked at Liemo, waiting for his explanation. It's a blood moon tonight. If we list these materials on the trading channel, the system will automatically reveal their purpose. Do you two really think anyone would buy them then? Hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances and replied in unison, no way. People aren't stupid. Exactly. These eerie materials, even if they sold, the price would be driven down to rock bottom. Some might not even dare to take them, Liemo explained in a low voice. Second, and most crucially, haven't you noticed? These materials have become slime spawning cages. They're generating slimes non-stop. Xiao Jun and Daisina exchanged glances, suddenly understanding. Hadn't they just experienced this firsthand? Then, what should we do? We can't just let them keep spawning monsters, can we? Dai Xina asked anxiously. Of course not. Liemo tapped her head impatiently. How could this woman be so dense? All tits and no brains. Liemo muttered under his breath. Dai Xina's face paled upon hearing it, about to erupt in anger. Xiao Jun quietly tugged at her sister's left hand, looked up, and met Liemo's gaze. Could it be? Liemo nodded. You're much smarter than your sister. Ignoring Dai Xina's murderous glare, he walked over to the pile of crystallized slime cores and gently prodded one with dragon fury. We don't need to destroy them. He crouched down, scrutinizing the cores with a slight frown. The power of the blood moon is exceptionally unique. Not only did it activate these materials, spawning monsters, but it also endowed those monsters with greater strength. But consider this, isn't this also an opportunity? Dai Xina, quick-witted, instantly grasped Liemo's meaning. You mean, we can use these materials to level up? Exactly. Liemo stood up, his eyes shining brightly. Seems you're not too dumb after all. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. Wow. That's basically grinding monsters. Guild leader, you're amazing. Liemo chuckled and ruffled her hair, only to have Xiao Jun swat his hand away in protest. Don't treat me like a kid. Alright, enough fooling around. Dai Xina interrupted them. Liemo, do you have a specific plan? Liemo surveyed the surroundings, pointing to a platform at the edge of the floating island, surrounded on three sides by cliffs. That terrain is narrow, easy to defend, hard to attack. We can transport materials in batches to set up a spawn zone. Once the slimes activate, they'll only be able to attack from one direction, allowing us to concentrate our firepower and eliminate them. Dai Xina nodded in agreement. Good plan. Xiao Jun and I will transport the materials. How about you handle setting up the defenses? Wait, Liemo frowned suddenly. Does your island only have slime materials? Are there any other monster-related resources? Daisina pondered for a moment. We also have some ice crystals and cold iron, or we obtained them last time from a snowy floating island. Liemo's expression changed. Where are those materials? In the warehouse. Why? Take me there immediately. Liemo's voice carried urgency. If my hunch is right, any monster-related materials could activate during the blood moon. Slimes are just the beginning. The three hurried toward the warehouse at the island's center. Pushing open the heavy metal door, a blast of frigid air hit them. In the corner of the warehouse, dozens of blue ore blocks radiated a frigid chill, their surfaces coated with a fine layer of frost. Just as I thought. Liemo approached the ore, examining it closely. These ice crystals are highly pure. If activated, they'll likely generate ice-type monsters far more troublesome than slimes. Just then, one of the ice crystals suddenly emitted a sharp crack. A fine fissure split its surface, and wisps of white, icy mist seeped out from the crack. Back up! Liemo shielded the sisters behind him, dragon fury held horizontally across his chest. The crack in the cryolite rapidly widened. With a sound like shattering glass, the entire stone exploded from within. A cloud of white mist coalesced in the air, gradually forming a blurred human silhouette. It's a frost banshee. Daixina frowned. An elite-level monster. The mist solidified into a figure entirely ice blue, with slender limbs ending in sharp ice claws and flowing hair like drifting ice crystals. It opened its pupil-less white eyes and emitted a piercing shriek. June, prepare to attack. Daisina swiftly drew a sapphire-encrusted short staff from her waist. I'll bind it. Liemo glanced at her in surprise. When did you switch weapons? Had a few adventures since we last parted, Daisina replied tersely, swinging her staff to conjure three ghostly spikes that shot toward the frost banshee. The banshee glided gracefully out of the way, the specter heads embedding themselves into the wall behind her. Liamo yawned boredly, raising his hand to block the sister's next move. What are you doing? It's just an elite-level minor monster. Why the rush? As he spoke, Liamo condensed a fireball in his palm. He casually tossed it forward. The fireball seemed to lock onto its target, leaving the succubus helpless no matter how she tried to dodge. She could only watch helplessly as it slammed into her body. Ah! Elite monster slain. Liamo waved his hand dismissively, turning to address the stunned Deicina. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move the stuff. Oh, got it. Deicina finally snapped out of it. Liamo's earlier move had sent a chill down her spine. That fireball, if it had been aimed at her. There was no way she could have dodged it. When did this guy get so strong? Deicina stared at Liamo in bewilderment. A faint smile touched the corner of his mouth as he reached out and lifted her chin. What? Is there something on my face? Get lost. Deicina suddenly snapped out of it, her face flushing crimson as she swatted Liamo's fingers away. Ha 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 ha. Liamo waved his hand dismissively, about to tease this adorably clueless, icy goddess some more. At that moment, Xiaojuan's shrill scream pierced the warehouse. President. Sis. Trouble. Liamo and Deicina exchanged a glance and dashed out of the warehouse. The sight before them made him gasp in horror. At the edge of the floating island, in the slime material storage area, a massive green blob of slime was swelling. Its diameter had already exceeded 3 meters and was still growing. Slime King high-level monster. Level 18. HP 12,000. Passive. Super regeneration. Corrosive mucus. Elemental resistance. Skills. Split and proliferate. Splits into 3-5 small slimes inheriting 30% of the host's attributes. Acid spray long range attack dealing area of effect corrosion damage and reducing target armor. Gelstorm self-detonates when health drops below 30%, splitting into 10 small slimes and releasing toxic mist. Chapter 66, the puppet demonstrated its divine power. Slime King. Liamo gripped Dragon Fury tightly. This is bad news. He never imagined that pile of materials could spawn such a high-level monster. What the hell is wrong with this red moon? Is it trying to kill us all? Suddenly, a thought struck Liamo. He recalled a line from the system announcement. Monsters spawn in areas with high population density, and their strength increases with the number of people present. Gazing at the Slime King before him, at least 4 stories tall, Liamo cursed under his breath. There are only 3 people here now. How could a high-level monster spawn? Could it be related to the strength of the players too? The 4-story colossus dripped viscous slime, emitting a nauseating, fishy stench. Its color wasn't ordinary green, but a sickly deep red tinged with a hint of blood. He hesitated no longer. His left hand shot up, a searing flame igniting in his palm. A basketball-sized fireball coalesced at his fingertips. Under the eerie glow of the crimson moon, the fireball's orange-red light was particularly blinding. Fireball! Liamo roared, and the fireball roared forth, carrying scorching heat waves. It struck the Slime King's trembling, gelatinous body with pinpoint accuracy. Sizzle! A shrill, scorched screech filled the air as steam billowed. A large chunk caved out of the Slime King's surface, even sending a few splatters of viscous, burnt-smelling slime flying. Yet in the blink of an eye, the caved-in area filled visibly with fresh slime. It grew an even deeper crimson, as if it had absorbed the energy of the flames, and its form seemed to expand slightly. The Slime King emitted a low, gelatinous hiss as its entire massive body began to violently tremble. Immediately, several bubbles nearly a meter in diameter rose from its massive body. Boom! 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 Several muffled thuds echoed as viscous green liquid shot toward Liamo like cannonballs, its foul stench assaulting his nostrils. Liamo's pupils contracted, his reaction almost instinctive. Arcane Shield. A pale blue glow of runes flared, coalescing into a translucent energy barrier before him. The slime projectile slammed into the shield, making a splattering sound. The shield rippled, successfully blocking the attack. However, after absorbing the blow, the shield's color dimmed, and the runes flowing across its surface grew faint and smaller. Liamo's expression grew grave. This Slime King was indeed troublesome. Its passive skill granted immunity to 30% of elemental damage. And now, under the red moon's influence, ordinary elemental attacks couldn't even scratch it. Liamo took a deep breath. The dragon's wrath he gripped tightly glinted with a cold, icy sheen under the moonlight. Looks like it's time to bring out the real deal. Unit 1, Unit 2. With a thought from Liamo, 2 towering puppets materialized. Number 1 stood like a tower, radiating a powerful sense of security just by being present. Deicina, who had just dashed out of the warehouse behind him, watched the scene unfold, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was speechless for a moment, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure emanating from the 2 puppets. Especially Liamo, who led them. Deicina couldn't help but stare at him a few more times. Could these 2 incredibly powerful puppets truly be the creations of this man? While Deicina was still reeling in shock, Liamo had already commanded Puppet 1 to charge toward the Slime King. Arcane missiles. Number 2 seized the moment, standing behind Number 1 to unleash a barrage of missiles. Countless missiles screeched through the air, tearing through the atmosphere before slamming into the Slime King's massive form. Boom! 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 A thick cloud of black smoke instantly engulfed the entire group. When the smoke finally cleared, the Slime King's body showed no signs of injury. But its large green eyes had now turned bloodshot, clearly enraged by Liam-O and his companions. The Slime King's massive gelatinous body lunged forward, filling the air with a bone-chilling screech. Its two blood-red eyes locked onto Liam-O, as if it intended to devour him whole. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from its depths, not a mere growl, but the sound of countless slime blobs bursting under immense pressure. In an instant, the Slime King's massive form lunged toward Liam-O with an agility utterly incongruous with its bulk. Unit 1. Intercept. Liam-O's pupils contracted sharply as he barked the order. Unit 1 received the command, its massive frame advancing instead of retreating. Its obsidian arms crossed in front of its chest. With a furious roar, its metal feet slammed into the ground, sending out a deep rumble as it charged directly into the moving mountain of flesh. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the Slime King's heavy body slammed into Unit 1. The ground shook violently, dust swirled, and visible shockwaves radiated outward. Unit 1 slid backward several meters, plowing two deep furrows into the ground. Yet it stood immovable, like a towering mountain, holding firm against the Slime King's onslaught. Put! Put! More slime bubbles swelled on the Slime King's body. Like a machine gun, dense streams of green liquid erupted once more, targeting Liam-O and Deicina, who were shielded by Unit 1. Arcane Shield. Liam-O was prepared. His left hand coalesced an energy barrier once more, deflecting every slime projectile aimed at him. Deicina was completely shielded by Unit 1's broad metallic back. The slime struck the metal shell with a series of sharp, metallic clangs. Damn it! Liam-O lost his temper, clearly caught off guard by this creature. Unit 1. Earth Prison. As the command was issued, a red light flashed in Unit 1's eyes, and the obsidian heart in its chest began spinning rapidly. It literally shoved the Slime King over 3 meters away. Then, both hands slammed down hard onto the ground. Rumble. The ground shook violently. From the center of Unit 1's palms, cracks spread like a spider web, rapidly radiating outward. Immediately, countless sharp, jet-black stone pillars erupted from the ground, piercing the sky with a shrill screech. These pillars, imbued with immense power, instantly encircled the Slime King's massive body, forming a circular stone prison 5 to 6 meters tall. Roar! Trapped within the stone prison, the Slime King roared with even greater fury, its gelatinous body violently slamming against the hard rock walls. Each impact made the entire prison creak under the strain, sending fragments of rock flying. However, Unit 1's Earth Prison clearly exceeded the Slime King's expectations. The rock pillars were exceptionally sturdy. Though fragments continuously fell, the dungeon's overall structure remained unshaken, trapping the Slime King securely within. Well done, Unit 1. Liam-O said before turning to Deicina beside him. Quickly use that skill from last time. Chapter 67, Kill. Legendary Materials. Deicina's face flushed, but she didn't hesitate. She stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Liam-O's forehead. After all, this was a life-or-death moment, no time for sulking. Swish! Instantly, a soft white mist enveloped the two. Within the mist, Deicina grew transparent, as if she might vanish at any moment. Her complexion swiftly turned as pale as paper, her body swaying precariously, as if a mere breeze could knock her over. Every ounce of her strength, mana, and even her mental energy was being stripped away at a visible pace, then surged en masse into Liam-O's body. When the mist finally cleared, Liam-O was a changed man. His already imposing stature now appeared even more imposing, a faint aura of magic glowing around him, every inch of muscle pulsing with explosive power. His eyes grew deep and piercing, while faint runic markings began to emerge on his forehead. A surging torrent of magic power raced through his veins, a strength he had never known before. It felt as though he could tear everything before him to shreds if he so desired. Liam-O. Deicina called out weakly, her body going limp. Had Liam-O not reached out his arm to catch her in time, she would have collapsed to the ground. Leave it to me now, Liam-O declared in a deep voice. He felt the magic within him surge like a raging torrent. The Slime King, once unshakable, now appeared to him as nothing more than a giant pudding waiting to be sliced apart. Xiao Jun. Liam-O whipped his head around to look at Xiao Jun, who had remained silent nearby but whose gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Here. Xiao Jun replied in a low voice, her hand already drawn to an arrow tempered with faint fighting energy. Xiao Jun, aim for the Slime King's core. Once I break through its defenses, fire with all your might. Use your piercing arrow, the deeper, the better. Liam-O's eyes flashed with sharp determination. He knew that after being corrupted by the Crimson Moon's energy, ordinary elemental attacks were nearly useless against the Slime King. But now, empowered by all of Deicina's magic, the fireball spell he unleashed would no longer be ordinary flame. Slime King. You've picked the wrong target. Liam-O roared furiously as magic surged violently from his entire body. He raised both hands high, his palms simultaneously igniting with two blazing flames, fireballs more than twice the size of the previous ones, like two miniature suns radiating suffocating heat. The air around them twisted violently, and one could even glimpse the faint trembling of space itself. The fireballs were no longer orange-red, but instead glowed a dazzling white gold. Then, Liamo held nothing back. His blue energy surged wildly, and countless fireballs rapidly materialized behind him. Each orb mirrored the first two, radiating the same dazzling white gold glow. Fireball! Liamo roared. Countless scorching fireballs, carrying an apocalyptic force, sliced through the air with piercing sonic booms, crashing violently into the Slime King's massive body, trapped within the stone prison. Roar! The Slime King sensed this deadly threat, letting out an even more piercing roar as it violently slammed against the stone prison, desperately trying to break free. But the earth prison, sustained by the obsidian heart, had become even more impenetrable. At that moment, the Slime King's deep crimson core seemed to sense the ultimate peril, contracting frantically as its surface mucus coalesced into a thicker barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens. Platinum-colored flames instantly engulfed the Slime King's core region and vast swaths of its gelatinous body. The fireball's power far exceeded expectations. It was no mere scorching, but rather an annihilation of energy. The struck sections of the Slime King's body showed no charring, no indentation, they had simply evaporated. They dissolved into nothingness, revealing a gaping hole several meters wide. At the edges of the void, wisps of white gold flame still burned, spreading inward at an alarming speed. Wherever they passed, the deep red gel rapidly faded to grayish-white before decomposing. Now! Xiao Jun! Liamo roared. Xiao Jun received the command, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. She had been poised and ready, and the arrow resting on her bowstring now glowed brighter than ever before. Piercing arrow! She released the bowstring with a sharp snap. The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, like a bolt of lightning, striking the massive cavity with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh! The arrow pierced straight through the Slime King's inner gel layer, driven by immense penetrating force, hurtling toward the deep red core that still pulsed despite being consumed by flames. SSS-tier. Ugh! The Slime King emitted its final, weak, agonized whimper. Xiao Jun's arrow pierced the core completely. The deep red substance, which had been purified and decomposed by Liamo's flames, now lost its support entirely and rapidly disintegrated. Boom! The Slime King's colossal, 4-story-tall body crumbled like a collapsing sandcastle, disintegrating from within. The stone prison, having lost its anchor with the Slime King's collapse, crumbled with a thunderous crash under the powerful tremors. Pant, pant. Liamo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He felt the surging magic within him rapidly receding as Dicina's attribute enhancements returned to her body. Sweat drenched his forehead, and the muscles in his arms began to tremble. Xiao Jun lowered her longbow, panting heavily as well, but her face flushed with excitement. Unit 1 and Unit 2 stood silently in place, their faint blue glow nearly extinguished, signaling their energy was depleted. We defeated it? Dicina's voice trembled with disbelief as Number 1 carefully set her down on the ground. She leaned weakly against his metal leg. Liamo struggled to his feet, feeling the fatigue gradually returning to his body, yet also carrying a hint of relief at having survived the ordeal. Yeah, we defeated it. He replied softly, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged battlefield before settling on the weakened Dicina. His eyes held a mix of tenderness and gratitude. Dicina, you did well. He walked over, gently lifted her, and cradled her in his arms. Dicina leaned against Liamo's broad chest, feeling the faint warmth radiating from him. Her exhaustion and fear instantly melted away. In their place came an unprecedented sense of peace. All thanks to Xiao Jun's precise arrow. Liamo turned to look at Xiao Jun, his face lighting up with genuine admiration. Xiao Jun scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. Yeah, I'm the best archer around. With that, she picked up her bow and arrow, mimicking a shooting stance, which made Liamo and Dicina burst into laughter. The Slime Kings remained swiftly dissipated under the crimson moonlight, dissolving into specks of red light dust. Eventually, they coalesced into several gleaming items and a fist-sized crystal radiating a deep crimson glow. Liamo stepped forward and gathered the items in crystal. Crimson Moon Essence, Epic Tier Material. Contains pure Crimson Moon energy and the Slime King's life essence, usable for crafting top-tier mutation potions. Slime King's Mucus Core, Rare Material. Remnant of the Slime King's core, extremely viscous and active. Can be used for special enchantments or magic channeling. Skill Book, Slime Spray. Besides these, there were some scattered materials. Liamo's gaze lingered particularly on the Crimson Moon Essence. This red moon, what exactly has it brought? He murmured softly, his voice tinged with unease. The Slime King's appearance this time, and its connection to the Crimson Moon's energy, once again confirmed the danger of the system announcement. With only 3 people here, the Slime King had spawned. Chapter 68, Epic Tier Defensive Structure. Liamo frowned, recalling the system announcement's warning. The more people present, the higher the probability of spawning high-level monsters. Earlier, while checking the regional channel, he had already seen numerous guild members gathering. Had high-level monsters spawned in their areas too? With that thought, Liemo placed Deasina on his lap and opened the regional channel. Sure enough,
the moment he opened the chat channel, a deluge of messages flooded in. The moment he opened the chat channel, a deluge of messages poured in like a burst dam, each carrying a bone-chilling coldness and desperate cries.
Area channel. Help! We're surrounded. A giant flying eyeball spawned here. It's using psychic attacks. On my head. Damn it. A lava colossus spawned at our guild base. Normal attacks won't break its defense.
Guys, retreat now, don't go to your deaths.
North City.
The northern defenses have completely collapsed. Countless bloodthirsty shadows are rising from the ground, they're immune to physical damage. My arrows just pass right through them.
Any high-level players in the East District?
A corrosion lord appeared here, everything it touches is melting.
My comrade, he dissolved. Help! I'm trapped by a venom-spitting spider. Someone help me. My teammates are all, Stay away from crowded areas. The Crimson Moon announcement is real. We gathered hundreds to clear mobs, only for a high-level boss to spawn. Half our guild is gone. Hell. This is hell.
I saw thousands of players being hunted down by a giant bone dragon.
It looked like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves.
The messages flashed across the screen at breakneck speed, delivering a powerful visual assault.
Lime's expression turned grim.
Death, corruption, mental collapse, unimaginable attack methods and unheard of terrifying monsters were ruthlessly hunting down the gathered survivors under the Crimson Moon. This was far worse than he had imagined. Though he'd braced himself mentally, the actual brutality surpassed his expectations. He could almost smell the blood and despair permeating the air. Yet amidst the wails and cries for help, occasional shouts of astonishing, even uplifting news pierced the chaos. Our Sacred Alliance teamed up with several squads and successfully took down a fallen Wraith Knight.
It dropped a semi-epic Holy Light longsword and several rare cores. Holy. Guys. I snagged a lucky find.
I saw the Abyssal Worm get taken down by a few big shots focusing fire on it.
I found a worm's mutated core right next to its corpse. This thing is epic tier material. Our Skyblade guild just took down the Lava Colossus. We got the Lava Heart too. Holy crap. I just witnessed the Black Iron Duke guild's elite squad take down the Flesh Mutant. Holy, all purple glow. That's epic gear. So thrilling. High risk, high reward. I just joined the main force in taking down the Parasitic Queen and looted several rare materials for weapon enchanting. Damn, I feel like I'm about to strike it rich. A flood of messages poured in, and Liemo scanned them rapidly, realizing that the vast majority of ordinary players could only barely survive. Only a select few elite players could profit from the Crimson Moon event. Liemo clearly remembered the Tianfeng squad mentioned in the earlier message, every member ranked within the top 100. Taking down high-level monsters was, of course, no problem for them. With that thought, Liemo hurriedly opened the leaderboard to check his own ranking. Liemo, 42. Had I already climbed to 42nd place without realizing it? Liemo frowned. Just 2 days ago, he was ranked well beyond the 1000th position, hardly noteworthy. But over the past few days, he'd slain 2 high-level monsters and countless elite monsters. It was only natural that his ranking had climbed into the top 50. Suddenly, he noticed a red dot flashing on the left side of the leaderboard. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on it. Ranking rewards for positions 40-50 have been distributed. Intermediate Defense Building Blueprint. Liemo raised an eyebrow. Intermediate Defense Building Blueprint? This was an unexpected windfall. It might not have been useful before, but in this environment, defense structures were absolute treasures. Liemo's thoughts flickered as he summoned the evolution furnace. Detected Intermediate Defense Structure Blueprint. Proceed with evolution? Evolve. Liemo didn't hesitate. Stealth Watchtower Blueprint Epic. Description: constructs an advanced defense tower equipped with optical camouflage. Equipped with armor-piercing crossbow bolts by default, can be manually switched to area of effect blast mode. Special effect: when enemies enter the alert range, the tower sends a mental warning to its owner. This is good stuff. Liemo's eyes lit up. His gaze then drifted downward to examine the required materials. High-grade energy core X1. Special alloy plates X500. Large structural steel X1000. High-grade magic crystals X50. The lengthy list of materials nearly blinded Liemo, prompting him to curse under his breath. This is ridiculous. Liemo sucked in a sharp breath, the densely packed list of materials on the screen sending a chill down his spine. Just the special alloy plates required 500 pieces, and the large structural steel needed 1,000 pieces. It was practically asking him to strip an entire abandoned steel mill bare. And wasn't this supposed to be an online game setting? What the hell were these metal materials? The vibe was all wrong. Then there were these high-grade energy cores and advanced magic crystals. Sounds like they're worth a fortune, maybe even requiring specific high-level boss kills to drop. This is nothing like the intermediate defense structure blueprint he got earlier. But there's a reason for the price tag. This sentry tower's functionality is designed purely for survival and strategic advantage. Optical camouflage means once built, it'll be nearly impossible to spot. And the crucial psychic alert feature lets you rest easy without fear of sneak attacks. This is no ordinary defensive tower, it's essentially a mobile strategic command center. Yet the cost is equally staggering. Advanced Energy Core. That sounds like something from an elemental lord or some tech ruin. Lee Mo muttered to himself, his brow furrowed. He recalled the monster information from the regional channel: giant flying eyeballs, lava behemoths, bloodthirsty specters, masters of decay. These high-level monsters were likely the source of such rare materials. But obtaining them from such foes was nothing short of courting death. High-grade magic crystals. This thing is probably tied to some magical creature or energy node. Lee Mo massaged his temples. The manipulative hand behind this was utterly disgusting. Chapter 69, Challenged? 3 guilds asking for death. One chained to the next, leaving him utterly breathless. Lee Mo clenched his fists. It seemed building these defensive facilities was unavoidable. But the sheer volume of materials required was overwhelming. Sighing, he relaxed his grip and opened the mall to browse. After all, he was a man with access to an intermediate tier shop. Perhaps it held what he needed. He had spent 1 million Sky Island coins on it back then. Lee Mo opened the mall, and the familiar interface appeared. He typed special alloy plates and large structural steel directly into the search bar. Sure enough, these 2 basic materials were prominently listed. Special alloy plates X100 price, 80,000 Sky Island coins. Heavy structural steel X100 price, 50,000 Sky Island coins. Seeing the prices, Lee Mo's mouth twitched involuntarily. These prices were nothing short of daylight robbery. Just to build a single watchtower required 500 special alloy plates and 1,000 large structural steel. Those 2 items alone would cost 900,000 Sky Island coins. He had only spent 1 million to purchase the intermediate shop back then. This made him wonder if his Sky Island currency would ever be enough. Looks like I'll have to find a way to earn more Sky Island coins. Lee Mo sighed, putting off the purchase for now as he continued searching for other materials. He typed in high-grade magic crystal, but the search results made him frown. No relevant items found. Unwilling to give up, he typed in advanced energy core. No relevant items found. Just as I thought. Lee Mo's expression darkened. He had suspected as much. Materials that sounded exceptionally rare like these probably wouldn't be casually listed in the marketplace. These 2 materials were most likely rare drops obtainable only by defeating specific high-level bosses. They might even be tied to specific dungeons or special events. As a marketplace for basic supplies and limited rare items, the shop was clearly powerless to offer such strategic grade, top-tier materials typically traded among players. Lee Mo rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat helpless. If they weren't available in the store, his only hope lay with other players. He pondered for a moment, then a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since the store doesn't have them, I'll try my luck on the trading channel. He opened the trading channel just as he was about to post his trade request. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Dear player Lee Mo, your Sky Island coin balance is insufficient to post a trade message. Ha! Lee Mo frowned. I'm actually broke. He opened his interface in disbelief, only to see his balance clearly displayed at a mere 74,000 Sky Island coins. Holy crap! I'm really broke. Lee Mo scratched his chin in confusion. This shouldn't be happening. He'd made a decent chunk of Sky Island coins recently by flipping goods from the mall. How could it have vanished so fast? Suddenly, he noticed an account ledger function next to his floating island coin balance. Lee Mo eagerly clicked to open it. At first, he looked indignant, utterly incredulous. But the further down he slid, the calmer his expression became, until finally a wry smile appeared. His money was indeed gone and he'd spent it all with his head held high. His gaze shifted to fall upon number 1 and number 2 standing nearby. He'd spent every last coin on these 2. He had indeed made a huge profit earlier, but he'd quickly traded materials with every player in the entire region, spending every last Sky Island coin. The only reason he still had a few tens of thousands left was from rewards dropped by slaying high-level monsters. Mo silently opened the trade channel, hoping to find someone selling high-grade magic crystals or advanced energy cores. Yet the moment he entered the channel, he was overwhelmed by a deluge of trade messages. God of War Temple Mad Blade, wholesale intermediate store supplies. Basic scrolls, scout robots, novice health potions bulk discounts available. Top 50 players get priority. Blood Pact Night Owl, all mid-tier shop supplies? Our Blood Pact guild handles it. Low-ranked players, don't bother. Broke folks, get lost. Black Flag Trading House, high-value buyback of advanced materials. Selling rare mid-tier shop materials, only large-scale transactions accepted. Retailers, don't waste my time. Lee Mo's pupils contracted. Intermediate shop supplies, monopolized by them? He continued scanning the messages in disbelief, realizing that aside from these 3, no other guilds or players had posted trade notices. He had originally thought that with his mid-tier marketplace access, he could continue flipping supplies for small profits while gradually accumulating high-tier materials. But now it seemed these major guilds had already set their sights on this lucrative opportunity, even forming a price cartel to completely control the market. There were still smart players out there. Liamo, selling basic scrolls, scout robots, and beginner health potions at discounted prices. PM me if interested. As soon as the message went out, several private messages came in, expressing interest in purchasing. As long as I can make money, I can't be bothered to compete with that crowd. Not long after he posted it, the private chat channel lit up. Big shot. I'll take your blessing scroll. You're finally selling again. A seller with a conscience. Those bloodsuckers at the War God's Temple charge more than the official store. Big shot Liamo, I'm backing you. Liamo casually completed a few transactions, thinking to himself that while the profits weren't huge, the business was at least stable. However, less than 3 seconds after the transaction message went out. God of War Temple Mad Blade, oh, isn't this our big shot Liamo, ranked 42nd? What's this? Broke enough to resort to scalping low-level materials to scrape by? Blood Alliance Night Owl, lol. A loser who can't even crack the top 30 thinks he can compete with us? Black Flag Guild, Liamo, huh? I suggest you know your place and stop embarrassing yourself. Intermediate tier goods are our domain now. Who do you think you are? Liamo ignored them, inwardly chuckling. When I was reselling supplies, you lot were still sucking on your mother's teats. Shaking his head, Liamo had no intention of arguing with these people. He just wanted to earn Sky Island coins quickly, trade materials, and build defensive facilities. Otherwise, under this crimson moon, high-level monsters could spawn at any moment. Yet mere minutes later, several more urgent announcements flooded the regional channel, instantly causing his brow to furrow. God of War Temple Black Wolf, urgent notice. God of War Temple Guild offers a special player reward. Blessing of Strength Scroll X10 now only 7,500 Sky Island coins. Cheaper than the store. More fair than some middlemen. Limited quantities available, act fast. God of War Temple Iron Wall huge news. Scouting Robot X10 all-time low price. Only 8,000 Sky Island coins. Not for profit, but to serve you. Everything from the War God's Temple is guaranteed to be top-notch. Liamo stared at the glaring announcements on the screen, his hands freezing mid-motion. A blessing scroll for 750 Sky Island coins? Scouting robots for 800 Sky Island coins? He had just checked his intermediate shop. The system price for the Strength Blessing Scroll was 1,500 Sky Island coins. The Reconnaissance Robot was 1,200 Sky Island coins. These two War God Temple guys had actually slashed their prices below the official store's rates. This was nothing short of a fire sale. These lunatics. Liamo was stunned. He'd expected mere competition, a battle of prices and service, but instead, they'd launched a full-blown cash-burning campaign, targeting the very supplies he was selling. This wasn't normal business competition, it was blatant targeting. Before he could recover from the shock, another message popped up in the regional channel. God of War Temple Decepticons, hey, big shot, you think you're so tough? What's up? No one's buying from you now? Not everyone can do business, especially on our War God Temple's turf. Let me give some advice to those small-time hustlers dreaming of getting rich by reselling supplies. Wake up to reality. Your measly little ranking means absolutely nothing to us. Just then, as if to deliver an even more crushing blow to Liamo, 2 private messages arrived. Boss, sorry about this, but they're selling it cheaper. I'm backing out. Sorry. Their price is just too outrageous, I can't hold out any longer. Chapter 70, Resolve Strengthened, action begins. A surge of unnamed anger flared within Liamo. He hadn't intended to quarrel with these people, they were all smart. He certainly wasn't the only one who'd thought of reselling intermediate mall supplies to earn Sky Island currency. But he never expected them to resort to such extreme measures, literally burning money to target him directly. This wasn't competition anymore, it was outright retaliation. Liamo neither knew nor cared why 3 guilds had suddenly targeted him out of nowhere. If they wanted to target him, they'd pay the price. Oof. He stared at the lost leading sale notices on the screen, then glanced at the mere tens of thousands of Sky Island coins left in his account. A mocking smile curled his lips. These fools probably think he's isolated and at a loss now. But they had no idea that Liamo had never relied on anything else but his own persistence and hard work to get this far. Closing the chat window, he had more important matters to attend to. These people were about to face his most brutal retaliation. Liamo rose and walked toward Unit 2 standing nearby, first helping Daisina up from beneath her legs. At this moment, Daishina's face was deathly pale from still exhaustion, her eyes stripped of their usual fiery spirit. Liamo watched her pale face and dull eyes with heartache. Daishina, he said softly, helping her sit down. He retrieved a bottle of basic health potion from his spatial backpack and handed it to her. Drink this. It should help restore some of your strength. Daishina took the potion with effort. Her lips cracked and her voice was weak. Thank you, Liamo. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. Li Mo looked at her, a wave of warmth washing over him, mingled with a twinge of guilt. Rest well for now. I'll handle what comes next. Li Mo squeezed her hand, feeling the icy chill of her palm from exhaustion. His resolve hardened. Those guilds that had united against him, those who had kicked him while he was down when he needed help, they would soon learn the consequences of provoking Li Mo. He had no time to dwell on why they targeted him, nor to question the reasons. Right now, his sole focus was to grow his strength as rapidly as possible by the most direct and effective means. If he were powerful enough, would he still need to build defensive structures? If he were powerful enough, would he still need to profit from reselling supplies for Sky Island currency? None of that would be necessary. It was all because his own strength was insufficient that Daisina had to activate her skill at any cost, leaving her body so weakened. It was all because of his own lack of strength that he needed the aid of epic-level defensive structures. He must grow stronger. The suppressed rage within Li Mo's heart blazed like a raging wildfire. Seeing Daisina's weakened state, guilt and fury intertwined within him, transforming into a powerful driving force. It's all because I'm not strong enough. The cry echoed like thunder in Li Mo's heart. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly dug into his palms. Yes, if he were strong enough, Daisina wouldn't have to risk her life casting those energy-draining skills to protect him. If he were strong enough, those basic defensive structures and dependence on Sky Island currency would become insignificant. He wouldn't even need to compete with minor guilds for the right to resell low-grade supplies. He could go straight to plundering, conquering, and acquiring the most elite resources. His journey from an ordinary survivor to where he stood now had never relied on luck or others' charity, but solely on his relentless effort and unyielding will. Those guilds, those who had been clamoring to drive him out of the market. Did they truly believe temporary monopolies and alliances could make him yield? They were far too naive. They only see my current predicament, but they fail to recognize my true potential. Li Mo's gaze grew even more resolute. Bring it on! Red Moon, the top guild, you'll all bow down before me, Li Mo. As Daisina absorbed the effects of the basic life potion, she suddenly sensed a profound shift in Li Mo's aura. It was like a sharp sword piercing the heavens. She didn't know why Li Mo's aura had shifted so abruptly, becoming so unfamiliar, so captivating. Suddenly, Li Mo turned to look at Daisina. Their gazes locked, and Daisina gasped inwardly, hastily averting her eyes. Are you feeling better? Li Mo approached, gently helping Daisina to her feet as he asked in a low voice. Feeling the intense masculine presence beside her, Daisina replied in a halting voice. Much better. Thank you, Li Mo. If it weren't for you, Xiao Jun and I would have truly perished at the hands of the Slime King. Hearing Daisina's sincere gratitude, Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. His throat moved, but no words came out. Neither spoke again, simply savoring this beautiful moment. Suddenly, a clear shout broke the silence. I leveled up to 15. Sis. Guild leader. Xiao Jun's youthful, adorable face suddenly appeared before Li Mo, her expression radiant with joy. That's fantastic, Xiao Jun. Does that mean you can learn your third skill? Daisina lunged forward in delight, reaching to grab her sister's shoulders, but the lingering weakness in her body caused her to stumble. Her entire body lurched forward uncontrollably, and she was about to fall. Li Mo instantly reached out, catching her slender waist and pulling her entire body into his embrace. He felt the soft, supple curve of her waist in his hands and the warmth gradually returning to her body as the potion took effect. He watched as Daisina's cheeks flushed crimson at his proximity, a strange emotion quietly blossoming within him. Just then, Xiao Jun's vibrant voice rang out again. This time, it carried a hint of mischief and teasing as her gaze darted between Li Mo and Daisina, clearly mocking them. Whoa! Sis, the president! Xiao Jun exclaimed dramatically, her voice brimming with amusement. What on earth are you two doing? Daisina's face instantly flushed crimson. She frantically tried to push away Li Mo's embrace, but her weakened body momentarily left her powerless. While struggling to break free, she scolded Xiao Jun playfully, Xiao Jun. Don't be silly. Li Mo is just helping me up. Supporting you? That doesn't look like supporting you at all. Xiao Jun grinned as he leaned closer, his gaze boldly lingering on Li Mo's arm wrapped around Daisina's waist. Then it settled back on Daisina's face, flushed crimson as if it might bleed, and he winked mischievously. The chairman's hand is gripping sister quite tightly. Li Mo felt awkward under Xiao Jun's bluntness. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so bold, saying such things right in front of him. He quickly loosened his grip, allowing Daisina to steady herself. Chapter 71, Leveling Materials, Power Surge. Alright, Xiao Jun, stop fooling around. Li Mo's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Daisina has just recovered. Let your sister rest and regain her strength first. His gaze sharpened once more. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Hearing this, the sisters obediently complied. Daisina blushed as she wriggled out of Li Mo's embrace, draping her arm over her younger sister's shoulder. They headed toward their room. After Daisina entered the house, Li Mo waited outside for a moment. Xiao Jun quietly pushed open the door, peeking out furtively. She approached Li Mo. Brother-in-law, why did you call me out? Without hesitation, Liamo replied, I called you out because I need to talk to you.
You just killed the Slime King.
Suddenly, Liamo realized something and stopped mid-sentence. A burst of silver bell laughter chimed in at just the right moment.
Xiao Jun was covering her mouth, giggling uncontrollably.
Clearly, she found it amusing that she'd outsmarted Liamo. Liamo pressed his hand to his forehead.
This girl was way too mischievous. He groaned, this is serious business.
Cut the nonsense.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun instantly straightened her posture and executed a perfect military salute.
Roger that, sir. Seeing Xiao Jun like this, Liamo couldn't really say anything.
He could only continue, hand over the Slime King's loot. Xiao Jun stopped fooling around upon hearing this and obediently handed over the materials to Liamo. After all, without the guild leader, the fate of the two sisters today would have been uncertain. Crimson Moon Essence, Epic Tier Material. Contains pure Crimson Moon energy and the life essence of the Slime King, usable for crafting top-tier mutation potions. Slime King's Mucus Core, Rare Material. The remnant core of the Slime King, extremely viscous and active, suitable for special enchantments or magic channeling.
Skill Book, Slime Spray. Liamo nodded, then summoned the Evolution Forge in front of Xiao Jun.
He had previously summoned it in front of Deusina, proving that only he could see the Evolution Furnace.
With no lingering doubts, Liamo opened the Evolution Furnace.
He dumped all the materials inside at once. As his fingers tapped lightly in the void, the Evolution Furnace emitted a low hum. The multicolored glow within suddenly split into 3 streams, enveloping each of the 3 materials. Detected Epic Tier Material, Crimson Moon Essence.
Consume 2000 evolution energy to evolve? Liamo's temples throbbed.
Last time, evolving the Firestone only cost 1000 points of evolution energy. This time, it demanded 2000 points.
He took a deep breath and selected Confirm. Boom. Evolution complete.
Acquired, Blood of the Crimson Moon Semi-Legendary Grade. Physical Super Enhancement. Upon consumption, all bodily cells undergo Crimson Moon alteration, boosting strength, speed, and endurance by 100% while permanently granting the Hyper-Regeneration ability.
Regeneration rate increased by 50%.
Blood Rage Burst. Upon activation, enters a 10-second berserker state, ignoring pain and doubling attack power. Crimson Moon Resonance. While fighting under moonlight, all attributes gain an additional 20% boost.
Immortal Gel Epic Grade. Absolute Resistance. Upon fusion, body gains liquid buffer properties, reducing physical damage by 50% and granting immunity to low-level toxins and corrosive attacks. Elastic Body. Limbs freely extend, contract, and deform, joints twist 360 degrees without restriction.
Devouring Repair. When injured, the gel automatically fills wounds, completing healing within 3 seconds. Note: ineffective against critical injuries such as penetrating wounds or amputations.
Royal Gel Barrage Grade A.
Effect: fires 30 gel projectiles with tracking properties, each dealing base damage plus an additional 3% of the target's maximum health.
Additional effect: slows targets by 50% for 3 seconds upon hit.
Holy!
Liamo was utterly stunned.
This evolution had yielded so many incredible rewards. He first picked up the drop of blood of the Crimson Moon, which resembled liquid ruby.
His fingertips could feel the surging energy pulsing within it. Semi-legendary. Even stronger than I anticipated.
He sucked in a sharp breath inwardly. A 100% boost to all attributes is insane, not to mention the additional 20% amplification under moonlight. It's like carrying a portable moonlight amplifier. It was like channeling all the buffs meant for monsters directly onto himself. Then Liamo turned his gaze to the mass of immortal gel, unable to resist poking it with his fingertip. The gel wrapped around his finger as if alive, then quickly retracted to its original form.
50% physical damage reduction? That's even crazier than bulletproof vests.
Are you sure this isn't Luffy's rubber fruit?
Immunity to low-level toxins is one thing, but this elastic body.
A vision flashed through Liamo's mind, his arm stretching 3 meters to slash an enemy. This is getting ridiculous, I'll let you run 2.99 meters first. When he finally picked up that fluorescent skill book, Liamo's eyebrows nearly shot up to his hairline.
A crowd control skill? With percentage-based damage?
His Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the words 3% of maximum health.
This thing is a god-tier item for boss fights. An idea struck Liamo: this skill book would be perfect for Unit 2.
50 missiles launched simultaneously, the spectacle would be. Combined with his own fireball spell.
It'd be crazier than artificial rain. Brother-in-law?
Xiao Jun tiptoed closer.
Why do you look like you just had a sudden bowel movement? Liamo abruptly closed the interface, only then realizing his mouth was practically splitting to his ears.
Ahem, you go back and take care of your sister.
I'll head back now.
Whoa, calling you brother-in-law really got you breathing easier, huh? Xiao Jun's expression suddenly changed, revealing her adorable little fangs.
What? Don't want me to be your brother-in-law?
Liamo, now in high spirits after acquiring such a treasure, couldn't resist teasing the young girl.
Sure, but you've gotta get me a high-level skill book first. Xiao Jun flashed a smile, finally revealing her true intentions. Liemo froze upon hearing this, then burst into laughter. Of course it's no problem. Even if I don't become your brother-in-law, you're still a member of my guild. I'll definitely help you boost your combat power. Xiao Jun's eyes crinkled into crescent moons at his words. Awesome, bro-in-law. Li Mo's lips curved upward, ignoring Xiao Jun's presence. Gulp. Gulp. Instantly, dark crimson patterns rippled across his skin. Muscle fibers writhed like living creatures, and his bones cracked with a crisp pop. He could feel his blood boiling, every inch of flesh undergoing a frenzied evolution. Huff. Liemo exhaled a scorching breath, clenching his fist so tightly it made the air crackle. Xiao Jun, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed, stammering, Sis. Sis's husband, your eyes, they're glowing. Next, this. Ignoring Xiao Jun's stunned reaction, Liemo pressed the immortal gel directly onto his chest. He pressed the immortal gel directly onto his chest. The gel seeped into his skin like a living thing, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. A faint blue membrane glowed across his muscles. Pressing it gently, it indented like rubber before snapping back instantly. This feels pretty good. Liemo nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Jun had been staring in awe, taking a moment to snap back to reality before excitedly leaning in. Brother-in-law. Did you fuse the slime core? Yeah, I did. Then you can stretch your body really long. Liemo, does your sister know you're this reckless? Chapter 72, Testing Strength Unparalleled. Hee, I'm a good boy, you know. Xiao Jun blinked her big eyes innocently at Liemo. 1,000 nezes were galloping through Liemo's mind at that moment. You're well behaved, huh? Suppressing his urge to rant, he waved goodbye and returned to his floating island. The moment he stepped onto the floating island, Liemo suddenly remembered. Ever since arriving, he'd been so preoccupied with defeating monsters that he'd completely neglected the most crucial task, merging the floating islands. Turns out I'd been chasing after peanuts while missing the big picture. Liemo shook his head helplessly, but it was no big deal. He'd handle it tomorrow after Deicino woke up. The crimson moon hung overhead, casting an eerie glow that enveloped the surroundings in a soporific atmosphere. But now was no time for sleep. Liemo walked to an open area. With a thought, he summoned Unit 2. Under the moonlight, Unit 2's imposing frame radiated an aura of authority. Liemo retrieved the skill book he had just evolved. He thought to himself that while this skill book couldn't bring about the same revolutionary changes as the blood of the Crimson Moon and immortal gel he'd just acquired, it would be the perfect finishing touch for a combat unit like Unit 2, which required consistent output. Here, Unit 2, try this out. Liemo handed the glowing skill book to Unit 2. Unit 2's mechanical eyes flickered. It extended its palm and carefully accepted the skill book. As the information was read, Unit 2's metallic body emitted a faint hum. Its left arm raised, and a viscous liquid began to gather in its palm, emitting a faint glow. This liquid was denser than before and carried a faintly corrosive scent. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, 30-fist-sized gelatinous projectiles shot forth like cannonballs, targeting a tree trunk 50 meters away, as thick as a bowl. The gel projectiles traced green arcs through the air, striking the tree trunk with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of dull thuds, the struck section of the tree trunk was instantly covered in fluorescent green mucus. Visibly, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the bark, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion. The tree shook violently, as if enduring immense agony. What astonished Liemo even more was that at the points struck by the gel bullets, the trunk's diameter visibly shrank by a full inch. Holy crap! Liemo couldn't help but exclaim. This royal gel barrage is leagues more powerful than the arcane missile swarm. And with percentage-based health damage? It's a nightmare for those monsters with thick health pools and high defenses. He noticed the skill book description read, base damage plus 3% of maximum health. This meant that against a monster with 10,000 HP, each gel bullet would deal an extra 300 damage. With 30 bullets fired, that additional damage alone was already substantial. Combined with the slow effect, it was the perfect crowd control and attrition skill. You've finally become a proper turret mage. Liemo patted number 2 on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. After consuming the enhancement materials earlier, he hadn't yet systematically tested the full extent of his current power. First, strength. He walked up to a boulder roughly as tall as a person. Liemo flexed his muscles, took a deep breath, and watched his arms bulge as veins stood out. He pressed his palms against the boulder and slowly exerted force. Crack! A faint, crisp sound echoed as cracks began to form in the boulder beneath his hands. Then, with a thunderous crash, the entire stone shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes, scattering wildly in all directions. Liemo clenched his fist, feeling the lingering tremors in his palm, a faint smile curling his lips. A 100% power boost? That's no joke. The instantaneous force he'd unleashed had created a vacuum zone in his palm, shattering the massive boulder from within. His strength had increased by more than just a notch. He shifted his gaze to his hands, unconsciously tightening his fingers until the air seemed to crackle with the sound of compression. Next up, speed and endurance. Li Mo's gaze swept over a distant grove of trees. Estimating the distance, he judged it to be several hundred meters from his current position. Without hesitation, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and launched himself forward like an arrow released from its string. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ears as the trees blurred into streaks receding rapidly behind him. His legs felt as if they were powered by engines, each stride carrying astonishing speed and explosive force. He effortlessly plunged into the forest, weaving through the trees with the agility of a monkey. What astonished him even more was that after running for several full minutes, he felt no fatigue whatsoever, not even a hint of irregular breathing. With high-speed regeneration and endurance boosted to 100%, I feel like I could keep running like this forever. He halted, feeling the abundant energy coursing through his body, a gleam of excitement lighting up his face. And blood rage burst. A sharp gleam flashed in Li Mo's eyes as he silently chanted the incantation. Instantly, a searing energy erupted from within him. His eyes instantly glowed crimson, muscles bulging once more as faint blood-red patterns emerged on his skin. An unprecedented fury and power surged through his body, completely blocking out pain as everything else blurred away. Only the target before him and the impending attack remained. He grabbed a sturdy tree trunk nearby and pulled with all his might. Crack! Accompanied by the shrill crack of breaking wood, the tree trunk, as thick as a bull, was torn clean from its roots. And he felt not a shred of pain. Incredible! Li Mo felt this near uncontrollable power surge through him. This 10-second berserker state was enough to instantly turn the tide of battle. Finally, he reached out and gently touched the spot on his chest where the fusion gel had once been. It had completely become part of his body, yet as his fingers made contact, a faint blue membrane of light rippled across the skin's surface. A god-tier ability that reduces physical damage by 50%. Li Mo suddenly slammed his fist against his chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed, yet he felt only a faint impact, barely stronger than a casual tap from an ordinary person. He tried jabbing his arm with force. The skin caved in like rubber but quickly snapped back to its original shape, leaving not a single mark. This elasticity and recovery ability are practically bug level. Li Mo muttered to himself. He even imagined what would happen if he suffered a penetrating wound from a blade. Could this gel truly fill the gap automatically, as described? However, Li Mo had no opportunity to test that scenario. His gaze fell upon a pile of shattered boulders nearby, among which lay several sharp fragments. He casually picked one up and caught it with the palm of his other hand. The stone's sharp edges caused no harm whatsoever. Instead, enveloped by the gel, they slid smoothly along the elasticity of his skin. But among these enhanced states, what intrigued him most was the rubber body. After all, who hasn't dreamed of possessing their own devil fruit after growing up watching One Piece? Extend limbs at will. Let's try it. He focused his mind, attempting to extend his arm. Whoosh! His right arm shot out like rubber, instantly grabbing a tree trunk 10 meters away. Holy crap, it really stretches? He tried to retract his arm, and the entire limb sprang back like a coil, snapping back to its original length. 360-degree joint rotation. He twisted his wrist, discovering the joint could bend completely backward, even performing movements impossible for ordinary people. This ability is absolutely insane in close combat. Imagine an enemy thinking they'd dodged his strike, only for his arm to suddenly extend or twist at impossible angles, delivering a backstab in an instant. Li Mo felt a surge of wild excitement, unable to help but clasp his hands on his hips and laugh up at the sky. This ability was utterly insane, and it fulfilled the childhood daydreams he'd once had. Chapter 73, Life Resonance. Alive even as bare bones. Awesome. Li Mo let out a piercing howl, the shockwaves from his voice shaking loose every leaf within 4 feet of him. With his current strength, if he were to encounter that Slime King again, even with the Crimson Moon's 20% all-attribute boost, it wouldn't stand a chance against the Li Mo of today. Wait, what if I stack both Rage and Dragon Fury states? How powerful would I become? A sudden thought struck Li Mo. His Dragon Fury was an epic tier weapon, previously enhanced with soul fragments. It had boosted both damage and lifesteal capabilities, making it practically unstoppable. Moreover, it possessed an extraordinary active skill, Dragon Fury. Activating it consumed 10% mana, but during its duration, combat power skyrocketed, speed doubled, attack power increased by 10%, and critical strike rate jumped by 20%. Truly godlike. Now, combined with his newly acquired skill, the possibilities were too mind-blowing for Li Mo to even contemplate. No time to waste. Li Mo summoned Unit 1 first. Bathed in moonlight, Unit 1's already massive frame appeared even more imposing. Its muscles pulsed with explosive beauty, making it a veritable mobile fortress. After all, Unit 1 had once withstood the full force of the Raging Slime King's attack with sheer physical might. Unit 1, deploy the cage on me. Li Mo issued the command to Unit 1. As the words left his lips, Unit 1's rock-like arms plunged into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless earthen blocks rose from the ground, rapidly closing in around Li Mo to form an airtight earthen prison. Inside the cage, sharp earthen spikes slowly extended from all directions, closing in on the center with a deadly sense of pressure. Come on. Liamo took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of the Dragon Fury sword tightly in his right hand, feeling the warm pulsation radiating from the blade. Rage mode activate. Liamo's chi and blood surged violently within him. Crimson patterns erupted across his skin as his muscles swelled visibly. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, and everything in his vision turned blood red. This. Not enough. Liamo grinned, his teeth gleaming coldly white in the moonlight. Dragon Fury activate. Dragon Fury erupted in blinding golden light. The dragon patterns on the blade seemed to come alive, coiling around Liamo's arm. He felt a torrent of savage energy surge from the blade into his body, colliding violently with the power generated by his fury. Then, in some delicate equilibrium, they merged. Ah! Liamo let out a roar unlike any human voice, the air around him warping into visible shockwaves. The earthen spikes lining the cage walls shattered under the force of the sonic blast. Fine golden scales emerged across his skin, and horn-like protrusions even began to form on either side of his forehead. Is this the power of the dual state? Liamo stared down at his hands, feeling the terrifying energy surging within him. He casually swung Dragon Fury, its blade slicing through the air with a sonic boom. Number 1 seemed to sense the abnormal surge in its master's power and immediately reinforced the cage's defenses. The earthen walls gleamed with a metallic sheen, their thickness increasing more than threefold. Perfect for testing its limits. Liamo's eyes blazed with battle intent as he gripped his blade with one hand. The crimson bloodlight on the blade's surface seemed almost tangible. Break! The dragon's wrath slashed down, silencing the entire forest. The next instant, a deafening explosion echoed across the night sky. The earthen cage split cleanly in two like paper, reducing every tree in its path to dust. As the dust settled, Liamo stood tall and unyielding. The combat power granted by the dual states was undeniably formidable. But the damage inflicted upon his own body was undeniably severe. The golden scales on his skin rapidly faded away, replaced by a dense network of tiny blood droplets. His capillaries had ruptured under the strain. Yet, as a flash of green light flickered, the fragments of the fused life core within him continuously nourished Liamo's body. Combined with the slime core from earlier, his injuries were already fully healed. It took less than a second. In other words, this was originally a tactic that killed 1,000 enemies but cost 800 of its own. Yet under Liamo's formidable regenerative abilities, it had become the most ordinary means of boosting combat power. Attack power increase, at least 200%. Liamo surveyed the destruction, his mind reeling. Number 1 approached him. Though the Slime King hadn't left a scratch on its body, a shallow blade mark appeared, a residual effect from the blade's energy. Liamo patted his loyal companion apologetically. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Number 1 nodded reassuringly. After fusing with the obsidian heart, it had gained the ability to automatically regenerate health. Thus, the injury Liamo inflicted was insignificant to it. After letting Unit 1 recover on the spot, Liamo walked over to Unit 2. This time, he wanted to test the limits of his own recovery abilities. Number 2, aim at me. Liamo stood in the center of the clearing, arms spread wide, a wild gleam in his eyes. Fire the royal gel barrage at full power. Unit 2's gel-formed body trembled slightly. As its left arm raised, a viscous stirring sound emanated. A vortex of slime spun rapidly in his palm, instantly manifesting 30 fluorescent green gel bullets. Whoosh! The first gel projectile tore through the air, striking Liamo's right shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. Upon contact, his clothing instantly corroded into a gaping hole, and acrid white smoke rose from the exposed skin beneath. Liamo grunted, feeling a burning sensation more intense than fire eating away at his muscle tissue. Damn, that's corrosive. He looked down at the rapidly expanding wound on his shoulder, where flesh was dissolving at a visible pace. Even more terrifying was that this corrosion seemed to possess some sort of healing inhibiting effect. Even the recovery rate of the life core fragments was noticeably slowed. Keep going. Don't stop. Liamo gritted his teeth and shouted. Bang bang bang. The remaining 29 gelatinous projectiles slammed into Liamo's body in rapid succession. His chest, abdomen, and limbs were instantly covered in fluorescent green slime. His entire body billowed thick smoke as if doused in corrosive acid. His skin began to rot in large patches, some areas even exposing stark white bone. Ugh! Liamo collapsed to one knee, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. The agony surpassed any injury he had ever endured, as if millions of flesh-eating ants were gnawing at his nerves. Worst of all, the gel's corrosive effect seemed to possess a peculiar resistance to life energy. His recovery rate slowed to less than a fifth of normal. Is this the true horror of percentage-based damage? Liamo struggled to lift his head, only to see his health bar steadily draining at a rate of 3% per second. For an ordinary player, such damage would reduce them to bones within 3 seconds. But he was Liamo. Life core. Slime core. Get moving! Liamo roared deep within his consciousness. As if answering his call, two distinct healing energies within his body suddenly resonated in a wondrous harmony. The emerald green energy of the life core intertwined with the pale blue fluid of the slime core, forming a spiraling, dual-colored stream of light. It began surging through his body. A startling transformation followed. At the sites of the corroded wounds, the necrotic flesh suddenly melted away like wax and fell off, while fresh tissue regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Liemo clearly saw the exposed ulna on his arm enveloped by a layer of pink flesh membrane. Then, muscle fibers automatically wove themselves like living creatures, finally covered by brand new skin. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Liemo stared in shock as this miraculous regeneration unfolded simultaneously across every wound on his body. He sensed that the two healing energies were no longer working independently but had formed a perfect synergy. The life core handled rapid cellular division, while the slime core supplied the raw material for infinite proliferation. Even more astonishingly, as the healing progressed, Liemo gradually gained the ability to control this energy. He tried sinking his consciousness into his body, directing the dual-colored light streams to prioritize repairing vital organs. The result? Recovery efficiency instantly tripled. Wounds that had exposed bone wounds that would normally take 10 seconds to heal now restored themselves completely in just 3 seconds. Ha 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 ha. Liemo suddenly burst into laughter, rising to his feet despite the horrific wounds healing all over his body. Unit 2, another round. This time, add a barrage of arcane missiles. Unit 2 hesitated, wobbling its gelatinous body as if confirming the command. Don't worry, I won't die. Liemo wiped the regenerating flesh from his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 gel projectiles and 20 arcane missiles formed a dense barrage, completely engulfing Liemo's position. The resulting green corrosive cloud rose over 5 meters high, instantly carbonizing the grass beneath. When the smoke cleared, only a barely human, bloodied and mangled figure remained at the center. Liemo's right arm had completely ossified, while his left leg had vanished below the knee. A bowl-sized gaping wound pierced his abdomen, exposing writhing internal organs. But in the next instant, a dual-colored light even more dazzling than before erupted from his body. Exposed bones rapidly covered with nerves and blood vessels, followed by muscle layers, and finally skin. His missing left lower leg grew back from the stump like a 3D printed replica, even the toenails perfectly restored. At the site of the gaping wound, the missing organs were filled by newly formed tissue, vanishing without a trace. Not even a scar remained. This is beyond belief. Liemo stared down at his fully restored body, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. The damage that would have killed an ordinary player 10 times over had been fully healed in just 15 seconds. And I think I've gained a new ability. Liemo closed his eyes, sensing the flow of energy within him. He discovered that the dual-colored streams of light had formed fixed, circulating pathways. He attempted to consciously channel this energy, instantly feeling every cell in his body rejoice. I'll call it life resonance. After all, this power was simply too formidable. He could survive even if reduced to just his skeleton and head. This was no less impressive than Wolverine from Marvel. Damn it, the War God's Temple, huh? You'd better watch out. Liemo's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. He'd been struggling to find monsters to hunt, and now these fools were running straight into his trap. He wouldn't be the one to blame. Chapter 74. This floating island feels downright creepy. Earlier, when you challenged me, I didn't take it seriously. But now? Die. Liemo's eyes turned cold, his killing intent nearly solidifying into substance. An invisible breeze rippled outward from his body. It rustled the surrounding leaves into a rustling chorus. After packing everything up, Liemo opened the guild interface to check the number of conquered floors. Conquest tier, 15. Damage increase, 1.9%. Not bad at all. Currently, defeating just 15 monsters grants a 1.9% damage increase. Liemo nodded. He dared not imagine what would happen in the late game or once they reached level 25 and could enter dungeons. Just how high his conquest layers would stack up, and what terrifying levels of damage increase they might reach. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, stirring his countless thoughts. His original plan had been to merge the floating islands after reuniting with his sisters. Then grind monsters diligently to level up, waiting until level 25 before plotting bigger schemes. But now, the pressure from other players had made him realize the importance of strength. Since arriving in this floating island world, he had never faced life-threatening danger. Even when facing the Dark Elf Prince earlier, though he'd been driven to the brink of defeat, he ultimately relied on the Evolution Forge's game-changing ability to fuse 999 Firestones, defeating his foe in one strike. That victory had relied more on external forces exploiting a system glitch than on his own raw strength. I'm still too weak. Yet now, the pressure from fellow players poured over him like a bucket of cold water, shattering his illusions of self-contained perfection. Those cold taunts and open hostility made him truly grasp the importance of strength for the first time. In this dog-eat-dog world, fists were his only refuge. Strength is always the ultimate truth. He murmured to himself, the killing intent within him quietly retreating in that moment, replaced by a resolve that pierced the heavens. He must grow stronger. The golden finger was merely an accessory, never his entire being. The path lies solely in my own hands. Wherever I choose to go, the path lies beneath my feet. Liemo suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. He had thought that being transported to the Sky Island world marked the beginning of a brand new life. Little did he know that on this night, ordinary as they come, he would finally achieve his own epiphany. Advanced energy cores, high-grade magic stones? Just you wait, this young master will claim them himself. Liemo clenched his fists, his vow soaring skyward. Damn it, why haven't we reached that floating island up ahead yet? Liemo looked up in despair at the enormous floating island ahead, suspended like a giant sun in the sky. He leaned back in his chair, an ergonomic model he'd splurged on for 100 Sky Island coins at the intermediate market. Running his fingers over the pristine armrests, his satisfaction with this chair was off the charts. Though merely a chair, its streamlined design, plush cushions, and backrest that could be fine-tuned to his body's contours offered a long-forgotten luxury. During his days of roughing it in the wilderness, such comfort had been nothing short of a dream. 100 Sky Island coins for a chair? Worth every penny. He thought to himself, his body feeling more relaxed than ever before thanks to the chair's support. This morning, while browsing the mall, he discovered just how many amazing items were available in the intermediate mall. Holographic projector includes 100 films, 800 Sky Island coins. Fishing set 450 Sky Island coins. Portable sauna tent 700 Sky Island coins. Automatic massage mattress 950 Sky Island coins. Self-heating hot pot American barbecue deluxe set 5 flavors 50 Sky Island coins. American barbecue set includes secret sauce 60 Sky Island coins. 24-hour constant temperature preservation box 200 Sky Island coins. This beats those dry, compressed biscuits from the basic mall any day. Liemo licked his lips and promptly purchased 3 barbecue sets. After devouring his meal, he wiped his mouth and prepared to continue his journey. Suddenly, a message popped up in his private inbox. Daizina, what are you doing? Seeing the message, Liemo's breath caught and his heart began racing. Last night, he had abruptly left without even informing Xiao Jun. He had manipulated the floating island to accelerate away through the night. When Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun awoke, all they found was a solitary blueprint for a defensive structure. Liemo's fingers hovered mid-air as the private message interface fluttered slightly. A glaring red dot appeared before Dai Xinna's profile picture. It felt as though that figure clad in silver armor was coldly watching him. Ahem. He cleared his throat. The moment he tapped to initiate the voice call, Dai Xinna's icy voice pierced him like an ice spike. Doesn't someone owe an explanation for showing up after ages and then vanishing without a word? Liemo felt his ears suddenly burn. Though Dai Xinna's tone was icy, the concern beneath it was so palpable that even a stone like Liemo could detect it. Clearing his throat again, Liemo prepared to explain. Sis mentioned someone's name over a dozen times this morning. Xiao Jun's voice suddenly squeezed into the channel, accompanied by rustling sounds. Ah! Stop pinching my waist! Shut up! Dai Xinna's voice shot up sharply, followed by the sound of fabric rustling. Liemo could picture her now, silver hair swept across her shoulder blades as she turned her head, her ears tinged with a faint pink. I have to get stronger. That's the only way I can protect you too. That's why I'm exploring alone. Liemo deliberately kept his tone light, though his fingers unconsciously dug into the armrest. The channel fell silent for several seconds. So you didn't even leave a note? Dai Xinna's voice dropped suddenly, the last syllable carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. Xiao Jun and I searched every inch within a 3-kilometer radius. Liemo felt as if an invisible hand had clenched his chest. I'm sorry. The words slipped out before he could stop them, leaving him momentarily stunned. For the first time since his journey began, he found himself bowing his head to another person. Yet strangely, his throat felt lighter. I promise next time. Next time, take me with you. Xiao Jun suddenly interrupted, the rustling sound of pages turning echoing in the background. Brother-in-law, you still owe me that advanced archery skill book. Ouch, sis, stop pinching my waist. Liemo couldn't help but chuckle softly. He could vividly picture Xiao Jun's expression right now. She was undoubtedly being thoroughly scolded by the embarrassed Dai Xinna, who had pinned her down. Who says I'm your brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense, you're so disrespectful. Dai Xinna's scolding carried a hint of affection. Listening to the sisters' playful banter, Liemo's lips curved upward. Suddenly, Dai Xinna turned serious and said to Liemo, since you want to strengthen yourself, be careful. Remember, we're a team. You're not fighting alone. Oh my, and you said you weren't my brother-in-law? You're almost. Dai Xinna abruptly hung up the phone, leaving behind a man deep in thought. I know, Dai Xinna. I'll be careful. You all take care of yourselves. Wait for me to return. Chapter 75, No Enemies Gather. After settling all matters before him, Liemo piloted the floating island. He steered toward the floating island ahead. He had observed that this floating island was far larger than the obsidian tyrant floating island he had encountered before. It was easily more than twice as large. With the red moon still in effect, one could only imagine the level of power the monsters within would possess. But for the sake of growing stronger, he charged forward without hesitation. After traveling for some time, the brand new Sky Island arrived. Under the crimson moonlight, Liemo's floating island pierced forward like a sharp blade. The moment it pierced the membrane, a viscous, dark crimson mist instantly enveloped it. The mist hissed upon contact with skin, a searing sensation climbing into Limo's mind. Holy! This floating island is dangerous. If an ordinary player arrived here, they'd suffer heavy damage before even encountering any monsters. They'd either flee in disarray or stubbornly charge to their deaths. Limo inhaled sharply, the crimson mist seeping through his airways into his lungs. It burned his chest with a searing pain. But with the life core fragment and slime core boosting him, such minor injuries were insignificant. The damage to his body healed instantly. Limo then activated his life core, forming a jade-green shield around his body. It wrapped him tightly, not letting a single wisp of red mist penetrate. Though his regenerative abilities were extraordinary, he wasn't a masochist. If he could avoid the red mist's assault, he wouldn't subject himself to it. Only after the shield solidified did Limo lift his head to survey his surroundings. Endless red forest stretched out before him. That was the first piece of information Limo could gather. Beyond that, he couldn't discern anything else for the moment. After all, he couldn't fly, and even if he could rise into the air, that seemingly all-encompassing red mist would teach him a lesson. But Limo wanted to know, did this red mist envelop everything in all directions, or was it only the layer before his eyes? Dragon's Wrath, unleash! Instantly, a crimson flame erupted from his body. Limo's body surged with power. He stomped violently on the ground, launching himself forward like a cannonball. The ground beneath him cracked like a spiderweb, the fissures rapidly spreading over a radius of 10 miles. Whoosh! Limo's form soared upward, his body continuously surpassing one crimson tree after another. But the crimson mist seemed boundless. No matter how high he ascended, he couldn't escape its encircling embrace. Thud! Dirt flew from beneath his feet as Limo landed steadily. Phew, this is bad. This red mist is surrounding me from all sides. Limo frowned. This floating island felt strangely off to him, an indescribable eeriness permeating the air. Yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He'd have to take it one step at a time. No, just set the mountain on fire. Limo thought this, but it remained just a thought. If it disturbed some slumbering lord monster, that would be disastrous. The lesson from the Dark Elf Prince was still fresh in his mind. He couldn't fall into the same trap twice. Limo stepped forward, heading toward the central area ahead. His instincts and experience told him the central area held the key to solving the floating island's mystery. After taking a few steps forward, suddenly, a piercing pain shot through his foot. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Limo bent down in a hurry, only to see a pink root half exposed at his ankle. It was wriggling, trying to burrow into his ankle. Holy! A chill ran down Limo's spine. He grabbed the exposed part and pulled with all his might, trying to yank this damn thing out. SSSH. As he tightened his grip, a web-like tension pulled back from his ankle. The pain made him yelp. After burrowing into his ankle, this damn thing had actually taken root inside him. If he tried to rip it out by force, he'd tear out chunks of flesh along with it. Moreover, Limo could feel it releasing some kind of factor inside him, inducing deep sleep. Most players would be finished if they encountered this. This damn thing was truly extraordinary. It had silently breached his shield. This astonished Limo, but his surprise ended there. He clenched his fingers and forcibly yanked the damn thing out, pulling a small chunk of flesh along with it. However, under Limo's epic regenerative abilities, this minor wound healed rapidly, leaving not even a scar. What the hell does this thing even look like? Before his eyes lay a pink root stem, 30 to 40 centimeters long and no thicker than a millimeter. Its head resembled a carnivorous plant with gaping, blood-red maws. It was clamped tightly around a chunk of flesh, refusing to let go. The sight sent a chill down Limo's spine, and he promptly dispatched it with a fireball. Squeak! Watching the wretched thing burn to ashes, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly scanned his body once more, confirming no other threats remained before finally dressing himself. After taking a few steps, he felt uneasy and activated his arcane shield. Only then did he feel confident enough to continue forward. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, a group of well-equipped players had also landed on the island. The leader, radiating a purple aura, was decked out in full epic gear. If Limo had seen him, he would have instantly recognized the War God's Temple, the very faction that had clashed with him earlier. Bro, why'd the boss send us to this godforsaken place? A tall player wielding a heavy sword impatiently wiped droplets of water from his face. Mind your own business. The leader growled under his breath. Fine. The heavy sword player scowled, clearly displeased with the decision to land on the island. Suddenly, he felt an intense itching in his eyes, as if something were trying to burrow out. Ah! What the heavy sword player let out a sudden, agonized scream. When the others turned back, they saw 3 crimson vines emerging from his eye sockets. At their tips bloomed 3 human-faced buds, their petals still dripping with fresh brain matter. The purple-armored leader instantly drew his sword, its blade effortlessly severing the vines. But something even more terrifying happened. Pink spore mist erupted from the severed vine ends. 2 players exposed to the mist froze rigid, tree root-like protrusions emerging beneath their skin. Then, more flowers burst forth from the surface in an instant. They roared as they charged toward the group of players. "Everyone hold your breath," the leader roared. His sword blade suddenly ignited with a ghostly blue flame. With a swift spin, he sliced through the spore mist and the infected players at the waist. Within the severed player's abdomen, dense clusters of tender sprouts were taking root along the spine. The remaining players watched in horror, too terrified to utter a word. "Be brother." The survivors' teeth chattered. Beneath their feet, the soil began to writhe. Countless translucent roots undulated like living creatures. The bark of the surrounding mangrove trees suddenly cracked open, revealing white, tooth-like spikes protruding from each fissure. They launched a frenzied attack on the players. But this group of players proved themselves an elite squad. After the initial panic, they quickly regrouped into a circular formation and launched a counterattack, managing to withstand the first wave of assaults. "Everyone, get out of the way." The purple armor leader abruptly thrust his sword into the ground, unleashing a circular shockwave that radiated outward from him. All trees within 30 meters were blown clean off at the waist. Chapter 76, The Bizarre Floating Island, The Bizarre Little Girl. Liam, however, remained unaware of the battle unfolding elsewhere. He was carefully advancing toward the central area. "Damn it, why does this place keep repeating itself?" Liam frowned. That crooked tree had appeared 5 times already. He glanced around, confirming no strange creatures were nearby, before gripping Dragon Fury tightly. He walked toward the crooked neck tree before him. "Yes, it really is this one." Liam's brow furrowed as the 4 marks he'd made were clearly visible before him. Proof that this was indeed the crooked tree he'd seen earlier. "Damn it, I'm lost." Finally, Liam resigned himself to this tie reality. The parts of this floating island he'd explored so far was nothing but dense jungle and thickets taller than a man. They absorbed every last bit of moonlight, leaving none to reach the ground. Thus, the surface held no trace of low-lying green life. All had perished in this battle for sunlight, leaving only the tall, robust green lifeforms behind. If he hadn't already lost his way and couldn't find his path back, Liam would have marveled at this miracle of nature. But the immediate priority was finding his way. He couldn't fathom why, despite walking straight ahead the entire time. Why was he still circling in place? Even the compasses and directional robots sold in the mall had all failed. It seemed that under this crimson haze, all technological devices were useless. Screw it. I'm climbing a tree. Liam thought for a moment. Since the jungle was so dense, and he possessed rubber man abilities akin to Luffy's, he might as well move through the canopy layer. Let's see how this jungle could stop him now. No time to waste. Liam activated his slime core and his body began to transform instantly. From a distance, Liam now resembled a pool of melted rubber, soft and formless. Then, a leg over 10 meters long emerged from the liquid mass. It stomped directly onto the crown layer of the crooked neck tree, and the entire mass of liquid followed suit. Up we go. Standing atop the crooked tree, Liam's view suddenly opened up. Moonlight finally pierced the crimson haze, bathing the canopy in a reddish glow. He took a deep breath, inhaling the air thick with a sickly sweet floral scent. But the burning sensation intensified, showing no sign of abating. "At least I can see the path now," he murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping across the undulating sea of trees. Bathed in moonlight, the entire forest took on an eerie, dark crimson hue. The intertwined treetops formed a vast crimson web. Liam flexed his rubberized limbs, preparing to swing through the canopy like Tarzan. He stretched his right arm, aiming for a thick branch 5 meters away. Whoosh! His arm shot out like a rubber band, snapping precisely around the target. Roar! "I'm a loser." Just as he prepared to swing off it, the branch suddenly began to writhe. What the hell? Liam's eyes widened as the vine disguised as a branch tightened violently, hoisting him into the air. Even more terrifying, a dozen seemingly harmless vines around him came to life simultaneously, slithering toward him like venomous snakes. Damn it! He quickly contracted his body, transforming into a pool of liquid rubber before the vines could wrap around his neck, slipping free from their grasp. He regained his human form the moment he hit the ground, his back already drenched in cold sweat. The canopy layer proved far more dangerous than the ground. Only then did Liam notice that the flowers, which had seemed harmless moments ago, were now opening and closing at a visible pace, revealing serrated teeth within. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A strange sound came from his left. Liam rolled sideways in a reflexive dodge. The razor-sharp teeth of a giant carnivorous plant grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of corrosive mucus on the ground. What kind of floating island have I stumbled into? He drew Dragon Fury with a bitter smile, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. 3 carnivorous plants closed in, forming a triangle around him. The viscous droplets falling from their centers corroded the leaves, sending wisps of green smoke into the air. Liam took a deep breath. His rubberized legs suddenly expanded, propelling him upward like a spring. Twisting mid-air, he swung Dragon Fury in a crimson arc. Swish! The foremost carnivorous flower snapped clean in 2, spurting foul-smelling purple sap. The other 2 emitted shrill screeches as vine-like roots burst from the soil, lashing out like whips. Thud. One vine whip struck Limo's chest, slamming him hard against the tree trunk. He grunted in pain, certain at least 2 ribs were broken. What incredible strength! Limo's face betrayed his shock. After all, his current defenses were strong enough to withstand even number 1's heavy hammer. The slime core and life core fragments raced into action, instantly mending the fractured bones. You wanna mess with me? Limo sneered coldly. Dragon Fury, Rage Unleashed. Boom! A torrent of frenzied energy surged from the blade into Limo's body. His rubberized body instantly swelled, muscle fibers tightening like steel cables, while crimson patterns identical to Dragon Fury's emerged across his skin. His pupils contracted into 2 vertical slits. Come on! Limo charged toward the carnivorous flower cluster with a savage grin, his speed now more than triple what it had been. As Dragon Fury sliced through the air, it generated a sonic boom. Before the blade even reached them, the shockwave alone tore the 3 nearest carnivorous flowers to shreds. Splash! Purple sap sprayed like a torrential downpour. Limo neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the corrosive liquid to drench his body. The acid potent enough to melt through steel plates now only produced wisps of smoke upon contact with his rubber skin. He spun and swung his blade, severing every vine within 20 meters. Not enough power. Limo roared with laughter as he crushed a Venus flytrap attempting a sneak attack. His rubberized right leg swung down like a battle axe, smashing the ground into a spiderweb of cracks. The ambush, processed by his rapidly spinning life core, seemed utterly feeble. Killed evolved Venus flytraps 4, experience points plus. Level 14, 13000, 18000. Evolution energy increased by 4,000 points. Conquest tier increased by 4, current damage boost 2.1%. The carnivorous plant colony began to stir. They instinctively retreated. Suddenly, the entire canopy erupted, hundreds of plants awakening simultaneously. Now we're talking. Limo licked his lips. I casually allocated the attribute points to strength. Come on. Just as he prepared to charge at the awakening plants, he suddenly noticed all their movements had frozen. What's going on? Limo maintained his combat stance, scanning his surroundings warily. The claw-like vines hung suspended mid-air, the saw-toothed jaws of carnivorous plants ceased their writhing, the entire forest seemed frozen in time. He tentatively jabbed the tip of his blade at the nearest vine, no reaction. Even the burning sensation in the air had faded, leaving only a sickly sweet floral scent drifting through the crimson haze. Damn it! Limo refused to believe it, igniting flames in his palm. Sizzle, sizzle. The scent of scorched plant matter wafted into his nostrils, yet the vegetation before him remained utterly still. It was as if everything that had just happened had been an illusion. How peculiar. Limo withdrew his dragon fury, and his rubberized body returned to normal. Though he couldn't fathom what had transpired, his instincts urged him to press forward while he could. The canopy proved far more treacherous than anticipated. Limo frequently relied on the elasticity of his rubber limbs to leap and climb between thick branches. Moonlight filtered through the crimson mist, casting a blood-red hue over everything. As he scaled the 3rd giant banyan tree, Limo suddenly heard faint sobbing. The sound came from a hollow beneath him, naturally formed by vines, where a faint glow of firelight could be glimpsed. Someone there? Limo hesitated for a moment before sliding down the trunk. Pushing aside the vines at the entrance, he saw a girl of 7 or 8 curled up in the corner. She wore a tattered linen skirt, her brown hair was messy and tangled, and her face was smudged with dirt. She clutched a tattered rag doll in her arms, beside her a nearly extinguished oil lamp. Spotting Limo, she recoiled in terror. Don't be afraid, Limo said, holstering his weapon and slowly crouching down. Why are you alone in a place like this? I got lost. The girl sniffled. Those terrifying plants suddenly stopped moving, so I hid here. Limo noticed several wild fruit pits scattered at her feet. She must have been here for some time. Though encountering an ordinary little girl on such a dangerous island felt odd, she genuinely seemed unremarkable. What's your name? Where are your family? Xiaoqi. The girl wiped her tears. My mom and dad are gone. Big brother, can you take me away from here? Limo sighed. Though bringing a child along would complicate their escape, he couldn't possibly leave such a young girl alone in this hellhole. Alright, stay close to me. He held out his hand. But just so you know, I'm still finding my way too. I can't guarantee your safety. Xiaoqi's tears turned to a smile as she hurriedly grabbed the hem of Limo's shirt. Chapter 77, Evolved Plants. Outside the tree hollow, the crimson mist thickened. Limo could feel Xiaoqi gripping his sleeve tightly, her little hands trembling slightly. He glanced down at the girl who called herself Xiaoqi. Her dirty little face and tattered linen dress made her look like nothing more than an ordinary lost child. But Limo wasn't stupid. There was something decidedly off about this girl. A lost little girl, a bizarre floating island. This was practically the same plot as those horror movies from his past life. Someone unaware might think I'm in a novel. Limo sighed and shook his head. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. This floating island was truly unprecedented, something he'd never encountered before. It held no world-devouring monsters, only endless dread. Yet it was precisely these subtle fears that gradually breached the defenses within. "Stay close to me," Liamo whispered, his rubberized fingers gripping the tree trunk's protrusions. "We need to get out of this canopy first." Xiaoqi nodded and, surprisingly agile, kept pace with him. Liamo deliberately slowed his pace, leaping and maneuvering between thick branches. The motionless plants remained frozen in an eerie stasis, like an army of monsters under a spell of immobilization. "Big brother, did you come up from below?" Xiaoqi suddenly spoke, her voice as light as a falling leaf. Liamo paused in his steps. "You know about this island?" "Well, my parents and I were on a boat." Xiaoqi's eyes dimmed. Then a thick fog rolled in. "When I woke up, we were here." "On a ship? Aren't we all supposed to be on the floating island?" Li Mosgard went up. Could this girl be the island's ultimate boss? He knew this routine all too well. Moreover, he noticed that Xiaoqi's bare feet showed not a single scratch. In this jungle teeming with danger, it was nothing short of astonishing. "Watch out!" Liamo suddenly yanked Xiaoqi backward. A thick vine ahead began convulsing without warning, writhing violently like an electrified snake. Immediately, every plant in the forest began to tremble. "Run!" He scooped up Xiaoqi, his rubber legs instantly stretching to their limit as he propelled forward through the branches. Behind them came the rustling sounds of awakening plants. The saw-toothed jaws of carnivorous flowers snapped open and closed, spewing clouds of corrosive spores. "Turn left!" Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. Liamo instinctively followed the command, making a sharp turn into the narrow gap between two giant trees. The next second, their original position was pierced by countless vines, the sharp crack of splintering wood sending a shiver down their spines. "How did you know?" "There's a cave up ahead." "There's a cave up ahead." The leader in purple armor flashed a look of joy and shouted to the few remaining members behind him. Hearing this, the ashen-faced members erupted in wild joy. Finally, salvation. Finally, they wouldn't have to face these terrifying plants anymore. Everyone rushed into the cave like madmen, jostling each other. Then, one player hastily cast a spell, summoning a massive boulder to seal the cave entrance. Endless darkness, suffocating crimson mist. Yet in this moment, it felt strangely reassuring. Everyone lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Except for the purple-armored chieftain. Lu Jia remembered how the first corpse appeared. When the first teammate's scream pierced the thick fog, they thought they were under attack by beasts. But when they realized what was happening and launched their counterattack against the plants, the fallen comrade was suddenly hoisted by vines and instantly cocooned into a human-shaped chrysalis. Then, countless transparent threads emerged from his 7 orifices, sucking him dry until he became a desiccated corpse. Just as they were about to press on, the corpse burst open like an overripe fruit. Purple-red fungal filaments rained down over a 5-meter radius, instantly transforming 3 team members into convulsing, blood-soaked husks. "Retreat! I'll cover the rear." Lu Jia's roar sounded feeble amidst the death dance of the mycelium. He watched helplessly as his favorite teammates' ankles were ensnared by vines bursting from the earth. The thorny tendrils slithered like living snakes through the cracks in his armor. The teammates' screams abruptly ceased. Then, a vivid carnivorous flower bloomed from his throat. Huff! Lu Jia pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. That teammate was a comrade in arms who had been discharged alongside him. The two had been quite fated back then. To find themselves transported to the same realm, recognize each other, and embark on adventures together slaying monsters and joining a guild felt like destiny. They had assumed this expedition, bolstered by a full set of epic gear, would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. But these bizarre plants. Damn it! Lu Jia couldn't hold back, punching the wall so hard it shook the entire cave, sending rocks and dust cascading down. No wonder the guild leader hadn't sent his trusted lieutenant on this mission. Instead, he sent the usually low-key Lu Jia. He knew full well this was a trap. As a soldier, obeying orders was second nature to him. But that was no excuse for forgiving the chairman. "Damn it, Chen Jiafu, you just wait. I'll never rest until I've avenged this." Lu Jia cursed viciously. Yet he knew full well the chairman's strength far beyond what he could handle right now. Even with his full set of epic gear, compared to the guild leader, he was still no better than a giant ant. And he'd heard that the guild leader had also obtained the semi-legendary weapon blueprint dropped by that high-level monster earlier. Sigh, looks like I have to get that thing. Otherwise, whether I go back or not, it's death either way. He sighed, exhaling a puff of smoke as his thoughts swirled. For this mission, you may temporarily borrow that set of epic warrior gear from the warehouse. At the long table, the guild leader tapped his fingers on the armrest as he spoke slowly. Damage to the gear is no big deal, but you absolutely must bring this thing back to me. The guild leader suddenly stood up, his aura surging, sending a cold sweat down Lu Jia's back. You choose your own team members from the guild. Remember, you must bring that thing back. Remember that. Lu Jia wiped the blood from his faceplate. Of the 20-strong elite squad, only 5 battered survivors remained behind him. They advanced by stepping over the corpses of their fallen comrades, the only way they had survived. And quite literally, the bodies infested by the fungal mycelium served as the best antitoxic stepping stones. See Captain.
The youngest member of the squad suddenly froze. His pupils glowed a sickly white, a clear sign the fungus had taken hold. Lu Jie sighed inwardly at the sight. The basic life-saving serum had failed to take effect. Without hesitation, he swung his blade. As the team member's head rolled away, the fungal filaments spewing from his mouth had already coiled around his cervical spine.
Thanks.
Rest here. Wang So, clean up this area. Lu Jie crushed the mushroom-covered skull beneath his boot, his voice beneath the visor eerily calm. A fair-featured team member staggered to his feet, trembling as he unleashed a fireball. It reduced the corpse of his teammate who had been lively and chatting moments before to ashes. What a tragedy. Lu Jie couldn't bear it any longer and turned his head away, refusing to witness the brutal scene.
Chapter 78, Close Combat. Captain. There's a path inside this cave. Suddenly, a teammate's shout snapped Lu Jie back to reality. What?
Lu Jie focused his gaze where the team member was pointing beside the burning corpse.
There's a hole here, about a meter high.
He then opened his palm, and a ball of flame appeared. He retrieved 4 torches from his backpack, lit them, and handed one to each of the remaining teammates.
Captain, what do you think?
The player manipulating the flames leaned close to Lu Jie and asked in a low voice. Lu Jie stroked his chin, clearly deep in thought. They were trapped inside the cave by the plants.
Going out meant certain death. No, certain death.
Yet this cave gave him an ominous feeling. From the moment they landed on the island to fleeing into the cave and finally discovering the path.
It felt like an invisible hand was orchestrating everything. Damn it!
Lu Jie was flustered, roughly wiping the back of his head. He noticed the remaining 3 were all staring at him, as if he were their only lifeline. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jie waved his hand decisively.
Let's go! Let's go! Xiaoqi's soft, sweet voice drifted into Li Mo's ears, instantly giving him a headache.
After encountering this little girl earlier, he had first led her to safety and then hidden them both in a cave. Seeing her dirty, grimy face, his compassion stirred. After all, he was still a normal person, someone with a moral compass. He then bought her a set of clothes from the intermediate tier mall. Little Chi refused to wear them, insisting she must have a little dress.
She even declared that childhood without a dress was incomplete. After pestering Li Mo for quite some time, he finally succumbed to Xiaoqi's big-eyed charm. He bought a princess dress from the intermediate mall. After putting it on, Xiaoqi danced around happily, then launched into a barrage of verbal attacks on Li Mo.
It annoyed him to no end. Finally, they stumbled upon a hidden path in the cave. Xiaoqi perked up, crowned Li Mo the kingdom's general, and ordered him to take her on an adventure.
Li Mo was quite willing to comply after all, Xiaoqi was anything but ordinary.
And this strange little path before them might just bring him a big surprise. After purchasing 2 headlamps at the mall,
Li Mo set off with Xiaoqi.
The air inside the cave was damp and stifling, mingled with the scent of earth and something decaying. But to his utter astonishment, there were none of those damn plants. Li Mo wore his headlamp, its beam carving a bright column of light through the narrow passageway. Xiaoqi followed behind him, her small hand clutching tightly at the hem of his clothes, yet her face was filled with excitement.
General, are we going to defeat the evil dragon? Xiaoqi's voice rang out crisply in the enclosed space. Li Mo smiled helplessly. Let's see where this path leads first.
As they ventured deeper, the cave walls gradually smoothed out, as if deliberately carved by human hands.
Li Mo halted, reaching out to touch the wall.
His fingertips met a cold, hard surface.
Is this evidence of artificial excavation?
He murmured to himself.
Xiaoqi leaned in, curiously touching the wall.
This is so beautiful.
Li Mo frowned. Beautiful?
These rough stone walls couldn't possibly be considered beautiful.
But when he followed the direction of Xiaoqi's finger, he couldn't help but gasp.
Under the beam of his headlamp, the wall revealed a dense forest of symbols and patterns. The lines glowed an eerie dark red in the light.
What is this? Li Mo leaned closer to examine them. Little Seven suddenly let go of his shirt tail and skipped ahead. I know these. Mom taught me these characters. Wait. Xiaoqi.
Li Mo hurried after her, his heart racing. The big boss was finally going to reveal his true face. He prepared to summon Unit 1 and Unit 2 at any moment, then stepped forward to follow. Around a bend, the cave suddenly opened up. Xiaoqi stood in the center of a circular space, gazing up at the ceiling.
Li Mo followed, his headlamp sweeping the surroundings. He froze instantly.
The walls and ceiling of the entire circular space were covered in those dark red symbols. They formed a vast, dizzying pattern. At the very center of the floor, a 5-pointed star with a diameter of about 2 meters was carved into the ground.
What is this?
A chill crept up Li Mo's spine.
Xiaoqi, however, clapped her hands happily. This is Mom's room.
Just then, Li Mo heard the sound of hurried footsteps and voices approaching from behind. He spun around swiftly, shielding Xiaoqi behind him, his hand already reaching for Longnu.
Who's there? A deep male voice echoed from the corridor. Several flickering torches drew nearer until 4 figures came into Li Mo's view. Leading the group was a tall man holding a torch, his face etched with wariness. They looked utterly bedraggled, their clothes caked in mud and bloodstains. "Who are you?" Li Mo demanded coldly. Flames coalesced in his palms, ready to strike at a moment's notice. He fixed his gaze on the leader across from him. The aura emanating from this man rivaled even that of the Slime King he had encountered before. Wei. Lu Jia also sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Mo. Just as he was about to protest, his gaze fell upon Xiaoqi standing behind Li Mo. His breathing instantly became ragged. This was the item the guild leader had entrusted to him. "We were just passing through." Lu Jia's gaze swept past Li Mo and landed on Xiaoqi, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. "This little girl is none of your business." Li Mo cut him off, his tone hardening. Lu Jia narrowed his eyes. "Friend, there's no need for hostility. This island is dangerous. Cooperation is the wise choice." Li Mo remained on guard, not necessary. Just as Lu Jia was about to respond, Xiaoqi suddenly peeked out from behind Li Mo. "You guys are so noisy. You're disturbing my exploration with the general." Her voice was clear and childlike, yet it echoed strangely in the vast cavern. Even more eerie, the symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly for an instant in response to her voice. Lu Jia and his team clearly noticed this phenomenon too, their faces showing shock. "That girl?" The fire manipulator whispered, "She's not normal." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi suddenly puffed out her cheeks. "You're the one who's not normal," she declared, pointing her small hand at the team member. A chilling scene unfolded. The torch in the team member's hand suddenly extinguished. The flames in his palm vanished instantly, as if forcibly extinguished by some unseen force. "What the hell?" The team member stared at his hand in horror. Lu Jia's face drained of color as he took a step back. "What the hell are you?" Li Mo also turned to look at Xiaoqi in shock. The little girl's eyes glowed with an eerie light in the darkness, a childish smile playing on her lips. Yet it sent a chill down one's spine. "I'm Xiaoqi." She tilted her head. "Mommy says I'm the most special child." The cave suddenly shook violently, and rocks began falling from the ceiling. Everyone lost their footing. Li Mo instinctively pulled Xiaoqi close. "What's happening?" "An earthquake," one of Lu Jia's team members shouted in panic. The tremors lasted a few seconds before subsiding, but everyone felt an invisible pressure, as if something was awakening. "Captain, look over there." A team member pointed to the wall on the opposite side of the circular chamber. Illuminated by headlamps and the remaining torches, they saw a crack forming in the wall. Beyond the crack lay what appeared to be a larger chamber. Xiaoqi suddenly broke free from Li Mo's embrace and dashed toward the crack. "Mom's calling me." "Xiaoqi, don't go over there." Li Mo hurried after her. Lu Jia and his team hesitated briefly before following suit. Passing through the crack, they entered a vast subterranean chamber. Its scale far exceeded their imagination, as if the entire mountain had been hollowed out. At the center of the chamber stood a stone platform bearing an ancient altar. 7 stone pillars encircled the altar, each engraved with symbols identical to those covering the walls. At the very center of the altar sat a black stone sarcophagus. Chapter 79, People from the War God's Temple? What good is a full set of epic gear? What the hell is this thing? All 4 who had arrived, except for Xiaoqi, were utterly shocked. These bizarre symbols, the room filled with gibberish writing. And that coffin in the middle, radiating a deathly aura. Everything here screamed of the extraordinary. "Xiaoqi, come here." Li Mo, noticing Lu Jia's sudden movement, urgently called out to Xiaoqi standing nearby. Unfortunately, Xiaoqi seemed possessed, his eyes unfocused as he kept walking toward the black coffin. He kept muttering something under his breath, but Li Mo couldn't make out the words. The scene before him was utterly bizarre. First, there were the murderous plants that had managed to wound Li Mo, who had just finished his enhancement. Then there was this seemingly ordinary little girl who was anything but ordinary. She suddenly appeared before him, as if guided by some unseen force. He followed Xiaoqi to this very cave. Discover everything here. And those 4 players across the way, their intentions unclear, yet clearly fixated on Xiaoqi. Watching Xiaoqi about to reach the coffin's edge, Li Mo's temples throbbed uncontrollably, as if something terrifying was about to happen. "Come back." He activated the slime core, his arm instantly stretching over 10 meters to yank the dazed Xiaoqi back. "Holy, it's Luffy over there!" exclaimed the fire-manipulating player beside Lu Jia. The scene before them was utterly astonishing. Wasn't this the kind of ability only seen in anime? "Shut up!" Lu Jia snarled under his breath, cursing himself for choosing this guy. Acting like he'd never seen anything like it before. Sure, the rubber guy was pretty cool. But his own set of epic gear wasn't half bad either, right? Li Mo pulled Xiaoqi back into his arms, noticing her eyes were tightly shut. She'd clearly fainted. "Damn it, what the hell is going on here?" He cursed inwardly. These invisible, intangible threats were the most infuriating. If given the choice, he'd rather face those terrifying plants outside, rather than tangling with these inexplicable, undefinable things here. Friend across the way, do me a favor and hand over that girl in your arms. I'm Lu Jia, a member of the War God's Temple, ranked 101st on the leaderboard. Once we leave the island, you can pick any 2 high-grade materials from the warehouse. Seeing Li Mo seemed ready to leave, Lu Jia hurriedly spoke up. He revealed his identity and offered a condition he believed Li Mo couldn't refuse. After all, aside from the few colossal powers at the top, the War God's Temple was still among the top 10 in the region. Moreover, based on what the guild leader had revealed, the War God's Sanctuary was merely a branch of one of those colossal entities. Therefore, Lu Jia felt that the man before him would most likely grant him this favor. After all, the guild leader had guaranteed that fewer than 5 people knew that secret. Judging by the other party's demeanor, they had clearly stumbled onto the island by accident, arriving here through sheer luck and extraordinary skill. Given the 2 high-grade materials he'd requested, there was no reason for refusal. Lu Jia was overjoyed, thinking that once he got the girl and obtained that thing, he would definitely keep it for himself. Then he'd exact brutal revenge on that bastard Chen Jiafu. Lost in his thoughts, Lu Jia had already convinced himself that Xiaoqi was as good as his. He began walking toward Li Mo. Little did he know that his recent revelation of his family background. Not only had it failed to achieve anything, but it had instead fueled Li Mo's murderous intent. The War God's Hall. What a small world. I was just about to come looking for you lot, and here you are, walking right into my trap. What are you doing? Stay right there. Or I'll shoot. Li Mo drew Dragon's Fury and barked the warning. He paid no heed to Lu Jia's face, flushed crimson with humiliation. Lu Jia's gaze shifted between Xiaoqi and Li Mo, the smile fading from his face. True to their reputation as an elite squad from a top 10 guild, the moment Li Mo barked his warning, the flame-manipulating member beside Lu Jia ignited a ball of orange-red fire in his right hand. Meanwhile, another gaunt member had sinisterly blended into the cave's shadows, leaving only a faint, shadowy outline. Their coordination was impeccable. I'll say this one last time, War God's Temple is conducting business. All non-essential personnel, stand down. Lu Jia's expression remained calm, yet his tone carried the weight of an impending storm. It was clearly the calm before the storm. What if I say no? Li Mo's lips curled into a playful smile. You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Jia's eyes. His right hand clenched at the air and a warhammer coiled with purple lightning materialized from thin air. The hammerhead was as large as a washbasin, its surface engraved with obscure runes. Brother Jia's getting serious. The fire mage exclaimed. Li Mo's pupils contracted slightly. He could sense the terrifying energy contained within that warhammer. Even more unsettling, a complete set of purple gold armor suddenly materialized around Lu Jia. Each plate flowed with liquid lightning, while the helmet bore 2 curved horns like those of a demon. If those plant-based killing techniques weren't so damn bizarre, I wouldn't have been forced into this situation. Inside the armor, Lu Jia felt the immense power surge through him, his face contorted into a ferocious grimace. An epic tier set. Li Mo's throat tightened. He never imagined the War God's Temple would equip a member ranked beyond the top 100 with such gear. He himself only possessed an epic tier weapon. And the enemy had a full set. Lu Jia stepped forward with a savage grin. The moment his war boots struck the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the floor. Scared now? Too late. He raised his warhammer high. Thunderous might. Boom. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel crashed down from the sky, striking directly above Li Mo's head. In the nick of time, Li Mo shielded Xiaoqi beneath him as the slime core activated at full power. His entire back instantly swelled into a translucent gelatinous shield. Arcane shield. Deep blue runes instantly appeared, enveloping both of them. Boom. As the lightning struck the shield, Li Mo's entire body shook violently, his internal organs feeling as though they'd been dislocated. A charred hole blasted through the shield, its edges writhing frantically as the gelatinous material attempted to regenerate. Yet purple lightning serpents still raged within the wound, hindering regeneration. Yet under the dual repair of the life slime core, the lightning was swiftly purged. The shield was restored to its perfect form. You've got some skills to survive my hammer strike. Lu Jia seemed slightly surprised, but then sneered coldly. But my divine retribution set has the thunder resonance effect. Each subsequent strike will be 10% stronger than the last. Let's see how many hits you can take. Li Mo spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, his gaze growing even more fierce. His formidable regenerative abilities had already healed his wounds completely. He gently laid the unconscious Xiaoqi down, then held Dragon Fury horizontally across his chest with his right hand. Xiaoqi, move. Lu Jia suddenly barked. A pitch-black dagger suddenly stabbed out from the shadows behind Li Mo, aiming straight for his heart. Li Mo, already prepared, twisted his waist unnaturally 180 degrees, and Dragon Fury parried the strike with precision. A sharp clang echoed as sparks flew. The shadowed assailant grunted in surprise, clearly unprepared for Li Mo's extraordinary flexibility. Damn rubber man! Lu Jia narrowed his eyes. Old fire locked down his movement. The fire manipulator clapped his hands together and slammed them into the ground. Fire prison. 8 pillars of flame erupted from the earth, trapping Li Mo in the center. The intense heat warped the air, causing blisters to form on Li Mo's skin. Most deadly of all, the walls of fire were visibly contracting inward. It's over. Lu Jie strolled toward the wall of fire with the hammer of divine retribution dragging along the ground, leaving scorched marks in its wake. Forcing me to unleash the thunder god's descent, you've earned your death. The purple gold armor on his body suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless fragments that hovered in the air before hurtling toward Lu Jie like shooting stars. With each fragment merging into his body, his muscles swelled further. As the final helmet fragment merged, Lu Jie had transformed into a 3-meter-tall thunder giant, his eyes blazing with electric light. Die! The thunder giant swung his warhammer, unleashing a pillar of lightning over 2 meters in diameter that slammed into the wall of fire. The sheer force of this strike was enough to level the entire cave. At the critical moment, however, a cold smile curled at the corner of Li Mo's mouth. Then let's see who survives. Chapter 80, The Sinister Branch, 1 strike, 1 kill. Then let's see who survives. A cold smile curled at the corner of Li Mo's lips. Before Lu Jie in his thunder giant form, he was as insignificant as an ant. Yet in that moment, an unyielding flame burned in the ant's eyes. Playing tricks. Lu Jie roared, raising his thunder warhammer high once more as lightning crackled throughout the cavern. Wrath of the Thunder God. An even thicker pillar of lightning crashed down from the heavens, striking directly at Li Mo's head. Li Mo neither dodged nor retreated, crossing his arms above his head to brace for the blow. Boom! Lightning surged through his body, instantly charring Li Mo's flesh black and cracking his skin inch by inch. But strangely, the cracks began healing at a visible pace, the regenerating skin glowing with a vibrant pale green radiance. What? A flash of horror crossed Lu Jie's single eye. This can't be. Li Mo exhaled a mouthful of black smoke crackling with electricity, grinning widely. My turn. His left hand suddenly formed a mystic seal, while his right hand held the dragon fury blade horizontally across his chest. Fireball. Lu Jie was stunned. Wasn't this man a warrior? How could he know fireball? Whose mage had such incredible recovery abilities? He'd taken 3 hammer blows without even a scratch on his clothes. As his mana rapidly depleted, 30 crimson fireballs coalesced behind Li Mo. They shot forth in a triangular formation not toward Lu Jie, but straight at the fire mage. Old one, watch out! Lu Jie shouted, but it was too late. The fire mage instinctively raised his flame shield, only to watch in horror as his own flames proved utterly feeble against that sea of fire. The shield was instantly engulfed by the 30 fireballs. No! The first fireball shattered the shield, the second pierced his chest, and the third obliterated his head into dust. The remaining fireballs struck with pinpoint accuracy, reducing the headless corpse to ashes. The fire prison, now without its controller, instantly collapsed. Bastard! The assassin lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. He materialized behind Li Mo, thrusting his pitch-black dagger straight toward the back of his heart. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Li Mo's right hand twisted behind him with uncanny speed. The dragon fury blade traced a crimson arc through the air. Clang! The metallic clash echoed as the assassin's dagger snapped clean in two. He stared in horror at the sudden gash across his chest, his upper body slowly sliding to the ground. Li Mo's blade was too swift, he hadn't even felt the pain before being severed at the waist. Shi Jiechen. Lu Jie's eyes bulged with fury. Within mere seconds, 2 of his team members had fallen. The thunder giant form began to destabilize, fragments of the purple gold armor peeling away from Lu Jie's body. Forcing this form consumed too much energy. He had to finish this quickly. I'll kill you. Lu Jie roared as he charged toward Li Mo, his warhammer trailing blinding bolts of lightning. Li Mo took a deep breath. Dragon fury, rage unleashed. His eyes suddenly narrowed, his pupils transforming into startling vertical slits. Then he drew his blade, its light piercing the heavens. The dragon fury blade collided with the thunder warhammer. The clash of fire and lightning erupted into a ring of energy ripples within the cavern. Stalactites shattered and plummeted, while the ground cracked open in countless fissures. Crash! Li Mo was sent flying by the immense force, his back slamming hard against the rock wall as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet his eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. A crack had appeared on Lu Jie's warhammer. You actually. Lu Jie stared at the damage on his weapon, utterly incredulous. This was an epic tier set. How could it have been damaged? Could it be? He stared at Li Mo in disbelief. Li Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered to his feet. Your set isn't quite as invincible as you think. Lu Jie's face darkened like storm clouds. You forced my hand. In an instant, frenzied lightning elements filled the entire cave. Lu Jie's body swelled once more as fragments of the purple gold armor reassembled, but this time, the armor was covered in crimson patterns. Blood thunder possession. Lu Jie's voice grew hoarse. I'll destroy you body and soul. Li Mo's pupils contracted. He sensed Lu Jie's aura surge at least threefold. This wasn't a normal skill, it was a forbidden technique paid for with life itself. Die. Lu Jie transformed into a crimson bolt of lightning, appearing before Li Mo in an instant as his warhammer crashed down.
At the critical moment, the mysterious coffin in the center of the cave suddenly shook violently.
Crack! A crack split open in the coffin lid, spewing blinding green light. A jade green branch shot out from the coffin, wrapping itself precisely around Lu Jie's neck. What?
Lu Jie struggled in terror, but the chains didn't budge an inch. Even more terrifying, the blood thunder energy within him was being voraciously absorbed by the chains. His purple gold armor rapidly faded, and Lu Jie's body visibly withered away at an alarming rate.
No, no! President, save me!
Lu Jie let out a piercing scream, reaching out into the void as if someone there could save him.
Li Mo cautiously took a few steps back, the dragon fury blade held horizontally across his chest.
He noticed Xiaoqi's furrowed brow twitch suddenly, as if sensing something. The coffin lid swung fully open, revealing a faint, shadowy human form within the green glow. The chain snapped taut, and Lu Jie's screams abruptly ceased. His body shattered like a millennia-old desiccated corpse, crumbling into countless particles that drifted into the air.
A terrifying silence fell over the cavern. Li Mo's breathing grew ragged as he stared fixedly at the coffin.
The green light gradually faded, and the human-like silhouette inside the coffin vanished, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. But the scattered fragments of Lu Jie's armor and the broken remains of his warhammer on the ground reminded him this was no dream.
Cough, cough.
Xiaoqi suddenly coughed herself awake, her eyes darting around in confusion.
What happened?
Li Mo hurried to her side, casting a wary glance at the coffin.
It's over. The enemy is dealt with. Xiaoqi's gaze was drawn involuntarily to the coffin.
She staggered to her feet and began walking toward it.
Don't go near it. Li Mo grabbed her arm. That thing is dangerous. Xiaoqi looked confused. But, it's calling me. Li Mo's heart skipped a beat.
He studied Xiaoqi's eyes closely and realized her pupils had turned a pale green, the exact same color as the glow emanating from the coffin.
How do you feel? Is anything hurting? Li Mo asked in a low voice.
Xiaoqi shook her head and pointed at the coffin.
There, something is waiting for me. Li Mo frowned deeply.
The war god's temple would stop at nothing to obtain Xiaoqi, and now this mysterious coffin was reacting to her.
What secrets did this seemingly ordinary girl conceal? As Li Mo pondered, the cave suddenly began to tremble. Rocks fell from the ceiling, and more cracks split open in the ground. The cave is collapsing. Li Mo scooped up Xiaoqi. We have to get out of here.
He cast one last glance at the coffin, noticing it was slowly sinking, as if preparing to vanish back into the earth. Before the coffin closed completely, Li Mo caught a fleeting glimpse of a pair of green eyes inside, staring intently at him and Xiaoqi. Those eyes held an indescribable ancientness and world weariness. A chill ran down Li Mo's spine. He dared not linger, clutching Xiaoqi as he sprinted toward the exit. Behind them, the rumbling of the collapsing cave grew ever closer. The moment they burst out of the cave, a deafening explosion echoed behind them, sealing the entrance shut forever. The sunlight made Li Mo squint, and he finally noticed that both he and Xiaoqi were covered in wounds and blood.
Brother Li Mo, your injuries.
Xiaoqi looked at him with concern.
Li Mo smiled. It's nothing. I'll be fine soon. Sure enough, the wounds began healing at a visible pace. Xiaoqi's eyes widened in astonishment as she gently touched Li Mo's regenerating injuries. That's amazing. She murmured softly. Chapter 81, Gaia's Gift. Ultimate Regeneration. Li Mo waved his hand dismissively.
Now was no time to relax. Outside, there were so many murderous, bizarre plants. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Just as he scooped up Xiaoqi, ready to flee for his life. Suddenly, his entire body froze, as if bound by some invisible force.
Could it be? Cold sweat poured down Li Mo's body. Could it be that the thing from the coffin had followed him out? Lu Jie's gruesome fate was still vivid in his mind.
A full set of epic gear, enhanced with forbidden power. Yet before that coffin, he was like an ant crushed effortlessly. Not even a speck of dust stirred. He'd barely escaped death just now. He wasn't ready to die yet.
Li Mo's muscles tensed to the breaking point.
Cold sweat trickled down his brow into his eyes, stinging sharply. But what terrified him more was that intangible restraint, like being submerged in solidified resin, unable to even twitch a fingertip. Xiaoqi in his arms was equally rigid, only her eyes, gradually turning jade green, could still move.
Fear not.
A voice resonated directly within his skull, carrying the deep resonance of the Earth's core.
You are the chosen observers. Li Mo's eyes widened as emerald green halos seeped from the cracks, coalescing into countless luminous particles in the air. These points swirled and coalesced, gradually forming the outline of a woman. She possessed slender limbs, waist-length hair that shimmered like ribbons of light, and wore a classical gown made of pure energy, its texture indistinguishable. As the face fully materialized, Xiaoqi suddenly began to tremble violently. Li Mo felt the girl's body temperature in his arms rapidly rising, faint green veins emerging beneath her skin. Her entire being seemed poised to transform into something else entirely. At last we meet, my other half.
The woman of light extended her hand toward Xiaoqi, her fingertips trailing thread like green light. Li Mo's throat suddenly tightened.
Who are you? He instinctively clutched Xiaoqi tighter, though the effort nearly drained him of all strength.
In the civilizations of your human race and all other races, I am known as Gaia.
The woman's voice echoed. Mother Earth, planetary consciousness, web of life. Alas, these romanticized titles fail to describe a planet's suffering.
As she spoke, the surrounding crimson mist suddenly began to boil.
Evolutionary essence.
Gaia raised her other hand, a droplet of dark red liquid suspended above her palm.
This is the stuff that makes plants smart. Look how adorable it is. Gaia's gaze softened as she watched the droplet as if it were her own child.
Over 500 million years ago, single-celled life on the continent underwent a sudden, mutation-like evolution. Countless brilliant lifeforms emerged during that era, with the throne of evolution ultimately claimed by the human race.
But the great Gaia would never discriminate among her children. Thus, the magnificent second era dawned.
The human race was swiftly dethroned, and life across the continent ushered in a second magnificent explosion. Gaia's countenance twisted into a hideous grimace, her once beautiful features suddenly contorted with fury.
Humans have never been as great as they imagined themselves to be.
Her voice suddenly took on a metallic sharpness. The entire world trembled with her fury. Amidst Gaia's fury, Li Mo witnessed abandoned cities on the horizon collapsing in waves.
Across the burning sea, whales leapt in agony, desperately trying to shake off the gasoline coating their bodies. In a laboratory, people in white coats poured black powder into the sea. Xiaoqi suddenly let out a pained whimper. But Gaia is ultimately merciful. How could she let her children die? Thus, those humans became part of Gaia.
Forever slumbering within this land. Gaia herself fell into eternal slumber, her will scattered across the land as countless fragments. And I am but a mere, insignificant thread among them.
After hearing Gaia's account, Li Mo froze in place. It seemed Xiaoqi's identity was truly extraordinary.
He should be safe from death now. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the figure before him spoke again. According to my memories, one strand of my will has been obtained and fused by a player. This sudden player must be someone he sent to acquire another strand of Gaia's will. Too bad he ran into you.
Only upon hearing Gaia's words did Li Mo grasp the truth of the matter.
He had stumbled onto the island by accident, unwittingly snatching another player's destiny. This was a fragment of Gaia's will. This being before him was merely a fragment of the true Gaia, yet it could effortlessly slay a player clad in full epic gear.
Let alone the complete Gaia. Moreover, upon hearing that he had inadvertently snatched another player's destiny, Li Mo felt an inexplicable tinge of satisfaction. Was this what they called NTR?
His mind raced, but then he remembered that the war god's temple belonged to that poor soul. This was merely a small act of revenge, nothing significant. After all, you only lost a sliver of Gaia's will, one powerful enough to defy heaven and rewrite fate. Whereas I was cursed by a member of your guild. This was a perfectly fair apology.
Yes, perfectly fair. Li Mo thought this as he looked down. The girl's skin had already turned completely translucent. Why is this happening?
He hurriedly looked up at Gaia before him.
Relax, human. Gaia's voice suddenly softened.
This is not death, but evolution.
She floated to a position just half a meter away from Li Mo.
I need a witness and observer who can remain lucid during the transition between the old and new eras.
Xiaoqi's body suddenly floated into the air. The girl's body split open like a shedding snake.
A humanoid figure, radiating a soft green glow, emerged from within. The shed shell rapidly carbonized, crumbling into powder in the wind.
My incarnation is not yet complete.
The newly formed figure spoke in a voice identical to Xiaoqi's.
It requires symbiosis with a witness to stabilize its existence. Gaia's main body began to disintegrate, the green light flowing toward the suspended Xiaoqi like receding tides. Remember, human.
Her voice grew fainter and fainter. The crimson mist is both destruction and rebirth. When you unravel the mystery of the red mist, you shall become.
Li Mo did not hear Gaia's final words.
The humanoid figure floating in the air had now shrunk to the size of a palm, gently landing on his shoulder. Suddenly, his entire body was consumed by a searing pain. Not even the life core or slime core could help. This wasn't physical pain, it was a searing brand upon his very soul.
After struggling for a while, Li Mo finally regained consciousness. Brother Li Mo? Mini Xiaoqi tilted her head, her transparent wings like cicada wings unfurling behind her. I feel like I remember so much, yet I've forgotten even more.
Her voice gradually grew tearful.
Did mommy abandon Xiaoqi? You're my only family left, big brother.
A faint smile touched Li Mo's lips as a complete profile of Xiaoqi suddenly appeared before his eyes.
Chapter 82, Immortal Body. Can you kill me? Name, Xiaoqi Gaia's will fragment symbiotic form. Level, 14 scales with host. Race, planetary will. Status, symbiotic bond. Loyalty, max. Skills. Life link. Xiaoqi and Li Mo share vitality. Effect, HP recovery rate plus 300%. When near death, triggers life recall, instantly restoring 50% of maximum health. Gaia's touch. Xiaoqi senses life energy in the surrounding environment, granting Li Mo the nature affinity effect. Effect, all plant-type enemies gain plus 50% initial affinity. Evolution resonance. Xiaoqi's presence accelerates Li Mo's genetic evolution. Effect, all attribute growth bonuses increased by 200%. Upon each level up, additionally gain 100 free attribute points. Gaia barrier. Xiaoqi deploys a shield composed of pure life energy, resisting all physical energy attacks. Effect, absorbs damage equal to 3 times Li Mo's maximum HP. When shattered, releases a shockwave that knocks back surrounding enemies and stuns them for 2 seconds. Life bloom. Xiaoqi briefly reverts to the Gaia's will form, unleashing a wide-area energy burst that simultaneously heals and destroys. Effect, friendly units instantly restore 100% HP and remove all debuffs. Enemy units lose 5% of maximum HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Holy. Upon witnessing Xiaoqi's ability, Li Mo was stunned, nearly shouting out loud. HP recovery speed increased by 300%? Combined with his own life core and slime core, wouldn't that make him practically invincible? And the more he looked at the subsequent skills, the faster Li Mo's heart raced. This was simply too overpowered. Although he hadn't gained much evolution energy this time, nor stacked many layers of conquest. But just level 7 alone. That alone was enough to surpass everything. What's more, he'd encountered that elite squad from the War God's Temple old enemies. It's just a shame about that set of epic gear. Li Mo felt a pang of regret. After all, he was still only equipped with fine gear. Its defensive stats were long since inadequate for his needs. Apart from the chance to become immune to damage, Li Mo couldn't find any reason to keep it. If they could produce one set of epic gear, they must have more in reserve. He smiled as he pulled a token from his backpack. God of War Hall Token. Description, issued exclusively by the War God's Temple Guild leader. Possession grants access to guild coordinates and various quests. This was dropped from that assassin. It dropped from his body. It even recorded the exact coordinates of the War God's Temple Guild. Li Mo took it out to examine it. The numbers on it hadn't changed. Compared to when he first obtained it, it had only shifted a few grid squares along the x-axis. Moreover, upon checking, he found it wasn't very far from his current location. Only 3 or 4 days' journey. War God's Temple, here I come. Li Mo grinned savagely, but his immediate priority was to teleport the materials back. After slaying that fire mage, he had obtained the desired materials from the corpse. But the quantity was insufficient. He pulled out the evolution furnace and casually evolved the materials, doubling their quantity. Enough to build 2 defense towers. After sending all the materials to the sisters via the guild, he chatted with Daesina and Xiao Jun for a while. Li Mo ended the call and fused the floating island. In an instant, every plant on the floating island came under his control. He could command these plants to attack anyone. He could also command them to remain still, as ordinary plants. But the crimson mist enveloping the island remained beyond his comprehension. What Gaia had said before the fusion, Li Mo still couldn't achieve that yet. Yet in his view, evolution was simply the process of continuously enhancing one's combat prowess. Only by growing stronger could he unlock the true mysteries of the human body. His gaze hardened as Li Mo summoned Unit 1 and Unit 2. He wanted to test just how far his combat strength had progressed since acquiring Xiaoqi. He first walked to the center of the island, where the vegetation was densest. Beyond the vegetation, countless evolved animals roamed freely. Spear-throwing monkeys, centipedes over 10 meters long. But equally, whether plant or animal, anything on this island now fell under Li Mo's command. After summoning Unit 1 and Unit 2, he silently invoked the Gaia barrier. Instantly, a layer of emerald light coalesced around him into a translucent energy shield. This shield emitted a soft glow, appearing quite fragile. But it was immeasurably stronger than his own arcane shield. Come on! Li Mo shouted into the air, his gaze locking onto a massive, sturdy tree not far away. Coiled around its trunk was a massive python several meters long, its body covered in hard scales. Clearly, it was one of the island's powerful mutated creatures. Sensing Li Mo's intent, the giant python let out a hissing roar. Its massive body slid nimbly down the trunk, lunging straight toward Li Mo. Its gaping maw opened, revealing sharp fangs glinting coldly. Then, Unit 1 received the command, and the heavy hammer came crashing down. Whoosh! The giant python's attack tore through the air, slamming violently into the Gaia barrier. Thud! 2 dull impacts echoed. The serpent's body was instantly repelled, emitting an agonized hiss. Unit 1 was also knocked back several steps by the recoil, stumbling until Unit 2 steadied him. Li Mo felt the vibrations reverberate through the barrier. Yet the shield remained solid, not even a single crack appearing. Not bad. Li Mo thought to himself. The Gaia barrier could absorb damage equivalent to 3 times his maximum health. With his current health pool, this shield could withstand several such attacks head-on. The giant serpent refused to back down, launching another assault. This time, it unleashed its full power, coiling and twisting its body to strike Li Mo from a more angle. Li Mo remained unflustered. Just as the giant serpent lunged forward, about to touch the Gaia barrier. Boom! A powerful surge of life energy erupted violently. The Gaia barrier enveloping Li Mo shattered instantly. But the shattered energy did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a powerful shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. The shockwave's force was astonishingly fierce, sending the giant python flying through the air. Its body tumbled several times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving it momentarily dazed. Surrounding trees and vegetation were blown askew by the force. How about it, number 1? Number 2? Li Mo looked at his two puppets. Master, you're truly incredible. Number 1 replied. It answered from the bottom of its heart. That green shield was nothing short of divine. His full power strike left no trace whatsoever. Instead, it sent me staggering back several steps. As for that python, it was truly pitiful, all effort, no reward. Instead, it was stunned by the shockwave from the shield's shattering. After hearing the puppet's reports, Li Mo nodded. Very good. It seemed his ability to withstand blows had greatly improved. Next, it was time to test his recovery abilities. He first had Unit 1 step aside to avoid being accidentally hit by the upcoming attack. Number 2, aim at me. Li Mo stood in the center of the clearing, arms spread wide. Fire the royal gel barrage at full power. Number 2's gel-formed body trembled slightly. As his left arm raised, a viscous stirring sound emanated from it. A vortex of mucus spun rapidly in his palm, instantly manifesting 30 fluorescent green gel projectiles. Li Mo simultaneously commanded the ranged attack creatures. Spear monkeys and dart frogs launched their attacks simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 Gel pellets sliced through the air, screeching shrilly as they hurtled toward Li Mo. Simultaneously, the surrounding mutated creatures launched their assaults. Spear monkeys let out shrill screeches, their arms bulging with muscle as they hurled dozens of poison-coated bone spears. Poison dart frogs puffed out their cheeks, spewing neurotoxic venom that formed a deadly purple rain curtain in the air. Any one of these attacks could instantly kill an ordinary player. Yet Li Mo stood rooted to the spot, arms spread wide, letting the barrage rain down upon him. Puff! 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 Gelatinous projectiles struck first, exploding instantly upon contact with Li Mo. Corrosive mucus violently ate away at his skin, flesh dissolving at a visible pace. Next, bone spears pierced his chest, abdomen, and limbs, their potent venom spreading rapidly. Finally, the paralyzing venom drenched his entire body, freezing even his nerves with toxin. Within a single second, Li Mo's body was riddled with holes, barely recognizable as human. Master! Unit 1 cried out in alarm. Yet, in the very next instant, buzz! A surging wave of life energy erupted from within Li Mo's body. HP recovery speed plus 300%. Life core plus slime core plus Gaia symbiosis. Triple recovery effect stacked. His flesh regenerated at a terrifying speed. Corroded skin healed in an instant, bone spears piercing his body were forced out by newly formed muscles, toxins completely metabolized. In just 2 seconds, Li Mo's body was restored to its original state, not even a trace of injury remaining. Ha 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 ha. Feels good. Li Mo roared with laughter, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Unit 2 and the surrounding mutated creatures froze in shock. Such regenerative power defied all logic. Again! Li Mo growled, this time, with a stronger attack. Unit 2 hesitated not a moment, its gelatinous body convulsing violently. 100 gel projectiles coalesced simultaneously, each possessing even greater corrosive power than before. The spear monkeys entered a frenzied state, hurling bone spears wrapped in crimson energy. The poison dart frogs collectively gathered their strength, spewing concentrated neurotoxins that dyed the very air purple. Boom! All attacks struck simultaneously. Li Mo's body vaporized almost instantly under the devastating barrage, leaving only half a corpse. However, life regression. Xiaoqi's power activated, and Li Mo's remains suddenly burst into a dazzling green light. 50% of his maximum health instantly restored. His bodied within the light. Flesh, bones, and skin regenerated at a visible pace. 3 seconds later, Li Mo stood unscathed where he had been, even his clothes restored to their original state. Is this what an immortal body looks like? Chapter 83, The True Leader of the War God's Temple, the Chosen One? Awesome! Li Mo roared with laughter, gazing skyward. This was true immortality. The attacks from these beasts and Unit 2 barely scratched him. He healed in the blink of an eye. But you must understand. If these attacks hit other players, even Lu Jia, decked out in a full set of epic gear, wouldn't survive. Li Mo could guarantee it. And he himself wasn't even wearing a full set of gear, let alone top-tier equipment. So he managed to survive almost entirely thanks to his ridiculously powerful regeneration ability. If he were to face Lu Jia at full strength again, Before the second hammer even came down, Li Mo would have already restored his body to its original state. He then stowed away Unit 1 and Unit 2, and stepped out of this wondrous jungle. Since he was the true ruler of this island, there was no resistance whatsoever. He effortlessly merged the two floating islands into one. After the fusion was complete, Li Mo returned to his residence. Looking at the modest two-story house before him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Even though he was so powerful now, he still lived in a basic structure. Luxury mansions were certainly available in the mall, but none of them were classified as structures. They were just houses. They offer no attribute bonuses. They're just pretty but useless ornaments. Damn it, once I get to the War God's Hall in a few days, I'm snatching up every single good item. Li Mo sat in his chair, staring at the token in his hand. Silently, he made up his mind. But there was no rush now. Li Mo had more important matters to attend to. The matter Gaia had previously told him about had stirred deep contemplation within him. Since only by growing stronger could he uncover the essence of evolution, then he must continually challenge formidable foes. Only then could he keep improving. And in Li Mo's mind, there was one perfect candidate. The Dark Elf Prince. That half-lord level Treant. Back when he led the sisters to safety, he once used a firestone enhanced to 999+, blowing the semi-lord level monster to smithereens. And I even managed to hack off a chunk of its life core, the very essence of its existence. Judging by the Dark Elf Prince's reaction at the time, he seemed severely weakened. Even after a week had passed, Li Mo could guarantee it hadn't fully recovered. Because it was precisely because of him and the three sisters had caused the Treant to awaken prematurely. It was born prematurely. It was already born with insufficient primordial energy. And with Li Mo's meddling on top of that, his efforts were now utterly wasted. Originally, after his strength had greatly increased, hunting down the Dark Elf Prince would have been a sure thing. But that damn red moon appeared. The monster's attributes increased by 50% instantly. This forced Li Mo to think carefully. Should he continue pursuing the Dark Elf Prince? But after acquiring Xiaoqi, Li Mo made his decision immediately. Leave not a single trace of him. After making his decision, Li Mo checked his character stats for the first time in ages. Player, Li Mo. Class, Warrior Mage. Level, 14. Attributes, Strength 650, Constitution 650, Agility 520, Spirit 720, Mana 660. Skills, Fireball Evolved, Arcane Shield, Charge, Heavy Strike. Weapons, Battle Axe, Dragon's Fury, Apprentice's Staff. Equipment, Life Core Fragment, Slime Core, Gaia's Will Fragment. Special item, Oath of Conquest, level 16. Damage bonus, 2.1%. Phew, didn't expect my current strength to be this formidable. Li Mo nodded. It was just that his mage weapon was still too trashy. It was only of fine quality. Not even good enough to be considered decent. This meant that when facing powerful enemies, Dragon's Fury remained his absolute mainstay. After being enhanced with soul fragments, it should have shone brilliantly. Yet due to the weapon's weakness, it couldn't unleash its true potential. I really need to find a mage weapon. Li Mo wiped his face. Before the guild was established, he still had a chance to trade for an epic tier weapon. After all, a warrior couldn't use a mage's gear anyway. Better to trade it away. With that thought, Li Mo took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the door. Dark Elf Prince, here I come. You mean Lu Jia and the others are all dead? War God's Temple Guild. An immense, resplendent palace. Upon the throne at its deepest recesses, a being of exquisite beauty whose gender was impossible to discern. Seated upon it, their expression as deep and still as water, interrogating the man kneeling before them. If Lu Jia were resurrected and witnessed this scene, he would surely gasp in astonishment. The War God Hall's leader, that invincible man, Chen Jiafu, kneeling before this being whose gender was impossible to discern. President, I never expected this. Even with a full set of epic gear, we suffered total annihilation. I truly deployed every elite member we had. Those were the elite troops the guild poured resources into cultivating. Fear had distorted the handsome features of Chen Jiafu's face. Others may not know, but Chen Jiafu knows it all too well. Without the man before him, the very existence of the War God's Temple would be in question. In other words, if he so desired, he alone could bring the War God's Temple to its knees. According to Gaia's will, the Gaia scattered across that floating island should not be like this. Unless someone else has stolen the embodiment of that will. Lu Jia and the others have done someone else's bidding. Seated upon the throne, the figure's expression darkened like storm clouds as he murmured. At this stage, only a handful possessed the strength to reach such heights. Suddenly, the figure rose to his feet. Pacing over to Chen Jiafu, he raised his hand to lift Chen Jiafu's chin. Even so, you have failed in your duties. You are unworthy of the position of chairman. No. The words were cut short as Chen Jiafu's skull was crushed clean off his shoulders. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the man's clothes. Yet he paid it no mind, merely waving his hand as everything returned to normal. Except for the dead Chen Jiafu. The Chen family has produced a worthless piece of trash like you. What a disgrace to our ancestors. When will I, Chen Feng, revive the Chen family? His words were passionate, his hands flailing wildly. Had Li Mo been present, he would have recognized the man before him. This was Chen Feng, the very man who had invited him to join the guild. Whoever you are, stealing my Gaia fragment means death. Is it the Tianfeng squad or that bastard Wan Yu? Chen Feng shook his head and opened his attribute panel. Player, Chen Feng. Class, Holy Mage. Level, 17. Skills, Nature's Awakening, Nature's Plunder, Growth of All Things, Gaia Resonance unactivated. Special skill, Mother Nature. Nature's Revival. Consumes mana to reverse the physical state of all deceased units within the past 10 minutes. Does not affect self. Revived units retain 90% of their original combat strength. Remaining in the natural realm causes summoned units to continuously lose vitality. And maintain 100% loyalty to the caster. Up to 3 units may be summoned simultaneously. Natural Plunder. Drains 2% of the target's maximum health per second upon contact. 50% of plundered energy converts into temporary attribute bonuses for the summoned entity. Growth of All Things. Catalyzes accelerated plant evolution using one's own blood as a medium. Gaia Resonance unactivated 210. Requires collecting all 7 Gaia fragments to activate. Mother Nature. For each additional member under your command, the 4 attributes of your naturally revived units increase. Current tier, 5000. Increases 4 attributes, 250. Gaia Fragment, where are you? When I first arrived here, I somehow obtained a fragment by chance. Thus, my ambition soared, convinced I was the chosen one. This journey was meant to be my destiny. Thus, I recruited many formidable players. Plus, I was the eldest son of the Chen family from Jiangnan. This transmigration brought along many brothers and sisters from the same clan. He decided to recruit them into his guild as well. Then, relying on the substantial natural bonuses, he campaigned across the floating islands. He acquired abundant resources, which he then distributed among his siblings, enabling them to establish their own guilds. This approach both expanded the Chen family's influence and increased his own natural tier level. By now, his natural tier has reached 5000. This grants my summoned creatures a 250-point boost to all 4 core attributes. It's an unstoppable force. After all, a 250-point boost to all 4 attributes doesn't just double or triple combat power. It's a 5 or 6-fold increase. High-level monsters of the same tier are no match for Chen Feng's summons. Report! The sudden shout snapped Chen Feng back to reality. The member looked at the unfamiliar face before him with a puzzled expression. Where's the guild leader? Go ahead and speak your mind. The guild leader is out. Chen Feng explained. Alright, the exploration team discovered a semi-lord level treant. The member stated. But according to the elite squad's reconnaissance, this treant isn't fully matured. It can be hunted. After digesting the news, Chen Feng waved the member away. He paced back and forth, deep in thought. A sub-lord level treant? And it's injured too. Perfect to replace that guy. Alright, I'll lead the team to hunt it down. Chen Feng elegantly swept his hair to one side. He declared with conviction. Chapter 84, Arrival. One hand on the sub-lord, the other on the war god's temple. Dark Elf Prince, you're finished. Li Mo swept his hair to one side and declared with conviction. He glanced at the previously marked coordinates. About half a day left. Li Mo took a sip of wine and removed the roasting meat from the stove. The sizzling, oil-dripping meat whetted his appetite. He devoured it in no time. Li Mo wiped his mouth with a piece of paper. This hunt for the Dark Elf Prince demanded thorough preparation. He now possessed some evolutionary energy. He tried it out. He could only evolve 2999 plus firestones. For ordinary combat, these were already formidable weapons. But to kill a semi-lord level treant in its blood moon state? That might still be a bit of a stretch. Just 2999 plus firestones? That's barely a scratch on that behemoth, isn't it? Li Mo muttered to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. He knew that even in its normal state, a semi-lord level tree monster would be a formidable foe. And in the red moon state, its strength and defense would be greatly enhanced. A tree monster in that state was nothing short of a nightmare. Maybe I should explore some smaller floating islands first to gather some evolution energy? A sudden thought flashed through Li Mo's mind. And it's only getting worse. Yeah, it'll be here soon anyway. Li Mo turned his head and scanned the surroundings. He spotted numerous floating islands. All of these are sources of evolutionary energy. Something that could give him an extra edge. No time to waste. Li Mo redirected the floating islands course. He steered toward the surrounding cluster of floating islands. He began hunting monsters to gather evolutionary energy. Chen Feng stood in the center of the grand hall. Beneath his feet lay ground freshly cleansed by natural forces, not a trace of blood remaining. His slender fingers lightly brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeves. As if the brutal act of crushing Chen Jiafu's skull moments ago had never occurred. Issue the order. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced the marrow of every person present like icy shards. Chen Jiafu was dismissed from his position as chairman for dereliction of duty. I shall temporarily oversee all affairs of the War God's Hall. The hall fell deathly silent. Dozens of high-ranking War God Temple officials bowed their heads, none daring to meet the gaze of those eyes glowing with a faint green light. Chen Feng was thoroughly satisfied with this effect. Violence remained the most effective tool of governance. The ancient Emperor Jiangwen treated his ministers kindly. The result? His subordinates rebelled one after another, and Qi City surrendered. In the end, only a handful fought to the death rather than surrender. This serves as a telling example. Chen Feng walked slowly toward the gilded throne that once belonged to Chen Jiafu. His fingers tapped lightly 3 times on the armrest. The seat immediately twisted and deformed. The wooden structure writhed and reorganized like a living thing, ultimately transforming into a natural throne. The kneeling crowd before him watched in awe. Such a feat was utterly unheard of. Now, I intend to assemble a hunting party. Target a semi-lord level treant. Shan Yu. The first name he called was the silver-haired woman standing in the front row. Present. The woman knelt on one knee. She was Chen Feng's cousin and the foremost among the 3 vice presidents of the War God's Hall. Your frostbite arrows will control the battlefield. Understood. As Chen Yu lowered her head, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. She knew better than anyone that since acquiring that fragment, her cousin had grown increasingly inhuman. The gentle cousin of the past seemed irretrievably lost. Chun Lei. Present. A burly man, built like a bear, stepped forward. Your flaming warhammer excels against wood-type monsters. You will lead the assault. Chen Lei excitedly pounded his chest. I won't let the guild leader down. Chen Feng gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Any further questions? Chen Feng surveyed the assembly, the green glow in his eyes intensifying. He didn't truly care about the answers, he was simply reveling in the thrill of commanding the entire situation. Chen Feng had long grown weary of the goody two-shoes version of himself back in the clan. Now, with his power surging and extraordinary encounters multiplying, 10 fragments were enough to piece together too. All these signs only deepened his conviction. He was the true chosen one. Having prepared everything to perfection. After the last member called upon received his orders and withdrew, Chen Feng remained alone on the throne. He opened his attribute panel. His gaze lingered on the entry 4, Gaia Resonance unactivated. The 2 fragments collected so far were hidden within the jade pendant at his chest, pulsing with a rhythm only he could sense. A treant, an injured sub-lord level creature. He murmured, his fingers tracing the surface of the pendant. A monster of this caliber likely holds the 3rd fragment within its body. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the window, making the banners atop the war god's temple flap wildly. Chen Feng rose to his feet, his robes billowing without wind. Whoever is collecting Gaia's fragments. Chen Feng's voice faded into the distant end of the corridor. Will ultimately become stepping stones for my ascension to godhood. Skyblade Squad, Wang Yi, you will never be a match for me, Chen Feng. The sole protagonist of this era can only be me, Chen Feng. Fireball. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky. They obliterated every last mutated groundhog on the ground. Li Mo opened his interface. He discovered his evolution energy was sufficient to craft 4 firestones. Only then did he stop. Phew, what a hassle. He had traversed 5 empty islands. All he found were ordinary monsters. Even the Guardians were only elite-level monsters. They couldn't provide much evolution energy at all. What a slog. It took a full hour to gather all the required energy. Ding. Evolution successful. Congratulations on obtaining 999 plus Flintstones X4. Li Mo nodded with satisfaction. Counting the ones he already possessed. He now possessed a full 6 firestones. With the powerful support of Unit 1 and Unit 2. Along with Xiaoqi's buffs and his own super recovery ability. Taking down an injured sub-lord level monster was a piece of cake. Let's go. Half an hour later. Li Mo stood at the edge of the floating island. He narrowed his eyes. The distant island, shrouded in the crimson moonlight, was now clearly visible. Prince, I'm coming. Li Mo approached the island. He pushed off with both feet. He returned to this floating island. He turned his head, scanning the floating island. Since his last departure, the floating island had not changed significantly. The only difference was that all those disgusting tree roots had vanished from the earth. Only bare earth remained. Endless and boundless. In the distance, Li Mo spotted the central area. A towering giant tree. That was the object he needed to find. Without hesitation, he felt the 6 flint stones in his pocket. With his mind at ease, he sped toward his destination. Ever since those 3 humans had ruined his plans, he withdrew all the root systems spread across the land. This prevented unnecessary energy expenditure. It also allowed him to fully focus on restoring the tree spirit's primordial essence. Especially a few days ago. For some unknown reason, the moon suddenly turned red. Then, a sudden surge of power flooded into its body. Not only did my recovery speed increase by several levels, but my strength also grew significantly. Even the previously missing life core was gradually being restored. This filled the prince with unbridled joy. Since the death of his clan, this was the first genuine joy he had felt from the bottom of his heart. The dark elf prince suddenly sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. The retrieved roots twisted restlessly deep within the soil. That human again. The prince's crimson pupils contracted sharply. That human had left a deep impression on him last time. Especially that bizarre object he'd pulled out at the end. It nearly cost him his life. It seemed he thought the prince was still weakened. Thinking he could take advantage of the situation. The prince chuckled inwardly. Times have changed. It would make this human pay with his life for its kin. Dozens of thick tree roots suddenly burst from the ground, coiling like giant serpents toward the speeding Liamo. One root's tip hardened into a spear, piercing through the air toward Limo's heart. Thud! The tree spear struck with deadly precision, piercing through Limo's chest. Got him! The prince grinned savagely. But the next second, his expression froze. Liamo glanced down at the tree spear lodged in his chest and actually grinned. Is that all? The piercing wound began healing at a visible pace. The spear was forced out by the rapidly regenerating flesh. It clattered to the ground. Not even a scar remained at the wound site. How is this possible? The prince was stunned to discover that the corrosive toxin he had infused into the tree spear had been completely ineffective. That potent venom, potent enough to reduce an elven elephant to a pool of pus and blood within 10 seconds, had vanished without a trace within Limo's body. Liamo shrugged his shoulders. He had kept the life link active the entire time. Liamo patted the small, green glowing device at his waist. The prince's attack would have to instantly kill both of them simultaneously. But that was clearly impossible. The prince launched a second wave of attacks, refusing to believe it. Hundreds of hair-thin poison needles shot toward Liamo from all directions. Each needle was coated with a different deadly toxin. Liamo neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the poison needles to pierce his entire body. Standing rooted to the spot like a hedgehog, he even leisurely counted the needles embedded in his body. Only 137. Every wound healed instantly as the needles were pulled out. Xiao-Qi crouched on Limo's shoulder, his body also glowing with a healing green light. He chirped defiantly at the prince. My turn. Liamo suddenly accelerated, his right hand igniting with searing flames. He slammed his fist into the trunk of Prince's true form, and the fireball spell swiftly spread along the bark's grain. Aya! The prince let out a piercing scream. He frantically summoned moisture from the earth to extinguish the flames, only to find them stubbornly resistant. Just then, a distant chorus of battle cries echoed in perfect unison. Liamo turned his head to see a well-equipped squad rapidly closing in. The emerald pendant on the leader's chest glowed with a green light. Chapter 85, Confronting the War God's Temple. Is that all? Captain, there's someone up ahead. Within the War God's Temple's elite squad, an archer spotted Liamo from a great distance. He called out the warning. Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. A lone individual dared to challenge a monster of the sub-lord level? And during the Crimson Moon phase, his eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. Chen Lei, go check out that guy. To his left, the towering Chen Lei could hardly contain his impatience. Unable to contain his belligerence, he charged forward, battle hammer in hand. War God's Temple business. All non-essential personnel, get out of the way. Chen Lei's roar thundered like a clap of lightning. Wielding his flaming warhammer, he charged ahead at the forefront. The elite members of the War God's Temple followed closely behind. Their uniform crimson armor glowed with a blood-red light beneath the red moon, resembling a burning legion. Liamo narrowed his eyes. Why was he running into the War God's Temple again? Was he destined to cross paths with them today? But then a cold smile touched his lips. Perfect timing. His original target had been the Dark Elf Prince. But now that the War God's Temple had come knocking, he wouldn't mind harvesting a wave of evolution energy while he was at it. Chen Lei moved with blinding speed. As a warrior, his agility rivaled that of an assassin. In the blink of an eye, he was before Liamo. Then, swinging his right arm in a wide arc, he brought his warhammer crashing down toward Liamo. Boom! Chen Lei's warhammer slammed into the ground with brutal force. Searing flames erupted in a fan-shaped blast, instantly engulfing the area where Liamo and the prince stood. But Liamo's figure had vanished long ago. Where is he? Chen Lei roared. Behind you. Liamo's voice drifted lightly from behind him, followed immediately by thud. A heavy punch slammed into Chen Lei's back. He was sent flying dozens of meters, crashing into and shattering several boulders before coming to a halt. The War God's Temple members stirred in chaos, but quickly regained their formation, clearly well trained. Don't panic. Ranged classes, focus fire. A mage barked the order. In an instant, fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning intertwined into a web of destruction, closing in on Liamo. Liamo neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the attacks to strike his body. Boom! As the explosion's dust settled, Liamo stood unscathed where he stood, even brushing dust off his clothes. Is that all you've got? He sneered, his eyes turning cold. Then it's my turn. He raised his hand abruptly, flames materializing in his palm. The intense flames instantly coalesced into a massive fireball. It hovered above his head like a miniature sun. This was precisely the enhanced capability of the fireball spell. It could freely alter the fireball's shape and had evolved explosive properties. Upon striking an enemy, the fireball would split into countless smaller fireballs, dealing further damage. Truly the ultimate choice for clearing out minions. Without a doubt. At this moment, Liamo regarded his opponents as nothing more than a horde of minions providing experience and energy. Taste this blazing starburst. Liamo couldn't bring himself to utter the clunky name fireball spell. So he gave it a name that sounded downright badass. True to its name. The fireball slammed into the war god temple's formation. A group of players helplessly watched the sky-obscuring fireball overhead. For a moment, they were utterly at a loss. Boom! The terrifying shockwave instantly hurled the frontline warriors into the air. The mages and archers in the back rows screamed in agony as the intense heat seared their skin. Defeated War God Temple XX, gained 1000 EXP, 500 evolution energy. Killed War God Temple XX, gained 1000 EXP, 500 evolution energy. Defeated War God Temple XX, gained 1000 EXP, 500 evolution energy. Ding! Sufficient experience points. Leveled up to 15. Rune system activated. Third skill slot unlocked. A fireball struck, instantly obliterating 3 squishy targets in the back row. Liamo's experience points skyrocketed. He instantly reached level 15. But he had no time to examine the specifics of his new abilities, because a vast horde of enemies still stood before him. Damn it! Chenlei scrambled to his feet from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. He tore open his shirt. War God's Temple fight to the death. Chenlei's body erupted in blazing flames, resembling the fire god incarnate, as he charged toward Liamo once more. At the same moment, the Dark Elf Prince finally regained his composure. It stared coldly at the two combatants locked in battle, a sinister grin spreading across its lips. Fight, fight! Chenlei's roar echoed across the burning battlefield. His body bathed in flames, each step leaving scorched footprints in the charred earth. Liamo narrowed his eyes, sensing the surging energy fluctuations emanating from his opponent. It felt exactly like Lu Jie before. Clearly, both were wielding some secret technique that consumed their very lives. He really doesn't value his life at all. Liamo was speechless. Why did they always resort to self-harm? What a lack of proper upbringing. Well then, he, Liamo, would take a little loss. He'd reluctantly play the role of Chenlei's father and give this son a proper lesson. A faint smile touched Liamo's lips as flames surged from his right hand. Boom! Chenlei's warhammer crashed down with devastating force. Liamo neither dodged nor evaded, taking the blow head-on. Flames collided with flames, erupting in a blinding white light. The ground cracked, and the shockwave reduced every stone within 10 meters to dust. Gotcha! Liamo chuckled softly through the dust. His right hand gripped the warhammer tightly. His left hand shot out, clamping down on Chenlei's throat. Snap! The sound of cracking vertebrae rang out clearly. But Chenlei grinned savagely as his body suddenly swelled. He was about to self-detonate. Holy! Liamo couldn't help but curse under his breath. What kind of goddamn person is this? Either self-mutilation or self-destruction. Are you even human? Back off! A sharp command rang out from the War God's Temple squad. Liamo's pupils suddenly contracted. At the last possible moment, he flung Chenlei toward the distant Dark Elf Prince. Boom! The blast shockwave snapped every tree within 100 meters clean in half. The Dark Elf Prince let out a pained howl. Dozens of tree roots were blown to shreds, dark green sap raining down like a storm. He'd been looking forward to watching the show. How did it get blown up out of nowhere? Cough, cough. Liamo emerged from the smoke and dust. The wounds on his body healed at a visible pace. Xiaoqi perched on his shoulder, its fur slightly singed, yet the green glow remained steady. Is that all you War God Temples got? Liamo sneered, his gaze fixed on the distant figure that had remained motionless. The man wearing the jade pendant around his neck. He could sense it. This man was his kindred spirit. He too possessed a fragment of Gaia. And judging by Lu Jie's earlier actions, Liamo was certain. Gaia fragments can sense each other. It's just that my level is too low. That's why I can't sense them. But it's simple enough, just kill this person, right? The man slowly raised his head, revealing a face with sharp, angular features. He clapped lightly. Impressive. To single-handedly take on an elite squad from my War God's Temple, you truly possess some skill. And you possess a fragment of Gaia. Chen Feng smiled faintly as the jade pendant suddenly burst into brilliant green light. Therefore, you must die here today. The ground suddenly trembled as countless emerald vines burst forth from the earth. In an instant, they wove themselves into a vast net spanning 100 meters. Li Mo's face paled. Could I really get injured today? Chapter 86, Chen Feng's confidence, knocked flying with a single punch. Yet, just as the emerald net was about to completely envelop him, a fierce glint flashed in Li Mo's eyes, instantly summoning Dragon's Wrath. A long blade, entwined with crimson flames, materialized in his hand. The blade radiated a heat akin to molten lava. Before the blade even reached its target, the air was already scorched and warped. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade in a fierce backhand strike. Where the blade passed, flames coiled into a roaring fire dragon. It tore a massive gash through the impenetrable web of vines. The acrid smell of burning filled the air instantly. Emerald vines withered and charred rapidly in the inferno, emitting a hissing sound. Li Mo's figure burst from the flames, landing steadily several meters before Chen Feng. Impossible, screamed the war god temple mage. Even the advanced boss of the Emerald Prison can be trapped. Chen Feng's smile faded, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. But soon, that inscrutable expression returned. He clapped his hands lightly once more. Very well. It seems I underestimated you. This weapon, quite interesting. Li Mo couldn't stand this pretentious jerk anymore. You've got no real skills, so why are you putting on such airs? Li Mo hated nothing more than people showing off. Especially right in front of me. Gripping Dragon's Fury, flames danced along its blade. When did high-level bosses become available? Those are just goblins with thicker health bars. Then he pointed at Chen Feng and declared, You think you can trap me with such petty tricks? You've seriously underestimated your old manly. His gaze sharpened as he pointed at the jade pendant hanging from Chen Feng's chest. Enough talk. That thing belongs to me. Chen Feng finally revealed a hint of amusement at the words. Running his fingers over the pendant, he murmured softly, You want it? Then come and take it if you dare. But before you get it, I'll make sure you understand one thing: the true holder of the Gaia fragment is only me. A confident, almost arrogant smile spread across Chen Feng's lips. As he caressed the jade pendant hanging from his neck, its emerald glow suddenly intensified. Vivid green energy veins surged from his body, sinking into the scorched earth beneath his feet. Let me show you what true Gaia power really is. Chen Feng's voice trembled with excitement. Rock Guardian Colossus. A 5-meter-tall figure, woven from granite and ancient dark green vines, slowly rose to its feet. Bloodthorn Queen Elena. A blood-red figure leapt from beneath the earth. Her form was slender and delicate, yet radiated a deadly allure. Her jet-black hair flowed like liquid ink. Yet every inch of her skin seemed woven from lush, blood-red roses and thorny vines. Wings of azure thunderstorm falcon. Finally, accompanied by a piercing shriek, a colossal form, forged from the very essence of wind and thunder, surged skyward. It spread a pair of wings spanning nearly 10 meters. Each feather flickered with electric arcs, its entire form shrouded in raging thunder. It traced a perfect arc through the air before settling directly above Chen Feng. 3 formidable summoned creatures formed a perfect formation, shielding Chen Feng at its center. Li Mo's gaze sharpened. He could sense the surging energy within these 3 creatures. In that moment, he finally understood why Chen Feng was so confident. Oh? So he's a summoner. Li Mo licked his parched lips. The dragon's fury in his hand emitted an excited hum. This was going to be interesting. The fighting spirit in his eyes not only failed to wane, but instead burned even brighter at the sight of such a formidable opponent. Very well, Chen Feng. You've successfully piqued my interest. Cousin, has his strength truly reached such heights? Chen Yu stood behind Chen Feng. Her eyes were wide with shock as she murmured. Earlier, when Li Mo unleashed that fireball, they called it the Flaming Explosion Star. But that was no mere fireball. It was clearly a torrent of fire raining down from the heavens, a scene of apocalyptic destruction that consumed everything. As an elite archer of the war god's temple, her keen senses instantly detected the destructive power contained within that searing orb. Her body instinctively drove her to seek cover. Her bowstring was taut, fingers instinctively gripping an arrow, ready to dodge, ready to strike back. But at the critical moment, her cousin Chen Feng suddenly unleashed his secret technique. An invisible yet resilient membrane instantly expanded outward, enveloping most of the elite members nearby. Chen Yu felt a gentle yet resilient force envelop her. It shielded her from the external heat and pressure. Yet even through that membrane, Chen Yu could still distinctly feel the violent tremors of the ground. Her eardrums buzzed, and even her internal organs seemed jolted out of place. Through the distorted membrane, those members not shielded in time were either hurled away by the shockwave, their armor melting, or instantly consumed by flames, reduced to charcoal. They didn't even have time to scream. Her once proud archery skills seemed utterly futile. She didn't even get a chance to act. Merely standing there, she felt suffocating despair. Not a single word came out. She opened her mouth, but closed it again. She looked at her companions. Those elite warriors, mages, and assassins who usually brimmed with confidence and spirit. Now they hung their heads like wilted eggplants. Dejected and speechless. Though they were genuinely thrilled by Chen Feng's incredible feat. And felt fortunate to have such a great guild leader. But comparison is the thief of joy. That Li Mo, even with his extraordinary abilities, far surpassing all of us. But when facing President Chen Feng, he was still as insignificant as an ant. Still so powerless, so utterly hopeless. Does President Chen Feng truly need people like us? President Chen Feng, truly the strongest player in this world. Is this the gap between us? Chen Yu stared blankly at the towering figure before him. These three summoned creatures, powerful beyond measure. Are they your true source of strength? It turns out we were never on the same path. Your power has long since soared beyond the heavens. We merely bask in your radiance, allowing us to live peacefully in this world. It's just a pity. Shen Yu looked up at Li Mo, who remained as arrogant as ever. She shook her head regretfully. Compared to herself, he was indeed a formidable opponent. But compared to her cousin? It was like comparing a true dragon to a mere insect. As they spoke, a fierce battle had already erupted between them. It was a pity about that handsome guy over there. With such formidable strength, he was destined to perish here. Out of pity for such a fine specimen, she did not continue watching the battle. My cousin has finally unleashed his full power. This should settle everything, Shen Yu thought to herself. Suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. Trace an elegant arc, landing steadily before him. Thud. The thud startled Shen Yu. She opened her eyes and looked over in alarm. Cousin. Chapter 87, absorbing a half-lord level monster. Is Chen Feng invincible now? Cousin. Shen Yu screamed, unable to believe her eyes. The cousin Chen Feng, who had always been invincible in her eyes. Now he was flying backward from the center of the battlefield like a kite whose string had snapped. He crashed heavily before her. Amidst the swirling dust, Chen Feng swiftly rolled to his feet. The jade pendant's glow flickered on and off. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undimmed. Interesting. Chen Feng wiped away the blood. His gaze, sharp as a torch, fixed on the opposite end of the battlefield. Li Mo stood rooted to the spot. Two peculiar-looking puppets hovered beside him. The one on the left was entirely black, shaped like a tower shield number 1. Its surface shimmered with a metallic sheen. To his right stood number 2, composed of translucent gel. Your summons are indeed formidable. Li Mo ran his fingers lightly along the blade of dragon fury. But my puppets aren't mere decorations either. At the center of the battlefield, Chen Feng's 3 summons had regrouped. Ancient vines coiled around the rock guardian colossus, flickering with green light. They were repairing the rock body corroded by gelatinous blobs. Queen Bloodthorn, Elena, floated gracefully in the air. Blood-red roses bloomed around her. The storm falcon circles high above. Thunder crackled between its wings. Then let's continue. Chen Feng sneered coldly. The jade pendant flared with dazzling light once more. The rock guardian launched the first attack. A massive stone fist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, slammed toward Li Mo. Just as the fist was about to connect, Unit 1 teleported instantly before Li Mo, unfolding a translucent energy barrier. Boom! Amidst the deafening collision, Number 1's barrier cracked like a spiderweb. Yet it successfully withstood the blow. At the same time, puppet Number 2's gelatinous body convulsed violently. A viscous stirring sound emanated as its left arm rose. A vortex of mucus swirled rapidly within its palm. 30 fluorescent green gel projectiles materialized instantly. Corrosive barrage. Li Mo commanded softly. Gel pellets poured forth like a torrential downpour. Each traced an eerie arc through the air. Precision guided toward the 3 summoned creatures. The Bloodthorn Queen flickered, attempting to evade. But the gelatinous projectiles suddenly split apart mid-air, forming a vast net that enveloped her. Ah! Elena let out a piercing scream of agony. The crimson rose withered and fell the instant it touched the gel. The storm falcon dove downward. Its wingspan stirred up a gale, attempting to scatter the gel projectile. Yet the viscous substance seemed alive, surging against the wind, adhering to its feathers. The thunder's power reacted violently with the corrosive gel. A blinding flash erupted, followed by acrid smoke. The stone guardian roared, crossing his arms to shield himself. It braced itself against the impact of over a dozen gel projectiles. But these gel grenades could deal damage equal to the target's maximum health. Simply put, the higher your health, the more damage you take. Then, countless pits were corroded into the rock's surface. The vines withered at a visible pace. His entire aura instantly withered. Chen Feng's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected Li Mo's puppet to possess such formidable power. He swiftly changed his hand gestures, and 3 green beams shot out from the jade pendant. each beam infused into one of the 3 summoned creatures. Natural revival. With Chen Feng's low command, the pitted surface of the stone guardian filled with newly formed rock. The vines regained their vitality. The Bloodthorn Queen's form blossomed with even more vibrant roses. She devoured every last trace of the gel clinging to her body. The Storm Falcon let out a piercing cry, its thunderous power surging. The gel evaporated completely. Useless. Liamo shook his head, flicking his fingers lightly. Unit 2 suddenly bent its body. Under Chen Feng's puzzled gaze, Unit 2's body erupted violently. Countless arcane projectiles, mixed with gelatinous blobs, shot forth, locking onto every creature present except allies. The Stone Guardian roared, smashing several projectiles with a punch. But more missiles dodged its defense, heading straight for the Bloodthorn Queen and Stormhawk behind it. Elena spun gracefully, whipping her crimson vines like lashes at the incoming projectiles. Each strike landed precisely on a gelatinous projectile, triggering a chain of mid-air explosions. Stormhawk displayed astonishing agility. He weaved through the missiles while unleashing a dense web of lightning. Lightning collided with gel, erupting in blinding flashes and a pungent, acrid smell. Chen Feng seized the moment and suddenly charged toward Liamo. The jade pendant flared with intense light. His right fist was enveloped in a layer of emerald green energy. Gaia Fist. Liamo seemed to have anticipated this, a faint smile playing on his lips. His arm instantly extended 5 meters. From a great distance, he delivered a powerful slap to Chen Feng. Smack! The crisp sound echoed across the floating island. Chen Feng winced in pain. For a moment, he froze. As if he hadn't quite processed it. Liamo saw Chen Feng's reaction. Couldn't help but chuckle, then raised his hand and slapped Chen Feng again. Smack! This time, it seemed to snap Chen Feng out of it. He clutched his face, staggering back in disbelief. How had Liamo managed to hit him just now? He looked up to see Liamo smiling at him. His left arm had fused into his right, forming an enormous middle finger. This guy's arms can actually extend. And it could stretch like slime. Chen Feng finally realized. That bastard Liamo had fused with the slime core. You stinking bastard. Chen Feng covered his face, cursing Liamo in fury. Liamo laughed. You tried to show off, and now you've finally been humiliated. Feels good. But now it's my turn. The next second, Liamo appeared behind Chen Feng. Dragon Fury thrust straight at Chen Feng's back. At the critical moment, the Bloodthorn Queen's vines wrapped around Chen Feng's waist, yanking him violently away from the danger zone. The blade grazed Chen Feng's shoulder, leaving a trail of blood beads. Oomph, quick reflexes. Liamo withdrew Dragon's Fury with a hint of regret. After landing, Chen Feng swiftly adjusted his stance. 3 summoned creatures immediately fell back into defensive formation, shielding him at their center. The battlefield fell into a temporary stalemate. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Yu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. She had never seen anyone gain the upper hand against her cousin when he was fighting at full strength. That man named Liamo. Just who was this formidable opponent? Could my cousin lose? The terrifying thought barely surfaced. She forced it down. No, my cousin is invincible. He must have a backup plan. As if to prove Chen Yu's thoughts correct, Chen Feng crouched down and suddenly burst into laughter. A massive tree root clenched in his hand. Liamo instinctively sensed something was wrong, just as he moved to intervene. But a branch suddenly shot out and caught his ankle. Inertia propelled him forward uncontrollably. Chen Feng cackled maniacally as the tree root in his hand suddenly erupted with a blinding green light. Countless tendrils writhed like living creatures, coiling up his arms. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf Prince was indeed in agony. He had left a single root behind, failing to retrieve it, allowing this human to seize the opportunity and absorb the tree spirit's energy. Yet he was powerless to resist. The aura emanating from this human was overwhelmingly oppressive. It was like a tiger facing a kitten. Though both are felines, the difference between them is as vast as heaven and earth. It couldn't even muster the will to resist. For within that human's body resides the essence of Gaia. Natural predation. In an instant, the tree roots transformed into surging life energy, violently flooding into the bodies of his 3 summoned creatures. Boom! The shattered body of the Stone Guardian was entwined by emerald vines. Ancient bark sprouted from the rock's crevices. It transformed into a colossal tree rock demon. Its size swelled to 3 times its original size. The shattered form of Queen Bloodthorn, Elena, was enveloped in fresh thorns. Blood-red roses bloom with an eerie purple glow. Sharp wooden thorns sprouted from the tips of the vines. The gravely wounded Storm Falcon was petrified. Its wings transformed into verdant ancient wood. Thunderclaps now carried piercing wooden spikes. Li Mo's pupils contracted slightly as he immediately retreated. But the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open, unleashing countless sharp roots like spears. Swish! He dodged sideways, yet his left arm still bore a bloody gash. Chen Feng rose slowly, sneering coldly. Now, it's my turn. The The giant tree demon roared as it swung its fist down. Before the fist's force even reached him, the ground collapsed and cracked. Liamo crossed his arms to block. Yet the blow sent him flying dozens of meters. He crashed into several boulders before finally coming to a halt. Before he could catch his breath, the soul-devouring Thorn Queen's vines coiled toward him like venomous snakes. Their sharp wooden thorns aimed straight for his throat. Tisk! Liamo swung his right hand, sending the Dragon Fury blade spinning in a slash, slicing through every vine. But the next instant, wooden blade sky assault. The storm falcon in the sky spread its wings in fury. Countless wooden spikes poured down like a torrential rain. Liamo was instantly engulfed in the storm of wood spikes. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. Shenyu, watching the battle, finally broke into a smile. We won. But, is that all? Amidst the dust, Li Mo's voice rang out coldly. A crimson pillar of flame shot skyward, consuming every wooden spike in its path. Liamo stepped out slowly, his body engulfed in dark crimson flames. Not a single wound marred his body. Chapter 88, Liamo cornered. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was half the attributes of a half-lord monster he had absorbed. How could it be neutralized so effortlessly? Impossible. Chen Feng cried out in shock. This flame was utterly unprecedented. Nothing is impossible. Liamo sneered coldly, the flames surging violently around him. The air itself warped from the intense heat. Chen Feng refused to believe it. He urgently commanded his summoned creature to press forward. The giant tree rock demon's fist thundered toward him once more. This time, Liamo didn't dodge. Instead, he charged straight into it. His body erupted in flames, transforming into a crimson fluid. In an instant, it enveloped the giant tree rock demon's fist. The immense impact was broken down and absorbed within the fluid. Then, in an instant, Liamo channeled it back out. Boom! The colossal body of the giant tree rock demon was forced back several steps by the recoil of its own power. Charred cracks scorched across its rocky surface. It let out a low, agonized growl. Before it could regain its footing, the soul-devouring Thorn Queen's vines surged like a tidal wave. This time, they carried even more potent corrosive properties and razor-sharp thorns, forming an impenetrable web. Liamo snorted coldly. His body darted through the vines like a ghost. Fiery flames ignited upon the Dragon Fury blade, instantly reducing the vines to ash. Then Liamo propelled himself into the air, stomping on the severed vines, charging straight toward Elena's true form. Damn it! Chen Feng urgently activated his power. Elena immediately retreated backward. Yet the storm falcon soaring overhead sensed danger. It let out a piercing cry. Dense wooden spikes mixed with thunder crashed down from the sky, attempting to force Liamo back. Instead of retreating, Liamo advanced, his left hand suddenly reaching upward in a sweeping motion. A thick chain of fire erupted from his palm. It wrapped around one of the storm falcon's wings. Sizzle! The ancient wood feathers were scorched by dragon flames. A crackling, scorched sound echoed. The storm falcon let out a mournful cry, losing its balance, plunging downward in a trail of smoke. All three summoned creatures were now wounded. Liamo gave them no chance to recover. He planted his foot, his form blurring. He appeared before the giant tree rock demon as if teleporting. Dragon Fury, its blade shrouded in crimson light, delivered dozens of consecutive slashes across its body. Bleeding trait triggered. Countless critical hits erupted in a frenzy, tearing through bark and rock, burning right through. The giant tree rock demon let out an agonized roar. Its massive form began to show signs of collapse. It attempted to strike back with a punch, but Liamo deftly dodged it. Another blade struck its joint. A thunderous crash echoed as the colossal tree rock demon's massive form crashed to the ground. It shattered into charred fragments of rock and withered vines. Immediately, Liamo twisted his body. He appeared beside the Queen of Soul-devouring thorns at an impossible angle. The dragon's fury blade left a trail of afterimages as it severed the last vine connecting her to her body. Elena let out a piercing scream as the crimson rose withered, rapidly decaying. Ultimately, she dissolved into a pool of putrid sludge. Finally, Liamo leapt toward the storm falcon struggling to take flight. The blade's tip aimed directly at its core, accompanied by a blinding flash of fire and a piercing wail. The storm falcon turned into a pile of charred ashes, completely vanishing. Three mighty summons. Liamo single-handedly crushed them like withering leaves. System notification. Defeated Chen Feng's giant tree rock demon. Experience gained 35,000. Dropped item, Giant Tree Rock Demon Core Epic 1. Defeated the Soul-devouring Thorn Queen. Experience gained 40,000. Dropped item, Soul-devouring Venom Sac Epic 1. Defeat the Storm Falcon. Experience gained 38,000. Dropped items, Thunder Falcon Feathers 2 Epic. Storm Core 1. Chen Feng stood frozen in place, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. His pride in his natural power, his pride in his mighty summoned creatures, before Liamo, seemed utterly fragile. What kind of monster are you? Chen Feng's voice sounded strange. Liemo did not answer Chen Feng. It's not over yet.
His figure suddenly materialized behind Chen Feng.
The dragon's wrath pressed against his back. Chen Feng froze in place. The jade pendant's light flickered erratically. 3 ace-summoned creatures, 1 gravely wounded, 2 near death. And the opponent hadn't even deployed his 2 puppets yet.
You lose, Liemo's voice was soft.
Chen Feng clenched the jade pendant so tightly his knuckles turned white.
The natural power he prided himself on seemed like child's play before this man.
He was the man who possessed 2 Gaia shards. Why should he lose to this man? Endless rage surged through Chen Feng's chest. Because you're too full of yourself. The tip of the dragon fury blade lightly traced Chen Feng's spine.
Just as Liemo prepared to strike with full force, ending Chen Feng's life once and for all. A primeval tree root as thick as a water barrel erupted from the ground where he had just stood.
Liemo spun backward in an instant.
Had he been half a second slower, it would have pierced him clean through.
TSK.
So he did have a backup plan after all.
Liemo repositioned himself 10 meters away. His gaze toward Chen Feng finally held a hint of admiration. This was a man worthy of possessing 2 Gaia shards. Nice move. What's it called? Chen Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth.
The jade pendant had turned a deep inky green.
Growth of all things. Chen Feng rose slowly. Only then did Liemo notice.
Both of the other man's wrists were now slashed open. Blood flowed steadily downward.
Then, the blood was being frantically absorbed by the tree roots. The entire floating island suddenly trembled. Countless massive roots pierced through the soil below.
Like living creatures, they coiled into a spherical cage hundreds of meters in diameter. Then they violently contracted.
In the blink of an eye, Liemo was wrapped like a mummy. Liemo chuckled inwardly. He had seen these tricks before. They were utterly useless against him. So what if there are more branches? Watch me break through.
The blade of his dragon fury sword instantly ignited with even fiercer flames. It seemed poised to melt right through the wooden cage. Yet the melting he anticipated never materialized. Instead, the roots that had merely bound him seemed to come alive after absorbing Chen Feng's blood. A deep green glow blossomed from within the roots. Frenzied energy erupted like a volcano. Roar! A roar that shook the entire Sky Island resounded. The cage shattered violently, sending countless thick roots and vines scattering outward, revealing its true form within. It was that half-lord level Treant. When had Chen Feng managed to seize control from the Dark Elf Prince? My blood can make plants evolve. Chen Feng grinned, his eyes flashing with madness. And you will become its nourishment. Liemo, I admit you're powerful. If you also possess 2 Gaia fragments, I wouldn't stand a chance against you. But unfortunately, you're just not as good as me. Boom! The entire floating island shook violently, the ground cracking open. Countless thick tree roots burst from the earth, coiling and constricting like giant serpents. Liemo tried to break free, only to discover that the roots' originally hard wooden surfaces gradually took on a metallic sheen. They even began secreting highly corrosive venom. Evolving this fast? Liemo's pupils contracted as he swung the dragon fury blade. Yet it only left a shallow scratch on the roots. Crack! A tree root lashed out violently. Liemo barely managed to block it. Still, the immense force hurled him dozens of meters, shattering several boulders before he came to a halt. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but the wound quickly healed. Useless! Chen Feng sneered. No matter how strong your healing abilities are, you can't withstand the crushing force of a lord-level attack. Before the words faded, the ground erupted in a thunderous explosion. A colossal tree over 100 meters tall burst forth from the earth, its trunk bearing a hideous human face. It was the semi-lord-level Treant bound to Chen Feng by contract. At this moment, it absorbed Chen Feng's blood. It was undergoing a frenzied evolution, just one step away from true overlord level. Roar! The tree demon let out a deafening roar. Countless vines poured down like a torrential rain. Each one bore spikes sharp enough to tear through steel. Liemo flickered through the vines, weaving between them. But their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and he was soon cornered. Thud! A sharp vine pierced his shoulder, blood spurting out. Gritting his teeth, Liemo ignited the dragon fury blade with blazing flames. One slash severed the vine, but more attacks followed in rapid succession. This is getting troublesome. Liemo wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes burning with growing excitement. Chen Feng stood atop the tree monster. He looked down on Liemo from above. Admit defeat, Liemo. You can't even get close to me now. Chapter 89, Counterattack. The Horn of Offense. Endless vines surged like a torrent of steel, completely encircling Liemo. They lashed, coiled, and pierced with frenzied fury. No matter how swift his movements, he couldn't evade every strike. Thud! Another vine slashed across his arm. The gash ran deep to the bone, instantly staining the air crimson. Immediately after, multiple vines struck his chest simultaneously. His entire body was sent flying.
Liemo coughed up a mouthful of blood, the excruciating pain threatening to overwhelm him. Yet, in the very next second, all his wounds began healing at a visible pace. Fuzzy flesh rapidly regenerated, bones snapped back into place. He was covered in blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Yet with each fall, he rose again at an astonishing pace. I'll see just how long you can keep this up. Whoosh! A massive tree root, like a battering ram, slammed down, pinning Liemo firmly to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. He grabbed Dragon Fury and charged away from the spot. His body was drenched in blood, with patches of skin already scraped away, exposing raw, crimson flesh. Yet those wounds were constantly healing, instantly repaired. There was no trace left of the severe injuries he had sustained. How is this possible? Why isn't he falling? Chen Feng stood atop the tree monster's head, gazing down at Liemo below, mercilessly beaten yet stubbornly refusing to die. His expression grew increasingly grim. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. This was no longer mere healing ability. This was practically immortality. Why on earth was this happening? His attack was powerful enough to level an entire mountain peak. Yet they failed to inflict fatal damage on Liemo. You're a monster. A monster. Chen Feng's eyes burned with rage and a hint of unmasked terror. His pride, his mastery of natural forces, all seemed utterly powerless before Liemo. Liemo gasped for breath, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A monster? Ha, you only realize it now? He struggled, the Dragon Fury blade igniting with even fiercer flames. But those roots, nourished by Chen Feng's blood, had hardened like gold. Ordinary flames could not melt them. Very well. Since ordinary attacks cannot kill you, I shall let you taste true despair. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. He bit down hard on his tongue. A drop of blood, brimming with potent life force, merged into the jade pendant. The jade pendant instantly erupted with a blinding emerald glow. The life energy of the entire floating island seemed to be drawn out by an invisible force. It surged madly toward the 100-meter-tall colossal tree monster. The tree monster, already evolved to pseudo-lord level, now seemed infused with transcendent power. The metallic sheen on its surface grew even more dazzling. Corrosive venom dripped like rain. The tree monster let out an inhuman roar as its massive body began to rapidly contract. All vines and foliage coalesced as if alive. Finally, they coalesced into a dark green energy sphere within the human face mouth on its trunk. The orb radiated a terrifying aura of life-destroying energy. This was the culmination of its own power, the natural forces of the entire Sky Island, along with the full power of Chen Feng's Gaia fragments, compressed to its absolute limit. A final, decisive strike. Die, Liemo. Gaia's judgment. Chen Feng roared hysterically. The energy sphere, carrying the might to shatter the heavens and earth. It slammed straight toward Liemo, who was temporarily bound by vines. Boom! An indescribable roar shook the heavens and earth. A deep green light instantly engulfed everything around Liemo. The shockwave spread outward at a visible speed. It tore the surface of the floating island into countless bottomless ravines. Even the members of the war god's temple were shattered by this single strike. They perished in utter disarray, unable even to utter a scream. Even as he died, Shen Yu marveled at his cousin's formidable power. Little did he know that the one who ended his life was none other than his beloved cousin. After delivering that strike, Chen Feng's face turned as pale as paper. He nearly toppled from the trent's head. He had clearly expended too much energy. As the dust settled, only a charred, gaping crater remained. Bottomless, devoid of any sign of life. Only a severed arm remained. All fell silent, as if Liemo had never existed. Chen Feng gasped for breath, a near-mad grin spreading across his face. Finally, it's over. His body swayed, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. But the thrill of victory kept him standing. You top 3 on the leaderboard? You're finished. I've got a Lord-tier summon creature now. Plus, I possess 3 Gaia fragments. I'm about to become the true Gaia heir. Yet, just as he thought the matter was settled, a faint yet resilient green glow slowly ignited at the center of the massive crater. Immediately, flesh began reshaping at an astonishing speed upon the scorched earth. Bones grew, muscles twitched, as if time itself had reversed. Within mere breaths, a fully intact figure stood once more at the pit's bottom. Save for his clothes, now torn and charred, he was unscathed. Liemo cracked his neck. He felt that familiar warmth surge through his entire body. He looked down at his chest. There, the fragment of the life core emitted a faint glow. So this is the power of the life core fragment. Unexpectedly powerful. He murmured to himself, a mocking smile curling his lips. Chen Feng's smile froze completely. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Impossible. His voice trembled as he pointed at Liemo. He roared in disbelief, What the hell are you? Why aren't you dead yet? Liemo slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the smoke and dust. He fixed his gaze on Chen Feng, perched atop the tree monster's head. You're still alive, how could I possibly die?
Then Li Mo's eyes turned blood red, his pupils instantly shifting to vertical slits.
Dragon fury, rage, unleash. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Chen Feng froze. He couldn't fathom what kind of being Li Mo truly was. How could he not be dead? This shouldn't be. Li Mo summoned Dragon's Wrath, drawing his blade and charging skyward. Nothing is impossible. Empowered by 2 enhanced forms, Li Mo's speed reached an astonishing level. Combined with his dual-class background, each level up granted him double the attribute bonuses. Thus, his 4 core attributes now far surpassed those of players at the same level. Even players within the level 20 bracket couldn't match his stats. His entire form blurred into a faint afterimage. Dodging the tree monster's incoming mines. Like a black lightning bolt, he charged straight toward the tree monster's trunk. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The dragon fury blade, trailing searing flames, slashed viciously into the tree monster's bark, hard as metal. Sparks flew everywhere. Was torn open by a half-meter long gash. Dark green sap gushed forth from the wound. Chapter 90. The puppet's ingenuity flint reveals its might. Roar! The tree monster let out a agonized roar. Countless vines surged like a raging tsunami. Swept in from all directions. Completely engulfing Li Mo. Li Mo flickered, dodging most of the onslaught. But 2 fists could never withstand 4 hands. A thick vine, as massive as a giant python and dripping with terrifyingly corrosive venom, slammed around his waist and tightened instantly. Rip! The intense constriction nearly snapped Li Mo in half. The corrosive venom burned his skin. He struggled desperately, but more vines erupted from the ground. Like steel and concrete, they bound him tightly, leaving him utterly immobilized. Die, Li Mo! Chen Feng commanded the tree monster. The thickest, sharpest root burst violently from the earth. With a howling wind, it pierced straight toward Li Mo's heart. Thud! The root pierced through Li Mo's chest, blood spattering everywhere. Chen Feng's face twisted into a savage grin. Ha 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 ha! Let's see how you survive this time. Yet his laughter froze in the next instant. Li Mo's pierced body suddenly dissolved into a shimmering phantom. It rippled like water. Then, with a thud, a flesh and blood puppet identical to Li Mo appeared in its place, taking the fatal blow in his stead. The puppet exploded violently as the tree roots pierced through it. It shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into the air. Meanwhile, the real Li Mo stood 10 meters away from the tree monster. Seemingly materializing out of thin air, he stood unscathed. A hint of playful mockery played across his face. What? Chen Feng's voice cracked with shock. It's not over yet, Li Mo said coldly. He unleashed another trail of afterimages, charging toward the tree monster. Blades flashed, sparks flew. Li Mo tore open wound after wound on the tree monster's massive body. Dark green sap splattered everywhere. Though massive, its speed and agility were far inferior to Li Mo's. It could only rely on overwhelming numbers and area attacks to suppress him. Yet each time its deadly strike connected with Li Mo, and it seemed as though it had been utterly destroyed. Li Mo's form would shatter in the next instant, replaced by an exploding puppet. Boom! 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 3 violent explosions rang out in quick succession. 3 puppets shattered one after another, reduced to nothingness. Chen Feng watched as Li Mo died before his eyes time and again. Then, time and again, Li Mo reappeared unscathed. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot. How many lives do you have left? This can't be. This absolutely can't be. He roared, his voice trembling with despair. He had already pushed the tree demon's power to its absolute limit. His own body teetered on the brink of collapse from overexertion. Yet the tree monster, under Li Mo's relentless assault, its aura grew weaker by the moment. Its bark, once as hard as metal, now cracked densely. My puppets are endless. Li Mo hadn't lied to Chen Feng. His current essence of flesh and blood could indeed create 7 or 8 more puppets. Combined with number 1 and number 2, he now possessed 10 fully functional puppets. And each puppet could take a bullet for him once. From this perspective, in the short term, Chen Feng truly couldn't kill him. Because earlier, he'd made a foolish mistake. Draining half the tree monster's energy, converting it into the attributes of 3 feeble summoned creatures, only to have all 3 ruthlessly slain by himself. This meant that when Chen Feng contracted the tree monster, it was already at its last gasp, barely functioning. Chen Feng then pushed it to its limits, draining its vitality. Thus, despite the tree monster's formidable power, it was unable to completely overwhelm Li Mo. You can't kill me, Chen Feng. Ah! Chen Feng let out a roar that sounded inhuman. He had completely descended into madness. He violently bit through his other wrist, spilling a torrent of blood once more, merging into the tree monster's body. Kill him for me. You are the servant of the gods. Kill him. The tree monster, as if in a final burst of strength, unleashed its last ounce of power. Countless vines, like dying venomous snakes, swept madly toward Li Mo. With a do-or-die fury, they transformed into hundreds of razor-sharp blades, attempting to pierce Li Mo in an instant. Li Mo's eyes narrowed. He knew this was the tree monster's final struggle. Instead of dodging, he charged straight into the vine's sharp edges. Thud! 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 Hundreds of attacks struck simultaneously, tearing Li Mo's body into shreds in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, entrails flying. Chen Feng witnessed this scene, and a faint smile of relief finally appeared on his face. He collapsed weakly to his knees atop the tree monster's head. Finally dead. Yet his smile hadn't fully spread across his face. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as another puppet shattered violently, taking the fatal blow for Li Mo. Li Mo's figure materialized behind the tree monster like a ghost. Your turn, Chen Feng. Li Mo's voice was low, thick with murderous intent. Fireball. Chen Feng's face twisted into a sneer at the command. You're too naive, Li Mo. How could a mere fireball spell possibly harm me? A mocking smile curled the corners of Li Mo's mouth. You're absolutely right, but what if I add this? Li Mo retrieved 6 firestones, each enhanced to 999 plus, from his spatial backpack. He pressed them tightly against the tree trunk. He then thrust his feet backward with all his might, using the recoil to propel himself backward. Then a fireball slammed directly onto the firestones. Chen Feng hadn't even registered what was happening. That seemingly ordinary fireball, the moment it touched the 6 firestones each reinforced to 999 plus that Li Mo had pressed tightly against the tree trunk, did not scatter as he had imagined. No flames, no smoke. Only a blindingly bright, a white-hot light that seemed capable of tearing space itself apart. In that instant, it devoured all color. Immediately followed by a deafening roar beyond human endurance. Boom crash. A terrifying shockwave spread outward in a spherical pattern. Wherever it passed, the air was instantly sucked dry, and the ground shook violently. Distant rocks were hurled into the air, only to shatter into dust. The tree monster at the explosion's epicenter, its massive form unable to utter a single cry of agony. Its ancient bark vaporized in an instant. Chen Feng, standing atop the trent's head. His mocking smile froze on his face, his pupils contracting to their absolute limit. He was barely propelled backward by the force of 2 Gaia shards, saving his life. Li Mo had already used the momentum to fly backward in advance. He could still feel the scorching heat wave behind him, along with the immense shockwave. System notice: you have slain a sub-lord tier monster, the Dark Elf Ancient Tree. You have gained 2,500,000 EXP. You have obtained a special item, Ancient Tree Life Core. Evolution energy gained, 10,000. Conquest tier increased, 20. Current damage bonus, 5.2%. Level up, 25. Attribute points gained, omitted. Ranking position boost, 1. You've reached the top of the leaderboard. Reward list. Legendary Chest 1. Legendary Equipment Chest 1. Epic Rune 1. Epic Skill Scroll, Natural Resonance 1. Sky Island Coins plus 30 million. Dungeon feature unlocked. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Li Mo for successfully defeating the sub-lord level monster, the Dark Elf Ancient Tree. You have become the first player to hunt a sub-lord level monster and claimed the top spot on the leaderboard. Your special reward has been sent to your inventory. Please check it. This series of system notifications exploded like thunderclaps in every player's ears, instantly igniting the entire Sky Island world. Chapter 91, Server-wide Shockwave, Dungeon unlocked. Holy. What even is a semi-lord level monster? Is it 1 tier stronger than elite monsters? Dude, a lord tier boss could wipe out a whole wave of elite monsters with a single breath. This is insane. Absolutely insane. I just hit level 10 and someone already took down a semi-lord level boss? Holy. That speed, that power, it's not humanly possible, right? Just asking, what are runes? Why don't I have any? Unlocks at level 15. Holy crap, that's insane. Legendary chest. Legendary gear chest. Epic runes. Are these rewards even humanly possible? Please let me tag along with a pro. A flurry of comments flooded the screen. Countless players sent friend requests to Li Mo, dreaming of joining the Big Shots Guild. To leap from obscurity to greatness. Impossible. A heavily armored warrior's face turned ashen. He was currently the 3rd-ranked player on the leaderboard, and the leader of the region's top guild. Their name Divine Realm. Even the weakest member ranked within the top 600 on the leaderboard. They had practically gathered every exceptionally skilled player under their banner. To command such formidable and proud players, the guild leader must possess formidable strength. At the dawn of the Crimson Moon's descent, he single-handedly slayed a high-level monster, dropping a full set of epic gear. Yet even so, he dared not challenge a sub-lord level monster. This Li Mo, I'd always thought he was just a merchant, but his strength is truly extraordinary. And the former top-ranked player, now ranked 2nd Wang Yu, He now found himself deep within a pitch-black underground cavern. A dagger glowed with a faint, eerie light in his hand. The ground was littered with dead spiders. What was eerie, however? All the spiders had been cut into small pieces, all piled together. And Wang Yu sat atop the pile of corpses. Without exception, were all high-level monsters. Suddenly, system announcements and player messages flooded his vision. For the first time, ripples stirred in Wang Yu's previously still, well-like eyes. A sub-lord level boss? At this stage? A faint curve touched the corner of his mouth. It wasn't mockery, nor was it surprise. It was the look of a hunter lying in wait for ages, finally sensing the scent of a worthy adversary. The blood surged with intense heat. Li Mo? He narrowed his eyes. Li Mo. He hadn't heard the name before. Once revered as a god by countless players. Later, he faded into obscurity. But how could he be this formidable? Wang Yu's fingers lightly traced the sharp edge of the dagger. He had his own secrets. A fragmentary legendary skill book retrieved from the depths of an abandoned ancient temple during his novice period. It gave him a staggering advantage in power, securing the top spot on the leaderboard. What he craved was the thrill of pushing beyond limits. Now, someone had stepped ahead of him. Far from feeling defeated. Instead, it ignited the deepest excitement and fighting spirit within his very bones. Li Mo. Very well. You've lit the fire for this game. But the real hunt has only just begun. Wang Yu's gaze swept over Li Mo's name on the screen. A look of almost greedy anticipation flickered in his eyes. Li Mo ignored the tsunami of messages flooding the world channel. Nor did he check the flood of friend requests pouring in. His attention was entirely focused on the limp figure at his feet. Pale as death. Now, it's your turn. Li Mo's voice was calm, yet it sent Chen Feng plummeting into an icy abyss. Chen Feng trembled, struggling to push himself up. But his entire body felt as if it had been shattered, unable to move even a finger. You can't kill me. Thud. A flash of steel, and Chen Feng's body slumped limply to the ground. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. System notice, you have killed player Chen Feng. You have gained 50,000 EXP. You obtained an item, Emerald Ring Epic. You obtained Gaia Fragments too. He clutched the two shards in his hands, and a powerful surge of natural energy instantly flooded his body. It resonated with the life core fragment within him. Li Mo then sheathed Dragon's Fury. His gaze fell upon Chen Feng's corpse. This hunt for the Dark Elf Prince had been an unexpected windfall. Originally, he had only intended to gain experience to level up to 15. He never expected to unexpectedly encounter Chen Feng, this generous patron. Not only did he deliver 2 Gaia shards, but also granted me the experience from 4 summoned creatures. I instantly leveled up to 25. And unlocked the dungeon. Congratulations on collecting all 3 Gaia fragments. You have obtained Gaia's Light passive skill. Gaia's Light passive skill, your bond with Gaia grows stronger, increasing your recovery speed by 100%, reducing all elemental damage taken by 5%, and granting you the ability to sense the presence of other Gaia fragments. Another flurry of system notifications. Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. These 3 fragments truly had a special synergy. Natural recovery speed increased by 100%. Combined with his already formidable self-healing abilities, he was now practically an undead fighting machine. Elemental damage reduction proved highly practical. And it made it easier to sense the presence of other Gaia fragments. Meaning he can locate other fragments more easily. Li Mo closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes within his body. He could feel it. A wondrous connection forming between himself and this world. Is Big Shot Li Mo still on Sky Island? Drop us the coordinates. I want to pay homage to the spot where he took down that sub-lord level boss. Dude, the boss is long gone. Probably grinding monsters in some hidden map. Big Shot Li Mo, add me as a friend. I'll be your most loyal lackey. Sweeping floors, running errands, even emptying chamber pots, I'll do it all. Looking for a party. The dungeon feature is live, you're definitely going in, right? Take this newbie under your wing. All sorts of messages flooded in, some paying homage, some begging for parties, some trying to latch onto a Big Shot. Our Glory Guild has established a long-term partnership with Big Shot Li Mo. Come join us now. Holy crap, really? I'm joining. Li Mo ignored them all. Dungeon, Dark Elf Castle Normal. Recommended level, 2025. Dungeon description, the former castle of the Dark Elf royalty, corrupted after the Red Moon descended. Its depths conceal powerful foes and precious treasures. Clear rewards, epic gear, rare materials. Entry requirements, party size 1-5, level 20 or above. Dark Elf Ancient Castle. Li Mo narrowed his eyes. This dungeon was clearly connected to the Dark Elf Ancient Tree. Having already slain the Ancient Tree, the enemies and treasures within the castle were undoubtedly his next prime target. Moreover, judging by the rewards epic gear, this was among the highest tier equipment currently available in the game. He didn't enter the dungeon immediately. Instead, he began to tally up his loot from this run. After all, opening loot boxes was the most satisfying part. Chapter 92, Brand New Weapons. Brand New Gear. System notice, you have opened a legendary chest. Acquired, legendary weapon Wrath of the Heavens Staff. Attack power plus 1500. All elemental damage plus 40%. Skill mana cost reduction, 30%. Special effect, Heaven's Judgment, when casting skills, has a 10% chance to trigger Wrath of the Heavens, dealing 300% true damage to the target and applying a 3-second stun effect. Attack power 1500. All elemental damage 40%. Plus 30% skill cooldown reduction? Li Mo's pupils dilated slightly. His fireball spell was already immensely powerful. Now with this 40% all-element damage bonus, it was like adding wings to a tiger. And the 30% mana cost reduction meant his damage output efficiency would skyrocket. 10% chance to trigger Sky's Judgment, 300% true damage, 3-second stun. True damage meant it bypassed defenses. And some monsters excel at defense. They can drive you absolutely mad. But now with true damage. No matter how thick their health bar, one strike takes them down. And the 3-second stun can interrupt enemy spells at critical moments or grant precious windows for your own attacks. This staff is simply unstoppable. System notice, you have unlocked a legendary equipment chest. Acquired, legendary armor Shadow Watcher's Robe. Defense plus 800, all resistances plus 35%, max health plus 50%. Special effect, Shadow Sanctuary, upon receiving lethal damage, automatically generates a shield equal to 200% of maximum health, lasting 5 seconds cooldown, 12 hours. After reading these stats, Li Mo's heart skipped a beat. As a magic-based damage dealer, his greatest fear was being instantly killed in close combat. But this robe instantly elevated his survivability to a whole new level. It was like gaining an extra half bar of health, plus formidable resistance. Shadow Sanctuary. Upon taking lethal damage, automatically generates a shield equal to 200% of maximum health, lasting 5 seconds? A gleam of excitement flashed in Li Mo's eyes. This was practically a second life. System notice, you have used an epic tier rune. Acquired, Epic Rune Eye of Chaos. Socket effect, all skills gain plus 20% critical strike chance and plus 50% critical strike damage. Special effect, Chaos Gaze, 5% chance to inflict chaos status on target for 3 seconds when attacking. While confused, the target will indiscriminately attack surrounding units. All skills critical hit rate plus 20%, critical damage plus 50%. Li Mo's breath caught again. His spell critical strike capability was already formidable, and now with an additional 20% critical strike chance. Meaning every single skill he cast had an extremely high chance to crit. And that 50% critical damage would push his burst potential to its absolute limit. 5% chance to inflict confusion on target, lasting 3 seconds. Li Mo instantly envisioned enemies in confusion indiscriminately attacking their own allies. This was an absolute god-tier skill in group fights. In boss fights, it could also effectively disrupt the enemy's rhythm. System notice, you have learned the epic skill Natural Resonance. Skill, Natural Resonance Epic. Effect, after activation, all skills cast twice. Additional effect, increases the damage of the next skill cast by 100%. Li Mo was utterly exhausted. This is insane. Double casting plus damage boost. Absolutely unstoppable. System notice, you have obtained the Ancient Tree Life Core. Special material, Ancient Tree Life Core Legendary. Effect, increases the holder's maximum health by 50%, restores health 2000% faster, and triggers life resurgence upon near death. Instantly restores 50% health, cooldown, 1 hour. Paired with the Shadow Watcher's robe, his survivability has reached an outrageous level. This is practically an immortal body. The massive HP boost combined with the ultimate recovery speed enhancement. He's become invincible. In that moment, Li Mo truly felt an unprecedented sense of power. Is this what legendary and epic tier power feels like? Li Mo murmured to himself. He suddenly realized that the epic tier gear players had once revered as the pinnacle. Compared to his current gear, it was nothing more than a child's toy. As he reveled in this overwhelming power, suddenly it occurred to him. I still have the Evolution Forge. What perfect timing. With that thought, he hurriedly pulled out the Evolution Forge. Preparing to evolve. Ding! Your evolution energy is insufficient. Only one item can be evolved. Please select. Holy crap! 10,000 evolution points aren't even enough. Li Mo shook his head. His gaze swiftly scanned his current equipment and inventory. Wrath of the Sky Legendary Weapon. Shadow Watcher's Robe Legendary Armor. Eye of Chaos Epic Rune. Echo of Nature Epic Skill. Ancient Tree Life Core Legendary Material. Each is immensely powerful, each is irresistibly tempting. If evolved into Wrath of the Heavens, how high would its attack power soar? Could elemental damage continue to stack? If evolved into Shadow Watcher's Robe, Would its defense and resistances soar beyond the heavens? Would the cooldown of Shadow Sanctuary decrease? Or will the shield value increase, even reflecting damage? The critical hit rate and critical damage of Chaos Eye are already incredibly overpowered. Evolve it further, could every attack become a critical hit? The trigger chance and duration of the Chaos effect. To what extent will it be amplified? Natural Resonance. This skill is already so overpowered, with double casting and double damage. Finally, the Ancient Tree Life Core. This legendary tier material. It already provides staggering HP boosts, 2000% recovery speed, and a resurrection effect upon near death. If evolved, it would truly grant immortality. Liemo fell deep in thought. His attack power was already high enough, and combined with the burst damage from Natural Resonance, he could nearly one-shot enemies of equal level. His defense was also formidable. But the combination of the Shadow Watcher's robe and the Ancient Tree Life Core was already sufficient to keep him safe. He weighed his options repeatedly. One core item boosts attack power, one is a life-saving trump card, one represents the peak of burst damage, and one ensures sustained combat capability. Suddenly, Lemo's gaze fell upon the description of the Ancient Tree Life Core. Immortal Body. The phrase echoed in his mind. Now he possessed terrifying offensive power and near unbreakable survivability. But what if he could make this immortality purer, more absolute? As a mage, his weaknesses lay in close combat and susceptibility to crowd control, though he now had shields and regeneration. But if he faced enemies capable of instant suppression or sustained crowd control, his high damage output might not be fully realized. Though he is still a warrior, he lacks immunity skills. Getting controlled still hurts a bit. If the Ancient Tree's Life Core could offer stronger crowd control immunity, or even more insane healing effects, Liemo took a deep breath. He already possessed output capable of overwhelming his current stage. But future enemies would only grow stronger. Evolve Ancient Tree Life Core. Liemo made his decision. Chapter 93, Testing its Might, Transcending the Ordinary. Ding. Evolution successful. Life Core Legendary Grade evolved into Eternal Heart Mythical Grade. Maximum health increased by plus 80%. Regeneration speed increased by plus 3000%. New effect, automatically generates a life barrier when HP falls below 30%. Cancels one lethal hit, 2-hour cooldown. In combat, generates one shield every 5 seconds. Can only counter one instance of soft control. Seed of Eternity, triggers upon near death. Instantly restores full health and converts 50% of damage taken into healing over the next 10 seconds 24-hour cooldown. Ecological link. In forest natural environments, all effects increased by 50%, barrier cooldown reduced to 1 hour. Lemo's eyes widened abruptly as he stared fixedly at the brand new attributes appearing on the evolution forge, his heart pounding like a drum. This is insane. Are these numbers even real? Even the designers next door would be more conservative than this if they filled it out with their feet. Lemo's breathing quickened. With this eternal heart in hand, what was there left to worry about? All you puppets, get the hell out of my way. All those new skill books can get lost. I can grind bosses to death with my bare fists and feet. He wasn't some mage warrior hybrid anymore. He's a walking artillery platform with an immortal body. His attacks are triple enhanced by Wrath of the Heavens, Eye of Chaos, and Natural Resonance. His burst damage can obliterate anything in an instant. His survivability is bolstered by the layered shields of the Shadow Watcher's robe and the Eternal Heart. He possesses regeneration and immunity mechanics. For crowd control, Eye of Chaos forces enemies to turn on each other. The Eternal Heart grants soft control immunity every 5 seconds. Makes him nearly impossible to lock down. Who the hell can kill me? Liemo roared to the heavens. After equipping all his weapons and gear, Liemo couldn't help but roar. This power was simply too damn awesome. Too bad only 3 rune slots were unlocked now. Liemo was still hoping to acquire a few more from the dungeon to continue evolving. This rune system was an incredibly powerful support feature. Once he could obtain legendary tier, mythical tier, or even the highest supreme tier runes, Liemo dared not even imagine the consequences. Then every player on this floating island wouldn't stand a chance against him. Liemo suppressed the wild excitement and swelling sense of power within him. He took a deep breath. He couldn't wait to test the terrifying power unleashed when all these pieces of gear were combined. He found a deep, secluded valley. Come on, let me see just how strong I am now. First, let's try the fireball spell. Liemo raised his hand, and a crimson fireball coalesced at his fingertips. This was his sole offensive ability as a mage. After a recent level up, both damage and area of effect had significantly increased. But when facing high-level monsters, he still had to rely on sheer numbers to prevail. Its lethality remained insufficient. Yet the moment the fireball left his palm, boom! A colossal inferno over 10 meters in diameter erupted. The searing shockwave instantly carbonized trees 100 meters away. The ground was blown into a charred, deep crater. The heat wave even warped the air. This is fireball? Liemo stared wide-eyed at his own palm in disbelief. Could it be the sun falling from the sky? However, this time the rune's special effect didn't activate. There was no double shot effect. A faint smile touched Liemo's lips. One more time. He raised his hand once more. This time, the fireball spell suddenly split into two mid-flight. Boom! Boom! A double explosion. Fiery flames engulfed the entire area, the ground violently trembling. It felt like a small meteorite impact. This isn't a fireball spell? This is a freaking meteorite. Liemo gaped in disbelief. He stared in astonishment at his own spell. After being enhanced by his equipment, it had reached such a level. But it was merely an experiment on inanimate objects. It wasn't particularly meaningful. He needed to test it on living creatures. He pondered for a moment. Liemo didn't rush into the instance. Instead, he opened the homepage. He extracted the essence of flesh and blood to craft a puppet. Then, using materials traded via email, he melted everything regardless of material type. He melted them all and stuffed them into the puppet's body. Flesh essence, shadow crystals, dragon scale fragments. He muttered to himself as he dragged various precious materials into the synthesis interface. If any ordinary player witnessed this, they would surely gasp in astonishment. What a waste of resources! These superior grade, even epic grade materials were being fused into the puppet's body by Liemo. Add some stardust to boost resistance. System prompts kept popping up. Synthesizing advanced combat puppet. Adding dragon scale fragments. Adding stardust. Adding tray and core. Liemo spared no expense in his material contributions. He intended to forge a sufficiently powerful test subject. After infusing the final piece of material from his inventory. Synthesis complete. Obtained, puppet epic. Level, 20. HP, 15000-15000. Skills, dragon scale armor, life drain. A 3-meter-tall, dark red puppet materialized before Liemo. Its dragon scale-covered body radiated a dangerous aura. This was an entity capable of rivaling high-level monsters. Perfect. Liemo licked his lips. Let's begin. Fireball. The first fireball remained a colossal, 10-meter diameter inferno. It slammed into the golem with devastating force. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The puppet raised its arm, barely managing to block the strike. But Liemo saw clearly. The dragon scale armor covering the puppet's body had already developed significant cracks. Liemo took a deep breath. First, he used the Eternal Heart to restore the puppet to full health. Then he summoned Number 1, using the Earth Prison to shield this new puppet. He then commanded Number 1 to unleash its abilities. This allowed the new puppet to continuously boost its defense and restore health. Once the buffs were fully stacked, Liemo recalled Unit 1 and commenced a new round of testing. The second fireball shot forth, twice as large as before. Trailing a long trail of flame, it struck the cage. Boom! Countless flying stones scattered in all directions. With a single strike, Liemo shattered Unit 1's cage. As the smoke cleared, he focused his gaze. The new puppet bore scorch marks. Clearly, it had been caught in the aftermath. Interesting. Liemo chuckled. Haven't even tested the environmental bonuses yet. After bringing the new puppet into the forest. Entering forest environment. All effects boosted by 50%. Natural resonance trigger probability increased to 45%. Liemo felt a warm current surge through his limbs and bones. It felt as though the entire forest was channeling power into him. Without hesitation, he unleashed 3 consecutive fireballs. The first shot hit its target normally. The second shot split into 2 projectiles mid-air. The third shot triggered a natural echo upon impact, delivering an additional hit. Boom! Several earth-shattering explosions erupted, reducing the puppet's massive frame to shards. The searing shockwave ignited nearby trees. Smoke and dust filled the air. Liemo then extinguished the flames. His eyes flashed with excitement. He hadn't expected the new equipment to be this powerful. A puppet with 15,000 HP. Combined with magic resistance materials and the boost from Unit 1. It couldn't even withstand 3 of his fireballs. Chapter 94, First Clear of the Dungeon. Is that all? After packing up everything, Liemo noticed a flurry of messages popping up in the guild chat. Hurriedly opening them. Only then did he realize that Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna had sent him countless messages. After tidying up everything, Liemo noticed a flurry of messages popping up in the guild chat. He hurriedly clicked through them, only to discover that Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna had sent him countless messages. Guild channel. Xiao Jun, holy crap. Brother-in-law. You soloed a sub-lord level monster? The server-wide announcement is flooded with it. Dai Xinna, Liemo, are you okay? Did you get hurt? Xiao Jun, is that the same one the 3 of us encountered earlier? Daixina, Xiao Jun, hold off on spamming for now. Let him reply first. Xiao Jun, I'm just so excited. This is the server's first kill. Liamo glanced at the relentless stream of messages, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He quickly replied. Liamo, I was sorting loot and missed the messages. I'm fine, just got lucky. Xiao Jun, luck? That was a semi-lord level monster. You soloed it during the Blood Moon phase. That's not luck, that's skill. Daixina, are you really unharmed? Are you sure you're okay? Liamo, relax, your man's got the skills to back it up. Xiao Jun, brother-in-law, spill the beans, how did you pull it off? The whole world's buzzing with speculation about your class and gear. Liamo, honestly, just fireball and firestone. Xiao Jun. Fireball? You're pulling my leg. Fireball can one-shot a semi-lord? And firestone, wasn't that just for warming up during the extreme cold snap? Daisy, Xiao Jun, calm down. Liamo, did you use some special tactic? Liamo, nope, that's the whole truth. Xiao Jun, bro, please accept my kneel. Xiao Jun, I gotta brag on the forums. Our guild has the server's top fire mage. And he's my brother-in-law. Daixina, Xiao Jun, don't talk nonsense. Liamo, ignore him. Liamo smiled and closed the guild chat. The sisters were among his few sources of emotional support in this world. Suddenly he remembered. Xiao Jun had already reached level 15. She'd asked him to help her get a skill book back then. He pondered for a moment. Liamo opened the instance. He checked the drop list. Dungeon, Dark Elf Castle Normal. Recommended level, 2025. Dungeon description, the former castle of the Dark Elf royalty, corrupted after the Crimson Moon descended. Its depths conceal formidable foes and precious treasures. Clear rewards, epic gear, rare materials. Entry requirements, party size 1-5, level 20 or above. Dark Elf Castle. Li Mo's gaze settled on this dungeon. For him at this stage, basically a walk in the park. No problem. He selected solo entry without hesitation. A soft glow flickered and Liamo vanished from his spot. The next moment, he found himself within a gloomy yet magnificent ancient castle. Towering black spires pierced the sky, while ancient stone pavers covered the ground. A faint scent of blood hung in the air. Is this the Dark Elf ancient castle? Liamo surveyed his surroundings. Though he knew this was a dungeon, the atmosphere here still weighed on him with a sense of oppression. Without a moment's hesitation, he began walking. Soon, a patrol of Dark Elf warriors came into view. Dark Elf Warrior Squad Elite. Description, the first line of defense for the Dark Elf Castle, possessing formidable strength. Fireball. Liamo didn't even glance at the description, he simply hurled a fireball. Elite tier? Not even worthy of my attention? Just a roadside weed. This fireball spell, without triggering the Eye of Chaos, was merely empowered by the wrath of the heavens, yet it already displayed astonishing power. A searing fireball with a diameter of 8 meters. Carrying devastating heat. It slammed into the ground just ahead. The warriors had no time to react. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Dozens of Dark Elf warriors were instantly engulfed in flames. Their bodies sizzled in the intense heat. They were reduced to piles of shadowed ashes. The blast's shockwave hurled surrounding stone bricks into the air, filling the air with billowing smoke and dust. That worked well. Liamo nodded with satisfaction. This was merely his basic attack, already capable of instantly wiping out a group of elite monsters. He continued advancing forward. Along the way, he encountered many new monsters. Ordinary foes like shadowhounds and shadow mages. Each fell to a single fireball or slash. Upon reaching the third level, advanced level monsters appeared. Dark Elf Royal Guard Shadowblade Carlos. Level 19. Abilities, Shadow Step teleports behind target, dealing heavy backstab damage. Shadow Dance enters invulnerable state for 3 seconds, leaving 3 afterimages at the original location. Afterimages attack the nearest player. Cursed by the Crimson Moon, when health drops below 20%, attack speed increases by 50% and gains lifesteal. Liamo perked up. First, he stood his ground and let the creature attack for several minutes, realizing it couldn't harm him at all. No matter how swift Carlos' Shadow Step was, it couldn't inflict any real damage on Liamo. He barely scratched the skin before it instantly healed. Liamo soon lost interest and hurled several fireballs. One fireball split into 3 mid-air, striking Carlos's main body and 2 afterimages with pinpoint accuracy. The Chaos Eye effect activated instantly, engulfing Carlos in hellish crimson-black flames. Before he could even scream, he turned into a wisp of smoke. Having dispatched this useless foe with a single strike, Liamo continued his ascent up the tower. He proceeded to eliminate numerous elite squads one after another. Some of the monster's control abilities caused Liamo considerable trouble. For instance, the petrifying gaze that could turn people to stone. Or the dizzying sonic attacks. But once the effects wore off, Liamo still dispatched them with a single strike. Soon, he reached the top floor. Facing the dungeon's boss. Dark Elf Queen Selena. Level 20. Description: the ultimate guardian of the Dark Elf Castle, the former queen of the Dark Elves. Liemo stepped into the spacious and ornate throne hall. Seated upon the throne at the hall's center was a woman clad in an opulent black and purple robe. Her skin was as pale as porcelain, her long silver hair cascading freely. A pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Liemo. "Foolish intruder, dare to set foot within my domain." Selena's voice echoed through the chamber. Her body began to float. The scepter in her hand radiated intense shadow energy. Shadow Queen's Judgment. Swing the scepter to unleash multiple massive shadow energy arrows that track their targets, dealing magical damage. Crimson Lunar Eclipse. Summon a crimson zone on the ground. Enemies within suffer continuous corrosion damage and reduced movement speed. Shadow Minion Summon. Summon 2 powerful Dark Elf Royal Guards to aid in battle. Queen's Wrath. When health drops below 30%, enters a berserk state, significantly increasing attack and casting speed while unleashing a full-screen shadow shockwave. Selena launched the first strike, sending several shadow energy arrows darting toward Liemo like venomous snakes. Liemo didn't even dodge, letting the arrows strike his body. Several large holes corroded into his body. Yet they healed instantly. As if the attack had never happened. Is that all? Liemo raised an eyebrow. He'd expected far more formidable power, turns out this is all it's got. Selena's crimson eyes widened in shock, as if she'd never encountered such an arrogant foe. She roared in fury as a crimson energy field began spreading from her feet. Liemo chuckled lightly as flames erupted beneath his feet, instantly extinguishing the crimson zone. Seeing this, Selena immediately summoned 2 guards. Interesting. You can summon reinforcements. Liemo recognized the 2 Dark Elf Royal Guards Selena had summoned. He recalled Carlos, whom he had defeated in a single strike earlier, and shook his head. "Since you're so eager to see it, I'll give you a proper show." Liemo raised his right hand. A ball of fire brighter than any previous fireball began to coalesce in his palm. The flame was no longer a simple orange-red. Instead, it was tinged with chaotic purple-black. Eye of Chaos. "Taste this, Queen." He gently pushed it forward. The flame, condensed with ultimate chaos and destructive power, slammed toward Selena. Selena's face instantly drained of color as she sensed an unprecedented aura of death. She attempted to unleash the Queen's Wrath, but the fireball's speed left her no time to react. "No!" A desperate scream echoed through the hall, only to be drowned out by the deafening roar of the explosion. Boom! The entire throne room was instantly engulfed by terrifying flames and the shockwave of the explosion. Smoke billowed as the flames gradually died down. In the center of the hall remained only a massive, charred circular crater. Liemo stood at the edge of the crater, clapped his hands, and muttered to himself. As expected, when dealing with flashy, superficial fools like this, one shot to the soul is the only way to go. He walked toward the center of the pit, where several faintly glowing objects lay quietly. Chapter 95, The Sisters' Gratitude Deicina has fallen. Server-wide announcement, player Liemo has solo cleared Dark Elf Castle Normal and set a new record. As the first player to clear the normal dungeon, the following rewards are granted. Epic Gear Selection Chest. Contains 1 Epic Tier equipment piece, selectable from all Epic Tier equipment dropped in normal difficulty dungeons. Mage, Warrior Skill Book 1. Dungeon Reward Settlement. Crown of Shadows Epic. Mental plus 250, Magic Resistance plus 30%. Shadow Sanctuary, upon receiving lethal damage, generates a Shadow Shield absorbing Spirit 10. 120-second cooldown. Key to the Ancient Elf Castle. Special item. Unlocks the hidden area, Crimson Moon Altar. Challenge the hidden boss, Shadow High Priest. Archer Skill Book, Phantom Arrow Rain. Consumes 30 mana to unleash 12 arrows at the target area. Each arrow deals agility 1.8 physical damage and applies armor break. Reduces target's defense by 20% for 8 seconds. Shadow Emblem of the Curse Master. Spirit plus 200, skill damage plus 15%. Shadow Resonance, after casting 3 spells, the next spell gains a 50% critical strike chance and 100% critical strike damage. The world chat channel was instantly flooded with shocked and frenzied messages. Holy! Liemo? It's ING Liemo again? Damn! 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 What the hell? He soloed the dungeon. World chat just said he soloed a half-lord, and now he's cleared a normal dungeon outright. No one else has even unlocked the dungeon yet, and Big Shot Liemo has already cleared it. Bro, why does your guild only have 2 members? I'm number 365 on the leaderboard, can I join? Did you guys see the announcement rewards? Epic gear of your choice. Holy crap, who could resist that? If I could get epic gear, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Am I the only one curious about what his actual job is? Law? Or something else? Whatever class he is, that playstyle and damage output are just insane. Meanwhile, in the guild chat where Liemo was active, the channel erupted with activity. Guild chat. Xiao Jun, what? Bro-in-law. You're insane. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Daishin na, Liemo. Are you okay? Xiao Jun, epic gear pick. So awesome. Xiao Jun, quick. Quick, open it and see what it is. Daishin na, Xiao Jun, calm down first. Liemo, are you really okay? This dungeon isn't exactly a walk in the park. Liemo, don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. The rewards are pretty sweet too. Xiao Jun, what is it? Tell us already. Stop teasing us. Daixina, Liemo, if you get gear that doesn't suit you, you can give it to us first. Xiao Jun and I will hold on to it for you. Liemo, yeah, I saw that. There's something for you guys too. Oh, and Xiao Jun, there's a skill book for you too. Xiao Jun was even more thrilled upon seeing Liemo's reply. Xiao Jun. Brother-in-law, I love you. Liemo saw Xiao Jun's reaction. He chuckled and closed the guild chat window. He opened the epic gear selection chest first. After browsing through the options, he finally selected this piece of gear. Shadow Dancer's Boots Epic. Description: battle boots once belonging to a legendary dark elf assassin. Light and swift, they allow the wearer to move freely through shadows. Attributes: agility plus 80, movement speed plus 15%, dodge rate plus 5%. Void Dash, upon activation, grants an additional 30% movement speed for 5 seconds and immunity to all slow and immobilize effects. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Shadow Footprint, your basic attacks have a 5% chance to apply a 3-second weakness effect to the target, reducing their armor by 5%. Liemo pulled out the evolution forge and began the evolution process. But what he didn't expect this time was a long-awaited quantity boost appeared. And a full 3 of them. Just enough for the 3 of them. Liemo equipped the Shadow Dancer's boots on his own feet. Though he was a dual-class mage and warrior, agility and movement speed were equally crucial to his combat style. Whether casting spells from a distance or closing in for the kill, both proved highly advantageous. Next, he turned his attention to the additional reward, Mage, Warrior Skill Book 1. Opening the Mage Skill Book grants Abyssal Fireball. Description: a forbidden spell of legend, forged from the fusion of demons and fire elementals. Possesses destructive power surpassing conventional fireballs. Cost: 50 mana. Effect: summons a massive abyssal fireball to strike the target. Has a 30% chance to inflict the burning effect. Deals 1% of the target's maximum health as fire damage per second for 5 seconds. Nodding, Liemo opened the Warrior Skill Book. Armor Piercing Slash. Description: an advanced warrior slash skill focused on piercing enemy defenses. Cost: 30 mana. Effect: delivers a powerful slash to the target, reducing their armor by 30% for 6 seconds. Without hesitation, Liemo learned both skill books. A surge of new power then coursed through his body. New combat techniques and spellcasting knowledge surfaced in his mind. Now it was time to deal with the dungeon drop rewards. First was the epic tier, Shadow Crown. This Shadow Crown was suitable for Shinna's spellcasting class. Shadow Crown, Epic. Spirit plus 250, Magic Resistance plus 30%. Shadow Sanctuary, upon taking lethal damage, generates a Shadow Shield absorbing Spirit 10. 120-second cooldown. Liemo, Daisina, this is for you. The Spirit Boost, Magic Resistance, and Survival ability make it perfect for you. Daisina, this is far too precious. Her voice trembled with excitement as the Shadow Crown stats made her heart race. This was the ultimate defensive gear any spellcaster could dream of. And Liemo just handed it to her. At that moment, Xiao Jun approached with a mischievous grin. Sis, why are you blushing so much? Hearing this, Daisina quickly touched her cheeks. Sure enough, it was burning hot. Good thing Liemo can't see. Daisina murmured to herself before playfully pushing her younger sister away. You're so disrespectful, move aside. Xiao Jun put on a pitiful expression. Why, now that you have a husband, you just bully your little sister. Daishina's face was completely flushed crimson. What are you saying, you little brat? Wait till I smack you silly. Come on then, come on. At that moment, Liemo finished organizing his gear. Xiao Jun, this skill book is the surprise I promised you. Liemo sent it directly to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun. Phantom Arrow Rain. Brother-in-law. You're too kind. Thank you. I really love you so much. Xiao Jun's voice trembled with excitement. Finally, he picked up the Shadow Emblem of the Sorcerer. This one, Daisina, this one suits you too. Liemo handed the accessory to Daisina as well. Sorcerer's Shadow Emblem. Mental plus 200, skill damage plus 15%. Shadow Resonance, after casting 3 spells, the next spell's critical strike chance increases by 50%, and critical strike damage increases by 100%. Daishina was speechless with delight. She never imagined Liemo would share such precious gear with her and Xiao Jun. Chapter 96, 3 enter the dungeon together. Liemo, this is far too valuable. Daisina's voice trembled slightly. She clutched the Shadow Crown and the Shadow Sigil of the Sorcerer tightly in her hands. feeling the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from them. It left her feeling slightly dazed. Was this real? Just moments ago, she had been a mere level 15 sorceress. Her best gear had barely reached the fine tier. And now, 2 epic grade pieces of gear lay right in her hands. They were hers now. Either of these 2 pieces of gear would be enough to make top-tier mages fight tooth and nail. And now they both belonged to her. Xiao Jun watched from the sidelines, her eyes filled with nothing but envy. More than that, she felt admiration for Li Mo and blessings for her sister. My brother-in-law is truly special. He's so good to us. She murmured under her breath. Then she swiftly learned Phantom Arrow Rain. A surge of power flooded through her body. Opening her eyes, Xiao Jun exclaimed excitedly. This skill is insane. It's way stronger than my previous 2 skills combined. Li Mo watched their reactions. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. He wasn't the type to hoard resources for himself. Besides, he possessed the evolution furnace, a game-changing artifact. He wasn't worried about running out of resources. Alright, the equipment has all been distributed. Li Mo brought the sisters' attention back to him. Next, we're heading into the dungeon together. He raised the key to the Dark Elf castle in his hand. The key emitted a faint, eerie glow. Dungeon run? But we're only level 15. Don't you need to be level 25 to enter? Deasina asked, puzzled. No problem. I checked the drop description. As long as I want it, you 2 could enter even if you were only level 1. Before Li Mo could finish speaking, Xiao Jun's lively voice chimed in. Yay! Big bro, protect me. This is perfect to test out the new skill's power. Alright then, I'll test out this gear's power too. Dai Shinna sighed in relief, but then asked again. Li Mo, what dungeon are we heading to? Li Mo pulled out the Dark Elf Castle key and teleported it to Dai Shinna. Dark Elf Castle key? Dai Zina repeated it in confusion. What's this for? It unlocks the hidden area, the Crimson Moon altar, to challenge the hidden boss, the Shadow High Priest. Li Mo explained, his voice tinged with eager excitement. Deasina and Xiao Jun's expressions instantly turned grim. Hidden areas and hidden bosses. This usually meant difficulty levels several times higher than regular dungeons and far richer rewards. But it also came with immense risk. A hidden boss? Xiao Jun swallowed nervously. Brother-in-law, you just cleared the normal dungeon. Are you really going to take on the hidden boss now? Isn't that too risky? Yeah, Li Mo. Dai Shinna frowned as well. We know nothing about this hidden area. Rushing in recklessly could be dangerous. Li Mo smiled faintly, looking at them confidently. Don't worry. We're much stronger now, especially you 2. You've got epic gear and new skills. Saying this, Li Mo handed the other 2 pairs of Shadow Dancer's boots to Dai Zina and Xiao Jun. Shadow Dancer's boots epic. Description: battle boots once belonging to a legendary Dark Elf assassin. Light and swift, they allow the wearer to move freely through shadows. Attributes: agility plus 80, movement speed plus 15%, dodge rate plus 5%. Void Dash, upon activation, grants an additional 30% movement speed for 5 seconds and immunity to all slowing and binding effects. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Shadow Footprint, your basic attacks have a 5% chance to apply a 3-second weakness effect to the target, reducing their armor by 5%. Xiao Jun grabbed the boots and slipped them on with delight. Wow! So light. Feels like I could fly. Deasina also felt the power of her new gear. The unease in her heart gradually gave way to confidence. Li Mo was right, they were no longer the same people they once were. Alright. Since you say so, let's go. Dai Shinna's eyes hardened with resolve. Yeah. Let's take down that damn hidden boss. Xiao Jun pumped his little fist, brimming with fighting spirit. Li Mo nodded with satisfaction, instructing Dai Zina to return the key to him. He then took the key out. He silently commanded, open. He selected Daixina and Xiao Jun as his teammates. Then the 3 felt the world spin violently. Before their eyes appeared a massive stone door. Insert the key into the ancient castle's stone door. A deep rumbling echoed. The stone door slowly swung open, revealing a pitch-black, deep passageway. The passage was permeated with a musty, decaying stench. Eerie runes carved into the walls emitted a faint red glow. The 3 of them cautiously made their way down the passage. Soon they reached a vast circular cavern. At the center of the cavern, a massive altar, forged from pitch-black rock, stood imposing. Above it, a pulsing crimson heart hovered in midair. Before the altar, a dark elf clad in a black robe and wielding a staff stood silently. His withered face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes glowed with an evil crimson light. It was the Shadow High Priest. Li Mo's sharp gaze locked onto the figure atop the altar as a system notification flashed through his mind. High Priest of Shadows. Level 30. Health 50,000. Attack 1500. Defense 1200. Spirit 800. Skills. Shadow Strike swings the staff to unleash a high-speed shadow energy bolt that tracks the target, dealing 200% physical damage and granting 10% lifesteal. Death Whisper releases a psychic blast, dealing 180% magic damage to all enemies within range. Has a 30% chance to inflict the fear status effect, lasting 3 seconds, rendering the target unable to move and causing them to attack their own allies. Shadow Summon summons 2 shadow minions, each possessing 1000 HP and 300 ATK, prioritizing the nearest target. Dark Blessing, for every 10% of health a high priest loses, his attack and defense increase by 5%, lasting until the end of combat. Seeing these staggering stats, both Daesina and Xiao Jun sucked in a sharp breath. A level 30 boss. Even if Liu Mo was exceptionally powerful, this level gap was staggering. Liu Mo, isn't this a bit over the top? Daesina's voice carried a hint of tension. Liu Mo showed no trace of fear on his face. Joking aside, I've already taken down a fake lord level Treant. Why would I be afraid of some level 30 high priest? Besides, my full set of epic and legendary gear isn't something to mess with. Don't worry. We may be low level, but our gear and teamwork can make up for it. Liu Mo offered words of comfort. You're right. Xiao Jun immediately straightened her back. Brother-in-law, I'm ready. My new skill is itching to be unleashed. Daisina took a deep breath, her eyes blazing with determination. Alright, let's go together. Liu Mo stepped forward, shielding Daisina and Xiao Jun behind him. Xiao Jun, you handle ranged damage. Focus on whittling down the high priest's health and distracting the summoned minions. Daisina, you focus on burst damage. Interrupt the high priest's spells at critical moments and protect Xiao Jun. As Liu Mo spoke, he raised his own weapon. It was still Dragon Fury. On one hand, he wanted to hone the sisters' combat skills in this dungeon. On the other hand, he didn't want to reveal that he possessed legendary tier gear. Doing so might create distance between Daisina and the others. After all, such incidents had happened far too often. Liu Mo cherished the bond between the three of them. He wouldn't jeopardize it lightly. As for me, Liu Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. I'll draw his hatred and absorb his attacks. You two just focus on damage and support. He was right. With the Eternal Heart, Gaia Fragment, and his gear enhancements, his health regeneration had reached terrifying levels. As long as the monsters couldn't one-shot Liu Mo, whether it dealt 99% damage or 0.01% damage, it makes no difference whatsoever to Liu Mo now. That's the confidence. Chapter 97, Level 25 boss also instantly killed. The instant Liu Mo's words fell, the Shadow High Priest's icy gaze locked onto them. With a fierce swing of his staff, a jet-black energy arrow tore through the air. It hurtled straight toward Liu Mo. Shadow Strike. Liu Mo was ready for this. His feet shifted in a split second. The agility and movement speed bonuses from his Shadow Dancer boots kicked in at that critical moment. His form flickered, narrowly evading the strike. The energy arrow whizzed past his shoulder, leaving a scorched trail behind him. So fast. Daesina gasped, but a dark shadow energy orb was already coalescing in her hand. You dare attack my brother-in-law? I'll beat you to a pulp. Xiao Jun shouted, aiming his bow at the figure on the altar. But how could the high priest give Xiao Jun and her sister that chance? Death Whisper. An invisible force swept over them, filling Daisina and Xiao Jun's minds with a deafening buzz. Just as chaos threatened to overwhelm them, Liu Mo surged forward once more. Charge. He became a blur, charging directly before the Shadow High Priest, using his own body to block the edge of the skill, buying enough time for Xiao Jun and Daesina to regain consciousness. Daisina, finally reacting, urgently unleashed her skill. Bind the Shadow. Purple-black energy chains instantly coiled around the Shadow High Priest's staff, briefly slowing his movements. This was the new skill she had learned upon reaching level 15. Combined with her sister's ranged attacks, it could yield excellent results. Now! Xiao Jun's arrows shot forth like shooting stars, accompanied by her passionate shout. Phantom Arrow Rain. Hundreds upon hundreds of arrows, formed from pure energy. Transforming into a dazzling celestial river, they instantly engulfed the altar area. The Shadow High Priest was left reeling by Daisina's restraints. Though he managed to recall some of his abilities in time, countless arrows still pierced through his body. Growling, the Shadow High Priest let out a pained roar. The crimson glow emanating from his body intensified. The High Priest's health has dropped by 15%. The system notification sounded. Well done. Liu Mo praised. However, the battle was far from over. Cold sweat beaded on the Shadow High Priest's forehead. He glared furiously at the three figures before him, especially the warrior who kept drawing his attention. You will all die here. As the words left his lips, he slammed his staff into the ground. Shadow Summoning. Two masses of black energy coalesced on either side of the altar. Soon, two shadowy figures materialized within the cavern. Shadow Minion, high-level monster. They let out low, guttural growls and lunged toward Xiao Jun and Daisina. The minions are here. I'll handle one. Xiao Jun showed no fear, drawing the dagger at her waist. Coordinating with the arrow she fired, she locked horns with one shadow minion. Daisina focused her attention on another minion. though her spells weren't as potent as Li Mo's, capable of instantly eliminating shadow minions.
The sustained damage from Life Chain, combined with the control effects of her new skill, proved equally deadly.
Meanwhile, Li Mo was left alone to face the High Priest. He was utterly speechless. Because if he were to take it seriously, he could dispatch the so-called High Priest swiftly. But to wait for the sisters? Li Mo had no choice but to feign great difficulty, as if facing a formidable foe. Damn it, I'd love to blast this guy with a few abyssal fireballs and show him what I'm made of. Li Mo casually parried the High Priest's attack, ignoring the High Priest's utterly disgusted expression. He glanced back with his peripheral vision at the sisters fighting fiercely in a bloodbath. At that moment, Xiao Jun was using her agile footwork to constantly dodge the minions' attacks. Occasionally, she'd fire an arrow, striking the minion with pinpoint accuracy. Not bad. This brat actually knows how to kite. Deicina was doing the same, relying on her skill's sustained damage and crowd control, slowly whittling down the shadow minion's health. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll take this guy down. Xiao Jun dodged attacks while cheering Li Mo on. Though only level 15, her upgraded gear and newly learned skills had dramatically boosted her combat effectiveness, allowing her to barely hold her own against high-level monsters. The Shadow High Priest clearly sensed Li Mo holding back, letting out an even angrier roar. You insignificant human! Do you think this will buy you time? Every last one of you will become nourishment for my sacrifice. As he spoke, he raised his staff high once more. The dark energy permeating the air began to converge, thickening the atmosphere until it felt almost solid. Li Mo knew the High Priest was about to unleash his ultimate attack. He turned to see the sisters had already dealt with the minions. But they were already panting heavily, clearly unable to continue fighting. Enough. Li Mo nodded. The purpose of their training had been served. If he didn't act now, the sisters would be in danger. Just as the Shadow High Priest was about to gather enough energy to unleash his ultimate spell, a sharp gleam flashed in Li Mo's eyes. Abyssal Fireball. A massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, coalesced in his hands. It then rapidly compressed until it was roughly the size of a basketball. The raging black flames emitted a heart-stopping aura of power. He hurled the fireball with all his might toward the Shadow High Priest's head. Die! Chaos Eye activated, Wrath of the Heavens activated. The fireball split into two, locking onto the High Priest. With devastating force, the fireballs instantly engulfed the Shadow High Priest. A blinding crimson light erupted within the cavern. The High Priest clutched his staff with all his strength. Staring at Li Mo in shock, he murmured. This can't be. How do you possess such formidable flame power? Li Mo glanced at the High Priest in surprise. This guy wasn't dead? But then again, it made sense. After all, he was a level 25 boss. His health pool was undeniably substantial. Seeing Li Mo hadn't moved for a while, he sneered. Ha 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 ha. Looks like that power never belonged to you. You're out of tricks now. Li Mo grew impatient with his constant chatter. Why does this boss talk so much? Then, blue energy surged throughout his body, and 50 abyssal fireballs coalesced behind him. Not my power? Then take a look at my back. Li Mo ignored the High Priest's horrified expression. He then swung his arm violently. The fireballs instantly engulfed the High Priest. Not a single word escaped his lips. All returned to stillness. Ding! The system notification sounded again, tinged with a hint of triumphant joy. Congratulations! You have defeated the Shadow High Priest. Congratulations! You have obtained the Shadow High Priest's staff. Congratulations! Xiao Jun defeated the Shadow Minion and gained experience. Congratulations! Deicina defeated the Shadow Minion and gained experience. As the system notifications faded, the Shadow High Priest's massive form crashed to the ground. It dissolved into a pile of faintly glowing items. Chapter 98, The All-New Championship Tournament. Brother-in-law. We won. Xiao Jun ran over excitedly, cheeks flushed from battle, eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Deicina approached as well, weary yet smiling. We worked well together this time. Li Mo, you're amazing. Deicina rarely praised Li Mo. Hee hee, so what's the reward for your man? Li Mo grinned mischievously, leaning close to Deicina. He said with a cheeky grin. You're such a smart aleck. Deicina's cheeks flushed pink, then she lightly tapped Li Mo's cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. She quickly retreated, hiding behind her younger sister. Li Mo froze, seemingly still processing the moment. Brother-in-law, knocked out by the scent, huh? Had ha. Xiao Jun shielded her sister from behind. She grinned mischievously. Li Mo finally snapped out of it. He strode forward, grabbed Deicina by the shoulders, and amidst their startled cries, he pressed his lips against Deicina's red lips. Li Mo stood with his hands on his hips, thoroughly pleased, as he picked up the scepter. This staff has decent stats, but it's a magic-type item. Little June can't use it anyway. I don't need it anyway. Shadow High Priest Scepter Epic. Spell attack plus 350. Shadow skill damage plus 30%. Casting speed plus 15%. Skill, Shadow Summon. Summon 2 shadow minions to assist in combat for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. These stats are a bit low. Lee Mo frowned. Epic gear was practically worthless to him now. The stats were just too low. He couldn't even be bothered to look at them. A faint smile touched Lee Mo's lips as he summoned the Evolution Forge before his sisters. Evolution Furnace, activate. After all, only he could see this thing. He placed the staff inside, consuming a certain amount of materials and gold coins. An eerie blue flame instantly ignited within the furnace. Ding! Evolution successful. Abyssal Scepter legendary. Spell attack plus 500. Shadow skill damage plus 45%. Casting speed plus 25%. Attached skill. Abyssal Shadow Summon. Summon 3 enhanced shadow minions for 45 seconds, 4-minute cooldown. New effect, Shadow Corrosion. Attacks have a 20% chance to inflict shadow corrosion on the target, draining 5% of their maximum health per second for 5 seconds. Holy! Liamo gasped, staring at the new attribute and falling deep in thought. Losing 5% of maximum health per second. And damn, it lasts for 5 whole seconds. Starting with monsters already at 25% health. How is this even fair? Once again stunned by the Evolution Forge's god tier power, Lee Mo handed the equipment to Dai Xinna. At first, Dai Xina dismissed it, but upon reading the item description, she nearly snapped Xiao Jun's arm. What are you doing, sis? That hurts like hell. Xiao Jun angrily shook off her sister's right hand, then pulled out an ointment to rub on her arm. Dai Xinna finally caught on and hurriedly handed the item to Xiao Jun. Holy crap! Is this real? Xiao Jun nearly jumped out of her skin. Are these gear stats for real? Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Liamo chuckled, ruffling her hair before handing the staff to Dai Xinna. For me? Dai Xina froze in surprise. Of course. Out of the 3 of us, only you can equip a staff. Li Mo shrugged. If not you, then who else? Dai Xinna took the staff, her fingers trembling slightly. She could sense the terrifying power contained within it, as if she weren't holding an item but a sleeping beast. Thank you. She murmured, casting a complex glance at Li Mo. Say thanks with a kiss. Li Mo smirked wickedly. Go to hell. Dai Xinna's face flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Li Mo, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. The 3 exited the instance. They returned to their respective floating islands. The crimson moon still hung in the sky. It bathed the land in an ominous crimson glow. Li Mo frowned, staring at the countdown on his interface. Crimson moon weather end countdown 00.01.00. Phew, thankfully it's almost over. Since the crimson moon appeared, countless guilds had fallen victim to the monsters. But every advantage comes with a downside. While one thing brings harm, it inevitably brings benefits as well. Take this, for instance, the increased spawn rate of high-level monsters. Along with the emergence of soul crystals, many guilds have seen their strength surge dramatically. Take the former War God's Temple, for instance. They've managed to equip their elite squad leader with a full set of epic gear. Even Li Mo at that time only possessed a single epic Dragon's Fury. This clearly demonstrates. The arrival of the Crimson Moon claimed the lives of many players. But equally, many guilds soared to new heights, dominating their territories. Ding, Crimson Moon weather has ended. The system's cold notification sounded. The regional chat channel erupted with unprecedented fervor. Finally over. I almost got torn apart by those red moon werewolves. Ha 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 ha. I looted a legendary armor piece. Long live the Blood Moon. Heh, upstairs got lucky. Our guild lost 2/3 of our members and only got a few junk purple gear drops. Red Moon is a total scam. Our guild's base got completely wiped out by the monster wave. LOL, blame your own skill for the monster weather? Our guild got full epic sets Red Moon's a freebie bonanza. Li Mo scanned the world chat and shook his head. Some rejoiced, some raged, some rose, some fell. Such was the brutal law of Crimson Moon. Ding. Server-wide announcement, the Crimson Moon Conquest War is about to commence. All guilds, prepare yourselves. Li Mo's eyes narrowed. What the hell is this? Red Moon Conquest? But didn't the Red Moon weather end already? Why is the new weather event another Red Moon event? And what exactly is this guild battle? Are they making all these guilds fight each other? Or are they just fighting amongst themselves? With these questions swirling in his mind, Li Mo stared at the system announcement, his brow furrowing deeper by the second. Server-wide announcement, the Crimson Moon Conquest War officially begins. Start time, 3 minutes from now. Duration, 14 days. Participants, all guilds across the server. Rules. The Crimson Moon weather effect will persist until the Conquest War concludes. During this period, monster strength increases by 200%, but soul crystal drop rates are doubled. All guilds will be forcibly assigned to opposing factions and teleported to the Conquest battlefield. Engage in free-for-all combat as guilds from opposing factions battle for points. Points can be earned by defeating members of opposing factions, capturing resource points, or completing specific objectives. Special events may randomly occur within the battlefield. Examples include boss spawns and treasure chest spawns. Participants can earn additional points. After the battle concludes, the faction with the highest points will receive legendary guild building blueprints and epic gear rewards for all members. Note, each player in the battlefield has one extra life. If you die twice, that's a permanent death. Damn it, the system is forcing all guilds to slaughter each other. Lee Mo muttered under his breath. It suddenly occurred to him. During the previous Blood Moon event, the system had openly encouraged all players to form guilds. So this was all part of the plan. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel erupted in chaos. Chapter 99, Final Preparations. Cross-server migration. What the hell? Didn't the Blood Moon just end? System, you're messing with us? I just barely escaped death. Ah, this is thrilling. Finally, I can kill people openly. Liemo stared at the frantically refreshing messages. All chapter leaders, submit your equipment lists within 10 minutes. We're determined to win this championship battle. Sisters, prioritize protecting healers. The weak deserve to be eliminated. All players encountering our Slaughter God Guild take note, surrender your gear willingly and we'll spare your body intact. More messages followed, but Liemo stopped reading. Damn it, these four systems won't let them catch a break for a single moment. First, the damn Red Moon event forced countless players into joining guilds. The current competition is clearly a breeding ground for talent. They're selecting the strongest among this group of players. Liemo knew he was in Zone 13313. Therefore, there must be other regions as well. But due to the system shutdown, the World Chat channel remained closed. Not a single word had ever been spoken there. Liemo had a premonition. Once this battle for supremacy concludes, the World channel will definitely open. This wasn't Liemo speaking without evidence or making wild guesses. Before the Crimson Moon, possessing an epic tier dragon's wrath alone would have allowed him to walk tall. He could truly slay any mortal who stood in his way, and even gods who dared to oppose him. But now, those major guilds could field entire teams of epic tier players. His dragon's fury simply couldn't hold its own anymore. It had become utterly commonplace. Had it not been for the legendary gear the system rewarded him after slaying the tree monster, and evolved my life core to its ultimate tier, I'd be on the same starting line as those players now. A single Blood Moon event nearly erased the advantage granted by his soul artifact. And it had only been 3 or 4 days. Such a drastic leap in combat power. The system was so eager to boost their combat power. There must be some ulterior motive behind it. But none of that was his concern right now. To put it bluntly, even if the system made rain from the sky now, he'd be powerless to do anything but endure it. Ah, it all comes down to not being strong enough. Liemo gritted his teeth, cursing angrily. What the hell did this system think they were? He opened the guild interface, about to contact the two sisters. Suddenly, he noticed a flood of new applications in the guild. Liemo skimmed through them. At least 10,000 players wanted to join his guild. But that made sense. With the great battle approaching, if these lone wolves didn't join a guild, they would have to fight elite guild teams as individuals. That was simply impossible. Liemo frowned as he watched the flood of membership applications pour in. Over 10,000 players wanting to join it was undoubtedly a massive temptation. But he also knew full well that recruiting members at this moment required the utmost caution. After all, they were about to enter the confrontation battlefield in 2 minutes. Recruiting so many people suddenly like this, wouldn't that mean complete chaos and lack of discipline? Wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? But if he didn't recruit members on the battlefield, even though we're on the same side, those with more members will inevitably hold greater sway. After all, strength lies in numbers. This isn't just an empty saying. It's a hard truth. However, all this assumes Liemo lacks sufficient strength. Does he really need these members now? Are you kidding? Absolutely not. With his legendary gear set and even a supreme grade core, how could the enemy faction possibly fight him? Suddenly, Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna, the sisters, sent him a message. Brother-in-law, a bunch of people want to join our guild. Should we accept them? Xiao Jun asked, her voice brimming with anticipation. She knew full well that the more guild members they had, the greater their advantage in the upcoming guild wars. So she aimed to recruit as many members as possible. Liemo glanced at Xiao Jun's message, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew more members were better, but he had his own plans. Hold on. Have Xinna draft a set of screening criteria. Xiao Jun, you handled the initial screening. Liemo replied swiftly. Remember, quality over quantity. Reject anyone lacking genuine ability or harboring ulterior motives. Got it, brother-in-law. Xiao Jun answered promptly. Liemo, looking ahead to the upcoming championship battle, already had a plan in mind. He knew the key to this contest lay not in numbers, but in elite strength. Rather than recruiting a motley crew, it was better to carefully select individuals and forge a formidable team. After a moment's thought, he sent another message to Xiaojun and Dai Xinna. Xinna, set the screening standards higher. Got it. Daisina replied promptly. Liamo glanced back at the guild application list. The number of applicants kept growing, but he remained unhurried. After all, this wasn't something that could be rushed. 10,000 people seemed like a lot. But that was a lot for ordinary people. Now that Daisina's psychic power had reached over 500, handling this was a mere trifle. In less than a minute, all applications from over 10,000 players were processed. Liamo glanced through them, not even 10 met the requirements. The guild's membership now stood at just 6. It was like sifting through 10,000 people to find just 3. Guild leader, the selection is complete. 1 assassin, 1 warrior, and 1 archer. Daisina reported. Liamo acknowledged her with a nod. Glancing at the time, he saw less than 2 minutes remained. With this last bit of time, Liamo didn't plan to do anything else. He simply opened the regional chat channel. He scanned the players' messages. Holy crap, Liamo's guild screening criteria are insane. Epic gear and level 15 or above? Who could possibly meet that? Wake up, man. The boss is here to lead, not take in refugees. He's already so strong himself, he's obviously looking for even stronger players. Sigh, I was hoping to piggyback on someone's coattails, but looks like that's not happening. Guess I'll just have to join some small guild and hang around. Holy crap. The God of Slaughter Guild is bragging on the world channel again. They even said we should just hand over our gear. Unbelievable. How can the God of Slaughter Guild be so arrogant? Do they think they're invincible? Heard the God of Slaughter Guild leader's gear is all epic tier, and his weapon is supposedly legendary. Legendary weapon? Seriously? That's insane. What are we supposed to do? Just let the God of Slaughter Guild keep pushing us around? I'm not so sure. There are other guilds, aren't there? Besides, this is a free-for-all battle. Who'll come out on top is still anyone's guess. Everyone, be careful. Don't get targeted by the bloodthirsty God Guild. We should lie low for now and wait for the chaos to start before looking for an opportunity. Exactly. Stay low. The last one standing wins. Any big shots willing to take me under their wing? My gear's a bit lacking, but I'm obedient. I can be cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Forget it. The big shots already have plenty. You're on your own. Time's running out, everyone. Get ready. Good luck to all. Yeah, good luck to everyone. Liamo scanned the regional chat messages. It seemed everyone shared the same mindset, figuring out how to protect themselves. He glanced at the time again. Less than a minute remained before the battle commenced. Countdown, 1 minute. Liamo took a deep breath. He knew the battle was about to begin. Xinna, Xiaojun, get ready, Liamo said in a low voice. Yes, brother-in-law, the sisters replied in unison. Countdown, 30 seconds. Countdown, 10 seconds. Countdown, midnight. The battlefield is about to open. He snapped his head up, seeing 12 black beams of light rising from the horizon. Each precisely divided the entire 13313 zone into 12 fan-shaped sectors. Server-wide announcement, Conquest War begins. All players gain the hunting vision skill. Enemy player locations within a 500-meter radius are now visible. The world chat exploded instantly. Holy, this is basically Battle Royale mode. Damn you, system. I just got matched with my bro on the same team. Ah, this is fun. The Bloodbath Feast Guild is starting the purge. Chapter 100, Lords for All. Can this even evolve? Welcome, players, to the battlefield of 10,000 races. Here, myriad beings stand tall, from peerless sword immortals who cleave the heavens with a single stroke to ultimate gods and demons who shape the cosmos. This is the best of times, this is the luckiest of times. Kill as many players from the opposing faction as possible to earn points. May fortune smile upon you all. Note, points can be exchanged for some unexpected surprises. Countdown, 15 days. Liamo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon a dense jungle. The kind that blocked out the sky entirely. Brother-in-law, where are you? Xiaojun's familiar voice came from beside him. Liamo quickly turned his head to look. Only then did he notice the sisters standing to his right. But his newly recruited member was nowhere to be seen. Furrowing his brow, Liamo stood up. After getting his bearings, Liamo began surveying his surroundings. They were now in a forest that stretched endlessly before them. Beneath his feet lay only a fire and a small wooden hut. Before him stood an object resembling a tombstone. Liamo first transformed his body, stepping onto a treetop to survey the situation. Still forest. Nothing but forest. After assessing the surroundings, Liamo returned to the ground just as Xiaojun called out to him. Brother-in-law, come see this. Hearing Xiaojun's words, Liamo's heart tightened. Could something be wrong? He hurried over. Liamo saw Xiaojun pointing at the tombstone-like object and saying, Brother-in-law, try touching it with your hand. Hope it's not poisonous, ha ha ha. Li Mo joked, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere.
Now only the 3 of them remained at their birthplace.
Where the other 4 had gone was a mystery. Li Mo didn't want to worry his sisters.
After all, in this unfamiliar environment, maintaining a positive mindset was paramount. Earlier, he had climbed to the treetop to look for the other 4. But in the end, he hadn't found them.
Li Mo still didn't understand how the dog system assigned birthplaces. For now, they could only take things one step at a time. He placed his hand on the tombstone. A panel appeared before Li Mo's eyes. Soul Monument. HP 1000. Note, the Soul Monument is a special item. Regardless of the attack type, each strike can only deal 1 point of damage. Resurrect fallen players at this location. Note, each player can only be revived once. If the Soul Monument is destroyed, players cannot be revived.
Use points to recruit warriors from all races.
Summoned warriors correlate with the current Soul Monument level. Soul Monument level can be upgraded using points. Current level 1, 100 points required to advance to the next level. Current points 0. Note, with sufficient points, even great immortals can be summoned.
Whoa, this thing's got some serious power.
Li Mo's lips curled upward. This thing must be protected. If a major guild's Soul Monument were destroyed,
it would be heartbreaking, with combat power dropping by more than 1 tier.
But Li Mo's smile wasn't for that reason. It was because this thing could evolve. That's right. Evolution.
That familiar prompt appeared before his eyes once more.
Soul Monument Basic detected. Evolve? Evolve. Li Mo didn't hesitate. A flash of golden light erupted. The Soul Monument began to transform. Li Mo stared intently. Soul Monument Perception Core. HP 2000. New ability, Soul Resonance. Description: the Perception Core connects to all living beings across the multiverse battlefield.
With sufficient points, it can pinpoint the exact location of hostile players or vital resources. Basic All Souls Perception consumes 10 points to lock onto the location of an enemy faction or key resource point within a 500-meter radius, displaying it on the Perception Core. Evolution hint: as the core level increases, the range and accuracy of all being sense will significantly improve, unlocking advanced sensing abilities such as target tracking and intent prediction. Holy, this ability is a bit overpowered, isn't it? Reading the description, Li Mo was once again stunned into speechlessness. This ING thing is basically a divine eye. In this world of the Dark Forest, each faction is a lone hunter. Always be wary of threats from other hunters. But Li Mo doesn't have to. I've got a cheat code. With my heavenly eye activated, I can see you clearly wherever you are. Then sneak into the camp and blow up the Soul Monument. Then I'll use my knowledge of the terrain to slip back safely. How about that? Scared yet? Just then, Deasina gasped in surprise. Li Mo, why does the Soul Monument have new abilities now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun first touched the Soul Monument in confusion. Then she stared at Li Mo in utter shock. Her mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Wait, it wasn't like this when I just looked at it. The sisters' gazes toward Li Mo shifted noticeably. They weren't fools, after all. Systems don't start by enhancing basic items. It should at least wait until 5 days later. This must be Li Mo's doing. But when pressed for answers, Li Mo merely scratched his head, laughed it off, and brushed the matter aside. The sisters were no fools either. They knew some things could be asked, while others shouldn't be probed. This was clearly Li Mo's dirty little secret. They just wanted to reap the benefits. Who cared what Li Mo was hiding? Rustle, rustle, rustle. A sudden, dense scraping sound echoed from deep within the forest. As if countless sharp claws were scraping against tree bark. Li Mo snapped his head up. Not far away, the bushes shook violently. Over a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes glowed in the shadows. Prepare for battle, he barked. His right hand instantly summoned the sky dome. The next second, 7 or 8 creatures resembling hyenas but covered in scales burst from the bushes. Each was the size of a calf, dripping corrosive mucus from their fangs as they scorched the ground, leaving hissing white smoke in their wake. Bone-eroding hyenas LV3. Traits: pack hunting, acid corrosion. The moment he saw the monster's attributes, Li Mo froze. What the hell was this LV3? Could it correspond to the elite monsters in the Sky Island world? Before he could think further, he instantly summoned over a dozen black fireballs. But to his horror, Li Mo realized. The temperature that could normally scorch the air until it warped now felt as gentle as a child's touch. Something was clearly wrong here. With no other choice, Li Mo roared, Abyssal Fireball. Xiao Jun and Deasina also unleashed their most powerful skills. 3 distinct spells roared toward the pack of hyenas. Boom! The explosion instantly kicked up a thick cloud of smoke. Is it over? Li Mo frowned, while the 2 sisters beside him gripped their weapons tightly. Always ready for battle. Roar! A sudden roar erupted from the smoke, as 5 charred bone-eating hounds burst forth, flames still licking their bodies. They bled dark green blood, clearly badly wounded. Yet they still possessed the strength to fight.
The lead hound reared up on its hind legs, its front paws swelling to 3 times their size and transforming into scythe-like blades. It swung them viciously down toward Deicina. Watch out! Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply. His right arm shot out, instantly extending 2 meters. He yanked Deicina away, dodging the blow. Boom! The hyena's blade cleaved the earth below, tearing open a gaping wound 3 to 4 meters deep. Even more terrifying was the acid coating the bone blade, melting the surrounding earth like butter over a flame. Is this a level 3 monster? Li Mo cursed aloud. He summoned Dragon Fury in his left hand. Black flames ignited as he severed the head of a hyena. But he saw the severed neck writhing with flesh that was rapidly regenerating. These things were actually regenerating. This regenerative ability was downright twisted. They could still live even without heads. Li Mo summoned over a dozen more fireballs. This time, it triggered the Chaos Eye in Sky's wrath. The hyena was instantly blown to smithereens. Seeing this, the trio felt a glimmer of hope. As Xiao Jun's skill landed with precision, reducing their physical defense. Deicina used her first skill to immobilize them. Though only for half a second, it was enough. Dragon's Fury swept through in a perfect arc, engulfed in black flames. 7 heads flew off simultaneously. Killed Bone-Eating Hounds X8, earned 40 points. Chapter 101, Rescue Team, Super Monster. Phew, finally done. Li Mo stood with his blade raised. This pack of hyenas was truly abnormal. They were only level 3 monsters, yet they'd already pushed us to our limits. What about level 4, level 6? Even stronger monsters? Li Mo sensed something was off. This forest was definitely not normal. He recalled the system prompt that appeared when he first arrived here. The system prompt that flashed before him. Here dwells a sword immortal who cleaved the heavens with a single stroke. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now he was truly taken aback. Brother-in-law, that slash of yours was incredible. Xiao Jun had finally regained his composure. She praised Li Mo's heroic display. Li Mo smiled, though it was tinged with bitterness. He'd only just arrived, and already they were giving him a taste of their power. Daishina seemed to sense Li Mo's thoughts. She glided over, rested her head on his shoulder, and whispered softly. It's okay. It's perfectly normal to feel unsettled in an unfamiliar place. You've done remarkably well. These monsters truly surpassed all of our expectations. But this isn't your fault. Daizina's gaze suddenly hardened, sending a shiver through Li Mo's heart. Monsters have grown stronger for everyone. Besides, we can recruit warriors from all races with points. Don't rush, take it slow. Daishina's gentle voice soothed away the last traces of Li Mo's restlessness. Li Mo buried his head in Daixina's embrace. He felt the comforting warmth of her embrace. Daixina stroked his head, her face flushed as she offered comfort. After a moment, Li Mo activated the Soul Monument. Soul Tablet Perception Core. HP 2000. Can expend 20 points to summon a squad of 10 multiracial warriors. Note, one squad consists of 10 warriors. Current summoned warrior level, LV3. Evolve the altar using points. Consume 200 points to advance to the next stage. Summon? Level 3? That's about the same as that pack of hyenas before. Though those dogs were actually pretty strong. But spending 20 points each time still feels a bit wasteful. Just as Li Mo was about to summon, a familiar interface suddenly popped up before his eyes. Detected active use of the altar of 10,000 races. Proceed with evolution? Question mark. Li Mo froze. Wasn't this thing called the Soul Monument? What the hell is the altar of 10,000 clans? But that didn't concern him. Perhaps the altar of 10,000 clans was just a subfunction of the Soul Monument. None of that mattered. Li Mo clicked to evolve. Evolution successful. Evolution Core, base attributes of summoned warriors increased by 50%. Additionally, by continuously slaying foes, one can revive primordial genes within the body and evolve to the next tier. Base attributes of summoned warriors increased by 50%. By continuously slaying enemies, one can revive primordial genes within and evolve to the next tier. What did this mean? It means the warriors he summons no longer possess fixed stats across all 4 dimensions. They have the potential to grow. And this growth is based on slaying enemies perfectly aligned with his current predicament. Killing enemies earns points. Points can also be used to continuously enhance his own strength. It creates a perfect virtuous cycle. This is absolutely fantastic. Li Mo took a deep breath and clicked the summoning option. Consume 20 points to summon 10 level 3 warriors of all races. The altar suddenly erupted in blinding light, the ground trembling slightly. Within the light, 10 towering figures gradually took shape. As the light faded, Li Mo got a clear look at these so-called warriors of all races. They bore lizard-like heads covered in deep green scales, stood over 2 meters tall, and possessed bulging muscles. Each gripped a bone spear. Lizard men? Xiao Jun gasped in astonishment. The lizard man at the front stepped forward, his yellow vertical pupils scanning the group before settling on Li Mo.
Suddenly, it knelt on one knee and spoke in a hoarse yet distinct human voice, "Scaled Claw, at your service." Their voices were perfectly synchronized and distinct. Liemo stared in shock at this lizardman leader who called himself Scaleclaw. The system had clearly stated he had summoned a level 3 warrior, equivalent to those mutated hyenas, but Scaleclaw gave him a feeling far beyond that.
Had the evolution forge worked its magic again? You speak our language?
Scaleclaw rose to his feet, his scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. The altar of all races has granted us foundational understanding.
We are chosen warriors, destined to follow the altar's master into battle. Sounds pretty high level. Xiao Jun whispered to his sister. But all she got was a sharp tap on the head. Keep your voice down.
Li Mo's heart stirred as he opened the system interface to check the summoning details. In the Lizardman Squad's attribute panel, besides the basic LV3 designation, there was a special marker.
Evolution potential, 5 star. 5 stars? Liemo murmured to himself. The evolutionary potential was truly immense. The only question was what kind of monster it would evolve into. Lime's instincts told him this lizard man was no ordinary creature. While other level 3 monsters were still mere dogs, these creatures could already speak. Perhaps it was due to the altar of 10,000 tribes. Liemo pondered this. Just as Liemo was about to ask further questions,
Xiao Jun suddenly ran over from the edge of the camp. Panting heavily, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law!
I found those 4 team members. And there are tons of monsters around them." Liemo frowned. He didn't ask how Xiao Jun knew, but he was certain Xiao Jun wouldn't deceive him.
He then methodically issued orders to the Lizardmen squad. 3 members were to remain behind to defend the base. The rest would follow Liemo and his 2 companions to rescue the stranded comrades.
"Yes, master." Lizard Claw saluted the trio before instructing the 3 members to remain behind.
He led the rest of the team forward, following Xiao Jun.
"Xiao Jun, how did you know?" Liemo asked curiously along the way. He himself didn't understand how Xiao Jun knew.
And with such precision.
I found out through the Soul Monument.
Xiao Jun gasped for breath as she explained to Liemo.
It suddenly dawned on him. So that's how it was. Xiao Jun had used the Soul Monument's 10,000 sensing ability. That's how he learned everything. Did you notice any other players around? Liemo asked again, considering it cost 10 points each time.
No, the map only shows green dots, yellow dots, and red dots. I think the green dots represent teammates, the yellow dots are the lizardmen, and the red dots are the beasts.
Xiao Jun's pupils suddenly dilated.
Clearly, she had thought of something terrifying.
Different monsters have differently sized red dots.
The ones surrounding our teammates are about the same size as those hyenas earlier.
Liemo was curious how could monsters of this level terrify Xiao Jun so much.
He smiled, about to offer comfort, when Xiao Jun continued, "But over in the west, there's a red dot, it's so big it's taking up the entire western map."
Chapter 102, The Lizardman's Great Display of Power. When the group arrived, they witnessed the scene unfolding before them.
14 members stood back to back in a circle. Around them, a dozen hyenas were slowly closing in, narrowing their encirclement,
clearly preparing to hunt their prey.
Deep within the forest, sunlight filtered through the canopy, barely reaching the ground.
"Why is it always this damn thing?" Liemo whispered. Why was this hyena so damn annoying? It seemed to be everywhere.
Of the 4 recruited team members, only 1 woman and 1 man remained, and he had extremely sharp eyes.
The girl had already been bitten by the hyena.
A festering wound had appeared on her arm, and it was spreading rapidly.
"Brother-in-law, it's them,"
Xiao Jun whispered, her fingers digging into Lime's sleeve.
Dai Xena frowned deeply. "We need to hurry.
They won't last much longer."
Liemo nodded and turned to the lizardman warrior standing quietly behind him.
Without waiting for orders, Scaled Claw raised his bony spear and made several gestures to his comrades behind him.
"Master, permit us to demonstrate the glory of the 10,000 tribes warriors." Scaled Claw's voice carried an unwavering resolve. Liemo took a deep breath. "Go. Leave none alive."
7 lizardmen warriors vanished instantly from their positions, their speed leaving only streaks of afterimages on the retina.
Within the hyena pack, Chenlin hurled a fireball with a howl.
But the attack, which could usually instantly kill elite monsters, was now shattered by a single swipe from the hyena before her. Moreover, the relentless pain in her arms sent a wave of despair washing over her. Having crossed over to the Sky Island world, relying solely on her tenacity and luck, she had finally survived past the Red Moon. As a mage, she possessed decent combat prowess, equipped with half a set of epic gear and a fine-grade weapon. This should have placed her firmly among the mid-tier players. But this sudden new map drastically weakened her strength. Monsters she once effortlessly slaughtered now became deadly threats.
She had thought joining the server's top guild before the countdown would guarantee her safety.
But after being transported here, she discovered she wasn't with the top player at all.
Instead, she was stuck with 3 new recruits.
And at the spawn point, he had nothing, only the gear he was wearing.
This didn't match the system's instructions. Following one girl's analysis in the party, they began searching for Li Mo. Since they were also members of the 9 Provinces Guild, they sensed the president's presence. But unexpectedly, not long after setting out, they were surrounded by a pack of hyenas. Seeing the level 3 monster mark above their heads, they sneered with disdain. How dare mere level 3 monsters flex their power in front of them? They were solo players vetted by Deicina herself. Without exaggeration, they were undoubtedly among the strongest independent players in existence. They then assumed these hyenas were roughly on par with elite monsters. Thus, with a hint of contempt, they embarked on their tragic ordeal. One archer was instantly killed. The rest only escaped thanks to their lone assassin player. But humans simply couldn't match the hyenas' agility. After fleeing for a short while, they were caught up with. Then, a warrior, fighting with reckless abandon, forced a trade, taking down 3 hyenas. But he was torn to shreds in the process. Now only she, Chen Lin, and the assassin beside her named Duan Fei remained. Sis Chen! Watch your right! Duan Fei's shriek rang out from behind her. Chen Lin whipped her head around just as a hyena lunged toward her. Is this how I die? I should have agreed to Chen Feng's proposal. Suddenly, whoosh! A bone spear sliced through the air, piercing the hyena's temple with deadly precision. A piercing scream echoed through the forest, followed by the chaotic howls of the hyena pack. Li Mo hurriedly moved forward with Deicina and Xiao Jun. The sight before them made all 3 gasp in horror. The lizardmen warriors had already begun their slaughter. No, it wasn't even a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Li Mo witnessed the scaled claw spear pierce a hyena with pinpoint accuracy. Simultaneously, its free left hand clamped down on the throat of another hyena lunging toward it. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The hyena's neck went limp and drooped. The other lizardman's performance was equally astonishing. One warrior swept his tail horizontally, sending 2 hyenas flying simultaneously. They crashed into the tree trunk with a dull thud of shattered bones. Another tore open its prey's jaws, green blood splattering onto its scales. Yet it suffered no harm. Xiao Jun stammered, "They're so strong. Way stronger than hyenas." Deicina's eyes flashed with astonishment. She was utterly speechless. This lizardman squad had delivered far more surprises than expected. Li Mo had noticed. They seemed to coordinate with each other in battle. Forming a tactical formation, they had split and surrounded the hyena pack. Li Mo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the system interface. Sure enough, in the Lizardman Warrior's status bar, besides, evolution potential, 5-star. A new line of flashing text appeared, kill count, 7,100. They're truly evolving. Li Mo's heart began to race. Each enemy they kill makes them stronger. Seeing this, Li Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. He was already anticipating the lizardman's performance in the next phase. He looked at the 14 members, their faces frozen in utter terror. Li Mo was about to step forward. At that moment, a roar unlike any hyenas echoed from the center of the battlefield. An exceptionally massive hyena, as large as a full-grown rhinoceros. It burst from the shadows, colliding directly with the lizardman warrior and sending him flying. The warrior crashed heavily to the ground, several scales shattered across his chest. Green blood seeped from the wounds. Bone-eroding hyena Lord LV4. That's an elite monster. Xiao Jun exclaimed. The scaled claws emitted a shrill hiss, and the other lizardmen instantly shifted their formation, surrounding it at the center. The wounded warrior struggled to his feet, the fire in his eyes burning brighter than ever. The elite hyena opened its gaping maw, tensed its hind legs, and lunged forward in an instant. A lizardman warrior couldn't dodge in time, and the scales on his arm were instantly bitten into several small pits. But it only growled lowly, charging forward with even greater ferocity. The scaled claw suddenly made an odd movement. It raised the spear horizontally above its head, the tip gathering a ball of green energy. In the next instant, a green beam shot from the spear, piercing straight through the elite hyena's chest. The monster let out a final howl before its massive body crashed to the ground. Kill count, 15,100 primary evolution. The scaled claw's status bar updated. Seeing this, the remaining hyenas began scattering in all directions. But the lizardmen gave them no chance, slaughtering every last monster in a matter of moments. As the last hyena fell, Li Mo noticed the scales of all the lizardmen warriors had grown brighter. Their bodies also seemed to have grown slightly larger. Especially Scale Claw, a faint golden pattern had appeared in the center of its forehead. It shimmered faintly in the dim forest light. Chapter 103, Green Tea Squad? Orcs join the fight. Li Mo stepped forward and patted Scaleclaw on the shoulder. Good work. Scaleclaw knelt on one knee, spear planted before him. It is my honor to serve you, master. These lowly creatures are unworthy of defiling your domain. Li Mo, now that's music to my ears, no wonder he's the captain. After disposing of the corpses, Li Mo finally approached the other 2 team members. After exchanging brief introductions, they finally got to know each other. Chen Lin was a level 16 mage with the skills Fireball, Ice Spike, and Meditation. The last skill could be used to restore health and mana. The frustrating part, however, was that this skill could only reach its full potential in an undisturbed location. On the battlefield, no enemy would be foolish enough to let you slowly restore your full health and mana. Thus, it was a rather useless skill. As for Duan Fei standing nearby, Liemo felt this guy was a bit off his rocker. According to the account, he was the one who killed 6 hyenas at the start, allowing Chen Lin to escape with him. His combat prowess was undeniable after all, he was a level 17 assassin. All 3 of his skills were exceptionally powerful. Specifically, Swift Step, Stealth, and Shadow Blade Assault. Among these, using Stealth enhanced the damage and critical strike chance of his next attack. It was this very combo that allowed Duan Fei. He sliced through 6 dog-headed creatures in one stroke, rescuing Chen Lin from dire peril. But this guy is seriously annoying. Holy crap, you're the legendary Liemo. What's up with these lizardmen? They're so strong. Can you teach me, boss? These 2 beauties look like goddesses descended from heaven. Hello, everyone. My name is Duan Fei. Duan is in Duan, Fei is in Fei. Duan Fei circled Liemo like an adoring fanboy. As an assassin, his agility was naturally maxed out. His speed was so fast it made Liemo's eyes blur. Add to that the kid's relentless chatter, and Liemo felt like the boy was unloading 18 years worth of words onto him all at once. Just as Liemo was about to cut him off, the kid seized the moment to press his advantage, continuing to pester him. Finally, a swift swipe of his clawed hand sent the kid sprawling face first into the mud, bringing the commotion to an abrupt halt. However, Liemo keenly noticed that when the kid fell, he clearly had injuries on his body. Yet the moment he turned around, they vanished completely. As if they had never been there at all. He's got something special. Liemo blocked Duan Fei's messages and thought to himself. But this was no place to linger. They must return to their birthplace immediately. Everyone, return to camp immediately. Liemo commanded. The lizardmen warriors instantly fanned out, forming a protective circle around the humans at their center. Scaled Claw led the way, spear poised for attack, the golden pattern on his forehead glinting in the sunlight. Liemo walked in the middle of the formation, his mind racing with thoughts. What they failed to notice was this. A figure flashed across a distant tree branch, then swiftly vanished in the opposite direction. What? You mean the members who didn't touch the soul monument can't be revived? Chen Lin stared at Liemo in disbelief. Liemo frowned. He hadn't expected the damn system to be programmed this way either. Teammates who hadn't touched the soul monument couldn't be revived? That meant they'd instantly lose 3 combatants. With a sigh of regret for the teammates he'd never met, Liemo patted Chen Lin's shoulder. He said nothing more. Liemo, who knew these new teammates were so emotionally attached? They're actually crying. Dai Xinna spoke up to comfort her at that moment. She finally managed to calm Chen Lin, who had been overcome with emotion. Chen Lin, who had initially felt guilty, now appeared calm and composed. After all, she had a secret she couldn't reveal. When surrounded by hyenas, she was the first to be attacked. Fortunately, a mage teammate was nearby. She used Ice Shard to freeze the lower half of that male teammate's body. That's how she managed to survive. And it was also thanks to everyone not noticing before the guy could even cry out, the hyenas pounced on him. He was then bitten through the throat in one bite. That's how she managed to survive. At the time, she had always believed everyone had one chance to revive. She'd lived in constant fear for so long, dreading that someone might come back to kill her. Hearing Liemo explain it now, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing Daisina's consolation nearby, she cursed inwardly, yet outwardly squeezed out a few crocodile tears, whimpering sadly. She put on a righteous front. Duan Fei also came over to offer a few words of comfort. Chen Lin instantly burrowed into Duan Fei's embrace. She rubbed against him repeatedly with her ample bosom. Duan Fei was in the prime of his youth, and encountering a high-level girl like Chen Lin was like being hit with a dimensional attack. And Chen Lin was undeniably attractive, especially with those incredibly voluptuous assets. Duan Fei blushed and stammered, unable to utter a word, not even knowing where to put his hands. He could only awkwardly scratch his head. Finally, Dai Xinna couldn't bear to watch any longer and stepped in to break the tension, rescuing Duan Fei from his predicament. Liemo couldn't be bothered with such a scheming woman and refused to give her the time of day. He merely observed how Chen Lin treated Duan Fei and concluded she was no good. Watching the awkward yet suggestive interaction between Chen Lin and Duan Fei, a wave of discomfort washed over Liemo. He wasn't stupid. No matter how deeply Chen Lin hid her little schemes, they couldn't escape his notice. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The urgent priority was to understand the current situation. Liemo withdrew his gaze and turned toward the soul monument at the camp center. As his fingers touched the cold surface, the system interface immediately popped up. Current team survivors, 4-7. Remaining points, 60. Finally 60 points. Liemo nodded. Though he desperately wanted to save up 200 points for the evolution altar. Summon higher tier warriors from the myriad races. But in the early stages when danger lurked at every turn, it clearly wasn't a wise move. Moreover, Xiao Jun had learned through the perception core that a super boss lurked in the west. Holding back now would be pure suicide. Therefore, he made up his mind. He absolutely must continue summoning warriors from all races. Consume 20 points to summon a squad of warriors? Confirm. Li Mo didn't hesitate. Summoning successful. As the system notification faded, the space before Li Mo began to warp. Moments later, a deep, rumbling roar echoed through the air. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, 10 towering figures materialized. A group of beastmen. The leader stood over 2 meters tall, his body a mass of bulging muscles. He brandished a massive battle axe in his hand. His rugged face bore a pair of fierce red eyes brimming with aggression. Yet when his gaze fell upon Li Mo, it was filled with utter submission. Master! I, or Karu, lead my kin to serve you. The leader, Karu, knelt on one knee, his voice booming and deep. Behind him stood 9 equally towering orc warriors. Each held a variety of crude weapons in their hands, such as wooden clubs, bone spears, and some crude iron swords. Li Mo observed this newly summoned band of orcs, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Judging by their sheer size and fierce gaze alone, were clearly far more formidable than the previous lizardmen warriors. Very good, Karu. Li Mo patted Karu's broad shoulder, feeling the solid mass of muscle beneath his hand. For the master. Karu and the other orcs responded in unison, their voices carrying a primal fervor. Li Mo surveyed the surroundings. Shenlin and Duan Fei had been temporarily calmed by Deicina. The three were engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly discussing something. Meanwhile, Scaleclaw remained vigilant, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Chapter 104, Battle. After arranging everything, Li Mo dismissed everyone, leaving only himself behind. Xiao Jun mentioned earlier that she detected a massive red dot to the west using her perception core? Li Mo pondered curiously. She also said enemies were nearby. As the guild leader, he certainly had to investigate thoroughly. As for how to investigate? Well, that's where the cheat code comes in. Perception core, activate. Consume 10 points to activate the perception core? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mo selected activation. As the points were deducted, the perception core's glow flickered before his eyes, and a torrent of information flooded his mind. The terrain and outlines of living beings within a 500-meter radius instantly became crystal clear in his mind. He saw his own team members. Further away, to the west, a massive red, nearly filling the entire range of his perception, was moving slowly. How can it be this big? This was undoubtedly the super boss Xiao Jun had mentioned. Li Mo gasped in astonishment. Its power must rival that of a lord-level monster. But considering that all monsters in this world had been enhanced, Li Mo now suspected this creature might surpass even a lord-level monster in power. Meanwhile, in the southeast direction of the camp, the perception core illuminated a cluster of red dots. They were roughly 300 meters away. Li Mo frowned. These weren't monsters either. Could it be another faction? But judging by the numbers, there were over 100 of them. His own forces numbered only this many. And even if there were 2 squads of soldiers now, they weren't fools either, they'd surely be recruiting soldiers too. And with their greater numbers, their monster killing speed would far surpass Li Mo's side. The points they earn will undoubtedly be far greater. At least they don't know there's a faction just 300 meters away. Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief. After all, who else could cheat like he did? But necessary defensive measures were still essential. After all, 300 meters might not seem like much, but it really wasn't. 100-strong faction would inevitably expand their exploration beyond 300 meters after some time. By then, they'd be stronger, and he wouldn't stand a chance defending himself. Therefore, they must strike first. Karu, take your squad and immediately construct defensive fortifications around the camp as fast as you can. Li Mo ordered decisively. Scaleclaw, take several soldiers to scout the southeast direction. Report any unusual activity immediately. Aye, master. Karu acknowledged the order and immediately set the orc warriors to work. Though lacking professional engineering tools, the orcs possessed immense strength. They swiftly dug trenches along the camp's perimeter and piled up earth and stones. Scaleclaw, accompanied by 3 comrades, blended into the shadows. They stealthily crept toward the southeast. Li Mo approached his team members. The situation is a bit complicated. Li Mo informed them. We've encountered another guild. They're numerous. We need to prepare for combat before they arrive. Shenlin still wore a trace of unease on her face. But upon hearing Li Mo's words, she composed herself slightly. Nodding, she replied, understood, guild leader. Duan Fei tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. His eyes betrayed a hint of tension, but more prominently, a fierce eagerness for battle. Why did they attack me? A deathly silence followed, as everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. Duan Fei scratched his head. Just kidding. You guys have no sense of humor at all. Only a fool would joke at a time like this. Li Mo sighed. This teammate's skills were undeniable, but he was a bit of a fool. Li Mo glanced at the remaining 30 points. He knew this was no time for hesitation. He needed units that could help him fight while outnumbered. He glanced at the remaining 30 points. Use 20 points, Li Mo decided decisively. He needed ranged firepower to compensate for the numerical disadvantage. Hopefully a squad of archers will come. Li Mo silently prayed. As the points were deducted, the system alert sounded. Summoning successful. You have summoned a squad of elf archers, totaling 10. Archer units, really? Li Mo was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. 10 tall, agile elven archers appeared before Li Mo's eyes. They wore green leather armor, carried longbows on their backs, and had quivers filled with arrows gleaming coldly. Honored master. The lead elf archer, a female elf with flowing silver hair. She bowed slightly to Li Mo. We stand at your command at any time. Li Mo nodded at her, satisfaction evident in his eyes. He then laid out the entire situation, giving the elf archer a preliminary understanding of the circumstances. Only then did he speak. Your mission is to ambush the enemy from the bushes 200 meters southeast. Aye, master. The lead elf exchanged glances with the other elven archers. Then they silently crept toward the southeast. They vanished into the vegetation surrounding the camp. Li Mo glanced at his remaining 10 points, a slight unease settling in his heart. The current setup could only barely handle potential enemies. But if the enemy truly numbered over 100 and possessed formidable strength, it would still be extremely dangerous. Just then, Scaled Claw reappeared, looking somewhat flustered. Master! Report! Those red dots, they've started moving. They're heading this way at high speed. And it seems they've split into several groups. One group is heading toward the direction I scouted earlier, appearing to attempt a flanking maneuver. Li Mo's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Not only were they outnumbered, but their tactics were clear. How many groups have they split into? Li Mo asked urgently. At least 3 squads, master. Scaly Claw's voice carried a hint of alarm. The largest squad, roughly 60 or 70 strong, is the main force advancing directly toward us. Li Mo took a deep breath, knowing there was no time left for further summons. Now, he could only rely on his existing forces to wage a difficult defensive battle. Karu. Prepare. The enemy is approaching. Li Mo barked the order. Scale Claw, continue reconnaissance and report enemy movements immediately. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Chapter 105. This is the next chapter after Chapter 104. Li Mo felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart. Scale Claw's report revealed that the situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. How had the enemy discovered a guild presence just 300 meters away? Li Mo couldn't fathom how they'd found out. But now was clearly not the time to dwell on such questions. He had to immediately command his men to defend. Damn it, how did they find out? Li Mo gritted his teeth, though he wasn't truly afraid. After all, this world merely amplified the monster's power. But the players still possessed their original strength. With his legendary gear, what did they have to fear? The only real threat was the multiracial warriors they summoned. With over 100 opponents, the points they'd accumulate were beyond Li Mo's imagination. Therefore, the number of warriors they summoned couldn't be small. Karu. Li Mo's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Reinforce the defenses. Once the enemy approaches, hold them back at all costs. For our master. Karu roared, his eyes blazing with fierce battle intent. Leading the 9 beastmen warriors behind him, he worked even harder to reinforce the crude defensive structures. Though built from earth and stones, they appeared surprisingly sturdy under the orcs' diligent labor. Scaled Claws. Li Mo turned to the lizardmen warriors. Continue surveillance. Especially those 3 detachments, their movements are critical. Aye, master. Scale Claw growled softly before fading back into the surrounding darkness. Li Mo turned to Chen Lin, Dai Xinna, and Duan Fei. You 3, the moment you spot the enemy within range, attack immediately. Chen Lin's face now showed no trace of discomfort. After all, she was a player in Li Mo's faction. Not giving her all now would bring her no benefit whatsoever. She nodded. Understood. Duan Fei drew his dagger without hesitation. Don't forget me, guild leader. Even if I can't win, I'll buy you time with my life. All right. We still have 10 points left. Li Mo's gaze fixed on the remaining points. He knew this was his last bargaining chip. Archer. The elves obeyed the command and stepped forward from the side. Their eyes were sharp and focused, clearly prepared for battle. Li Mo murmured. You are my ranged firepower. I need you to eliminate as many enemy forces as possible before their main contingent reaches the front lines. Kill as many of them as possible. The lead elf looked at Li Mo. Honored master, rest assured. Our arrows will strike precisely at the enemy's throat. Then she and the other elven archers blended into the night, dispersing. They lurked in concealed corners around the camp. After arranging everything he could, Li Mo still felt uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. But there was no time to dwell on it. They're here. The Scaled Claws suddenly sounded the alarm. Li Mo's heart tightened. He too saw the dense crowd of heads across the way. After all, they were only dozens of meters away. If he couldn't see them now, it would truly be the end. Archers, prepare! Li Mo shouted. The elves obeyed his command, 10 arrows simultaneously drawn back on their bows. The arrowheads adjusted their angles slightly as the enemy torches moved. Fire! 10 arrows tore through the darkness. Distant screams echoed in quick succession as 7 torches abruptly went out. 7 hits, 3 blocked by shields. Reload! Li Mo regained his composure and began issuing commands. The enemy formation faltered briefly but quickly regrouped. A heavily armored orc stepped forward, smashing his massive hammer into the ground. You scum across the line, surrender now. Your master might even spare you a whole corpse. The thunderous roar made the camp's wooden palisade rattle. Karu! Li Mo barked. As an orc himself, he couldn't let his pride be trampled here. For the master! Karu roared as he leapt from cover, 9 greenskins following close behind. Karu's battleaxe clashed against the enemy orc's massive warhammer. The impact sent Karu staggering back 3 steps, a trickle of green blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the fire in his eyes burned brighter than ever. Weakling green-skinned bastard! The ironclad orc grinned savagely, raising his warhammer to strike again. Taste my blast! Suddenly, an arrow pierced his throat with deadly precision. He whirled in disbelief, seeing an elf standing atop a treetop, the one who had just fired that arrow. You coward! Before the words had fully left his mouth, its massive body crashed to the ground, its explosion skill detonating uncontrollably within. 5 surrounding orcs were blown to pieces. Untulu is dead. A cry of terror erupted from the enemy ranks. Quiet, everyone! Their numbers aren't overwhelming. Follow orders, and we'll drown them in a flood of spit. Under the calm and orderly command from the opposite side, their formation quickly regrouped. They pressed forward toward Li Mo's position. Immediately, archers in the enemy rear ranks began firing. Raise your shields! Li Mo bellowed. The beastmen instantly tightened their formation, using wooden shields to block the hail of arrows. 3 arrows plunged deep into Karu's shoulder. He roared, snapping the shafts in half as wounds healed visibly before their eyes. Captain, they have healing soldiers among them. Chenlin suddenly pointed toward the enemy rear. 3 white-robed mages chanted incantations as wisps of white light rose from the corpses of fallen enemies. Duan Fei spat. Damn it, resurrection skills. Li Mo's pupils contracted. These white-robed mages were clearly high-level. Then he saw the corpse shot down by the elf twitching. The flesh around the wounds writhed eerily. Scaled claws. Take out the healers. A dark shadow streaked across the ground. Scales blended seamlessly with the moonlight. Scaled claws slithered through the battlefield like a venomous snake. The twin blades flashed from their sheaths. Blood spurted from the neck of the white-robed figure on the far left. The remaining 2 healers scrambled backward, only to have their skulls instantly crushed by bone spurs that suddenly extended. Well done! Li Mo's face lit up with satisfaction. President, look! Chen Lin suddenly cried out in alarm. In the center of the battlefield, 3 orc warriors were surrounded by over a dozen enemies. The tallest orc, Karu, was covered in wounds, his left arm nearly severed. But suddenly, he roared toward the heavens, veins beneath his skin bursting with a blinding crimson glow. Blood rage evolution! Karu shouted excitedly. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons, and sharp bone spines erupted from the stump of his severed arm. The other 2 orcs followed suit, unleashing inhuman howls. One developed turtle shell-like plates on his back, while another's nails grew into razor-sharp claws. The fully evolved beasts charged like tigers into a flock of sheep. Karu's bony left arm pierced straight through the chests of 2 enemies. The bone-plate beastman braced against 5 slashing swords. He snapped a player's skull in his bare hands. The clawed beastman became a green whirlwind, leaving a trail of severed limbs in its wake. Retreat! Retreat now! Chapter 106, Points Skyrocket. Launch the assault! Li Mo bellowed. With the enemy in disarray, it was the perfect moment to pursue. At his command, everyone abandoned their defensive positions and charged toward the fleeing enemy in the distance. Kill! For the president! They surged behind Li Mo, closing in on the scattering foes. The scene was filled with screams and corpses. Yet it only fueled Li Mo's excitement. This was the kind of battle men were meant to fight. Li Mo led his men, hunting down foes amidst the chaotic battlefield. An archer tried to hide in the bushes, only to be grabbed by Karu's bony arm and slammed violently to the ground. With a roar, Karu's bone spikes pierced the player's skull. The soldiers caught up from behind had no heart for battle, thinking only of escape. Thus, Li Mo and his soldiers easily slaughtered them. It took little time or effort. Thus, nothing hindered their pursuit, their pace scarcely slowed. On the contrary, the enemy forces, outnumbered and unable to flee swiftly, actually moved slower than Li Mo's group. Thus, Li Mo's men swiftly caught up to the enemy forces. Once Li Mo's soldiers caught up, the enemy forces already in such disarray that they had no will to fight surrendered immediately. They were then instantly incinerated by Li Mo's fireballs. Killed Orc Warrior, earned 30 points. Kill Elf Archer, earned 50 points. Kill Infantry, earned 40 points. The battlefield was too chaotic for even Li Mo to discern the enemy's race. He only knew enemies stood before him and must be swiftly eliminated. So he didn't even bother to look at the enemy. Meanwhile, Duan Fei and Chen Lin had also slain numerous foes.
Among them were powerful races like dwarves and orcs. But with their morale shattered, they offered no resistance.
Duan Fei and the others seized the opportunity to pick off stragglers, eliminating numerous foes and players alike.
As for Scaleclaw Brew and his group, they seemed blessed by the gods, charging straight into the fray. They encountered little effective resistance. The soldiers painstakingly summoned by the enemy were now being slaughtered by Li Mo's forces. As the battle raged on, Li Mo's faction saw their points soar rapidly. The fighting raged for a full hour until the first rays of dawn pierced the night sky, and the clamor of battle gradually subsided. Li Mo surveyed the scene before him. A complex mix of emotions welled up within him. We've won. Dai Xina's voice carried a hint of exhaustion, but more than that, it brimmed with joy.
After packing up all the spoils of war, Li Mo led everyone back to the base.
They began tallying the gains from this counterattack.
First came the points the aspect Li Mo valued most. 3,610 points. Li Mo's breathing quickened.
This was nothing short of a miracle.
Just an hour ago, he had only 10 points. Now, just 1 hour later, he had over 3,600 points. Guess I really have to thank those enemy attacks. Where else could I have gotten so many points so fast? Now I can upgrade some infrastructure. Li Mo thought to himself.
Although the ambush had succeeded, resulting in a splendid counterattack. But he knew this was purely his own doing. Leveraging the legendary power granted by the Evolution Forge, he had instantly eliminated the enemy's core command. This had thrown the enemy into complete disarray, allowing them to break through in one decisive strike. Nodding to himself, Li Mo began inspecting the dropped weapons and equipment. Orc Battle Axes, 5. Orc Warhammer, 1. The Warhammer belonged to that iron-armored orc. Its value far surpassed ordinary weapons.
Li Mo thought to himself. He then proceeded to continue inventorying the spoils of war. Elven Longbows, 3. Heavy Wooden Shields, 15. Lizardman Double-Bladed Swords, 2. White-Robed Mage Wands, 3. Human Heavy Infantry Longswords, 20. Holy crap, there's so much good stuff here. Li Mo's eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. This was truly overnight riches. Though these items weren't immediately useful, they'd definitely come in handy later. Take this Warhammer, for instance. It'd be perfect for brew. It had already evolved before, and now with this brand new weapon, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, truly unstoppable. Just then, someone approached Li Mo.
Li Mo was about to share his joy, certain it was Dai Xina, but when he turned his head, it was Chen Lin.
The smile vanished instantly from Li Mo's face. Joking aside, he was the only one left in the camp now. Instead of cleaning up the battlefield outside, Chen Lin had come in to stay with him? She definitely had ulterior motives. Li Mo was absolutely certain.
He was about to ignore her when he heard her speak slowly. Captain, Chen Lin gazed at the mountains of loot, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This counterattack, not only did we defend the camp, but we inflicted heavy losses on the enemy. It was absolutely incredible. And you were so amazing. You're just incredible. Chen Lin adopted the demeanor of a devoted fan, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at Li Mo.
Li Mo was nearly sickened by the display.
Still, he forced himself to say, "It's nothing.
This is the result of everyone's hard work. You did great too."
Without waiting for Chen Lin to speak further, he walked straight out alone.
Leaving Chen Lin standing there alone, Li Mo stood at the base perimeter. System, bring up the construction panel.
He had discovered earlier that points could be used not only to upgrade the Soul Monument but also to enhance the camp's defenses.
This was absolutely fantastic.
At his command, a translucent light screen unfolded before his eyes.
Base expansion, 100 points. Defense facilities, 50 points unit. Soul Monument upgrade, 30 points. Li Mo tapped the first option lightly, expand the living space first.
After all, with the growing number of soldiers, this tiny base would certainly be insufficient for their needs. As 100 points were deducted, a rumbling vibration suddenly shook the ground. The distant walls writhed outward like living creatures, instantly expanding the once crowded camp into a much more spacious area.
Li Mo planted his feet firmly and shot upward into the sky. Looking out, the base had doubled in size. Those points were well spent. A faint smile touched Li Mo's lips.
He then tapped the defense facilities option 3 times in quick succession, and 150 points vanished instantly. Earthen mounds suddenly rose around the camp, and 3 arrow towers shot up like bamboo shoots.
This is fantastic. Li Mo nodded in satisfaction, then remembered something and spoke up. Duan Fei. Li Mo suddenly called out. Duan Fei materialized like a ghost. Present.
Take 2 sharp-witted men to guard the arrow tower.
Duan Fei nodded silently, his figure fading back into the darkness. Chapter 107, Base Upgrade. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Xiao Jun bounded out, staring at the 3 arrow towers that had suddenly appeared. Pointing at them, she excitedly shouted at Liam O. Liam O was naturally overjoyed to see Xiao Jun appear out of nowhere, no more having to deal with that stupid woman at the camp. Moreover, Xiao Jun's arrival meant that Daisina must have come too. That was what made Liam O happiest. Liam O looked at Xiao Jun. He reached out and ruffled her hair. You idiot, this is an arrow tower, it helps us fight monsters. Xiao Jun rolled her eyes at Liam O in exasperation. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? You talk like such a smooth talker. Stupid, I'm more like a big bad guy. She poked Liam O twice, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. Liam O couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was just teasing his little sister. It was the only way to bring a bit of calm to their tense, thrilling life. After sending Xiao Jun away, Liam O continued upgrading the defensive measures. Consume 50 points to construct a fortified enclosure. As Liam O issued the command, the ground trembled once more. The crude wooden fence began to warp. Countless vines emerged from the ground, twining around the fences. Sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, glinting coldly, clearly poisonous. Whoa! What is this, brother-in-law? Xiao Jun's eyes widened as he suddenly appeared from somewhere. Excitedly, he leaned in for a closer look. Poison ivy siege. A wooden fence encircled by poisonous vines, exceptionally sturdy. Liam O read the description and suddenly understood. He then introduced this to his sister. The poison vine fortress not only blocks enemies but also makes them suffer a bit. Liam O explained with a smile. Dai Xin-na and Chen Lin approached. Arm in arm. Clearly looking like inseparable best friends. Liam O, what is this? Dai Xin-na's eyes crinkled as she smiled at Liam O. Liam O felt his heart lift at the sight of his beloved and was about to speak. Suddenly, another voice interrupted them. Liam O shot a displeased glance toward the source of the noise, determined to see who was so bold. No sense of propriety whatsoever. President, did you summon all of this? You're so amazing. Chen Lin reached out to gently touch the vines, lifting her head to blink her large, watery eyes at Liam O. Her voluptuous figure, meticulously prepared for this moment, was fully on display. The moment her fingertips brushed against the sharp thorns, she swiftly withdrew them. Whoa, that paralysis effect is intense. Liam O and Xiao Jun both fell silent. What was Chen Lin trying to do? Are you out of your mind? You knew it hurt and still touched it? Liam O glared at Chen Lin in exasperation before pulling Daisina into his arms. He didn't even give Chen Lin a second glance. Xiao Jun hurried after Liam O, casting a warning glance at Chen Lin before leaving. Meanwhile, Chen Lin had already retreated into her own mental world. Liam O just told me to be careful. He must like me. Yes. He must be blinded by those 2 women and too shy to express his feelings for me. I must save Liam O. Chen Lin clenched her fists in solemn determination. She looked determined. Sis Chen, what are you up to? A cheerful voice reached Chen Lin's ears. She looked up in delight, thinking it was Liam O coming to find her. But it was Duan Fei's grinning face that met her eyes. A surge of inexplicable anger flared up inside Chen Lin. Get lost. What I'm doing is none of your business. She shoved the well-meaning Duan Fei aside and stormed off, fuming. Duan Fei stood there looking utterly innocent. What's gotten into Sister Chen? Duan Fei scratched his head helplessly. Ouch, that stings like hell. He quickly pulled his hand away from the poisonous thorn. He hadn't noticed it earlier and got pricked by the thorn in a moment of carelessness. Be careful, don't get stung yourself. Liam O walked over and warned him. He then glanced at the system panel. Current points remaining, 3,410. Still have this many points left. I can upgrade some more key facilities. Liam O pondered for a moment, his gaze settling on the Soul Monument. The Soul Monument was the core of the base, enhancing soldiers' combat effectiveness and providing resurrection capabilities. Though they hadn't lost any soldiers yet, it was always wise to prepare for the future. System, upgrade the Soul Monument. Consumed 300 points. Soul Monument upgraded to LV.2. The Soul Monument at the camp center emitted a dazzling glow. The runes etched upon its surface grew more intricate. Surrounding soldiers felt a warm current surge through their bodies, their strength seemingly enhanced. I feel stronger? Karu clenched his fist, finding it hard to believe. Liam O nodded with satisfaction. Now he could summon higher-tier soldiers. However, a barracks still needed to be constructed, otherwise they couldn't be summoned. This barracks functioned like a portal, so it was absolutely essential. Continue reviewing other options. Barracks upgrade, 200 points. Training ground expansion, 150 points. Brother-in-law, can we build something really cool now? Xiao Jun leaned in, blinking her eyes as she asked. But our points are limited. We need to prioritize what we need most. Liam O ruffled her hair before making up his mind. First, upgrade the barracks and training ground to boost our soldiers' overall strength. Consumed 200 points. Barracks upgraded to LV.2. Consumed 150 points. Training ground expansion complete. The barracks doubled in size, with improved internal facilities. Soldiers' rest and recovery efficiency saw a significant boost. The training grounds now feature various combat simulation devices, including a basic magic target range, allowing mages to practice their spells. This will take our combat strength up another notch, Chen Lin said with a smile. Li Mo ignored her, glancing at the remaining points, 2760. This amount was awkwardly positioned. You could say it's a lot enough to build a few structures. But if you say they're not enough, well, they could still build a few things. This left Li Mo deeply conflicted. Should he save them up for upgrading higher-tier defensive structures, or spend them all without reservation? Just then, Duan Fei's voice came from outside. Guild leader, something's up. Li Mo frowned and hurried out of the workshop. What is it? Duan Fei pointed toward the distant forest. Scouts report a squad approaching. Chapter 108, Epic Tier Warriors of all races, crushed. Li Mo urgently inquired, how many are there? What's their strength? Duan Fei remained composed, replying calmly. Not too many coming, just over 20. After hearing this, Li Mo quickly thought it through and said directly. You take the elf archers and orcs. Remember to proceed cautiously. We're outnumbered, everything must be done steadily. Li Mo's stern instructions were met with a somewhat awkward military salute from Duan Fei. Aye, sir. His figure then vanished into the darkness, fleeing toward the distance, leaving only a pensive Li Mo behind. Should I continue upgrading defenses to weather the most perilous initial phase, or enhance the soul monument to summon mightier warriors from all races? Li Mo's eyes narrowed as he made his decision. The soul monument must be upgraded. There was no other choice. Every guild has a soul monument, so even though I killed so many people, so many players before, it was all for naught because everyone has 2 lives. And after suffering a setback earlier, the enemy will surely be more strategic in their formations. This time, they'll be fully prepared, so I must respond with caution. System, upgrade the soul monument. Ding! Soul monument level upgraded, unlocking advanced summoning privileges. The soul monument at the camp's center suddenly trembled. More profound runes began to radiate from its surface. Upon hearing the unlock of high-tier summoning privileges, Li Mo perked up and immediately looked at the summoning interface. Summon warriors of all races requires 100 points. Randomly summons a squad of warriors from all races. 100 points? Why did the price go up? Li Mo scratched his head. This wasn't good news. 100 points was a significant expense for Li Mo, who had just spent a large number of points upgrading his defensive facilities. But he needed strength, the kind that could turn the tide of battle. So he had no choice but to accept it. After all, who else was there? Summon! Li Mo took a deep breath and channeled the 100 points into the summoning interface. A dazzling pillar of light shot straight up from the soul monument into the sky. As the light gradually dissipated, a towering figure materialized before Li Mo. A warrior clad in dark gold armor stood before him, his massive frame bearing a colossal battle axe upon his shoulder. Ding! Successfully summoned the warrior of all races, dwarf god of war, Orion. Orion, epic tier unit. Skills, God of War, roar, area of effect buff, increases allied attack power, earth shatter deals AoE damage and stuns enemies, fearless charge rapidly closes distance and knocks back enemies. Li Mo stared at Orion's stats, his heart surging with elation. An epic tier unit, this was the true force capable of turning the tide of battle. This is too powerful. Li Mo was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Orion sensed Li Mo's gaze and approached with measured steps, kneeling on one knee. Great Commander, Orion is at your service. Li Mo hurriedly helped him up. Quickly rise, Orion. You arrive at the perfect moment. Wow, an epic tier unit. He knew that even the level 3 hyenas he'd encountered before were tough to handle. And now, a living, breathing epic tier unit stood before him and as his subordinate. How could this not thrill him? Just then, the sound of fierce combat echoed from the distance. Clearly, Duan Fei and the others had encountered enemies. Guild leader. Chen Lin rushed over anxiously. Duan Fei and the others are in trouble. The enemy numbers aren't large, but they're incredibly powerful. And there are some bizarre creatures accompanying them. Li Mo's heart tightened. The forces he had dispatched were his strongest available combat units. Yet instead of crushing the enemy like a steamroller, they were locked in a bitter struggle? This was utterly unbelievable. Fortunately, he had his new recruits. Orion. Li Mo immediately turned to the dwarf war god he had just summoned. I need your help. A flicker of battle intent flashed in Orion's eyes. Aye, Commander. He saluted Li Mo with a standard military salute, then turned and strode swiftly toward the direction of the battle cries. Watching Orion's receding figure, Li Mo felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. With Orion joining the fight, he believed the enemy forces were mere small fry, hardly worth worrying about. There was nothing more he could do now but continue summoning new soldiers. Continue summoning. Li Mo's gaze hardened with resolve. I need more warriors. Upgrading arrow towers and walls was certainly important, but under the current circumstances, summoning stronger units was the most direct and effective way to boost combat strength. System, how many points remain? Lee Mo inquired. Current points, 2,910. A confident smile curved Lee Mo's lips. Summon once more, summon warriors of all races. Lee Mo invested another 100 points into the summoning. Another dazzling pillar of light shot upward. This time, an elf archer clad in a magnificent feathered robe appeared before Lee Mo. In her hands, she held a longbow that glowed with moonlight. Ding! Successfully summoned a warrior of all races, elven marksman, Lilith. Lilith, epic tier unit. Skills, piercing arrow, high burst ranged attack, ignores partial defense, swift step, short range teleportation, increases evasion. Holy! Lee Mo was so stunned he couldn't speak. Holy crap, these stats and skills are one more insane than the next. In the distance, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. Duan Fei's elven archers and orc warriors were forced back onto a rocky high ground, completely surrounded by enemies. Even more terrifying, several monsters shrouded in blood mist had infiltrated the enemy ranks. Damn it! What the hell are those things? A beastman warrior roared in fury, his battle axe striking one of the creatures only to leave a shallow gash. Don't charge head on. Their defenses are too high. Duan Fei gritted his teeth and ordered, archers, concentrate your fire on their eyes. The archers immediately drew their bows and fired at the enemy. Whoosh! 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 A hail of arrows poured down, yet the monsters dodged with uncanny speed. Only a handful struck their targets, failing to inflict fatal damage. Ha 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 ha! Is that all you've got? The enemy leader, a scarred, burly man, sneered savagely. Tear them apart. You defeated our Warhammer guild by sheer luck before. But now, with that noble one's aid, you're doomed. Then the monsters let out a shrill, piercing screech and lunged viciously at the orc lines. Damn it! Duan Fei roared in frustration, yet he was utterly helpless. His attacks proved useless against these beasts. Just as he closed his eyes, preparing to waste a resurrection chance to rebirth. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded, causing the ground to violently tremble. What? The enemy troops turned in shock. A figure as massive as a mountain burst from the forest, swinging a battle axe that sliced two monsters clean in half at the waist. Black blood spattered, rotten flesh flew everywhere. Die, all of you. 10. Orion's eyes blazed crimson as his battle axe slammed into the ground. Earth shatter. Boom. Centered on him, the ground cracked within a 10-meter radius. A violent shockwave sent all surrounding enemies flying. Enemy soldiers screamed as they fell, while the monsters themselves were shaken, their limbs contorted and movements slowed. Duan Fei was quick-witted. This was clearly reinforcements. Why would he die now? Reinforcements. Kill. Seizing the moment, Duan Fei led the orcs in a counterattack. Meanwhile, atop the high ridge, Lilith leapt lightly onto the treetops, drawing her longbow taut as the arrow glowed with silver light. Cloud piercer. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a silver meteor, instantly piercing through the heads of 3 monsters. The crimson mist dissipated as the monsters' bodies crashed to the ground. Chapter 109, the final 2 chapters of 107. Just as Duan Fei was about to finish off the last enemy, Lee Mo suddenly arrived. He shouted, "Stop! Leave one alive!" Upon hearing the guild leader's command, Duan Fei immediately halted his attack. Then, like a dwarf war god snatching a chicken, he grabbed the last enemy in one swift motion. Lord, the man you requested. Lee Mo finally exhaled in relief, waving for Duan Fei to take the man back. He needed to know exactly who this audacious individual was who had been relentlessly targeting him. Moreover, how had the enemy even discovered the precise location of Jojo in the first place? He had clearly scanned the area with his perception core. There had been no one near the base. But all these questions would be pried out of this prisoner's mouth. After a while, Lee Mo brought the prisoner back to the base for interrogation. Name. Scarface. Guild name. Warhammer. How many members do you have exactly? Over 100. Lee Mo stood before the captured Warhammer member, interrogating him sentence by sentence. The burly man calling himself Scar was bound tightly with chains by Orion. How did you find our location? Lee Mo asked the question he most wanted answered. Scar suddenly refused to cooperate, spitting on the ground and sneering, "You think capturing me will get you answers? Dream on." At that moment, Lilith glided forward with grace, pressing her longbow lightly against Scar's throat. "My lord, shall I make him talk?" Lee Mo raised his hand, signaling Lilith to step back. He crouched down to meet Scar's gaze. He certainly didn't need her help. This guy was an epic-level soldier. One slip up and he'd kill the prisoner. How else would he extract intelligence from him? "I can't be bothered with you. If you don't tell me the truth, death is all that awaits you." Scar's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Lee Mo stood up and turned to Orion. "You should know a thing or two about dwarf interrogation methods, right?" Orion grinned, twirling his battle axe in his hand. "We dwarves have 100 ways to make people talk, Commander. From the mildest of beer enema to the most stimulating a lava foot bath. Wait. Scar's face suddenly drained of color. I can tell you something, but you must guarantee my safety. Liemo turned and smiled. That's more like it. Come on, spill what secrets you know. Scar swallowed hard and blurted out. I'm a member of the Warhammer Guild. This attack was coordinated with the Crimson Rose. Liemo froze upon hearing this, then his expression shifted to one of sudden realization. He recalled the Scarlet Rose they'd become notoriously arrogant after the third version update. Riding high on the Blood Moon event, where monsters dropped a slew of top-tier gear, they'd significantly bolstered their guild's strength. They became utterly arrogant, bragging about their might across the world chat. Their audacity reached new heights upon arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 tribes, where they openly declared they would eliminate all players who refused to submit. Go on. Liemo's expression grew grave. If this information was accurate, he would need to prepare accordingly. Judging by the earlier battle, had epic tier heroes not arrived in time, Duan Fei and his group would have faced certain doom, likely slaughtered by that horde of monsters. This alone demonstrated the power of Blood Rose. Those women are all mad. Not a single sane one among them. Scarface didn't hold back, his face twisted with terror. This remark drew murderous glares from every woman present. Liemo cleared his throat twice, signaling for everyone to calm down, then continued. Go on, but how does this connect to Blood Rose? Scar swallowed hard, clearly recalling something terrifying. He then slowly began to speak. The leader of the Blood Rose is a doctor. Before she crossed over, she drugged her cheating boyfriend and his mistress, then used a scalpel to slice them both into pieces while they were still alive. And after her transmigration, she somehow acquired abilities that allow her to use plants to enhance herself and her members in specific ways. Upon hearing Scar mention plants, Liemo's breath caught. Something immediately clicked into place. Gaia fragments. But he still feigned indifference, gesturing for Scar to continue. Rumors persist that the Scarlet Rose rose to power because of the Blood Moon, claiming their guild acquired numerous epic and legendary gear pieces. Actually. Scar shook his head, trailing off. Xiao Jun grew impatient. Just spit it out already. Scar shot Xiao Jun a glare, then ignored her murderous stare and continued speaking. Truth be told, the Blood Rose's rise is indeed closely tied to the Blood Moon. But it's not about gear dropped by monsters. It was their guild leader's extraordinary ability. They said that during the Blood Moon, their guild leader could summon colossal beasts. These beasts possessed immense power, capable of easily tearing apart or even annihilating our regular armies. Scar continued. Moreover, the strength of their guild members also saw a massive boost during the Crimson Moon period. Liemo's breathing grew heavy. You mean their leader can enhance herself and her members through plants, and even control ancient plant life? Liemo asked. Yes, and I've heard their leader possesses an even more terrifying ability. Scar's voice grew even quieter. She can sow life implanting seeds from certain special plants into other living beings, then controlling them, turning them into her puppets. Sow life? Liemo's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly recalled those grotesque monsters that had appeared on the battlefield, their bodies shrouded in black mist. Those creatures, with their bizarre forms and formidable attacks, Liemo had always sensed they weren't ordinary beasts. Those black monsters you encountered earlier, they weren't monsters at all. They were our teammates. Modified by that madwoman. Liemo was stunned, while Duan Fei beside him was even more shocked. After all, Liemo hadn't fought those monsters, only he had actually faced and battled them. Only he knew the truth, how relentlessly difficult those creatures were to deal with. And now, Scar was telling him they weren't monsters at all, they were human beings. Scar swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I've told you everything. Can you spare my life? Liemo was now panicking too. He hadn't expected that after Chenfeng, another Gaia fragment holder would appear. Chapter 110, Chenlin's Misplaced Affection. After evacuating everyone, Liemo sat in a chair, deep in thought. According to Chenfeng and Gaia's will, there were only 7 Gaia fragments. He held 2, and the Blood Rose Guild leader possessed another. Based on what Gaia's will had previously told him, once all 7 fragments were gathered, the new Gaia would be born. Therefore, any possessor of a Gaia fragment would inevitably pursue the remaining shards with deadly intent. Therefore, Liemo believed that the Blood Rose's attack on him this time might truly be nothing more than a coincidence. After all, if the Crimson Rose knew she had 2 fragments in her possession, she would absolutely mobilize her entire force and hunt me down without reservation. It wouldn't be like this now, sending only a few useless minions. But according to the principle that Gaia fragments attract each other, there's no reason the Blood Rose leader wouldn't know she actually possesses 2 fragments. Therefore, there's only one possibility: the 2 fragments are simply too far apart. Gaia fragments can't withstand a long-distance relationship. Liemo summoned the 2 fragments, one earth yellow, the other green. He carefully sensed the aura emanating from them. Indeed, they possessed a colossal force of life. But they lacked the extraordinary power possessed by the Blood Rose Guild leader. They merely accelerated his own recovery rate. Nothing more, nothing less. Liemo shook his head, but suddenly remembered something. He still had the evolution furnace. Evolving these two fragments shouldn't be too difficult. He summoned the evolution forge. Detected Gaia fragments 2. Proceed with evolution? Lee Mo clicked to confirm. Ding. Sorry, insufficient evolution energy. Requires 200,000 energy to proceed. Seeing the number, Lee Mo's breath caught. How much? 200,000 evolution energy? Why not just kill me outright? This was absurd. But there was no choice. The enemy now possessed such formidable strength. He had no choice but to push himself harder. Lee Mo's brow furrowed deeply. 200,000 units of evolution energy, that was an astronomical figure. Even on the battlefield of 10,000 races, it would take immense time and effort to accumulate such a quantity. He stared at the mere 2 Gaia fragments in his hand, the recovery speed boost they provided. Against the formidable foes he now faced, it was practically negligible. How on earth am I supposed to gather 200,000 evolution energy? Lee Mo felt a surge of impatience. He knew that if he couldn't boost his strength quickly, once the Crimson Rose truly moved, he'd be utterly defenseless. Stepping out of the tent to ponder a solution, he collided head-on with Chen Lin. Chen Lin? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to lead the team with Duan Fei to expand our territory? Lee Mo's tone carried a hint of displeasure. He had specifically assigned Chen Lin and Duan Fei to go on a mission together to expand their territory's influence. He hadn't expected her to be here. Seeing Lee Mo's expression, Chen Lin felt an inexplicable surge of joy well up inside her. Her lips curved upward involuntarily, revealing a sweet smile. She gazed at Lee Mo, her eyes holding a hint of longing, as if she had interpreted his reproach as concern. He cares so much about me. Chen Lin murmured to herself, her smile growing even brighter. Lee Mo watched Chen Lin's silly grin, utterly baffled. What the hell is she playing at? A wave of caution washed over him, especially when he recalled Chen Lin's words, he cares so much about me. A sense of foreboding began to take root in his mind. Could it be? A possibility flashed through Lee Mo's mind. His expression abruptly darkened, and he turned to leave in a hurry. He wasn't the type with any peculiar inclinations. In situations like this, his survival instinct was to run as far away as possible. But Chen Lin remained rooted to the spot. Watching Lee Mo's frantic retreat, the smile on her lips grew even brighter. He must like me. Otherwise, why would he care so much? He even knows I didn't go out on a mission. She mused to herself, silly goose, he just wants to be with me. What a dope, he doesn't even know how to confess his feelings. Chen Lin watched Lee Mo's receding figure, stomping her foot in mock frustration. But her expression quickly softened into a blissful smile. But honestly, this is just how I like it. Then, Chen Lin walked toward the edge of the forest. Since she had fallen for Lee Mo, she might as well carry out the mission he had assigned her. After all, that boy Duan Fei was quite handsome. But compared to her Lee Mo? He was nothing. With that thought, Chen Lin hummed a tune, clutching a fireball in her hand as she cheerfully made her way out of the camp. Lee Mo, meanwhile, sprinted the entire way. Only after confirming he was far enough from Chen Lin did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. He shook his head, banishing those fleeting thoughts. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He had to find a way to obtain evolution energy as quickly as possible. 200,000 evolution energy. Lee Mo muttered to himself. Scanning the desolate battlefield of the 10,000 tribes, he knew the only quick way to gather energy was to hunt monsters. As he spoke, he plunged deeper into the jungle while summoning his shield, preparing for any impending danger. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura assaulted his nostrils. Curiosity piqued, Lee Mo proceeded with cautious stealth. Until a massive canyon appeared before him. Its depths were filled with white bones, seemingly on the verge of completely filling the gorge. Without hesitation, Lee Mo stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, a bone-chilling coldness washed over him. Countless bones littered the ground, and the air thickened with the stench of decay. Snap, crackle. With each step Lee Mo took, the bones on the ground began to tremble. Then, boom! Countless skeleton warriors crawled out from beneath the earth, their hollow eye sockets burning with ghostly blue soul flames. Lee Mo froze for a moment, then his face lit up with delight. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Lee Mo gave a cold laugh, raised both hands. Abyssal fireball. Boom! 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 Hundreds of searing fireballs rained down from the sky, instantly engulfing the skeleton army. Killed skeleton warriors 50, gained evolution energy plus 500. Killed skeleton mage 10, gained evolution energy plus 300. Defeated skeleton beast 1, gained evolution energy plus 500. How can it be so little? Lee Mo was utterly shocked. He had slain so many monsters at once, yet only gained 1300 evolution energy. At this rate, when would he ever accumulate the required 200,000 evolution energy? Fortunately, he also earned points for defeating monsters. Otherwise, he'd truly be at a loss for words. Lee Mo had no choice but to press deeper into the canyon. The deeper he went, the higher the levels of the skeletons became, with monsters above level 6 even appearing. Though he slew them all, his body bore numerous horrific scars.
empowered by the life core, slime core, and 2 Gaia fragments. These wounds were instantly healed. Not a single trace remained.
Chapter 111, Wang Yu. The 7th Seed Assassin. Li Mo glanced at his points. It's already reached 5006. Compared to before, it was like night and day. Now we can finally upgrade the base. Li Mo nodded, glancing once more at the canyon stretching endlessly into the distance.
Deep within the bone canyon, a chilling wind howled.
Li Mo crushed the skull of a skeleton warrior underfoot and looked up toward the canyon's depths.
There, bones piled up like mountains, and faintly visible were several massive skeletal frames gleaming with a metallic sheen. None of the monsters encountered so far were his match. Even though they were 5th tier, far stronger than the 3rd tier hyenas that had previously put him in life or death situations.
Li Mo surmised they had adapted to this environment.
His bodily functions were gradually recovering.
Suddenly, Li Mo noticed.
The skeletal remains atop the mountain moving. He felt as though he'd been locked onto by a predator. It seemed a large creature had awakened.
Looks like it's time to get serious. Li Mo licked his parched lips as his hands swiftly formed the spell. Abyssal Fireball.
Hundreds of dark red fireballs materialized out of thin air, roaring as they slammed into the pile of bones. Amidst the explosions, 3 6th tier skeleton generals rose from the bone pile.
Standing over 3 meters tall, they wielded massive swords, their eye sockets pulsing with deep purple soul flames.
Detected 3 6th tier elite monsters.
Immediate retreat advised.
The system alert echoed in his mind, but Li Mo only sneered coldly.
Retreat? Perfect opportunity to test my skills on you lot. With a flick of his right hand, a translucent energy shield instantly unfolded.
Simultaneously, the 3 skeleton generals swung their massive swords in a sweeping strike.
Boom!
The swords collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening explosion. Li Mo was knocked back several steps by the impact, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the shield.
This is interesting.
He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with even greater fighting spirit. The skeleton general attacked again, this time launching a 3-pronged assault. Li Mo stomped his foot, causing a wall of earth to surge from the ground, temporarily blocking the attack from the left. Seizing the opening, he rolled to the right while flinging 5 compressed fireballs.
Explode!
The fireballs exploded against the chest of the central skeleton general, tearing a gaping hole through its ribcage. But the skeleton's movements didn't falter. Its massive sword swept through the air with a piercing whistle.
Li Mo hastily raised his shield to block, but the force sent him flying backward, slamming hard into the rock wall.
He felt 2 ribs snap, but his life core immediately began repairing the damage. Not a single scratch remained.
Can't fight head-on.
Li Mo scrambled to his feet, a sudden flash of insight striking him. He feigned exhaustion, kneeling on one knee, while secretly setting a hidden fire trap beneath his feet. As the 3 skeleton generals charged simultaneously, he leapt backward.
Boom!
Scorching lava erupted from the ground, engulfing the 3 skeleton generals.
Li Mo seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of fireballs, targeting their already damaged joints. Defeated 3x tier 6 skeleton generals, gained evolution energy plus 4,500. 6th tier? Not so tough after all.
Li Mo exhaled deeply, about to pick up the dropped materials, when suddenly every hair on his body stood on end, a killing intent. He instinctively dodged left as a cold gleam sliced past his neck, leaving a deep gash on his shield.
Who's there?
Li Mo spun around to find a figure cloaked entirely in black robes standing 10 paces away. The figure slowly raised its head, revealing a pale face and a pair of emotionless eyes.
7th seat of the Crimson Rose, Wang Yu.
Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply.
Wang Yu, the top-ranked member? And a member of the Blood Rose? Wasn't he a man? And how did he end up here?
Before he could ponder further, Wang Yu vanished from where he stood.
The next instant, Li Mo felt a chill run down his spine.
3 daggers pierced his shield simultaneously. With a sharp crack, the shield shattered. Li Mo swung his elbow in a counterattack, but only struck a phantom. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily summoned his shield again.
Almost simultaneously, Wang Yu's dagger struck again, this time aiming straight for his throat. Clang!
The dagger struck the shield, emitting a metallic clang. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's eyes, but his movements didn't pause. In an instant, he thrust the dagger a dozen more times. Li Mo stumbled backward repeatedly, barely managing to repel his opponent with fireballs. He realized he couldn't keep up with Wang Yu's speed at all, forced into a purely defensive stance. "You're peculiar,"
Wang Yu remarked coldly, his form vanishing once more. Li Mo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen.
A dagger had already pierced his body. Gritting his teeth, he seized Wang Yu's wrist while his other hand summoned a fireball, unleashing it at point-blank range.
Boom!
The explosion sent both men flying apart.
Li Mo collapsed to his knees, the wound in his abdomen healing instantly.
Wang Yu, however, appeared unscathed, save for a singed corner of his black robe.
Impossible.
Wang Yu showed surprise for the first time. "How can you still move after being struck by my poison-coated dagger?"
Li Mo sneered coldly, "Want to know? Ask me in hell." He slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing dozens of fire columns that erupted beneath Wang Yu's feet. Wang Yu dodged like a ghost, but a pillar of fire still grazed his right arm. He frowned, then suddenly flung 3 throwing darts. Just as Li Mo prepared to dodge, the darts abruptly changed course mid-air. Shield. At the last possible moment, the shield deployed once more. The darts exploded upon impact, sending shockwaves that hurled Li Mo backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as if every bone in his body was about to shatter. His life core raced to repair the damage. He sprang back to his feet, eyes blazing like fire, his gaze locked on Wang Yu. Wang Yu approached slowly, the dagger in his hand glowing with a sinister blue light. The next strike will take your life. Ha! Li Mo gave a cold laugh. We'll see if you, Wang Yu, have the strength for that. Dragon's Wrath. With a thought, Li Mo summoned his battle blade. It let out a dragon's roar. Just as he was about to engage, Li Mo suddenly received a message from Xiao Jun. Brother-in-law, hurry back. The base is under attack. Li Mo's expression darkened. The base was the foundation of everything he had built. If it fell, all his efforts would be lost. You're lucky today. Wang Yu seemed to have received some message as well, suddenly halting his steps. We'll meet again. With that, his figure dissolved into the air like smoke. Li Mo had no time to pursue him and immediately sprinted toward the base. Dense jungle blocked his path along the way, driving Li Mo to hurl dozens of fireballs in frustration. Red-eyed, he watched as the debris scattered into fragments. He kept muttering under his breath, "Shina, you better be okay." After an unknown amount of time, Li Mo finally reached the base. The sight before him made his blood run cold. A monstrous, 5-story tall creature was assaulting the walls. It possessed 3 heads, 6 arms, and its entire body was covered in thick bone armor. Most terrifying of all, it was shrouded in that familiar crimson mist. Blood Rose's manipulation technique. Li Mo instantly understood. Wang Yu's appearance was meant to delay him, allowing this monster to destroy the base. Everyone, fall back. Chapter 112, Operation Commence. Li Mo stood outside the base, the sight before him nearly freezing his blood. The 5-story tall, 3-headed monster swung its 6 thick arms, each attack sending violent tremors through the perimeter walls. Fortunately, Li Mo had spent all his remaining credits earlier to upgrade the walls once more. That was the only reason it could withstand the monster's assault. Otherwise, the walls would have collapsed before he even returned. At that moment, on the ramparts, 2 arrow towers had been destroyed, leaving only 1 standing. The 5 newly constructed arrow towers had long since collapsed. Beneath the colossal shadow of the monster, a group of beastmen soldiers charged relentlessly toward the immense creature. At the forefront was none other than Bru. That usually cheerful, big-hearted fool. Now, he raised his warhammer and charged toward the monster with fearless resolve. From the shadows beside him, the figure of Scale-Claw materialized simultaneously. Both unleashed their most powerful attacks upon the monster. But a vine instantly pierced through both their bodies. Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected this creature to be so formidable. He had thought it was merely damage sustained in the rush of the monster's attack. Instead, it was a complete rout. The monster then opened its massive jaws, while Bru and Scale-Claw prepared to fight back. The vines instantly turned a vivid green, clearly infused with poison. Both instantly lost the strength to resist and were dragged into the monster's maw. Li Mo clenched his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. He couldn't rush in recklessly. He was their only hope for a comeback. Both Bru and Scale-Claw could be revived through the Soul Monument. He had to stay calm. Then Li Mo saw Xiao Jun leading the elven archers in organizing defenses atop the city walls. Arrows rained down upon the monsters, yet their impact was negligible. Xiao Jun's face was etched with anxiety. But it was all for naught. Frustrated, she cursed loudly, shedding her usual docile demeanor. Li Mo. Dai Xena, fighting on the city walls, spotted Li Mo on the mountain and shouted toward him. Her voice carried clear signs of breathlessness. You're finally back. This monster. I saw it. Li Mo cut her off, forcing himself to calm down. Follow my commands. Xiao Jun, keep attacking from a distance. Focus your fire on its joints. Shina, you handle. His words trailed off abruptly. The central head of the monster suddenly whipped toward a section of the city wall, its 6 eyes locking onto Dai Shina simultaneously. She was standing at the breach in the wall, waving at Li Mo. Shina! Get out of there! Li Mo bellowed, his body already launching forward like an arrow released from its string. There was no time for observation now. But it was too late. The monster let out a deafening roar, its 3 arms simultaneously crashing down toward Shina's position. Boom! Rock fragments flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. Li Mo's heart nearly stopped. When the dust cleared, he saw Xena hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the city wall over 10 meters away. Blood gushed steadily from her forehead. No! Li Mo's eyes instantly bloodshot as an unprecedented rage ignited within him. Dragon's Wrath. The battle blade materialized in his hand, emitting a thunderous dragon's roar. Li Mo leapt upward, landing directly atop the 20-meter-high city wall. His blade, trailing searing flames, struck straight for the monster's central head. Die! The blade flashed like a rainbow. The monster let out an agonized howl as one eye in the central head was violently shattered, spewing foul-smelling black liquid. But in that instant, the other two heads turned toward Liemo simultaneously, forearms striking from different angles. Unable to dodge mid-air, Liemo had no choice but to brace for impact. He swiftly formed seals, deploying a triple shield in an instant. Thud! 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 The shields shattered one after another. The final arm slammed into Liemo's chest, sending him flying backward. He adjusted his posture mid-air, barely landing on the city wall, his injuries instantly healing. Liemo! Xiao Jun's voice rang out. This monster has regenerative abilities. It can heal the damage we inflict in mere seconds. Sure enough, Liemo watched as the monster's severed eye began healing at a visible pace. Worse still, the blood-red vines writhed like living creatures, seemingly feeding energy to the monster. We must sever those vines. Liemo made a swift decision. Xiao Jun, concentrate your fire on the vine junctions. I'll draw its attention. Without waiting for a reply, Liemo charged toward the monster once more. This time, he changed tactics, avoiding direct confrontation. Instead, he launched intermittent surprise attacks, targeting vulnerable points like joints and eyes. It worked. With several joints severed, the monster's movement slowed considerably. Xiao Jun grasped the tactic and directed the archers to concentrate their fire on the connection points along the monster's back. They deliberately used flaming arrows, which not only inflicted greater damage but were also harder for the creature to heal. Soon, flaming arrows rained down like hail, causing several vines to smoke and wither. Sensing the threat, the monster's attacks grew more frenzied. It abruptly abandoned its assault on the city walls, turning all 6 arms toward Liemo as 3 heads simultaneously spewed dark green venom. Clearly, it regarded Liemo as the most dangerous enemy. Liemo barely dodged the venom, but a single drop still splattered onto his left arm, instantly corroding a bloody hole. Yet the formidable regenerative power within him allowed Liemo to ignore it entirely. The wound closed in an instant. Liemo! Watch your back! Xena's weak voice suddenly rang out. Liemo whipped his head around to see a vine springing up from the ground like a venomous snake, striking straight for his back. By reflex, he swung his blade and severed it cleanly. Xena, are you okay? Don't get distracted. Xena gritted her teeth. I'm fine, cough cough. Liemo felt a pang of pain in his heart, but now was no time for sentimentality. Seizing the moment, he swung his battle blade at the vine that had ambushed him. Swish! The vine snapped cleanly, spurting dark red liquid. The monster let out a scream unlike any before, its entire body convulsing. It's working! Keep attacking the vines! Liemo shouted his command. The tide of battle seemed to be turning. Under the combined assault of the group, more and more vines were severed, and the monster's regeneration rate visibly slowed. But just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected turn occurred. The severed vines suddenly began writhing violently, burrowing back into the monster's body. Immediately, the monster's body began to twist and deform. 3 heads fused into one enormous, monstrous skull, while 6 arms merged into 2 terrifyingly thick, massive limbs. It's evolving! Xiao Jun screamed in terror. The new monster roared toward the sky. Its skin turned a dark crimson, covered in vine-like patterns. Everyone retreat! Liemo ordered decisively. I'll hold it off. No! Xena struggled to her feet. You can't handle it alone. Liemo glanced back at her. Trust me. With just those 3 words, he turned and charged toward the monster. The creature identified Liemo as the greatest threat, its massive fist crashing down with devastating force. Liemo dared not meet it head-on, forced to dodge relentlessly while searching for an opening to strike back. But the evolved monster's speed had also increased dramatically, nearly striking Liemo several times. Once, his evasion was too late. The monster's fist grazed him, sending Liemo flying sideways and crashing into a section of the city wall, collapsing it. Cough, cough. Liemo struggled to crawl out from the rubble, his entire body feeling as if every bone had shattered. His life core surged into overdrive, instantly restoring him to full health. The monster gave him no chance to catch his breath, striding forward with heavy steps. Gritting his teeth, Liemo stood up, suddenly noticing a faint red light flickering on the monster's chest. I found its weakness. Liemo shouted. Everyone, target the red spot on its chest. Soldiers launched their attacks simultaneously. But the monster kept its arms shielding its chest, blocking most of the strikes. Someone must get in close. Liemo gripped Dragon's Fury tightly. The creature before him had clearly touched his sore spot. Abyssal Fireball. In an instant, a colossal black fireball erupted behind Liemo, obscuring the sky. The searing heat seemed to melt the surrounding space. The trees beside him instantly turned to ash and smoke. Abyssal Eye activated. Sky's Wrath activated. The monster seemed to sense the deadly threat and prepared to defend itself. But how could Liemo give it that chance? Destroy! As Liemo's battle blade struck down, the 30-meter-wide infernal fireball split into hundreds of meteor-like projectiles. The monster let out a shrill, piercing screech. Its two massive arms crossed to block, yet the fireballs exploded, tearing flesh and bone apart. Now! Li Mo roared. Duan Fei. Duan Fei, who had been lying in wait nearby, appeared instantly. I'm right here, boss. You were absolutely awesome just now. Li Mo didn't respond. You're dead. Li Mo leapt forward, his battle blade slashing toward the monster's chest with earth-shattering force. The creature hastily raised its arm to block, but the blow contained all of Li Mo's strength and fury. It severed the arm cleanly and continued its momentum, plunging deep into the chest. Just then, Duan Fei appeared at the perfect moment to deliver the monster's final blow. Boom! A crimson light exploded as the monster's body began to collapse. The blood-red vines withered rapidly. With a final, resentful roar, the colossal creature crashed to the ground, disintegrating into countless specks of ash. Chapter 113, an 8th-tier monster? Nothing special. Li Mo didn't pause to check the system, he sprinted straight to Daisina's side. Nana, don't move. I'll heal you. Ignoring Daisina's pallid complexion, Li Mo immediately channeled the power of the life core. Life energy surged continuously into her body. Gradually, the grip on Li Mo's arm loosened. Her complexion grew rosy, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Clearly, she had fully recovered. Phew, you finally made it through. I almost thought you were going to leave me. Tears welled up in Li Mo's eyes, threatening to spill over. Daishina, nestled in Li Mo's embrace, offered a faint smile. Silly, who would curse their own wife to death? You admitted I'm your wife? Li Mo seized the opening in her words, his voice brimming with joy. Daishina's face flushed crimson. No, you heard wrong. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Who would have thought the man chosen by Gaia's will would be nothing but a soft-eared fool? Li Mo whipped his head around to see Wang Yu standing atop the ruins, having appeared without warning. His black robe remained unchanged, but the mask had been removed, revealing a face so strikingly handsome it bordered on the otherworldly. You! Li Mo instantly went on high alert. Wang Yu, however, unexpectedly raised both hands, signaling no hostility. I'm not here to fight. Then what do you want? Only then did Li Mo realize he had somehow ended up in a completely enclosed space. And all of this had happened without a sound. This couldn't help but make Li Mo marvel at Wang Yu's skill. Li Mo turned to Wang Yu. What do you want to talk about? Wang Yu's expression turned serious. I have disagreements within the Crimson Rose. Li Mo frowned. Why tell me this? Because. A complex emotion flickered in Wang Yu's eyes. Like you, I oppose their plan. I could have killed you this time, but I chose another path. They chose confrontation. I chose obedience. Li Mo listened, stunned. What did he mean by confrontation and obedience? But recalling the battle in the canyon, it was true with Wang Yu's strength, he could have seriously injured him. Though the notion of actually killing him was rather far-fetched. What exactly do you want? Li Mo demanded in a low voice. Wang Yu didn't answer directly, instead gazing toward the base being rebuilt in the distance. This world is crumbling, and some seek to hasten its collapse. Li Mo, as the man chosen by both his will and Gaia's, you are absolutely pivotal to the greater scheme. He turned to Li Mo, his gaze more earnest than ever. I will come for you again. When that time comes, I hope you make the right choice. And let me tell you this, that monster in the west has been taken over by the last members of the Warhammer. It's heading straight for you. With that, Wang Yu's figure dissolved into the air like smoke. Li Mo was left standing, his mind swirling with confusion. He knew about Gaia, after all, he did possess 2 fragments of her essence. He had conversed with Gaia's will on that floating island. But what was this This was the first time Li Mo had ever heard of such a thing. It seemed incredibly powerful. Li Mo stared at the direction Wang Yu had vanished, his brow furrowed. But now was clearly not the time to ponder such things. He knew about the monster Wang Yu had mentioned earlier. Earlier, when Xiao Jun activated the perception core, Li Mo had also sensed the monster's presence. It was definitely at least an 8th-tier monster. System, bring up the camp defense upgrade options. Ding. Currently upgradable defense facilities. Energy shield generator, consumes 800 points to enhance shield strength. Automatic turret array, consumes 500 points to increase range and firepower, capable of effectively damaging aerial units. Abyss watchtower, consumes 1200 points. Detects stealth units and deters high-tier monsters. Li Mo paused briefly, weighing the pros and cons. Adults make choices, but I want it all. System, construct all and upgrade them to maximum tier. Ding. Upgrade successful. Remaining points, 0. As the system notification sounded, a faint blue energy barrier solidified visibly around the camp's perimeter. It was thicker than before. At the camp's center, a pitch-black spire rose as if thrust from the earth, its body cast from an unknown dark metal. A ghostly purple eyeball hovered at its apex. Simultaneously, the shattered city walls began repairing at a visible pace, while automated turrets rose from the ground. This should be useful now. Li Mo exhaled softly, feeling a flicker of reassurance as he surveyed the renewed defensive structures. Suddenly, the newly constructed Abyss Alert Tower emitted a shrill alarm. Warning! High-energy lifeform detected approaching. Level, peak 8th tier. Location, 3 kilometers northwest, moving at high speed. What? Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply as a chill instantly shot from his feet to the top of his head. An 8th tier peak monster? Forget fighting, this is suicide. Simultaneously detected, massive forces from the Warhammer Guild are encircling from the north and northeast of the camp. The Warhammer Guild. Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply. This time, the situation had turned even worse than he'd anticipated. The Warhammer Guild clearly refused to accept their earlier defeat. They were now going all in. They were using a powerful 8th tier monster to utterly destroy their camp. Nana! Activate maximum defense protocols. All defense towers and shields at full power. Roger that. Dicina's voice echoed from the command center. A terrifying shadow rapidly approached from the northern horizon. The earth began to tremble violently, as if some ancient colossus were about to awaken. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a colossal figure emerged from the horizon's edge. It was a colossal creature formed from rock and lava, even larger than the vine monster before it standing a full 30 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in thick, rocky armor, with molten lava pulsing at its joints. 2 massive stone horns protruded from its head, its eyes burning with an even deeper, eerier green flame than before. Earth Guardian. Description? Skills? Li Mo's expression grew unusually grave. He hadn't expected the Warhammer Guild to control such a formidable creature. What unsettled him even more was the scout's report of worse news. Commander! The Warhammer Guild's main force is attempting to encircle our camp from the north and northeast. They seem intent on forcing us into the giant beast's attack range. Li Mo gripped his Dragon Fury warblade tightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. He knew the Warhammer Guild intended to utterly destroy him, eliminating any influence he held in this region. Damn it! Li Mo growled, his gaze shifting to the Earth Guardian slowly advancing toward them. And the faintly discernible forces of the Warhammer Guild. You Warhammer scum, you're courting death. Meanwhile, the Warhammer Guild members had already begun their assault. The psychic amplifiers in their hands emitted an even more blinding light, enveloping the Earth Guardian. Earth Guardian, destroy that annoying camp. The Warhammer Guild leader issued the command. Roar! The Earth Guardian let out a furious roar, its massive form charging forward, targeting Li Mo's camp. No! We can't withstand a direct hit. Li Mo watched the charging colossus, his heart racing with panic. Even with upgraded defenses, the camp couldn't fully withstand the assault of a 6th-tier beast. Damn it! Let this beast taste the power of my new weapon. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless energy beams swarmed like a swarm of bees toward the beast's back. Though the 8th-tier beast possessed formidable defenses, it still sustained damage under the concentrated fire from several upgraded automatic turrets. Effective. Keep it up. Li Mo saw a glimmer of hope for victory. If they could weaken the beast's defenses, they might have a chance to take it down. However, at that very moment, the main force of the Warhammer Guild had already closed in on the camp's flank. Damn it! These bastards are trying to take advantage of the chaos. Li Mo gritted his teeth. With no time to command the flank's defense, he could only pin his hopes on Dicina and the upgraded defensive structures. Nana! I'll handle the flank threat. Li Mo's voice crackled through the communicator. His figure flickered like a ghost, vanishing from his original position. The next moment, he materialized at the camp's flank. There, members of the Warhammer Guild were attempting to breach a weak spot in the energy shield. Damn it! Reinforcements have arrived. The Warhammer Guild leader's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Li Mo to arrive so swiftly. Charge! Break through the defenses at any cost. Li Mo gave them no chance, drawing his blade and charging straight into the crowd. They were no match for him. The Warhammer members were all cut down. Only a handful remained. While Li Mo engaged the Warhammer Guild's flanking forces, the camp's turrets had inflicted massive damage on the Earth Guardian's back. The Colossus' movements visibly slowed considerably, and its rock armor back was now riddled with extensive cracks. It's down. Dicina's voice carried a hint of excitement. Nana! Immediately redirect all firepower to the beast's core. Li Mo bellowed. Roger that. Under Li Mo's command, all upgraded defensive installations focused entirely on the Earth Guardian's torn back, targeting its core. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens. The Earth Guardian let out one final, defiant roar before its colossal form crashed to the ground. It shattered into countless fragments of rock and molten lava, vanishing completely. Phew! Li Mo had also finished mopping up the Warhammer Guild forces. Looking at the fallen Colossus, he let out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 114, this is the next chapter after Chapter 113. Li Mo drew a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. The Earth Guardian crashed to the ground, vanishing into swirling dust and scattered lava. The joy of victory washed over him like a warm current, but immediately afterward came a wave of exhaustion. Nana, has the main force of the Warhammer Guild been routed? Liemo asked, his voice tinged with hoarseness. They've already scattered. You've done well, Liemo. Daishinna replied, a hint of relief in her voice. Liemo nodded. He knew this battle had been exceptionally perilous. They had come within a hair's breadth of utter ruin. Had he not upgraded the defensive facilities and swiftly dealt with the flanking threat, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Good. Bring all the prisoners back. Liemo commanded. The cleanup of the battlefield proceeded in an orderly fashion. As Liemo watched the camp gradually return to calm, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. A flicker of unease surfaced once more. This battle, after all, was merely the beginning. The Warhammer Guild's ruthless tactics clearly indicated someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to summon a peak 8th tier colossus so effortlessly. And it was clear who that someone was: the Crimson Rose. And ever since arriving in this world, it truly felt like the old saying came to life: one crisis barely resolved, another arises. First came the Warhammer Guild's sudden assault. Had it not been for my accumulated points allowing me to summon numerous soldiers, barely weathered the storm, I'd have fallen right into their trap. Then the Crimson Rose faction came looking for me. They spouted a bunch of gibberish that left him utterly baffled. What was this guy's will, his gaze? It was utterly baffling. It gave him a headache. And now the Warhammer Guild could actually summon a monster at the peak of the 8th tier. He refused to believe there wasn't a powerful force behind it all. And it was obvious: the Crimson Rose. They were undoubtedly the masterminds behind it all. Liemo grew more and more perplexed the more he thought about it. If it were merely about the Gaia fragment, then the Blood Rose leader should have come personally. Because it was obvious Wang Yu didn't possess the Gaia fragment. Liemo sensed no trace of the Gaia fragment on her. Yet at the same time, Wang Yu somehow knew that Liemo possessed the Gaia fragment. Moreover, given the Scarlet Rose's usual modus operandi, if they knew he possessed the Gaia fragment, they would absolutely mobilize the entire guild to hunt her down. Yet now, nothing. The Warhammer Guild was merely an experiment for the Crimson Rose. It was highly probable that Wang Yu and the Blood Rose were not of one mind. And he might even be a mole. Liemo grew increasingly certain of this conclusion. Wang Yu was no ordinary man. After all, he was the man at the top of the rankings. It was only natural he possessed some unique methods. With that realization, Liemo exhaled deeply. He stood up and headed toward the exit. He happened to run into Chen Lin coming the other way. Liemo frowned slightly. He really didn't have a favorable impression of this woman. Mainly, he couldn't stand her sultry, seductive gaze. President, where are you going? Chen Lin asked in a sweet, coquettish voice. Liemo instantly felt his scalp tingle. What the hell are you doing, girl? Without a second thought, Liemo blurted out, I'm leading the team to wipe out the Warhammer. They've insulted us time and again. Do they really think we're soft targets to push around? By this point, Liemo's words carried genuine emotion. Whether it was the loss of Scaleclaw and Brew before, or the recent severe injury to Deusina, all of these had struck at his very core. This Warhammer certainly had no reason to exist anymore. The moment Liemo finished speaking, the coquettish expression on Chen Lin's face vanished instantly, replaced by a piercing gaze as if she were a different person altogether. Destroy the Warhammer? Excellent. I'll mobilize the troops. Guild leader, are you certain? Liemo was taken aback, not expecting Chen Lin's attitude to shift so abruptly. Absolutely certain. Liemo answered decisively. Moreover, we must strike at the heart of their power and destroy the Soul Monument as well. Only then can we truly cripple them. Liemo gripped Dragon Fury tightly. Understood. Chen Lin immediately acknowledged the order and began swiftly mobilizing personnel. Half an hour later, all the soldiers were assembled. Liemo surveyed the ranks standing at attention. After delivering a rousing speech to boost morale, he ordered the soldiers to remain in place. He then walked over to the Soul Monument and began to activate the Perception Core. Consume 20 points to activate the Perception Core? Activate. As the 20 points were spent, a map suddenly appeared in Liemo's mind. It clearly displayed all living beings within a 500-meter radius of his location. And on it, the location of the Warhammer Guild was clearly marked. Brew, Scaleclaw. At Liemo's command, two towering figures stepped forward from the crowd. They were none other than the deceased Lizardman chieftain, Scaleclaw, and the Orc Lord, Brew. Thankfully, the Soul Monument allowed you two to be revived. Liemo gazed at the familiar figures, his eyes suddenly misting over. Amidst the crowd, sobs began to rise. Clearly, the scene before them had deeply moved them. Be serious. Liemo suddenly snapped, his gaze sweeping sharply across the two. For this operation, you two will still lead the charge at the forefront, with the epic tier warriors providing rear support. Scaleclaw acknowledges the order. Scaleclaw knelt on one knee. Meanwhile, Brew clenched his battle axe. Liemo nodded, then turned to the assembled troops behind him. Hundreds of elite warriors stood ready for action. These were all summoned by Li Mo using his points in an emergency. Among them were 3 epic tier warriors, along with the 2 epic tier warriors from before. That made 5 in total. Deasina, the camp is yours to command. Li Mo instructed his beloved, activate all defenses. Notify me immediately of any anomalies. Deasina gave a slight nod. I'll hold the fort. Li Mo took a deep breath and gazed into the distance where the Warhammer Guild's camp lay. Warhammer Guild, your doom is upon you. Advance.
As night fell, Li Mo led his warriors silently toward the Warhammer Guild. Moonlight was obscured by dark clouds, with only the occasional flickering warning lights in the distance providing illumination.
Seeing this scene, Li Mo couldn't help but marvel. How brilliant!
This modern architectural style probably won't be much use against monsters,
because it was smashed to pieces in an instant. But for them, the invaders,
modern alarm systems are still quite formidable. This makes stealth impossible. But with things having come to this, he couldn't possibly send his team back. They had no choice but to push forward.
After a moment's thought, Li Mo altered the plan on the fly. Li Mo whispered, Duan Fei and I will infiltrate through the ventilation ducts and create chaos. Lin Zhao and Bruce will lead a feint attack from the front.
Once the signal is given, we'll launch the full assault together.
The soldiers nodded silently and dispersed. Li Mo and Duan Fei slipped silently into the ventilation ducts. And they could actually hear the voices of the Warhammer members.
I heard the Crimson Rose promised more reinforcements.
Shoo, keep your voice down. Li Mo and Duan Fei exchanged a knowing glance.
The Crimson Rose was indeed involved. They pressed forward, eventually reaching a ventilation shaft that led down to the core area of the Warhammer Guild. Through the grating, Li Mo saw a blue stone monument standing about 3 meters tall in the central hall. It was none other than the Soul Monument. A dozen or so Warhammer Guild members were seated around it. Judging by their powerful auras, Li Mo surmised they were likely high-ranking members. Li Mo nodded to Duan Fei and gestured for them to prepare to move. Just then, the hall doors burst open as a warrior covered in blood stumbled inside.
Report! Li Mo.
Li Mo's men have breached the defenses.
A burly man with a vicious scar on his face stood up. Panic won't help. Activate the defense systems and mobilize every combat-ready man. Li Mo knew the moment had come. He kicked open the ventilation grate and leaped down. Duan Fei followed close behind, and the two crashed into the enemy ranks like thunder. Li Mo?
The man's eyes widened before erupting in a furious roar, kill him. Battle erupted instantly.
Li Mo gripped Dragon Fury tightly in both hands, locking horns with the advancing foes.
Duan Fei, however, slipped silently into the shadows.
He emerged like a venomous snake, each appearance ending with a dagger through an enemy's throat.
The enemy forces were thrown into disarray, unable to unleash their full strength.
They feared Duan Fei might suddenly dart out and deliver a fatal blow. Scaled Claw, now! Li Mo shouted. Explosions and battle cries echoed from outside.
The main force led by Scaled-Claw launched a fierce assault.
The Warhammer Guild's defenses instantly descended into chaos.
The burly warrior roared as he charged toward Li Mo, his arms suddenly swelling and transforming into 2 massive warhammers.
Li Mo.
Today, either you die or I perish. Their weapons clashed in midair, sparks flying everywhere.
Li Mo felt the opponent's astonishing strength and was forced to stumble back several steps.
The giant pressed his advantage, his warhammers whistling through the air with each swing.
Li Mo spotted an opening. His arms suddenly extended, and Dragon's Fury instantly pierced the opponent's shoulder. The giant roared in pain, yet a savage grin spread across his face. You fell for it. Black liquid suddenly spurted from his wound. Li Mo scrambled backward, but his right arm was still splashed. An intense, burning pain instantly shot through him. Poison? Li Mo frowned.
A special gift from Blood Rose, the giant said smugly, prepared just for you. Li Mo felt the poison spreading through his body, his movements growing sluggish. Duan Fei tried to rush to his aid, but was held back by other enemies. Then, his body's powerful regenerative abilities instantly purged the toxin.
Was it just Li Mo's imagination?
In the instant the poison vanished. He thought he heard a woman scream. But there was no time to dwell on it now.
Killing the guild leader was the priority.
He drew his sword and clashed with the burly man once more.
What?
The burly man staggered back in shock.
You can't be, you're not. Didn't Blood Rose tell you? Li Mo said coldly. My power far exceeds your wildest imaginings.
Dragon Fury surged as Li Mo charged forward with lightning speed, his blade slicing clean through the burly man's chest. The man stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched on his face as he watched the wound spurting blood. Slowly, he collapsed to his knees.
I'm impossible.
He gasped, lifting his head with effort.
Li Mo gave him no chance to finish, delivering the final blow that ended his life. With the giant's death, the remaining Warhammer members' morale collapsed. They either surrendered or fled in disarray.
The battle ended swiftly.
Li Mo strode toward the central Soul Monument. Master! Scale-Claw arrived with his battered warriors. We've won. The remnants of the Warhammer Guild scattered in defeat. But as members of the guild, they couldn't run far. So these stragglers were easily caught by Scale-Claw and his men. Then they were cut down with a single blow, transforming into nourishment for their evolution. Meanwhile, within the guild, Liam-O stood before the Warhammer Guild's exclusive soul monument, extending his hand to touch the cold, blue runes. Warhammer Guild, Survivors, 0210. Absorb the Soulstone? Liam-O selected yes without hesitation. With a faint system notification, the blue runes on the soul monument instantly dimmed. A colossal surge of energy flooded into Liam-O's body like a tidal wave. His points skyrocketed instantly, and his body was filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on absorbing the Warhammer Guild Soul Monument. Points gained, 105,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special item, Warhammer Guild membership list expired. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special item, Warhammer Guild Defense Blueprint expired. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the special item, Warhammer Guild Base Layout Map expired. As the system notifications kept popping up before his eyes, Liam-O felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. This operation had unexpectedly earned him so many points. Guild leader, the Warhammer Guild's main force has been eliminated. Scale-Claw's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with exhaustion. Good. Liam-O replied. Understood. Shaking his head, Liam-O was about to step out the door. Suddenly, an extremely peculiar sensation coursed through his body. It felt like the redemptive sensation of long-lost spouses suddenly spotting each other in a vast crowd after years apart. Liam-O bristled like a cat that had stepped on a live wire. His gaze darted reflexively to one spot. The surveillance camera on the roof. For some reason, Liam-O always felt that someone was definitely watching him from there. And that gaze held intense hostility toward him. Sure enough, just as Liam-O was staring at the surveillance feed, Duan Fei suddenly burst in, looking frantic. President, it's bad. Hearing those words, Liam-O's heart skipped a beat. Could it be exactly what he feared? Liam-O wasted no time, urgently asking. What is it? Don't get so worked up. Duan Fei took several deep breaths, clearly stunned by the news. Then, with great effort, he said. While we were inventorying the Warhammer Guild, we discovered a surveillance room. Inside that room, there was a woman. What? Liam-O's mind immediately jumped to the worst possibility. Could it be the Crimson Rose? Take me there immediately. Inside the surveillance room, Liam-O, Duan Feilin, and the others were frozen in place before the screens. The screen was frozen on a single image. A woman clad in a blood-red robe stood atop a distant cliff, coldly gazing toward the direction of the Warhammer Guild. Her eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of her mouth. Liam-O grew increasingly certain that this woman was watching him. It was this same woman who had been watching him in the other room earlier. Is this the leader of the Crimson Rose? Lin Cha's pupils contracted. Liam-O confirmed within himself that Scaled-Claw was absolutely correct. This woman was undoubtedly the leader of the Blood Rose. Duan Fei quickly pulled up other surveillance footage. She observed us for at least 10 minutes, and the footage switched. The woman raised her hand, a crimson energy ball coalescing at her fingertips. With a light flick, the surveillance camera instantly shattered, the screen turning to static. She spotted us. Liam-O said in a low voice. Even more unsettling was the final frame before the camera was destroyed. The woman's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, fixated directly on Liam-O's chest. That was precisely where the Gaia fragment resided. She knows I have the Gaia fragment. Liam-O's throat felt dry, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Chapter 115, Points Increase, Camp Upgrade. Now for some good news. Liam-O knew what the Blood Rose Guild leader looked like. But with that came bad news. The Blood Rose Guild leader knew he possessed a Gaia fragment. What are we going to do now? Duan Fei, who had been standing nearby, was no longer his usual carefree self. Instead, he paced anxiously back and forth. After all, anyone would feel nervous in the face of overwhelming power, right? This was the woman who single-handedly elevated a third-rate guild into the top tier. Who knows what he'll do to get back at us? Guild leader, what should we do now? Duan Fei asked anxiously again. He was clearly terrified by this woman. Liam-O, meanwhile, was deep in thought. To say he felt nothing would be impossible. After all, the enemy's strength was undeniable, and they possessed a Gaia fragment. The Warhammer Guild's subsequent ambush had nearly wiped out his entire team. Her strength was undeniable. They commanded at least 7 elite commanders. Even the last ranked Wanyu could inflict damage on him when facing him. This was truly a terrifying concept. Consider his current physical form. Empowered by the Eternal Heart, the Slime King's core, and 2 Gaia fragments, he had already reached a terrifying level. Simply put, any attack that doesn't instantly kill Liam-O, the damage inflicted is as if it never happened. This is precisely why When he heard the system announce it would transfer all players to the multiverse battlefield, he still didn't lower his standards when recruiting players to join the guild. After all, in a brand new environment, population is the primary productive force. There was no question of betrayal here after all. What guild did you belong to when you first arrived? And what guild you'd be in when you left? Simply put, we're grasshoppers on the same boat, nowhere to run. Therefore, having more people is an immense advantage. After all, it's not like anyone would actually risk life and limb. Risking death and ruin to betray your own guild leader? That's like killing 1,000 enemies while losing 80,000 of your own. That's the confidence Liam has in his own strength. While others scheme to expand their ranks and bolster their strength. But Liam steadfastly refused to accept mere foot soldiers. This clearly demonstrated his confidence in his own abilities. But now, ordinary players manipulated by the Crimson Rose. The poisonous blood within them can inflict significant harm upon themselves. And the toxicity doesn't dissipate instantly. This is truly terrifying. After all, the Crimson Rose has no shortage of biochemical test subjects. If they ever decide to target me, though I possess legendary regenerative abilities. But when faced with the relentless assault of her human wave tactics, I'd still sustain injuries. With this realization, Liam first interrupted the crowd in the monitoring room. Then he slowly paced, contemplating his next move. His most urgent and crucial task now was to quickly accumulate 200,000 evolution points. Then evolve the 2 Gaia fragments within him. That was the absolute priority. But as the guild leader, he couldn't simply abandon his team members. He wasn't afraid of the Crimson Rose if they resorted to overwhelming numbers. At worst, he could simply transform and flee. If escape proved impossible, his legendary gear and Eternal Heart weren't to be trifled with. But the thought that even his ultimate tier equipment, the Eternal Heart, couldn't instantly purge the toxins from his body. Liam felt his spirit sink once more. This was a supreme tier artifact. The equipment description clearly stated, immune to all negative effects. Yet now, the Blood Rose Guild leaders casually deployed humanoid test subjects. Could injure him, even if only for half a second. But that was disrespectful to a supreme grade piece of equipment. Liam grew angrier the more he thought about it. Earlier, he had encountered Chen Fom, another possessor of Gaia fragments. Also possessed a Gaia fragment. His skill allowed him to contract 3 summoned creatures. No matter how powerful they were, even that fake Lord-level Treant from before, he could still contract them. And as for this Blood Rose Guild leader, well, needless to say, his skills were truly unparalleled and beyond compare. The mere fact that he elevated a third-rate guild to the top guild is proof enough of how god-tier Gaia's shard abilities are. Why is there such a vast gap between fragment holders? Liam couldn't fathom it, truly couldn't fathom it. He sighed. It felt terribly unfair. But reality must be faced. Rising to his feet, he addressed the group. Killing the members of the Warhammer Guild and destroying their soul monument earned us a massive amount of points. Enough to upgrade our entire camp by several tiers. So I figured, since we can't avoid it, let's fight. Let the damn woman see that the Jojo Guild is not to be trifled with. Jojo. Jojo. Liam watched the crowd raising their arms in a roaring cheer, saying nothing. He knew this confrontation would be no easy task. The strength and tactics of the Crimson Rose Guild leader had long surpassed his expectations. But now that things had come to this, retreat was not an option. Possessing the Gaia fragment, he was destined to face the Blood Rose Guild leader in a life or death battle. Before that, however, he had to ensure his teammates remained safe and unharmed. So even knowing that upgrading defenses was likely futile, Liam chose to proceed. Camp Defense System, Holy Shield Barrier. Cost, 50,000 points. Effect, consumes energy to generate a shield that blocks all damage. Within the shield's range, all allies gain 300% increased damage output, 200% increased health and mana regeneration, and 80% damage immunity. Not bad. Liam nodded with satisfaction. Those 50,000 points were well spent. But at the same time, defense alone is useless, offense is the best defense. He summoned the options menu once more, his gaze locking onto the training ground. Training ground, advanced training ground. Cost, 80,000 points. Effect, increases all members' training efficiency by 300%, unlocks advanced skills and tactical simulations, and grants a 50% chance to awaken hidden talents during training. We absolutely have to upgrade this. Duan Fei exclaimed excitedly, with this, we can grow faster and avoid being crushed by those experimental subjects from Blood Rose. Liam wholeheartedly agreed. Faced with an overwhelming power gap, their human wave tactics and unique toxins were indeed troublesome. Boosting the team's overall strength was key to overcoming the current crisis. We need to strengthen our medical capabilities. Xiao Jun joined the discussion. If someone gets injured, we need to recover them quickly. Otherwise, how can we keep up with Blood Rose? Liam agreed with Xiu Juan's suggestion and opted to upgrade the medical facilities. Medical Facility, Basic Treatment Pod. Cost, 20,000 points. Effect: provides rapid treatment for one team member, healing 70% of injuries and removing most negative status effects. Can treat 500 team members every 24 hours. Chapter 116, Exploration. Upgrade complete. As the system notification sounded, the entire JoJo Guild camp underwent a remarkable transformation. Energy shields glowed with a faint blue sheen under the sunlight, while excited shouts echoed from the training grounds. The medical pod's indicator light pulsed steadily green. Liam stood at the camp center, feeling the reassurance these changes brought, yet his brow remained furrowed. Turning to the core members gathering around him, he declared, "Defenses and training facilities are upgraded, but our points are depleted. Blood Rose could strike at any moment. We must secure more resources immediately." Duan Fei clenched his fist. "President, whatever you say, we'll do. I plan to lead an elite squad to White Bone Canyon," Liam said, his gaze sweeping over the group. "You don't know this place, it's where I encountered Wang Yu. But that's not the point. The point is there are nearly endless monsters there, providing us with endless points. Last time I only explored the outskirts. This time we'll push deep into the core area. The high-tier monsters there yield massive points." Xiao Jun voiced her concern, "But isn't White Bone Canyon extremely dangerous? Precisely why other guilds dare not venture there lightly." Liemo cut her off. "If JoJo wants to grow stronger, we have to take this risk. Duan Fei, Xiao Jun, Jen Lin, the three of you come with me. Everyone else stays at camp and uses the new facilities to train intensively." The three named immediately began preparing their gear. Half an hour later, the four assembled at the eastern gate of the camp. Each was fully armed and carried ample supplies. "Remember, our goal is to earn points, not play the hero." Liemo emphasized sternly, "If you encounter unavoidable danger, retreat immediately." "Understood?" "Understood." The three replied in unison. White Bone Canyon lay about 30 kilometers northeast of the camp, a rift valley shrouded in grayish-white mist. The last time Liemo led a team here, they had only hunted a few 5th-tier bone wolves near the entrance before encountering Wang Yu. They then learned of the base's attack and were forced to retreat. This time, upon reaching the canyon entrance, he distinctly sensed an atmosphere far more sinister than before. Countless eyes seemed to peer through the mist, the air thick with the stench of decay. The four cautiously stepped into the canyon. The ground was strewn with the bones of unidentified creatures, each step crunching with a bone-chilling snap. Dark red vines crawled up the towering rock walls on either side, occasionally twitching as if alive. "Chief, look!" Duan Fei suddenly lowered his voice, pointing to the left front. Through the mist, 3 enormous skeletal wolves could be vaguely seen tearing at a fresh corpse. The corpse wore the uniform of some guild, clearly having died only recently. 6th-tier bone wolves. Stronger than last time. Liemo narrowed his eyes. "Chen Lin, prepare the traps. Xiao Jun, provide long-range support. Duan Fei, come with me to distract them head-on. Remember to coordinate." Chen Lin swiftly retrieved several metal spheres from her backpack and silently placed them along the wolves' likely path. Xiao Jun drew her longbow taut, locking onto the eye socket of the leftmost bone wolf. Liemo and Duan Fei exchanged a glance and charged forward simultaneously. Roar! The bone wolves instantly sensed the intruders and turned to charge. Just as they closed in, Chen Lin detonated the traps. Several nets of flame sprang from the ground, temporarily trapping 2 bone wolves. Bang! Xiao Jun's bowstring emitted a dull thud. A specially crafted arrowhead struck its target with precision. The struck bone wolf's skull exploded halfway open, its movements instantly slowing. Liemo wasted no time, his dragon fury blade flaring crimson. He cleaved the wounded bone wolf clean in two. A system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Killed a tier 6 bone wolf. Earned 1,200 points. Meanwhile, Duan Fei was locked in combat with another bone wolf. His dagger flashed with electric light, each strike leaving cracks in the bone wolf's body. "Well done," Liemo praised, his figure darting like a ghost beside Duan Fei. Together, they finished off the remaining bone wolf. Defeated a tier 6 bone wolf, earning 1,200 points. Killed a 6th tier bone wolf, earned 1,200 points. In just a few minutes, they had earned 3,600 points. But this was only the beginning. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, the monsters grew increasingly formidable. 7th tier bone spiders, 8th tier skeletal lizards. Each battle was fraught with peril, yet the four fought in perfect coordination, overcoming every obstacle. "We've already hit 20,000 points. Xiao Jun gasped, "Should we keep going? The monsters here are getting tougher." Liemo glanced at his teammates' conditions. Duan Fei's armor was already damaged, and Xiao Jun's arrows were nearly depleted. But they had reached the deepest part of the canyon. Ahead lay a massive platform built from piled-up bones, surrounded by the scattered remains of countless high-tier monsters. "Hang in there a little longer." Liemo distributed healing potions among them. "I have a feeling something good lies ahead." Just as they swallowed the potions, the entire canyon suddenly trembled. The center of the bone platform slowly rose, countless skeletal fragments gathering and reassembling as if alive. "No! It's a 9th tier bone king." Duan Fei's face drained of color. "President, we have to retreat." But it was too late.
A colossal entity composed of tens of thousands of skeletal fragments had taken shape over 10 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each eye socket pulsing with eerie green flames. It let out a deafening roar, the shockwave nearly knocking the 4 of them off their feet. The system alert made Li Mo's heart race. A 9th-tier monster, an extremely rare sight even on the battlefield of 10,000 races. The bounty for slaying it would be immense, but the danger multiplied exponentially. "Spread out." Li Mo barked the order swiftly. Chen Lin, lay down a slowing trap. Xiao Jun, aim for the joints. Duan Fei, stay ready to strike. I'll draw its attention. The Bone King swung all 6 skeletal arms simultaneously, unleashing a hail of bone spines.
Li Mo activated the protective barrier of the Eternal Heart, blocking most of the attack.
Yet one bone spike pierced through his defense, leaving a wound on his shoulder.
Damn it, this poison.
Li Mo felt a searing pain at the wound.
The Eternal Heart's purifying effect took several seconds to take effect.
This was identical to the poisoned blood of the Crimson Rose.
Could it be that Wang Yu had also modified the skeleton demon? "President, be careful!" Duan Fei shouted. The White Bone King's massive palm was already smashing down toward Li Mo. At the critical moment,
Li Mo's body instantly blurred into a trail of afterimages, materializing behind the White Bone King.
Dragon Fury, radiating dazzling golden light, slashed at the monster's back.
Yet it only left a shallow scratch on the bone armor.
Its physical defense is too high. Li Mo gritted his teeth. We must find its weakness.
At that moment, Xiao Jun's bow struck again. 3 specially crafted arrowheads struck the eye sockets on the left side of the White Bone King's skull in quick succession, causing the ghostly flames to dim slightly.
Effective. Aim for the eyes. Li Mo immediately adjusted his tactics. Enraged, the White Bone King abandoned its pursuit of Li Mo and turned toward Xiaojun's position. Its 6 arms flailed wildly, pounding the ground and leaving deep craters in its wake. The trap Chen Lin had set earlier finally took effect, a web of flames ensnaring the lower half of the White Bone King and slowing its movements. Now! Duan Fei erupted in blinding lightning, hurtling toward the White Bone King like a cannonball.
His dagger plunged deep into the monster's chest. Lightning surged through its body, sending fragments of bone flying everywhere. The Skeleton King let out an agonized howl, but soon, the scattered bones flew back to its body, wounds healing at a visible pace.
Regeneration! Chen Lin gasped. We can't kill it like this. Cold sweat beaded on Li Mo's forehead.
He noticed that each time the Bone King regenerated, the ghostly flames in its 3 heads flickered in perfect sync.
Our attack must be synchronized. We must destroy all 3 heads at once. How? Xiao Jun asked while reloading. Li Mo swiftly relayed the tactical plan over the communicator. The 4 sprang into action. Chen Lin tossed the last few smoke grenades to obscure their vision. Duan Fei gathered energy for his most powerful strike. Li Mo quietly circled around to the Skeleton King's flank.
As the smoke cleared, Li Mo channeled his fireball, the orb behind him swelling to the size of the sun.
Now! Xiao Jun's 3 arrows shot forth simultaneously. Duan Fei's lightning dagger slammed into the right skull. Li Mo's fireball slammed into the center. 3 deafening explosions rang out almost simultaneously.
The 3 skulls of the Bone King exploded simultaneously, extinguishing the ghostly flames. The massive skeletal frame swayed several times before crashing to the ground.
Defeated the 9th-tier Bone King. Gained 50,000 points. The system notification brought a wave of relief to the 4. Li Mo slumped to the ground, gasping for breath.
This battle had nearly drained them of all their strength and resources.
We did it. Duan Fei lay on the ground, unable to even lift a finger. After tidying up, the 4 prepared to head back. But Li Mo couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Yu had left something behind. So he told the other 3 to go ahead. He stayed behind for a while.
Li Mo searched the spot where Wang Yu had last vanished with meticulous care. Though he found nothing unusual, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered in his heart. He recalled Wang Yu's earlier actions, convinced he had overlooked something crucial.
Could it be that Wang Yu had hidden something? Or had he left some kind of signal?
The chilling wind howled through the White Bone Canyon as Li Mo stood at its entrance.
He watched as Wang Yu and the other 2 figures vanished into the crimson mist.
He couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Yu's expression had been odd as he left, as if concealing something.
Never mind. Let's check again. Li Mo murmured to himself, turning to step back into the gorge.
Yet, barely a few steps in, he suddenly sensed a sharp, murderous intent striking from the side. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed as Li Mo sidestepped, a short dagger whizzing past his neck and embedding itself deep into the rock wall behind him.
Who's there? Li Mo's eyes turned cold as his right hand instinctively gripped the dragon's fury at his waist.
Almost simultaneously, a cold chuckle echoed from the shadows of the gorge. Oomph! Never expected anyone would dare stay here alone. A burly man stepped out slowly, tactical goggles glinting coldly over his face. In his hand was a short blade, its edge still wet with fresh blood. Their gazes locked, and the air instantly froze. Enemy? Li Mo's alarm bells rang loudly.
Without hesitation, he drew his sword from its sheath. The other man reacted just as swiftly, darting forward with a thrust aimed straight for Li Mo's throat. Clang! Blades clashed, sparks flying. The two separated instantly, each taking 2 steps back, their eyes filled with gravity. Impressive skills. The man grinned. Too bad. You're dying here today. Li Mo wasted no words. He twisted his blade and lunged forward again. Swish! 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 Blades flashed like lightning as they clashed fiercely within the narrow gorge, each collision sending shrill metallic clangs echoing through the air. The man's short blade was cunning and ruthless, targeting vital points. Li Mo's blade work, however, was steady and fierce, each strike carrying an overwhelming sense of pressure. This guy, he's no ordinary opponent. The man's heart sank in alarm. He'd assumed this was just a lone, insignificant foe, but now he found himself facing a formidable opponent. As they locked in a stalemate, Li Mo's blade sliced through the man's tactical goggles. The lens shattered, revealing his true face. He lunged backward, snarling, "You're asking for death." But just as he prepared to strike again, his peripheral vision caught the guild emblem on Li Mo's wrist, the mark of the 9 Provinces Guild. Wait! The man halted abruptly, his expression shifting. "You're from Jojo?" Li Mo frowned, his blade still poised. "You know the 9 provinces?" The man stared at the emblem, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Finally, he snorted coldly, "You're lucky. I don't want to deal with anyone from the 9 provinces today." Li Mo remained on guard. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man sneered coldly. "None of your damn business." With that, he turned to leave. Li Mo's eyes darkened as he raised his blade slightly. "Stop." The man glanced sideways at him, his tone icy. "Kid, don't think just because you're from Jojo, they guys here won't touch you. Keep pestering me, and I won't mind making sure you stay here forever." "You know Jojo?" Li Mo frowned. Back in the Sky Island world, his Jojo guild hadn't been particularly renowned. The two faced off again, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Big Eyes paused, then scanned the surroundings. "Heard you took on a new member recently? Chan Lin?" Li Mo frowned. "You know her?" Big Eyes' smile twisted into a vicious sneer. "Know her? I'd been hunting her down." Before he could finish, Big Eyes lunged forward, his right fist whistling through the air as it slammed toward Li Mo's face. Li Mo sidestepped the blow, simultaneously drawing Dragon's Fury from its scabbard. A flash of cold steel forced Big Eyes back. "What do you mean by this?" Li Mo demanded coldly. Big Eyes licked his lips. "Shen Lin couldn't have joined your team willingly. You must have threatened her." Li Mo froze, then scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? Shen Lin joined my guild of her own free will. What the hell are you ranting about? Stop pretending." Big Eyes roared. "She promised she'd wait for me." Li Mo froze. "Wait for you? Wow. Turns out he's a total suck-up." Only then did Li Mo realize this guy was Chen Lin's suitor, and he seemed to have misunderstood something. "She joined my team of her own free will." Li Mo said flatly, "I have no interest in threatening anyone." Bull. Big Eyes refused to believe it. "Someone as proud as Chen Lin wouldn't willingly take orders from you. You must have used some trick." Li Mo couldn't be bothered to explain. He turned to leave. "Think whatever you want. Stop right there." Big Eyes roared, violently drawing a tactical knife from his waist. "You're not leaving until we settle this today." Li Mo sighed. "You can't beat me. Try it." Big Eyes roared, charging forward. Within moments, they exchanged several blows. Big Eyes' attacks were fierce, but Li Mo's knife skills were sharper. After several exchanges, a bloody gash appeared on Big Eyes' arm, and he staggered backward. "I told you, you can't beat me." Li Mo sheathed his blade. "Ask Chen Lin about her own affairs." Gripping his wound, Big Eyes gritted his teeth. "Fine. Take me to Chen Lin. If she says it was her own choice, I'll accept it." Li Mo paused in thought. "On what grounds? Do you even deserve it?" This was no idle threat. What if this man was an enemy spy? It could lead to the camp collapsing from within. That would be utterly ridiculous. Therefore, this individual must pay a price. Li Mo considered it, then said to Big Eyes, "You must hand over all your weapons and gear." To Li Mo's surprise, Big Eyes agreed without hesitation. He removed his dagger and gear, handing them over to Li Mo. Seeing Li Mo freeze, Big Eyes snapped, "These glasses were bought from the system store. If I lose them, I won't be able to see." Li Mo nodded in agreement. Judging by this display, the kid probably wasn't a spy or anything. Chapter 117, Big Eyes. "Follow me." Li Mo sheathed Dragon's Fury and motioned for Big Eyes to follow. He remained vigilant, ready to guard against any sudden outburst from this emotionally unstable individual. Big Eyes stumbled along behind, the shattered fragments of his tactical goggles still hanging from his face, looking utterly bedraggled. He reached for his waist periodically, only to remember his weapon had been confiscated, forcing him to reluctantly lower his hand. "You better not try anything funny." Liam said without turning his head. The defense system at the Jojo base can reduce you to dust in a second. Big Eyes snorted coldly but offered no rebuttal. His gaze darted around the surroundings, seemingly memorizing the route. After traversing several concealed canyon passages, the terrain suddenly opened up before them. The Lord has returned. The sentry saluted Liam while eyeing Big Eyes warily. And who might this be? A guest. Liam replied curtly. Is Chen Lin here?
At the training grounds, with the newly summoned warriors of the 10,000 tribes.
Liam nodded and led Big Eyes through several automatic access gates.
This was the base upgraded with points earlier. It was a vast improvement over the dilapidated little village they'd started in. The interior felt far more spacious than its exterior suggested, with distinct functional zones clearly delineated. Soldiers trained in their respective areas, saluting Liam as he passed. Big Eyes' eyes grew wider and wider, clearly not expecting the Jojo Guild to be so well organized.
How did you manage this? No comment.
Big Eyes realized his slip and immediately shut up.
Liam continued walking forward.
The training ground lay on the eastern side of the base. Through the reinforced glass wall, Chen Lin could be seen practicing fireball spells with several mages. She wore form-fitting training gear, her black hair pulled high into a ponytail. Her movements were crisp and precise.
She doesn't look like she's being coerced.
Liam pushed open the door, his tone laced with sarcasm.
Big Eyes' breathing visibly quickened.
He stared intently at Chen Lin in the center of the field, his hands unconsciously clenching and unclenching. Chen Lin turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Liam. But when she noticed Big Eyes beside him, her expression froze instantly.
Why did you bring him?
She strode over, her voice low but unable to mask her disgust. He said he knows you, and that you promised to wait for him, Liam stated calmly.
I thought you two needed to talk this out face to face. Chen Lin's face darkened.
She turned to Big Eyes. I told you not to come looking for me. That was just polite talk.
Can't you understand?
Big Eyes' expression twisted.
Polite talk? You said you'd consider my invitation. I waited 3 months for you.
That was a polite refusal.
Chen Lin raised her voice.
I joined Jojo because I admire Captain Li's strength and the guild's principles.
It has nothing to do with you.
Other soldiers in the training ground halted their movements, glancing curiously in their direction.
Liam frowned and gestured for everyone to resume training. I don't believe it.
Big Eyes suddenly erupted.
They must have threatened you.
Chen Lin, you know my strength, I can protect you.
Enough.
Chen Lin cut him off, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes.
Do I, Chen Lin, need someone to protect me? Are you insulting me?
She turned to Liam, her tone softening abruptly.
Captain, my loyalty to the guild is beyond question. This man and I have only met a few times.
He was persistently pursuing me on Sky Island, and I made my refusal clear long ago.
Liam nodded.
He already believed Chen Lin's words. Big Eyes' reaction was overly paranoid, clearly a one-sided delusion.
You heard that. Liam addressed Big Eyes. Now leave. For Chen Lin's sake, I won't pursue today's attack.
Big Eyes' face flushed red, then drained pale, turning green. His gaze darted between Chen Lin and Liam before suddenly locking onto the unmistakable look of admiration in Chen Lin's eyes as she watched Liam.
So that's it. Big Eyes' voice turned icy. You like him. Chen Lin didn't deny it. Instead, she straightened her back. Captain Li is someone I admire. My personal affairs are none of your concern. Liam frowned. Chen Lin, watch your words. Personal feelings are strictly prohibited from influencing judgment within the guild. How dare this guy say anything?
Everyone knows about his relationship with Dai Xinna.
How come it's suddenly not true when he says it?
Chen Lin's expression stiffened, a flicker of hurt crossing her eyes before she regained her composure.
Yes, Captain. I was merely stating the facts. Big Eyes watched the scene unfold, suddenly erupting into a shrill laugh. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Chen Lin, look at you now. The high and mighty goddess actually gets rejected. Shut up.
Chen Lin snapped, a short knife appearing in her hand as if by magic.
Liam raised his hand to stop her. Let him finish.
Big Eyes' laughter abruptly halted, his expression turning vicious.
Liam, you think this is over? Let me tell you, Chen Lin is mine.
If I can't have her, I'll destroy what matters most to her, your pathetic guild. Before the words faded, Big Eyes slid a concealed blade from his sleeve and lunged at Chen Lin with astonishing speed.
Watch out. Liam reacted with lightning speed, drawing Dragon's Fury from its sheath.
But the distance was too great, it seemed too late. Chen Lin, however, let out a cold laugh. Her figure flickered like a ghostly apparition, not only evading the attack but swiftly seizing Big Eyes' wrist with a backhand grab. With a graceful shoulder throw, Big Eyes slammed hard onto the ground, the blade flying far away.
You think I didn't see your little trick?
Chen Lin planted her foot squarely on Big Eyes' chest.
We grew up together. How could I not know what kind of person you are? Only your older brother, Chen Feng, ever caught my eye. Hearing Chen Lin speak, Liam suddenly felt the name Chen Feng sounded familiar. He was sure he'd heard it somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't place it. Shaking his head, Liemo decided not to dwell on it. Instead, he focused on the conversation between the two. Seeing Big Eye's almost pleading gaze, Chen Lin showed no hesitation. She continued, "And you? You're nothing but a complete waste of space. A good-for-nothing who just drifts through life." A flicker of surprise crossed Liemo's eyes. He hadn't expected them to be so familiar with each other. They seemed to be childhood sweethearts. But Chen Lin's words were still a bit too harsh. This made Liemo look down on her a little more. Big Eye struggled on the ground, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "You? Then why did you still?" Chen Lin watched the emotionally unhinged Big Eyes, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes, but more than that, there was detachment. "Wang Jiwen, stop bothering me. To me, you're nothing but a stranger." "A stranger?" Big Eyes rose to his feet but stumbled backward uncontrollably, as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale. Big Eyes tried to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. He stared at Chen Lin's distant gaze, at how naturally she stood beside Liemo, and all his illusions shattered in that moment. Only then did Liemo speak, his voice tinged with faint mockery. "She's made herself perfectly clear. Besides, there's no place for you here." Big Eyes glanced at Liemo, then at Chen Lin, his eyes flickering with unwillingness and despair. He understood. He had lost. Lost completely. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. You just wait." With that, Big Eye spun on his heel and stormed out of the tent, vanishing into the night. Liemo watched his retreating figure, saying nothing. He knew this man wouldn't let it go. Chen Lin looked at Liemo, her eyes holding a hint of gratitude. "Liemo, thank you." Liemo shook his head. He looked at Chen Lin, yet her confession stirred not a flicker of emotion within him. "Do you think he'll come looking for trouble again?" Chen Lin asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "Maybe," Liemo replied indifferently. "But with his abilities, he's no threat." But Chen Lin paused before continuing. "His older brother, Chen Feng, is truly formidable. Their Tianfeng squad has only 5 members, yet they rank 3rd on the guild points leaderboard. I'm worried he'll have his older brother take revenge for him." Chapter 118, Tianfeng Guild. Big Eye stumbled through the night, sharp pains radiating from his chest. But it paled in comparison to the psychological humiliation. Chen Lin and he had been close friends for years, attending the same school since elementary school and sharing the same high school through junior and senior years. He'd harbored feelings for her for years, dreaming of confessing his love when university began. Little did he know that the night before his confession, the entire world would be transported to this hellish place. Fortunately, when he was nearly starved to death, he encountered Brother Feng, a childhood friend. Thanks to Chen Feng's rescue, he survived. He then embarked on his career, joining Chen Feng's guild. Just as he was beginning to forget about Chen Lin, he stumbled upon her trade post in the channel. The flame that had once died reignited, and he began pursuing her fiercely once more. But who could have predicted this outcome? Hadn't she explicitly stated she wouldn't join any guild? She even turned down Chen Feng's invitation, so why would she join that so-called Jojo guild? The thought made Big Eye's blood boil, threatening to make him vomit up last night's dinner. Over a decade of love had now turned to hatred. He cursed that adulterous pair to rot in hell. He deliberately tore his clothes, smeared mud and blood across his face, then staggered through the entrance of the Tianfeng squadron headquarters. "Brother Feng! Save me!" He collapsed onto the ground, his voice hoarse and wretched. There were 5 people inside the base. 4 of them turned to look at Big Eyes in unison. "Big Eyes, what's wrong?" A tall, slender young man approached. He appeared to be around 20 years old. Flames danced in his hands, clearly a mage. "Brother Feng, you have to avenge me. I've almost died just now." Big Eye sobbed, tears and snot streaming down his face. The tears smeared the dirt across his face, making him look even more pitiful. Hearing this, Chen Feng could no longer stay calm. Big Eyes was his best friend of over a decade. "What happened? Tell me everything." "Yeah, Big Eyes, what happened?" Another man approached. He was burly, with muscles bulging like hills, and a knife scar running across his face down to his neck. Clearly, he wasn't someone to mess with. "Brother Wang Bin, it's those guys from Jojo." Big Eyes shouted at the last man, "Brother Wu, you gotta help me too." "Yeah, old Wu, Big Eyes is getting bullied. How can you not step in as his big brother?" Wang Bin joined in, prompting Wu Weibin to sigh. "Let's hear what Big Eyes has to say first." Just as Big Eyes was about to speak, a petite girl approached. She had a doll-like, adorable face and carried a longbow on her back. Her expression was cold and beautiful. "What's the matter?" Big Eyes swallowed hard at the sight of this woman. Despite her youth, Bone had told them she was an elite assassin from a notorious killing organization. Though their guild only had 5 members, they still ranked high on the leaderboard, and this woman was inextricably tied to that success. "The 9 Provinces Guild, they ambushed me." Big Eyes coughed, deliberately letting a trickle of blood seep from the corner of his mouth. "I told them I was with Tianfeng, but they said Tianfeng was nothing." "How many were there?" Li Mao asked. Big Eyes, however, already had a hint of a smile. He knew that if this woman asked that question, she was about to make her move. Big Eyes shook his head weakly. At least 20. Chen Lin was there too. They've got her. Chen Feng's eyes instantly turned cold. Chen Lin? Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Big Eyes grabbed Chen Feng's arm. Damn it. These JoJo bastards are getting too bold. Feng, we gotta move now. Wang Bin urged, while on the other side, Wu Weibin had already risen to inspect his gear, prepare for battle. Chen Feng took a deep breath as energy began to gather around him. Big Eyes, give us the coordinates. We're moving out. Big Eyes, seeing his goal achieved, felt elated inside. Chen Lin, oh Chen Lin, Brother Feng is the 4th-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard. Even if you've got Liu Mo on your list, so what? Just wait and die obediently. 2 hours later, outside the JoJo Guild base. Li Mao deployed his modified micro-drones, each equipped with electronic jamming chips. It quickly mapped out JoJo's defenses in crystal-clear detail. For sentry posts 2 visible, 2 hidden. The eastern flank is the weakest point, easiest to breach. Chen Feng, you take out the barriers. Wang Bin and Wu Weibin handle the sentries. I'll provide remote support. Li Mao swiftly assigned tasks. Chen Feng nodded as a brilliant blue light began to gather at the tip of his staff. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning struck the eastern flank, drawing the soldiers' attention as they began running toward them. Wang Bin and Wu Weibin instantly burst forward like 2 dark shadows, swiftly taking out the 2 visible sentries. Before the hidden guard could react, Li Mao's arrow pierced his shoulder. A wave of numbness then surged through his brain. Before he could utter a single word, he collapsed unconscious. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm of the 9 provinces guild blared throughout the base. Liu Mo, who was in the conference room, immediately shut down the meeting upon hearing the alarm. He knew Big Eye's reinforcements had arrived. Based on the information he had previously disclosed and what Chen Lin had revealed, Liu Mo had gained some understanding of Chen Feng. Honest, hot-tempered, and intolerant of injustice. He knew how to handle such a man. Therefore, he had already gathered all the soldiers under his command in advance. He instructed them not to act rashly, leaving everything to be handled by Liu Mo. The sentries outside were former prisoners of the Warhammer Guild. Thus, Liu Mo felt no psychological burden. All that remained was to wait for the enemy to come knocking. Sure enough, it wasn't long before. Boom! The gate was shattered by a pillar of fire. People of JoJo, come out now. Chen Feng charged in first, enveloped in triple elemental light. Flames in his left hand, frost in his right, and thunder swirling before his chest. The 3-colored radiance bathed him in the aura of a war god. Big Eyes followed behind, clutching his chest, yet a barely perceptible cold smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. The moment he spotted Liu Mo, Big Eyes shouted, Brother Feng, it's him. He destroyed Chen Lin. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Liu Mo. You're the one who injured my brother, Big Eyes? Liu Mo knew everything in his heart. If he handed over all the base surveillance footage to Chen Feng, this misunderstanding would surely be cleared up. But he harbored another secret. Now that he had crossed over into this battlefield of myriad races, he desperately needed manpower. And Chen Feng was exactly the kind of person he liked. Therefore, he resolved to recruit Chen Feng. He planned to let Chen Feng make the first move, then have Chen Lin step in to resolve it. That was the right way to handle it. Seeing Liu Mo remain silent, Chen Feng snapped, What the hell do you want? Why won't you explain? Big Eyes seized the chance to provoke Chen Feng into acting, but Chen Feng, as someone ranked among the top, he naturally sensed something was amiss. Seeing Chen Feng's reaction, Li Mo's lips curled into a smile. He knew the moment had come. Then Chen Lin appeared at just the right moment. Chen Lin, are you okay? Chen Feng asked excitedly the moment he saw her. Chen Lin, however, wasted no time and laid everything out on the table. Chen Feng went from furious at first to embarrassed in the end. Big Eyes, I completely misjudged you. Get out of here. You're expelled from the Skyblade Squadron. Chen Feng roared. Big Eyes left in a daze. Liu Mo gave a subtle nod, and the scaled claw that had been waiting nearby appeared, guiding him into the shadows to depart. Chen Feng then began discussing matters with Liu Mo. Finally, Liu Mo skillfully proposed an idea. The idea was for the 2 families to unite and watch each other's backs. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. I agree. Chapter 119, World Channel Cultivation, Martial Arts, and Sci-Fi converge. Just as the 2 were conversing amicably, preparing to shake hands in reconciliation, the entire JoJo Guild was suddenly engulfed in blinding golden light. A system notification sounded simultaneously in everyone's ears. World announcement, barrier lifted. Cross-region teleportation array activated. World channel functionality enabled. Li Mo's hand froze mid-air as he and Chen Feng both looked up. World channel? Liu Mo instantly realized his current region was 13,313. So that meant there were at least 13,312 other channels? At that very moment, a wave of startled cries erupted outside the 9 provinces guild. Liu Mo dashed to the window in a single bound. Outside, the once clear sky was streaked by countless streaks of light. Those beams resembled shooting stars, yet they abruptly slowed as they neared the ground. Someone's flying on a sword? Wang Bin's massive axe clattered to the ground. Several figures descended from the sky, robes billowing as they rode flying swords. The leader wore all white. With a flick of his sword finger, the 3-foot-long blade beneath his feet obediently hovered an inch above the ground. Above his head, a sign suddenly appeared. Immortal Cultivation Realm. Chief Disciple of the Xiantian Sect. Master Qingxiu. King Suzi swept his sleeve to recall the blade, his toes lightly touching the ground. Behind him, 6 fellow disciples executed their hand seals in perfect unison, their flying swords transforming into streaks of light that vanished into their sleeves. This display left the gathered members of the 9 provinces guild collectively speechless. Sword flight? Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply. Is this even still within the country? At that moment, the eastern training ground of the Jojo Guild suddenly warped, and 3 colossal figures materialized out of thin air. They were mechs. Science Fiction Zone. Interstellar Marine Corps Colonel. Iron Wall. A mechanical voice boomed from the mech's amplifiers, location confirmed. We have reached the unknown civilization sector. All units cease combat alert status but maintain defensive posture. With a series of clicks, the scanning array on the mech's back deployed, sweeping a fan-shaped blue beam across the entire 9 provinces guild complex. Quantum scan complete. 12 high-energy lifeform signatures detected. Distinctive cold weapon civilization characteristics present, with faint magical traces. Before Li Mo could process the information, the world channel erupted with countless messages. The world channel exploded at that very moment. World channel. Immortal Cultivation Zone. Medicine King Valley. 100 Grass Immortal, fellow cultivators. My communication jade tablet suddenly displays countless unfamiliar names. Could this be an illusionary trial? Science Fiction Zone. Interstellar Miner 007, WTF? My helmet display just flooded with thousands of messages. What the hell are these ID prefixes? Cultivation? High martial arts? High martial arts zone. Sword madness. Can someone explain why sword immortals are falling from the sky and iron giants are sprouting from the ground? King Suzi was currently locked in a standoff with a soldier from the Jojo Guild. The soldier's sword suddenly drew itself half an inch from its scabbard, emitting a series of piercing whistles. Your sword possesses a spirit? King Suzi couldn't hide his astonishment. In a century of cultivation, he'd never witnessed a non-cultivator nurture a sword spirit. The soldier shook his head blankly. It's the 1% auto-parry feature built into epic tier weapons. System? Epic tier weapon? The junior sister behind King Suzi covered her mouth in a gasp. Senior brother, what are they talking about? Li Mo rolled his eyes at this. This was the generation gap between people. Yet at the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine at the sheer power of the mastermind behind it all. These were cultivators, beings whose might could cleave the heavens with a single sword strike. And yet none of them had realized they were merely guinea pigs? Meanwhile, Iron Wall finally emerged from the mecha. The 3-meter-tall metallic giant knelt on one knee as the hatch slowly opened, spewing white steam. The surrounding soldiers instinctively took 3 steps back. As Iron Wall, clad in combat armor, revealed half his body, a piercing whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow embedded itself in the edge of the hatch, its tail quivering violently. Li Mao, still in his drawing stance, barked coldly, "Move again, and the next arrow will be through your eye." Calm down. TB raised both hands. We mean no harm. Li Mao snorted coldly, but did not lower his bow. Players in the cultivation zone were now gathered around the training dummy of the Jojo Guild, marveling at it. This puppet is remarkably crafted. It can even simulate different martial arts styles. King Suzi tapped the dummy's chest with his sword scabbard. What kind of spirit stone powers it? The soldier responsible for equipment maintenance scratched his head. Just regular electricity. Plugged in. Electricity? King Suzi and his fellow disciples exchanged puzzled glances. But isn't that thunder energy? Amidst the confusion, the world channel was suddenly overlaid with a bolded announcement. System notice, cross-region communication functionality is now fully operational. Language barriers have been eliminated. The first world quest, Civilizations Converge, will commence in 3 hours. All players are advised to prepare. Li Mo chuckled silently. Thunder power, indeed. Just then, Li Mo saw countless witches riding broomsticks appear, with legions of rune knights beneath them, spears raised. Li Mo was about to speak up when he suddenly heard something. The Iron Wall spoke. Something is emerging. His words were drowned out by a deafening dragon's roar. An eastern azure dragon and a western bone dragon simultaneously thrust their heads out from different rifts in the void. The 2 legendary creatures locked eyes across the void, both wearing distinctly human expressions of bewilderment. King Suzi could no longer maintain his ethereal demeanor. This is the primordial dragon? Li Mo understood instantly, lifting his gaze to the sky still ablaze with golden light. This game is about to change everything. As if responding to his words, the system announcement sounded once more. World Quest Preview, Civilization Convergence Phase 1 Exhibition and Exchange.
Players from all regions must eliminate players from other regions within 24 hours.
The entire JoJo guild fell into dead silence. Liemo and Chen Feng exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes.
The expressions of those foreign players who had just moments ago been filled with curiosity and goodwill now shifted subtly. Iron Wall silently retreated into his mech, while King Suzy imperceptibly activated his defensive spell.
Liemo, Chen Feng whispered, "It seems we must cooperate." Chapter 120, Fighting with All My Might. I am invincible.
Fellow Daoist, King Suzy called out in a clear voice, his tone tinged with caution. The earlier friendly atmosphere vanished instantly, replaced by wariness. Behind him, 6 fellow disciples simultaneously formed seals, summoning their flying swords once more. The blades hovered around them, poised for battle. However, Liemo did not look at King Suzy. Instead, his gaze fixed on the spot where the fabric of space began to warp. There, the metal tracks of 3 mechs had begun slowly grinding against the ground, emitting a shrill, grinding sound.
"Not you," Liemo lowered his voice, "it's them."
At that moment, a mechanical roar echoed through the air. The energy core in the chest of one mech emitted a blinding blue light. A thick beam of energy shot forth, striking a massive training dummy nearby. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped the dummy apart in an instant, scattering it into countless fragments. The blast also tore a deep crater into the stone pavement. Report! Unknown target destroyed. A mechanical voice echoed from within the Iron Wall mech. Soldiers of the 9 provinces guild watched the scene in horror.
The dummies they used for training, though not particularly sturdy, could never be destroyed so easily.
Is this the extent of their power?
A Kyushu soldier murmured to himself.
King Suzy gazed at the shattered dummy, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected players from other planes to be so formidable. Eliminate players from other regions.
Liemo's mind echoed with the system announcement.
He stared at the cultivator before him, robed in flowing white garments and standing atop a flying sword. Then his gaze shifted to the 3 fully armed sci-fi mechs, and his heart sank. He then turned to look at Chen Feng.
Cooperation? Liemo stared at Chen Feng. It seems we have no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, we'll be slaughtered by the alien forces.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the armored knights in the distance began their advance. The cold gleam of their spears flashed as they aimed directly at the nearest members of the JoJo guild.
Defense! Liemo bellowed, drawing Dragon's Fury from its scabbard in an instant. Chen Feng formed the soldiers into ranks.
I'll go check the situation.
Liemo turned, Dragon's Fury tracing a crimson arc through the air. Watch out!
Chen Feng drew his own staff.
Liemo charged out of the conference room. Ding! The system alert sounded again.
World Quest, Civilization Convergence. Phase 1, Exhibition and Exchange. Objective, eliminate players from other regions within 24 hours.
Reward, none. Mission penalty, failure to meet objectives will result in revocation of all privileges in the current region and exile to an unknown area. Exiled to an unknown region. Liemo's heart sank.
He knew that once players began slaughtering each other, all goodwill and curiosity would vanish.
Huff. Liemo took a deep breath.
He looked toward a nearby cultivator, standing atop a flying sword, locked in combat with a man piloting a mecha. Sword chi and energy beams collided in the air, erupting in dazzling flashes of light.
The tide is turning.
Liemo murmured to himself, gripping the dragon's wrath in his hand.
Liemo.
Chen Feng's voice rang out from behind him.
Come on, Chen Feng. Liemo turned to face his ally.
This war belongs to all players across the world. Just then, a knight clad in runic armor, spear in hand, charged straight toward Liemo.
Die, ancient trash.
The knight roared, his lance whistling through the air as it plunged toward Liemo's chest. A cold gleam flashed in Liemo's eyes.
Dragon Fury thrust forward instantly, colliding violently with the knight's lance mid-air. Clang!
A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying everywhere.
Too naive. Liemo snorted coldly.
Dragon's Fury deftly twisted, evading the lance as its blade pointed straight for the knight's throat. The knight paled in terror, attempting to retreat, but it was too late.
Thud! Long Nu pierced the knight's throat with pinpoint accuracy.
His pupils dilated as his body stiffened and collapsed, the spear slipping from his grasp to the ground.
Ding! Killed a player in the Knight's Oath region. Earned 500 points. Liemo stared at the knight's dropped items, his expression growing even more solemn.
In the distance, more foreign players were converging on the JoJo guild. The initial curiosity in their eyes had vanished, replaced by greed and murderous intent.
After all, Liemo's side was undeniably the weakest presence here. We have to do something. Chen Feng approached. Liemo gazed up at the sky. We have to make those invaders pay. Go! Liemo roared, swinging Dragon Fury once more, charging straight toward the densest crowd.
Chen Feng followed closely behind, clearing a path with thunderous force, leaving a trail of spattered blood in his wake.
At that very moment,
players from the cultivation realm, relying on their formidable strength, had already launched their assault.
Flying swords transformed into streaks of light, darting across the battlefield. Their icy glints sliced through enemies. Though not the strongest, the sci-fi realm players were a force to be reckoned with on this battlefield. In contrast, Limo's fantasy realm players were the weakest presence. Both the immortal martial and sci-fi high martial factions charged relentlessly toward Limo's position. The entire Jojo guild instantly transformed into a colossal battlefield. My friend, it's been a while. King Suzy raised his hand, summoning a sword that pierced a soldier's throat like a shooting star. He smiled warmly as he watched Limo charging toward him. Limo roared with fury at the sight of the fallen soldier before him, who had raised his weapon even in death. I swear I will kill you. Abyssal fireball. Scorching flames instantly coalesced behind Limo, forming a colossal fireball. Kill. The fireball locked onto King Suzy, hurtling toward him with overwhelming force. Useless. You're too weak. King Suzy's eyes widened in a mocking grin. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Instantly, the flying sword transformed into countless blades, forming a barrier around King Suzy before flying toward Limo in unison. Boom! The flying swords collided with the fireball, erupting in a deafening roar. Thick smoke billowed into the air. As the smoke cleared, King Suzy was about to sneer in mockery when he saw a cleaver flying through the haze. Then Limo appeared like the Grim Reaper, charging straight for King Suzy's head. You have some nerve. King Suzy roared in fury, as countless bolts of thunder instantly materialized behind him. Thunderous might. Thunderbolts as thick as snakes roared down toward Limo. But Limo neither dodged nor retreated. King Suzy was inwardly gloating, thinking this man must be a fool. The thick thunder serpent struck down, tearing away a chunk of flesh from Limo. Ha 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 ha. You're courting death. You didn't even dodge this attack. Let's see how you handle this. King Suzy roared with laughter, convinced Limo's days were numbered. But in the next instant, the blackness faded from Limo's body. Fresh granulation tissue frantically patched the wound. In an instant, the damage was completely healed. All subsequent lightning strikes proved futile. Though they struck Limo squarely, they failed to inflict any significant damage. King Suzy gasped, You've actually attained physical enlightenment? Limo offered no reply. You're finished. Only then did King Suzy notice that Limo had somehow broken through the lightning barrier and appeared before him. No! Sword! Before King Suzy could finish, Longnu had already materialized before him. Then came Limo's gaze, cold to the extreme. Die! Before King Suzy could react, Longnu severed his left arm. The excruciating pain left him speechless, unable even to activate his talismans. Any last words? Limo gripped Longnu, advancing step by step toward King Suzy. As Limo drew nearer, King Suzy suddenly went mad, his eyes turning blood red. I want you dead. Limo found it amusing. The man was truly brazen, still spouting nonsense even as death approached. Shaking his head, Limo prepared to send him on his way when King Suzy suddenly roared, Taboo curse. Black runes instantly materialized. Limo sensed something amiss and tried to dodge, but the runes shadowed his every move. They locked onto Limo. Like venomous snakes, the runes burrowed into Limo's left shoulder. Excruciating pain instantly engulfed his entire body, as if something were gnawing at his very soul. Limo grunted, collapsing to one knee. Only when Dragon Fury plunged deep into the ground did he steady himself. King Suzy staggered to his feet, a pool of blood gathering where his severed arm had been. How does it feel? He gasped, his eyes glowing crimson. This curse will slowly devour your cultivation, your flesh, until nothing remains but your soul. Limo roared with fury, go to hell. His blade struck down, severing King Suzy's head clean off, ensuring death beyond death. Yet that strange sensation lingered, tormenting him relentlessly. Just then, a mech spotted the aftermath of their battle and flew toward them, intending to loot the remains. Miniature missiles launched from its shoulders, whistling toward Limo. Limo had spotted it long ago. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been hit. He tried to dodge, but sudden, excruciating pain shot through his body, preventing him from evading the strike. It struck him squarely. Ha 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 ha. The mech laughed as it flew closer, poised to deliver the final blow. Limo forced himself upright, straightening his body to swing his blade. Chapter 121, Qin Feng's Solo Act. Limo raised the Dragon Fury, cleaving the mech apart. Electric currents surged through his body. Yet it left him utterly unable to react. If one looked closely, they could see the black patterns shifting beneath his pale skin. Like demons sealed within his flesh. It was utterly terrifying. Put. After shattering the mech, Limo could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to the ground. He coughed up blood in large mouthfuls. The blood he coughed up was black. Chen Feng, witnessing this, rushed to his aid. He grabbed his staff and rushed over to Limo's side. I am your opponent. A colossal greatsword descended from the heavens, hurtling straight toward Chen Feng's skull. An ice crystal shield instantly crystallized at the tip of Chen Feng's staff, barely blocking the massive alloy sword's downward swing. Ice shards flew everywhere as he used the force to leap backward 3 steps, escaping the danger zone. Your friend killed my brother. I want him dead too, a furious roar echoed from within the mech cockpit. Through the protective shield, Chen Feng clearly saw the face contorted with rage. A young man in his early 20s, bearing a fresh scar beneath his left eye. Your brother was outmatched. How can you blame my friend? Chen Feng shook his numb right hand, thrusting his staff into the ground. Li Mo's coughing echoed from the distance. Chen Feng turned his head to see a small pool of black blood gathering on the ground. I have to take care of this annoying guy right now. Chen Feng resolved silently one strike must be fatal. But suddenly, he saw the energy core on the chest of the opposing mecha flare with a blinding light. Mark Klein, avenging my brother. With that roar, blue flames erupted from the jet nozzles on the mech's back. The 5-meter-tall steel colossus lunged forward like a cheetah. Chen Feng's pupils contracted sharply. That speed was a bit too fast. 1,000 birds. Dozens of electric arcs erupted from the staff's tip, weaving into an electric net before Chen Feng. It shielded him at its center. Mark's mech executed an eerily sudden evasive maneuver, its alloy blade slashing along the very edge of the grid. Chen Feng rolled hastily, but the blade still sliced through the hem of his robes. Close call. But that's all you've got. Ice coffin. Hexagonal ice pillars erupted from the ground, shielding Chen Feng at their center. The alloy sword struck the ice crystals with a sharp clang, yet they remained rigid, shielding Chen Feng. The pilot's mind was now consumed by rage. Shatter it. The alloy sword whirled at its master's command, its blade cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Every strike landed on the defense. Cracks instantly spread across the entire ice shield. Chen Feng seized the moment, biting his thumb and smearing blood across the staff. Thunderclap. Crimson flames entwined with purple lightning erupted from the staff. It struck the mech's left shoulder joint squarely. It blew apart instantly. Amidst the blinding explosion, Chen Feng thought victory was assured. But through the smoke, he saw Mark's savage grin. The armor panel had actually peeled off, revealing a spinning cluster of micro-missiles beneath. Damn it! Chen Feng instinctively dove toward the rubble on his right. 3 homing missiles whizzed past his back, exploding 50 meters away in towering pillars of fire. The heat wave ripped off his hood, revealing a wound on his temple still oozing blood. You won't escape. Mark's voice, distorted and terrifying through the mech's amplifier, echoed, I'll use your blood to honor Aaron. The mech's right arm suddenly deformed and restructured, extending a gaping black cannon barrel. You foolish ancients. To think magic could rival humanity's millennia of scientific progress, how laughable. Chen Feng knelt on one knee, his staff held horizontally across his chest. Sweat dripped from his chin onto the scorched earth, sizzling softly. Mark's mecha charged its systems, its cannon barrel glowing with a dangerous blue light. Hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Is that so? Then watch this. Polar storm. Chen Feng channeled all his blue energy, focusing his mind on the staff. The tip of the staff simultaneously burst into blue and purple light. The ground beneath Chen Feng's feet instantly froze, radiating outward with countless ice spikes. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered overhead, unleashing thunderbolts as thick as bowls that crashed down relentlessly. Mark's mecha was encased in frost, its movements noticeably slowed. Boom! Thunderbolts tore through the sky like raging dragons, striking Mark's mecha in relentless succession. Frost crept along the alloy armor, freezing joints and immobilizing movement. Damn it! Mark roared, frantically pushing the control stick, trying to break free from the icy shackles. Chen Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he thrust his staff into the ground. Explode! The ice crust frozen on the mech's surface shattered violently. Countless shards of ice sliced like blades into the mech seams. Mark's mech shook violently as alarms blared frantically. Warning! Energy core overload. Mark's pupils contracted sharply as he snapped his head up. Chen Feng had already leapt high into the air, a searing fireball coalescing at the tip of his staff. Within the flames, threads of lightning danced. Thunder flame explosion. Chen Feng swung his staff with all his might, sending the fireball hurtling toward the core in the mech's chest like a meteorite. No! Mark roared, frantically pressing the emergency ejection button. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, the mech's energy core was utterly obliterated. A searing shockwave swept through the area, sending metal fragments flying like a torrential downpour. Chen Feng was hurled backward by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. His staff flew from his grasp, rolling away. Cough cough. He struggled to push himself up, gazing toward the epicenter of the blast. Thick smoke billowed as the mech had been reduced to a pile of burning scrap metal. Yet, amidst the flames, a figure staggered out. Not dead? Chen Feng's pupils contracted. Mark's body was charred black, his left arm blown off, blood dripping from the wound. He staggered to his feet, his remaining right hand clutching a dagger that glinted coldly. A dagger gleaming coldly. You must die. He rasped, advancing step by step toward Chen Feng. How do you plan to fight me without your mech? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, reaching for his staff, but it was too far away, he couldn't get it in time. This was truly the end. Without his staff, he couldn't even cast spells. Watching Mark steadily advance. Damn it! Chen Feng cursed under his breath, his hand darting to his waist where a short dagger was concealed. Mark suddenly accelerated, thrusting the dagger straight at Chen Feng's throat. Clang! Chen Feng barely managed to parry with his dagger, but Mark's immense strength drove the blade's tip into his shoulder, instantly staining his robe crimson. Die! Mark grinned savagely as he thrust the dagger downward once more. Thud! Blood spattered. But it wasn't Chen Feng's. Mark's movements froze abruptly. He slowly lowered his head to see a sharp icicle piercing through his own chest. When? He turned his head with difficulty, glaring at Chen Feng. Chen Feng sneered coldly, traces of frost still clinging to his right palm. Did you think I only knew long-range spells? Mark's mouth opened, as if to speak, but the ice spike had already frozen his internal organs solid. His body slowly collapsed, crashing heavily to the ground, silent forever. Chen Feng exhaled deeply, staggered to his feet, picked up his staff, and walked toward Liu Mo. Done. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he frowned at the barely conscious Liu Mo. Can you hold on? Liu Mo gave a weak smile and coughed up a mouthful of black blood. I won't die, but this curse, it's a real pain in the ass. Chapter 122, Gaia Fragment Evolution Energy Siphon. Liu Mo forced a smile. I'm fine. Not dying yet. He looked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned, pointing at the pool of black blood beneath Liu Mo. You call this fine? Liu Mo didn't answer him, because he had already found a solution. His 2 Gaia fragments had been unable to evolve due to insufficient evolutionary energy. But after days of combat, he had already accumulated 200,000 evolution points. Before, the energy wasn't enough, but now it is. Chen Feng froze. What do you mean? Liu Mo offered no explanation. Instead, he summoned the evolution furnace and tossed both fragments inside before Chen Feng's eyes. Detecting Gaia fragments too. Proceed with evolution? Liu Mo didn't hesitate after all, this was his only hope for survival. Evolve. Ding. Evolution successful. Gaia fragment has gained a new ability, Energy Siphon. Energy Siphon, devour all energy and harness it for oneself. When any energy attack strikes the host, 50% 100% is automatically absorbed. Absorption rate determined by Gaia fragment count. Current absorption rate, 75%. Absorbed energy can be stored within Gaia fragments to enhance oneself or unleash counterattacks. Effective against curses, toxins, and other negative energies, purifying abnormal conditions within the body. This is insane. Liu Mo was speechless after reading the skill description. It was like someone delivered a pillow just when he was nodding off. The once dull Gaia fragment had completely transformed, now radiating a translucent dark gold. Holy crap! Liu Mo suddenly realized the cursed energy within his body was being rapidly absorbed. The black patterns that had spread to his chest were fading at a visible pace. Chen Feng, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. From his perspective, Liu Mo had just been looking half dead. Just a few seconds later, he was back to full strength? The curse on his body melted away like butter, vanishing as smoothly as silk? This is weird. Chen Feng's gaze toward Liu Mo had changed. This guy's got some serious secrets. But somehow, a sudden flutter had stirred within him just now. It felt like encountering the most familiar of relatives. Could it be from just now fighting that mecha freak? Chen Feng shook his head. The sensation had come and gone just as quickly. He decided not to dwell on it. Liu Mo closed his eyes, feeling the newly acquired ability. He could clearly sense the flow of energy around him, as if he'd suddenly gained an entirely new sense. Just then, a piercing whistle split the distant sky. Both men looked up simultaneously, witnessing a streak of azure sword light slicing through the sky, appearing before them in an instant. Barbarians of the West, come and meet your doom. A middle-aged cultivator clad in a blue Taoist robe stood suspended in midair, his feet resting upon a flying sword. A fierce aura of sword energy swirled around him. His gaze locked onto Liu Mo and his companion, clearly intending to take advantage of their weakened state. You 2 barbarians aren't half bad looking. Here's the deal, if you're willing to take the master's servant pill and accompany me night after night to play the flute, I'll spare your lives. Liu Mo and Chen Feng exchanged glances, both seeing utter disbelief in each other's eyes. Seriously? This guy's a cultivator from Sichuan? But to be fair, the pressure emanating from this cultivator far surpassed any enemy they had encountered before. If not for Liu Mo evolving the Gaia fragment and gaining new abilities, they might have actually fallen here today. This one's yours. I'll handle support. Chen Feng murmured, lightning already gathering on his staff. Liu Mo nodded. You're asking for death. The cultivator, seeing the 2 unmoved, roared in fury, unleashing a slash of sword energy. Liu Mo neither dodged nor retreated, instead stepping forward to meet it head-on. The instant the sword energy struck his chest, a blinding light erupted. The force, powerful enough to cleave mountains, vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, completely absorbed by him. What? The cultivator's face drained of color. Right back at you. Liu Mo sneered coldly, swinging his right hand to unleash a sword chi even more powerful than before. The cultivator scrambled to block it, only to be sent flying backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. What a bizarre ability! Wiping the blood from his lips, the cultivator's expression darkened. It seems you cannot be spared. He formed seals with both hands, chanting incantations as the heavens darkened and storm clouds gathered. 9 heavens divine thunder, heed my command. At his command, dozens of purple thunderbolts as thick as water barrels crashed down from the sky, engulfing the entire 100-meter radius. Chen Feng hurriedly raised a protective shield, only to see Li Mo charging directly toward the densest cluster of thunderbolts. Li Mo! Chen Feng cried out in alarm. Yet a shocking sight unfolded. The terrifying bolts of lightning were completely absorbed by Li Mo the instant they touched his body. His entire being transformed into a luminous sphere, his internal energy surging to the brink of overflowing. This can't be. The cultivator's face drained of color as he turned to flee. Trying to leave? Li Mo sneered coldly, raising his hand with a wave. All the thunder energy he had just absorbed coalesced into a pillar of purple gold light, instantly piercing through the cultivator's chest. The cultivator stared down in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest as his body began to plummet from the sky. In his final moment, he crushed a jade talisman with his dying strength. You will regret this. Li Mo landed back on the ground, the light around him gradually fading. As the energy surging within him receded, a newfound sense of mastery grew ever clearer. He looked toward the fallen cultivator not far away, the aura of death alerting him. This guy really is arrogant. Chen Feng stepped forward, gazing toward the direction of the fallen cultivator. A hint of lingering fear colored his tone. He too had nearly been caught in that storm of thunderbolts. But thank goodness for this ability. Li Mo glanced down at himself. Though the wounds remained, the excruciating pain had vanished entirely. He could feel the Gaia fragment purifying the lingering curse within him at an unprecedented speed. Hey, how did you pull that off? Chen Feng asked curiously. He simply couldn't comprehend how Li Mo, who had been on the brink of death moments ago, could become so full of life in just a few seconds and even manage to kill that powerful cultivator. Li Mo smiled. He understood Chen Feng's curiosity, but he had no intention of explaining. A special method. Chen Feng was no fool. Seeing Li Mo's reluctance to elaborate, he decided not to press the matter further. After all, he and Li Mo were now allies. Pushing too hard wouldn't do him any favors. Chen Feng reflected for a moment. Ever since the world regions began unlocking, to protect the rear base, they had no choice but to lure the strongest enemies away alone. Thus, their entire journey had been spent in relentless combat. Now, Chen Feng glanced back. The most formidable foes had been eliminated by Li Mo and himself. We should be able to return now. Chapter 123, Sex Holy Sun? One-hit kill. Before Chen Feng could finish speaking, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Both men turned simultaneously. Miles away, a mountain peak suddenly shattered. Amidst flying boulders, a figure charged toward them at astonishing speed. Reinforcements arrived so quickly. Chen Feng swiftly retreated, his staff tracing intricate runes through the air. You go first this time. I'll prepare the backup. Li Mo nodded. The Gaia fragment embedded in his chest grew faintly warm as the energy siphon prepared to activate. He narrowed his eyes, finally making out the figure's appearance. A burly man nearly 2 meters tall stood before them, his bare torso a mass of coiled muscles, each one forged like refined iron. He wielded a pitch-black spear whose tip glinted with a cold, piercing light. Duan Tianxiong, here. The giant's voice boomed like a bell, the impact of his landing cracking the ground beneath him. Is it you who killed King Xiaozi? Li Mo sneered coldly, another one coming to die. Arrogant. Duan Tianxiong roared, thrusting his spear directly at Li Mo. The shattered peak spear king spares no nameless fools. State your name. Li Mo. He answered simply, secretly sizing up his opponent. Unlike the cultivators before, Duan Tianxiong emitted no energy fluctuations whatsoever. He relied purely on physical strength to achieve such terrifying speed. It's simply another path of orthodox cultivation in the cultivation world, physical cultivation. Good. Li Mo, remember the name of the one who killed you. Duan Tianxiong. Duan Tianxiong wasted no more words. The ground beneath his feet erupted violently as he launched himself forward like a cannonball, his spear thrusting straight for Li Mo's throat. Li Mo neither dodged nor retreated. The Gaia fragment on his chest blazed brightly, preparing to absorb the attack as it had done against cultivators. Yet as the spear tip neared, his expression abruptly changed. The energy siphon showed no reaction whatsoever. Bang! In the nick of time, Li Mo managed to twist his body sideways. The spear tip sliced past his neck, leaving a bloody trail. Powered by the 3 cores, the wound healed at an astonishing speed. Staggering backward, he was utterly stunned. How is this possible? The energy siphon failed? Impressive reflexes, but the next strike, let's see if you can handle it. Duan Tianxiong gave him no time to think as the second shot swept toward him. Li Mo blocked hastily, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Snap! The distinct sound of cracking bones echoed as Li Mo was swept dozens of meters away by the shot, crashing heavily into a boulder. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his arms throbbing with pain, obviously fractured. However, with the triple core's healing capabilities, as long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could repair himself in an instant. Chen Feng, watching Li Mo's pitiful state, assumed the situation had swung in Duan Tianxiong's favor. Thus, his staff, not yet fully charged, was forced into action prematurely. Lightning surged from the staff in Chen Feng's hand. Thunder strike! Dozens of thunderbolts descended from the sky, enveloping Duan Tianxiong. Yet Duan Tianxiong merely swung his spear, and the sheer force of the wind dispersed the thunderbolts. Chen Feng watched in utter dread. What kind of power was this, capable of dispersing thunderbolts with nothing but pure wind? Trivial tricks. Duan Tianxiong sneered, his gaze fixed on Li Mo. I can sense you possess a method to absorb energy, he continued, but unfortunately, your ability is useless against me. I cultivate pure physical strength, with no energy projected outward. My junior brother's death was no injustice. It's just unfortunate that you encountered me. Li Mo rose to his feet. So that's it. Energy siphon only absorbs energy attacks. It's useless against pure physical strikes. Too late for that now. Duan Tianxiong advanced slowly. To die by my mountain-shattering spear is your honor. At the critical moment, Chen Feng shouted, use your previous technique. Li Mo snapped out of his daze. Ever since gaining the new abilities from the Gaia fragment, he had become overly reliant on energy siphon, nearly forgetting the techniques he had mastered before. Duan Tianxiong launched another attack, his spear twisting like a dragon as it stabbed straight for Li Mo's heart. This time, Li Mo didn't block it head-on. Instead, his hands swiftly formed seals as he growled, Dragon Fury, Rage Form activated. Swish! A crimson dance erupted across Li Mo's body, his pupils transforming into the vertical slits characteristic of the Dragon Clan. His physical functions surged to their absolute limit. His figure vanished instantly from his original position, leaving behind several afterimages. Duan Tianxiong's spear pierced one of the illusions, while the other two Li Mos attacked from both sides. Oomph, cheap tricks. Duan Tianxiong swept his spear horizontally, the terrifying gust of wind shattering the two duplicates. However, the real Li Mo had already seized the opportunity to create distance. Abyssal Fireball. Li Mo channeled his mana, conjuring a colossal fireball behind him. The searing heat instantly filled the air, visibly slowing Duan Tianxiong's movements as beads of sweat formed on his skin. Go! Li Mo pointed with a flick of his wrist, sending the colossal fireball hurtling toward Duan Tianxiong with overwhelming force. This is interesting. Duan Tianxiong's muscles bulged as he raised his spear to cleave through the fireball. But it's not enough. He stomped his foot, blasting a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. His entire body shot skyward, the spear descending with devastating force. Li Mo dared not meet it head-on, teleporting instantly 100 meters away. Duan Tianxiong's strike missed its mark, the force of the spear cleaving a crack dozens of meters long into the earth. You run fast, Duan Tianxiong sneered coldly. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Cold sweat beaded on Li Mo's forehead. But then a glimmer of hope flashed through his mind. Chen Feng! Hold him off for 10 seconds. Li Mo shouted, simultaneously sitting cross-legged as his hands began forming intricate seals. Chen Feng understood the signal, raising his staff high, Wrath of the Thunder God. A thunder pillar several meters in diameter descended from the heavens, striking Duan Tianxiong directly. Duan Tianxiong was forced to halt his pursuit, swinging his spear like a wheel to deflect the lightning. Though the lightning couldn't harm him, it did slow his movements. 5, 4, 3. Li Mo counted silently in his mind as blue energy surged wildly toward his hands. The surrounding temperature skyrocketed, distorting the very air itself. Duan Tianxiong seemed to sense the danger. With a furious roar that shattered the lightning, he charged recklessly toward Li Mo. 2, 1. Complete. Li Mo's eyes snapped open, his pupils now pitch black. Abyssal Ice Sky's Wrath Abyssal Fireball. A black halo radiated outward from Li Mo's body. Everything in its path vaporized. Duan Tianxiong's spear, just inches from Li Mo's face, was completely carbonized. This, impossible. Duan Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. His weapon was forged from Tianshan mystical iron. How could this happen? Li Mo slowly rose to his feet, his face as pale as paper. That strike had nearly drained all his mana. He walked toward Duan Tianxiong, whose flesh continued to evaporate, and murmured softly, you lost because you didn't understand the full extent of my power. With that, he flicked his finger. Duan Tianxiong shattered into countless bone fragments. Li Mo struggled to his feet, surveying Duan Tianxiong's remains when something caught his eye, a glint of light. He walked over and picked up a metal token engraved with the 3 characters, Tianwu Gate. Chapter 124, Crimson Rose. Tianwu Gate. Li Mo stared at the cold metal token in his hand. Engraved on its reverse was the image of a mountain peak. He looked up at Chen Feng, whose face had turned deathly pale. What's wrong? Li Mo sensed something was amiss. We're in trouble. Chen Feng's voice trembled. I captured a cultivator earlier to extract information.
From him, I learned that the cultivation world has only two sects.
The Heavenly Martial sect and all others. Their sect's holy son, Fong Qinsheng, is extremely protective of his own. This is truly the end. Li Mo tucked the token into his robe.
He gazed toward the distant undulating mountains, where the setting sun dyed the clouds a blood-red hue.
Let's return to Jojo first.
Chen Feng felt anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, they had already killed someone.
Were they supposed to just sit around waiting for the victim's senior brother to come seeking revenge?
The two quickly cleared the battlefield.
Li Mo's gaze lingered briefly on the skeletal remains of Duan Tianxiong.
This body cultivator, capable of such devastation through sheer physical strength alone, made him realize for the first time that energy siphoning wasn't omnipotent. Had he not combined the Dragon Fury form with the Abyssal Fireball spell at the last moment? It would be him lying here now. As night deepened, the two made their way through the dense forest.
Li Mo remained on high alert, his triple cores operating at full capacity. He sensed any abnormal energy fluctuations around them. What's wrong, Li Mo? Chen Feng asked from ahead. Li Mo shook his head. He couldn't shake the feeling. A feeling of being watched. But even with the two Gaia fragments circulating within him, he couldn't detect the figure lurking in the shadows, watching him. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Li Mo questioned himself, but quickly dismissed the possibility.
After all, they had cultivated to this level.
How could illusions possibly arise?
If not for his instincts, Li Mo would have died 1,000 times over. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Chen Feng call out from ahead.
Li Mo, we're home. We're back. Li Mo stood before the gates of the Jojo base.
Upon sensing the chairman's presence, the gates slowly slid open to either side.
Chen Feng exhaled deeply as the glow of his staff gradually faded.
His heart finally settled. The interior of the base was brightly lit, and the sentry guarding the entrance was an orc.
Spotting Li Mo's return,
his hand, poised to swing his battle axe, instead formed a standard military salute.
Li Mo waved him over and quietly inquired about recent events.
The soldier did not dare to delay, recounting everything that had happened in meticulous detail.
After listening, Li Mo's furrowed brow relaxed.
It seemed the base had been holding up well during this period. No powerful foreign players had set their sights on this place. Most were cultivators practicing chi cultivation and foundation establishment, or first-generation mecha players who had targeted the base. They were easily defeated by the base's team members.
Phew! Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed that luring the enemy away and leaving the base to fend for itself had been the right decision.
Waving his hand, Li Mo signaled the soldiers to resume their guard duty.
He then led Chen Feng back toward the base.
He couldn't wait to see Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun. I wonder how they're doing right now. A faint smile touched Li Mo's lips.
Beside him, Chen Feng also missed that sly woman, as cunning as a kitten.
Upon entering the base, the training ground came into view.
This training ground had cost Li Mo 20,000 points to build. It could accommodate over 100,000 people training simultaneously. But today, not a single soul was in sight.
Strange. Where did everyone go? Chen Feng frowned. Li Mo's nerves instantly tightened as his triple core surged to its peak. Only now did he suddenly notice a distinct scent of honey in the air. Be careful, something's off. Li Mo warned aloud.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a slender figure came sprinting down the corridor.
It was none other than Dai Xina. Li Mo. She threw herself into Li Mo's arms. Li Mo held her tightly, feeling the slight tremors in her body. I'm fine. He gently stroked Dai Xina's back. Where are the others? Dai Xina lifted her head, about to speak.
But when she saw the empty training ground, a flicker of confusion crossed her almond-shaped eyes.
They were just here a moment ago. Brother-in-law.
A clear voice interrupted her.
Xiao Jun peeked around the corner. Her eyes lit up upon seeing Li Mo, and she skipped over. Xiao Jun.
Li Mo released Dai Xina, crouching down to catch the little girl as she threw herself into his arms. Seeing the person he'd been longing for, Li Mo's mind temporarily blocked out the sense of unease. He crouched down and recounted everything that had happened at Tianwu Gate to Dai Xina and Xiao Jun. Chen Feng, who had been standing nearby, could no longer contain his impatience. He gave Li Mo a quick nod before heading deeper into the base to find Li Mao and the others. Li Mo nodded, watching Chen Feng depart. He took Dai Xina's hand. Let's head to the control center first. We need to prepare immediately for the Tianwu sect matter. After all, according to Chen Feng's description, this was the foremost sect in the cultivation world. They must be fully prepared. The trio had barely taken a few steps when Li Mo abruptly halted. The scent of the pollen grew intensely potent. He spun around, shielding Dai Xina and Xiao Jun behind him. What's wrong? Dai Xina asked anxiously. Li Mo didn't answer, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. At the end of the corridor, a blurred figure slowly materialized. The figure wore a blood-red robe, its face hidden in shadow, only a pair of eyes glowing red clearly visible. Welcome home, Li Mo.
The instant he saw this figure, Li Mo hesitated not a moment, shielding the sisters behind him. He immediately hurled several fireballs. Boom! 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 The fireballs were shattered mid-air by the man's raised hand. They exploded into a cloud of smoke. Li Mo seized the moment. He grabbed the sisters and fled. He had already guessed the identity of the man before him. The Blood Rose Guild leader. How did she get in? Li Mo screamed inwardly. To prepare for her, he had specifically spent over 100,000 points to comprehensively upgrade the base. Epic tier, legendary tier. Anything that could be upgraded, he had upgraded. But this woman was simply too bizarre. She'd slipped in without a sound. And Li Mo could guarantee it. This woman was undoubtedly connected to the disappearance of the base members. The training ground was truly vast. Li Mo dragged Daesina and Xiao Jun along, unsure how far they'd run. They still hadn't made it out. Chapter 125, The Great Battle. Li Mo ran, the woman's laughter still echoing in his mind. That sound felt like it could pierce right through his skull. As he ran, Li Mo stretched the perception of his triple core to its absolute limit. He had encountered the sisters at the training ground just moments ago, yet he had been running for several minutes now. Yet he was still within the training grounds. The once familiar place now felt like a maze. Li Mo finally sensed something was terribly wrong. The disappearance of the base members must be connected to the Blood Rose Guild leader. Li Mo, which way should we go? Dai Xinna's voice was unusually calm. Li Mo whipped his head around to look at her, offering reassurance. Don't worry, I'm here. With that, he clasped Dai Xinna's small hand tighter. Just then, the passage ahead suddenly twisted and distorted, the metal walls rippling like liquid. A graceful figure slowly materialized. It was none other than the leader of the Crimson Rose. She still wore that blood-red robe. She lifted her head and glanced at Li Mo. A soul-stealing smile curved her lips. Hello, Li Mo. I am Lu Ruyan. Li Mo stared at Lu Ruyan, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his body. This woman had never appeared before. Yet the mental pressure she exerted on him was no less than that of the Tianwu sect. Run! Li Mo roared, scooping up Xiao Jun with his left arm while yanking Dai Xinna with his right. He spun toward the ventilation shaft on the side. A ball of abyssal fire coalesced in his palm, smashing through the metal grating of the vent. Behind him came the Blood Rose President's soft chuckle. You think you can escape like this? Let me tell you a little secret, the entire base has become my garden now. Li Mo dared not look back, dragging both sisters into the ventilation shaft. Brother-in-law, who is that woman? Xiao Jun trembled, blinking rapidly as she asked. Li Mo dared not lose focus. He wasn't truly afraid of Lu Ruyan. It was because of Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun. The two women he cherished. They would distract him, leaving him no time to fight. The urgent priority was to find Chen Feng first. Only after locating him would Li Mo dare to unleash his full power against Lu Ruyan. By then, with the siphoning power of the Gaia fragment, Li Mo truly feared nothing from Lu Ruyan's bizarre plans. After all, every problem has its solution. The ventilation duct was narrow and dim, forcing Li Mo to bend over as he moved forward. Xiao Jun clung tightly to his neck. Dai Xinna remained silent, sensing Li Mo's concern for her. That was why he dared not engage Lu Ruyan in a full-scale battle. Dai Xinna said nothing, only clutching Li Mo's hands tightly. After an unknown amount of time, a faint glimmer of light finally appeared in the dim ventilation duct. Li Mo rejoiced. Earlier, he had instructed Xiao Jun to contact Chen Feng. He had already learned Chen Feng's exact location. He was right there at the original Soul Monument. But at the same time, he had sent a message. The base was strange, not a single living soul remained, and even Wang Bin and the others had vanished without a trace. Li Mo couldn't help but recall the expression on the Warhammer Guild Master's face earlier. Could it be that Lu Ruyan has also? That possibility was too terrifying to contemplate. Li Mo shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. If that were true, nearly 1,000 people in the base would become Lu Ruyan's soldiers. The more Li Mo thought about it, the more terrified he became. Could Chen Feng protect Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun? But now clearly wasn't the time to worry about that. The priority was to reunite with Chen Feng. That was the absolute priority. The faint light at the end of the ventilation duct grew closer, soaking Li Mo's back with sweat. Xiao Jun's arms wrapped around his neck trembled slightly, while Dai Xinna clutched his hand tightly. We're almost there. Li Mo whispered hoarsely. Just 3 meters from the exit, the metal walls of the ventilation duct suddenly twisted and warped. 6 figures materialized like ghostly apparitions from all directions. Found you. The red-haired woman at the front grinned, her arms transforming into thorny vines that instantly sealed off the exit ahead. Li Mo slammed on his brakes, shielding Xiao Jun and Dai Xinna behind him. His pupils contracted sharply. Who are you? Li Mo demanded in a low voice. He hadn't intended to cause trouble, but they'd pushed him too far. Did they really think he was made of clay? You've already met one of our members, Wan Yu. The red-haired woman twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers. She said seductively. Li Mo instantly understood. The 6 chiefs of blood rose. Brother-in-law. Xiaojuan's voice trembled with tears. Don't be afraid. Li Mo gathered a ball of abyssal flame in his right hand while quietly pressing his left hand against the metal wall of the ventilation duct. On the count of 3, you two run. Li Mo whispered. But? Dixina hurriedly asked, what about you? Don't worry about me. Li Mo shoved the two aside, and the fireball he'd been charging in his left hand instantly exploded. The fireball in his left hand exploded instantly, its terrifying heat instantly melting the wall and forming a massive hole. Boom! The powerful explosion reverberated outward. The chief executives across the way paled visibly. After cursing under their breath, their figures vanished instantly from their positions, clearly thrown off balance by this sudden turn of events. In that instant, Dai Xin and Xiao Jun, who had been shoved aside, seized the fleeting opportunity and sprinted desperately toward Qin Feng. Only Li Mo remained, standing alone at the ventilation shaft's exit. The 6 encircling shadows reappeared, closing in to surround him completely. What a reckless fool! The red-haired woman leading them glared coldly. Li Mo, you won't escape. The red-haired chieftain laughed coldly, her arms now fully transformed into thorny vines. The other 5 chiefs each displayed terrifying abilities. Their skin was covered in sharp spikes, and corrosive mucus dripped incessantly from their fingers. Their breath scattered deadly spores. The auras of the 6 fused seamlessly, forming an impenetrable killing formation. Li Mo, blame yourself for possessing 2 Gaia shards. The chief's eyes narrowed. Attack! The moment the command was issued, the 6 figures vanished from their positions. Immediately, countless spores and vines surged toward Li Mo. Li Mo took a deep breath and abruptly closed his eyes. Then, he abruptly withdrew all defenses. Ha! Have you given up, Li Mo? Fine by us saves us the trouble. The chief sneered coldly. Then, countless attacks rained down from the sky, piercing Li Mo like sharp blades. Blood vines coiled around his limbs, iron thorns pierced his chest, decaying sap corroded his skin, and toxic spores invaded his lungs. Got him, the chief screamed excitedly. Yet the next second, her expression froze. A cold smile curled at the corners of Li Mo's lips. The Gaia fragment embedded in his chest suddenly erupted with a black hole like suction force. Energy siphon activated. The energy of the 6 chiefs surged madly into Li Mo's body. Their bodies withered at a visible pace. The blood vines withered and snapped, the spore cloud dissipating into nothingness. Every attack was absorbed by Li Mo. This can't be. The red-haired chief stared in horror at his withered arm. He's absorbing our life energy. Nothing is impossible. Li Mo's pupils had transformed into vertical slits, and dragon scale patterns emerged beneath his skin. This is the gap between me and you. After absorbing the energy of 6 top-tier players, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. Flaming demon roar. Li Mo spread his legs wide and crouched low. He opened his mouth and unleashed a jet of blue-white dragonfire, instantly filling the narrow ventilation duct with temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees. The 6 chiefs screamed as they turned to ash, even the metal walls melted through, leaving a gaping hole. When the flames dissipated, Li Mo knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. But he had no time to dwell on his exhaustion. Shena! Xiao Jun! He struggled to his feet and raced after the sisters in the direction they had fled. Chapter 126, Instant Kill. Faster! Faster! Li Mo screamed inwardly. Moments ago, he had slain 6 assassins. Then he received a message from Qin Feng. It contained only 3 concise words. Soul Monument. Li Mo had no time to think further. Lu Ruyan knew full well that her 6 men were no match for him. Yet she still sent them out to their deaths. There was only one possible reason. To buy time for some ulterior purpose. This realization only deepened Li Mo's anxiety. The dragon rage and berserk forms he had already been activated, yet he still wasted considerable time on the journey. By the time he reached the site where the soul monument was placed, the surroundings were deserted. The silence was eerie. Before Li Mo stood the gate. If he pushed it open, he would see the soul monument. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mo pushed open the door and stepped inside. Squeak! The wooden door emitted a bone-chilling creak. The room was pitch black, not a single glimmer of light. Li Mo felt puzzled, recalling the memories in his mind. He located the light control system and switched on the bulb. Click! Light flooded the room, illuminating the surroundings. But the sight that met his eyes made Li Mo's blood run cold. In the center of the circular hall, 100 meters in diameter, the soul monument was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a colossal tree dripping with flesh and blood. Thousands of agonized human faces appeared on its trunk. The branches hung with dense clusters of cocoon like sacks. Qin Feng and Dai Xin, the sisters, were struggling to fend off the attacking branches nearby. At this sight, Li Mo felt his blood run cold. Not only for the sisters, but also for the soldiers of the 9 Provinces Guild. Li Mo's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. At this rate, Duan Fei, Chen Lin, and the others would also. Li Mo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Duan Fei's smile, the loyalty of the scaled claws, Bru's earnestness. All of it was slipping away from him. And he could do nothing about it. Let them go. Li Mo's roar shook the entire hall to its foundations. His hands instantly formed a fiery orb, crimson red verging on black. He hurled it at the vines before the three. Boom! The branches of the flesh and blood giant tree shook violently, and the vines quickly retracted. Li Mo. Brother-in-law. The three turned to look at Li Mo, their faces nearly bursting with joy. At that moment, the giant tree ceased all movement. Instead, it stood quietly by, as if deliberately making space for them to catch up. Seeing Dai Xinna, Li Mo was naturally overcome with emotion. He flew forward and pulled Daisina tightly into his arms. Thank goodness you're both alive. Otherwise, I truly would have. The rest of the words died on Li Mo's lips. Dai Xinna Li Mo held Dai Xinna tightly, feeling her body tremble. Xiao Jun threw herself around his waist, tears soaking through his combat uniform. Chen Feng stood nearby, lightning gathering in his hands. As long as you're all right? Li Mo's voice was hoarse as his gaze swept over the three. What about Duan Fei and the others? Dai Xinna bit her lip and shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. By the time we arrived, it was too late. Lu Ruyan used the soul monument as a medium to. Her words were cut off by a piercing, tearing sound. The trunk of the flesh and blood giant tree suddenly split open, revealing Lu Ruyan's figure slowly emerging. Li Mo, you've finally come. Bark-like growths covered Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face. Today, you will not survive. The Gaia fragment is mine alone, she snarled. Her lower body had already fused with the giant tree, her long hair transforming into countless vines that danced through the air. Li Mo sneered coldly, too bad Gaia would never choose you. Hearing Li Mo's words, Lu Ruyan's already hideous face twisted into an even more terrifying expression. I'll kill you to prove it to Gaia. I am the greatest heir. Lu Ruyan screamed. As she raised her hand, the insect eggs on the branches shattered instantly. Hundreds of soldiers, once living beings, had been transformed into plant monsters. Their skin had turned a sickly green, and sharp wooden spikes protruded from their joints. Li Mo recognized many familiar faces. The face of Scaled Claw, and countless other soldiers he recognized. Even Duan Fei's face, twisted and distorted. Duan Fei. Li Mo's fists clenched until they cracked. Now is not the time for mercy. Our true comrades are long dead. These are nothing but monsters wearing their skins. Chen Feng's voice snapped him back to focus. His fighting spirit surged. Only by killing Lu Ruyan could he avenge his fallen comrades. Chen Feng roared, channeling ice and fire energies in both hands. I'll clear the path. His left hand unleashed shards of ice, freezing the front row of plant soldiers. His right hand unleashed a fiery blast, shattering the ice sculptures into fragments. But horrifyingly, the fragments sprouted fresh mycelium upon hitting the ground, reassembling into humanoid forms. Useless. Lu Ruyan's laughter echoed through the hall. With every death, they evolved stronger. This is Gaia's power, this is nature's power. Li Mo, you'll never understand. Xiao Jun swiftly backed away, drawing a custom composite bow from her back. She drew a deep breath, knocking 3 arrows simultaneously, armor-piercing explosive arrows. The arrows whistled through the air, striking the heads of 3 soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. The miniature explosives concealed within the arrowheads detonated, shattering their skulls into fragments. But the headless bodies kept advancing, green fungal filaments writhing from their severed necks. Damn it! Xiao Jun gritted her teeth and drew her bow again. Dai Xina formed hand seals and chanted an ancient incantation, soul shackles. A purple halo spread from her feet, instantly slowing the affected soldiers' movements as the mycelium on their bodies began to wither. It's working! Li Mo's eyes lit up. He immediately coordinated with Daisina's spell, gathering an abyssal fireball in his hands. Black-red flames erupted in a fan-shaped blast, engulfing dozens of soldiers. This time, they did not regenerate. Instead, they turned to ash. Lu Ruyan's expression changed abruptly. Impossible. How could you sever the life link? Li Mo's eyes lit up. This could work. Next, the 4 repeated the process. Dai Xina used her soul link to weaken the bond between the soldiers and the giant tree. The other 3 seized the opportunity to eliminate the soldiers, preventing their regeneration. The battle reached a fever pitch. Chen Feng demonstrated the terrifying power of a triple-element mage. Thunder spears pierced through rows of enemies, frost walls halted charging foes, and blazing storms swept the battlefield clean. But his breathing grew increasingly ragged, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Feng, hold on. Li Mo noticed something was wrong with him. I'm fine. Chen Feng wiped the blood from his lips. Just magic depletion. Before he could finish, a thick tree root burst from the ground, lashing viciously across Chen Feng's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a crashing into the wall. Shan Feng! Xiao Jun screamed, trying to rush over, but was blocked by another branch. Fortunately, Li Mo reacted swiftly, hurling a fireball that forced the branches back. Only then was Xiao Jun saved. Turning to Chen Feng beside him, he coughed up blood in great gulps, his eyes unfocused. He clearly wasn't going to survive. Li Mo's eyes widened in fury as dragon scales instantly covered his body. Lu Ruyan! I'll make you pay with your life. He transformed into a blur of motion, charging toward the colossal tree. Soldiers along his path were cowed by the sheer dragon's might. But just as he neared the trunk, the ground suddenly surged upward. Dozens of massive roots, writhing like living creatures, wrapped around his limbs. Watch out, brother-in-law. Xiao Jun shot an arrow, severing one root, but more coiled around him. Seeing this, Daisina prepared to intervene. A thunder spear suddenly flew in, shattering all the branches clinging to Xiao Jun. Daisina turned to see it was Chen Feng. He struggled to raise himself, ignoring the blood gushing from his wounds. He forced himself to act, rescuing Xiao Jun. Daisina glanced at Li Mo again. He had already hacked down several soldiers and charged toward Lu Ruyan. Gritting her teeth, she dashed to Chen Feng's side. Life transfer. 2 rings of light enveloped her and Chen Feng. Daishina's health rapidly depleted, while Chen Feng's injuries began to heal. What are you doing? Chen Feng struggled to his feet, about to stop Daisina. But he heard her say, hurry and help Li Mo. Li Mo leapt into the air, his hands coalescing into a blade engulfed in black flames. It was Dragon Fury. The blade streaked toward Lu Ruyan's heart like a shooting star. Just as it was about to strike, the giant tree suddenly twisted and warped, propelling Duan Fei's body forward to block the blade. No! Li Mo tried to pull back, but it was too late. The blade pierced Duan Fei's chest. His eyes briefly regained clarity. Captain. Then he turned to ash. Ha 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 ha. Lu Ruyan laughed maniacally. How does it feel to kill your own comrade with your own hands? Li Mo collapsed to his knees, unable to utter a word. On the other side, Chen Feng struggled to his feet only to be struck again by a tree root. The game is over. Become nourishment for the new world. Chapter 127, This is the Truth of the World. After undergoing Daisina's life transformation, Chen Feng's previously pallid complexion instantly flushed with color. His entire body surged with power. Thank you, Chen Feng acknowledged to Daisina, but the now pale Daisina could no longer speak. This skill had taken an enormous toll on her, not only draining her own life force, but also transferring all her essence, energy, and spirit to Chen Feng. But given the extraordinary circumstances to aid Li Mo in defeating Lu Ruyan, there was no other choice. She had to transfer her power to Chen Feng to increase their chances of defeating Lu Ruyan. Li Mo swung Dragon Fury, relentlessly severing the attacking branches. Ha 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 ha. Li Mo, prepare to die. You're no match for me. Seeing Li Mo in such a sorry state, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but mock him. Ever since the moment he saw Li Mo a few days ago, I knew she was merely a pawn cultivated by Gaia for Li Mo. Not a fair competitor, even though her current abilities far surpass Li Mo's. Only I knew that the fragments she possessed were merely the trunk. What Li Mo possesses, however, are the true roots. In other words, every Gaia fragment holder besides Li Mo was essentially working for him. How could this not enrage Lu Ruyan? So when she discovered a way to torment Li Mo, Lu Ruyan didn't hesitate to transform over 1,000 people from the base into nourishment for herself. And the effect seemed undeniable. Li Mo was writhing in agony, too weakened even to hold a knife. All she needed to do now was extend her branches to absorb Li Mo's fragment. Then, she would be the true inheritor. The thought of Gaia's overwhelming power sent waves of maniacal laughter through Lu Ruyan. She had waited far too long for this day. Just as she extended her branch, poised to finish Li Mo, a thunderball suddenly interrupted her. Feeling a tingling sensation through her branches, Lu Ruyan turned an angry gaze in that direction. Chen Feng, who had thrown the lightning orb, met her murderous glare with an indifferent stare of his own. You're dead. Furious beyond measure, Lu Ruyan unleashed countless branches from deep within the earth to assault Chen Feng. Chen Feng responded without hesitation, flaming tide. Instantly, he was engulfed in flames. The intense heat then incinerated every extending branch into ashes. Seeing her first strike fail, Lu Ruyan shifted tactics, choosing to kill Li Mo first. Ignoring Chen Feng's harassment, she extended her trunk, intent on finishing Li Mo off completely. Chen Feng was frantic. Thunderous impact. In an instant, countless thick bolts of thunder crashed down simultaneously, yet they failed to inflict any damage on Lu Ruyan. Annoyed by the persistent nuisance of a fly, Lu Ruyan flicked her branches, sending Chen Feng flying with several broken ribs. Then, Lu Ruyan extended her branch toward Li Mo's chest. It slowly pierced inward, nearing his heart. Daisina and Xiao Jun suddenly roared, "Let go of Li Mo!" Suddenly, a green light erupted from Daishina's body, followed immediately by a green glow emanating from Xiao Jun. Both transformed into a green beam of light and shot straight into Li Mo's heart. What is this? What is this? Lu Ruyan and Chen Feng shouted in unison, utterly stunned. The scene before them was utterly beyond belief. 2 living adults simply turning into beams of light? Is that you, Big Drum? While Chen Feng was still reeling in shock, Lu Ruyan had already snapped out of it. You bastard! Ha 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 ha! So this was your plan all along. How foolish of me to think this was my chance. It was all part of your plan. You bastards. Lu Ruyan suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter growing louder and louder until it turned frenzied. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her voice icy cold. Since that's the case, you treated me like a pawn. Well, I'll make sure to shatter your wishes. With that, she slapped Chen Feng away, ensuring 3 more ribs snapped before turning her attention to Liu Mo. Chen Feng coughed up blood in great gulps, too weak to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Ruyan attacked Liu Mo. Just as the branch pierced his heart, madness spread across Lu Ruyan's face. Liu Mo suddenly snapped awake. He seized the branch and snapped it in 2 before Lu Ruyan's stunned eyes. How could you? Weren't you ensnared by my illusion? Before Lu Ruyan could recover from her shock, Liu Mo had already risen to his feet. He turned his head and pointed toward Chen Feng, then a massive surge of life essence violently poured into Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng's body, which had been riddled with wounds moments ago, instantly returned to its original state. What is this? Chen Feng was utterly stunned, while Lu Ruyan murmured to herself. So that's how it is. Her eyes went blank, but suddenly she erupted with fury. You deserve to die. Countless branches erupted like a torrential downpour, assaulting Liu Mo. Liu Mo stood there calmly, glancing casually at the branches. A bizarre scene unfolded. The branches froze in mid-air. As if someone had pressed pause. Lu Ruyan was stunned. You've mastered so much. Those 2 vessels actually granted you such immense power. Liu Mo, who had remained calm until then, erupted instantly upon hearing those final words. What did you say? Before Lu Ruyan could react, Liu Mo had her by the throat. Even the branches were rendered useless. As the suffocation intensified, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled. Liu Mo, do you know? Those 2 women of yours, they were both created by him. Specifically for your fragments. Liu Mo froze. He knew everything that had just happened, but he was trapped by Lu Ruyan's illusion and couldn't escape. So he could only watch helplessly as Dai Xinna and Xiao Jun sacrificed themselves. Once he gained immense power, he was filled with unbearable rage. But now, Lu Ruyan's words sent a chill through his heart. Who exactly is he? This was the 3rd time Liu Mo had heard about him. Lu Ruyan smiled. I won't tell you. Liu Mo laughed bitterly in frustration, then go to hell. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ruyan dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished. In her final moments, Lu Ruyan murmured slowly, Liu Mo, you are truly pitiful. You are nothing but a favored pawn. Liu Mo grew even more agitated. Who exactly was he? What did Lu Ruyan mean by those final words? But more importantly, his beloved was dead. That was what truly broke Liu Mo's heart. Chapter 128, Parting Ways, Searching for Gaia. Chen Feng stared at Lu Ruyan's ashes, suddenly feeling that Liu Mo was a stranger. It wasn't merely a difference in power where he had been utterly helpless against Lu Ruyan, while Liu Mo could kill her with a single strike. It was the shift within his heart. Before crossing over to this world, Chen Feng had been a psychological counselor. Due to the education system in Xia Nation, he had to see many clients every day. The vast majority were students overwhelmed by psychological pressure. Their initial reactions mirrored Liu Mo's at the start. They all distrusted everything in this world. But after Chen Feng's counseling and their parents' shifts in perspective, most of their psychological issues were resolved. Yet a small minority, facing parental misunderstanding and unbearable personal struggles, chose suicide. Only a tiny fraction managed to defy fate, break free from the shackles of their families of origin, and emerge transformed. And Chen Feng sensed that at this very moment, Liu Mo was one of those rare few. Based on what Lu Ruyan had just said, Chen Feng had grasped the gist. Liu Mo was a pawn in the hands of a powerful figure. No wonder he's so powerful, Chen Feng thought to himself. But seeing Liu Mo looking so distraught, Chen Feng couldn't help but think of his beloved Li Mao. That sly, adorable girl cold to outsiders, yet uniquely gentle only to him. And the mature, steady, and dependable Wu Weibin. Wang Bin, fiery-tempered and willing to go to the ends of the earth for his friends. And, his once best friend, Big Eyes. Chen Feng felt a deep ache in his heart. After witnessing Lu Ruyan transformed into a giant tree, he had pondered countless times. If Big Eyes hadn't brought him here, would Li Mao and the others still be alive? Would he still be alive with his beloved, even with the alien invasion? His guild still had the strength to fight back. Chen Feng now understood clearly this was fate. It didn't sway based on his emotions. It would coldly and ruthlessly tell him the truth, then force him to accept it passively. Sighing, Chen Feng stepped forward and approached Liu Mo. What are you planning to do next? Liu Mo stood frozen in place, saying nothing, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. Chen Feng broke out in a cold sweat. What was going on? Had Liu Mo lost his mind? Chen Feng wondered inwardly. But then Liu Mo smiled and said, "You're the one who's gone mad. I was just thinking about something." The word stunned Chen Feng. He'd only been pondering for a moment. How did Liu Mo know? As if reading Chen Feng's thoughts, Liu Mo smiled and explained, "This is a brand new ability I gained from fusing the 3rd fragment." Chen Feng was speechless. This was utterly terrifying. How could someone possibly know what the other person was thinking? This fragment's power was far too formidable. If this was true, then Li Mo's sudden ability to absorb others' energy earlier must also be thanks to this fragment. At that thought, Chen Feng suddenly smiled. He now understood the answers to all those earlier questions. Even if Big Eyes hadn't come looking for Chen Lin, he would still have met Li Mo and lost Li Mao. The reason was simple, it was fate. The two walked out of the base gate together. Chen Feng leaned against the gate, pulled out a cigarette, and ignited it with a flame in his palm. He stuffed it into his mouth, took a deep drag, and smoked the entire cigarette in one go. What are your plans from now on? Chen Feng exhaled smoke, glancing at Li Mo crouched nearby, examining the grass. I'm going to find the whole fragment. Li Mo lifted his head and looked at Chen Feng intently. Chen Feng froze in place, stunned that Li Mo would consider such a thing. Why? Chen Feng pressed, reasoning that if Li Mo didn't provoke the fragment owners, nothing bad would happen. Li Mo smiled. He didn't respond immediately, instead plucking a blade of grass and casually popping it into his mouth. Tell me, he asked, why did this blade of grass die? Chen Feng froze, taken aback by the question. Still, he answered, you pulled it out. Li Mo nodded. That's precisely why I'm searching for the fragments. Chen Feng still didn't understand. What does that have to do with finding the fragments? Lu Ruyan is this blade of grass. Whenever that person wants, they can replace Lu Ruyan anytime, anywhere, and find countless other blades to take her place. Li Mo paused. But I'm different. I'm the four-leaf clover. With that, Li Mo plucked a four-leaf clover and said to Chen Feng, unlike Lu Ruyan and the others, I'm special enough to catch the eye of two big shots at the same time. So all these other blades of grass are just stepping stones for me. No matter how many there are, they can't compare to me simply because I'm special enough. Li Mo continued, but even though I'm a special four-leaf clover, don't forget I'm still just grass. As unique as I am, with a little effort, a replacement can always be found. With that, Li Mo plucked another four-leaf clover. See? Here's another one already found. That's why I kept trying to run away before, thinking that way he wouldn't come looking for me. But who knew that fate's gifts already come with a price tag? By leaning on him to become stronger, I naturally had to lose something. Chen Feng suddenly cut Li Mo off. What exactly are you trying to say? Li Mo glanced at Chen Feng. You're my only friend left. It won't hurt to tell you. I'm going to pull out every four-leaf clover except mine. Then poison that person. Li Mo's expression twisted into a terrifying grimace. Chen Feng felt as if a primordial beast stood before him. But then Li Mo's tone shifted abruptly. That's why I need you. I need my only friend to help me. Chen Feng asked, help you with what? Help me guard the base. Our base. Li Mo suddenly seemed pitiful, like a child who'd lost their favorite lollipop. This mission is a suicide mission. Even if I manage to uproot every four-leaf clover, I'll likely not survive. That's why I need you to protect our only base, our only home. Li Mo grew visibly agitated, gripping Chen Feng's hands tightly. I promise you. Chapter 129, Departure. Li Mo stepped out of the base, glancing back one last time. There lay his beloved, his friends, and... Ha, Gaia, I'm coming. Li Mo chuckled silently. Upon reflection these past few days, he had already noticed numerous oddities. From the initial divine tier reward, to the dark elf prince appearing at just the right moment, to the life core materializing conveniently. Then, during the Red Moon period, the slime emperor he had slain, yielding the slime emperor core. Everything, bit by bit, had been subtly guiding Li Mo down the path of life evolution. And the evolution forge had indeed brought Li Mo numerous benefits from the start. In the game's early stages, when others couldn't even afford bread, he alone could use it like toilet paper. Even without water or soil blocks, he could rely on the evolution furnace to evolve relentlessly, never worrying about resources. But by the mid-game, the evolution forge's advantages began to fade. Other players explored new floating islands and, with the help of guild members, could easily obtain resources of the same level as his. But Li Mo alone couldn't find any new floating islands. At first, he simply thought he was unlucky, but now he realized it was clearly Gaia or one of her followers messing with him. The purpose was to balance the gap between him and other players. And when he needed supplies and resources, designers were sent to their deaths, or resources were thrown in his face. This realization made Li Mo chuckle. He had always believed himself to be a favored child of Lady Luck, but little did he know he was merely a pawn. A rather important pawn. He never knew Gaia and he held him in such high regard. Even with other candidates available, they had steadfastly chosen him. Now, all Li Mo wanted to say was, Gaia and him. My life is mine alone. Without another thought, he sprinted westward. That was the closest Gaia fragment to him. Did you hear? The boss single-handedly took out dozens of cultivators. I told you so. Cultivation is just primitive nonsense. How could it compare to our mechs, built on thousands of years of scientific advancement? In the forest of 10,000 tribes, two mechs of differing sizes chatted cheerfully, yet their defense systems remained perpetually active. Clearly wary of the dangers lurking around them. After all, since the World Channel opened, their sci-fi dimension had seen more losses than wins. This had inevitably made them a bit cocky. Power is everything. I heard about that zero-rank disciple from the Tianwu sect in the immortal realm, some Fong Chensheng, who's been bragging about killing the boss. Don't make me laugh. Around here, only those old farts can hold our boss back. How could this zero-rank disciple dare to act so brazenly? Tiger roared. Duan Chanfeng's reputation isn't something to joke about. Exactly. When the boss first arrived, he was surrounded by over a dozen cultivators. But he took them all out in a single move, one strike, and every cultivator there was finished. The two exchanged rapid messages using quantum communication technology. Boom! A deafening explosion cut short the chatter between the two mechs. The smaller blue mech spun abruptly, its shoulder cannons rising automatically to scan the surroundings. High energy reaction detected. The pilot's voice grew tense. Impossible. Why didn't the defense system alert us? Stay calm. It might be an energy beast in the forest. The larger red mech responded calmly, though its arms had already extended two wave blades, humming with vibration. A thin mist began to shroud the forest, distorting the moonlight into eerie shapes. Leaves rustled without wind, as if an invisible hand were stirring them. Show yourself. The blue mech fired a pulse projectile. The blue energy sphere sliced through the darkness, only to suddenly freeze mid-air before silently dissipating. From the mist, a slender figure slowly materialized. He wore a simple white robe, his black hair casually pinned back with a wooden hairpin. His face was unnaturally youthful, yet his eyes seemed to have seen through the ages. Fong Chensheng, Tianwu sect. His voice was soft yet pierced through the soundproofing of both mechs, reaching deep into the cockpits. The pilot of the blue mecha sucked in a sharp breath. It's that zero-rank disciple. The red mecha instantly shifted into combat mode, its armor plates flipping open to reveal dozens of micro-missile launchers. Whoever he is, blast him to smithereens first. Fong Chensheng stood motionless, his gaze as cold and indifferent as if observing near insects. Damn it! He's looking down on us like this? Die for me! Countless satellite missiles screeched through the air, hurtling directly toward Fong Chensheng. But Fong Chensheng showed no reaction. Only as the first wave of missiles screeched toward him did a flash of golden light appear in his pupils. Heaven's eye! Within his vision, the trajectory of every missile was crystal clear. Even the electrical currents within the microchips and the warheads were laid bare. Time seemed to stretch out, the missile speed slowing to a snail's crawl. Fong Chensheng raised his right hand, lightly tapping the void with his index finger. Freeze! 12 missiles froze simultaneously mid-air, their thruster exhaust still blazing, yet unable to advance another inch. With a flick of his finger, the missiles abruptly reversed course, hurtling back along their original trajectory at an accelerated pace. Boom! The red mech was forced back repeatedly by its own missiles, its chest armor scorched with large patches of charred metal. The blue mech hastily deployed its energy shield, only to discover the generator had failed at some point. Quantum interference ineffective. This can't be. The pilot realized in horror that all high-tech weapon systems had failed. What kind of technology is he using? Fong Chensheng's lips curved into a faint smile. Technology? He shook his head gently. This is the way. Before the words faded, his figure vanished from the spot. The mech's radar blared frantically, yet detected no trace of his presence. Shrink the earth to an inch. Fong Chensheng's voice echoed from behind Night Owl. One hand pressed against the mecha's back, his palm glowing with azure light. 5 elements escape technique, metal fissure. The sound of metal tearing was bone-chilling. The alloy armor, reputed to withstand nuclear explosions, tore apart like paper. Fong Chensheng's hand pierced through the cockpit's protective shielding, pinching the pilot's throat with deadly precision. You people from the sci-fi dimension always rely too much on external tools. Fong Chensheng murmured softly, tightening his grip slightly. With a crisp snap, the Night Owl's pilot's head lolled to the side, life extinguished. The crimson mech roared forward, its wave blades slicing fiery arcs through the air. Fong Chensheng neither dodged nor retreated, merely raising his left hand. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal reverberated through the forest. The pilot couldn't believe his eyes. That blade, sharp enough to slice through warship armor, was pinned between Fong Chensheng's 2 fingers, unable to advance an inch. Common iron. Fong Chensheng remarked. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the blade forged from special alloy snapped cleanly in two. Shi Yan retreated rapidly, its shoulders opening to reveal twin particle cannons. Die! A blinding white light erupted in energy attack powerful enough to vaporize a small mountain. Fong Chensheng finally moved. His hands formed seals, and his robes fluttered without wind. Mirror reflection. The particle beam abruptly refracted 3 feet from Fong Chensheng, rebounding with even greater ferocity. Shi Yan had no time to dodge, struck squarely by his own attack. Half his fuselage vaporized instantly. Inside the shattered cockpit, the pilot struggled to activate the escape system, only to find all electronic systems had failed. Fong Chensheng's figure materialized before the cracked armor, moonlight casting a silver halo around him. Your leader, Duan Changfeng, slaughtered 36 members of my Tianwu sect. Fang Qinqing's voice was calm, yet it carried a chilling intent to kill. These two lives today are merely interest. The pilot stared in terror at this seemingly ordinary young man. Who are you? Fang Qinqing offered no reply, merely forming his fingers into a sword-like gesture and flickering them lightly. Sword chi. A sliver of silver light, as thin as a hair, flashed through the air. The remaining hull of the Crimson Mecha, along with its cockpit, was cleanly severed in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. The pilot didn't even have time to scream before he and the mech became a pile of scrap metal in the forest. Fang Qinqing stood between the two wrecked mechs, his white robe still spotless. He looked up at the mecha fragments, as if he could see the man named Duan Changfeng. I'll wait for you in the forest. Fang Qinqing addressed the mech, let every plane witness who the true primordial truly is. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began his cultivation. As if none of what had just transpired ever existed. Only the wreckage of two top-tier mechs remained on the ground. The forest fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest of 10,000 races, a towering figure activated a holographic projection. He studied the final combat data from the two mechs. His face was chiseled with unwavering resolve, framed by a crop of silver hair. Interesting, Duan Changfeng murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. If anyone familiar were nearby, they'd know that expression meant trouble was brewing. But this time, it seemed the opponent wasn't someone to be trifled with either. Chapter 130, Two Children of the Plains. Duan Changfeng rose to his feet, his 2-meter frame radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Even without technology, his formidable physique alone could tear a tiger apart with his bare hands. He unfastened his black cloak, revealing the dark gold exoskeleton covering his entire body. Unlike the bulky armor of ordinary soldiers, this suit fit like a second skin, its surface shimmering with the lustrous sheen of liquid metal. It was a marvel of the sci-fi world. No other armor had ever fit its wearer so perfectly. But Duan Changfeng was an exception. From childhood, he displayed extraordinary talent in mecha piloting. At 6 years old, he assembled a fully functional robot and won the Provincial Robotics Championship. From that moment on, his life seemed to be on a rocket-powered trajectory, soaring upward. It was like a rocket taking off. Others called him a prodigy sent from the heavens. But only Duan Changfeng himself knew the truth. It was all because of that fragment. Initiate hyperspace transmission. Coordinates locked onto target location. He flexed his right arm and issued the command to the machine before him. I'll pay this primitive a visit. As the space distortion device activated, a pitch-black vortex appeared at the center of the command center. Duan Changfeng stepped into it without hesitation, his figure vanishing instantly. Just as Fang Qinqing was about to leave, he suddenly sensed abnormal spatial fluctuations. The instant he turned, the air 3 meters before him shattered like glass, and a towering figure stepped out. Their gazes locked, and an invisible pressure caused every blade of grass and tree within 100 meters to bow low. No living creature dared approach within hundreds of miles. Had Li Yamo been present, he would have recognized that both possessed Gaia fragments. You're the one who killed my men. Duan Changfeng's voice boomed through his battle armor's external speaker system. Fang Qinqing's gaze swept over the opponent's mecha, lingering briefly on the mechanical right eye. Another insect from the tech plane. Duan Changfeng laughed instead of anger. Interesting. I'm curious to see what your mouth will spew when your sword fails to pierce my armor. Before the words faded, Duan Changfeng's form suddenly blurred. Fang Qinqing's pupils contracted slightly as he instinctively sidestepped. A golden afterimage streaked past the hem of his robe, leaving a 5-meter-wide crater where he had stood. Boom! Impressive speed. Duan Changfeng stood at the bottom of the crater, gazing up at Fang Qinqing suspended in midair. But how many times can you dodge? Blue flames erupted from the thrusters on his back as his entire body shot upward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the armor on his arms unfolded, revealing 2 rows of miniature missile launchers. Try these. Dozens of fingernail-sized missiles screeched forth, each capable of obliterating an entire building. They automatically adjusted their trajectories mid-flight, closing in from every angle to seal off Fang Qinqing's escape routes. Fang Qinqing snorted coldly, forming a seal with his left hand. Heavenly Martial Sword Domain, activate. Centered on him, space within 100 meters suddenly warped, forming a translucent blue sphere. The moment the missiles entered the domain, their speed plummeted, as if trapped insects in amber. Break! Fang Qinqing swept his sword finger. All missiles detonated simultaneously, yet the flames and shockwaves of the explosions were compressed within an extremely confined space, ultimately dissipating into scattered sparks. Duan Changfeng frowned. Spatial manipulation? Interesting. With a flick of his right hand, his armored gauntlet deformed and reconfigured into a peculiar-looking cannon barrel. Then try this quantum deconstruction cannon. A blue beam shot forth, leaving a trail of fine spatial cracks in its wake. For the first time, Fang Qinqing's expression turned grave as he raised his sword to block. Heavenly Martial Protection. The blade erupted with blinding green light as it collided with the blue beam. To block a quantum deconstruction attack, you're stronger than I anticipated. Duan Changfeng retracted the cannon barrel and drew a pitch-black long blade from his waist. But the warm-up is over. Blood-red patterns ignited along the blade's surface, warping the surrounding air and raising its temperature. Duan Changfeng suddenly accelerated, the black blade slicing through the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. Fang Qinsheng raised his sword to meet it, the blue and black lights colliding fiercely in the air. Each clash triggered localized spatial tremors, shockwaves plowing deep gullies into the surrounding ground. After 30 exchanges, Duan Changfeng abruptly changed his stance, thrusting the black blade at an unnatural angle toward Fang Qinsheng's ribs. Fang Qinsheng couldn't dodge in time. His blue robe was slashed open, blood seeping through the wound. The first wound, Duan Changfeng licked the blood from his blade. Soon there will be more. Fang Qinsheng glanced down at the wound and suddenly smiled. You think that's enough to hurt me? With a single hand seal, a green glow emanated from the wound, healing it completely in an instant. Simultaneously, the long sword in his hand began to hum, its engraved patterns lighting up one by one. Qingming 9 forms, first form severing mountains and rivers. Sword light poured forth like a cascading Milky Way. Duan Changfeng only managed to block with his blade before being sent flying by a tremendous force. His body crashed through 3 small hills before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Duan Changfeng spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva. Before he could react, Fang Qinsheng appeared before him, thrusting his sword straight for his throat. Duan Changfeng dodged hastily, the blade grazing his neck and leaving a bloody trail. Second form, parting rivers and seas. The sword light transformed into countless green threads, assaulting Duan Changfeng from all directions. Each thread was a highly compressed blade of sword energy, potent enough to slice through the hardest alloys. Duan Changfeng roared in fury as countless miniature hexagonal force fields suddenly materialized on the surface of his battle armor. Absolute defense system, activate. The sword energy collided with the force fields, erupting in a blinding flash. When the light faded, Duan Changfeng knelt on one knee. The force field generators on his battle armor emitted wisps of blue smoke, clearly having been overloaded. Technology has its limits after all. Fang Qinsheng approached slowly. Now, it's time to end this. He raised his long sword, its tip gathering a blue orb of light. Within it, lightning and thunder flickered faintly, third form. Don't get too cocky, Fang Qinsheng. Duan Changfeng suddenly erupted, a crimson beam shooting from his right eye. Counterspell field, full activation. A dark crimson domain with a 50-meter radius instantly unfolded around him. Fang Qinsheng watched in shock as the spiritual energy on his sword rapidly dissipated. A gift specially prepared for you cultivators. Duan Changfeng rose with a savage grin. Within this field, all spiritual energy is neutralized. Fang Qinsheng attempted to summon the spiritual energy within his body, only to find it stifled and unresponsive. Yet panic did not flicker across his face. Instead, a hint of amusement played on his lips. Interesting. However, he abruptly sheathed his sword and formed a complex hand seal with both hands. Who told you I only know how to wield a sword? Before Duan Changfeng could react, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble. He looked down to see countless vines bursting from the soil, instantly binding his legs. Natural power? Impossible. The counter-spiritual force field should. It counteracts spiritual energy, not life force. Fang Qinsheng flicked his fingers lightly, summoning more vines surging in from all directions. Gaia fragment. He had never told anyone that within him lay an object of unknown origin, yet profoundly mystical. This object could slowly enhance his innate talent and steadily repair his body after injury. And the restored body would be significantly stronger than before. And this evolution stemmed from his very core. This explained why, over the years, Fang Qinsheng had risen from a menial disciple at Tianwu's sect to become its zero-rank disciple. He enjoyed the finest resources and cultivation techniques. You're already dead. Fang Qinsheng stared at Duan Changfeng, already mentally writing him off as a dead man. Duan Changfeng roared furiously, swinging his blade to sever the vines. But as soon as he cut through one batch, more coiled around him. In an instant, he was wrapped in a green cocoon, only his head exposed. Now, tell me, Fang Qinsheng stepped before him, are you people from the tech plane just primitive savages? Chapter 131, Handshake of Reconciliation. He extended his hand, a green glow gathering at his fingertips, intending to deliver the final blow to Duan Changfeng. Yet, just as the blue light was about to touch Duan Changfeng, from within the mecha, tightly bound by vines, an even more dazzling green light suddenly erupted. Roar! Duan Changfeng let out an inhuman roar, and the vines binding him were instantly torn apart. What? For the first time, Fang Qinsheng's face betrayed a look of shock. This was the first time. After all, whenever he channeled the power of the Gaia fragment, no one could ever break free. Not even those 2 or 3 minor realms above him could manage it. But this guy right here, how did he break free? Duan Changfeng's mecha began to undergo bizarre transformations. The once rigid metallic shell began to dissolve, only to reshape itself at a visible pace. The armor now seemed to possess a life of its own. Vessel-like patterns emerged across its surface. Sharp bone spurs erupted from the mech's joints, and its arms grew thicker and more muscular. The mech had now evolved into a colossal steel beast brimming with primal ferocity. Fong Chen. You were right. Technology has its limits after all.
Duan Changfeng's voice echoed from within the armor, tinged with an unprecedented hoarseness and madness.
But limits are meant to be shattered. Fong Chenxing's pupils contracted sharply. Ha 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 ha. Surprised?
Duan Changfeng now resembled a demon god descended from the heavens, feeling the surging power within his body. His mecha was a living entity fused from flesh and steel. He roared with maniacal laughter, thrusting his feet off the ground.
The colossal mecha appeared before Fong Chenxing as if teleported.
That massive metal fist, carrying the force to crush everything in its path, hurtled straight toward Fong Chenxing's face.
Fong Chenxing's expression grew grave.
He could sense that the Duan Changfeng before him had grown incredibly powerful. Qingming 9 forms, 3rd form heavenly sword drawl. Fong Chenxing roared, his sword soaring skyward, transforming into a swirling azure streak of light in the air. Simultaneously, his hands formed seals, unleashing countless streaks of azure sword energy that rained down like hail. Each strike carried the power to cleave mountains and shatter rocks, striking directly at Duan Changfeng's colossal mecha.
Useless. My mecha has transcended dimensions. Duan Changfeng roared furiously.
Crimson patterns swirled across his mecha's surface, forming a blood-red force field around him. The sword energies slammed into the force field, erupting in deafening booms. Yet they only caused ripples to spread across the force field, unable to pierce through it.
Is that all you've got?
Duan Changfeng swung his massive arm, driving a fist into the ground. The earth shook violently as a massive fissure spread outward from him, sending countless rock fragments flying like cannonballs toward Fong Chenxing.
Fong Chenxing moved with agile reflexes, effortlessly dodging the flying debris.
Then he seized a moment of vulnerability in Duan Changfeng.
4th form 1000 stream slash. Fong Chenxing thrust his long sword at Duan Changfeng, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows. Duan Changfeng's mecha emitted a shrill grinding noise.
He swung his arms, shredding every incoming sword image. But the sword images were endless, forcing him to retreat step by step.
Damn it!
Break! He roared again, the crimson patterns on his mecha's chest glowing with blinding intensity. A crimson beam, more powerful than before, erupted violently, shattering Fong Chenxing's relentless barrage of sword shadows. The force of the impact sent Fong Chenxing staggering backward, sliding dozens of meters.
He realized his spiritual energy felt suppressed by this crimson beam. Again!
Duan Changfeng clearly saw the gravity etched on Fong Chenxing's face. He knew this state couldn't be sustained long and must be resolved swiftly. His gigantic mecha charged toward Fong Chenxing once more, each punch and kick carrying the power to split heaven and earth. Fong Chenxing held nothing back, unleashing his final move.
You are the first to force me to unleash this technique. You die without regret. 5th form slaying the stars. Fong Chenxing swung his sword, its blade blazing toward the heavens. Wherever the sword light passed, space itself visibly warped. Duan Changfeng felt an unprecedented threat of death.
Roaring with fury, he channeled all his energy into the mecha, crossing his arms before his chest in a desperate attempt to block the strike.
Boom rumbling.
The azure sword beam slammed into Duan Changfeng's mecha with a deafening crash. The shockwave radiated outward, uprooting trees for hundreds of miles across the forest of 10,000 tribes and carving a bottomless gash into the earth. When the chaos subsided, Fong Chenxing hovered in midair, gasping for breath, his face drained of color. That single strike had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. On the ground below, Duan Changfeng's massive mecha knelt on one knee, its hull covered in horrifying cracks. The crimson patterns glowed with an extremely faint light. Yet, he had not been destroyed by that strike. Duan Changfeng raised his head with great effort, his gaze fixed intently on Fong Chenxing.
Cough, so powerful.
His voice was hoarse, his body severely wounded.
Fong Chenxing felt his spiritual energy dwindling within him, yet he calmly raised his sword once more, its tip gathering the last remnant of his strength.
You lose.
I refuse to accept this.
Duan Changfeng struggled to rise. Just as Fong Chenxing prepared to deliver the final blow, his body suddenly trembled.
Ha!
He felt an unprecedented, intense resonance emanating from the Gaia fragment within him. The sensation was like encountering a kindred spirit.
And an extremely close one at that.
This resonance wasn't directed at Duan Changfeng's mecha, but directly connected with Duan Changfeng himself inside the mecha.
At the same moment, Duan Changfeng wore an identical expression.
He could feel the Gaia fragment within him trembling. It conveyed an intense sense of kinship, pointing directly toward Fong Chenxing before him. Their gazes met midair, both filled with disbelief and shock.
What exactly is inside you?
Duan Changfeng spoke first, his voice weak yet filled with uncontrollable doubt. Fong Chenxing lowered his sword, hovering in midair, his gaze complex as he looked at the enemy who had just moments ago sought to kill him. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke slowly, I don't know its origin either.
All I know is that it's called the Gaia fragment. Gaia fragment? Duan Changfeng's body convulsed violently. The fragment within him now pulsed with an intensified resonance, nearly bursting free. I have one too.
His trembling hand reached out, runes flickering once more across his palm.
Fang Chensheng descended slowly before Duan Chanfeng's mecha, observing its battered hull and the exhaustion in his eyes.
He raised his hand, channeling a surge of azure spiritual energy into Duan Changfeng's body to stabilize his chaotic life force.
You, what are you doing? Duan Changfeng felt the warm spiritual energy within him and looked at Fang Chensheng in astonishment. It seems we are not mortal enemies. Fang Chensheng withdrew his hand, a wry smile flickering in his eyes. We share the same source of power. The same source of power. Duan Changfeng murmured to himself.
So they were kindred spirits. You are Fang Chensheng, zero-rank disciple of the Tianwu sect.
Duan Changfeng regarded Fang Chensheng with a complex expression.
I am Duan Changfeng, pilot of the Tiger Roar mecha.
Where did this fragment come from? Fang Chensheng asked. Duan Changfeng shook his head.
All I know is that it existed within me since I was very young, growing alongside me. Whenever I faced danger, it would unleash a portion of its power.
Me too, Fang Chensheng sighed. It seems we're companions in fate, not enemies.
The two shared a knowing smile.
Then, according to the customs of your immortal realm, shouldn't we being bound by such a shared fate become sworn brothers?
A barely perceptible smile touched Duan Changfeng's lips.
Fang Chensheng paused, then laughed as well.
According to our cultivation world's customs, those bound by the same fate should become sworn brothers. He extended his hand, and Duan Changfeng did the same.
Their hands clasped tightly together.
From this day forward, we shall call each other brothers and share all hardships together.
Fang Chensheng declared solemnly.
We shall share both hardship and fortune.
Duan Changfeng responded earnestly.
The moment they sealed their brotherhood, the Gaia fragments within them resonated intensely once more.
Did you feel that? Fang Chensheng frowned, pointing westward. That power, it's calling us. Duan Changfeng's expression grew grave. He too sensed the summons. Chapter 132, Setting Out. Liemo followed the guidance of the Gaia fragment, heading westward.
Soon, he arrived before a waterfall.
According to Gaia's guidance, the location of that Gaia fragment lies ahead. Liemo took a deep breath. He hadn't been indifferent to collecting Gaia fragments before.
But the mental torment he was enduring now made it impossible for him to continue. Whenever he closed his eyes, the images of Daesina and Xiao Jun would appear before him. They appeared so wretched, so pitiable before his eyes. The resolve he'd felt when leaving the base had gradually dissolved under the emotional torment inflicted by these two women, until it vanished entirely.
Liemo walked to the waterfall, feeling the mist wash over him. The damp sensation reminded him he was still alive. Huff. Xiao Jun, Dai Xina, what on earth are your origins? Without realizing when, Liemo had already plunged into the pool, feeling the waterfall's force against him. Over the past days, he had encountered numerous players from other dimensions along his journey. Some sought to kill him, and he killed them. Others had no such intent, yet Liemo killed them too. All for the sake of energy siphoning. He now possessed no fewer than 10 entirely new abilities.
Among them were immortal martial arts abilities, mystical powers, and sci-fi techniques. Next, I just need to find those two Gaia fragments, and then it'll all be over.
Liemo stood beneath the waterfall, saying nothing.
He simply savored this hard-earned leisure time. It had been ages since he'd felt this relaxed.
Suddenly, Liemo's hair stood on end.
A strange sensation surged through his mind, as if he'd been targeted by a primeval predator.
Liemo knew a powerful creature was watching him.
But he remained unmoved, continuing to indulge in his own pleasure. He didn't care who it was. He only cared that this person better not come disturb him. Otherwise, the dozen or so techniques Liemo had stored up weren't for show. Icy droplets splashed against Liemo's face, yet they couldn't wash away the two lingering figures in his mind.
Enough! Liemo suddenly roared, slamming both hands down on the water's surface. You three, come out and face your doom. Liemo was furious.
These three had chosen their own path to death. Instead of facing him, they were scurrying away like rats. As if in response to Liemo's words, three distinct energy fluctuations locked onto him from different directions. From the eastern woods, a jade-green sword light sliced through the sky, silently snapping leaves in its path. A white-robed man arrived, sword in hand, his feet suspended in midair. 12 ancient swords of varying designs floated behind him. Xiao Wuchen of Tianwu sect. I shall borrow your life for a moment. His voice was as cold and sharp as the ringing of blades. Almost simultaneously, a 2-meter-tall giant emerged from behind the western rocks. His bare torso was covered in golden patterns, each step leaving 3-inch-deep footprints in the ground. Tonggu of the Jinshan sect. I come to avenge my junior brother. The giant's roar caused the cascading waterfall to momentarily freeze. The final enemy appeared atop the waterfall. The mech gleamed coldly in the sunlight, its shoulder-mounted plasma cannon locked onto Liemo. The visor lifted, revealing half a woman's face. Execute elimination protocol. Liemo slowly straightened his body, droplets of water trickling down his form. A cold smile curled his lips. Immortal martial arts, high martial arts, sci-fi, we've got the whole set today. As he spoke, a black hole-like flame appeared in his right palm, while his left hand condensed a translucent shield of spiritual energy.
Over time, as he continuously absorbed the abilities of players from various dimensions, his fireball spell had evolved to an unprecedented level. It could now transform into any form according to Li Mo's will. Moreover, its power had increased nearly tenfold. The flame's color had shifted from its initial crimson to the darkness of night. "You three, come at me together. I'm in a hurry." Li Mo's casual tone infuriated the trio.
"Since you speak so, fellow Taoist, Wuchen can only offer his humble self.
"I shall take your head to offer to the wine."
Xiao Wuchen struck first. With a flick of his sword seal, 12 ancient blades behind him roared like dragons in unison.
10,000 swords returned to the source.
With this clear shout, 12 streaks of sword light interwove in the air, forming a celestial net. Each sword chi carried the might to tear through space as it surged forward.
Li Mo sneered, "Is that all you've got? The other two aren't idle either. Since you're here, come on, hurry up and join in. Big talk. Today, I'll grind you into mincemeat." Tonggu launched his attack almost simultaneously.
His fists collided, erupting in blinding golden light.
Earth-shaking 9 forms, mountain crush.
The golden fist shadows, though launched later, arrived first, closing in on Li Mo's face faster than the sword energy.
The most lethal threat came from that player's plasma cannon. Its precisely calculated trajectory completely sealed off all evasion angles for Li Mo. The blue plasma roared forth, bearing down on Li Mo's face. A 3-pronged assault.
At the critical moment, a stream of data like blue light flashed in Li Mo's eyes.
"Quantum refraction," he murmured softly.
His body instantly disintegrated into countless light particles, only to reassemble in the gaps between the sword chi, fist shadows, and plasma beam. This was an ability he had siphoned from a player in another technological plane. 3 fierce attacks tore through the space where he had stood.
Boom! Trees snapped, grass flew everywhere, and the scorching heat instantly carbonized the entire area. "What?" Xiao Wuchen's expression shifted slightly as he swiftly changed his sword technique. 12 flying swords returned like extensions of his arm to pursue, yet froze abruptly as they neared Li Mo. Li Mo's left pupil transformed into a silver clock, its second hand frozen in place. Time stasis, lasting 3 seconds.
As he spoke, the copper bony fist was mere inches from his temple, yet it could advance no further.
He glanced up at the waterfall. The droplet hung eerily mid-air. Li Mo smiled. "Begin the operation." In the first second, Li Mo pressed his right hand against the copper skeleton's chest. Energy siphon.
The golden patterns on the giant's body faded visibly before his eyes.
Tonggu's eyes widened, yet he couldn't even utter a scream.
His voice froze in time.
In the second, Li Mo appeared behind the mech. Li Mo's hand blade pierced the connection point at the mech's neck.
With a twist of his fingers, he destroyed this intricate war machine.
Then he sighed, too bad there wasn't enough time. Then Li Mo returned to his original position.
The instant time resumed its flow, Tonggu collapsed with a thud, its muscles shriveled like a desiccated corpse. Black smoke billowed from the mech as it tumbled from the top of the waterfall. Only Xiao Wuchen managed to remain standing.
What kind of monster are you?"
Blood trickled from Xiao Wuchen's lips as his sword seal trembled violently in his hand.
Li Mo offered no reply.
Suddenly, Xiao Wuchen bit through his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood.
Sword-soul convergence. 12 flying swords burst into flames, transforming into 12 fiery dragons that lunged toward Li Mo.
Xiao Wuchen's eyes flashed with fierce determination. This was a tactic of mutual destruction. Before his master had taught him this technique, he had been warned 3 or 4 times, under no circumstances should he use this move unless absolutely necessary.
For these were his life-bound weapons, inextricably linked to his every movement. Sword dies, man dies. But now, Wuchen couldn't afford to think about that.
All he knew was that if he didn't act, both the sword and himself would perish.
A wave of heat washed over him, yet Li Mo wore an eerie smile. Perfect opportunity to test that ability.
He crossed his arms over his chest, and fine scales began to ripple across his skin.
Dragon blood boils. Amidst a deafening dragon's roar, translucent energy wings unfolded behind Li Mo. 12 fire dragons were instantly absorbed and transformed upon contact with the wings, instead granting Li Mo fresh energy. 12 wrathful dragon wings, complete.
Xiao Wuchen watched the scene with a deathly pale face, his last shred of fighting spirit completely extinguished.
Chapter 133, The Ancestor of the Dark Elves. Li Mo floated midair, observing Xiao Wuchen's vacant eyes.
A faint smile curved his lips.
"Now that it's come to this, I have one question for you. Did the 3 of you conspire together, or were you sent by someone else to test me?"
Xiao Wuchen froze upon hearing this.
"I pursued you here alone. I saw no one else." Upon hearing this, Li Mo understood.
It seemed his suspicions were correct. There truly was someone, a certain individual, who had been causing him trouble all along.
"Now that I understand, it's time to send you on your way."
With that, Li Mo's eyes blazed with fury. 12 furious winged dragons surged forth from behind him, charging straight toward Xiao Wuchen.
Boom! Wherever the fire dragons passed, rocks vaporized instantly.
12 scorched trenches were plowed into the ground, and the extreme heat ignited the very air itself.
Xiao Wuchen could feel the stench of death bearing down on him, his skin already burning and blistering. Resigned to his fate, Xiao Wuchen closed his eyes. Flashes of his life's journey flashed before him. At 15, he had built his foundation. At 20, he had formed his core. By 30, he had reached the early stage of the nascent soul, hailed as the most gifted disciple Tianwu sect had seen in a century except for that one guy. His little junior sister always gazed at him with admiration, softly calling him Senior Brother Xiao. Master, your disciple has failed you. I must depart first. He silently prayed. Just as the fiery dragon was about to devour him, an icy cold force erupted from the depths of his dantian. This force surged through his consciousness like a knife through butter, erasing memories like words wiped away by an eraser wherever it passed. What is this? A wave of terror washed over Xiao Wuchen's fading consciousness. Only then did he realize he was being possessed by some other entity. Master, save. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguished in an instant by the encroaching darkness. Outside, Liu Mo watched the fire dragon lunge toward Xiao Wuchen, his pupils suddenly contracting. Xiao Wuchen, who had been waiting for death with closed eyes, suddenly snapped them open. Those were no longer human eyes, but two bottomless black whirlpools. Even light itself could not escape their depths. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Wuchen emitted a laugh utterly unlike any human's, low and raspy, as if it originated from the depths of hell itself. With a casual wave of his hand, the 12 fire dragons, each powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, simultaneously let out agonized howls. As if colliding with an invisible barrier, they shattered inch by inch, disintegrating into a sky filled with sparks that scattered into nothingness. Li Mo's mind sharpened. He knew the mastermind had finally revealed himself. The question was it him? But for now, evasion was paramount. Li Mo's figure shot back 100 meters. Who are you? Li Mo demanded sharply. Xiao Wuchen tilted his head. He then slowly rose into the air, leveling his gaze with Li Mo. A thick, tangible black mist began to envelop his form. The mist writhed as if alive, vaguely forming countless faces contorted in agonized screams. The progenitor of the Dark Elves, Mephisto. Li Mo's expression changed drastically. He had never imagined, no matter how much he had calculated, that the one who had been watching him all along was the progenitor of the Dark Elves? But according to the prince's account, hadn't the progenitor of the Dark Elves already perished? The Dark Elf race had been exterminated by the elves 10,000 years ago. By all logic, this creature should be dead. Then who was this person who had appeared now? As if reading Li Mo's thoughts, Mephisto chuckled. I was a close friend of that elf. How could he possibly have killed me? The words shattered Li Mo's mind. The shockwaves from this revelation were as staggering as China's national soccer team qualifying for the World Cup. Two races that were sworn enemies, yet their leaders were actually close friends? Li Mo cautiously asked, then why did you target me? Mephisto roared with laughter. What makes you think you're so special? If it weren't for him, why would I be after you? Li Mo fell silent. This was the third time he'd heard about him. The first time was from Wang Yu. The second time was from Lu Ruyan, the leader of the Crimson Rose. And now, the third time, he learned it from the progenitor of the Dark Elves. Li Mo forced himself to steady his mind. Who exactly is he? And why did he send you to watch over me? Why not just kill me outright? Mephisto roared with laughter. He can't bear to kill you, you're his most precious possession. As for me, I'm merely a failure. Naturally, I must obey and keep watch over you. Countless thoughts raced through Li Mo's mind, all the questions he'd been wrestling with these past days. But observing Mephisto's expression, he resolved to ask only one question. Why are you here to monitor me? Indeed, that is a good question. Mephisto's black mist swirled around him. Because I can't let you stray from the path. Li Mo grew even more perplexed. He had already sensed it before. This journey had brought him face to face with many extraordinary players from other realms. They were undoubtedly the elite vanguard on this battlefield of myriad races. Yet they were precisely countered by his energy siphoning. This meant he had mastered most of their most powerful techniques. He hadn't failed to consider that someone was pulling the strings behind all this. He had always assumed it was either Gaia or him. But in the end, it turned out to be the work of the Dark Elf progenitor. As if sensing Li Mo's bewilderment, the Dark Elf progenitor suddenly burst into loud laughter, declaring, "You're wrong. You're utterly mistaken. He isn't a pawn, he is the sword-bearer. He is the rebirth of a new era." Li Mo was deep in thought when the Dark Elf progenitor abruptly interrupted him. Mephisto's figure vanished abruptly before Li Mo's eyes, leaving only a trail of twisted black mist in the air. So fast. Li Mo's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively sidestepped. But it was too late. A palm covered in black scales had already pierced through his protective aura, slamming heavily into his chest. Put! Blood spurted from Li Mo's mouth. He felt as though his internal organs had been jolted out of place by the blow. His body flew backward like a... Is that all you've got? Mephisto hovered in midair. Li Mo struggled to rise from the rubble, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. A searing pain radiated from his chest. At least 3 ribs were broken.
But he had no time to tend to his injuries, for something far more terrifying was unfolding. The spiritual energy within him was draining at an alarming rate.
Notice anything? Mephisto grinned cruelly.
My demonic mist will slowly drain your power, leaving you to die in utter despair. The black mist coiled around Limeau's body like a living creature, draining a fraction of his spiritual energy with every inch of skin it touched.
Limeau tried to summon his fire dragon to resist, only to discover he couldn't even cast the most basic spell. Don't waste your effort.
Mephisto descended slowly before Limeau, towering over him with a condescending gaze. Your 12 fire dragons are nothing but childish tricks in my eyes.
Limeau clenched his teeth. Why me? Limeau managed to ask. Who exactly is that he? Mephisto's expression suddenly grew complex, a fleeting emotion in his eyes that Limeau couldn't decipher. You'll find out soon enough.
He raised his hand, black mist coalescing into a razor-sharp spear.
But only on the road to the underworld.
The black spear tore through the air, aimed straight for Limeau's heart.
At the critical moment, an unprecedented surge of power erupted within Limeau.
The black spear halted eerily 3 inches from his chest, then began to dissolve.
What?
Mephisto's face twisted in shock.
You can absorb my power? Limeau was stunned as well.
He felt a cold, powerful energy surging into his body, repairing his injuries.
So that's it. Mephisto's expression shifted from shock to sudden realization, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. No wonder he values you so highly.
You possess the blood of. Before he could finish, Limeau suddenly lunged. His speed was beyond comprehension. His right hand, like a blade, plunged straight into Mephisto's chest. The latter dodged hastily, yet still had a large swath of black mist torn from his body.
Amusing. Absolutely delightful.
Mephisto laughed instead of anger, his form abruptly swelling into a 3-meter-tall black demon.
Let's see how much you can absorb.
The world plunged into sudden darkness. Mephisto unleashed a torrent of black mist, instantly withering all vegetation and weathering rocks within a 10-mile radius. Limeau stood at the center of the black mist, his body like a bottomless pit, frantically devouring the surrounding power. His consciousness began to blur.
Not enough. Still not enough. Mephisto's voice echoed from all directions. Let me see where your limits lie. The black mist coalesced into countless razor-sharp blades, stabbing at Limeau from every angle.
He barely dodged most of them, but several black blades still pierced his body. Blood gushed forth, only to be assimilated and absorbed by the black mist mid-air.
You cannot kill me. Limeau gasped, feeling the energy within him nearing saturation. Because you yourself are my nourishment.
Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, ceasing all resistance and willingly embracing the entire cloud of darkness. This move caught Mephisto off guard. He felt his power draining away at an exponential rate.
Stop! You madman! Mephisto finally panicked.
This way, we'll both.
Limeau paid no heed.
The energy siphoning ability was pushed to its absolute limit, forming a terrifying vortex.
No! This can't be!
Mephisto screamed, attempting to sever the connection only to find his core essence already locked.
What the hell are you? Limeau offered no reply.
In that moment, he was experiencing pain and pleasure unlike anything he had ever known. Every inch of flesh was being restructured, every bone reshaped.
Mephisto's memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave.
The war of 10,000 years ago, the betrayal of the elves, the annihilation of the dark elves. Outside, Mephisto's body began to collapse. First his limbs dissolved into black sand, then his torso, and finally that face, frozen in a look of satisfaction. He'll regret this.
This guy is truly.
His head turned to one side.
You should be here by now. With a deafening explosion, all the black mist was completely absorbed by Limeau. Chapter 134, The Ancestral Spirit.
On the other side of the forest.
Duan Changfeng was chatting with Fong Qinsheng about their experiences in the foreign lands. Brother Duan, what you went through at the research site was truly perilous.
After hearing Duan Changfeng's account, even Fong Qinsheng, who had witnessed countless battles and narrowly escaped death countless times, couldn't help but marvel at Duan Changfeng's bravery. Truly worthy of the Tiger Roar title.
Duan Changfeng waved it off. Without the Gaia fragment, I'd barely crack the top 10, no way I'd be the top newcomer.
So it was all thanks to the Gaia fragment after all. He sighed deeply. Nothing was more disappointing than having his achievements feel like they were obtained through cheating.
Fong Qinsheng roared with laughter. Brother Duan, that's weak. Even without that fragment, both you and I possess that unrivaled spirit. That's what truly matters. Duan Changfeng's dejected expression vanished instantly.
At his level, defeat was merely a hollow concept, and inner demons were nothing to speak of.
After all, could a mere inner demon possibly shake the pride and status he'd built over so many years?
The two continued their conversation as they pressed onward toward the west.
Suddenly, Fong Qinsheng let out a cold laugh. You've been following us brothers for so long. It's about time you showed yourself.
Duan Changfeng chimed in, after listening to our conversation for so long, you'd better show yourself or else you'll be paying us both.
Both men halted simultaneously, glancing in the same direction. Truly worthy of the Gaia fragment's owner. This world is so unfair. A voice old yet resonant reached their ears. Then a figure materialized. Tall and slender, with soft contours, his face was covered in deep, bark-like wrinkles. Emerald hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dotted with glowing moss and tiny flowers. Who are you? How did you know we have the fragment? Both spoke in unison, sensing the formidable power emanating from the being before them. The figure smiled first, then cast a benevolent glance at the surrounding trees. I know far too much, even Gaia herself, I have seen. At these words, Duan Changfeng and Fang Qinshan were both stunned. This tree-like creature before them had actually seen Gaia herself. Who the hell are you? Fang Qinshan asked excitedly, utterly stunned by what he just heard. After all, they were merely wielding a fraction of Gaia's power, yet they had already become the strongest young individuals in their respective planes. And this fellow before them had actually seen Gaia? I suppose I can tell you the ancestral spirit. The ancestral spirit? Duan Changfeng and Fang Qinshan exclaimed in unison, their voices thick with astonishment. They never imagined such an ancient being could still exist in this era. Indeed, it is this old man. The ancestral spirit stroked his long beard, a hint of mockery in his voice. It seems you two possess some discernment. However, for a treasure of the heavens and earth like the Gaia fragment to fall into the hands of mortals is truly a waste of divine energy. Before the words had fully faded, an intangible force quietly spread out. This was neither magic nor supernatural ability, but a primal oppression born from the very essence of heaven and earth like the breath of an ancient forest. Fang Qinshan's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the other, a force transcending the mundane, one that seemed to merge with nature itself. As the zero-ranked disciple of the heavenly martial sect, his grasp of the laws of the universe was extraordinary. Yet now, emanating from this primordial spirit ancestor, he sensed something approaching the essence of the Tao itself. Old geezer, if you want something, just say so. Why all this high-minded nonsense? Duan Changfeng, however, had no such reservations. He was always straightforward. As a battle maniac, his combat style relied heavily on technology. Yet, facing this primal, back-to-basics power now only stirred the warlike instincts deep within his bones. Seems you two prefer punishment over courtesy. A flicker of displeasure crossed the primordial spirit's eyes. He raised his hand, moving with deliberate slowness. In an instant, all vegetation within a 100-mile radius seemed to come alive. Tree roots burst from the earth like giant serpents, vines grew wildly, and branches and leaves transformed into razor-sharp blades. Immortal art, 10,000 swords returned to the source. A sharp gleam flashed in Fang Qinshan's eyes as sword intent surged skyward around him. Countless chi swords materialized out of thin air. The crisscrossing sword energy severed every attacking root and vine, reducing them to a sky filled with wood shavings. Then, Fang Qinshan's form became an illusion, weaving through the swirling sword shadows as he charged directly at the spirit ancestor. Duan Changfeng took a more direct approach. With a flick of his wrist, miniature particle cannons materialized around him, hovering as they charged with brilliant azure energy. Quantum annihilation. He barked the command, unleashing a torrent of high-energy particle beams like a downpour. Each beam contained terrifying energy potent enough to melt steel and disintegrate matter. The particle beams collided violently with the plant-based assault controlled by the spirit ancestor, instantly carbonizing and vaporizing vast swaths of green vegetation. Seeing this, the primordial spirit's eyes flickered with surprise. Two young men, one mastering the way of the sword, the other embracing the path of technology. Truly extraordinary. Truly worthy of being the bearers of Gaia's fragment. The spirit ancestor's heart trembled. Both had demonstrated power far exceeding his expectations. But still within my grasp. Oomph. He let out a soft snort as his form abruptly grew taller, layers of wooden armor emerging across his body. Simultaneously, he spread his arms wide, revealing the shadowy form of a towering ancient tree behind him. Life cage. The colossal tree shadow crushed down, countless thick vines like giant serpents reaching out from the void. Wrapped in an unmatched vitality, they coiled toward Duan Changfeng and Fang Qinshan. Fang Qinshan unleashed his sword intent. In an instant, it seemed as though only the sword existed in the heavens and earth. A single sword strike ripped through space, unleashing a colossal blade of energy that sliced toward the tree's phantom form. Duan Changfeng, however, was even more resolute. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Hyperdimensional quantum cannon. The Gaia fragment within him activated instantly. Chains of cosmic laws extended from his body, connecting to the energy cannon barrel on his shoulder. Empowered by the Gaia fragment, the space around the cannon began to warp, while countless mystical runes swirled across its surface. Boom! The muzzle of the hyperdimensional quantum cannon erupted with a blinding blue-white light. Space in front of the barrel twisted and collapsed, forming a miniature black hole. Duan Changfeng's entire mecha groaned under the overwhelming strain. The Gaia fragment in his chest vibrated violently, releasing unprecedented energy fluctuations. Chen Shang! Back off! Duan Changfeng roared as he pulled the trigger. A pillar of light erupted, piercing the heavens and earth. Wherever it passed, the illusory giant trees summoned by the spirit ancestor instantly dissipated. The beam's momentum unabated, it tore a pitch-black fissure through the surrounding space. Fang Qiansheng had already leapt back the moment Duan Changfeng shouted, yet the shockwave still hurled him hundreds of meters away. He stabilized himself by stepping on the void, his eyes reflecting the world-shattering beam of light. The shock within his heart was beyond measure. For the first time, genuine shock flashed across the face of the primordial spirit. What kind of power is this?" he gasped in disbelief. Fang Qiansheng felt his very soul shaken. The Gaia fragment truly lives up to its reputation. The primordial elf's gaze fixed on Duan Changfeng. Oomph. He snorted coldly, his form abruptly retreating backward as he transformed into a streak of azure light. "Boy, your power is too peculiar. I'll deal with this nuisance first." The primordial elf's voice reverberated through the air like an echo. When he reappeared, he had already closed in on Fang Qiansheng. He knew well that though Fang Qiansheng's swordsmanship reached the heavens, he remained flesh and blood, the perfect point of entry. "All things wither." The primordial spirit pointed sharply. The air around Fang Qiansheng instantly thickened. The plants beneath his feet withered at a visible pace, their vitality swiftly drained. Even the spiritual energy within his body felt a hint of dullness and sluggishness. "You old fool. I didn't seek you out, yet you came for me. Intercept heaven." Fang Qiansheng roared in fury. His immortal sword erupted with dazzling light, its sword energy surging skyward. Sword energy surged around his body, forcibly carving out a realm of sword energy within the life-draining environment. Yet the spirit ancestor moved like a phantom, weaving through Fang Qiansheng's fierce sword qi. Each time, just as Fang Qiansheng was about to strike, it evaded with uncanny precision. Then, it drew Fang Qiansheng further and further away with each strike, gradually moving away from their original position. "Brother Fang, be careful. Something's off about him, don't clash head-on." Duan Changfeng sensed something amiss. He observed that the spirit ancestor wasn't fighting Fang Qiansheng with full force, but rather seemed to be luring him. "That old fox is trying to lure Fang Qiansheng away." Duan Changfeng instantly grasped the spirit ancestor's intent. The opponent clearly feared the power of the Gaia fragment and planned to eliminate one threat first. Though Fang Qiansheng sensed something amiss, the primordial spirit's attacks were too bizarre. With the opponent clearly intent on escape, forcing him to stay might only invite a sneak attack. He knew the enemy's strength well. If he didn't pursue and let them slip away, it would spell endless trouble later. "Brother Duan, I'll go first." Fang Qiansheng's sword qi pierced the heavens as he chose to pursue the spirit ancestor. As the zero-rank disciple, a fearless spirit ran deep in his bones. His body transformed into a streak of sword light, slicing through the air's resistance as he swiftly followed the primordial spirit. One pursued, one fled. In an instant, they became two blurred streaks of light, vanishing deep into the forest. Duan Changfeng remained alone at the spot, his expression grave as he stared at the direction they had vanished. "Damn old fool, feinting east while striking west." Chapter 135, Slaying the Son of the Sci-Fi Realm. Watching Fang Qiansheng's departing figure, Duan Changfeng spat on the ground. "That old bastard still plays the lure the tiger away from the mountain trick." He rose slowly, the power of the fragment he had just unleashed leaving him inexplicably dazed. It felt as though someone had been pushing him westward. His earlier thoughts of pursuing the spirit ancestor vanished. Duan Changfeng glanced westward. "Perhaps we should head west first. Otherwise, we'll run out of time." With that, he rose, cast one last glance toward the spot where Fang Qiansheng had departed, then turned and headed westward. Liemo lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. After absorbing the dark elf progenitor, the energy within him reached a terrifying level. It felt like he was about to explode. He felt like an infinitely inflated balloon, every inch of flesh tearing apart. As the last shred of the dark elf progenitor's essence was fully consumed, Limeau's body convulsed violently. The agony that had threatened to shatter him vanished in an instant. In its place came an unprecedented sense of power and fullness. Liemo slowly rose to his feet, flexing his limbs as he felt the surging power within him. Suddenly, he sensed an intense pull drawing him eastward, as if a desert dweller had spotted water. An equally potent aura beckoned him. The fluctuations of another Gaia fragment. Liemo frowned. Judging by the situation, the person across from him was also drawing nearer. "You, what exactly are you?" Liemo looked up at the sky. The horizon stretched azure blue, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of an invisible gaze fixed upon him. As if he were but a mere pawn in their hands. "My destiny rests solely in my own hands." Limeau's gaze hardened. He didn't care why the dark elf progenitor deliberately offered himself up, all he knew was that man could overcome heaven. Limeau's form flickered, transforming into a blur as he sped westward. Wherever he passed, plants withered instantly, and the earth turned scorched black. Duan Changfeng traversed the dense forest, not rushing at full speed but carefully observing his surroundings as he moved. Boom! The moment Duan Changfeng stepped into the western forest, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. His brow furrowed as his mecha automatically scanned the surroundings. Warning! High energy reaction detected. He raised his arm as the particle cannon charged to full power, advancing cautiously. Suddenly, a chill gripped his heart as an intense sense of danger surged through him. This was not the aura of ordinary beasts or cultivators, but a powerful energy fluctuation resonating with the Gaia fragment within him. What is this? Duan Chongfeng's eyes instantly sharpened. He halted, his nanotech armor instantly manifesting to envelop his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. A shadowy figure burst from the depths of the dense forest like a specter, carrying an oppressive aura of darkness and death. The intruder was none other than Li Mo. Gaia fragment. Duan Chongfeng exclaimed. He could sense that the other was also a bearer of a Gaia fragment. But strangely, unlike his encounter with Fang Chenshine, he felt not calm but intensely agitated. It was as if the man before him was a magnet, and he himself was a piece of iron. As if he were a part of him. This sensation infuriated Duan Chongfeng, the strongest young talent in the sci-fi realm. He had experienced failure since childhood, but never had he felt this way in his heart. This feeling was utterly unpleasant. Suddenly, he felt a wave of regret wash over him, regret that he shouldn't have come out alone. But soon, this feeling was swept away by his anger. All that remained was the overwhelming urge to kill the man before him as quickly as possible. Even though they had only just met. Duan Chongfeng and Li Mo stood 10 zhang apart, their gazes locked. The air seemed to freeze, even the wind halted. You're the keeper of the other fragment? Li Mo grinned. Duan Chongfeng offered no reply, his eyes beneath the mecha visor cold as iron. Warning! Target energy level exceeds projections. The mecha system blared frantically, but Duan Chongfeng merely sneered coldly, raising his hand. Enough talk. Let's fight. Li Mo froze. He'd been considering a more conciliatory approach, but judging by the other's stance, there was no chance of a peaceful resolution. No wonder. The other 2 fragment holders I encountered earlier both attacked me without warning. This reaction is only natural. So don't blame me for what comes next. Li Mo's eyes turned cold, all hesitation vanishing. Quantum pulse cannon full power. Duan Chongfeng spread his arms wide. The shoulder cannons of his mecha instantly charged, unleashing 2 blinding blue-white beams that tore through the air, hurtling straight toward Li Mo. Li Mo neither dodged nor retreated. His hands formed seals as he murmured. Mystic heaven protection. A golden protective barrier abruptly materialized. The quantum beam struck it, yet vanished as if absorbed into the void, completely nullified. Immortal martial arts? Are you from the immortal martial arts realm? Duan Chongfeng's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected that even after 1 fragment holder had already emerged, the immortal martial arts plane could produce yet another Gaia fragment bearer. This wasn't fair. Li Mo grinned savagely, clenching his right hand. My turn. Heavens burning. Black flames erupted from thin air, sweeping forward like a raging dragon. Wherever they passed, even the air itself was scorched and warped. This was a technique he'd evolved to a whole new level after absorbing energy from players across multiple planes in advanced form of abyssal fireball. Its power was far beyond a mere step up from before. Duan Chongfeng could sense the flame's terrifying power. Why does this fire feel like it's devouring life itself? He frowned. Plants along the flame's path withered instantly. This was no mere scorching from heat. Duan Chongfeng swiftly retreated, firing his mecha thrusters at full throttle while activating his energy shield. Boom! The demonic flames collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The shield instantly overloaded. Duan Chongfeng was hurled dozens of meters by the shockwave, slamming into a massive tree trunk that snapped clean in 2. Warning! Shields compromised. Frame damage, 15%. The AI assistant blared frantically, clearly indicating this strike had dealt significant damage. Duan Chongfeng gritted his teeth and rose, his eyes blazing with even fiercer resolve. Interesting. Let's try this then. He slammed his chest, causing the mech's core to flare with a blinding red light. Overclock mode, activate. In an instant, the mech's speed surged. The air around him compressed, erupting in a series of explosive pops. Duan Chongfeng flickered like a ghost behind Li Mo, his blade springing forth to strike down with brutal force. Die. Li Mo, however, seemed to have anticipated this. His form flickered, dissolving into a blur of afterimages. Teleportation? Duan Chongfeng's heart jolted. The next instant, Li Mo's voice rang in his ear. You're too slow. Thud. A heavy punch slammed into Duan Chongfeng's back, instantly denting the mech's outer shell. Duan Chongfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering forward several steps. Li Mo sneered coldly, raising his hand to command. Bound God Lock. Golden chains materialized from thin air, coiling upward like venomous serpents to bind Duan Chongfeng tightly. No matter how advanced technology may be, it cannot rival the divine powers of immortals. Li Mo strolled closer, his eyes brimming with contempt. Duan Chongfeng struggled in vain, then suddenly smiled. Is that so? Nano decomposition, activate. Clank, clank, clank. The golden chains binding him began to disintegrate, dissolving into countless specks of light. Li Mo frowned. Even immortal arts can be broken? He had underestimated his opponent. It seemed Gaia wasn't someone just anyone could challenge. Duan Changfeng broke free from his restraints as countless tiny nanobots surfaced on his mecha's exterior, swiftly repairing the damage. I've already analyzed your methods. He abruptly raised his hand, palm aimed directly at Liam O. Antimatter cannon, fire. A jet black beam erupted, warping space itself in its wake. Liam O's expression changed drastically. He dared not meet this attack head-on. Spatial jump. His form vanished instantly. The antimatter cannon struck the ground, instantly obliterating a 100-meter wide crater. He's got some speed. Duan Changfeng sneered coldly as his mecha scanned the surroundings, searching for Liam O's trail. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed overhead. Found you. Liam O descended from the sky, hands clasped together as a dazzling sword light coalesced. Sword of the Immortal. The sword light poured down like the Milky Way, striking straight at Duan Changfeng. No! Duan Changfeng's mind snapped into focus he hadn't even noticed when Liam O had appeared above him. Boom! Duan Changfeng hastily raised his arms to block, but both mecha arms were severed cleanly. Warning! Both arms destroyed. Duan Changfeng grunted, kneeling on one knee as his mecha rapidly lost power. Liam O landed slowly, towering over him. You lose. Duan Changfeng raised his head, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Says who? Oh? Liam O smiled. This towering man before him, clearly cornered by his own hand, still wore an air of arrogance. Gaia fragment, overload. The fragment within Duan Changfeng suddenly blazed with a blinding blue light, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Liam O's expression changed drastically as his body instantly retreated hundreds of meters. Duan Changfeng grinned, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Quantum collapse activate. The mecha's chest panel instantly ripped open, violently sucking countless energies into its core. The mecha's core instantly overloaded. A pitch-black sphere materialized on Duan Changfeng's chest, causing the surrounding space to warp and collapse. Liam O retreated frantically, but it was already too late. No! A black hole like gravitational pull violently dragged him toward it, his body beginning to disintegrate. Energy siphon. Liam O fought desperately, frantically devouring the collapsing energy, but the black hole's tearing force far exceeded his limits. His flesh began to peel away, his bones shatter, but in that final instant, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes. If I must die, you die first. He violently detonated all the energy within his body, forcibly breaking free from the black hole's grasp, and drove a fist straight through Duan Changfeng's chest. Put! Duan Changfeng looked down at his pierced heart, yet a resigned smile touched his lips. Ha! It was worth it! The black hole erupted completely, swallowing both men whole. When the space stabilized once more, Liam O knelt on the ground, covered in blood, half his body nearly torn apart. But under the repair of the triple core, such injuries were insignificant. Countless fresh blood cells rapidly patched the mangled limbs. Liam O smiled silently. Duan Changfeng had already turned to dust. Liam O trembled as he raised his hand, staring at the Gaia fragment he'd forcibly seized in his palm. He grinned. Finally, mine. Chapter 136, The Cultivator's Son Who Merges with the Source of Life. Fang Qinsheng stepped through the void, his form as swift as lightning, relentlessly pursuing the primordial spirit. The green streak of light ahead darted through the dense forest, occasionally diving into the thickets for cover, or transforming into a blade of grass to soar through the air. But Fang Qinsheng's sword intent had already locked onto its target. No matter how it shifted and changed, it could not truly escape. You old fool, you won't escape. Fang Qinsheng snorted coldly, his immortal sword slashing fiercely. Sword divides yin and yang. A blade aura woven of black and white ripped through the sky, warping space slightly in its wake as it bore down on the primordial spirit's back. The spirit ancestor's form halted abruptly. Whirling around, he pressed his palms together, instantly coalescing a jade-green barrier. Shield of life. Boom! The sword energy collided with the barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. The shield shattered instantly, and the primordial spirit was sent reeling dozens of meters by the shockwave, a trickle of emerald blood spilling from the corner of its mouth. A flash of shock and anger flickered in his eyes, but it quickly morphed into a cold sneer. Young man, do you truly believe this old man fears you? Fang Qinsheng stood sword in hand, his gaze icy. Whether I'm afraid or not, we'll see. The primordial spirit said no more. Both hands slammed into the ground as he growled low. All spirits returned to silence. In an instant, the forest within a 100-mile radius seemed to come alive. Countless ancient trees burst from the earth, transforming into colossal tree men that roared as they charged toward Fang Qinsheng. The earth split open, thick roots coiling upward like giant serpents, attempting to drag him into the depths below. In the sky, countless leaves transformed into blades, raining down like a torrential storm. Trivial tricks. A cold gleam flashed in Fang Qinsheng's eyes as his immortal sword trembled violently. Sword domain. Clang. An invisible realm of sword intent abruptly unfolded. Within 100 zhang radius, all incoming attacks froze instantly, then were shredded to pieces by countless sword energies materializing out of thin air. The tree people roared furiously as they charged forward, only to be sliced into countless wood chips the instant they stepped into the sword domain. The ancestral spirit's pupils contracted in shock. Sword domain. Have you truly touched the edge of the Tao? Fang Qinsheng offered no reply. His figure flickered, closing the distance to the elven ancestor in an instant. A sword thrust aimed straight for its throat. Die! The primordial elf dodged hastily, yet the sword's energy still sliced through his shoulder, spurting emerald green blood. He roared in fury, clasping his hands together with a sudden force. Life drain. A terrifying suction erupted from his palms. Fang Qinsheng felt his spiritual energy drain away frantically, as if being sucked dry. Oomph. Fang Qinsheng snorted coldly, unleashing a sudden burst of sword intent that forcibly severed the suction. Simultaneously, he swung his sword in a backhand strike. Soul sever. This strike aimed straight for the soul. The face of the spirit ancestor paled drastically. He scrambled backward, but the sword sheath still grazed him. A searing pain shot through his soul, causing him to stagger. You can actually wound my soul? Fang Qinsheng gave him no chance to catch his breath. Heavenly sword exterminates evil. A dazzling sword beam shot skyward, striking directly at the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit gritted his teeth, pressing both hands fiercely against his chest. Life sacrifice. The life force within him burned wildly, erupting as an emerald green pillar of light that collided fiercely with the heavenly sword. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across the land, instantly leveling the forest within 1,000 zhang radius. As the dust settled, the primordial spirit knelt on one knee, his aura weakened, clearly gravely wounded. Fang Qinsheng stood sword in hand, his face pale yet his fighting spirit undiminished. Old man, you've lost. The ancestral spirit raised his head, a flicker of madness in his eyes. Lost? Ha 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 ha. I've lived 10,000 years. How could I possibly lose to a mere junior like you? He tore open his chest, revealing a vivid green heart beating violently, radiating terrifying life energy fluctuations. Life's essence, explode. Fang Qinsheng's expression changed abruptly as he lunged backward, but it was too late. Boom! The body of the primordial spirit exploded in an instant, unleashing a devastating wave of life energy that swept across the surroundings. Fang Qinsheng gritted his teeth, unleashing his full sword intent to form a shield before him. Yet the shockwave still hurled him hundreds of feet, slamming him into the ground as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the dust slowly settled, the figure of the primordial spirit had vanished, leaving only a jade-green crystal suspended in the air, radiating an intense aura of life. The core of life. Fang Qinsheng struggled to his feet, reaching out toward the crystal. The moment his fingertips touched the emerald crystal, a surging tide of life energy flooded into his body. What is this? His pupils contracted slightly as he felt every bone and muscle enveloped by a warm, healing force. The wounds from the battle began to mend at a visible pace, and even his depleted spiritual energy rapidly recovered. But the most astonishing transformation was yet to come. The crystal melted in his palm, transforming into countless tiny emerald green specks of light that traveled through his meridians, circulating throughout his entire body. Fang Qinsheng could distinctly feel this force reshaping his flesh, bones, and meridians, as if every inch of his body was being reborn. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from his body, causing vegetation within a 100-meter radius to grow wildly. In an instant, the area transformed into a dense sea of green. The laws of life. Fang Qinsheng looked down at his palm, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. He had vaguely touched upon some profound realm. It was a power that resonated with heaven and earth, coexisting with all living things. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dormant will within the crystal suddenly awoke. The spectral form of the primordial spirit emerged within his consciousness, emitting a piercing shriek. A mere human dares to lay hands upon the very source of life? A terrifying soul shockwave swept over him. Fang Qinsheng grunted in pain as blood seeped from his 7 orifices. He immediately sat cross-legged, shielding his mind with sword intent as he engaged in a fierce battle against this will. Within his mind's sea, 2 forces collided violently. The remnant soul of the primordial spirit manipulated life energy, transforming into countless thorns that coiled around Fang Qinsheng's divine soul, attempting to devour him completely. Fang Qinsheng, however, wielded his sword intent as a blade, severing wave after wave of incoming attacks. Get out! Fang Qinsheng roared in fury. A dazzling sword light suddenly blazed within his sea of consciousness, cleaving the spirit ancestor's phantom image in 2. Ah! Amidst the piercing scream, the remnant soul vanished completely, and the power of the life core finally submitted utterly. Fang Qinsheng slowly opened his eyes, a faint emerald glow flickering within. With a gentle wave of his hand, a withered ancient tree before him instantly sprouted new branches and buds, reawakening to life. This is the power of the law of life. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging energy within him. Not only were his injuries healed, but his strength had also increased significantly. But soon, his gaze grew solemn. The primordial spirit was now dead. Without hesitation, he vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of light as he raced toward Duan Chongfeng's location. Chapter 137, Discovered?
When Fang Qinsheng arrived at the spot where they had parted ways, Duan Changfeng was nowhere to be seen.
Fang Qinsheng frowned in confusion. Why did brother Duan leave first? Didn't I just slay that elven progenitor? He stood there pondering.
At first, Fang Qinsheng suspected the spirit ancestor had played a trick, using a diversion tactic to toy with both him and Duan Changfeng. But he quickly dismissed the idea.
He knew Duan Changfeng's strength well. There was almost no one in this forest he couldn't defeat.
Even if there was someone he couldn't defeat, he could always escape.
Could brother Duan have been lured away by that creature, or face some unexpected turn of events that forced his departure? Fang Qinsheng murmured to himself. At present, this seemed the most plausible explanation. Then he must head west immediately. Whatever had caused Duan Changfeng to withdraw first couldn't be a good sign.
With that thought, Fang Qinsheng wasted no more time. He guided his flying sword westward without hesitation.
Meanwhile,
after absorbing the Gaia fragment from Duan Changfeng's body, Li Mo felt his power grow stronger once more.
Yet simultaneously, the sensation of being watched grew increasingly intense. As the Gaia fragments continued to gather, Li Mo sensed this was no good omen.
It might very well push him toward the abyss. But with matters having reached this point, he had no other choice. He would never have killed a complete stranger under normal circumstances. Yet just moments ago, to gather the fragments and uncover the true mastermind, he had killed a player without a shred of remorse. Li Mo suddenly found the situation somewhat amusing. He sensed that behind every event that had unfolded thus far, every shift in his own psyche, an invisible hand was pulling the strings. He was merely a pawn with its own consciousness. Speechless, he rose and glanced at the traces left behind by Duan Changfeng.
He pondered for a moment.
It seemed the opponent likely didn't know the truth about the fragments and had only attacked him to seize the fragment on his person. Sighing, Li Mo purchased an excavator from the marketplace, intending to dig a pit and bury Duan Changfeng's traces. After all, any player who possessed a fragment was a dominant force in their own right. For him to die at his hands like this was truly a waste. After spending 300 points, a brand new blue elephant excavator materialized directly before Li Mo. Li Mo stepped forward and smoothly manipulated the control lever. The excavator let out a series of chugging sounds. The bucket lifted high before him. Just as Li Mo prepared to dig, suddenly, a flying sword shot out like a meteor from the distant forest, hurtling straight toward Li Mo's face. Li Mo reacted instantly, tensing his body as he flung open the cab door and dove out. Though he cleared the cab in time, the sword's intent still grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging, burning pain. The excavator's windshield shattered instantly, shattering with a sharp crack. What the hell? Li Mo's mind flashed, instantly activating his energy siphon to lock onto the flying sword. Yet the flying sword merely trembled slightly before darting through like an agile fish, shifting direction.
It locked onto Li Mo's forehead once more.
What incredible psychic power!
Li Mo's heart sank.
Without a moment's hesitation, he clapped his hands together forcefully, instantly summoning a ball of flame between his palms. After absorbing Duan Changfeng's fragment moments ago, the power of his fireball spell had been greatly enhanced.
Get out of my way!
The fireball shot from his hands, whistling through the air as it hurtled straight toward the flying sword.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the fireball detonated midair. The powerful shockwaves sent nearby trees trembling violently. Using the explosion as cover, Li Mo vanished from his spot like a ghost.
Trivial trick! A cold voice echoed from deep within the forest. Immediately, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from the woods, spreading outward like a tidal wave.
It was Fang Qinsheng.
His gaze immediately fell upon the blue Xing excavator, its cab window shattered.
Along with some of Duan Changfeng's belongings.
As expected, brother Duan has met with an accident. A flash of ferocity crossed Fang Qinsheng's eyes.
Judging by the situation, brother Duan was most likely dead. That bastard deserves to die. Flames nearly erupted from Fang Qinsheng's eyes.
He and brother Duan had bonded instantly upon meeting, yet this wretch had shattered him alive.
Die! Fang Qinsheng wasted no more words.
With a flick of his right hand, the flying sword instantly changed course, transforming into a streak of light as it shot once more toward the direction Li Mo had vanished. Simultaneously, his left hand formed a seal, causing the wood elemental energy permeating the air to violently converge.
It was none other than the life essence he had obtained from slaying the primordial spirit. During his journey here, Fang Qinsheng had studied its application. Simply put, whoever possessed the life source would be immortal within this forest. Astonished by its power, Fang Qinsheng was also deeply puzzled. Why had the elven progenitor been so easily slain by him? It was as if it had been sent solely to bestow the essence upon him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such questions, for Fang Qinsheng sensed something. The guy across from him also possessed a Gaia fragment. Everything suddenly made sense. This bastard was after the fragment on brother Duan's body. Fang Qinsheng's eyes narrowed in fury. Life force extraction. He directly tapped into the energy of his life's essence. In an instant, centered on Fang Qinsheng, trees within dozens of meters began withering at a visible pace. Their vitality was forcibly extracted, transforming into streams of green energy that flowed ceaselessly into Fang Qinsheng's body.
Li Mo, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow slightly.
This guy is incredibly powerful. He was secretly alarmed. Seeing the other man like this, Li Mo instantly understood.
Duan Changfeng and this guy must be blood brothers or close allies. He had killed Duan Changfeng, and now the younger brother had come seeking revenge.
But Duan Changfeng was clearly from a sci-fi plane. Not only did his brother also possess a fragment, but he was from a Xianxia plane? Could every major plane have a favored son like him? But now wasn't the time to ponder that. He can't be allowed to keep gathering power. Li Mo made his decision instantly, shedding all pretense.
His form flickered like a black lightning bolt, instantly streaking toward Fang Qinsheng. His hands stretched out flat, palms radiating intense suction.
He intended to drain Fang Qinsheng's spiritual energy in the shortest possible time.
He couldn't let his opponent unleash a major attack, otherwise he wouldn't survive.
You're asking for death. Fang Qinsheng saw Li Mo charging toward him and a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Sword piercing heart.
With a flick of his thoughts, the flying sword transformed into a cold gleam, piercing straight toward Li Mo's heart. Simultaneously, he stomped his foot, causing countless tiny wooden spikes to erupt from the ground, blocking Li Mo's path. Li Mo's speed was extraordinary, but the flying sword and the ground spike formation worked together with deadly precision. His eyes narrowed as his body twisted in an incredible contortion mid-stride, narrowly evading the sword's thrust. Simultaneously, he slammed his left foot into the ground, causing the earth beneath him to instantly collapse. A shockwave instantly radiated outward, shattering the wooden spike array before it could fully form. Li Mo used the momentum to accelerate further, his form darting like an arrow straight toward Fang Qinsheng's face.
What agile reflexes! Fang Qinsheng was startled, but his hands moved swiftly.
He pressed his palms together, and a brilliant aura erupted around him. A translucent shield of spiritual energy instantly materialized before him.
Golden Light Mantra.
Li Mo's fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, slammed heavily into the Golden Light Mantra.
Thud. A dull thud echoed as the Golden Light Mantra merely trembled slightly, completely dissipating Li Mo's fist's force. However, the instant his fist touched the shield, a powerful suction force erupted violently. Fang Qinsheng felt the spiritual energy draining from the shield at an alarming rate.
His expression shifted slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such an eerie attack method. It seemed Brother Duan hadn't died in vain. Fang Qinsheng grew even more certain that the spirit ancestor was undoubtedly in cahoots with this creature before him. They had lured the tiger away from the mountain, intending to catch both of them in one net. But alas, they had sorely underestimated my strength.
Break! Fang Qinsheng roared fiercely, violently channeling his spiritual energy to repel Li Mo's arm.
Simultaneously, his life-bound flying sword returned to his side, striking straight for Li Mo's neck. A cold gleam flashed in Li Mo's eyes. He did not choose to retreat. Instead, he plunged his right arm downward, continuing to draw spiritual energy from the golden light incantation. His left hand shot out at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye, grabbing for the flying sword like lightning.
What? Fang Qinsheng's face drained of color.
He never imagined Li Mo would dare to grab his life-bound flying sword with his bare hands. After all, a life-bound flying sword, nurtured over long years by its cultivator, possessed unparalleled sharpness and contained a formidable sword intent. Even ordinary magical treasures struggled to withstand it, let alone a mere mortal body.
Snap! Yet the next scene made Fang Qinsheng's pupils contract violently. Li Mo's left hand seemed to be clad in an invisible glove.
The moment he grasped the blade's shaft, an energy siphon erupted instantly. The sword intent and spiritual energy within the flying sword were being sucked away by Li Mo at an astonishing rate. The flying sword emitted a pained wail as its blade's radiance rapidly dimmed, even developing a faint crack. This was a sign that his life-bound flying sword had suffered severe damage. For Fang Qinsheng, it was a shock to both body and soul. You, what kind of monster are you? Fang Qinsheng could no longer maintain his composure. He roared, his eyes filled with terror. Li Mo offered no reply. His hand gripping the sword twisted violently, siphoning every last shred of spiritual energy from it. The blade twisted into a twisted coil before being casually tossed aside. The mangled metal debris clattered to the ground with a clink. With his flying sword destroyed, Fang Qinsheng let out a muffled groan. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but he forced it back down. His life-bound flying sword was linked to his very soul. Its destruction triggered a backlash, causing a momentary stasis in his spiritual energy flow. But Li Mo's assault didn't cease. Seizing the moment when Fang Qinsheng's mind was wounded, the siphoning power on his right arm intensified once more. The golden light incantation shattered completely, dissolving into specks of spiritual light that vanished into the air. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.